After crossing over, I became an ordinary paper craftsman, originally planning to live a mundane 9-to-5 existence, but by accident, I activated the strongest paper doll system. As long as I had demon points, I could craft various paper dolls, such as the Thingdu Emperor who ruled the 9 nethers, the Damhwa Emperor who governed the 3 realms, and the compassionate Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha. After years of diligent work, I crafted an entire underworld and became the supreme Emperor, ruling over both the realms of the living and the dead. At the north headquarters of the Wherever Road Company, Su-san, sitting on the sofa, asked, Su-si, who owns that paper craft shop on South Street? Su-si took a drag from his cigarette and slowly exhaled. Of course, it's run by a person. Did you think a paper doll could run a shop? Su-san frowned, displeased. I'm being serious here. Stop joking around. Su-si shrugged. Come on, Su-san. What's so serious about a paper craft shop? Unless Dad's seriously ill, our old man never had any dealings with such places in his life. Hearing this, Su-san's eyes widened in anger. Can't you wish Dad well? Su-si smirked. Well, the doctors already said the old man doesn't have much time left. We might actually need to visit that paper crafts shop to burn him a couple of cute little brides. You bastard. Su-san was furious. Su-si quickly tried to calm him down. Easy now. No need to get physical. Su-san continued. The employee in charge of the South Street district reported intense supernatural energy fluctuations from that shop multiple times, and, he paused, emphasizing his next words, the fluctuations were terrifying. Terrifying? Su-si chuckled dismissively. How terrifying could it be? Even if the king of hell showed up, I'd just send someone to check it out. It's probably just a newly awakened supernatural being. Register them and it's dealt with. He shrugged and added, we should focus more on the Quan Xing group. Those bastards have been restless lately and are probably up to no good. As night fell, I stood up and closed the door of my paper crafts shop before returning to my small stool. The paper doll priced at 32,800 yuan in the afternoon still hadn't sold. With a sigh, I crouched down and gently picked it up, preparing to burn it. If I don't sell you, you'll only bring harm to others, I muttered. As if understanding my words, a wave of resentment emanated from the doll. The temperature dropped sharply, and the paper doll trembled, but I remained unaffected. I took out a fire basin and a lighter, ready to set it ablaze. Suddenly, there was a noise outside, followed by a knock on the door. Boss, could you open up? The voice sounded like that of a young woman. I paused. A customer. Maybe I shouldn't burn it yet. What if it sells? Before I even opened the door, the heavy scent of corpses hit my nose. Familiar with funeral customs, I easily recognized the smell. A young girl dealing with the dead. This strong odor means she must spend every day surrounded by corpses. But a customer is a customer, regardless of their background. I put on a smile and opened the door. Hello, what can I get for you? Outside stood a red-haired girl, youthful and vibrant, looking more like a college student than someone who rolled around in piles of corpses. Do you have joss paper? She asked as she stepped inside, glancing around. Yes, how much do you need? 2 bundles will do. Her gaze lingered on the unburned paper doll. Hesitating, she asked, Boss, why doesn't this doll have eyes? I smiled and replied, can't just draw them in randomly. If I did, it might really scare you. The orange-haired girl curled her lips disdainfully. TCH, just a paper doll. I'm not even scared of dead people. She challenged further. Boss, paint the eyes on it. Let's see if it can scare me. I shook my head in refusal. Sorry, can't do that. She pressed. Then how can you prove this thing would frighten me? I sighed inwardly. Is this girl missing a screw in her head? Asking for proof. If you don't believe it, just forget it. Her competitive spirit flared up as she declared, paint the eyes on it, and I'll buy it. My heart leaped with joy. Such good fortune. 32,800. The payment QR code is on the wall. I pointed at it while adjusting the room's lighting to be brighter. Normally, I made paper effigies at night and was used to dim lighting, but with money on the line, a little brightness didn't hurt. How much? The orange-haired girl's eyes widened. I repeated, 32,800. Fair and square. In the supernatural circles, this paper doll is absolutely worth the price. Might even be undervalued since I lack marketing channels. Though I stumbled upon the existence of supernaturals by chance, I haven't truly interacted with them yet. She scoffed. You're out of your mind for money. I sighed internally. If it didn't sell, I'd have to burn the paper doll by nightfall. Even without painted eyes, it would gain autonomy by midnight, and any mishap causing harm would be disastrous. Studying the girl, I weighed my words. You don't seem like an ordinary student. This paper doll is genuinely useful. I'm really strapped for cash, though my earnings aren't meager. In this prime location, they barely cover rent and meals. I must sell this paper doll. And you carry an unusual scent. Maybe you'd find it handy. A powerful paper doll? She couldn't grasp how a paper doll could be formidable. Shooting me a skeptical glance. Under the brighter light, She finally noticed my unnaturally pale skin and striking features, almost too exquisite, bordering on eerie, making me resemble the eyeless paper doll. Fine. 32,800. I'll take it. She scanned the QR code with her phone, then locked eyes with me. But I have a condition, paint the eyes. I know what I'm asking. I nodded. She waved her phone with a sly grin. No, I want to add you on WeChat. Stunned for a moment, I replied slowly. 32,800 is for the craftsmanship. My body comes at an extra cost. If you're generous enough, selling that isn't off the table. She cut straight to the chase. Add me or not. No deal otherwise. In the end, money outweighed principles, and I relented. She paid promptly. I added her on WeChat after all. I could always delete her later. You're quite understanding, she said with a smile. My name is Lu Yen. Let me note down your name, Chun Yen. It sounds nice. Alright, dot the I's. Let's see if it can scare me. Sure, just a moment. I sat back on the small stool, picked up the paper figure, and ran my thumb over my index finger until a drop of blood appeared. Lu Yen widened her eyes. You're using your own blood to dot it? She exclaimed. My fingers swiftly drew across the paper figure's eye sockets. Despite the doors and windows being tightly shut, a sudden eerie wind arose in the room, accompanied by faint sobbing sounds. Outside, it was the stifling heat of midsummer, but after the chilling wind, the temperature inside dropped sharply, as if we were in an ice cellar. Lu Yen instantly got goosebumps and realized something was wrong. She warily eyed me and the paper figure, forming hand seals in preparation for a fight. Standing to the side, I softly recited some complex incantations, my voice barely audible. Yet, as I chanted, the air grew colder, and the faint wails turned into piercing shrieks, as if countless vengeful spirits were screaming madly in our ears. A gust of eerie wind surged from nowhere, rustling the paper money in the room, and the lights inexplicably went out. Lu Yen finally couldn't hold back a scream. In the middle of the night, she experienced special effects more terrifying than any horror movie. She was genuinely frightened. Though she dealt with the dead daily, those corpses were quiet, nothing like this. She rushed to the door, desperately yanking the handle, but it wouldn't budge, as if welded shut. I murmured, the door opens inward. Don't break it. Lu Yen stiffly turned her head and saw that the eerie phenomena had vanished without a trace. No sounds, no chilling wind, and the lights were back to normal. The only unsettling thing was the life-sized paper figure standing behind me, dressed in white, its face as pale as paper. It looked almost identical to me but blurred upon closer inspection. The only unforgettable feature was its blood-red eyes. Even more chilling was the sinister aura emanating from it, as if it had just crawled out of hell. What is this? She whispered. I replied, the paper figure is yours now. I took a slight step forward, and Lu Yen stumbled backward in fear, bumping against the door. I didn't ask for this, she cried, staring at me in horror. The paper figure in her hand had been only about 50 centimeters tall. How had it turned into this? I walked up to her, took her hand, and lightly scratched her right index finger with my nail, drawing blood. Quickly, I pressed her finger onto the paper figure's forehead. The blood seeped in, leaving a crimson mark that vanished instantly. At the same time, Lu Yen felt an indescribable connection, as if bound by blood. Her fear of the paper figure transformed into a strange sense of familiarity. Disbelieving, she asked, are you an otherworlder? Jianglan nodded. Yes, sure enough, he had guessed correctly. This Yen should also be an inhuman. He had felt something was wrong with the little girl just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk of letting the paperman dot his eyes and recognize his master. If they were sold to ordinary people, there would not be the step of dotting the eyes. It is all burned directly to a loved one who has passed away and turned into a pile of ashes. And with the eyes lit, it's different. When you dot the eyes, you have a soul. Not to say it's much smarter, but most of what is said, the paperman understands and can do quite a bit of it. It's easy to kill someone and set them on fire. For example, it's just that you have to be careful when setting the fire. If the fire gets caught in the flames, the paperman will be burned to ashes. In addition to the two cases above, there is a third, that's neither lit nor burned. When this happens, the consequences are usually troubling. Every day, at the hour of midnight, the Een is in full swing. As soon as the Een chi flourishes, then the number of lonely souls and ghosts wandering around outside will naturally increase. And paper people, as it happens, are a favorite vehicle for those things. Once occupied by a lonely ghost, if it is a good ghost, it is fine. If it is an evil ghost, then it is inevitable to borrow the body and wreak havoc on the party. An ordinary paperman wouldn't, but this one was made by Jiang Lan using a special method. That's why he had planned to burn the paperman when he hadn't sold it before. Half a day had passed, and Lu Yen's mood had calmed down quite a bit. She inquired as curiosity once again took over. I know that there are corpse controllers and compulsion controllers. And which one of these means are you using to make paper people? family heirloom. John Lan replied still simply, this craft is, indeed, passed down from his family. There was also the process of dotting the I's, which was also learned by John Lan and his own father before crossing over. Only before crossing over. No matter whether it follows the process or not, the paper people made are so-and-so, just ordinary paper-tied little people, completely unable to see any special features. After traveling to a new place, he didn't have much else to make a living, so he could only return to his old ways and open a papier-mâché store. Originally, as long as the goods sold on the line, but a month ago the day, John Lan also do not know what the wind. Strictly in accordance with the old man taught him the process, the rules and regulations tied a paperman out, but after giving the paperman his eyes, in his head, there was suddenly a system. John Lan was quick to accept it. After all, if you've accepted such a thing as crossing over, isn't it normal to have a bit of a golden finger? What's the point of wearing a cross if you're not going to turn it on? Just as John Lan thought of this, a semi-transparent virtual light screen appeared in front of him. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, selling paper puppets. Receive a reward, Evil Nightmare *10. Name, John Lan. Occupation, papermaker. Skills, eye dotting, puppet making, troop control. Type of soldiers, paper horses, paper generals. Evil Nightmare 10. The type of weaponry can be exchanged for nightmare points. You can earn nightmare points by completing quests or killing inhumans. In the lower right corner of the light screen, there was also a hovering cursor called the Evil Nightmare Mall, and as long as John Lan put his attention into the cursor, he would be able to enter the mall. The 10 points of Evil Nightmare above are what you get when you just complete a quest. As for slaying the inhuman, just look at it. He's a paper money seller. What's he doing killing people for nothing? John Lan always felt that it was a bit too much to kill people just to get the Evil Nightmare. That's fine for now. The word inhuman was what he had seen on the system light screen. Also, he originally knew how to tie paper men and paper horses, and the way the paper generals were made was gifted to him when he was bound by the system. Alright, if there's nothing else you can leave. John Lan raised his hand to send off the guests. Even though Yu Yun was an inhuman, he didn't show any particular enthusiasm. Yu Yun was still in a bit of a baffled state. She was still thinking of talking to John Lan. How did this make her leave? And this paperman? Yu Yun looked at the paperman in front of her. I was thinking of buying some paper money to use at the cemetery. How come I brought an extra one to go? After slowing down, Yu Yun pointed at the paperman and said, this thing, what does it even do? Do whatever you want, and preferably don't do anything bad. And don't give me up if you get caught doing something bad. After saying that, John Lan seemed to have remembered something and continued. By the way, the paperman can only last for about a week. If the god disperses by then, you'll have to feed it with essence blood. It can be renewed for about a week at a time, but the effect of the essence blood will get weaker and weaker, and after renewing it for a month, the paperman will be useless. Also, try to keep the paper people away from fire. Water is fine if it's a little less, and it can be used if it's drizzling. I use waterproof materials. Of course, if the paperman god completely falls apart and you want to keep using it, you can come back and buy it from me. Chapter 4. The courier boy who ran out of the psychiatric hospital. After sending off the dumbfounded Lu Yen, John Lan yawned and turned around, intending to go back to bed. This paper tie store is divided into front and back houses. The front hall was the store, while the room at the back was John Lan's residence. But just as he was waiting for him to walk to the bed and prepare to lie down, there was suddenly another knock on the door outside. John Lan frowned slightly. That voice, it wasn't Yu Yun's. After binding the system and becoming an inhuman, his 5 senses were already much sharper than before. Everyone's behavior will be different, and the sound of knocking and walking, naturally, will be different. But it was the middle of the night, and his store was all turned off and locked, so who else could have come over? Anxious guests? Not out of the question. Being disturbed, John Lan walked towards the front room and prepared to open the door, even though he was a bit upset. Still, making money? Not too shabby. Outside, the knocking continued. Hello, is anyone there? While walking towards the door, John Lan asked, Who? Anywhere passes, there's a delivery for you. John Lan's footsteps lurched as he pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time. What's wrong with you? Delivery at 1:30 in the evening? Is even the courier industry so rolled up now? Whether it's rolled or not is a close second. The point is that he hasn't bought anything online in a while, either. A flash of alarm arose in John Lan's heart. It's not right, not to mention him, or even change it too little cute. Come to know, it's impossible for a courier to come out at 1:30 at night to deliver a delivery, right? But John Lan also really couldn't think of what kind of brainwashed brigand robber would have to be to make up such a lame excuse. And it's a bit blatant, isn't it, now that we have the rule of law? After a pause, John Lan said, "What did you say? Hello, which Dutong Express? Have your express arrived? Please open the door to sign for it." "Oh, you put the stagecoach courier at the door?" The little man in the Nadatone uniform was dumbfounded. After a day of squatting, he had been able to determine that the one in this paper tie store was definitely an inhuman. The fluctuations emanating from the house just now can't be faked. Moreover, that little girl just now, who had obviously gone in alone to buy paper money, suddenly had more people behind her when she came out. This is definitely not right. It was because of the certainty that the shopkeeper was an inhuman that he had knocked on the door. But while he had been incredibly certain just a moment ago, little brother was a little uncertain at the moment, for no other reason. As long as you're an inhuman, there's no one who doesn't know where to pass. He is in charge of all things big and small concerning the inhumans in the whole of China, although never voluntarily admitted, but we all know in our hearts, which all pass behind, is the public. This has led to the fact that the status of Nadutong is extremely special. In all his years in the business, little brother has yet to see an inhuman who doesn't know everywhere. Almost everything he had just said had been explicit as well. But the owner of the store inside, who looked as if he hadn't heard anything at all, even told him to put the delivery on the stage. There's a hammer delivery. After thinking about it, little brother said, "I'm from Everywhere Pass. Please open the door and come with me. We need to do an investigation on you." "John Lan? It's not. What the hell? Why are you investigating me? You're a courier company and you're asking me to come with you? You want to check my identity? What? Make me fill out a form to apply to be an honorary courier? Working people are honorable, but the problem is that he has a small store and doesn't really want to labor. It's better for him to tie paper men than to deliver them." John Lan seriously doubted that this courier boy had gone out and forgotten to take his medication, or simply whichever psycho ran away from the hospital. Having just come over for 2 months, John Lan wasn't too familiar with the neighborhood and didn't know if there were any mental hospitals around. But it's okay. He pulled out his phone, pressed it to the dialing page, and typed in 110. "Hey, police uncle, I'm from Zhang's paper tie shop on South Street. There's a man in front of my store, saying he's a courier, and insisting that I go with him, saying that he wants me to go and cooperate with the investigation. Please send someone over to take him away. I suspect that he has stolen out from the mental hospital." Yeah, that's it. All right. The voices inside the store were heard by the delivery boy outside. "No dude, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking for your uncle? I'm good at everything. Inside the house John Lan skimmed. "It's over. Serious mental illness. Uncle, please make it as quick as you can. I suspect this man also has bipolar disorder. He's very unstable right now. The courier boy is going to have a meltdown. I'm a $INGU. Come on, it looks like this guy really doesn't know. Let's make another trip tomorrow. As for now." The courier boy turned cleanly and disappeared into the darkness without looking back. "Are you kidding? What are you waiting for if you don't go? Waiting for uncle to invite himself in for tea? Or send him back to the asylum? Blah blah blah. He wouldn't be mentally ill." Hearing a series of hurried footsteps outside the door, John Lan spoke into the phone. "Uncle, don't bother. That man outside seems to have left." "Okay, thanks. Hard work." Hanging up the phone, John Lan returned to the back room somewhat helplessly. It's a day-to-day encounter. There was psychosis at the door in the middle of the night. After washing up, John Lan laid down on the bed. His gaze flared slightly as the system light screen reappeared. John Lan focused his attention on the mall. The mall is simple, with only one column full of crafting categories that can be redeemed. Figdu Emperor, 100,000 nightmares required. Dongdue Emperor, required nightmare 88888. Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, required evil nightmare 88,888. Ghost Emperor of the East, Yama. Looking at the astronomical figures on top, John Lan looked towards the bottom with a very forced look. Paper Marriage Ghost, required nightmare 10. Green-Faced Ghost, 10 nightmares required. Akifa Ghost, required nightmare 10. That's what he can look at. Currently, these were the only 3 in total that he could redeem for his evil nightmare. After thinking about it, John Lan focused his attention on the paper marrying ghost. The other 2 were okay, but it always felt like nothing special. Might as well be a paper wedding ghost. Just pick her. "Do you confirm the purchase of the production type, paper wedding ghost?" It had already been determined, so naturally there was nothing to hesitate about at this moment. John Lan directly whispered, "Okay. Successful purchase of crafting category, paper wedding ghost." As the light screen text flickered, John Lan's mind instantly had more memories that originally didn't belong to him. A few moments later, the memory infusion was complete, followed by a slow comb through. The memories were poured in by a brain, a jumbled mess if you will. It took about a quarter of an hour for him to sort through his memories. After learning about the paper marrying ghost, John Lan's eyes showed some surprise. "Interesting. Chapter 5. You ask me? I'm not here. The paper wedding ghost is not as good a fighter as the paper general. If a normal paper soldier has a combat power of 1, a paper general has a combat power of about 5. As for the paper marrying ghost's battle power, according to Jiang Lan's estimation, it was roughly 3. However, despite its inability to fight, the paper marrying ghost had a special ability: confusion. If one's mind is not firm, one will instantly be pulled into the illusion by the paper wedding ghost. After the spirit falls into the illusion, the body, in reality, will completely lose the ability to resist. This is good stuff. If it's used to harm people. Jiang Lan shook his head, shaking this dangerous thought out of his mind. Forget about harming people. He'd be satisfied with a small store and a little extra money. Honestly, evil nightmare points. He wanted them. There was no telling what kind of light the familiar netherworld deities of the mall would be if they could be summoned in person. But if we were to let Jiang Lan harm people for the sake of evil nightmare points, then forget it. He had just exchanged paper wedding ghosts, and he was not sleepy, and he was a little impatient to see the color. The paper man he had previously eyed for Yen Yen Lu was not even a paper soldier, just an ordinary paper puppet. But even if it's just paper puppets, it's enough to do a lot of things. The usual 3 or 5 strong men were absolutely no match for the paper puppets. Getting up from the bed, Jiang Lan's mind moved. Instantly, a touch of obscure to the extreme energy slowly flowed in his hand. As soon as this cryptic aura appeared, the temperature within the entire room lowered quite a bit in a flash. But Jiang Lan had long since gotten used to it. He smoothly pulled a piece of white paper from the side, and his hands began to rub on it continuously, and in just 2 or 3 seconds of work, a vague red figure was formed in Jiang Lan's hands. The paper was white paper, yes, but the paper figure that was pinched was an incomparable scarlet color. A few moments later, a small paper figure about 50 centimeters in length and dressed in red appeared in Jiang Lan's hand. Paper marriage ghost. At this point, it's only a pinch. There was just one more step to go before this paper marrying ghost could truly be of use to him. Points of view. If you don't dot your I's, this paper wedding ghost is just like an ordinary paper puppet. Jiang Lan's thumb gently scratched across the index finger's knuckle, and dots of blood beads emerged. Pressing his fingertips to the location of the red-clothed paper figure's eyes, Jiang Lan chanted in a low voice, "Dim and dark, heaven and earth are born together, dispersed to become gas, gathered to take shape, the ancestor of the 5 elements, the essence of the 6 armors. Soldiers fight with the day, and the time follows the order." This incantation, too, was passed down from Jiang Lan's ancestors. It didn't work in a previous life, but in this one, it's a necessary step to punctuate it. Essence blood with spells, not one less. If you make a wrong step, it is a lost cause. But Jiang Lan had been exposed to these things since he was born, and it was absolutely impossible to make a mistake. The red-clad paper man was stained with a bright red at the location of his eyes. Then Jiang Lan let go of his hand and the paper man fell to the ground. The moment it landed, the paper man swelled up in a split second, and in less than a breath of time, it swelled up to the size of a real person, standing on the ground, with a shapely and elegant figure. Jiang Lan sized up the woman in red. The woman's dress was as bloodstained as the word wedding embroidered on it in yellow silk thread. With the transformation into a real person, the originally empty face, but also more a red cover, as if the soon-to-be newlywed maiden, waiting for the preferred husband to lift her cover. Around them, a cloudy wind gusted and blew the paper in the room with a clattering sound. Jiang Lan was in a trance for a moment. The scene around him changed from what had been a hut to an antique wedding room. Wedding door open, red lanterns hanging high in the doorway. Outside the courtyard lights and colors, countless dressed in coarse linen. Cannot see the face of the figures standing in the courtyard on both sides. The courtyard doorway, but also parked a large red lacquered sedan chair, and a figure in red, standing right in front of Jiang Lan, even through the red cover, still seems to be able to feel a pair of affectionate eyes behind. It was as if the woman in red before him was really the love of his life who was about to marry him. A sultry voice, like a sob. Lang Jun, you're finally here. Nu waited so hard for you. Jiang Lan, you should have called me master. As Jiang Lan's words fell, the illusion suddenly disappeared. It was him who had let go of his mind just now. Otherwise, he would never have been pulled inside the illusion by a paper man he had made. The purpose, primarily, is to experience it. The paper marriage ghost remained in front of Jiang Lan. He waved his hand, and the paper marriage ghost suddenly faded, like green smoke, drifting away into the air and finally disappearing completely. Jiang Lan was quite satisfied. It's kinda awesome. In the future, if he encountered any trouble, this paper marriage ghost would be able to provide him with a lot of help, although he is a decent person. But from the time Lu Yan came to the store, Jiang Lan vaguely felt that his future days, I'm afraid that life will not be particularly peaceful. What's the saying? The trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Shaking his head, Jiang Lan simply didn't want to think about it. do what you like. Anyway, as long as no one comes over to mess with him, he's not going to take the initiative to mess with anyone else, even if someone comes along and messes with him. Although he didn't know how all the Inhumans' combat strength was, Jianlan was still quite confident in his own paperman, which is all the way through the Land North Region headquarters office. That kid called the police to arrest you? Susi sat in his boss chair with an interested expression. In front of him, it was the courier boy who had been at the entrance of the Jianlan store just a moment ago, wearing the work clothes of which do pass. He had a somewhat helpless expression. Yeah, and said I was mentally ill. That look, it doesn't seem fake. Oh, Susi's eyes flickered. So, that kid doesn't know where to pass? There's no reason to keep the door closed if you know about it. The courier boy nodded. Most likely. I don't know. Immediately afterward, he was a bit puzzled and muttered to himself, strange, these days, are there really any Inhumans who don't know about our company? Perhaps it's a latter-day newly awakened one who hasn't yet come into contact with the Inhuman circle. Susi then asked, can you determine the identity? Nodding his head once more, little brother said, 100%, that's sent in the house. There's no mistaking it. And, look, half talk again. A flash of fear passed through the depths of the courier boy's eyes. The aura in that store at that time was scary as hell. It was much more terrifying than when that group of Exodus disciples invited the immortals. TSK. A little interesting. The day after tomorrow is still so strong? Come on, Xiaolu. You don't need to follow this matter. Tomorrow I will go over to take a look. Good. There is nothing, then I will go. First said this, the little brother seems to suddenly remember something. By the way, the girl who just went to his store. It seems that it is not quite right, and when she went into the store she was obviously a person. When she came out there was one more behind her. It looks like a person, but there's no aura of a living person on her at all. Susi frowned slightly. Where did the people go? I can't get to it. Won't you let me keep an eye on the papier-mâché store? I just left it alone. Chapter 6. My name is Susi. I come from everywhere. Early the next morning, Jianlan got up from the bed, and after a brief wash, opened the store door. The moment he opened the door, he subconsciously narrowed his eyes. The sunlight outside the door made him a little uncomfortable. Ever since he learned the craft of tying paper figures, Jianlan had never been much of a fan of places that were too bright, and when he got over here, his resistance to the light went a few steps deeper. But luckily, it's not a favorite, but it doesn't interfere with life. It didn't take long to open the door. Have 2 bundles of paper money. Jianlan casually pointed to the corner. 20 for a bundle of small ones and 30 for a bundle of large ones. 2 bundles of large ones, and 2 bags of dollar bills. Sincere benefit 100. Jianlan pointed to the collection code on the wall. That's the good thing about being in the dead man's business. Basically no one bargains. After sending the guests away, Jianlan sat alone on a small horse zipper and casually took a book from the side and flipped through it. He wasn't about to make another paper puppet sales pitch. For one thing, it didn't sell that well. The other point is because the system's mission has been completed. As a matter of fact, in the 2 months that he had been bound to the system had only sent him a quest once. He also didn't know what the system's mechanism for sending out quests was. But Jianlan, this person, the main thing was a spontaneous one. Those things inside the evil nightmare store. He coveted them, but to say how much he wanted them, that was not so much. After watching for a short while, the door to the store was once again pulled open from the outside. Jianlan closed the book and looked up. The visitor wore a brown leather jacket, had curly white hair, a somewhat hangdog appearance, and a cigarette holder in his mouth. Jianlan didn't say anything and raised his hand to point to the wall aside. The leather-clad man froze and looked in the direction of his finger, only to see 4 large letters written on the wall. No smoking. He turned and went out the door in some embarrassment, and in a few moments came back again, except that the cigarette he held in his mouth was gone. Jianlan wasn't averse to the smell of smoke, but the store was all flammable, so if it burned, it would be disastrous. Buy something. Seeing that the man was quite knowledgeable, Jianlan greeted him as usual. The man didn't say what he wanted to buy, but just looked Jianlan up and down with an interested look on his face. TCH, little white boy, quite good looking. Jianlan's face sank slightly. This guy, isn't he a little too self-conscious? Jianlan has a pretty good memory. He could confirm that he had never seen this man before today. The first time we meet, the first sentence is out of the mouth to flirt. It is a bit untenable. Jianlan's tone was also somewhat nonchalant. Buy what? The implication was that he should get the hell out of there if he didn't buy something. But unexpectedly, the man shook his head, followed by staring at Jianlan with slightly aggressive eyes. No shopping. I'm looking for you. Jianlan sniffed and frowned even tighter. Looking for me for what? Seeing the man's attitude like this, he also knew that the other party was afraid that he was not coming from a good place, but he hadn't been messing with anything messy since he got here, either. The man spoke again. Let me introduce myself. My name is Susi. from Nadutong. It's the head of the land north region of Nadutong. John Lon drifted off. Now he understood it all. You and the one in the middle of the night, from the same mental hospital? Su Si pulled the corner of his mouth. He had heard the whole process of the debriefing and naturally knew what John Lon meant by mental hospital. Got a chair? Help me find one. John Lon sat back down on his own ponytail and said, No, if you have something to say, just stand and say it. Su Si. He didn't say anything either. Standing in place and looking down at John Lon, Su Si said straight to the point, You're an inhuman, aren't you? John Lon was not stupid. When he heard the two words inhuman, there was a hidden line in his head, connecting the courier boy who knocked on the door in the early morning, and Su Si who was in front of him. But isn't Nadotong a courier company? How did it get involved with the Inhumans? Looking at John Lan's expression, Su Si seemed to know that he should have guessed it, so he continued, You guessed right. Nadutong is a courier company, but it also manages the Inhumans at the same time. The main purpose is to maintain balance between the Inhumans and normal society. John Lan nodded slightly. You go on. Recently, there are often employees who have noticed abnormal fluctuations in your store, so I have to trouble you to come with me, Su Si said. Don't get me wrong, it's just a routine investigation and registration. The company won't interfere too much with the Inhumans. As long as you don't do anything that jeopardizes the society, no one will look for trouble from you. Understood. Although Su Si didn't say it explicitly, he also probably understood that behind Nadutong, it should be the official. John Lan didn't believe that a civil organization had so much power. Standing up, John Lan said, Go. Since it was an official looking for him, he certainly couldn't afford to lose face. At least he was in his 20s, and although he didn't really like to get in touch with the outside world, John Lan still understood the basic rules of the human world. It wouldn't do him any good if he didn't go on this trip. On the contrary, if he went, he would be able to take this opportunity to improve his understanding of the inhuman realm. Seeing Jiang Lan being so nice, Su Si was obviously a bit surprised. Listening to the people down there talking about this horror and that horror, he had thought, before he came, that the owner of this place must be a bad person to live with. I didn't expect that, but it's quite nice to talk. Let's go. The car is at the door. One moment. John Lan backtracked into the house, changed his loungewear into a short-sleeved shirt, and put on a duck-tongued hat before he retraced his steps to the front room. Following Su Si out the door, John Lan locked the store door. The sun was blazing outside, shining on him, making the originally pale complexion a few points more translucent. Su Si glanced sideways at John Lan and smacked his lips. TSK. If this were to be a duck, it would have to be a duck king at least. There are quite a few girls who seem to like this one quite a bit these days. The car was parked not far from the front of the store. Seeing Su Si get into the car, John Lan sat in the passenger seat. The vehicle started and the two of them had a conversation. Dude, what's the name? John Lan. Su Si looked at the road in front of him, but his heart was calculating. He said that he was the head of the Land North region, but he usually mainly managed more affairs in Z City. The Inhuman community, in turn, is extremely small relative to the general population. So basically, as long as it's a local Inhuman, even if he looks at it as if it's new to him, there's basically no one he doesn't recognize as long as they say their name. But the name Jian Lan was indeed the first time he had heard it. Either they were from out of town, or they were Hotian Inhumans who had just recently awakened. Brother Jiang, your ability, how long has it been awakened? 2 or so months now. Jian Lan barely hesitated and answered directly. He wasn't lying about that. After all, it was true that the system had been bound to him for a total of only about 2 months. Chapter 7. My name is Jian Lan. Jian Lan of the Rippling Waves. Which Dutong was not too far from Jiang Lan's store. The car just traveled for less than 20 minutes before arriving at the place. Jian Lan pushed the door and got out of the car, following Su Si as he walked into Nadutong. As soon as he entered, Jian Lan surveyed the surroundings with slight curiosity, a few moments of surprise hidden in his eyes. He was surprised by nothing else, but the fact that this place, actually, really wasn't much different from a normal courier distribution point. No, this place is a delivery hub. If I had to say anything different, it would be the couriers here. Jian Lan watched with his own eyes as a man who wasn't exactly burly, one in each hand, lifted 2 large boxes, and if he was not mistaken, the box should contain a washing machine. One less weighs 100 pounds, and in the man's hands, it's as if he's carrying 2 bags of groceries, his face full of easy writing. Jian Lan narrowed his eyes. This place, it's not all Inhumans, is it? To say that an ordinary person could have this kind of power, then he would never believe it. At least 200 pounds of something, ordinary people may not be able to carry it even on their backs, let alone hold it up with one of each hand. As if he could see Jian Lan's surprise, Su Si, who was walking in front, paused in his steps and turned back to him. You're not wrong. This place is indeed full of Inhumans. Jian Lan's eyebrows raised slightly. Awesome. After the casual conversation in the car just now, he and Susie had also become a little more familiar with each other. If you want to join, you are always welcome, Susie said. The company pays well. If you join the company, you'll definitely earn more than if you opened a store selling burnt paper. Jianlan smiled. It's not necessary. He wasn't much of a fan of too much contact with other people, and when he joined the company, he couldn't help but deal with his co-workers on a regular basis. Susie didn't really expect Jianlan to join, and after hearing Jiang Lan's words, he didn't continue to persuade him to join, but simply said, "Come on, go upstairs and give me some basic information and I'll give you an assessment. If there's nothing wrong, you can leave." As they spoke, the two had already walked to the elevator location. The two took the elevator all the way to the third floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened slowly. The third floor finally didn't look like a courier station, but rather like an office building, with room doors next to each other, mostly closed. Occasionally, there was an open door, and when you looked in, the people inside were also basically in front of their computers, busy with their own work. Led by Susie, Jianlan arrived at the door of an office. Susie pushed the door open and Jianlan looked towards the house. On the east side of the room was a huge wooden table with a boss chair behind it. In the center, a set of sofas arranged horizontally and vertically. On the far west wall, a television hung. There's some greenery around it for decoration and stuff like that. Only after seeing the room in its entirety did Jianlan turn his eyes back to the sofa. On the couch sat a man. He was dressed in a smart black suit, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, and his hair was immaculately combed. Seeing Jianlan and the two of them enter the room, the man on the sofa stood up and walked over to Jianlan to extend his hand. Jianlan also passed his hand up, hands clasped together. The man was just about to speak when he was interrupted by Susie beside Jianlan. "His name is Susan. Just call him Sanner." Susan glared sideways at Susie before he turned his head back around and said, "Hello, my name is Susan." "Hello, Jianlan." Okay, no all no. Grab the business. People still open store. Susie finished, straight to the boss chair but sit down, then raised his feet, resting on the table. Susan glared at Susie again, with a few hints of helplessness hidden in his expression. "You're in charge." "That's right." Susie had a face that took it for granted. "But you're the assistant in charge. You can't watch me as I work, right?" Jianlan was expressionless, but in his heart, he felt that this pair of brothers was quite interesting. One Susan, one Susie. They sound like blood brothers at first sight. "I just don't know if there's a CO de CO air. I don't have time to get into a tussle with you right now," Susan said, bringing Jianlan to sit down on the sofa with him. He looked at Jianlan, followed by picking up a pen and taking another small notebook at the coffee table in front of him and said, "Routine questioning is next, so take it easy." "Aha. Your name is Jianlan? Which Jiang? Which Lan? The waves are raging that riverland." Susan's brain was also bright, and he directly wrote down Jiang Lan's name on the book and asked immediately afterward. "Age? 20 years old in weeks and 21 in false years. Well, how long has it been since you awakened your powers?" "Big last month on the 10th. That was the time when Jiang Lan crossed over. By all rights, he was crossing over in the flesh, and in this world, he should be considered a black person. As it happened, though, his ID was sitting in his wallet when he crossed over, and Jianlan verified that his ID card would work just as well in this world. At least it's possible to tie up all kinds of software, as well as buy bus tickets and airfare. It also made him wonder if the world had originally existed with a person like him in it. But it's useless to think so much when you're already here. "What ability did you awaken?" Although Susan's tone was inquisitive, his words carried a slight meaning that could not be refused. However, Jianlan hadn't been thinking of hiding himself, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger or anything like that, so he replied painfully, "Ty the Paperman." Susan raised his head. It was reasonable to say that the supernormal abilities that were automatically awakened after birth were mostly related to one's own strength, and things like controlling corpses and parasites to manipulate external objects are basically something you have to learn from a young age. But the ability he awakened was actually a paper zapper? A touch of surprise vaguely flowed out of Susan's eyes, but he had no intention of pursuing the matter further. For one thing, he could tell that Jianlan wasn't lying. Secondly, everyone's psychic ability is different from each other, so it's not outrageous to have an exception every once in a while. Would it be convenient to demonstrate? "I need a basic assessment of your abilities." "Okay." Jianlan nodded. "Give me a piece of paper." Susan instantly understood that Jianlan wanted the paper to prepare it for tying paper figures. He inquired, "What kind?" "I'll send for it." "No, A4 paper is fine." Jianlan pointed down to a bunch of blank A4 paper for office use on the coffee table. Susie? Although they don't understand the line of paper tying people, they both know that the paper used to tie paper people. "I'm afraid it should not be this kind." But since Jianlan said it, Susan didn't refute it and just said, "Feel free to take it." Jianglan nodded and casually took a piece of paper in his hand. Immediately afterward, a rich and gloomy aura overflowed from his body in all directions. On Jianglan's hands, a faint layer of black air covered them. As he rubbed his hands together, a miniature version of a small paper man continued to take shape in his hands. In just 3 or 4 breaths of effort, the paper man came to life and stood in Jianglan's hands. Chapter 8: Susan's Strength Assessment. Susan fixed his eyes on Jianglan's hand. The paper man had delicate features and looked as if he were a real person. The only thing is that there are no eyes where the paper man's eyes are located. Jianglan didn't sell himself short and directly crossed his fingertips. The office windows faced south, and it was about midday, so the sunlight poured in, illuminating the room with extraordinary light. But as Jianglan scratched his fingertips, it was as if there was an invisible curtain over the window, and the entire room went dark in a flash, as if it were the dead of night. Not so much that you can't reach out and see, but it's hard to see. This bit of darkness wasn't enough to have an effect on Susan Susi. The two looked at each other, both seeing surprise in the other's eyes. It's just a paper man, but it's made such a big fuss? Before, they didn't understand, but now the two brothers sort of somewhat understood why the people below would say that the aura emanating from Jianglan's store was terrifying before. It's really quite scary. With Jianglan's fingers pointing over the paper man's eyes, a ghastly wind appeared out of nowhere in the office where the doors and windows were closed, and the temperature of the entire room instantly lowered, just like an ice cellar, accompanied by vague, sobbing whispers and wails. The fact that this would happen really has little to do with the paper people themselves. Rather, it was the lone ghosts wandering around that haunted for a while when they saw that there was no more chance of occupying the paper man's body. However, it was only for a while. When the paper man had completely finished dotting his eyes and possessed his own soul, those lone souls and wild ghosts knew that there was no hope for them at all, and they wouldn't make any more trouble. After all, a carrier of such high quality as a paper person, not to say once in 1,000 years, but also very rarely encountered. Jianglan nodded his eyes while reciting the incantation in a polarized voice. Dim and dark, heaven and earth are born together, dispersed to become gas, gathered to take shape, the ancestor of the 5 elements, the essence of the 6 armors. Soldiers fight with the day, and the time follows the order. Immediately afterward, he let go and the paper man hit the ground. The original palm-sized paper man, after landing, expanded rapidly and became the size of a real person in an instant. And this entire process, long to say the least, was actually nothing more than even less than 10 breaths of effort. The paper man stood behind Jianglan, motionless. The visions in the office also dispersed as the paper man took shape. The room regained its brightness, and the expressions of the two brothers, Susan and Susi, calmed down. Susan surveyed the paper man. This paper man of yours, how's the battle? Jianglan thought for a split second, then replied, taking on 2 or 3 ordinary human strongmen at the same time won't be a problem. Although he didn't want to hide anything from the public, Jianglan wasn't so bad that when people asked, he revealed his bottom line in a brain. That's not real, it's lack of heart. This paper man he tied up was just a most ordinary paper puppet, not even a paper soldier. If you counted by combat power, one paper soldier could be 2 or 3 paper puppets. Well, Susan hesitated for a split second, then said, can I try? Jianglan nodded slightly. He knew that when Susan said to try, he should have wanted to have a couple of moves with this paper puppet of his. As for the purpose, as Susan had said earlier, it was to assess his ability. Jianglan didn't know exactly how strong Susan was, but as an assistant to a regional head, he thought that even if he wasn't the strongest of the bunch, he definitely wouldn't be weak. Since people want to try it, let's try it. Seemingly afraid that Jianglan would be concerned about his identity, Susan continued, don't worry about hurting me, just use your full strength. Yes, Jianglan asked, where to fight? Just here? Come on. Jianglan took half a step back and waved his hand. The paper puppet instantly dodged and pounced towards Susan's position. The middle finger of the index finger of his right hand forked out and went straight for Susan's 2 eyeballs. Susan froze for a moment at this sudden attack. What kind of a person comes up here and gouges his eyes out? That's a little too buried underhanded. By the time Susan finished spitting in his mind, the paper puppet had already pounced on him. Although the speed of the paper puppet was much faster than ordinary people, it was still too slow in front of Susan. Susan dodged, avoiding the paper puppet's fingers that were thrust into his eyes. Seeing that one blow failed, the paper puppet turned his finger into a knife and slashed towards the vital point of Susan's throat. Every move attacked the key points, and was very vicious. In fact, the movements of the paper puppets were not manipulated by Jianglan. Although he was able to take over the control of the paper puppets, he usually didn't choose to do that, and just gave the paper puppets the command to attack with all their might. After the eye dotting, the paper puppet was able to communicate with him to a certain extent, so a few times times Jianlan didn't speak, he was also able to control the paper puppet through his consciousness. The reason why the moves attacked the vitals was probably because paper puppet thought that this type of attack would be able to inflict more damage on the enemy. And it is true. If it was a fight between two people, they might still not go after each other's vitals for various reasons, but the brain of a paper puppet is not as flexible as a human's, much less care about what would happen if they did kill the enemy. Opposite Jianlan, Su-san once again dodged the attack. This time, he didn't continue to dodge and evade, but directly slapped out his palm and printed it on the paper puppet's chest. The paper puppet suffered a heavy blow, and its body immediately flew backwards. The office venue was not that big, and just as the paper puppet was about to hit the wall, Su-san's hand emitted a strange energy fluctuation. An invisible force field surged out, directly wrapping the paper puppet inside. The paper puppet that was originally flying backwards instantly stopped in midair, as if its inertia had completely disappeared. Su-san's hand gently swung down, and only then did the paper puppet fall back onto the ground. Jianlan was quite surprised as he watched Su-san move. What kind of power is this? Mind control? The world of the Inhumans is truly marvelous. Jianlan also waved his hand, and the paper puppet suddenly dispersed like smoke. There is no point in continuing what has been done. The ones that should be tried, after the ones just now, have been pretty much tried, Su-san said with awe in his eyes. Not bad, just 2 months after awakening and you have this level. Rare. The strength of an Inhuman is usually proportional to the amount of time spent practicing. Geniuses exist, but they are not rare. That's why in today's Inhuman world, age generally represents strength. The older you get, the stronger you get. Like the strength that Jianlan's paper puppet had shown just now, compared to other worldly people of the same generation. Although there was some gap, it wasn't much, but his ability had clearly only been awakened for 2 months. If you do the math, this kid is a rare genius. But what Su-san didn't know was that the combat power of this paper puppet was the weakest among the types of paper people Jianlan could make. Su-san continued, I have a rough idea of your level. You just became an Inhuman not long ago. Is there anything you want to know? I can probably talk to you about it. Jianlan nodded. Seeing for the first time a corner of the hidden world, he was certainly curious. Chapter 9, The Big Business of 100. Half an hour later, Jianlan got up from the office couch. Thanks a lot. After Su-san's question and answer session, he now had a rough understanding of the Inhuman realm as well. At the same time, Jianlan had a relatively vague position on his own strength. If the means are exhausted, he should have quasi-first-tier strength. A single paper puppet is not considered powerful. It's okay to deal with ordinary people, but if it's against an Inhuman, not to say that it's not useful at all, it's also very chicken ribs. But Jianlan could do more than just make paper puppets. And, although he hadn't tried it himself, he estimated that he was currently able to control no less than 5 paper people at once. 10 might not be impossible to maneuver if it was at its limit. The paper man who had succeeded in dotting his I's possessed his own divine soul, yes, but the paper man's divine soul was all split from Jianlan. Once it's too much, he'll be the first to suffer. The paper man that was sold to Lu Yanyan had the extra step of recognizing the owner by dropping blood, so it would have nothing to do with Jianlan. Instead it would only consume Lu Yanyan's divine soul. There's nothing wrong with me. Alright, leave if you're fine. This is my phone number. Feel free to contact me if you have any problems in the future, Su-san said, taking out a business card and handing it to Jianlan. Jianlan took it smoothly and thanked him before preparing to leave. Just then, Su-si, who had been sitting on the boss chair, suddenly spoke out. Later, Jianlan looked sideways at Su-si's position. Su-sideo, the little girl who shopped at your place in the wee hours of the morning was also an Inhuman? Yes. Jianlan knew that Su-si was asking about Yan Lu. It's all to where it's all through, and the oops in the wee hours of the morning, naturally, is cleared up. Do you have any info on her? The employee under my hand said that he hasn't seen that girl locally either. Su-si said, don't get me wrong, it's just that Z City hasn't been very peaceful lately, and the Quan sex gang is popping up again. At times like this when there are foreigners coming over, their motives aren't necessarily pure. If you know about her, talk to me. If you don't, forget it. Although Su-si had a hangdog look, from his words, Jianlan was also able to detect that this was a very delicate and intelligent person. This type of questioning may seem like a way to get him to talk if he wants to and not if he doesn't want to, but COC puts the whole sex thing up front in advance. Just now, Jianlan and Su-san had talked quite a bit, and all sex was naturally included. Omnipresence. Believing in omnipresence preserves the truth and does not tire the form with objects. These words originally referred to the preservation of the original nature of life at its inception, but by now, the word has long since been misinterpreted by omnisexuality as unleashing nature to its fullest. Simply put, omnisexuals are a bunch of lawless lunatics who only care about themselves. As long as you're happy, You don't care about the flooding behind you. Omnisex is also the largest evil faction in the entire inhuman realm, and belongs to the kind of existence that everyone has to kill whenever they meet it. But no matter what organization, there are good guys and bad guys in it. Omnisex surely has good people in the conventional sense as well, but that's ultimately a tiny minority of a tiny minority. The evil ones, that's the majority. In this way, Su Si had already put his words in front of him, and if Jianlan knew but didn't disclose it, if something really happened, it would become his problem instead. Jianlan's eyes flashed slightly. As expected, to be the head of the entire Land North region, this Su Si wasn't a light. Jianlan just didn't really like dealing with other people. Not that he couldn't deal with people. After a little thought, he said, I only know her name is Lu Yinyan, the other. Right, listen to the accent lake inside. Then I also sold her a paper puppet. When listening to Jianlan say the first half of the story, Su Si didn't seem to have much of an expression. However, he blinked when Jianlan said that he had sold the paper puppets to Yanyan Lu. The paper man is still able to act on his own after he's detached from you? Can't, Jianlan said. However, paper people can recognize their masters, and after recognizing them, even if they are detached from me, they are still able to follow the will of their masters. After recognizing the owner to someone else, the paper man had nothing to do with Jianlan itself. Su Si's interest intensified a few points. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't care too much even if they knew about it. But Su Si was different. He is the person in charge of the north region of Luton, and his vision is naturally longer than that of other people. Anyway, he was keenly aware of the benefits that Paper Man could bring to the company. Being an inhuman, especially a corporate inhuman, there are certainly a lot of dangerous scenarios to deal with, and there are even times when you run head-on into totality. There are also casualties from time to time. However, if you can manually equip a paperman, whether it is in advanced scouting, or to help in the battle, it can be a considerable help. Of course, this was only a vague idea of Su Si's. Moreover, Jianlan's paperman is still a bit too weak for now. It's okay for ordinary people, but when it comes to an inhuman, not to say that it's not useful at all, it can only be said that it's a chicken ribs very much. However, out of curiosity, Su Si still wanted to inquire first. He inquired, "Your paperman, how do you sell it?" Jianlan was stunned. The reason he froze was not because Su Si asked him the price of the paperman, but the words that appeared on the virtual light screen in front of him. Trigger quest. Sell 100 paper figures to Nadatone. Reward, nightmare points *100. Before it was 10 points for selling one. Shouldn't it be 1,000 for selling 100? Jianlan mentally slandered a sentence. But no matter what, it's always good to trigger a quest again. And 100 points, that's a lot. Can unlock quite a few new things. So now here's the question. How to get Su Si to buy 100 paper figures? Paper puppets definitely don't work. Fighting power is too low. Even if he bought it cheaply, Su Si might not be interested. In that case, it's only a slight show of strength. There is no limit to the types of paper people that the system is talking about. Jianlan counted whether he was selling paper puppets, paper soldiers, paper generals, or anything else. There's a 32,800, 100,000, and a 500,000, depending on which one you want. There are 3 kinds? Su Si was surprised. What he didn't know was that there were more than just 3 types of paper figures that Jianlan was now able to make. Counting the paper wedding ghosts and paper horses, there are 5 of them. Once he got a certain number of nightmare points, he was able to continue unlocking crafting categories. Yes, Jianlan nodded. They are paper puppets, paper soldiers, and paper generals, and the price is different for the different battle power they can exert. The eyes of Susan next to Jianlan flashed. So the one you just built is paper puppets. Jianlan added 32,800. Su Si grinned. Good boy. Still hiding. It's a good thing he asked an extra question, or the kid would have hidden it in the past. Get a paper general out and see? Jianlan carried a purpose and naturally wouldn't refuse. No problem. It's just a small place. Chapter 10, $500,000? What's the difference between that and a backhanded offer? 5 minutes later, it goes everywhere. 3 floors underground. This place, the entirety of which was made of special materials, both the walls and the floor, were glowing with a layer of metallic gray. Come on. Su Si clapped his hands. This place is specially made. It can't be broken, and the place is big enough. Jianlan looked toward the surroundings. Big enough indeed. A rough estimate is close to 2,000 square feet, and other than a few load-bearing poles, the entire site is free of any other debris. Jianlan marveled a bit. I didn't realize that there was such a place in the company. It was thought to be used only for cutting between inhumans. Which one do you want to see? Su Si didn't even think about it and said, "Of course it's the most powerful. Don't worry, the company isn't short of money. I will consider purchasing a batch of them if they can really be used. Jianglan was delighted. It's really true that when you're sleepy, you get a pillow. He had just received a task from the system not too long ago, and this moment Su Si said that he wanted to make purchases. He naturally had to do his best to facilitate this business when people had said so. And the most important thing to make this business happen is to show the strength of the paper people. Without any nonsense, Jianglan directly drew out a piece of paper. The gloomy aura spread out instantly. As he rubbed his hands together for a while, the paper man took shape. Next, the eye dotting empowers the soul in one fell swoop. The paper man landed, and the whole thing didn't even take 5 seconds. After landing on the ground, the paper man swelled and grew bigger in a flash, turning into a mighty sergeant who was close to 2 meters tall, wearing bright silver armor and holding a long spear. Whether it was the sense of oppression or the aura, the paper general was far too powerful than ordinary paper puppets. Seeing that the paper would fall to the ground, Su Si's pupils suddenly shrunk. This thing, that's the strongest thing Jianglan can create? The paper man before, and the mighty sergeant now, were simply not on the same level of existence. The aura emanating from his body was a bit outrageous even to the two of them. This is something that a person who has just awakened his powers for 2 months can really build? Jianglan didn't know what was going on in Su Si's mind and simply inquired, "Fight?" Su Si looked at each other, and Su Si nodded slightly. Then Su Sandao, "Come on." As the words fell, an inexplicable aura emanated from him. Jianglan also gave orders to the paper general. "Go on, don't hurt him." Su San? "No, what do you mean, don't hurt me? Well, at least I'm a precursor in human. You just awakened 2 months ago. That's a bit much to say, isn't it? You're looking down on people, aren't you?" Sparing Su San's good cultivation, there were a few moments of anger at this moment. He was not polite at all, and the invisible force field rushed directly at the paper general. The paper would come into contact with the force field, and its movements would instantly stiffen, and its original forward stance would come to a complete stop. Su San's hands were trembling slightly. Obviously controlling the paper general was not exactly easy for him either. The face-to-face stalemate lasted close to half a minute. Boom! There was an explosion, and the paper would finally break through the barrier. The moment he was free of the restriction, he carried his spear and charged straight towards Su San. Su San's face changed as he tried to dodge. However, he was shocked to realize that with his speed, there was absolutely no way he could dodge this strike from the paper general. It was as if his body was locked in place, and the overwhelming malice rushed straight towards his heavenly aura. The paper would not look fast, but each step seemed to tread on his heart. Boom! Boom! Every time paper general stepped, even the ground appeared to tremble slightly. You know, this area, it's made of special materials. The power required to shake it was extremely terrifying. Paper willed the sharp tip of the lance, reflecting a chilling light from the incandescent lamp overhead. Gulp! Su San gulped with some trepidation. Though nervous, he wasn't particularly scared. By now, he was convinced that Jianglan wasn't being arrogant when he said just now that he told the paper general not to hurt him. If it was a life and death battle, his chances of winning would definitely be no more than 20%. A paper man with such terrifying strength? Thinking of this, Su San's pupils once again shrunk violently, because the tip of the paper general's spear had stopped at the vital point of his throat at an unknown time, less than a centimeter away. Su San had no doubt that as long as the paper would gently hand out his hand, the lance that was glowing with cold light would easily be able to stab him through and through. Just then, Jianglan waved his hand. The paper general's body suddenly faded and then turned into green smoke, completely dissipating into the air. In reality, paper will not disappear. It was the same as the paper wedding ghosts as well as the paper puppets from before, only it wasn't that Jianglan had let them return to their bodies. After obtaining the system, within his dantian, there was an additional place where he could store paper figures. The space is limited and can only accommodate up to 5 paper people at a time, but that's enough. Although making paper figures was also a snap for Jianglan, it also took time. As for the paper man that he had stored within the space of his dantian, as long as he moved his mind, he would be able to summon it out again. If there was some kind of emergency and it was too late to make it, or if there were no materials on hand, then the dantian space would be able to come in handy. After retrieving the paper man, Jianglan inquired, "Well?" With a frustrated look on his face, Su San didn't say a word and backed up to Su Si's side, and Su Si was silent for a while before he asked with a somewhat hard-to-believe expression on his face, "This ability of yours, has it really only been awakened for 2 months?" In reality, there was no need for him to personally do something like registering an inhuman. It was only when the people below said that Jianglan was a bit special that he personally went over to find Jianglan. Originally, he was thinking of letting people go after registering them, but he didn't expect that the surprises Jianglan brought to him would actually come in waves. Sure, after Su San's explanation just now, he also roughly knew what level an inhuman who had just awakened for 2 months should be at, and the strength he showed was obviously a bit too much. But Jianglan certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal his system. but it's time to get a little bit of a fix. Zhanglan continued. The ability is newly awakened, yes, but the craft is passed down from my ancestors. After Zhanglan said this, Su Si also felt as if it wasn't unacceptable. After all, the bottom is there. Like Zhanglan's situation, there had been before, but it was just rare. It's possible that you were exposed to something a long time ago, and it was only by chance that it turned into a psychic ability. Usually the starting point for this kind of inhuman is to be quite a bit more powerful than the kind of suddenly awakened acquired inhuman. This thing, $500,000 apiece? If the previous paper puppet was not enough to move Su Si, the paper general was different. Susan's strength wasn't said to be top-notch when placed in the Land North region, but it certainly wasn't weak. If he couldn't even defeat him, that paper general's strength was probably already comparable to some Mesozoic inhumans. $500,000 for a powerful inhuman. What's the difference between that and being upside down? Chapter 11 Su Si's XP system. $500,000 was a random price Zhanglan set. Of course, his paper will be absolutely worth the price, even if it couldn't be permanent, even if it could only be used for a month. The value that it could be put to use in the hands of those who needed it would certainly be far more than $500,000. Yes, but under normal circumstances, the maintenance time of a paper person's divine soul is only about a week. When the time comes, it needs to be fed with essence blood, and each time it is able to delay the time by a week. However, the effect of essence blood feeding will gradually diminish with more and more times. After about 5 times, it will lose its effect completely. In other words, the paper man you buy back will only last for a month and a half at most. When talking business, it's definitely time to get the ugly word in. Otherwise, if he waited for a moment when he was almost done talking before he suddenly said something about the duration of the paper man, Su Si's mental gap would definitely be very large. In that case, I guess the business would have to just blow up. Su Si was slightly stunned. It was true that he hadn't realized that the paperman actually had a time limit. In that case, while $500,000 apiece is quite good value, it's not a good idea to buy them in large quantities. Paper generals are great at fighting, but if you can't use them, they're basically no different than a decoration. Throughout the Land North region, there were basically very few times when things were not peaceful. Inhumans are even less likely to commit crimes due to their smaller base. It's just that it might be useful at this point in time, when the all-sex buggers aren't stopping. But Omnisex has absolutely no use for buying too many paper generals without getting into trouble. Thinking for a while, Su Si asked, "This thing, is it troublesome to recognize the owner? And you said it needs essence blood to feed it. Is it going to hurt your body?" Zhanglan shook his head. "It's not so bad to hurt your body, it's just fingertip blood, just one drop at a time. The process of recognizing the owner is also simple. I'll do it, it's quick." Faced with a big deal, Zhanglan's words were slightly more numerous. 1/2,000,000. If Su Si can really buy 10 in one breath, he does not say wealth freedom. At least he does not have to keep that paper tie store. In fact, in Zhanglan's heart, there was nothing ambitious. When he earns money, he will buy a house, get a gaming room, and stay at home and play games every day, and he will be quite satisfied. $5,000,000 saved is enough to last him a lifetime. So even if it was for the money, Zhanglan had to coax the two lords in front of him. What's that saying? The customer is God. Well, Su Si thought for a while longer, then said, "Then you can give me 2 to try first." Zhanglan's eyes lit up. That's $1,000,000 for 2. And he was confident as hell in his paperman. After getting a taste of it, Su Si would definitely buy from him again. No problem. Any special requests? Zhanglan agreed painfully. Su Si was surprised. Special requirements? It can still be customized? Of course you can. Men and women can be customized for their height, fat, and thin looks. If you like it, I can even customize a female secretary with white skin and long legs for you, and the battle power won't be discounted. Su Si's eyes lit up. Su Si took 2 steps forward and took Zhanglan by the shoulders, raising one eyebrow and whispering, "Sailor suit, double ponytail, something cute, can I get it?" Zhanglan looked at Su Si suspiciously. Looking at the age, I didn't realize that the hobby was quite special, but still, the customer is God. As long as he coaxes Su Si, his $5,000,000 bill will come true sooner or later. No problem. Zhanglan was able to control whatever image the paperman ultimately presented at his whim, but that was limited to the 4 he knew before. Paper puppets, paper soldiers, paper generals, paper horses, like the paper marriage ghost purchased at the Evil Nightmare Mall later on. Zhanglan wasn't able to manipulate the appearance as he wished. It seemed that what it was set in stone at the time of purchase. Zhanglan continued, "Are both in sailor uniforms with double ponytails?" "No, one will do," Su Si said. "The other one you ask Susan." Zhanglan nodded. "One for each of the brothers." At this moment, Susan also came over. Cough. He coughed dryly, then said to Su Si, "You evade for a while, I'll talk to him alone." Su Si raised an eyebrow. Who doesn't know who they are when they're brothers? But anyway, This brother of his was usually a prude, and on the rare occasion that he had this kind of time, he also put away the idea of snickering a bit, and turned around and took a few steps to the elevator entrance. Susan looked at Zhonglan with a somewhat embarrassed smile on his face. Zhonglan's scalp went a little numb at the look. If you have something to say, just say it. That look, I'm not part of your play, am I? Just say what you want. Susan uttered for a long time before he whispered, good figure, want OL uniform, high ponytail, preferably imperial. You know what I mean? Zhonglan nodded repeatedly. I get it, I get it. Susan had made it so clear. How could he still not know? Just pick it up at my store tomorrow. Zhonglan didn't mention collecting a deposit or anything like that. At least it's public. It's not that creditless. And still, Zhonglan had confidence in his paperman. The company, as long as they aren't stupid, would never cross him over that amount of money. While saying that, Zhonglan and Susan also walked towards the location of the elevator entrance. In fact, wanting the paper will, he can make it now. But this thing, it's like picking a lock. When the locksmith comes over, if he swishes the door open, the customer will definitely think it's not worth it. Too slow and impatient customers, so usually you have to fake it, poke around in front of the door for 10 or 20 minutes, and then open the lock with a sweaty head to make the customer happy. Tie-dyeing is also a thing. If he were to rub one out in 3 or 5 seconds like he did just now, Susan Susi would definitely find it not worth it. We all know it's craft money, but knowing it is knowing it, and feeling it's not worth it is feeling it's not worth it. Two different things. Inside the elevator, Susi Dao, I'll walk you back? Zhonglan, on the other hand, said, don't bother, it's not far. I'll just take a cab and go back. That's fine. $2 million right. You give me a bank account and I'll call you. Zhonglan did not think too much. Just now happened to add Susi WeChat. He directly said, WeChat me. Susi glared. My good brother, that's $1 million, not $100. I would like to WeChat you. Limit Zhonglan was a bit embarrassed. It was really because he had never done such a big business before and subconsciously forgot about it. I'll send it to you later then. Chang, Susi said. Remember to invoice haha. Seeing Zhang Lan's appearance, Susi patted his shoulder and said with a serious posture, Inhumans are also citizens. Little brother, your awareness of the law is weak. Tax evasion is not acceptable. No, with an invoice you'd have to add $50,000 each. Chapter 12 Not waterproof or watery. After Zhonglan left, Susan Susi was sitting in the office. What he said about 2 months. Do you feel credible? Susan asked. It makes no sense to dwell on that, believe it or not. At the very least he has a good attitude towards the company. Susi paused and continued. Later let the technical section of the check. But I feel that this kid should be quite innocent. Just then, the office room door was suddenly pushed open. A girl dressed in a whodunit uniform and a cape walked inside the office. She looked a little unkempt, but her looks were still very beatable. Seeing people enter the house, Susan stood up. Baby, Susi also said. The baby is back. How is it over there? The little girl called Baby looked up and stared straight at Susi, and then said in a Sichuan dialect, slippery, did not find. It's fine. It's not a big problem. Susi said. It's probably because that group of rabbits heard that the wind was wrong, and that's why they ran away early. Susan then said, I'm going to head over to the tech section first. Half an hour later, Zhonglan casually ate a bowl of noodles at a nearby small restaurant and returned to the store. Today, after closing for half a day, the store did not have any incoming money. Zhonglan simply did not do business, just entered the house. The store relocked. After a trip to the Nether Pass, he's kind of hitched his wagon to the inhuman world. If it goes well, he shouldn't have to open a store in the future. Although the mosquito legs are no longer small, but the store has to be guarded every day. The cost of time is too high. What's the point of holding on to this little store when there are easier ways to make money? Taking out 2 sheets of top-quality yellow paper in the corner, Zhonglan was ready to get to work. The yellow paper is specially made with a hydrophobic layer on the surface, so that even if it rains, it will have basically no effect on the paper people. Of course, too much rain won't do it. It's paper in the end, not ironclad. Hidden breath surged out of Zhonglan's hands. The breath was black as ink and wrapped the yellow paper in it. As he rubbed his hands together for a while, 2 40 to 50 centimeter long paper figures took shape. There was no difference between the paperman and what Zhonglan had done before. It's all the same simple simplicity. But that's okay. When the eye dotting was done, what Zhonglan had in mind was what the paperman would look like after it took shape. As for how it pinches before the dotting, it doesn't matter. When it was over, the hidden aura on John Lan's hand dissipated. There's no rush in dotting your I's. After all, when you order it, it starts to deplete. It's not too late to order it tomorrow when Susie comes over to pick it up. John Lan yawned, pulled a book in his hand, and returned to the back room in his own room. Lying on the bed, it didn't take long for it to get dark outside. John Lan was just about to put the book down, but suddenly frowned. The paper puppets he sold to Yu Yun Yun. Where did this go? Although the paper puppet had already recognized Lu Yanyan as its master, John Lan was still able to sense, to a certain extent, the environment the paper puppet was in. Before that, it had been nothing special. But now, John Lan was able to sense that Lu Yanyan should have taken the paper puppet and gone to a place with extremely heavy yin qi. Unsurprisingly, it should be a graveyard. John Lan grew up learning to tie paper people, and paper people are the trade of the dead. That was why John Lan could be said to be more than familiar with the scent of the graveyard. What's a little girl doing in a cemetery at this time of night? Surprised for a moment, immediately afterward John Lan's brows stretched. That's it. When he had seen the little girl in the early hours of the morning, he had smelled on her that odor that only came from dealing with the dead on a regular basis. Plus, Yu Yun is also an inhuman. So, her powers have something to do with corpses? Add to that the faint, but already recognizable, Shanxi accent when she spoke. John Lan was a bit surprised. So Yu Yun Yun, that little girl who looks youthful and pretty on the outside, is actually a corpse chaser? TSK. It's true, you can't tell the difference between people. If he hadn't come into close contact with it and just looked at it from afar, he wouldn't have believed. Even if he killed John Lan, that Lu Yanyan would be a corpse catcher. But love is what it is, right? It's not about him. Master, incoming text message. Read the text message. John Lan's cell phone lit up with a cacophony of childish sounds. Grabbing his cell phone from his pillow, John Lan looked at the text message display. Wachovia Bank, your account with tail number 3477 earned $1,000,000,000 on June, leaving a balance of $104.235.42. John Lan's eyes widened. What's this? Getting rich? To be honest, the money came too easily. So much so that a slight sense of unreality appeared in John Lan's heart. The card number he sent to Susie when he got back. However, John Lan thought that it would take tomorrow for the account to arrive, but he didn't expect Susie's side to be so efficient. Right now his mood was one word. Cool. Finally, I don't have to keep this little tie store. As a matter of fact, John Lan had run a papier-mâché store in his previous life. After years of looking at the store, he'd gotten tired of it long ago. It's just that he doesn't have any other means of earning a living other than tying paper figures, which is why he has to return to his old ways. But where there is a choice, John Lan does not want to open a store. Certainly, much less a part-time job. It is impossible to work part-time, not in this lifetime. He couldn't stand the feeling of being called around by his boss. After a while of excitement, John Lan's mood gradually calmed down. No matter how much more he was an inhuman, what he did just now was really a bit unproductive. $1 million seemed like a lot, but now that he had gotten on Susie's good side, it would be hard for him to lack money even if he wanted to in the future. After the excitement, John Lan was also a bit tired. He had consumed quite a bit today as well. Tying a paper man can also be exhausting. A sense of sleepiness flooded into his mind. John Lan rolled over, and it didn't take long before his breathing gradually evened out and he fell into a deep sleep. A dreamless night. John Lan rested well yesterday and got up early today. As the saying goes, people are happy when they are happy. The gold master would be here in a while, and even for the sake of the money, he had to get up early. John Lan briefly washed up and opened the store door, while he himself sat on a small pony. He wasn't made to wait too long, and in just over an hour's work, Susie walked in through the door. John Lan was all smiles. Here you are, have a seat. Susie sniffed and flirted. Wasn't I told to stand if I had something to say yesterday? Today there's a seat? John Lan's heart slandered. Yesterday was the god of pestilence. Today is the god of wealth. The treatment must be different. Thinking about it, he didn't show it on his face, but took out his cell phone, opened the photo album, and found the photos of various double ponytail sailor suit cute girls that he saved yesterday and said, see which one you like. It's guaranteed to be exactly the same. And so picky? Sure. Susie looked at the album and then looked up at John Lan. He wanted to say something, and half a dozen times he did. It's really exactly the same? John Lan glanced at him. It's not waterproof inside and it doesn't come out. Chapter 13 Business Ghost Su Laosher. Ahem. Susie coughed twice in some embarrassment. What are you saying? Can't understand. John Lan was speechless. Forget it if you can't understand it. Are you still picking? Pick. that must be picked. Su Si's eyebrows danced, but he didn't look at Jianglan's cell phone. Instead, he pulled his own out of his pocket and opened the album. Is it okay to use the one I have here? Jianglan nodded. No problem. What the paperman looked like after it was molded was a matter of his thoughts. Since Su Si had a request, Jianglan certainly had no reason not to fulfill it. Saying that, Jianglan looked at Su Si's photo album. Just one look and he tugged at the corner of his mouth. Su Si, this hobby. Forget it, the customer is God. Jianglan consoled himself, then picked up the paper figure from the side that had been made yesterday, but hadn't been eyed. He scratched his fingertips, and at the location of the paperman's eye sockets, he made 2 rapid nods and recited under his breath. Dim and dark, heaven and earth are born together, dispersed to become gas, gathered to take shape, the ancestor of the 5 elements, the essence of the 6 armors. Soldiers fight with the day, and the time follows the order. As Jianglan recited, visions surged up in the room. The wind gusted and 100 ghosts cried. Even the windows were covered with a cold white frost. But the vision didn't last long, and soon returned to its original state. And the paper figure in Jianglan's hand after dotting his eyes fell to the ground. The moment it landed, the paperman swelled and grew in size, almost just in the blink of an eye, growing to a height of about 1 meter 6. White light flashes and the paper will take shape. Double ponytail, goose egg face, fair skin blowing, body is not outstanding, but the concave place concave, the convex place convex. The paperman was dressed in a blue and white sailor suit, and underneath was a pair of knee-high white socks, with a pair of piggyback brogues on his feet. Crucially, a pair of rabbit ears topped the side of the double ponytail, and a fluffy ball of fur protruded from the back of the sailor suit skirt. Jianglan couldn't appreciate it, but when Su Si saw the molded paper will, his eyes were about to turn into the shape of love hearts. Good, it's exactly the same. Jianglan pulled the corner of his mouth. But isn't it exactly the same? He just pinched them after the people in Su Si's album. It's good that you're satisfied. Jianglan continued. Give me your hand to use. Okay. Su Si put his hand out in front of Jianglan. Jianglan flipped his hand, and his shadowy breath turned into a sharp blade that flew against Su Si's fingertips. Snort! Faint voices rang out and dots of blood bubbled up. Su Si, on the other hand, had a twinkle in his eye. Jianglan, it seems a little too strong. This means of transforming a blade with air didn't seem complicated though. But that speed. He didn't even react just now. By the time he reacted, his fingertips were bleeding, although he had known for a long time that Jianglan had no ill will towards him. But if it did, to put it mildly, he might not be able to react to this knife falling on his neck. Jianglan, on the other hand, didn't even think about that much, took Su Si's hand and printed it on the paper will the center of his eyebrows. Dots of blood stained and quickly absorbed by the paper will. Su Si also stopped thinking about Jianglan and instead raised his eyebrows in a rather surprised manner. This thing feels like a real person's touch, doesn't it? Noticing Su Si's astonishment, Jianglan laughed. Like I said, it's the same as a real person except there's no water. Su Si gave a thumbs up. Brother, you have this craft. Go and open a factory for imitation dolls. You'll definitely make a fortune. Jianglan, this brain circuit of Su Si is really clear. Why hadn't he thought of that before? Can't use it though. The recognition is already done. If you want to fight with the paper will, you just need to communicate her to give instructions. Su Si sniffed and closed his eyes to feel carefully for a while. Ever since the blood dropped just now, it was as if he had established some sort of connection with the paperman in front of him. It's an amazing feeling, one that can be felt but not described. With a thought in his mind, a shadowy aura escaped from the hands of the twin ponytail paper general. When the shadowy aura dissipated, an incomparably sharp, miserable white lance appeared in her hand. The long spear was so sharp that one had no doubt that if one were to be stabbed by a spear on their body, they would definitely not be able to escape a pair of piercings. Su Si looked at the paper will and simply couldn't be more satisfied. For $500,000, you can buy a helper that is good-looking and extremely powerful in battle. He could only use it for a month or so, but even so, he had made a lot of money on this deal. Su-san didn't come? No, you just get it straight away and I'll just bring it back to him. Su Si said. Did he tell you yesterday what kind he likes? Said. Jianglan responded with a sentence, his hand moving extremely fast, picking up another paper figure that hadn't yet been eyed. 3 breaths later, the paperman landed and grew larger, turning into a curvaceous, wonderful woman. The woman was wearing an OL uniform with a beautiful face and a curvy figure. The legs underneath the black wraparound skirt were wrapped in stockings, making them even more slender. Underneath her feet was a pair of leather heels. Jianglan's aesthetics were still online, so the paper will made, even without a photo reference, could not be picked out. Susie stared at the paper will look up and down, then smacked his lips. TCH, I can't believe Lausan likes this one. Zhang sniffed and slurred in his heart. It's always a little more normal than you like. A double ponytail is a double ponytail, and you have to have a bunny tail on the back of your ass. And that picture, it's clearly a certain female bodhisattva, right? It also has to be the kind you flip out to sea. You can just take her back with you, and recognizing the owner is simple. Just use the blood of the fingertip of your right index finger and point it at the center of your eyebrow. Got it, Susie said. Then I'll leave first. Come back some other day. Having just gotten the paper will, he was naturally anxious to try it out and didn't have the heart to chat with Zhang nodded. Just as Susie was about to go out, Zhang suddenly called out to him from behind. Wait, what's going on? Nothing, just giving you a little bit of legal knowledge. Zhang said, Inhumans are also citizens. It's illegal to go out over the wall, and spreading obscene and astringent content is punishable by imprisonment if caught. Susie? No, I didn't spread it. Didn't you just show it back to me? Susie. Zhang smiled. Just kidding. Invoice to tweet you later. Susie paid $1,010,000 and has brought out the tax money. Without saying anything else, Susie took the two paper generals and turned around to walk out of the store. Seeing Susie leave, Zhang pondered for a moment. Now that there is money, the next natural step is to think about how the money should be spent. The store is definitely not open. Even if it's open, they don't sell paper money anymore. Once this opening in the company is opened, he will certainly not lack of customers in the future. And moreover, he will not lack of money. To put it bluntly, selling paper money that 180, Zhang has been a little bit to see. Chapter 14, The Big $5 Million Deal. 3 days later, in the evening, Zhang lay bored in his new home. The house was a second-hand house he had bought, and although it was small, the neighborhood was upscale and nicely decorated. Supposedly it was the homeowner's bridal home, and they didn't live in it for more than a few days total before moving out. 60 square meters, 980,000. I was too lazy to take out a loan to get the paperwork, so Zhang took the full payment directly, and the decoration is also quite cozy, quite suitable for Zhang. It's kind of a pick-me-up. Now in Zhang hands, the money left is just over $100,000, but this way Zhang was already quite satisfied. June 7th, after crossing over for only 2 months and 7 days, he had solved his housing problem, and it would be too much not to be satisfied. And although the card is now at the bottom of the fund, it probably won't be long before there's another long string of zeros. Zhang knew that in these 3 days, the two paper generals hadn't fought except for a sparring match when they were first brought back by Susie. He also knew that all sects hadn't been very honest in recent times. As long as a conflict breaks out, Susie will surely come back to him to buy paper figures, although there is no positive contact. But even if only listening to Susan oral, Zhang also know that the whole sects that are a group of murderous lunatics. That said, it is possible for a company to really go toe-to-toe with omnisects, and it is possible for people to get killed. Even if there were a lot of inhumans in the company, a life of an inhuman whose battle strength could reach the level of a paper general was clearly worth more than just $500,000. When there is a real battle, paper will undoubtedly be a cheap and powerful combatant. On the contrary, on the side of the little girl called Yu Yun, the night before last, the paper puppet suddenly didn't know who it was fighting with. Not only did they fight, but Zhang could clearly feel that the paper puppets were broken up. Paper people are actually considered expendable, and when they break apart, they can't be repaired. But Zhang didn't take it too seriously. He wouldn't care what Yu Yun was going to do if he sold it anyway. As for her WeChat, it was deleted by Zhang the next day. She did re-add Zhang twice, but they were all ignored by him. It's still the same. It's okay to sell your craft, but not your body. And Yu Yun isn't his favorite type either. In fact, Zhang had never had the idea of finding a girl to fall in love with since he was a child. It's not rigorous to say that. He'd had it before during his adolescent hormonal turmoil, only to have his old man kick it away twice. Then he's been maternally single until now. The point is that he doesn't really like interacting with people and instead enjoys his alone time more. Aside from making money and unlocking the evil nightmare mall, there really wasn't anything Zhang particularly wanted to do at the moment. If I really have to say anything, it's reading books and playing games. Computer accessories, peripherals, tables and chairs he has bought all finished. This moment are on the road. 2 or 3 days after the arrival of the successive. Ding! The WeChat beep sounded. Zhang picked up the phone and scanned it, then hastily unlocked it. Speak of the devil. Su 4, is it convenient to make 10 paper wills? Su C, anxious. JPG, Zhang looked delighted. $5 million. $5 million. You can't spend it all in one lifetime. No, it's 5.5 million. Rainy night with a knife and no umbrella, come and get it. Since Susie said it was expedited, there was no need for him to drag his feet. Susie quickly returned the message. Susie, no way brother, I can't get away from here. Either you come to send a trip? John Lon didn't even think about it and directly sent an emoticon of counting money to Susie. Susie, I'll give you an extra 2,000 to run errands. Come on over. John Lon bristled. We're talking about a $5 million deal and you're giving me $2,000 to pay off a beggar? Rainy night with a knife and no umbrella, hold on. I'll be right there. His mouth said no, but John Lan's body was still honest. How about $2,000? Gaming table and chair money out. I can't blame him. In his last life he ran a papier-mâché store. The store is not too big, and it's considered a New Year's Eve to make $30,000 to $50,000 a month. Normally, in addition to rent and utilities, you can have 5, 7 or 8,000 left over each month, even if the business is good. Now he has the ability, but the change of mind cannot be so fast, more or less still tainted with mercenary. John Lon would like to be a beautiful boy who doesn't eat the earth, but nay the actual conditions he doesn't allow it. He quickly grabbed a few sheets of paper, threw on a random set of going out clothes, and took the elevator downstairs. The house John Lon bought was on the 18th floor. It was the kind of floor that most people avoided, but he didn't think anything of it. It would be a bit of a stretch to be jealous of the dead when you used to eat them. The elevator was fast, and it didn't take long to reach the first floor. John Lon walked out of the unit door. The location of this neighborhood is not far from the papier-mâché store, both on South Street. So, it didn't take long to get to the office. When he came to the entrance of the neighborhood, he stopped a cab on the road, and after telling the driver's master the address, John Lon began to close his eyes and rest his mind. Not a moment later, the car pulled up in front of the door of the Notopia. John Lon had already been here once before. This time it was kind of familiar, walking into the door of which to pass and going straight to the elevator. Walking to the elevator entrance, a young man wearing a Nujitan uniform stopped John Lon. Hello, Mr. John Lon Jiang, right? John Lon was stunned by the question and subconsciously responded. Hello, which one of you? The young man said with a leathery smile. You're really expensive. I'm a psychopath who ran out of a mental hospital. And bipolar disorder. And you're just going to give me the benefit of the doubt? John Lon also said rather awkwardly after realizing the identity of the little brother in front of him. Sorry, misunderstanding. It's fine. Didn't you not know before? Xiao Zhao's expression returned to normal and said, Fourth brother is waiting upstairs. I'll take you up. Good. John Lon nodded. The elevator door opened and the little man pulled out his access control and swiped it, which slowly started the elevator. Reached the 3rd floor. Little brother said, Go find fourth brother and the others yourself. I'll go down first. Thanks. Hard work. John Lon said thank you, then walked directly to Susie's office. The office door was open, and the only person inside was Susie himself. John Lon walked into the house. Susie raised his head. Here we go. Where's the paper man? Did you bring him? John Lon didn't say anything, just shook a pile of paper in his hand. Susie raised an eyebrow. Tied up now? Don't worry. Soon, John Lon said. When he finished speaking, his shadowy breath flowed in his hands. In the blink of an eye, 10 paper figures took shape in his hands. Is appearance a requirement? No, this time. Don't draw too much attention to yourself. Just act like a normal person. Susie said. By the way, it's best to wear a uniform that's common everywhere. Male? After Susie finished making his request, John Lan's side also started to move. His hands were like a factory assembly line, with a paper man landing almost every second. In a total of 10 seconds or so, 10 paper generals with different looks and demeanor took shape in front of John Lon. Chapter 15, A Load of Breadmen. Susie had already seen the production process twice and didn't pay much attention to the visions around him. Moreover, John Lon was also very fast. The surrounding visions had only just risen when his side had already finished dotting the paper man. When it was completely over, the surrounding visions disappeared into thin air. John Lon said, Well, take a look. Are you still satisfied? Susie swept his eyes at the 10 paper generals. No problem. I'll arrange for the finance to transfer the money to you later. Although the process of John Lon tying the paperman seems simple enough, but Susie also knows that this is real craftsmanship. As Susie's words finished, in front of John Lon, a semi-transparent virtual light screen appeared, with 2 lines of text scrolling on it. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Sell 10 paper figures to Nadutong. Receive a reward, Evil Nightmare *100. With the system mission completed and $5 million about to be credited, Jianlan was in a good mood and was in more of a mood to strike up a conversation with Susi. He inquired, "Why are you in such a hurry today? And where's Susan?" Susi sighed and didn't say what exactly was going on, but only said, "Don't mention it, there's an ungrateful bugger, and the oldest one's gone to wipe his ass." Jianlan sniffed and nodded, with no intention of asking detailed questions. Right at this moment, Susi seemed to suddenly remember something and continued, "We might have to fight with these paper people in a while. Can I, alone, control these 10? Jianlan was a bit stunned. Then he looked deeply at Susi. "Yes, I can, if I'm not afraid of really becoming psychotic. Not to mention 10, 100. The soul of a paper person is separated from its owner. Not to mention manipulating 10 paper figures at the same time. Even if Susi only made all 10 of them recognize him as their master, he couldn't afford it. It is not impossible that a minor case of insanity or a major case of outright death will occur." Jianlan continued, "It's not a big deal to maneuver 3 at once, but if it's too many, forget it." Susi froze for a moment, obviously not having thought about it before. There was actually such a limitation. Jianlan saw his doubts and said directly, "It's okay, you can find someone else you trust to control the rest." Susi frowned slightly, seemingly in thought. There are people who believe in it, and there are quite a few of them, but the problem now is that the entire division, the fighting force, is absent. Although there were still some Inhumans who stayed in the branch, those were not very strong, and they were also mostly auxiliary type Inhumans. Susi was in a bit of a dilemma for a while. Jianlan said, "You're such a big place, it's not like 2 people can't find it." Hearing Jiang Lan's words, Susi suddenly brightened up. He looked at Jianlan and inquired, "I can control up to 3, can you? 5 or 6 without overload?" Jianlan said, "At the limit, it should be around 10. He's not like Susi." When Susi wanted to control the paper general, he was relying purely on his divine soul to top it off. And Jianlan, he has skills. When he was bound to the system, he was given an additional ability to hold a puppet. It's the ability to manipulate paper people. And there was no need to recognize the paper man before he manipulated it. After all, he even built the paper man. Being able to sense the state of a paper person who has been sold is also due to the zone puppet ability. Even as long as Jianlan wanted to, he could directly manipulate the paper man who had already recognized Susi as his master. To put it bluntly, the one who buys his paper man and recognizes it as his master just has the right to use it. The final right of interpretation still rested with Jianlan himself. Susi's eyes lit up again. "Is it convenient to accompany me?" "Don't worry, it's definitely not dangerous." Jianlan shook his head repeatedly. No go. He still wanted to go home and study the Evil Nightmare Mall. Susi asked him to follow him, and it looked like there was going to be a fight in a while. Jianlan was a civilized person and didn't like to fight and kill that way. "Unless, I'll raise you $100,000 a trip?" Jianlan got up directly from the sofa. 200,000. Susi agreed painfully, nodding his head directly and saying, "Go." As the saying goes, money talks. Jianlan was naturally unwilling to fight and kill, but with a golden owner paying for it, that's a different story, and which is all through is official. Even if something does go wrong, no one will come after him. It's like slipping in a trip and getting $200,000 for it. Wouldn't it be if all this money wasn't earned? As for the dangers, he's not stupid. Surely he'll protect himself. Jianlan didn't think that anyone could rush out and injure him while surrounded by 10 paper generals. People like that may have been around, but definitely not today. Because of Susi's expression, it wasn't really much of a nervousness. Instead, he looked like he was at ease. This was enough to show that today's enemy, who might be a bit difficult to deal with, would definitely not be particularly outrageous. Otherwise, at this moment, Susi should have called around for reinforcements. The two descended the stairs together, followed by 11 paper generals in great numbers. 10 of them, Jianlan had just zapped out. The other one, a certain female bodhisattva who would not disclose her name, was now supposed to be Susi's personal bodyguard? Susi looked sideways at Jianlan. "Can paper people drive?" Jianlan looked at the little cutie with the like eyes at Susi. "Why don't I just have Paperman fry you 2 more dishes?" Susi pulled the corner of his mouth. In fact, he felt a little whimsical as soon as the words were asked. It does seem a bit unrealistic for a paperman to drive. If it was really that smart, with Jianglan's money-grubbing personality, he would probably have already sent the paperman out to work. By the time an army of millions of paper people are inducted into the electronics factory, 1 paperman is $3,000 a month, 10 is $30,000, 100 is $300,000, and $1 million is. Shaking his head and pushing the unrealistic thoughts out of his mind, Susi said, It would have to be a van, or it wouldn't fit. Jianlan suddenly realized that Susi was worried about this. It's okay. He snapped his fingers, and apart from the female bodhisattva, the remaining 10 paper figures shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the end, turned into a single simulated doll that was only 40 to 50 centimeters tall. It's a different state than before the eye dotting. Before the dotting of the eyes, it was the white paper miniatures, but now reshrinking these is completely equal proportion shrinkage. Face expression demeanor has not changed in the slightest, even the clothes are still wear all through the uniform. It was not just being able to command battles, this was also a kind of vertical puppet. Seeing this, Susi gave a thumbs up. Awesome! Immediately afterward, he pulled open the door of a van bearing the logo of Nagiton, threw 10 dolls into the trunk one after another, and beckoned to Jianlan. Get in the car. Jianlan got into the passenger seat. He was a little nervous. It's kind of disguised as a baker's dozen. 2 lifetimes together. He has been peaceful for more than 20 years. Today suddenly have to go out to help others to calm things. Say that there is no fluctuation in the heart. Certainly is impossible. Chapter 16, First Encounter with Omnisexuality. Don't be nervous, and listen to my command when we get to the place later. Susi sat in the main driver's seat and instructed Jianlan softly. Jianlan, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, nodded slightly. Okay. Immediately afterward, he strapped on his seatbelt and began to close his eyes. The vehicle started and drove down the street. Jianlan was half asleep when Susi's voice rang out. Lao-san, how's it going? Is that bastard dead or not? Summer harvest? Why is that woman there? Wait, hold the man back. I'll be right there. It's okay to have a life. Jianlan continued to sleep, listening to Susi speak. It should be something on the other side of the battlefield that has nothing to do with him. 20 minutes later. Dude, get up. Jianlan heard the voice and opened his eyes in some confusion. I have to say, he's got quite a heart. I was so nervous just now that I ended up falling asleep in the car. He looked out the car window. It was dark outside and half-lit. By the looks of it, it was obviously out of town. And through the car window, he could vaguely hear the sound of a fight coming from a short distance away. Soon, Jianlan came to his senses. Susi waved his hand at him, and Jianlan instantly understood. Go. Trunk open. Jianlan said, unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed the door and jumped out of the car. The trunk door was open, and with a slight movement of his mind, the 10 paper figures, lying in a heap, rolled off the bus in a flurry. The moment it landed, the paper man became humanoid at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10 together and I won't last too long. Susi asked, how long can it last? His mental expectations, 3 minutes. If each of the paper generals under Jianlan's control could utilize the same abilities as when he fought Susan at that time, 10 of them together would be more than enough for 3 minutes. Jianlan sensed the current consumption and made a slight calculation to arrive at a time. 2 hours, maybe, any longer than that. Cough. Susi choked on his own spittle. 2 hours. Not for long? Good buddy. Isn't your understanding of the words not much longer a little different than mine? He didn't want to talk anymore, just waved his hand expressionlessly, signaling Jianlan to follow. Jianlan took a deep breath and followed Susi, walking together in the direction where the sounds of the fight came from. Susi didn't park his car too far away, and in less than a minute's time, in front of the duo, a dilapidated factory building appeared. Inside the factory yard, the two parties faced each other, a group led by Susan, and a number of company employees wearing Naduton uniforms. Next to Susan, there were 2 other people, a man and a woman. The male was on the ground, his hands tied behind his back with rope, and the woman turned sideways to Jianlan, a kitchen knife in her left hand and a sushi knife in her right, staring across the room. Susi walked ahead and entered the courtyard. Yo, hilarious. He looked across the room. Scraper Shaha, and, oh yeah, LV Liang right? Su Laosher? Jianlan glanced toward the direction from which the voice came. The speaker was a woman, with long pink hair and a face that seemed to have a natural charm to it. A sleeveless white shirt on top and a pair of hot pants underneath showed off her figure to the fullest. It made it seem as if one would look at it and be too deep to get out of it. Bone Scraper. I didn't expect that I would have such a great face that the Su family brothers actually came over. Xia he had a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Shouldn't I feel honored? Susi didn't know when, but he already had a cigarette in his mouth. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a wisp of smoke. Unsteadily. Honor or no honor? Let's talk about it at the office. Oh, so eager to take me back? Actually it's fine here. I don't mind. While the two were talking, Jianlan looked behind Xiaohe. On the omnisexual side, there are far fewer people, The living people were only a man and a woman besides Shaha. The man was wearing a green jacket, with a pot-bellied hairstyle, a pair of eyes on the bridge of his nose, and was just under 1 meter 6, looking like a junior high school student. And women. John Lon was a bit surprised. Yu Yun Yun? Did she turn out to be omnisexual? But before, it looked as if the little girl was quite nice and didn't seem like an evil person. It's still the same. You can't judge a book by its cover. Just then, Su Si's voice sounded again. You don't mind I do. So many people are watching. Why don't you go back with me yourself? Save me the trouble of doing it. TSK. Shaha's tone was light. Then it's up to you. Su Si didn't speak again, but instead glanced sideways at John Lon. John Lon understood it by heart. I've taken the money, so I'm sure I'll have to make things clear for them. Not only does he not have to do it himself this time, but there are people who will cover for him if something really goes wrong. Before sleeping in the car, John Lon had already done some mental construction, so at this moment, without the slightest hesitation, he directly reached out and snapped his fingers. Pop! With a crunching sound, 10 paper generals behind him, wearing the uniforms of Nadatone, suddenly scurried straight towards Shaha. Shaha was taken aback by the sudden burst of activity. She was also an old man, so she was naturally able to detect that something was wrong. These Inhumans in their Nadatone uniforms are a little too strong. It is not very difficult to judge the approximate strength of an Inhuman. You'll be able to tell roughly from a few aspects of speed and strength. An Inhuman's physical ability is basically positively correlated with their own strength. If the physical skills were strong, the strength certainly wouldn't be weak to any extent. Conversely, if the physical skills are average, the strength won't be too strong. Of course, there are exceptions to this, like there's a group of Inhumans called Warlocks, which is kind of similar to the mages inside the game. There are also certain innate Inhumans with more specialized abilities, or auxiliary Inhumans. These are still a minority though. There are roughly 80% of Inhumans that are as strong as their physical skills, and these 10 company employees coming towards her were not only ridiculously fast, but also gave Xiaohe a weird sense of coordination. It was as if all 10 of them were sharing the same brain. Even their steps were surprisingly consistent. When did the company get so many awesome guys? It wasn't until then that Xiaohe noticed John Lon. It seemed like it was after this guy snapped his fingers just now that the 10 aliens came together. It's hard not to. A guess flashed through Shaha's mind, but then she dismissed her thoughts. How is that possible? A young man who looked like he was only in his 20s couldn't possibly have this kind of means. There was also no time given to Xiaohe to think carefully. Between her thoughts, the distance between the 10 paper generals and her was already less than half of what it was just a moment ago. The experience accumulated over the years told Xiaohe that he absolutely could not face it head-on. Without a word, she made a dash to straddle the parked motorcycle. The throttle roars. Buzz boom. Chapter 17. What a coincidence to meet again so soon. Summer Harvest's motorcycle seemed to have been modified and had an unusually swift start. Even though the paper wool was already fast, she managed to start it before it was about to touch the motorcycle. Boom! The gas pedal let out a hideous roar, taking Shaha above it to scurry out of the factory yard in a split second. Even Summer Harvest had the leisure to turn back. She stared at John Lan's face. Little one, sis remembers you. We'll meet again. As the distance grew farther, Summer Harvest's voice grew fainter and fainter. The remaining Lu Liang and Yen 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 were dumbfounded. Lu Liang raised his hand. Sister Shaha, but he waited for no response at all to his cries. Summer Harvest has long since run away. The paper will stop where it is. John Lon glanced sideways at Su Si. Chase? Su Si was somewhat helpless. The man is 2 kilometers away, and he can't catch up even if he wanted to. I can bring her back if I go after her. Su Si raised an eyebrow at his words. Chase, I'll give you extra money for bringing the man back. There was no need for John Lon to inquire. He followed up with, make up a hole for you, 500,000. Seemingly remembering something, Su Si continued with a brief reminder. Remember, don't get too close to her. This woman's ability is called muscle breath. If you fall for her ability, you will be aroused by lust and be at her mercy. You must be careful, don't fall into her ways. John Lon nodded without the slightest bit of nonsense. Flipping his wrist, a pile of yellow paper appeared out of thin air in his palm. In his hands, the shadowy aura turned madly. Go! John Lon let out a low whistle, and a dozen sheets of yellow paper fell to the ground, instantly transforming into a tall horse with flowing hair. Its nostrils spewing out scorching smoke between breaths, as if they possessed self-awareness. The 10 paper generals straddled the paper horses. John Lon also rolled over and rode on the back of one of the horses. Hiss! The high horse neighs, then rides off and disappears into the courtyard. Su Si's eyes flickered. John Lon still has this? But a paper horse, can it really outrun a motorcycle? When the others present saw this sudden change, they all froze for a moment. LV Liang also reacted quickly, knowing that Xiaohe had already left on his own, and directly got into the van parked next to him. Seeing this, Lu Yanyan hurriedly said, "Wait for me." As she said that, she also sprinted to the car. Other side, the paper horse was extremely fast, and in just 10 seconds or so, Jianlan resaw the tail light of Xiaha's motorcycle. In front, Xiaha also seemed to notice the movement on Jianlan's side and looked in the rearview mirror. There was a moment of dismay in her expression. From the start, Summerhall had welded the throttle shut. Only located in the suburbs, the front is all dirt roads, so even if the throttle is twisted to the end, the speed is only 120 to 30 kilometers per hour. But that's not slow enough. Even most highway-moving cars, that's about as fast as you can go. But that young man actually rode up on horseback with all those employees of Wherever Pass? What a joke. What kind of horse can run that fast, even if it really could go that fast? The question is, where did the horse come from? Is it possible that it could have been made out of thin air? Even if Xiahe was one of the 4 madmen of all sex, he could not help but feel more than a little flustered in his heart at this moment. She knew that once she was caught up and confronted head-on, she definitely had no chance of winning. After all, the strength of those 10 employees had been roughly estimated by Xiahe before. 1 or 2 is okay. 3 out of 5 would be pushing it. 10 of them together, she definitely had no chance of winning. No, not at all. There's still some of that. As long as she could catalyze her muscle breath and affect everyone, she might not have half a chance of winning. But with the physical skill attainments of these employees, it would be too difficult to accomplish. I'm afraid that without waiting for her ability to work on everyone, she'll be seriously injured by a group of people surrounding her. Xiaha's mind raced. After a moment, she decided to run first. If you can't really run and get caught up, then say you got caught up. Jianlan's shadowy breath rose and exploded around him, dispersing into 11 thin lines that were poured into each paper horse. The speed of the paper horse once again jerked up a cut, and Xiaha motorcycle distance once again pulled in. This gloomy aura should be something that all inhumans have, something called innate one air. It is said that as soon as a person is born, the innate air is transformed into the limbs and bones. The inhuman, on the other hand, merely happened to have mastered the ability to be able to control the innate one air. The shadowy aura on Jianlan's body was also emerging from within his dantian. Only, according to Su San, the innate air was initially all formless, colorless, and void. The ability to become a variety of performance, but also through a specific mode of operation as well as the route, and even accurate to which section of the meridian vibration a few times. The slightest error is not a million miles, but Jianlan hadn't learned it systematically at all. Moreover, this shadowy and obscure air was like this when it was in his dantian, and not formless and colorless as Su San had said. As for when it appeared, Jianlan couldn't quite remember. Anyway, it seems like the air came naturally to the system not long after it was bound, and even if it runs out, it can be replenished again as time passes. As for the role of the air, it is to increase the combat power of the paper people to a certain extent, as well as the fact that the vertical puppet also needs to be consumed. However, he was replenishing this obscure air very quickly, and as Jianlan had said before, maneuvering 10 paper generals at the same time would be enough to support him for 2 hours. And if he just manipulated 3 or 5 paper generals, the consumption wasn't even as fast as his natural recovery. As the speed of the paper horse increased again, Jianlan, with 10 paper generals, quickly approached the rear of Xiaha's car. Jianlan stuck to the rear of the car and picked up speed again, coming directly beside Xiahe and driving alongside her. What a coincidence! Meeting again. Jianlan's voice wasn't too loud, and it was reasonable to say that in this state of high-speed advancement, the sound of the wind would basically overpower the sound of speech. However, the 5 senses of an inhuman are inherently much higher than those of an ordinary person, so Xiahe could hear clearly. She was silent for a while. With that, Xiahe inclined her head towards Jianlan, the corner of her mouth picking up a smile full of winks. Yeah, what a coincidence. Jianlan smiled back, in an almost imperceptible voice. He whispered, "Go." Along with his voice, a vague and almost invisible blurry red shadow floated forward and lightly landed on the back seat of Summer Harvest's motorcycle. The entire process was extremely stealthy, so much so that Summer Harvest didn't even notice. Since it's such a coincidence, come over here and keep people company, little handsome boy. Saying that, she let go of the handlebars with her right hand and was about to grab towards Jianlan's body. Jianlan had prepared for this, so how could he give Xiahe a chance? Immediately controlling the speed of the paper horse to drop by 3 points. Originally, Xiahe's hand was grabbing towards his chest, but as soon as Jianlan dropped his speed, Xiahe skimmed right over his chest. Su Si had warned him before that Xiahe had special abilities, and if he took her slap hard, wouldn't he be giving himself a hard time? Chapter 18, Xiaohe's Nightmare. But Jianlan also sensed that Xiaohe didn't seem to be very powerful either. He could see fear and panic in Xiaohe's eyes. Although it was hidden extremely deeply, Jianlan was still able to detect it. He grew up tying paper men and was taught a lesson if he made half a mistake. This harsh training also made Jianlan more sensitive to certain details, although Xiaohe seemed to be fine on the surface, and even had a frivolous tone, as if she didn't take him seriously at all. But Jianlan could see that it was just a disguise. It wasn't even considered brilliant. Xiaohe twisted the throttle hand a few more points harder. Although the throttle had already been twisted to the bottom a long time ago, she still didn't relax in the slightest. But at some point, the scene in front of her suddenly changed. The original dense woods on both sides disappeared, and the dirt road became paved with bricks. The most crucial thing was that the motorcycle that was originally on her crotch had also long since disappeared. She herself, on the other hand, seemed to be completely unaware of it. Her footsteps were mechanical, and step by step she walked forward along the verdant stone-paved road. I don't know how long it's been. Summer Hall looked up. What met her eyes was a small courtyard. The small courtyard was bustling with activity, passing food, drinking, yelling. At a cursory glance, there were at least nearly 100 of them. Red silk and red flowers all over the courtyard. Big red lanterns are also hanging high. The breeze blowing, inside the candlelight tumbling, will be in the courtyard of the people's pale face, actually reflected some red. Xiaohe's brain was in chaos. Yikes, the groomsmen are here. Hurry up, bridegroom, the bride is waiting for you in the cave. Hurry up. I am the groom, but I'm not a woman. Women can be groomsmen too? Xiaohe looked down at his white hands, his mind filled with a sense of unreality and strangeness. But then she felt as if she couldn't pick any faults. Yeah, that's right. She's here today to get married, and her bride, as if she had lost her soul. Xiaohe walked step by step towards the courtyard, heading towards the direction of the hall in the center. The original noisy environment in the yard went out at some point. The lanterns also dimmed. Nearly 100 guests in the courtyard. The rosy color of their faces faded away, and in its place, there was an awe-inspiring pallor. The features on their faces, too, were gradually becoming dull and blurred. By the end of the day, there was only one pair of eyes left, and they could barely see. And these eyes, without exception, were all staring at Xiaohe in death. Xiaohe did not look askance. Only the originally empty eyes were covered with a layer of deep fear. Run fast! Run fast! Run! Leave! Xiaohe's brain exploded. The bride is still waiting for you. Groomsman, why don't you go in? Yeah, groomsman, get in there. Get in there. Nearly 100 faces with only their pupils left stared at Xiaohe in death, their voices gradually turning from disorganized to neat. Bridegroom, the bride is waiting for you. Pop. The string that had been deadened in Xiaohe's head snapped. She yelled frantically, almost running out of the yard on her hands and knees. It wasn't so lousy that my nose was running, but the tears were solid as wellsprings. What a coincidence. Meeting again. Hearing the voice, Xiaohe stopped crying. She raised her head and saw, with a smile at the corner of her mouth, Jianlan, looking down at her. Her hands and feet, on the other hand, had all been tied up. Jianlan still had a smile on his face and flirted. Didn't you just want me to stay with you? You see, you're not willing to if I really accompany you. After calming down, Xiaohe also realized that everything that happened just now was just her hallucination. But knowing was knowing, and that fear in her heart still lingered. Did you do all the work on the yard? Bride, it's not me. Jianlan pointed to his side. It's her. As Jianlan spoke, a figure with a curvaceous figure and a scarlet wedding dress appeared at the location of his finger. It's the paper marriage ghost. You're pretty good at coming to your senses. I thought you'd have to cave with her. Ha, Xiaohe laughed. Only the smile was a bit bitter. Omnisexual 4 Tensor is all about specializing in playing with emotions. Unexpectedly, today she actually planted her head in her best area. Kill or be killed, as you wish. I'm not going to kill you or cut you, but I have to bring you back. Being entrusted with a job, being loyal. This time when he came over, it was Su Si who commissioned him to catch Xiaohe, so how to dispose of it is naturally up to Su Si. All he had to do was bring people back and collect his paycheck. Jianlan swept his eyes at the 10 paper generals behind him. Somewhat helpless. Handsome is pretty cool, just not very useful. If I had known that a paper-married ghost would do the trick, I wouldn't have gone to so much trouble. Let's just say that at the end of the day, the ones you pay to unlock at the Nightmare Mall are just better than the ones that come with the newbie pack. Although the frontal battle power was inferior to that of the paper general, the paper-marrying ghost's ability to confuse people was too powerful. Just now, he froze and directly hard-controlled Xiaohe for 2 minutes. As long as Jianlan wanted to, killing Xiaohe just now could be said to be easy. It wasn't true that she was an inhuman, but inhumans weren't bulletproof. Inhumans bleed when they are stabbed. Getting stabbed a few more times makes you bleed more. 2 whole minutes. Even if Jianlan was unfamiliar with the weapon, 1 second and 1 slash was not too much, right? Even if there was no knife, 120 punches towards the head, Shaha would be dead beyond death. Therefore, unless one encounters an extremely tough-minded one, the role that a paper wedding ghost can play is far too powerful than that of a paper general. But the paper will not be useless at all. At least he can sell it for money. There's also, as a laborer. Jianlan waved his hand, and at once a paper general rolled over and dismounted, grabbed Xiaohe and carried him on his shoulders, and immediately remounted. Gone. Jianlan took the lead and turned around and sped off in the direction of the abandoned factory building. In less than a minute he was back at the entrance to the factory yard. LV Liang and Lu Yanyan had already disappeared, and the uniformed company employees, for the most part, had also disappeared. Jianlan estimated that he should have gone after them. However, Su San Su Si, as well as the man and the woman, were still waiting in the same place and did not leave. Back, seeing Jiang Lan return, Su Si's eyes lit up and he hurriedly inquired, "How was it? Did you catch anyone?" Without waiting for Jiang Lan to speak, the 10 paper generals behind him also entered the courtyard one after another. The one in the lead, carrying on his shoulder, was none other than Xiaohe. When Su Si saw this, a flash of surprise appeared on his face. From the time Jiang Lan left until now, a total of not even 5 minutes had passed. That's a bit too much efficiency, a bit too much horror. Awesome, Jiang Lan said expressionlessly. Take the money from the people and make it go away. Just then, Su Si pressed the cochlea. After a moment, he looked up and said, "How about a little more help with the disaster?" Chapter 19. It's okay, I'll find someone to carry you. Sure, no problem. But after saying that, Jiang Lan did not mean to move, but remained standing in the same place. Su Si was helpless. Big brother, is it appropriate to make a run for $500,000? Jiang Lan lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Also, $500,000 for a trip out here. That's no small amount. It's more or less insatiable if you want more. Actually, Jiang Lan didn't think he was too greedy. Rather, it was the fact that he had owned the store for so long before that had taught him one thing. In business, you have to be careful. After all, it's only when the service is good that you get repeat customers, right? It doesn't seem like many people want to be a repeat customer of a papier-mâché store, but the reasoning is just that. That's why the service attitude comes first. If we keep asking for money now and give the gold masters a scare, how much less will we have to earn in the future? After figuring out all these tricks, Jiang Lan immediately said, "In which direction did the people go?" Think of it as volunteer labor this time. Follow this road south. It's about 10 kilometers out at this point. Can we catch up? At ease. Jiang Lan pacified Su Si with a sentence, then turned his horse around. This time, instead of bringing all 10 paper generals, he only brought 2 to his left and 2 to his right. Bringing that much was useless, not to mention he had to be distracted to control it. 2 is about right. The elementary school student named LV Liang didn't look very impressive at first glance. The wind whistled as Jiang Lan maneuvered his paper horse and galloped directly to the south. Inside the courtyard, looking at Jiang Lan's distant back, Su Si sighed lightly, still underestimating him. Susan stood beside Su Si and looked at the tied-up Xiaohe, then said, "The strength of his, if he can become our help." "Come on," Su Si said. "Rich is not so bad. Encountered things to find him on the line. Why does it have to be money?" Susan asked. "Wouldn't it be better to let him join us?" Su Si snorted at his words. "You think you're pretty, don't you see? He's so proud. If it wasn't for his money, would he care about you? He even joined the company. What does he want to join the company for? To be a volunteer for us?" Susan was a bit confused. So many people have been in the company before. How come it's not Jiang Lan's turn? Su Si was probably in a good mood and explained in a rare moment. The company is an organization, and the shifters who join it are either looking for peace of mind or a backer. Which of these two do you think the boy lacks? Saying that, Susan also understood. Yeah, inhumans have to join the company for something. Those who do not seek fame or profit and simply want to serve the motherland and give back to society cannot be said to be absent, but they are definitely few and far between. 1 in a million? As for Jiang Lan, he didn't need the company as a backer at all, nor did he need to get anything from the company. Wanted, he could get it entirely on his own. For people like Jiang Lan, those welfare benefits of the company would be completely null and void. And with his abilities, what position would he be offered if he did join the company? General staff? Jiang Lan couldn't possibly look at it. Not just ordinary employees, even other higher positions, Jiang Lan did not look at. Then you can't give Jiang Lan the position of head of Su Si Lu North region, right? At this time, besides Susan Su Si, the young girl who had been silent all this time suddenly opened her mouth. Lao San, Lao Si, Lu 1 is what you said, Jiang Lan? Yes, Su Si nodded, and then asked with a smile, Baby, against him, what percentage of certainty do you have? 10%. The young girl replied. He is not my Lu opponent. Susie was first stunned, and then he changed the way he asked the question. What if he had those paper people around him? The young girl asked. How many? Susie thought about it. 3, that 30%. How about 5? 10%. Less. How about 10? Can't fight. The young girl's expression was a bit frustrated. Those things are too powerful. There are 10 Lu words. I have no way to get close. Susan stood by the side, half silent. I never thought that a baby would actually have a day where they say they can't beat anyone. Since Susie took over, Feng Baobao has made so many trips on missions. There were times when he was injured, but there were no times when he lost to anyone. To be honest, Feng Baobao's true fighting strength was not particularly clear to Susan. It's like no matter who you fight, it's 50-50 and you're able to hold your own against the other team. Zhang Chulan, don't play dead on the ground. Get up. Susie took 2 steps forward, walked over to the man sprawled on the ground, and kicked him in the ass. You, fourth brother. Susie ignored him, but instead walked over to Xiaohe again and hemmed and hawed. You'll have to come back with me this time. Xiaohe grunted coldly. I'm not as skilled as you are, so I'll admit it. Other side. Zhang Lan rode a paper horse and roared alongside the van driven by Lu Liang. LV Liang glanced sideways at Zhang Lan, then immediately killed the direction and maneuvered the van to rush headlong towards Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan didn't panic when he saw this. At his side, 2 figures dressed in Nadutan uniforms, with steeds riding beneath them and lances in hand. Killed. Boom. 2 lances, one on the left and one on the right, instantly poked inside the van. Zip. Under the powerful inertia, the iron skin on the outside of the van, as if it were a thin sheet of paper, was easily torn apart by the lance. With great force, the van froze and was stopped hard. Zhang Lan said, catch them alive. In the car, there were only 2 of them, Lu Liang and Yan Yan Lu. Behind the 2 of them, there were originally quite a few employees of Nadutong chasing after them, but LV Liang had good car skills and turned left and right, shaking off his pursuers. If he hadn't encountered Zhang Lan, perhaps he and Lu Yan would have escaped with their lives by now. But I didn't expect to kill a man halfway. Seeing the bad situation, Lu Liang did not ink, directly rolled over and jumped out of the car, about to run towards the depths of the dense forest. But it didn't occur to him that driving a car was catching up with him, and on 2 legs, there was even less chance of escape. Lu Yan was dumbfounded, as if she hadn't expected at all that Lu Liang would abandon her so decisively and directly. She looked at Zhang Lan. Previously, due to the darkness of the sky, coupled with the fact that he and Zhang Lan had only had a one-sided relationship before, he had not been able to recognize them. But now a closer look, Lu Yan was shocked to realize that the man in front of him is not the boss of the paper tie store a few days ago. Why are you here? Zhang Lan grinned. Catch you here. Of course, Yu Yan, not buddy. Before this lady, at least she was your client. Isn't it a bit too hurtful for you to say that? Are you going by yourself, or am I going to take you? I'm not leaving. Understood. Zhang Lan nodded. I'll have someone carry you. Chapter 20, Is there such a thing as a good thing? Yu Yan? She tried to escape, but before she could make a move, her entire body was instantly carried by the paper general. Yan struggled and twisted madly, but in front of the paper general, he was like a frail child. No matter how she struggled, the paper general did not move. On the other side, Lu Liang, who was wearing a green bodysuit, was also lifted by the back of his neck by another paper general on a horse, and walked out from the middle of the woods. The mission completed successfully. Zhang Lan waved his hand. Go back and turn in. A few moments later, Zhang Lan brought his men back to the vicinity of the small courtyard. Susie and the others came out from the courtyard, and the employees who had just gone out to chase after LV Liang were all pretty much back. Seeing Zhang Lan's figure, Susie raised an eyebrow. Awesome. Zhang Lan smiled and didn't say anything, signaling the paper general to put down Lu Liang and Lu Yan. Come on, it's all done. We can go back as soon as we get the guys loaded up. With that, Susie clapped his hands. A group of employees quickly moved, lifting the 3 people, including Xiaohe, with 7 hands and 8 feet, and loading them into the cargo box of a van next to them. On the car, there is also the log of Naduton. Zhang Lan pulled the corner of his mouth. Good guys, driving a courier car to arrest people, which Dutong estimate is also a unique. 10 minutes later, Zhang Lan was sitting in Susie's car. In the car, there were still only him and Susie. Su-san, on the other hand, took Feng Baobao and Zhang Chulan and drove away in another car. Good job. That's $6 million in total. I'll ask the finance to transfer it to you later. Zhang Lan nodded. Of the $6 million, 5.5 million was the paperman plus the tax money, while the other $500,000 was the money for his labor just now. A trip out, a total of less than 2 hours had earned $500,000, a figure he wouldn't have dared to think about in the past. Plus the money from selling paper people. If we do this again, a $10 million deposit is just around the corner. Zhonglun was in a good mood. If you need anything in the future, feel free to call me. Susie was silent for a while and suddenly said, "To discuss a matter?" Zhonglun looked sideways at Susie with a slightly puzzled expression. But then he said, "Other than haggling, everything else is fine." Susie lost his smile at his words. "Don't worry, the company isn't that petty. Inhumans are worth a lot of money. It's just a few million, not much." The truth of the matter is indeed as Susie said. In fact, the company has other jobs besides maintaining stability between the Inhumans and the commoners. For example, the company will take on commissions that have something to do with the Inhumans, and the prices for these commissions usually start in the millions, if not tens of millions. Even hundreds of millions of dollars in commissions are not unheard of if things are more involved. So this $6 million was really nothing to Susie. Zhonglun inquired, "What was that about?" There was another silence from Susie. After a long time, in a half-joking tone, "Are you okay now? I heard that the store is not open anymore. Are you interested in coming to the company?" Zhonglun shook his head, refusing unusually painfully. "No, I'm used to being on my own, and I'm not used to that kind of bondage. Behind the company is the public. By joining the company, you are tied to the public." It wasn't that Zhonglun had a problem with the public, but once they were bound together, there were a lot of things that they certainly couldn't do as they pleased. He was so used to living in idleness that if he was really asked to obey orders, he would definitely not be able to do so. Do you really think public welfare is that easy to get? What goes around, comes around. Zhonglun felt that this was quite good now, not worrying about food and clothing, but also quite a small fortune. That was quite enough for him. Just waiting for the system to send out more quests in the future and accumulate more evil nightmare points to unlock some more powerful paper tying skills. It's simply too good to be true. To be honest, he was quite fond of this ability brought by the system, even if he didn't need the ability to fight and kill. Just imagining the scene of commanding thousands of evil spirits of the netherworld in the future made Zhonglun shiver with excitement. Susie seemed to have already anticipated that Zhonglun would answer this way, and didn't continue to force the issue. Silence returned to the car. Vehicles traveled along the road. The dirt road that used to surround the area has been transformed into a tarmac road, and there are more streetlights on both sides of the road. Zhonglun was originally looking out the window when Susie's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "How about a name in the company? I'll call you when there's a mission in the future, and it's up to you whether you go or not. And even if you don't, the company will pay you a salary every month." Zhonglun raised an eyebrow. "It's not unacceptable if that's the offer. It's true that you make a lot of money selling paper people, but you don't get customers every day. If no one ever buys it, then he's just sitting on it. $6 million looks quite a lot, but one's desires are gradually inflated with the account balance. When I was making $3,000 a month, it felt like a fast food box lunch would suffice. When you make $10,000 a month, all you eat is hot pot barbecue. When you can make $100,000 a month, you are in and out of Michelin restaurants and business KTV. Zhonglun also knows that he himself is a commoner, and having money will certainly not condemn him. So a steady source of income is still necessary. How much? Do not work every month 200,000 out of the mission each trip according to the difficulty of the task to give bonuses. The minimum will not be lower than your monthly salary. You don't have to come to the company to sit. If something happens, I'll contact you by phone. Hearing the conditions Susie had offered, Zhonglun, but any hesitation for a second would be disrespectful to the 200,000. If you make a few more trips a month, you'll be making $1 million a month. The bottom line is that there's no need to go to the office to work. You can't find a good job like this by beating your head against the wall. Sign the contract. Susie was just about to speak when the cell phone he placed on the driver's desk suddenly lit up. Buzz 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 dash. Susie looked at the phone and smoothly gave it a pick up. "Hey, Lure, what's wrong?" Listening to the voice on the opposite side of the cell phone, Susie's waist straightened up for a moment, and a pair of eyebrows wrinkled deeply. "Ran away? How did you run away when the closed elemental needles were stuck? More accomplices? What about our guys? Come on, it's good that it's okay. Come back and we'll think long and hard about it. They weren't supposed to be the target this time anyway." Susie was about to hang up the phone when the voice on the other side rang again and said a string of words. Susie sniffed and raised an eyebrow. "It's okay, just right. Keep an eye on her for when I get back." Zhonglun couldn't really hear what was going on inside the phone, but based on Susie's words, he was probably able to tell that something had happened. It's assumed that the summer harvest girls ran away, but running or not, Zhonglun didn't really care. After all, he's only paid to do the job. And even if the person runs away, it's not like he's getting any less money. As for whether it would cause retaliation or something afterwards, John Lon was even less afraid. Even if he didn't come, if he did come, then he might be able to find out how many evil nightmare points he could get for killing a person. Chapter 21, Young people nowadays play with flowers. The next day, inside the company. In your condition, there's no standardized contract. I'll have to get the personnel department to make one now. There's no rush, is there? There's no rush. Having been delayed for such a long time, John Lon naturally wasn't too bad for a while. I have to go interrogate someone, and by the time I get back, the contract will probably be pretty much done. So why don't you have dinner first? There's a cafeteria on the 4th floor, or you can go out for a bite. John Lon smiled and said, no, just go about your business. I'll stay here for a while. When he chatted last night, he already knew that Xiahe and LV Liang had been saved by all sects, but Yan Yan Lu hadn't. Susi speculates that it's because Lu Yanyan just joined Quan sects, and the Quan sects who came to save Xiahe and the others are not familiar with them. That's why they didn't take Lu Yanyan together as well. Success. I'll go down first then. Once Susi left, in the entire office, John Lon was left by himself. Even though he had a one-sided relationship with that little girl, John Lon didn't have the slightest intention of helping. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it, and if you are beaten, you stand upright. By joining omnisexuality, one naturally suffers the consequences of joining omnisexuality. Not to mention that he had only met with Yan Yan Lu. Even if he was familiar with it, John Lon would never do this favor. Helping wouldn't do him half as much good, except to stir up trouble. John Lon sat on the sofa, fiddling with his cell phone. He had crossed over from the second 5 years, and now at this time, short video software was not yet popular. So John Lon just clicked on a novel software and read the novel with great interest. The culture industry in this world was also exactly the same as in his previous life, and even the famous novels and movie dramas were exactly the same. If he hadn't awakened his powers, copying a random novel that would explode in a few years' time would probably allow him to eat and drink. But unfortunately, John Lon did not grow that brain. The latter days of the explosion of those, even if he has seen, most of them cannot even remember the plot, let alone to write out. Half an hour later, Susi held a bunch of contracts in his hand and pushed the door into the room. Following him, there was Susan, as well as a man and a woman that he had seen in that abandoned factory last night. Introductions. Just after entering the room, Susi introduced, her name is Feng Bao Bao, and that one is, Zhang Chulan. John Lon stood up and greeted the two with a slight nod. Good day to you both. Zhang Chulan looked towards John Lon. He also recognized that John Lon was exactly the one who had caught Xiahe LV Liang and the others last night. He looked a little bitter, as if he was thinking about what had happened to him yesterday. After being grabbed, he didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance, and if it wasn't for the fact that Susan had brought someone over to save him, there was still no telling what might have happened. Again, they were all people, but John Lon still recaptured them despite Xiahe and Lu Liang escaping in separate directions. The disparity is evident. The most crucial thing was that this one called John Lon didn't look much older than him. Without waiting for the two to speak, Susi added, his name is John Lon. I met him all yesterday. Feng Bao Bao's face was expressionless. Only the depths of her eyes as she looked at John Lon carried some probing meaning. Susi placed the contract on the coffee table and said to John Lon, the contract is typed up. Take a look at it, and if there's nothing wrong with it, sign it. John Lon flipped over the contract. There were a lot of regulations in the contract, and to be honest, he couldn't quite read them. The salary column, though, he could still read, $2 million. John Lon picked up a pen from the side and signed his name with 2 swipes. If someone sends money and doesn't agree, isn't that a lack of heart? On the other side, Susan also held a contract in his hand and handed it to Zhang Chulan. What's this? Entry contract. Signed. You are a company employee. No. Zhang Chulan directly threw the contract on the coffee table. I'm not signing it. Seeing this, Susan said in a serious tone, Zhang Chulan, you have to understand that the purpose of the company is not to manage or restrain the Inhumans, but to better serve the Inhumans, to maintain the balance of normal Inhuman society, to help Inhumans in trouble, and to stop the Inhumans who are a threat to this society. Think about it, what a rewarding job it is for the world. Spreading his hands, Susan continued with enthusiasm in his expression. Now, I formally invite you to join the Nadutong Express Company. Zhang Chulan didn't hesitate for a second. Dream on. Obviously not expecting Zhang Chulan to actually reply with this, Susan was somewhat surprised. Do you want to think about it? Isn't it a little inappropriate to turn it down without even thinking about it? Don't consider it at all. Zhang Chulan remained expressionless. Su Sanlian said, doesn't that mean you don't have any ideals of doing something for this world? No. Oh, Zhang Chulan stared with a pair of deadfish eyes. Doing less and getting more without working is my ideal. Listening to the duo's conversation, Jiang Lan, who was sitting on the sofa, didn't hold back for a moment and laughed outright. Zhang Chulan's words truly spoke to his heart. Zhang Chulan's ideals were exactly the same as his. At this time, Zhang Chulan continued, "What's more, even though you talk a good game, you're actually lying to me. You guys will definitely make me do a lot of dangerous jobs that play with my life, right?" Su-san was a little embarrassed. "Yes, and I don't want to keep it from you. The company's work is somewhat dangerous, but accordingly, we offer great pay to match. It's useless to be bountiful. With your life gone, it's useless to have as much money as possible," Zhang Chulan said. "Or do you really think I'm stupid?" Su-san waved his hand repeatedly. "I really didn't lie to you. You need to stop thinking about it." Su-si, who was on the side, couldn't stand to watch. Alas, he looked to Feng Baobao who was drinking tea on the sofa. "Baobao, you go, persuade Zhang Chulan." "Oh." Feng Baobao stood up. Zhang Chulan did not notice the movement on Feng Baobao's side, still lowering his head and somewhat smugly saying, "You guys don't think I'm a student who hasn't been out in the world yet, so I'm able to ignore." In a few words, bang! Feng Baobao threw a punch, hitting Zhang Chulan squarely on the side of his face, directly toppling him to the ground. Then, Feng Baobao walked to the side and drew a wooden baseball bat out of nowhere. Zhang Chulan was still in a state of confusion, but Feng Baobao didn't care about that. The baseball bat slammed down on him. Bang! Ah! Bang! Don't! Bang! Stop hitting! Sister Bauer, I'm wrong! Bang! Master! Don't fight! I'll promise anything." In just this moment, Zhang Chulan was already bruised and swollen, and his speech was a bit unclear. Hearing the word master, Feng Baobao finally stopped. Jiang Lan looked at the duo with a suspicious expression. "Do young people nowadays play so fancy? You're going to start a small circle business in front of a large crowd?" Chapter 22. Don't fight if you can. Susi got up from the sofa and half-squatted beside Zhang Chulan, bringing the contract to Zhang Chulan. Entry-level application form. Went back and filled it out. At this time, Zhang Chulan could no longer see the wild and uninhibited aura he had just seen, and miserably took it. Promising. Good live fourth brother. You're really right, Su-si. Feng Baobao said, "Try not to move your mouth when you can do something with your hands." Su-san couldn't help himself and jumped out. "Su-si, you get the hell out of here. Look at how the baby has been brought up by you now. Also, Zhang Chulan, you avoid him from now on." Su-si laughed and said, "That's not going to work. You can check with the higher-ups yourself, and I'll be in charge of both Bauer and this boy in the future." When Su-san heard this, his expression stiffened and his face became not very pretty. "Su-sideo, don't make a face. There's another job for you at the top." Only then did Su-san's expression slightly soothe. Then, Su-si reached out and yanked Zhang Chulan up from the ground. "Welcome to the wherever pass." Zhang Chulan's nose was bruised and swollen, and he blinked in some fear. "Fourth brother, please take care." Jiang Lan watched the whole thing from the side. He knew that Zhang Chulan's treatment, I'm afraid, was different from his. If it was the same, Zhang Chulan definitely wouldn't have been so resistant to joining the NATO pass. Su-si added to Jiang Lan, "From now on, all of you will be colleagues. Let's go. Let's have a meal first." In the afternoon, Jiang Lan re-entered his home. Nothing special happened at the meal just now, just getting to know each other and familiarizing ourselves. Zhang Chulan is a student at Nankai University, while Feng Baobao, although Su-san Su-si didn't say her specific identity, Jiang Lan guessed that Feng Baobao should be a fighter-like identity. Not only that, but there seemed to be a special layer of relationship with Su-san Su-si. Jiang Lan's skill in detecting words and colors was not bad. He could feel that Su-san Su-si's concern for Feng Baobao, both inside and outside of his words, had long surpassed the relationship between ordinary colleagues. More like relatives, if I must say. And Jiang Lan also felt that Feng Baobao seemed to be a bit frothy. Not that she's stupid, but there doesn't seem to be much emotion. Also not true. If he had to say something, it would be that from the time Jiang Lan had met Feng Baobao, he had never seen any drastic emotional fluctuations on her face. Whether it was curiosity, surprise, or happiness, all of these emotions seemed to flash by in Feng Baobao's body. This state of hers made Jiang Lan feel that her expression, it seemed, was all feigned. Similar to the feeling of a pseudo-human trying to masquerade as a human being. Shaking his head, Jiang Lan no longer thought about it. Ordinary colleagues, and he does not have to go to the company to work. The next meeting may not be when. Naturally, there is no need to get to the bottom of it. Moreover, Su-san Su-si was also clearly not very keen on mentioning the issue of Feng Baobao's identity. Jiang Lan's curiosity wasn't that heavy in the first place, and since people didn't want to talk about it, he wasn't interested in probing. He was more interested in another matter than Feng Baobao. A curtain of light emerged in front of Jiang Lan. Name, Jiang Lan. Occupation, papermaker. Skills, soldier control. Eye pointing. Puppet running. Types of soldiers: paper puppets, paper soldiers, paper horses, paper generals, paper ghosts. Evil nightmare. 100. The type of weaponry can be exchanged for nightmare points. You can earn nightmare points by completing quests or killing inhumans. I got home too late yesterday, plus I went through 2 more battles. It wasn't a huge drain on him, but after all, it was the first time he'd ever had to fight someone, and the nerves were coupled with an adrenaline rush. When you're out there, it doesn't feel like much, but as soon as I got home, the side effects of the adrenaline kicked in. Strongly bracing himself for a shower, John Lon almost just touched the pillow and fell straight to sleep. And early this morning, he went straight to the company to sign the contract. So until this moment, he hadn't opened the Nightmare Mall yet. I've just got some free time. How can I not take a look? John Lon focused his own attention on the mall column. The curtain of light transformed at once. The first thing that caught his eye was the same ones he had seen before. Figdu Emperor, 100. 000 nightmares required. Dongdue Emperor, required nightmare 88888. Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, required evil nightmare 88,888. Ghost Emperor of the East. John Lon flipped directly to the bottom. This bit of evil nightmare in his hand, not to mention Fong Du Da Di, probably couldn't even buy Fong Du Da Di's leg hair. However, he was also quite curious about this evil nightmare mall, which sold all the types of weapon making. If we really gathered enough evil nightmare points to buy out the Fengdu Emperor, could it be that we could really summon the Fengdu Emperor from the netherworld through the paper man? He shook his head. Forget it, let's not get too ambitious. At this rate of gaining evil nightmare points, he might not even be able to gather 100,000 in his lifetime. Better to see what 100 points is enough to buy first. Flipping to the bottom, John Lon fixed his eyes on it. Priced at 10 points, there are only 3. They are the paper marrying ghost, the green-faced ghost, and the red-haired ghost. At the top, it's the one that sells for 50 evil nightmares. Elder ghosts, 50 nightmares required. Ghouls, requires 50 nightmares. Bird Fury, required nightmare 50. John Lon looked at the 3 types of weapon making that were priced at 50 evil nightmares, first focusing his attention on the long ghost. At once, a detailed description appeared. The long ghost, 3 feet tall, with infinite strength, specializing in physical combat. John Lon looked to the next one. Ghouls, hairy bodies, 3 eyes, love to eat human hearts. Bird Fury, giant bird-like, travels 10,000 miles in the day. Insight into all things. After reading the 3 introductions, John Lon raised his eyebrows slightly. Awesome. By the looks of it, these 3 ghost types should correspond to close combat, sneak attack, and intelligence scouting respectively. John Lon pondered for a moment, but still didn't make a decision, instead continuing to look upwards. If the 50 nightmares are this powerful, then the 100 nightmares, aren't they even stronger? Anointed Ghost, 100 nightmares required. Painted Skin Ghost, 100 nightmares required. Ghost Mother, 100 nightmares required. There are still only 3 types of soldier making that sell for 100 evil nightmares. After reading through the introduction once, John Lon had a number in his heart. The Anointed Ghost and the Paper Wedding Ghost are basically the same, but unlike the Paper Wedding Ghost, which only pulls people into the illusion of a new marriage, the Anointed Ghost is able to stir up the deepest fears of a person's heart. If one's mind is not firm, it is not impossible to be scared to death directly. And painted ghosts, that's literally what it is. It can be transformed into a variety of forms. This one was not yet the same as John Lon making different-looking paper generals at his whim. Painted skin ghosts can change their form and appearance at any time, and can also hide inside human skin. To summarize, it's equal parts confusion and assassination. The Ghost Mother, on the other hand, has the ability to produce little ghosts, and each of them is not a bad fighter. Winning by human. Ghost Sea Tactics. Chapter 23. Zheng Chulan ran away. Moreover, the Ghost Mother's Sea of Ghosts tactic didn't need to consume Jian Lan's own divine soul. The ghosts produced by the Ghost Mother are more akin to a derivative, or an appendage, and will only follow the Ghost Mother's orders. The Ghost Mother, in turn, was under Jiang Lan's direct control. In this way, he was able to gain a large amount of combat power with a very small amount of consumption. As for the anointed and painted ghosts, the paper marriage ghost is basically an inferior replacement for the anointed ghost, and there's already one that can compel people, so there's not much need to get duplicates at this point. As for the painted ghost, the powerful point of the painted skin ghost is that after killing, it is able to disguise itself as the appearance of the person who has been killed, and then carry out its next action by borrowing the identity of the person who has been killed. He didn't have that sick of a need either, so he might as well forget it. After comprehensive consideration, John Lon still decided to buy the Ghost Mother's production method. As for the 3 of the 50 nightmares, while he was able to pick 2 of them, there wasn't one of those 3 that he desired or needed. So forget it. John Lan's attention was focused on the Ghost Mother. Soon, a prompt popped up in the light screen. Do you confirm the purchase of the type of soldier, Ghost Mother? Having already thought about it again and again, there was no need for hesitation at this moment. John Lon confirmed immediately. Successfully purchased the type of soldier making, Ghost Mother. The familiar feeling of memory infusion once again came towards John Lon. Receiving a large amount of information in a short period of time made him a little giddy. It took a while for the memories to be received. Immediately following this is the process of combing through memories. It was only after roughly half a quarter of an hour that John Lon was able to sort of meld the way the Ghost Mother was made. They are actually all made of paper and made in much the same way. The difference here is God. John Lon didn't know how to describe it, so he just called it God, similar to that God among the essence. When each type of paper man was made, depending on the God he infused, the end result would be different accordingly. And the way he purchased the crafting in the evil nightmare mall was that the system took the corresponding God and transmitted it into his mind. Having mastered this, he was able to create a variety of different paper figures, organizing his memories. John Lon was ready to give it a try, but before he could make a move, his cell phone rang with a beep. He tapped the screen to take a look. Wachovia Bank, your account with tail number 3477 earned $6,000,000,000 on June, with a balance of $6,145,334.98. John Lan's eyes lit up quite a bit. Get rich. This time it's a real fortune. Okay. From now on, soy milk for breakfast, 1 bowl down. After being poor for a little more than half of his life, John Lon was considered poor and rich at first sight, and it was impossible to say that he wasn't happy. He hadn't thought anything of it before when he had $1 million in his card. After all, it was gone when he bought a house, but now the $6 million. He can spend it however he wants. But John Lon wasn't happy for long. It didn't take long for him to regain his composure from the excitement he had just felt. Happy to be happy, but John Lon also knew in his heart that his ability was here, and in the future, something like money would definitely not be lacking for him. So it's not as if he's excited about the balance on the card in front of him. To what extent? Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Anywhere through. Mr. Ganglon, there's a delivery for you. John Lon looked toward the door and frowned slightly. An assignment so soon? He'd only just gotten back from the office not too long ago. And it's not right. Even if there's a mission, shouldn't it be Susie contacting him? How come it's the employee who passes everywhere? John Lon got up a little puzzled and walked to the door to open it. Outside the door, wearing a uniform of courier boy, hand big package took a bunch of small packages, next to a lot of piles. Seeing John Lon open the door, the little brother laughed. Man, that's a lot of shopping. Did you just move? John Lon, overthinking. It's really a delivery this time. But yeah, counting the time, the computers, tables, chairs and such that he had bought earlier should have arrived by this time. Thanks, hard work. I'll just move it myself. After becoming an inhuman, John Lan's physical quality had also improved a lot, so while there is a lot of stuff, it's at most a pain in the ass to move and not much of a chore to talk about. Moving everything back to the room, John Lon began to assemble the table and chairs. There was nothing good about him, other than his good looks. He was only reasonably good with his hands. In a flash, 5 days later, John Lon sat in the gaming room with a headset hanging from his head, staring at the screen without looking away. Victory! Accompanied by a stirring female voice, the Summoner Canyon battle finally ended. John Lon let go of the mouse and keyboard and leaned back. It's not difficult. This game, he had played it for more than 10 years, and now that he had traveled back to fight other people, there was no difference between that and being open. A bit bored, John Lon planned to find a kryptonite pastime game and continue to experience the thrill of being a kryptonite. Yes, he basically didn't go out much in the last 5 days, spending basically all his money on the game. Just all sorts of messy charging. John Lon has charged no less than $100,000. Anyway, if one person is fed, the whole family is not hungry. Whatever makes you comfortable. Just as John Lon was searching for a new game, the cell phone sitting on the table suddenly rang. John Lon looked down. Susie is on the phone. This was the first time Susie had contacted him since he last left the company. Smoothly connecting, John Lon said, "Hello? What's up?" Susie's voice rang out. "Is it convenient now? Going on a mission? Where to?" John Lon asked. Susie had said before that he could decide on his own if the mission went or not. John Lon certainly wouldn't be polite. If it was dangerous, or if he didn't want to do it, he certainly wouldn't go. Susie was obviously suppressing his anger, but from among the voices, it was still more or less audible. For S sake, that little brat Zhang Chulon ran away. help me go get him back. Zhang Chulan? Zhang Lan still had an impression of Zhang Chulan. After all, he didn't know a few people in total in the whole of Nadutong, and he had even had a meal with Zhang Chulan before. How did he run away? Didn't I see him being quite honest and playing with Bao Bao phone? Cough. 1 or 2 sentences can't make it clear. Anyway, he and the baby had a falling out, and now he's in the world group. Is it convenient for you to go over there? The world group? Having come to this world for more than 2 months, John Lan also had more or less some understanding of this place. The world group is considered a local giant enterprise. The market value he is not clear, but John Lan knows, the world will cover the business including real estate, entertainment, investment, food and so on, a bunch of industries. Basically what to make money to do what. But while the world group had a lot of business, what was Zhang Chulan doing in a place like that? John Lan really couldn't think of what Zhang Chulan, an inhuman, could have to do with the world group. Yes, the world group, also known as the World Society, is both a business conglomerate and a civilian inhuman organization. Chapter 24: Arrival at the World Council. Ghost Mother's appearance. Jiang Lan, nice guy, such a big business, and it's actually run by an inhuman? Bring that back for $200,000. Hearing Su Si's words, Jiang Lan did not agree as painfully as before. $200,000 was quite a lot, but according to Su Si, Zhang Chulan was now at someone else's headquarters. He can't go to someone's headquarters and make a scene. Jiang Lan wasn't afraid, but a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. Once he went to the World Council and fought with someone, he would be looking for trouble for himself. Su Si also said that the World Society is an inhuman organization. Since it's called an organization, there must be no shortage of inhumans inside. It may not be worth it to offend an apparently not so small organization for $200,000. The most crucial thing was still that Jiang Lan wasn't short of money right now. After thinking for a while, Jiang Lan didn't say anything, but waited for Su Si's side to speak. Su Si seemed to have guessed his concerns as well. Don't worry, if you go over, the world will naturally know that it's you who are the company's people, and won't hold a grudge against you. And if there's something, it will only come at me. With Su Si's words, Jiang Lan was quite relieved. Okay, I'll go over there. It's better to stay anyway than to help Su Si. Just in time, maybe even try out the ghost mother's strength. He wasn't worried about making a scene. As long as he made the paper people, they obeyed his orders unconditionally. If Jiang Lan didn't have the heart to hurt someone, the paper man would never take the initiative to hurt others. As for how to bring people back when we get there, that's a step in the right direction. You know where the headquarters of the World Society is, don't you? Jiang Lan returned. I know. The headquarters of the Heavenly Society was more or less a landmark, and there were very few locals who didn't know about it. Even if Jiang Lan had only been here for 2 months, it was clear as day. While talking on this side, Jiang Lan was already putting on the clothes he was going to wear when he went out. Meet me at the office. After saying that, Jiang Lan hung up the phone. Coming to the restroom to wash up briefly, he then took the elevator downstairs. Walking to the entrance of the neighborhood, Jiang Lan waited at the curb for half a day before finally stopping a cab. I didn't feel good about not going out before, but now when I have to go out, I realize that not having a car is not very convenient. Master, go to the World Group. Okay, the Sky Group was not far from Jiang Lan's location, probably only less than 5 kilometers. In about 20 minutes, the cab drove up to the entrance of the World Club. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, Jiang Lan looked at the huge building in front of him. The headquarters of the Heavenly Society towered over the city, and the entrance was a scene of opulence and splendor. It's really big business. Jiang Lan secretly marveled. Just now, I felt that $6 million was quite a lot, but I'm afraid that in front of the World Council, I can't even count it as a drop in the bucket. Sighing with emotion, Jiang Lan followed the gate into the first floor of the World Society. The foyer was decorated in gold and splendor, which for a moment made Jiang Lan think that he had entered some kind of bath. Sure enough, big bosses all have the same aesthetic. The entire first floor was large, but there was basically no one. Only a woman standing behind the counter in the very center. Seeing Jiang Lan come in, the woman opened her mouth and asked, "Hello sir, who are you looking for?" "Hello, I'm looking for Zhang Chulan. Is it convenient to ask him to come down?" The woman sniffed, first frowning slightly, then carefully sizing up Jiang Lan. But having just taken a closer look, her eyes almost blossomed with peach blossoms. What a handsome little brother. Little brother, are you an inhuman? Jiang Lan nodded. The woman had a somewhat troubled expression on her face. I do quite want to help find someone, but there's no way. The chairman has instructed that Mr. Zhang Chulan and the chairman have important things to talk about, and it's not convenient for them to meet guests for the time being. Jiang Lan pulled the corner of his mouth. It seems that people knew that the company would send someone. A big group is a big group. It's really different. Frozen didn't give the company any face at all. Missy, is it convenient to disclose when they can finish? I can wait here, since people had a good attitude. attitude. Jiang Lan didn't have the heart to come straight to the hard stuff, but was prepared to be polite first. The look of embarrassment on the woman's face deepened a few moments. Little brother, I'm afraid I can't. The chairman also said that if there are any foreign inhumans lately, all of them will not be received. So, although the woman hadn't explicitly finished, Jiang Lan had already heard her meaning. It's to get him out. But walking is definitely not an option. He just came over here, and he was driven out by others with a gray face. He Jiang Lan do not want to lose face? Jiang Lan also vaguely knew why this president of the World Society was so attached to Zhang Chulan. Odds are, it's because of that what's-his-name air body source flow. When they were eating earlier, Su Si and the others talked about it. It was said that the air body source stream, a stance created by Zhang Chulan's grandfather, Zhang Xilin, was infinitely powerful. There were 7 other stunts that could be compared to the stance of the air body source stream, and they were collectively known as the 8 stunts, or the 8 strange stances. The people of all sects had laid hands on Zhang Chulan, also for the air body source flow that might have been passed down from him. But according to Zhang Chulan, it doesn't seem like he will. Of course, Jiang Lan didn't care much about any of these things. What 8 wonders technique? Can it be as powerful as the system? Jiang Lan lowered his eyes and glanced at the woman at the front desk. Then I'm sorry, now that it's all been picked out, there's no point in talking about it. We can only fight. Jiang Lan was prepared for a fight before he came, so he didn't hesitate at this moment. He flipped his wrist and a piece of yellow paper appeared. In the next instant, a shadowy aura covered Jiang Lan's entire body, and the shape of the yellow paper in front of him shifted rapidly. In addition to the women on the first floor, there were several men in security uniforms. Several people were obviously all Inhumans as well, sensing the changes on Jiang Lan's side and running towards his direction at a rapid pace. But Jiang Lan didn't care at all, and his body's shadowy aura continued to tumble. In the blink of an eye, a small and delicate paper figure appeared in his hands. Jiang Lan's hand moved quickly, directly cutting through his fingertips. Dim and dark, heaven and earth are born together, dispersed to become gas, gathered to take shape. The ancestor of the 5 elements, the essence of the 6 armors. Soldiers fight with the day, and the time follows the order. As he recited his mantra, the entire lobby on the first floor of the World Society was suddenly dark. Now the time is evening. Just now obviously there is a little sunshine sprinkled into the lobby, but now the door seems to be covered with a layer of black curtains. The light is blocked out. The temperature dropped, and with it, a sharp sound of a baby crying. The several security guards who had rushed towards him all stood still at this moment, not daring to continue forward. It was really too weird what was happening in front of me. Who can stand a brightly lit lobby that turns into a haunted house in the blink of an eye? A few breaths later, in front of Jiang Lan, a huge figure firmly covered his entire body behind him. Ghost Mother. The Ghost Mother, who was nearly a foot tall. The several security guards were in front of the Ghost Mother as if they were 3-year-old children standing in front of an adult. Chapter 25, Middle-Aged Imperial Sister. The Ghost Mother was covered in eerie black air around her body, and this was only in the World Council. If it was in a normal building, I'm afraid that as soon as the Ghost Mother appeared, she would directly put the ceiling through. The Ghost Mother's face was black and blue, but her looks were not unpleasant. Even from Jiang Lan's aesthetic point of view, Ghost Mother had a face that was beautiful enough to be called beautiful. Her body, however, was a stark contrast to a pretty face. Her stomach was surprisingly large, as thick as 3 water tanks tied together. Her greenish-gray belly was exposed, and a root of ebony blood vessels was clearly visible above. As the Ghost Mother gasped, her belly kept bulging and contracting. Each time it contracts, a hand and foot shape also protrudes in some places. Those are the limbs of the ghost babies in the belly of the Ghost Mother. At this time within the World Society, although they are all foreigners, those bodyguards, who have never seen this kind of scene, were immediately scared out of their wits, and did not dare to take a step forward. The Ghost Mother didn't make a move either, just stood quietly in front of Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan once again walked up to the front desk woman and spoke lightly. "Excuse me, tell Zhang Chulan to come down here. I can't afford to pay for ruining this place." The woman's face was also filled with fear once she saw the scene. She had no doubt that once the Ghost Mother moved, it wouldn't take long for her to directly tear down this World Society building headquarters. Not caring whether Jiang Lan looked good or not, she gulped, her hands trembling slightly as she picked up the front desk phone. For a time, the entire first floor was plunged into a deathly silence, and the icy cold air constantly scraped across the cheeks of everyone present. Tick-tock, the phone rang twice and was soon picked up from the other end. "What's wrong?" On the other side of the phone, a somewhat cold female voice came out. "Miss, is it convenient for you to come down? Someone at the front desk is looking for Zhang Chulan." The female voice on the other end of the line seemed a little offended. "Didn't I say, Zhang Chulan won't see anyone? Just come and drive them away directly." The woman was on the verge of tears. "I don't know about evictions. The problem is that you can't get rid of it. Why else would I call you? Miss, the situation is special. You'd better come down." There was a silence on the other end of the line. "I know, Jiang Lan heard the contents of the call and didn't mean to rush it, but sat down on the sofa next to him. He's in no hurry. Anyway, for this mission, as long as Zhang Chulan was brought back, Su Si did not set a time limit. He wasn't made to wait too long, and not 3 minutes work later, the special elevator on the first floor lit up. The elevator door opened and a tall woman stepped out inside. The woman was at least 1.75 meters or so tall, with short white hair, a cool face, and an aura between her eyebrows that made her look like a young lady from a wealthy family. The top itself was wearing a slim black suit, only it was open, and there was nothing else on the inside but a bra. For the bottom half, there were matching 7-minute suit pants that reached just below the belly of the calf. Jiang Lan stood up from the sofa and walked over to the woman. Zhang Chulan himself didn't come down, which he expected. If he really made the World Council concede and release people because of a single salty threat from him, just think about it and you'll know it's impossible. If the Heavenly Society was really so timid, they wouldn't have known that Zhang Chulan was a member of the company and still tried to rope him in. Arriving in front of the woman, Jiang Lan nodded in greeting. "Hello, I'm here to see Zhang Chulan. Please tell him to come down and meet me." The woman turned a deaf ear to Jiang Lan's words. Instead, she kept looking at the ghost mother behind him. On the ghost mother's body, she was still exuding a might that could be described as terrifying, but she still didn't make a move. The woman frowned slightly and finally looked at Jiang Lan. "Daring to come to my world society to ask for someone. I do kind of admire your courage." Jiang Lan, what a middle child beauty queen. No, it should be a middle-aged, sickly, beautiful imperial lady. It's pretty much the same anyway. You mean I can't have this man without a fight? Without the slightest bit of nonsense, the woman directly attacked Jiang Lan with a punch in the air. Clearly between the two, there was still a distance, but the woman's fist, as if it was able to move instantly, went straight through space and landed on top of Jiang Lan's chest. Bang! Jiang Lan was unprepared, and the woman's punch was extremely heavy, and after taking a hit, he flew directly backwards 3 or 4 meters away before the force in the punch was removed. His chest rose and fell as he looked up at the woman. What surprised Jiang Lan was that the woman's body still remained in place, as if that punch just now was not from her. Without waiting for Jiang Lan to react, the woman swung her fist again. This time, Jiang Lan saw clearly, the woman's body really didn't move. Only her fist strangely penetrated through space. With his defenses up, Jiang Lan dodged smoothly and managed to avoid the punch. Since he had already done it, there was nothing for him to be polite about. With a thought from Jiang Lan, the ghost mother instantly turned around and went straight in the direction of the woman. Being close to 10 feet tall allowed the ghost mother to take almost 2 meters of distance every time she took a step. As the ghost mother and the woman gradually approached, the ghost mother's stomach became more and more bulging, and after a few more steps, her stomach even directly cracked open a large 1-foot-long mouth. Immediately afterward, one after another, a small ghost-like child, scrambling to pick at the crack in the belly of the ghost mother, jumped out one after another. The woman's eyes flashed even. Obviously, the pressure brought to her by the ghost mother was not ordinary. If an ordinary person had seen the ghost mother, I'm afraid they would have been scared out of their wits, just like those security guards, and the woman at the front desk. Only, she didn't seem to show undue fear, but rather only regarded the ghost mother as a difficult opponent. 10 ghost babies appeared, and despite their short stature, their speed was not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, the ghost baby had already taken one step ahead of the ghost mother and arrived in front of the woman. Squeak! The ghost babies let out a piercing shriek from their mouths and were about to lunge at the woman with 7 hands. The woman saw this and swung her fists in quick succession. For a while, the fist shadows fluttered and kept bombarding the bodies of a bunch of ghost babies. However, the ghost baby was not affected in the slightest, as if it was tireless, and every time it was knocked to the ground, the next instant it bounced right back up and lunged towards the woman again. Jiang Lan, on the other hand, stood back and observed the battlefield with cold eyes. It's not that ghost babies won't be harmed, but the harm they do receive will be taken by the ghost mother first. It was only after the ghost mother couldn't withstand it and completely collapsed that the ghost baby's body could be harmed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Apparently, the woman had also realized that she couldn't seem to hurt the ghost babies. The siege was gradually draining her strength. If things go on like this, she's afraid she won't last long. But the woman's reaction was also quick, and in the next instant, she jerked her head up and stared at Jiang Lan, as if she had thought of a way to break the situation. Chapter 26. You don't think it's a good idea? So do I. Swish dash. The woman's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. When she reappeared, she was already behind Jiang Lan. She aimed at Jiang Lan's back heart and slammed her fist down, and Jiang Lan didn't even have time to return his head. In the woman's perspective, Jiang Lan seemed to be completely unresponsive, as if he hadn't reacted at all. But in the next instant, her expression changed violently, because the touch coming from the fist was not normal human soft flesh. Instead, it was a penetratingly cold feeling. When she looked at Jiang Lan's original position, it was only then that she took several steps back in a row with some alarm. The landing point of her fist, where is what John Lan, is clearly the belly hideous broken open ghost mother. The woman searched around before finally seeing John Lan. At this moment, John Lan had actually directly switched places with the ghost mother. John Lan was looking at the woman at the same time. Such petty tactics were nothing to him. In fact, there was a lot more that the shadowy breath within his dantian could do. There were even quite a few abilities that John Lan had not yet developed. After all, the time he had acquired this ability wasn't that long, just over 2 months. The most crucial thing was that this was only John Lan's second actual battle after obtaining his ability. Before that, he knew nothing about the aspect of fighting people, so to speak. All of these combat techniques had appeared in his subconscious mind on their own after awakening his ability, and using them now was merely tapping into what was inside his subconscious mind. Facing the woman, the ghost mother gave a hideous smile. The ghost mother reached out, her huge palm firmly clamping down on the woman's slender waist and grabbing her horizontally. The huge difference in size made the woman look like a large doll in the hands of the ghost mother. John Lan looked up at the woman slightly, his face still not having much expression, and said, "I mean no harm, and I only came here to take Zheng Chulan back, so can we talk properly now?" The woman struggled and squirmed, but to no avail at all. Not only that, under the influence of that huge amount of obscurity on the ghost mother, her spatial abilities even became extremely difficult to perform. But even so, the woman still hadn't begged for mercy, and only looked at John Lan with an unfavorable expression. John Lan pulled the corner of his mouth. "You see, you were the one who struck first. You were the one who didn't fight, and you're still the one who's unconvinced now. I'm just here to find Zheng Chulan." Front desk. The woman's eyes fell out of her head in horror at the sight. This is the president's daughter, and she's the one who called people down. Though the man seemed as if he meant no harm, there was no way she was going to gamble at a time like this. If John Lan really did something out of the ordinary and hurt the young lady, it would be hard for her to escape the blame. Thinking of this, she hastily picked up the phone, not caring if it would attract John Lan's attention, and dialed a number again. Only this time, the call went unanswered until it was automatically hung up. Cold sweat gathered on the woman's forehead to the size of a soybean and hit the counter with a pop. Sweeping a glance in John Lan's direction, seeing that the two were still confronting each other, the woman hurriedly changed the number and redialed. This time, it finally got through. "Cadre, hurry up and contact the president. Something big has happened. The lady has been captured. It's in the lobby on the first floor. Hurry up and find the president. Don't ask." As the phone hung up, the woman breathed a long sigh of relief. On the other side, in the hands of the ghost mother, the woman remained silent. John Lan was silent for a long time before he said, "I remember when you weren't dumb just now." The woman gritted her teeth and said, "Of course I'm not dumb, so you're not talking?" John Lan was speechless. Just then, the elevator not far behind John Lan, however, once again made a sound. John Lan subconsciously looked back. The elevator doors opened. There were 7 people standing inside. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man wearing a suit with glasses on the bridge of his nose. His suit was straight, he had short white hair, and his eyebrows bore a slight resemblance to the woman who had been captured by the ghost mother. John Lan frowned slightly. This man, he knew. "I've never seen it, but I've seen the man in the newspapers from time to time. Chairman of the Sky Group, Feng Jianghao. So that woman is Feng Qingho's daughter?" Behind Feng Jianghao, closely followed by Zhang Chulan. Further back, there were 4 men and 1 woman. These few John Lan had never seen before, but looking at the aura on them, he thought they should be fighters or something like that. Feng Jianghao led the crowd behind him out of the elevator. Out of John Lan's expectation, Feng Jianghao didn't look as if he was particularly nervous, but instead looked towards the woman in Ghost Mother's hands and said, "Sayan, are you okay?" John Lan's eyes swept over the duo. "Kinda sounds good." Feng Xiaoyan didn't struggle anymore either, and lightly said, "It's okay." Upon hearing this, Feng Jianghao then redirected his sight to John Lan. He had a smile on his face, except that John Lan was able to detect a faint touch of anger hidden under Feng Jianghao's eyes. Come to think of it, it would be strange for Feng Jianghao to be happy when his daughter was arrested. Little brother, there was no grudge in the past and no hatred in the recent days. Coming to my world society and making such a big commotion is a bit inappropriate, isn't it? John Lan sniffed and did not retort, but nodded fervently. It does seem a little off. With that, he waved his hand, and Ghost Mother lightly put Feng Xiaoyan down. He looked at Feng Xiaoyan and said, "I'm sorry for the offense just now." Immediately after that, he turned his eyes to Feng Jianghao and pointed at Zheng Chulan. "It's not right for me to come here, but he's already signed an entry contract with the company, so it seems even more wrong for you to pull the plug on him when you know he's powerful, doesn't it?" Facing Feng Jianghao, the best thing to do at this time was to pull the tiger's skin and pull the banner. John Lan's words had already made it clear that he was here on behalf of the company. In this way, as long as Feng Jianghao wasn't planning to completely tear the company apart, it would be impossible to make things difficult for him. However, John Lan also knew that in this situation now, he couldn't push too hard, that would only backfire. So without waiting for Feng Zhanghao to speak, Zhang Lan continued, but don't misunderstand me, I'm here this time, not to represent the company, but to be entrusted by someone. Zhang Chulan, I have to bring it back to deliver today, and after I deliver, if you want to do something more, it's none of my business. Soft words were soft words, but Zhang Lan wasn't afraid of Feng Zhanghao. Although he didn't know how strong Feng Zhanghao was, Zhang Lan still had confidence in his own strength, especially with the ghost mother. His strength had risen to another level. Even if the worst happened and he really fought with Feng Zhanghao face to face here, Zhang Lan was not false. Feng Zhanghao's eyes flickered for a while, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face as he clapped his hands and said, "Young man is so bold. What you say makes sense, but I think that the decision should still fall on Chulan himself. Leaving or staying should be up to him, right?" Chapter 27. I hope you don't get down on your knees and beg me. This called on Chulan. It seems that the relationship between the two sides is still developing quite fast. In reality, whether Zhang Chulan wanted to stay in the world society or return to the company, Zhang Lan was not interested. He didn't care where Zhang Chulan wanted to go. It was only that they had met twice before, and between him and Zhang Chulan, they could only be considered acquaintances, not even familiar. He came over to find Zhang Chulan purely for Susi, but what Feng Zhanghao said was not unreasonable. A contract, indeed, should not be a straitjacket. Moreover, Zhang Lan estimated that the conditions that the world society, on its side, could offer Zhang Chulan, must also be much better than that of the Neither Pass. How to say that the World Group is also a listed enterprise? Just look at this headquarters building, can see the World Group's wealth. If Zhang Chulan really joined them, he thought that Feng Zhanghao would definitely not treat him poorly. At the same time Zhang Lan looked at Zhang Chulan. Zhang Chulan was also looking at him. Zhang Chulan's pair of fists were clenched tightly, as if he was making some extremely difficult decision. Zhang Lan said softly, I also think President Feng is right, but whether you decide to stay or return to the company, I think you should go back first. Leaving without saying goodbye is a bit unjustifiable, don't you think? Zhang Chulan was still a college student after all, and hadn't even known about the inhuman realm for as long as Zhang Lan, so he's a little hexed at the moment, too, and seems to be at a loss as to what to do. After struggling for a long time, Zhang Chulan finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. I'll go back with you. At those words, Feng Zhanghao changed color slightly. He didn't seem to expect that Zhang Chulan's ultimate choice was still the company. At this time, Zhang Chulan sidestepped and bowed to Feng Zhanghao and said, President Feng, thank you very much for your hospitality, but it is indeed a bit inappropriate for me to leave without saying goodbye at the company. I think I should go back first. As for your proposal, I will consider it. Feng Zhanghao was silent for a while. After a long time, he sighed. Since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. Don't forget what I said to you before. Also, the door of the world society, I will always keep it open for you. Zhang Chulan once again bowed deeply. Many thanks. Zhang Lan raised his eyebrows slightly without moving. I didn't expect it to go well. Originally, he thought that he would have to go through a lot of trouble to bring Zhang Chulan back, but he didn't think that this kid would figure it out on his own. Just right, save him the trouble. Thinking of this, Zhang Lan also said to Feng Zhanghao, I'll take that person with me. Thank you, President Feng. Feng Zhanghao looked at Zhang Lan and laughed. He can leave, but I'm afraid you won't be able to for a while. Little brother. Zhang Lan pulled the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, it's not that easy. The president of the Heavenly Society holds a bit of a grudge, but this was expected by Zhang Lan. After all, he had just been in someone else's territory and had gotten his daughter in a fight. It would be strange if Feng Zhanghao really didn't react at all. It is true that I was offended just now. What do you say? How do we settle this? Zhang Lan has a great attitude. He's sensible. He got himself into trouble in the first place, so he'll put up with it. Seeing Zhang Lan being so understanding, Feng Zhanghao's expression also looked a little surprised. After a pause, he laughed out loud and said, Ha ha, good, painful. Little brother, since you are so painful, then this way, today, you and these cadres of mine will fight, and if you win, I will forget about what just happened. Zhang Lan sniffed and swept his gaze to the 5 people standing behind Feng Zhanghao. From the looks of it, the cadres that Feng Zhanghao was talking about should be this group of people. Zhang Lan guessed that the probability was that this group of people were all Inhumans, and they were all not weak Inhumans. Otherwise, it was probably impossible to be a cadre in a place like the World Council. 5. Zhang Lan nodded, then said to the 5, Will you come one by one, or all together? Arrogant. Among the 5 people, a bald man wearing only triangular underwear with a dry and thin body had an unhappy face. Zhang Lan looked like he was only a young man in his 20s, and being asked such words by a young man made him lose some face. Zhang Lan, Didn't your president ask me to fight you? I just asked if you're all in this together or one at a time. Where's the arrogance in that? Okay, since we've all been called arrogant, let's just be arrogant to the end. Jianlan opened his mouth somewhat lazily. Then you'll all be together. I'm in a hurry. The 5 people frowned, especially the man closest to Feng Zhanghao, with a head of red hair on top, frowned the most. If I don't teach you a lesson, it seems that you really don't know what the heights of heaven are. The red-haired man stepped forward and reached out to hold the other 4 back as he continued. Let me see where your arrogant bottom comes from. Let me show you then. Saying that, Jianlan raised his right hand and snapped his fingers crisply. Pop! As the sound dispersed, a red-clothed figure suddenly appeared in front of Jianlan. It's the paper marriage ghost. When the man in red saw this, a sneering smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's it? You might as well get that big guy next to you on it. I hope you don't get down on your knees later and beg me to spare you. The big guy, naturally, refers to the ghost mother. Jianlan smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. The same words go to you. The moment Jianlan's words fell, the red-haired man's eyes suddenly became mesmerized. It didn't take long for his mesmerized expression to turn into a look full of fear. Everyone else was looking at the red-haired man, completely unaware of what was happening to him. 1 minute later, the red-haired man's eyes snapped open and his crotch became wet at a rapid rate. A cascade of yellowish liquid that ran down his pant leg and over the top of his shoe. He cried out as if in a dream, tearing his heart out. Aha! Help! Mommy! Jianlan finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Just a moment ago was quite able to pretend. This moment directly scared to pee his pants can be okay. This heart, it was more than a star, worse than Shaha. It was estimated that this experience of being pulled into the realm of illusion by the paper marriage ghost would become this red-haired man's nightmare for the rest of his life. Jianlan reached out and waved his hand in front of the red-haired man. All right, I haven't had a chance to get down on my knees and beg you. Don't cry. To Jianlan's words, the red-haired man turned a deaf ear, as if he had gone deaf, completely immersed in his own world. But it was the urine that was still dripping from his pants leg that was growing. Jianlan looked down, then took a half step back. This brother didn't drink a lot of water. Jianlan looked towards Feng Zhanghao, who was watching the battle from the side. President Wind, is this okay? Feng Zhanghao stared at Jianlan for a while. This red-haired man, named Jia Zhengyu, was the one he had spent a large sum of money to invite over, and the strength is good, but he didn't expect that he would be so unbeatable in front of this teenager. This young man. Chapter 28. Why don't you go change your pants first? Feng Zhanghao looked deeply at Jianlan. Suddenly, he stroked his palm and laughed. Good. Ha ha, it is true that since ancient times, heroes come out of youths. I am true to my word. Your trespassing into my world society is written off. Although Jia Zhengyu had acted unbeatable in front of Jianlan, Feng Zhanghao more or less understood his strength. Otherwise, there was no need for Feng Zhanghao to spend a large price to recruit him. Since Jia Zhengyu hadn't even touched Jianlan for a moment before he was screwed so badly, it would be the same for the other 4 cadres to go up again. Since that's the case, then thank you for President Feng's generosity. It's a big entrepreneur or a pattern. If it were a villain in a normal novel, wouldn't he have the remaining few lined up to come and deliver them at this moment? After the delivery, it's all about getting down in person and then getting hit in the face hard by him. Sure enough, even with the system, we're not meant to be the main character. But just then, it was like the red-haired man broke free from his fearful mood. His eyes were red, his body couldn't stop trembling, and his fists were clenched, as if he had been greatly aggrieved. No way, it can't be left like that. The red-haired man looked up at Jianlan with clenched teeth and snapped. Jianlan was a bit surprised. Good lord, the main man said forget it. And you, a pawn who's been scared out of his pants, still have the nerve to jump out? Seeing Jia Zhengyu's appearance, Feng Zhanghao frowned slightly, his evaluation of him dropping a few more notches. Strength is so much. Even so, this heart is not too good. Can't afford to lose. Feng Zhanghao's voice was a few points lower than just now. Master Jia, forget it. Forget it? Jia Zhengyu stared viciously at Jianlan. It won't count. Little brat, do you dare to fight me? Jia Zhengyu, in a dignified manner? When Feng Zhanghao saw this, his brows frowned a few points tighter. He was definitely not happy about being refuted in public. Master Jia. Jianlan naturally saw that something was wrong with Feng Zhanghao's expression. He also knew that the time had come for him to step up to the plate. President Feng, since Master Jia is unconvinced, there's no harm in having another fight. Jianlan looked at Jia Zhengyu with a rather playful expression. Master Jia, how would you like to fight? Come face to face and don't use those bull underhanded tactics. Yes, the smile on Jianlan's face did not diminish. But Master Jia, before you fight, do you want to go change your pants first? How uncomfortable is this wet? Jianlan was mainly afraid of being dumped on by Jia Zhengyu to urinate on him. Upon hearing Jia Zhengyu's face sank with a meaty gloom, and the killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Jianlan was actually quite curious as to where Jia Zhengyu got his courage, but Jia Zhengyu clearly had no intention of giving him the opportunity to ask questions. In the next instant, he flipped his wrist and 3 long cones came out of his hand, heading straight for Jianlan. The long cone was extremely fast, and the landing point was extremely sinister, directly toward Jianlan's eyes as well as his throat. If they were solidly entrenched, even if they didn't die, I'm afraid they would end up crippled. Jianlan's pupils shrunk. A concealed weapon? Luckily, though, he'd been on guard for a while. The concealed weapons were fast, but not as fast as his thoughts. Jianlan's mind moved, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. The one who appeared in his original position was clearly the Ghost Mother, who was about 10 feet tall. Jianlan, on the other hand, appeared in the position before the Ghost Mother. Snort! 3 sharp long cones were instantly pierced into the Ghost Mother's body. In reality, paper people don't have minds of their own, much less feelings like pain, at the very least not at this level so far. As for whether the more advanced paper people would have their own minds or even consciousness in the future, Jianlan wasn't sure. After the long cone pierced into the Ghost Mother's body, the Ghost Mother didn't even react half-heartedly, only emitting a sinister aura from her body as she stared coldly at Jia Zhengyu. Jia Zhengyu gritted his teeth and flicked his wrist. Snort! The 3 long cones penetrated out from behind the Ghost Mother almost in no particular order, and then turned around in mid-air, once again stabbing at the back of the Ghost Mother's heart. Is that all you do? Hide behind these damn things? Jianlan, he is very clear about his position. If he was playing an MMO right now, then his profession would be summoner. He's a summon. Shouldn't he be hiding behind the baby when he fights? Jianlan had never seen whoever the summoner was rushing up with his staff to physically fight with others. A battle mage. Ha! Moreover, Jia Zhengyu's method of provoking Jianlan was really not smart, and he couldn't even cause the slightest mental fluctuation in Jianlan. Scream all you want. Jianlan could already tell that Jia Zhengyu's level was just SOSO. The cone that was played with, odds are that it was just a normal mind control object, nothing unusual about it. Not interested in accompanying Jia Zhengyu to continue playing, Jianlan directly controlled the Ghost Mother and gave the order to attack. The moment the Ghost Mother received the order, the group of ghost babies that had originally gathered next to her moved all of a sudden and flew at Jia Zhengyu. As for Jia Zhengyu, he was still controlling the long cone and kept piercing through the crowd of ghost babies. Jianlan was expressionless and even wanted to laugh a little. People are made of flesh, and a hole from an awl will certainly not be able to resist. But the Ghost Mother, but Jianlan made it out of paper. What with the vascular guts and all. Moreover, the Ghost Mother also possessed a certain degree of self-healing ability, and the long cone, even if it was very thick, was after all only a cone, which was about as thick as a chopstick. So after passing through the Ghost Mother's body, she automatically recovered before the long cone came back. In other words, even if Jia Zhengyu stabbed with an awl until the end of time, it was impossible to really do any harm to the Demon Mother. The ghost babies climbed up Jia Zhengyu's body with 7 hands and 8 feet. Compared to physical skills, Jia Zhengyu was even inferior to Feng Xiaoyan. Without even carrying through 10 seconds, he was pounced on by a group of ghost babies. The ghost babies sat on Jia Zhengyu, frantically tearing his flesh and skin. Almost in the blink of an eye, Jia Zhengyu was bruised and covered in blood. The behavior of the ghost babies was naturally authorized by Jianlan. The paper man is made of paper, but he's not made of clay. Having provoked, one must bear the price of provocation. Of course, Jianlan definitely wouldn't get anyone killed. At most, he would make Jia Zhengyu suffer a bit. The crowd on the side all saw the scene, but no one came forward to stop them. Those 4 cadres, all of them had been stunned by the sight before them. Feng Zhenghao, on the other hand, obviously had some grievances against Jia Zhengyu in his heart, so he was silent. As for Feng Xiaoyan and Zhang Chulan, there was even less indication. Seeing that Jia Zhengyu was truly on the verge of not being able to hold on, Feng Zhenghao then gave a dry cough. Cough. Little brother, let's be forgiving. I think let's forget about it. Jianlan immediately waved his hand, and the ghost baby and ghost mother directly turned into green smoke and disappeared into thin air. Since President Feng has said it all, this is the end of the line. Feng Zhenghao nodded his head rather gratefully. Jianlan, an outsider by contrast, was not a star and a half better than Jia Zhengyu. Chapter 29, You should be glad it's in the world society. Feng Zhenghao then looked at Jia Zhengyu, who was lying on the ground. Jia Zhengyu's face was covered in blood, but he could see that it was basically just a few superficial wounds, which might hurt a bit, but definitely wouldn't affect anything. Feng Zhenghao also knew that Jianlan must have been merciful. Otherwise, Jia Zhengyu's body would have been more than just some superficial wounds. Even if Jianlan wanted to kill him, I'm afraid it would just be a matter of waving his hand. Feng Zhenghao's tone at this time was not as fervent as it was just now, but instead, he said in a somewhat low tone. Master Jia, get up. Jia Zhengyu's eyes were glazed over, and his eyes looked like they were about to burst into flames. He gritted his teeth and stood up, bowing his head and not saying a word. Only his body kept trembling. Zhang Lan was startled at the sight. Is this guy that small-minded? If you haven't fought, you haven't fought. That's not so bad, is it? It's not worth it if you get mad again. Master Jia, don't be angry. You were the one who said you wanted to fight just now, and now that the fight is over, what else do you have to be angry about? Zhang Lan gave a word of advice. Unbeknownst to him, his words fell on Jia Zhengyu's ears and were indeed nakedly sarcastic. In the bottom of Jia Zhengyu's eyes, the color of viciousness and malice surged madly. Only this look was extremely deeply hidden, and Zhang Lan wasn't looking at him closely, so he didn't notice it at all. At this time, Zhang Lan once again said to Feng Zhenghao, "Trouble? Then we'll leave." "No trouble." Feng Zhenghao smiled and said, "When there is an opportunity in the future, you and Shulan are welcome to come to the World Society as guests." In fact, Feng Zhenghao was curious about Jiang Lan's methods, but at this time, he couldn't stop Jiang Lan from asking. Anyway, they were all in the same city, and Jiang Lan, by the looks of it, should be on Su Si's side. It's not that far away, and there's always time to get back in touch later. Jiang Lan sniffed and said smoothly and politely, "Next time for sure. The next time for sure, but when the next time will be, that's not certain." However, seeing Feng Zhenghao on this side today was indeed quite a surprise to Jiang Lan. Being in a high position, there was nothing of the superior's frame on him, whether it was real or pretend. At the very least he didn't in front of Jiang Lan, and that was enough. Even if it's faked, how is it not a skill to be able to fake it? Saying goodbye to Feng Zhenghao, Jiang Lan patted Zhang Chulan's shoulder. "Let's go." Zhang Chulan didn't know what he was thinking and was startled by Jiang Lan's sudden movement. "Ah, good." Then the two turned around and walked towards the door in full view of the crowd. Feng Xiaoyan stood next to her, and Jiang Lan flashed her an apologetic smile as he passed her. Wind, I'm sorry, there's nothing to apologize for. Not having fought is not having fought. I can afford to lose. Feng Xiaoyan raised her head, her tone somewhat condescending. Jiang Lan smiled and didn't say anything. Is this the normal person? I don't know if that Jia Zhengyu has mental problems. He now had his back to Jia Zhengyu, and didn't even see that after Feng Xiaoyan finished speaking, the color of resentment in Jia Zhengyu's eyes became even more intense. Just as Jiang Lan reached the door, a sudden change occurred. Phew! Behind him, several harsh air-breaking sounds rang out. Cold hairs rose on Jiang Lan's back. Every cell in his entire body was sending him the same signal. Danger! After becoming an inhuman, Jiang Lan's sixth sense had also improved a lot. It's not up to predicting the future, but it's never wrong. Jiang Lan couldn't turn around in time and instantly raised his hand. Behind him, two figures wearing armor and holding lances instantly appeared. The lance was raised. Ding, ding, ding. Several crunching sounds rang out. Jiang Lan also looked back, and was seeing several long cones fall helplessly to the ground. These long cones, they were running to kill him. Jiang Lan's eyes were gloomy as he stared at Jia Zhengyu. The others were also caught a bit off guard by the change of heart. Feng Zhenghao seemed to have reacted, but he didn't know out of what mentality. Perhaps because he knew that Jiang Lan could block it, and he hadn't made a move to stop it just now. But now, Feng Zhenghao was moving, only to see the black air on his body instantly explode out, and his right hand instantly pinched Jia Zhengyu's neck, actually lifting his entire body up. He said angrily, "Jia Zhengyu, I'm really blind, actually fancying a guy like you. If I let you walk out of my world society like this, I, Feng Zhenghao, will not be able to live with it." By this time, Jiang Lan had already retraced his steps. "President Feng, is it okay if I come in person?" Feng Zhenghao looked deeply at Jiang Lan, and the black air on his body dispersed as much as it could. Good. The words fell out of his mouth, and he let go of his hand. Before Jia Zhengyu even landed on the ground, two long spears that flashed with a cold light landed directly on both of his arms. Snort! Two voices sounded almost simultaneously. Jia Zhengyu's arms instantly separated from his shoulders and landed on the ground. His eyes bulged out, and the intense pain even made him feel like his soul was trembling. The other onlookers were dumbfounded, as if they didn't expect Jiang Lan to strike so viciously. Without saying a word, he removed both of the man's arms. Jiang Lan, however, didn't care about what the others thought, but just looked at Jia Zhengyu, his voice low and icy. "You should be glad this is in the territory of the World Council, or you will die." After saying that, Jiang Lan also turned around and left without further words. He didn't think he was overdoing it. If he hadn't sensed the danger in advance, I'm afraid he would have been killed here by Jia Zhengyu. Compared to this, by only removing two of his arms, Jiang Lan felt that he had been too kind to be merciful. As for the discomfort after hurting someone, no, not at all. He had been in contact with paper money and paper people since he was a child, and had seen not 100 but 80 dead people. Mental toughness has been practiced for a long time. Walking out of the door of the World Society, Zhang let out a long breath. He was really motivated to kill just now. If he had been more impulsive, he might have been able to control the paper and stab Jia Zhengyu's head off with a single shot. Luckily it was finally collected. More than 2 months ago, he was a good young man with 5 words, 4 virtues and 3 loves. If he really killed Jia Zhengyu just now, even if it was self-defense, he would definitely feel uncomfortable in his heart. That's good. Right at this moment, behind Jianlan, Feng Zhenghao's voice rang out. Are you two going back to the office? I'll call a car to give you a ride? Jianlan turned around and realized that Feng Zhenghao had actually followed him out. He shook his head. No need, President Wind. It's not that far. We'll both take a cab and go back. Zhang Chulan also chimed in. Yeah, it's not that far. Don't bother. Feng Zhenghao didn't continue to force the issue and simply said, don't worry, little brother. The World Society, will definitely give you a satisfactory answer for what happened just now. No need. Jianlan shook his head. The revenge is over. Just let things go. Jianlan was sober enough to know that being angry with scum was purely a way to find pain for himself. Chapter 30, The Jiao Festival of the Luo Heavenly Kingdom and the Tongtian Talisman. Cab. Jianlan lightly glanced at Zhang Chulan. Trouble with the company? Having seen the viciousness of Jianlan's strike just now, Zhang Chulan was also careful at this moment. Not really a contradiction. What's going on there? Although he didn't have much contact with Zhang Chulan, Jianlan felt that he shouldn't be the wallflower type. It was impossible for the side of the World Society to say that they would give some favors and Zhang Chulan would just go over there. Jianlan felt that he was still quite accurate in reading people. Zhang Chulan seemed to have some difficulty saying, come on, don't say anything if you don't want to. Seeing Zhang Chulan's appearance, Jianlan wasn't interested in pursuing the matter further. He was not meant to be a gossipy personality. Zhang Chulan sniffed and let out a breath. After all, it's really quite hard to say why he left. At this time, Jianlan reminded, Su Si seems to be quite angry. Further on, Jianlan didn't say anything. Zhang Chulan wasn't stupid. He should be able to handle it himself. If it's not handled well, it's not his business. To be honest, in terms of human feelings, Jianlan felt that he might not be as good as Zhang Chulan. Aha! Zhang Chulan nodded, somewhat grateful. Thanks a lot. I know. Half an hour later, which is all the way through. 3rd floor office. Count on your kid's good sense. Su Si held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Zhang Chulan with narrowed eyes. Isn't it just getting you 2 chickens? As for not, still running, that's all you've got. Zhang Chulan's face was red for a while and white for a while. Jianlan, who was sitting on the sofa, however, narrowed his eyes. He suddenly loves gossip again. Su Si continued, if you don't like the quality, I'll find you 2 more upscale ones. No need. Su Si skimmed his lips and pointed at Jianlan. If you really can't, let him customize 2 for you with silicone. It's guaranteed to look just like the real thing, and you can still pick. Jianlan, is Su Si really planning to let him open an imitation doll factory? Silicone. He hasn't tried it, but I guess it shouldn't work. Not only was Jianlan silent, Zhang Chulan also followed along. It was at this time that Su Si raised his head and said to Jianlan, I'll have finance credit your account later. Jianlan smiled. Making money. Who says state-owned enterprises are slow? This is so sharp. Su Si, this person, deeply Jianlan heart 1 point, is to do things quickly, and does not procrastinate. It seems very simple, but in real life, there are very few people who can do what Su Si did. Thanks, I'll leave if there's nothing else. Although he still wanted to know the details of Zhang Chulan's gossip, but now that so many people were in the room, it was not good for him to open his mouth and ask, wait. Su Si cut Jianlan off. Anything else? There is one, Su Si said. In a few days, come with us on a trip to Longhu Mountain. Go? Jianlan raised an eyebrow. Traveling at public expense? He knew for sure it wouldn't be that simple, but looking at Su Si's appearance, he seemed to be quite relaxed, so he guessed that even if there was a mission, it shouldn't be difficult. But even if you're going, you'll have to ask ahead of time. What's the point of going to Lungfu Shan? Su Si pointed at Zhang Chulan. The Luo Tian de Jiao festival is about to start. All you have to do is to bail this kid out as number 1. The baby will also be together. Just the baby alone I'm afraid of not guaranteed. This is to ask you want to go over a trip. Don't worry. Clothing, food, housing and transportation all reimbursement. Hard work fee, 200,000 it. There are special circumstances and then give you up. Jianlan didn't agree in one breath, but asked with some doubts. The Luo Tian Dajiao? He had heard of the Jiao festival of Luotian, which was considered to be one of the Taoist festivals. However, in his impression, the Luotian Dajiao was supposed to be a large-scale blessing ceremony for the purpose of praying for the prosperity of the country and the well-being of the people, as well as a favorable wind and rain. But listening to Su Si, the Luotian Dajiao still has something to do with the foreigners? Yes, the Luotian Jiao festival is originally a place for foreigners to communicate with each other, only that in the past it was mostly by invitation. However, this year, the Heavenly Master's Mansion has put out the word that as long as a foreigner is under 30 years of age, they will be able to participate in the Luo Tian Bun Festival, and there will be a competition ring. The eventual winner will be able to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Master position and become the next generation of Heavenly Masters. Zhang Lan sniffed and blinked. The next generation of Heavenly Masters? Chloe Chang? What's this all about? And it's not right, is it? Any shifter under the age of 30 can participate, and whoever wins gets the position of Celestial Master. Even though Zhang Lan didn't understand it, he knew that the Heavenly Master was the spiritual leader of the entire Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house, or even the entire Orthodox Church. What if the winner is not a Taoist at all, but a monk? A little more outrageous. What if the winner ends up being an omnisexual? Can you also become a Celestial Master? It's not right. The winner gets to become a Celestial Master. It's a bit too much child's play. And, at this point, Zhang Lan gave a beat. He understood vaguely. The reason why he would feel like child's play is that he feels that this first place reward is a bit too unreliable. But he was overlooking one thing. Is it possible that this first place award was originally an inside job? And this inside candidate? Zhang Lan shifted his eyes to Zhang Chulan. Chloe Chang? Although both he and the Heavenly Master were surnamed Zhang, wasn't Zhang Chulan a college student? Not to mention the fact that it has nothing to do with the Heavenly Master. It has nothing to do with Taoism at all, right? Zhang Lan blinked. Seeing Zhang Lan's look, Su Si also understood that he should have guessed it, but he didn't affirm or deny it. He just said, if the winner doesn't want to inherit the position of Heavenly Master, Elder Lu Jinlu has also taken out the Tong Tian Talisman as a reward for the final winner. Tong Tian Talisman? Zhang Lan repeated, narrowing his eyes. If it's a built-in reward, then why the extra effort? Zhang Lan didn't have much of a clue for a while, but he didn't continue to think about it any deeper. Still, these things have nothing to do with him. Even if the first place is really set in stone, it's certainly not him. He's just a guy who gets paid to do things. Su Si nodded. Don't underestimate the Tong Tian Talisman. That was also one of the 8 strange techniques that caused the Joshan rebellion back then. Regarding the 8 wonders technique, Su Si and Zhang Lan had talked about it before. It was said that each and every one of them was metaphysically incomparable, and that obtaining any one of them would enable one's strength to soar. Otherwise, the air-body source flow that Zhang Chulan didn't know if he had in his body wouldn't have been coveted by so many people. Zhang Lan nodded. I see. Is there anything else I need to do besides make him number 1? Su Si thought about it and said, let's do it at night. When I set a place for the night, we'll talk about it while eating. Later, I'll look for you downstairs in your house. No problem. Now in this room, there are just Su San Su Si, and Zhang Chulan Feng Bao Bao. Counting him, there are a total of 5 people. Since Su Si didn't say it explicitly, there were some words that were inconvenient for others to hear. Chapter 31, Why are you focusing on the lower 3 roads? 2 hours later, Zhang Lan stood at the entrance of the neighborhood, and from afar, he saw a black commercial car coming this way. The business car stopped next to Zhang Lan, and the window slowly descended, revealing Su Si's face. Where to eat? Zhang Lan pointed to the side. It was a barbecue place, and it was June, the hottest time of the year, and there were a lot of tables and chairs set up outside. It was after 8 o'clock at night, but there was a crowd outside the store. Su Si looked in the direction Zhang Lan pointed and grinned. You're pretty frugal. It's fine. It's on me. How about another place? Zhang Lan smiled back and shook his head. That's just fine. Before we opened, we were lucky to get 1 meal a week. When Zhang Lan opened the paper tie store before, he actually wasn't particularly short of money. I just have to watch the store every day, and I don't have time to come out to eat at all, so I usually have some takeout in a hurry. Coming out for a barbecue, that's pure busy work. Gotta. Su Si directly parked the car at the curb and pushed the door to get out. The duo didn't take more than a few steps before sitting directly at one of the empty tables outside. There was some grease on the table, but neither cared. A waiter stepped forward and asked, placing the menu on the table, what can I get you to? Su Si looked at Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan, on the other hand, said indifferently, I'll do whatever I want, just keep an eye on it. Su Si was not polite and pointed to the menu. 10 of the same as the shotgun shells, 5 of the big loins, 5 of the blue fairies, a dozen oysters, and a plate of leeks. You watch the rest and serve whatever you want. Then hit Qingdao. Gotta go. Zhang Lan, how Thai are you? Su Si hemmed and hawed. You're young, You don't understand, and my brother tells you it's all good. There was another silence from Jianlan. It was a long time before he spoke. As I recall, I don't think you have a wife, do you? It's no, there's no delay in not having it. Jianlan tugged at the corner of his mouth. Don't you give my paper man a break. I'm not warrantying this. Go. Looking for me is also looking for a real person. Su Si raised his eyebrows and continued. When you finish eating, brother will take you to the next game? Looking at Su Si's expression, Jianlan could also guess where the so-called next game he was talking about would be. Forget it, I'm afraid of getting sick. Without waiting for Su Si to speak, Jianlan went straight to the point and inquired, going to Lungfu Shan, and other things? Aha. Speaking of business, Su Si's expression was also rare and serious. Remember the Tong Tian talisman I just mentioned? Remember, this Tong Tian talisman, it's a reward no less, but at the same time, it's also a bait. Jianlan's thoughts turned and he understood. Bait for catching full sex? It's not hard to guess. Zhang Cholin's air body source flow, which might not necessarily be there or not, had attracted the prying eyes of so many omnisexuals, and there are 100% of the Tong Tian talismans on the Luo Tian Dijiao. The whole nature is a group of lawless madmen, will not care what Luo Tian Dajia not Luo Tian Dajia, as long as the attraction to them, that no matter in the end cannot get, they will certainly go to the hustle and bustle. Yes, I'm not sure if Quan Sex will take the bait, but based on their past style, they definitely won't give up this opportunity, Su Si said, and this time, it's not the company that's taking the lead, it's Elder Lu Jin. Lu Jin. This was the second time Jianlan had heard Su Si mention this name, but with one of the 8 strange techniques in hand, he should also be a former celebrity of the inhuman realm. Su Sideo. Lu Jin is the patriarch of the Lu family, one of the 4 great families in the inhuman realm today, as well as a member of the 10 brothers. As for the 10 brothers, you can understand them as the 10 recognized inhumans amongst the entire inhuman realm, who are either the head of a clan, a long-established senior, or a powerful inhuman. Jianlan nodded. So saying, he knew. There were just a few more questions in his mind. Isn't the company the organization that governs the inhumans? And since there is a company, what is the point of the existence of the 10? Su Si lost his smile. You kid is not weak, but your knowledge of the inhuman world is really too little. Although we, Na Du Tong, are the organization that manages the inhumans on the surface, our main purpose is still to maintain peace and stability between the inhumans and ordinary people. The 10 Brotherhood is different. The 10 Brotherhood is mainly about resolving internal conflicts within the inhuman community. To be honest, even if the company's influence is great, it can never really penetrate into the inhuman circles. But the 10 brothers are different. Every single one of them is a highly respected senior, and they have a lot of energy and power in the inhuman world. So even corporations, when they do something, they need the assistance of the 10 Brotherhood. Understood. Su Si continued. And there has been a long-standing grudge between Elder Lu and Quan Sex. This time, we'll only be playing assistance in the past, and we'll definitely have to contribute. So we'll see the specifics at that time, and then lay out a battle plan. Jianlan nodded again. How long will this trip be out? Counting back and forth, 8 or 9 days? It certainly won't take more than 10 days anyway. 10 days. Jianlan thought about it and decided to agree. It's a bit longer, but going to the Luo Tian Dajio will surely give you a lot of insight. And Lungfu Shan is a Taoist holy place anyhow, so the scenery must be good too. Jianlan hadn't really traveled much in his 2 lives. It's nice to get out and about. Okay, what day do we leave? The Luo Tian Dajio will start in half a month. We can just go there a day or 2 in advance. I'll call you in advance then. No problem. Jianlan agreed painfully, and then said, what we just talked about. It seems like there's nothing we can't let other people know. Why did you call me out alone? Su Si's relationship with Su San and Feng Baobao naturally needed no introduction. If there was anyone to guard against not wanting anyone to hear it, it would have to be Zhang Chulan. The truth was just as Jianlan had guessed. If it isn't that Zhang Chulan kid, knowing too much, I'm afraid it'll affect his play. Jianlan hung his eyes and thought. A moment later, he raised his head and inquired. He is the inner leader of the Luo Tian Dajiao? Su Si looked deeply at Jianlan. Young brains are good. With this IQ paired with this face, it's not a problem to earn $1 million a year by becoming a duck. If you meet a rich woman, you might be able to earn even more. The moment Su Si's words fell, Jianlan's body's faintly shadowy breath surged out, and the temperature of the surrounding environment plummeted by a few points. Even the group of diners at a nearby table shivered. Why is this so cold? Seeing this, Su Si quickly raised his hand. Don't, just kidding. Jianlan reincorporated the shadowy breath into his body. Although the neighborhood was full of ordinary people, he wasn't worried about being discovered. Ordinary people, they can't detect the air. Even if the ambient temperature drops, they don't make the connection toward the inhuman side, not to mention the connection with the presence of the company. 99% of the ordinary people, simply don't even know what an inhuman is. Chapter 32, Feng Baobao's Secret. Customer, the food is ready. Jianglan looked at the pile of lower thirds on the table in front of him and said after a pause, "Isn't he an ordinary college student? How could he be the inner leader of the Luo Tian Dajia? And his strength?" Jianglan didn't say the second half. Zhang Chulan's strength, in his opinion, was just a little too weak. Although he hadn't seen Zhang Chulan strike head-on, just by looking at how miserably he had been tossed around by Xia He before, his strength wasn't strong enough to go anywhere. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to let those all sexes rub him round and have to rely on the company to save him. But even Xia Ha, in front of his paper-marrying ghost, he lost his fighting power almost instantly. By that reckoning, if Zhang Chulan really went up against him, I'm afraid it would be a struggle for him to go 2 rounds at the hands of the paper general. Zhang Chulan, his life is a bit complicated. In short, his grandfather should have some connection with the Heavenly Master's house. As for the internalization of this matter, in fact, no one has explicitly said it, but the discerning can see it. Su Si continued, there are often Luo Tian Dejiao Festival, but it is the first time ever that the succession qualification of the Heavenly Master is taken as a reward. Under normal circumstances, the position of Heavenly Master is naturally done by the disciple of the Heavenly Master. But if the old Heavenly Master really wanted to pass the position to his own disciple, he would have just passed it on behind closed doors. There was no need to be redundant. So, the Celestial Master's mansion must have set up this reward to run towards an outsider. And this outsider, in all probability, is Zhang Chulan. You don't know. A few days ago, Zhang Lingyu, a senior disciple of the old Heavenly Master, personally found Zhang Chulan and gave him the post for the Jiao Festival of Luo Tian, asking him to attend. Those who can have this kind of treatment are all from famous clans and seniors. Zhang Chulan, a silent and nameless junior. If he hadn't attracted the attention of the old Heavenly Master, how could he have the virtue to get the post? So that's what happened. What Su Si said was clear enough. Sparing Jiang Lan a listen, he felt that this matter was correct in all probability. But, the position of the Heavenly Master. I still don't quite get it. The Heavenly Master, even if it's internalized, that's also the matter of the Heavenly Master. Why does the company have to contribute to the work, and also get him 2 bodyguards? The 2 bodyguards in Jiang Lan's mouth were naturally him and Feng Baobao. If it were anyone else and he was asked to be a bodyguard, Jiang Lan would definitely not do it. But Su Si is different. Su Si give money It was not that Jiang Lan had fallen into the eyes of money, but after 20 years of mediocrity, it was really hard to refuse the temptation of hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that temptation has little to do yet with how much he himself has saved. Maybe when Jiang Lan's account deposits exceeded $100 million, he wouldn't be moved by a few $100,000, but even now he has just over $6 million in his account. Su Si was silent for a rare moment. He looked at Jiang Lan, his eyes flickering with some unspoken meaning. Jiang Lan felt as if Su Si was wondering if he was trustworthy. With just a glance, Jiang Lan sensed that the company. No, Su Si wanted Zhang Chulan to succeed the position of Heavenly Master, and he was afraid that he had some deeper other purpose. And there seems to be some hidden secrets involved. Without waiting for Su Si to speak, Jiang Lan said, "Don't say anything if it's inconvenient." Su Si still didn't move. A moment later, though, he suddenly looked up. "It's better to talk to you." "It's nothing. It's just that if Zhang Chulan can become a Heavenly Master, he will be able to know quite a bit of information. And within that information, aside from what Zhang Chulan himself wants to know, there are quite a few that I want to know." Jiang Lan's eyes flickered. So the ultimate goal wasn't for Zhang Chulan to actually become a Heavenly Master, but just for some news? It wasn't much, but Jiang Lan knew more or less. There was indeed some mystery surrounding Zhang Chulan. For example, why were the people of all nature certain that his grandfather had a gas body source flow, while Zhang Chulan himself was completely unaware of this matter? It's the kind of thing that anyone who comes along would be curious about, and Su Si wants to know the news. Just as Jiang Lan was pondering, Su Si suddenly said, "As a matter of fact, this is a secret that only a few of us know about, and I can tell you about it." But, stop. Jiang Lan directly called a halt. "Then you'd better not talk to me. I may not have a tight mouth." He was indeed curious, no doubt, but after this period of time, something that could make Su Si so solemn would definitely not be a trivial matter. Once you're involved, it's hard to pull out again. To really insist on pursuing this is purely to make things difficult for yourself. Su Si paused again and then said, "Then I'll make it simple. The baby has lost her memory and doesn't know who her family is or where she came from. As long as Zhang Chulan is able to succeed the position of Heavenly Master, he might be able to find the answer to this question." Jiang Lan's eyes flashed. Su Si this was picking only what he could say, but he also knew that Feng Baobao was definitely not just as simple as losing her memory. There are a lot of people with amnesia. how many of them can be related to the celestial master? Therefore, I am afraid that the matter behind Feng Baobao is much more complicated than what Su Si recounted. Good, don't say the rest. Zhang Lan said, I haven't had enough peaceful days yet. I don't want to jump into some deep, bottomless pit. Making money and playing games, Zhang Lan was quite content. As for any shocking conspiracy, he didn't want to, nor was he interested in getting involved. Su Si lit a cigarette and took a deep breath, then grinned. Okay, you don't want to get involved. I'm sure as hell not going to force you. He had just been considering whether Zhang Lan was trustworthy. After a recent period of contact, combined with the fact that he had previously investigated Zhang Lan's background, Su Si then finally decided to tell Zhang Lan about Feng Baobao, but he couldn't insist if people didn't want to hear it. As for Zhang Lan's background, it was nothing unusual. Just learned to tie paper people in the early years. Not too big when the family had a change of heart, and then inherited the family in the next city to open a paper store. Only some time ago to move to the South Street of Z City. The background is not missing at all from the beginning to the end. There is absolutely nothing to pick out, and there is no faking or anything like that. The company's intelligence section, after all, is awesome. If the information is falsified, even if it's hidden from the rest of the world, it certainly won't be hidden from the company. Su Si picked up a bunch of cashews and nibbled on them, then picked up the bottle of wine and gulped down the food in his mouth. Eat, eat, eat. Zhang Lan looked at a table full of lower three. Although it could not raise any appetite, but his family flavor is really good. Also followed the food and drink. The two continued to chat, only this time it was all about family matters. 2 hours later, the two of them were full of wine. Zhang Lan didn't drink. The 12 bottles of beer were all drunk by Su Si alone. I have to say, Su Si is really able to drink. 12 bottles of beer down. Froze even the toilet did not go. Chapter 33, Feng Zhenghao's Invitation. Day 2. A text message beep woke up the sleeping Zhang Lan. He was a bit of a wake-up call himself. That is, when he first woke up, he would be in a not-so-good mood, causing him to look at everything a bit less than pleasant. But when he turned his cell phone on and saw what was on it, he lost all his temper, and his wake-up call was all but gone. Wachovia Bank, your account with tail number 3477 earned $200,000 on June, leaving a balance of $6,325, $334.98. Zhang Lan swore that he had never seen words that could delight the mind and body more than this. At the same time, he received a message on WeChat. Su 4, the finance side sent the money over. Did you receive it? Rainy night with a knife and no umbrella, roger that. Rainy night with a knife and no umbrella, thank you boss. JPG. Putting down his cell phone, Zhang Lan stood up with a yawn, walked to the restroom, and simply washed up. After washing up, he ordered a decent-looking takeout and dove headfirst into his gaming room. This life, the original Zhang Lan did not dare to dream so dream. But now, it's a breeze, day by day. At noon on the third day, Zhang Lan lay in bed bored. He's not going to the gaming room either. It is really too long to play in a row, giving him physical discomfort. Sure enough, no matter how much you want something, after you've really had it for a while, it's tasteless. Zhang Lan picked up his cell phone and read the novel for a while when he suddenly had a flash of light. That's not true. We're at least a rich man now. After we have money, shouldn't we go out and buy things? What kind of person stays home and plays games every day? Zhang Lan looked at the curtains next to him. The curtains were completely blacked out, except that you could still see, through the cracks, the bright sunlight. Never mind, it's too bright out. Let's go out in the afternoon. Before that, order a takeout first. Zhang Lan looked at his cell phone. This side was thinking about whether to eat spicy hot or snail powder today. But the next second, a caller alert popped up above his cell phone. The number is an unfamiliar number, but Zhang Lan was certain that it was not a scam call. He really hadn't seen it before. Who scammed with a phone number ending in 68? Zhang Lan raised an eyebrow. Who could this be? He doesn't seem to know anyone that powerful either. If this phone number is auctioned off, a few million would be a lot less, wouldn't it? Wrong number? Zhang Lan thought about it, but he still picked up the phone. Who cares who it is? Just pick it up, won't you? The next moment, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Zhang Lan? This voice was familiar to Zhang Lan, and he hadn't come into contact with more than a few outsiders in the recent past, so he instantly knew the identity of the owner of the voice. President of the Heavenly Society, Feng Zhenghao. Zhang Lan narrowed his eyes. President Wind? Ha ha, little brother heard that? Ah, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Although Feng Zhenghao did not look old, he was actually in his 50s. His daughters were all about Zhang Lan's age, so Zhang Lan still spoke politely. I'm done with Jia Zhangyu. Zhang Lan's eyes widened. How come you're done with it? Killed? No, you said it's processed. It's. Seemingly hearing the emotions in Zhang Lan's words, Feng Zhenghao laughed out loud. Don't think much of it, he's sincerely repented. I'm going to have him come to your door and apologize. You see, Hearing that the person didn't die, Jianlan breathed a long sigh of relief. But don't die. He didn't want to get into a lawsuit because of himself. Although Jia Zhengyu was quite damned, but as a good young man of the new era, coupled with the fact that the anger from that time was already out, Jianlan didn't think about getting Jia Zhengyu killed. However, Feng Zhenghao said that he would let Jia Zhengyu apologize at the door. Jianlan didn't even consider it and rejected it directly. No need, President Wind, just tell him to go back where he came from. I don't want to see him. Although he didn't intend to let Jia Zhengyu die, Jianlan always believed that a person's nature could not be changed. Scum is scum. A classic fictional brainless villain says he wants to sincerely repent. Not to mention that Jianlan didn't believe it. It was unlikely that any other person would believe it either. So the best thing that can happen between the two is to never see each other again for the rest of their lives. Hearing the determination within Jianlan's words, Feng Zhenghao didn't continue to force himself. In that case, I'll make sure you never see him again in Z City. Jianlan said, then I'll thank President Feng first. You're welcome. After all, the matter happened in my world society. I naturally have no reason to ignore it. Feng Zhenghao continued, let's put it this way. I'll set up a banquet to make amends for your encounter in the world society. I wonder if it's convenient for you to show your face. Jianlan was silent for a while. Even if he hadn't noticed something wrong at first, he did now. It's not like he's a little cutie. When they were chatting with Su Si that night, the two of them had mentioned Feng Zhenghao. Feng Zhenghao had also become one of the 10 brothers some time ago by virtue of his world society's power. The 10 brothers, that's the 10 people recognized as the most powerful in the inhuman world. In the inhuman realm, Feng Zhenghao was a 10th brother and Jianlan was a fledgling brat. In the world of ordinary people, Feng Zhenghao is the chairman of a large listed company, and Jianlan is a wage earner in a courier company. Therefore, given the difference in their status, what made Feng Zhenghao so attentive to him? Jianlan didn't believe that if Jia Zhengyu had tried to kill an ordinary person, Feng Zhenghao would have personally called, apologized, and hosted a banquet to make amends. Therefore, Feng Zhenghao must have Feng Zhenghao's own purpose in finding him this time. As for what the purpose is, Jianlan turned his head sideways and glanced at the stack of yellow paper on the table. There was nothing that he could cause Feng Zhenghao to covet except for this craft of paper tying. It was just that Jianlan didn't know whether Feng Zhenghao's purpose was his paper man or him as a person. Jianlan had a moment of reckoning. Soon he made his decision. Pipewind Zhenghao have what purpose? If it is a paper man, then do business. Jianlan naturally will not refuse. If the purpose is him as a person, no matter what, he is at least half of the company. Feng Zhenghao really want to have any action, also have to weigh. The main point was that Feng Zhenghao, as a dignified figure in the inhuman world, would not really tear his face off even if what he was asking for did not work. Jianlan said, President Feng, wouldn't this be a bit too much trouble? Feng Zhenghao even said, how can it be troublesome? Just say if you're willing to show your face. Jianlan withdrew a smile at the corner of his mouth. It's still true. Go on then. Anyway, I've had enough of the game, so it's okay to go meet the big boys. President Feng has an appointment. Where would a latecomer not have the time? Ha 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 ha. Feng Zhenghao burst into a bright laugh. Okay. I'll send a car to pick you up when the afternoon comes. It's settled. No problem. Chapter 34, The Strange Brain of the Feng Family. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Jianlan stood in front of the neighborhood, a pure black luxury business car, slowly coming from the distance. The license plate was a wobbly 5.5s. Jianlan didn't even need to think about it to know that this car must have been sent by Feng Zhenghao. He hadn't spoken to Feng Zhenghao about his address, but Jianlan wasn't surprised when the car came looking for him. Regardless of his status in the inhuman circle or the ordinary people circle, it wasn't that difficult for Feng Zhenghao to find out information about him. The black business car stopped steadily in front of Jianlan. The main driver's door opened, and from it descended a chauffeur dressed in a smart black suit and white gloves. Mr. Jianlan, long time no see. He first bowed and saluted Jianlan before pressing the electric button on the rear door. The car door opened slowly. Jianlan was a bit surprised. He wasn't so much surprised that the doors were motorized as he was surprised at the person sitting in the car. It was none other than Feng Zhenghao, who had short white hair and was mentally competent. In person, Jianlan didn't even know that he actually had this much face. He originally thought that Feng Zhenghao would just send a driver over to pick him up, but he didn't expect him to come himself. This was also a side note that Feng Zhenghao still had a high regard for himself. In his heart, Jianlan's mind flew, but his face revealed a smile as he said to Feng Zhenghao inside the car, President Feng, why are you here in person? Ha ha. Feng Zhenghao laughed 2 times cheerfully. then said, "Since it's to make amends to you, wouldn't it be too rude if I didn't come here myself?" It's true that businessmen are better at talking than they are at singing, but one had to admit, John was still very flattered after hearing it, being complimented so much by a big brother. If he didn't still have a bit of stamina, I'm afraid he would have drifted off by now. John stepped on the pedals and sat on a separate capsule seat. In the end, it's a high-grade business car. This seat, sitting on it is comfortable. It's better to be rich. John didn't know much about cars, but he recognized the logo. It's something that, with his entire savings combined, he could only afford to buy one. President Feng is joking. There's actually no need for such trouble. Although he knew that Feng Zhanghao had something else in mind, he still had to do the superficial work that needed to be done. Although John didn't like to socialize with outsiders, his IQ wasn't low. No trouble, no trouble. Feng Zhanghao smiled and said, "We're also considered to be not fighting. If it wasn't for borrowing Chulan's light, maybe we wouldn't have met." Feng Zhanghao was right. If it wasn't for Zhang Chulan, maybe he wouldn't even know what the World Group did right now. After chatting with Feng Zhanghao for a while, the commercial vehicle drove into the underground parking garage of the World Group. The driver stopped the vehicle, opened the door and raked it halfway around from the main driver's position, which opened both power doors, going straight to the World Council. John wasn't surprised. After all, Feng Zhanghao had said to give him a banquet. Surely it couldn't be like an ordinary people's home. Go to a restaurant to eat something and forget about it. Rich people talk about that style. Mostly, unsurprisingly, the World Club should have Feng Zhanghao's private restaurant. "Little brother, let's go." Feng Zhanghao got out of the car and greeted John. John nodded and followed behind Feng Zhanghao. Within 2 steps, the two came to an elevator. Although there was no text on the elevator, John was able to tell that this elevator was probably reserved for Feng Zhanghao. It's really the appearance of this elevator that's a little too solid. It was more than one size larger than the other elevators, not to mention that even the doors were trimmed in gold. I just don't know if it's real gold. Taking the elevator, the two made their way to the 27th floor. The elevator door opens and what comes into view is a huge luxurious dining room, with floor-to-ceiling windows all around. Looking down, the view of half of the city of Z is all unobstructed. The restaurant's decor is not the type of luxury that looks earthy at first glance, but instead reflects sophistication in the details. John looked around, his heart dawning. So that first floor lobby kind of bath decoration is just for window dressing? It seems as if Feng Zhanghao isn't very earthy. In the middle of the dining room, there was a huge round table. The round table had long been filled with a variety of dishes. At a glance, even John was mostly unnameable. It's really less insightful. And throughout the entire floor of the restaurant, as well as him and Feng Zhanghao, there were 2 other figures already sitting at the table. Both had short white hair, a man and a woman. The woman Zhang recognized was none other than Feng Xiayan, Feng Zhanghao's daughter, who had crossed paths with him once not long ago. As for men, no, I should say it's a boy. After all, he looked like he wasn't too old for a good year. John estimated that he should be 17 or 18 years old. Between his eyebrows and eyes, there was also some similarity between him and Feng Xiayan and Feng Zhanghao. Then the boy's identity is a good guess. Probably also the son of Feng Zhanghao. Feng Zhanghao brought Jiang to the table and said enthusiastically, "Formal introduction. This is my daughter, Feng Xiayan, and this is my son, Feng Xingtong." Immediately afterward, he looked to the pair of children and said, "Say hello to little brother John." Feng Xiayan and Feng Xingtong stood up at the same time. "Hello, good day big brother Jiang." Compared to Feng Xiayan, Feng Xingtong was much more enthusiastic, a smile spreading across her face as she said, "I heard about it. My old sister couldn't even beat you. Big brother Jiang, you're really powerful." Jiang moved, then looked at Feng Xingtong and smiled. "Did Feng Qingho teach you this? But it doesn't look like it." The adoration in Feng Xingtong's eyes was something that could not be faked. So this kid really thinks he's good? Jiang somewhat admired the brain circuits of Feng Zhanghao's family. If he was an ordinary person, his sister had been beaten, he would definitely be looking for revenge. But instead of that, Feng Xingtong looked like he was worshipping him. "Little brother, sit," Feng Zhanghao said. "I'm a bit rushed, please apologize for the poor hospitality." "Nice guy, that's a lot of hospitality for one table. It's already very sumptuous, so I'm sorry to trouble Chairman Feng." Actually, Jiang was a bit annoyed now. It's a long way to bend the rules, so I might as well get straight to the point. It's no trouble. It's a simple family feast and there are no outsiders. Just treat the World Council as your own home. Jiang, what a way to make yourself at home. It's a test of his attitude. There was no choice to respond positively. Since Feng Zhanghao wanted to act, it would be better to accompany him. It's not like there's anything going on anyway. Tired all the way, First eat something to pad, come. Immediately after that, it was another half hour of nothing nutritious pleasantries. Finally, Jianlan couldn't sit still for a bit. He truly admired Feng Zhanghao. This patience, solely, he didn't want to pretend anymore and raised his head to look at Feng Zhanghao. President Feng, you didn't find me here this time just to invite me for a meal, did you? Feng Zhanghao still had a smile on his face as he lightly glanced at the Feng Xiaoyan siblings. Chapter 35, Pie in the Sky. Feng Xingtong suddenly frowned. Sorry, big brother Jiang, my stomach hurts a little. I'll go out first. The pretense of going to the bathroom is clumsy, but effective. As Feng Xingtong got up, Feng Xiaoyan followed suit and stood up together. When the siblings left, only Jianlan and Feng Zhanghao were left in the field. It was only at this moment that Feng Zhanghao spoke. Little brother is overly concerned. It's really just to make amends to you. Jianlan did not speak, waiting for Feng Zhanghao's next words. Sure enough, within 2 seconds, Feng Zhanghao continued, but to say that there is no selfishness at all, that's not true. Jianlan was speechless. You should have said so earlier, but you've been stalling until now. But the real exchange was about to begin, and Jianlan was pumped up. He looked directly at the door and saw the mountain road. Oh, then did President Feng come for me as a person, or for the skills I have on me? There may not seem to be much difference between the two, but in reality the difference is huge. One wanted to take him under his wing, the other was interested in the paper figures he had tied up. Feng Zhanghao obviously didn't expect Jianlan to be so direct either. He was silent for a moment and spoke. I was trying to run to you as a person, but I didn't think you might agree. Jianlan nodded. President Win's intuition is so accurate. He's now considered half of the company, and the kind that works if he wants to, and gets paid for nothing if he doesn't. So he's certainly not going to move on to something else. Even if Feng Zhanghao offered even higher conditions, Jianlan would not be moved. It comes down to the word freedom. It wasn't that joining the world society wouldn't be free. Perhaps Feng Zhanghao had offered him even more favorable conditions than the company. And again, he wouldn't be forced to do anything. But joining the World Council is not the same as joining a company. In the words of Su Si, he is now considered an external consultant of the company. If you do not want to do, you can completely cancel the contract. That said, even now, he is not forcibly tied to the company. But if he joined the World Society, no matter what Feng Zhanghao said, in everyone's eyes, he was a member of the World Society. Or rather, the subordination of the World Council. This was not Jianlan's intention. He didn't want to be tied to any other power in the matter of identity. Nadu Tong is a bit better. After all, Nadu Tong is behind the government. With the existence of the system, his future potential was almost unlimited. Strength beyond the stream of the 10 brothers is nothing more than a matter of evil nightmares. Jianlan didn't believe that the 10 brothers were more powerful than the 10 temples of Hades. In the company, the least he could do was to ensure that the company would never be able to do anything in his name even after his own rise to power. But the World Council can be a different story, even more impressive. It's a private company, and Feng Zhanghao is a businessman. Not only is he a businessman, but he's a very good one. People like this will never let go of anything that benefits them. So now, if Jianlan really joined the World Society, he was laying a mine for himself in the future. Feng Zhanghao laughed. That's a pretty dry refusal, but why don't you hold your horses for a moment and listen to my terms? Jianlan raised an eyebrow. Feng Zhanghao's words were very confident. If you look at it that way, his offer shouldn't be bad. But still, even if the offer was good, he couldn't possibly agree to it. However, Feng Zhanghao had said his words, and he was also a bit curious to hear what the conditions were. You say, the company pays you, it's $200,000 a month, and you're free to choose whether or not to do it when there's an assignment, right? Jianlan was not surprised. He had known that Feng Zhanghao must have already checked him out. Inside the company, although it wasn't so much that there were Feng Zhanghao's eyes and ears, there were definitely those who could talk, and his treatment in the company wasn't a secret. Feng Zhanghao could easily find out as long as he wanted to, with his status as a 10 brother. Moreover, Feng Zhanghao didn't avoid him, which was a sideways demonstration of his ability. At this time, Feng Zhanghao thought it was only then that he felt what he said was wrong, and with a few more apologies on his face, he continued, Jianlan little brother, don't misunderstand, I was up in love with talent, that's why I did a little investigation on you. That's okay. This kind of thing was useless even if he minded it, so it was better to just have a flat mind. Feng Zhanghao didn't hide it. On the one hand it was a display of strength, on the other hand it was also testing Jianlan's attitude. Looking at this now, Feng Zhanghao seemed to be quite satisfied with Jianlan. Feng Zhanghao lightly pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, I'm able to give you a package that is 10 times the amount of money that the Neither Pass can give you. $2 million a month, extra bonuses if you go out on missions, and you can just as easily not do anything you don't want to do, as well as not having to stay in the World Council. He continued, of course, little brother, if you want to stay at the World Club, I'll arrange a personal secretary for you to take care of your living. Jianlan's eyes widened slightly. He had thought that the treatment Feng Zhanghao gave him might be good, but Jianlan really did not expect, actually can be good to this extent. To be honest, he was even a little bit tempted. Just by hanging around the World Council, even if you do nothing all year round, you can still get your hands on a quarter of a small goal, but only for a heartbeat. To say that the company gave $200,000, he could still accept it, but it's still the same thing. Feng Zhanghao is a businessman. It's a businessman. There's a return on investment ratio. If he really didn't do anything, Su Si definitely wouldn't say anything. Maybe Feng Zhanghao wouldn't say anything at first, but once Feng Zhanghao feels that the payoff is not proportional to the return, he will definitely stop in time. There was no way he could really raise Jianlan for nothing like Nadutong. $2 million a month to hire a mascot? It's impossible to even think about it. Then again, in fact, Jianlan really didn't think he deserved a $2 million monthly salary. When pie falls from the sky, first of all, you also have to make sure that you don't get killed by the pie. I'm grateful for President Feng's favor, but let's forget about it. 3 million. I have no intention of joining the forces for now. 5 million. Jianlan's hand, which was placed under the table, trembled slightly. He really doubted if Feng Zhanghao's money came from the wind. How else could it be such a scourge? 5 million. The average person's dream is to buy a lottery ticket and win $5 million. And as long as he joined the World Society, he would have $5 million in his pocket in a month even if he did nothing. That translates to 166,000 per day. He was genuinely heartened, but reason told Jianlan that he couldn't agree. It's not worth it to make a quick buck now and jeopardize it later. As long as the strength goes up, power, money and color are just accessories. Jianlan took a deep breath before he reopened his mouth. I'm grateful for President Feng's favor, but my mind is made up. Alas, I knew it. Feng Zhanghao was a bit helpless, but immediately raised his head, since little brother doesn't want to condescend. Let's talk business? Chapter 36, System Atmosphere, System Health. Hearing about business, Jianlan came to have some interest. Joining the World Society was definitely out of the question, but doing business was still possible. I don't know what kind of business President Feng wants to talk about. Little brother, truth be told, I am very interested in your abilities. Feng Zhanghao said, those ghosts before, were all controlled by you? The ghosts that Feng Zhanghao was talking about were naturally the paper people. That's right. Jianlan nodded back. Feng Zhanghao continued, as far as I know, the ones you manipulate. Paper man. Yes, those paper people you manipulate are able to be handed over to others for control as well? Feng Zhanghao's meaning when he said this was already obvious. Jianlan also knew that I was afraid a big deal was coming. The paper man can recognize his master, and his strength won't be compromised even if he's not in my hands. Feng Zhanghao's face was delighted. Although he had investigated ahead of time, he wasn't sure, but after hearing Jianlan say this, he was able to determine it, since it can recognize its owner. I wonder if little brother has any plans to sell it? Although the Heavenly Society was an inhuman organization, it was still dwarfed by the truly prestigious sects, especially in terms of personnel warfare. The current World Society was in desperate need of a group of high-end combatants. Feng Zhanghao had just become a 10th brother, and his foundation was still unstable, and the current World Council was not enough for him to get his roots up. But if we could have an additional group of high-end fighters, it would be a different story. If it wasn't for this reason, Feng Zhanghao wouldn't have had to spend a large price to invite Jia Zhengyu. However, it was obvious that Jia Zhengyu's battle power was not comparable to the paperman Jianlan had manipulated, and it could even be said that it was not comparable at all. That red-clothed paperman, the instant he appeared, directly made Jia Zhengyu lose his fighting power, and was even scared to the point of peeing his pants. And that paper person who could produce little ghosts not only had an extremely strong defense, but just those 10 ghost babies under her command were not something that Jia Zhengyu could handle. If Jianlan hadn't controlled those ghost babies to stop, Jia Zhengyu might have died on the spot. The two generals in white armor that appeared at the end even instantly chopped off both of Jia Zhengyu's arms. Even if he took advantage of the fact that he had no defense, he was definitely no match for the two generals even in a head-on battle. As for Jia Zhengyu, he could already be considered a first-rate expert among the younger generation of Inhumans. But Jianglan's paperman was able to easily kill a first-rate expert among the younger generation of Inhumans in seconds. If we could form a large army with paper people, it wouldn't be invincible, but it would definitely be a deterrent to the curmudgeons. Finally chatting about the topic, Jianglan smiled and said, for sale, of course, there are 32,800, 100,000, and 500,000, 1 million and 2 million. I don't know which one President Feng wants. Feng Zhanghao's eyes lit up. So much variety? Jianlan, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly after he finished speaking. The system, which hadn't appeared for a long time, finally popped up a prompt again. Trigger mission, sell paper figures totaling $30 million or more to the World Council. Reward, nightmare points * 1000. Seeing the mission, a glow flooded before John Lan's eyes. Great system, getting generous. The system is atmospheric and the system is physically healthy. It's just that $30 million is a lot, but that's okay. Once or twice. If twice is not enough, then 3 times. Still, after getting a taste of the sweetness, Feng Zhanghao would definitely become his repeat customer. 32,800, corresponding to the paper puppets. The 100, 000 and 500, 000 are paper soldiers and paper generals, respectively. As for the 1 and 2 million, they correspond to the paper marriage ghost and the ghost mother respectively. The prices were all set randomly by John Lan, but his paper man, too, is really worth the price. Feng Zhanghao asked, so many prices, are there any differences? John Lan wasn't impatient either. With a multi-million-dollar business in minutes, the service definitely has to be right. John Lan did not reply immediately, but stood up and said to Feng Zhanghao, President Feng, this isn't very convenient. Is there anything sturdier in the group? I'll let you take a look at it personally. Saying it with your mouth is certainly not as direct as experiencing it firsthand. Therefore, John Lan intended to show Feng Zhanghao directly. Yes. Feng Zhanghao said, no rush, let's talk after eating. I'll ask the chef to add a few more dishes? No, go. This place meals are exquisitely plated and have high-end ingredients, but to say that they actually taste like that, they're really just that. John Lan didn't taste anything different anyway. This may be what is often said, that mountain hogs can't eat fine chaff. Both of them tacitly did not mention Feng Xiayan and Feng Xingtong. John Lan knew that Feng Xiayan and Feng Xingtong had left just to create a separate space for the two of them. Sky Group, 4th basement level. This entire floor is filled with fitness equipment. The surrounding walls and floors also seem to be special materials, a bit soft and flimsy, but stepping on them had a very strong feeling. It should not be something like rubber. By the looks of it, this was the usual place for the foreigners inside the World Council to practice and exercise. John Lan didn't ink and went straight to the point. President Feng, wait a moment. Feng Zhanghao stood next to John Lan and nodded slightly. John Lan, on the other hand, flipped his wrist, and a pile of yellow paper suddenly appeared in his hand. On his body, a gloomy aura burst out. In just a few moments, several paper figures were molded in John Lan's hands. Then there's the punctuation. John Lan slashed his fingertips, his right hand turning into a stump as it flew through the eye sockets of several paper figures in his hand in succession. At the same time, he was chanting in a low voice under his breath. As he moved, a bone-chilling wind suddenly blew from the windowless 4th underground floor. Accompanying them were bursts of muffled sounds that resembled wailing. Even Feng Zhanghao, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. But soon, all these visions, all of them disappeared. By the time Feng Zhanghao looked at John Lan again, several figures covered in a shadowy aura had already appeared around him. The figures, 5 in all, stood side by side. The first 3 were all white, except that they were dressed a little differently, and their faces all looked like they were covered in a light mist, making it impossible to see them, wearing cloth and leather armor as well as armor, respectively. These 3 correspond to paper puppets, paper soldiers and paper generals. As for the other 2, one was dressed in a big red wedding robe with a red cover over his face, the other, with an ebony face, but quite a pretty face. It was just that her height, which was more than 2 meters, brought a sense of oppression. The belly was high and bulging, like 2 water tanks tied together side by side. This is the Ghost Mother. Although they looked the same, the size of the Ghost Mother was able to be controlled with John Lan's mind. Only, there is a range to this control. Not too big and not too small. The tallest would be 1.5 feet tall, and the shortest would have to be 2 meters tall as it is now. Chapter 37 hit him in the balls and hit him in the balls. If it is lower than this height, the ghost baby inside the Ghost Mother's stomach will also be affected. Feng Zhanghao's eyes flashed continuously. These, John Lan, on the other hand, did not panic and introduced them one by one. Paper puppets, paper soldiers, paper generals is nothing to write home about. It is purely the difference in the value of the battle power. John Lan just focused on the role of the paper marriage ghost and the ghost mother. The paper marriage ghost is capable of pulling people into an illusion for varying periods of time, depending on the firmness of the mind of the person being pulled into the illusion. If the mind is average, even if it barely escapes the illusion, it will fall into a state of fear and basically have little ability to resist. If the mind is tough, it's not likely that it won't be affected. But even in a head-on battle, the paper marriage ghosts are quite a bit more powerful than the ghost soldiers, just not as powerful as the ghost generals. John Lan continued after introducing the paper marrying ghost. The other one is the ghost mother. You've seen it before, able to drive ghost babies to attack, and not weak at all. More crucially, the function of the Ghost Mother is more akin to a meat shield, able to block the enemy's deadly attacks in certain crisis situations. Feng Zhenghao sniffed, his eyes glowing with color. Although he had met them all before, he was still a bit surprised to hear Jiang Lan's detailed introduction. It's too over the top. How can one person's psychic abilities be so comprehensive? Offense, defense and assassination are all the same. And looking at Jiang Lan, it was obvious that he was able to drive more than one paperman at the same time. Feng Zhenghao paused and opened his mouth to inquire. So is there any limit to driving these paper people? Like how many can be driven at the same time? Jiang Lan was not tired of continuing to explain. There's no way around it. The customer is God. What's more, it was a super invincible customer like Feng Zhenghao. Depending on the strength of the divine soul, it's probably able to control 1 to 3 at the same time. Oh yeah, the divine soul is what's called sex in the Taoist life and death dual cultivation. Jiang Lan continued, and there is a limit to the amount of time a paper person can exist. Under normal circumstances, it can only exist for about 10 days. After this time, the divine soul inside the paper person will gradually dissipate. Raising it with essence blood can prolong the time the divine soul is maintained. However, the effect will diminish with the number of times, and each paper person, even if raised with care, can only be maintained for more than a month at most. Feng Zhenghao nodded. It would be no problem for him at all. Even if the god soul on the paper man disperses cleanly, wouldn't it be easier to just buy it again? He lacked everything, but least of all, money. In the eyes of Feng Zhenghao, as long as it was a problem that could be solved with money, then it was not a problem. No problem, Feng Zhenghao said, but can I try it first? How to try? Jiang Lan was a bit puzzled. Feng Zhenghao laughed. Of course it's to try the level of these things. Oh, so cut a deal? Jiang Lan did not shy away from the battle, but instead was a bit happy. Su Si had said to him that Feng Zhenghao's strength, in the strength of the inhuman circle, although it was not considered to be the top group, but it was definitely the first tier. Jiang Lan himself was curious as to what level he was at today, although there was a vague judgment, but that was, after all, only his own conjecture, not tested in actual combat. Naturally it could not be considered true. Ha ha. Feng Zhenghao laughed cheerfully. Just what I want, little brother. Just come. Jiang Lan stared at Feng Zhenghao and took a deep breath. Without any nonsense, he just waved his hand and the paper soldiers and paper generals in front of him instantly disappeared. In their place were 4 tall ghost mothers, counting the ones that were already there. There were now 5 ghost mothers in front of Jiang Lan, as well as a paper wedding ghost. Within his dantian, there was a space capable of storing paper people. You can only store 5, but it's enough, at least with the paper figures in his dantian. He was instantly able to summon them without having to make them from scratch. Although he was also very fast at tying up paper figures, even if he was faster, it would still take a few breaths of time. It's not at all of the same nature as summoning it with a single thought. It may seem like a difference of just a few seconds, but when it really comes to any moment of crisis, a few seconds are enough to decide the winner of a battle. Feng Zhenghao's eyes flashed. He didn't hold his head high and got ready to fight straight away. Behind Feng Zhenghao, gusts of dense black air rose, quickly covering his entire body completely. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, those eyes, which were originally dark gray in color, had also turned completely deep black at this moment. Not only the eyeballs, even the original white of the eyes, at this time was also completely covered in black. Around his body, black air vaporized and rotated, and finally gathered behind him, piecing together dozens of black shadows with no facial features. Those black shadows let out a low, creepy roar, but it was as if they were separated from the real world by a shroud, making it hard to hear. Jiang Lan's eyes flickered for a moment when he saw this. What kind of ability does Feng Zhenghao have? It looked as if it had some of the same wonders as his ability to manipulate paper people. Hey, kid, come on. With the transformation, Feng Zhenghao's tone was also much lower and grimmer. Jiang Lan didn't have the slightest intention of being polite and directly waved his hand. At that moment, the 5 ghost mothers in front of him were like heavy tanks, walking step by step towards Feng Zhenghao's direction. In the process of advancing, the 5 ghost mothers' stomachs directly cracked open huge mouths, and a short ghost baby flew to pick at the cracks of the ghost mothers' bellies and jumped out. The entire 50 ghost babies landed on the ground, and like a tidal wave, they surged towards Feng Zhenghao. On the other side, Feng Zhenghao was not the least bit flustered. He held out his right hand and whispered, "Come here," along with Feng Zhenghao's voice. In front of his right hand, a vortex composed of black air was slowly generated, like a black hole, and it looked incredibly suction power. The 50 brats stopped almost simultaneously. They didn't seem to be affected by the suction. Instead, they stared at Feng Zhenghao in unison. Feng Zhenghao also noticed that something was wrong. His brows slightly frowned, and the vortex suction in front of his right hand became a few points larger, but the ghost baby remained unaffected. Jiang Lan looked at Feng Zhenghao and blinked. What is this playing here? Spiral pills? But it doesn't look powerful, does it? The ghost baby stops, and it's him who controls it. Jianlan wanted to see what Feng Zhenghao was up to, but after looking at it for half a day, he couldn't see a thing. Then simply don't read it. Jianlan's mind moved, giving instructions to the ghost mother. Go on. The next moment, the ghost babies moved in unison. The distance between them and Feng Zhenghao was about 20 meters, but to ghost baby, a 20-meter distance was just a matter of the twinkling of an eye. In the next moment, Feng Zhenghao's entire body was solidly covered by the ghost baby, hair tugging, ear gripping, and even ghost babies trying to bite at the crotch of their pants. Jianlan was startled and hurriedly stopped the ghost baby that was running towards Feng Zhenghao's crotch to make a move. You don't want to sterilize my gold master. Chapter 38, $30 million. All in. But apparently, Jianlan was overly concerned. When Feng Zhenghao saw the ghost babies surrounding him, he obviously knew that his vortex didn't work, so he directly put it back. In the next instant, the black air regathered to the surface of Feng Zhenghao body, and then it violently exploded. The huge impact set off a wave of air that almost formed substance. On Feng Zhenghao body, dozens of ghost babies were instantly bounced off, gibbering and rolling all over the place. Not only that, in an instant, several hideous and gruesome wounds also appeared on the ghost mother's body. The ebony cheeks cracked and a guttural howl escaped. Along with the body, there were many more large cuts, but the demon mother did not bleed, and there was absolutely no internal organs or anything like that in her body. If I had to say, the ghost mother at this moment was like a piece of paper that had been torn open several times. Jianlan's face changed slightly. Is this the 10 guys? Strong. It's strong. If it were any other inhuman, not to mention waving their hands to flick away 50 ghost babies, it would already be extremely difficult to keep a life under siege. But a smile appeared on Jianlan's face. Phew! Inside his body, the shadowy aura transformed into a hideous black dragon in a split second, soaring into the air towards the direction of the injured ghost mother. The Inhai giant dragon was split into 5 and injected into each of the 5 ghost mothers' bodies, visible to the naked eye. The ghost mother's lacerated injuries healed rapidly, and almost in the blink of an eye, she was back to her original state. Feng Zhenghao saw this and moved. Only his eyes were so dark and dead that Jianlan couldn't see his expression at all. Hey, kid, you still have this? The ability Jianlan had just used was the same as when he had given the paper horse a speed boost before, and it wasn't unusual. However, if the paper man recognized other people as his master, other people were unable to do what he did. Only I can use it myself. Good boy. Come. Feng Zhenghao's temperament seemed to have changed to some extent after he entered the fighting state. The overall feeling became less mild. To put it bluntly, it's a bit evil. But again, this change didn't seem to affect his thinking. Jianlan could sense that Feng Zhenghao was still awake at this time. His eyes flickered for an instant. Jianlan's right hand moved slightly. Beside him, a red-clothed paper wedding ghost instantly transformed into a red shadow of light and fluttered towards Feng Zhenghao. In an instant, the paper marriage ghost stopped in front of Feng Zhenghao. On Feng Zhenghao's face, there was originally a slight evil smile, but at this moment, it was all gone. Although his eyes were covered in black and he could not see Feng Zhenghao's emotions, he did freeze in place. Opportunity. Although it was a sparring match, but after all, Feng Zhenghao's strength was here. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity, I'm afraid that Jianlan didn't even have half a chance of winning. Since we're all fighting, how can we split the difference? Woohoo! The crowd of ghost babies once again howled and rushed towards Feng Zhenghao. But to Jianlan's disappointment, the ghost baby had just pasted onto Feng Zhenghao's body for not even 2 seconds before Feng Zhenghao's face once again took on an expression. He smiled playfully and whispered, "My kids are almost older than you and you're marrying me?" Seeing Feng Zhenghao break free from the middle of the illusion, even though Jianlan had been prepared for it, he was still a bit surprised. From the time he was pulled into the illusion to the time he broke free, it didn't even take a total of 5 seconds. Sure enough, it's not easy to be one of the 10. However, Jianlan was still manipulating the ghost babies to attack. At this point in time, it would be inappropriate to just give up. A group of ghost babies crazily tore at Feng Zhenghao's flesh and skin. Snorting and tearing sounds were endless. Boom! On the surface of Feng Zhenghao's body, black air once again erupted in large quantities. Only, this outburst was clearly not as powerful as the first one. The ghost babies on his body were only bounced off for the most part, and there was still a small half left, about a dozen or so of them, still tearing at Feng Zhenghao's body non-stop. Die! Feng Zhenghao let out a creepy angry cry. Behind him, a silhouette composed of black air with no facial features took shape, and then it directly dove headfirst into Feng Zhenghao's body. Boom! On Feng Zhenghao's body, his aura climbed explosively once again. The next moment, a group of ghost babies were once again bounced off. Jianlan's eyes flickered when he saw this. He thinks it's okay to stop. Nowadays, there is no need to continue. Can't fight it. There are still some gaps. Perhaps by pushing the limits a bit, 10 ghost mothers together would be able to inflict considerable damage on Feng Zhenghao. or even heavily injure him, but it wasn't like this was a life and death battle. Although he didn't win big, Jianlan wasn't discouraged. The Ghost Mother was merely the penultimate level of soldier within the Nightmare Mall, and was only worth 100 nightmares. It's still the same. As his evil nightmares grew, they would only grow stronger in the future. Defeating Feng Zhenghao with ease was only a matter of time for Jianlan. Maybe even reverse the form when the 1,000 points of evil nightmare arrive. President Wind, awesome. Jianlan smiled and waved his hand, and the Ghost Mother Ghost Infant immediately dispersed like a tidal wave, then turned into a bit of green smoke, completely dissipating into the air. The paper wedding ghost also disappeared at the same time. Phew! Feng Zhenghao slowly exhaled a breath, and the black air on his body dispersed and returned to normal. The pure black eyes, too, turned a distinctive gray and white color. With appreciation in his gaze, he looked at Jianlan. Little brother, this means, of yours is not ordinary. He had investigated Jianlan before, but he didn't know much about Jianlan's and his paperman's battle power. Although he had struck out once at the World Society, the Jianlan at that time had barely displayed his own strength. Only after taking a look today, Feng Zhenghao was shocked to realize that the young man in front of him actually had such strong means. If there were more of those ghost babies, even he might not have the confidence to win the battle. Without waiting for Jianlan to reply, Feng Zhenghao continued, "This Ghost Mother, $2 million apiece?" Jianlan nodded. Yes, $2 million for a child. It was natural for ordinary people not to spend $2 million on a Ghost Mother. But to Feng Zhenghao, $2 million a Ghost Mother was no different than giving it away for nothing. In his eyes, this amount of money is no money at all. Make me 10 first, and then the ghost will want 10 too. Jianlan's heartbeat accelerated slightly. 25 million now, 5 million short. Only after a pause, Feng Zhenghao continued, and then, paper wedding ghosts, do 5 first. Jianlan was pleasantly surprised in his heart. No more, no less, just right, 30 million. Without waiting for him to speak, Feng Zhenghao continued, I'll ask someone to put the money in your card later. $30 million in total? Good lord, a tycoon is a tycoon. Didn't even say anything about paying a deposit or anything first, just the full amount. Jianlan was naturally happy. Okay, any special requests? No, just don't discount the strength. Chapter 39, Mission Accomplished. 1000 Evil Nightmares. Feng Zhenghao lightly pushed down his glasses, seemingly as if he suddenly remembered something, and inquired, by the way, little brother, your paperman, isn't he a spirit? Jianlan was a bit strange. A paperman is a paperman. How can it be a spirit? When he finished, he reacted somewhat. Feng Zhenghao's ability should be to drive a spirit body. His ability, however, fails when faced with a paperman. That's why the question was asked. But it was no wonder that Feng Zhenghao was curious. The paperman was indeed just a carrier, but the spirit inside, or the divine soul, was used to get Jianlan himself. That's why Feng Zhenghao's ability didn't work on the paperman. Thinking of this, Jianlan explained, the paperman is just the vehicle. The driving force inside is still my own air. In reality, the operating principle of the paperman was much more complicated than what Jianlan had said. Even in too much detail, Jianlan himself only had a half understanding. Feng Zhenghao's eyes flickered for a while, but he didn't say anything and only nodded lightly. He originally thought that his ability was a complete restraint on Jianlan, but he realized after testing it just now that it wasn't like that at all. But this also strengthened his mind to befriend Jianlan. According to the intelligence, Jianlan's awakening of his supernatural ability was only more than 2 months ago. To have this kind of strength in just such a short period of time, and to say that the future achievements are immeasurable is not an exaggeration at all. Then, President Feng, I'll send you the stuff tomorrow. Good. Feng Zhenghao's tone was also lighthearted. The reason why the first cooperation, out of such a generous, in addition to the current world will need combat power, but also stored want to sell Jianlan a good, and he befriended the mind. It seems clear now that he didn't make a wrong move. Half an hour later, a black commercial car, parked in the underground garage of the Jianlan neighborhood. Without waiting for the driver to open the door, Jianlan opened the door himself and got out. Hard work, master. With that, he headed for the elevator. This is the one Feng Zhenghao sent to see him off. At first, Feng Zhenghao wanted to come in person. Jianlan refused again and again, which only sent a driver over to see him off. He took the elevator back to his home and changed into his resident clothes before he sat down at the table and fished out several sheets of yellow paper. The shadowy aura surged, and in an instant, 25 paper figures took shape in Jianlan's hands. This side of him was just done when his cell phone, set on the table, lit up. Jianlan fixed his eyes on it. $30 million arrived. Get rich. At the same time, the system's virtual light screen surfaced in front of him. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, selling paper figures totaling $30 million or more to the World Council. Reward, Evil Nightmare *1000. John Lon took a deep breath, his chest heaving for a moment before he eased out of his surprise mood. Double happiness. Nightmare Mall. Activated. Without any hesitation, John Lon directly opened the mall. With 1,000 points of Nightmare, I think you should be able to purchase quite a few types of soldier making. Look first, at the top, Orfingdo.d those who can only pass the eye. John Lon tumbled downward. Anointed Ghost, 100 Nightmares required. Painted Skin Ghost, 100 Nightmares required. Ghost Mother, 100 Nightmares required. John Lon looked above the Anointed Ghost. Hanged Man, 300 Nightmares required. Drowned Ghosts, 300 Nightmares required. Wasted Ghosts, 300 Nightmares required. John Lon didn't take a closer look, but instead his sight continued upwards, but out of his expectation. Further up, it was directly the type of soldier making that required the consumption of 1,000 evil nightmares to purchase. And it seems to be different from all the previous ones too. Crucially, there aren't 3 to pick from either, but only 1. Ghost Zhongkue, required Evil Nightmare 1000, Spirit. Zhongkue? He is in the business of the dead, so he has dabbled a bit in some of the Buddhist and Taoist myths. Not exactly proficient, but roughly, he still knew basically everything. Normally, Zhongkue is a Taoist deity. Outwardly, he should be a rigid, black-faced man with a fierce beard. Rumor has it that Zhongkue is a god who wards off evil spirits and suppresses ghosts. But what about this ghost Zhongkue? And there was an extra spirit at the end. What does that mean? John Lon was puzzled. He focused his attention toward the column of ghostly bellows, but detailed information did not surface. John Lon was stunned. Soon, though, he gritted his teeth. There's nothing to hesitate about. The price inside the mall says it all. Even if you don't have the details, won't you know after you buy it? Confirmation of purchase, Ghost Zhongkue? Okay. Purchase successful. It's the same familiar recipe, the same familiar flavor. A large amount of information flooded into John Lan's mind. After digesting it for a long time, John Lon was able to sort it out. A look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. The power of the ghost Zhongkue was not at all comparable to those ghost mothers and the like from before. As for the meaning of the word spirit at the back, John Lon had also figured it out. In the previous types of soldier making, the eye-dotting required him to divide his divine soul and offer it to the paperman so that he could activate it smoothly. But Zhongkue, who possessed a spirit, didn't need him to consume his divine soul. It's more like a real invocation than a paper tie. The ghost bellhop has his own consciousness, but will follow his orders 100%. But it's not without its faults. The downside is that Ghost Bellwether is unique. There's only one. Only if it died or disappeared due to combat was he able to resummon it. But the ghost Zhongkue was superior in strength. Even if there was only one, it was still much more powerful than 10 ghost mothers together. Well, the papier-mâché has turned into a summoner, hasn't he? Moreover, John Lon also noticed that not only did the ghost Zhongkue have the word spirit behind him, but the evil nightmare mall further up, and even the topmost Feng Du Da Di, the bodhisattva of earthly treasures, all had an extra spirit behind them as well. At the very beginning, John Lon was still wondering what the final rendering would be if he really used the evil nightmare to buy the Fengdu Emperor's production method. Now it seems like it should be a direct summon like Ghost Bellhop. It was only necessary to use the paperman he had tied out as a carrier. John Lon also summarized a rule. But anyone with a famous name is summoned in the same way as the ghost Zhongkue. Only those nameless ghosts, like hanging ghosts and drowned ghosts and so on, need him to point out the eyes and empower the soul. After digesting all the information, John Lon almost trembled with excitement. If he were to fight Feng Zhenghao again right now, relying on ghost Zhongkue, he couldn't say that he would win steadily, but being undefeated would be easy. John Lan's chest rose and fell for a while. A good half day later, he suddenly sat up straight and pulled a piece of yellow paper from his hand. In his body, the shadowy aura gushed out crazily as if it didn't need any money, and all of it was infused into the yellow paper's interior. As John Lan's hands moved, a paperman flew into shape. John Lan's eyes were also growing excited. Ghost Zhongkue, come on, let me see what you've become. Chapter 40 Ghost Zhongkue, New Skill. The paperman detached from John Lan's hand and landed on the ground. In an instant, a layer of chilling water mist rose on the wooden table in front of him, followed by the floor, the walls. In less than a second, the water spray turned into a light layer of white frost. Now Jiang Lan's bedroom was like the freezer of a refrigerator, even a little colder than that. Jiang Lan felt that it was at least 20 degrees below zero in this house right now. You know, it's 35 degrees and up outside. Positive. Even if it wasn't supposed to be that hot indoors, it was still in the 20s. In other words, the moment Ghost Zhong Kuei came out, it directly pulled down the temperature in his room by close to 50 degrees. What kind of concept is that? Only at this time, Jiang Lan, however, was as if he couldn't feel the cold at all, but instead, his eyes were burning as he stared at the paperman who had landed on the ground. The paperman soared and swelled, growing larger. From less than 50 centimeters at the beginning, it directly turned into a giant man of 2 meters and 2/3. Only, this giant man and the Zhong Kuei in Jiang Lan's impression were quite different. Normally, Zhong Kuei should be a red-colored, fierce-looking, but righteous figure. But Jiang Lan in front of this, a wide black robe covered his entire body. A long thin strip of ghost was wrapped around his waist. Although it was made in the shape of a belt, Jiang Lan was able to clearly see that the belt had hands and feet, and even emitted 2 faint wails from time to time. At his waist, there was also a gourd-shaped thing that looked like a wine gourd. Only, the gourd was not made of gourds. The textured folds of the surface are clearly visible. It's clearly a gourd made of human skin. And in Ghost Zhong Kuei's hand, he carried a huge mountain opening axe that exuded a gust of coldness. And this one was also completely different from what Jiang Lan had perceived. Shouldn't Zhong Kuei's weapon be a sword? But what surprised Jiang Lan even more was yet to come. One of Ghost Zhong Kuei's faces was a dead greenish-black color. It looked as if it was the color of those corpses that died from taking poison. Inside the TV series, the only thing that was different in color was Zhong Kuei's eyes. It's scarlet. There was even a creepy, bloodthirsty glow radiating outward. Moreover, Zhong Kuei's body was covered with a huge amount of black air, rising and tumbling, and the sound of severe ghosts crying and howling could be vaguely heard inside. Sparing Jiang Lan's mental quality, he couldn't help but breathe a little after seeing the Ghost Zhong Kuei. This image is perfectly capable of stopping a child from crying at night. Master, Ghost Zhong Kuei was carrying an axe in one hand. His voice was rough and hoarse, as if sandpaper had rubbed against a blackboard. And Jiang Lan felt his throat tighten a bit when he heard it, and unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Well, Jiang Lan's voice was also a little dry. There's nothing wrong, you go back first? He felt that he still needed some time to get used to it. In the future, if you really want to encounter any enemies, Zhong Kuei will probably not be able to give birth to any resistance from the enemy just by going in front of the opposite side of the body. Yes, as Zhong Kuei's words fell, his figure instantly became dim, then turned into a stream of black air that rushed into Jiang Lan's dantian. Jiang Lan, I told you to go back. Where are you going? Moreover, inside his dantian, he could only hold a total of 5 paper figures. Where did Zhong Kuei go? Jiang Lan closed his eyes as his consciousness sank into his dantian. In the area within the dantian where the paper people were stored, the 5 ghost mothers remained there peacefully. Unlike before, in the convenience of storing the place of the ghost mother, there was an additional area in which this mass of black air was coiled. Jiang Lan could sense that this was the Ghost Zhong Kuei Ben Kuei. And find your own place? This is something that Jiang Lan really didn't expect before. But that's fine, no need to take up space on his own. Originally, he could only instantly summon 5 paper figures to help him, but now counting Ghost Zhong Kuei, it was 6. More to the point, the Ghost Bellwether is stronger 1 than 10. His current combat power had increased by more than just a single star. After calming down for a while, Jiang Lan then looked at his panel. Name, Jiang Lan. Occupation, papermaker. Skills, troop control, eyeballing, puppetry, spirit manipulation. Types of soldiers, paper puppets, paper soldiers, paper horses, paper generals, paper married ghosts, ghost mothers. Type of evocation, Ghost Zhong Kuei, nightmare, 0. The type of weaponry can be exchanged for nightmare points. You can earn nightmare points by completing quests or killing inhumans. It's one more skill than before, and it's got an extra word. Evocative spirit types. Only the name of this skill really made Jiang Lan a bit uncomplimentary. The vertical puppet and the manipulative spirit, though he knew that was the of the operation, but it still looks a little awkward. I'd be able to try it out later if there was a Ghost Wolverine or something like that. Ghost Zhong Kuei, let's just forget about it. He didn't have such heavy tastes. With a couple of belly laughs, Jiang Lan clenched his fists. Exponential levels of combat power. If we get 2 more missions, we'll go straight to heaven. At this rate of improvement, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even take a year for him to be invincible. I just don't know if the system, in the future, will be as generous as it is today. After another moment of excitement, Jiang Lan dove headfirst into the gaming room. The paperman he has finished tying, just waiting for tomorrow to send to the world will, and then help to point the eyes to recognize the master. This single business is completely finished. The following evening, Jiang Lan sat in the gaming room and stretched. The recognition is done. He went to the World Council in the morning and came back in the afternoon. 3 for Feng Zhenghao, 3 each for Feng Shiyan and Feng Xingtong. The rest were given to some cadres that Feng Zhenghao had selected and contractually recognized. It can't be helped. After all, one's divine soul, after all, was limited. 3 is the limit for most inhumans, like those cadres of the world society, most of whom were recognized by 2 paper people at the same time. It wouldn't work. If one were to forcefully continue, it would not be impossible for one's soul to be severely damaged, or for one to die on the spot. Looking at it this way, Feng Zhenghao's pair of children were indeed well educated by him. At the very least, it could be considered one of the best among the otherworldly people of his generation. The big $50 million deal is done, and there's not much to do next. Another mission should be a trip to Longhu Mountain in half a month. Jianlan at home to play also feel nothing interesting, and now have money. The mind inevitably live up, buy a small car and go out for a spin, and then get a bigger house? Thinking of this, Jianlan silently shook his head. Buying a car is fine, but trading in your house is forgettable. It had only just been a month since he'd moved here, and he didn't want to have to toss it around again, and that's more than enough 60 square meters to live on his own, so to speak. Let's wait until later when we actually get a girlfriend or unlock Ghost Wolverine. When the mind is alive, the person can't stay. Jianlan immediately put on short sleeves and shorts and directly took the elevator downstairs. Can we get a Ferrari? Chapter 41, Traveling to Longhu Mountain. Half a month later. Hey, where is it? Not replying to tweets. On the phone, Su Si's voice came. Jianlan, wearing sunglasses, sat on a red open-top Ferrari, holding the steering wheel with one hand, relaxed and cozy. Ah, traveling in the Imperial City. Just came down from the Great Wall. Can I help you? On the other end of the phone, Su Si was silent for a while. A moment later his voice rang out. You've got a big heart. You're leaving for Longfu Mountain tomorrow. Ah, no problem. I'll be home tonight. See you at the airport tomorrow? Su Si's voice lurched again, then said, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning and we'll go over there together. No problem. Jianlan agreed painfully. Today was already his 5th day in the imperial capital. When he wasn't rich before, he thought rich people had a happy life. Now that he was really rich, Jianlan realized that the happiness of a tycoon was something he couldn't even imagine. Casually pulling over to the side of the road, before he could get out of the car, a girl with a hot body and heavy makeup came up behind the car. Handsome. Alone? Jianlan took off his sunglasses and grinned. Half of them I'm afraid I'll scare you. Instead of getting angry, the woman covered her mouth and laughed. Handsome man, you are so funny. Is it convenient to give a WeChat? Jianlan swept a glance at the woman and shook his head. It's inconvenient. What am I going to use if I give you WeChat? Woman. She was still somewhat self-aware, and knowing that it was hopeless, she didn't continue to dwell on it. As for Jianlan, he had already seen this kind of accosting behavior. In the 5 days since I've been in the imperial capital, this is the 7th time. Jianlan also knew that this was basically all due to the red Ferrari, and had little to do with himself. After all, he'd always looked the way he did now, but before he'd bought a car, he'd never had anyone come up to him on the street. Jianlan walked into a restaurant on the side. The restaurant is luxurious and is one of those that looks like it's worth a lot of money at first glance. It's estimated that a bottle of Coke in there goes for 88. The biggest difference between having money and before is that you used to have to think about where you were going. And this kind of restaurant that looks like a high-end atmosphere, he didn't even dare to think about it before. Not to mention entering it. Even if you have to get in, you have to do the thinking for yourself first. But now, any second of hesitation on his part would be disrespectful to the 8-figure deposit on his bank card. 88 Cokes? He'd have to taste what kind of Coke could sell for 88 a bottle, and a bottle to pour. Jianlan hadn't gotten out of the poor at first rich mental state at this moment, but he's even okay with that. If someone else came along, it might not be as good as him. The following day, in front of Jianlan's neighborhood, Jianlan carried a compact suitcase, got all the luxuries on his body, and brought a rather flirty sunglasses. He pulled open the door and got in. Next to him, Su Si glanced at Jianlan and laughed. Yo, haven't seen you in half a month? Big change. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Although before a normal clothes, Jianlan is also a proper handsome one, but after changing into a luxury goods, there are more unspeakable temperament on the body. Jianlan grinned. It's okay. Su Si was a bit surprised, and quite cheerful. You really haven't changed much lately. I wouldn't have recognized you on the road. Jianlan didn't say anything. Money feeds people. It was something he used to think was bull ********, but now he proved with first-hand experience that it was true, and couldn't be more right. Besides Su Si, Su-san, Zheng Chulan and Feng Baobao were also in the car. Zheng Chulan rubbed his face twice. Why are you still a little nervous? Su-si laughed and scolded. Nervous my ass, not you fight alone. This is not for you to find 2 bodyguards? As long as you don't pull the crotch too much, the champion will be fine. Maybe a week later. Your kid is the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. Zheng Chulan sniffed, but his eyes flickered for a while. Then he shook his head. I really don't have much interest in being a celestial master. But fourth brother, do you think that if I win the championship, I'll really be able to know what really happened to my grandfather back then? Definitely can. Su-si didn't even think about it. The old Tianchi and their generation were the ones who experienced the Asian rebellion back then. If they don't know about it, then no one will know about it, let alone. Zheng Chulan lowered his head, not knowing what he was pondering. Su-si laughed. Alright, don't think about it, although I found you 2 bodyguards. You can't take it lightly. If you get cleaned up in the preliminary round, it's even more hopeless. Don't worry. Zheng Chulan looked at Feng Baobao on the side. With Baobao's sister training, I dare not say more, but I'm still not afraid of 3 or 2. It really blows awesome. Half an hour later, the car was traveling outside the terminal. The group got out of the car in a line. Feng Baobao, with a sushi knife in his left hand and a cleaver in his right, flung his hand expressionlessly, and a series of knife blades flung out. Susan Susi walked beside him and did not notice Feng Baobao's movements. Zhang Lan and Zhang Chulan, on the other hand, were half a step behind a few people, chatting with one another. Suddenly, Zhang Lan glanced sideways at Feng Baobao and was slightly stunned. Then he said to Su Si in front of him, "Do company men have privileges?" Su Si was also stunned, not understanding why Zhang Lan was asking this, but still subconsciously answered, "In a sense, there is." Zhang Lan suddenly realized, when he finished, he didn't continue. Inside the terminal, at the security checkpoint, drip drip drip, the security check lady looked at Feng Baobao in front of her and said, "Hello, please take what you have on you." Feng Baobao shrugged it off with an expressionless face. A sushi knife slipped instantly from his sleeve to his hand, then raised it, aiming it straight at the security lady. The young lady's expression was at first blank, then turned to horror. It was really the expression on Feng Baobao's face, paired with her posture of raising the knife. It was like she wanted to get her killed. It was a long time before she cried out in alarm. Guards, guards!" Seeing this, Su Si exclaimed from the back, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, forgot to pack for the baby." Zhang Lan had an odd expression. Seeing Zhang Lan's look, Su Si said, "What's your expression? Didn't you see it just now?" Zhang Lan asked rhetorically. Su Si was puzzled. "See what?" Zhang Lan, on the other hand, pointed at Feng Baobao. "She was playing with a knife just now, and I even asked you if people from the company had privileges, and I didn't say anything until you said yes. I thought bringing a knife through security was considered within the scope of privilege." Su Si scratched his hair, wanting to cry. "No dude, I'm talking about privilege. That's not the privilege he has, but it's too late to say anything now." At this time, Feng Baobao was also taken away by the arriving guards. Feng Baobao hurriedly beckoned to Su Si behind her. Remember to fish me out." Su Si covered his face and didn't want to talk. Chapter 42, Fourth Brother. From now on, you are my own brother. The next day, the former mountain of Lungfu Shan. Yesterday, fishing for Feng Baobao was also delayed for a day. Fortunately, several people had already played a day in advance. Otherwise, they might not be able to catch up. Zhang Chulan surveyed his surroundings. How is this a little different than what I thought? A little different. And what do you think it should look like?" Zhang Chulan pointed to the surrounding shoulder-to-shoulder crowds, as well as the vendors on both sides of the street. "At least is the Taoist Holy Land. This whole a vegetable market Here, Tianchi chestnuts, fresh Tianchi chestnuts, 21 pounds 52 pounds. Crowd. Good. That's how you do business, isn't it?" Su Si patted Zheng Chulan on the shoulder and said, "Come on, don't be poor here. The back of the mountain is the Taoist Holy Land. Isn't this under the Tourism Bureau? Heavenly Masters have to eat too. Go buy the tickets. We're here for the Latte Bun Festival and we still have to buy a ticket? Not to mention you. Even if the old Sky Master goes out and comes back again, he'll have to buy a ticket just the same." Zheng Chulan was helpless. Now counting him, there were 5. There's no one else but him who can do this kind of errand work. With a helpless face, Zheng Chulan walked to the ticket counter. "Hello, 5 adult tickets." Inside the window, the ticket agent looked up and glanced faintly at Zheng Chulan. 5 for 13,000. Sweep or cash? Zheng Chulan? "No, how come it's 13,000? I'll buy tickets. 5 tickets. 13,000? The ticket agent frowned slightly, then pointed to the standing sign next to him. 260 for 1. Wouldn't 5 make 13? Chloe Chang went into cardiac arrest. 260 apiece. And you gave me a ticket when you could have grabbed it. Good guys, this into the job which all pass a month have not arrived. The first month's salary has not yet opened it. First have to ride in 1003 can still be good? But we're here. We can't go home because of 1300, can we? Zhang Chulan was still able to distinguish between the more important and the less important. To be honest, his heart was bleeding as he scanned the code to pay. Looking at the 5 tickets that were handed over from the ticket counter, Zhang Chulan grabbed them in his hand with a swift movement. Returning to Su Si and his group, Zhang Chulan revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Bought out. Su Si gave Zhang Chulan a rather strange look, then was about to reach for the tickets. If you're done, you're done. Why are you crying? When Zhang Chulan saw this, he was directly retracting his hand back. Su Si, what are you doing? Zhang Chulan took a deep breath and finally summoned up enough courage to extend his other hand. Pay up. 5 tickets for 1003. I've got a total of 1307 on WeChat. If you don't reimburse the tickets, I'll have to mail them without waiting for my paycheck. Su Si drifted off and helplessly lost his smile. I thought something was wrong. Don't worry, the company reimburses you for this kind of business trip. 13,000, right? Saying that, Su Si took out his cell phone from his pocket and poked the screen a few times. At the same time, a small yellow sound rang out from Zhang Chulan's pants pocket. Grandpa, your grandson sent you a tweet. Your grandson tweeted you. Su Si, Chloe Chang. Zhang Chulan looked embarrassed and pulled his cell phone out. But just as he saw the message, his eyes slowly widened. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million, father, 10 daddies, no, 100, 000? Zhang Chulan's hand trembled slightly. In the next moment, he looked at Su Si with a firm gaze. 4th brother, from today on, you are my own brother, and I am your own brother. Su Si looked playful. Am I not your grandson? Zhang Chulan froze, and quickly said, No, 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 where is it? WeChat has always been this tip. Whoever is the same. I changed it now changed it. Jianlan watched the fun and pulled out his cell phone, found Zhang Chulan's avatar, and casually sent an emoticon over. Ding dong, Chloe Chang. Su Si, swallowing his saliva. Zhang Chulan's voice was a bit dry as he said, Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Immediately afterward, he once again tapped the collection in a swift motion, and then muted his cell phone. Su Si didn't get angry because of a ringtone, and just said, Here's the funding for this mission. Find me to make up for any less, and you don't have to return anymore. 4th brother, you're my birth parent. His monthly salary is only 10,000. This is equivalent to a year's worth of money for nothing. It was said that it was mission funding, but other than the money for the tickets, Zhang Chulan really couldn't think of anything else that needed to be spent. The big deal is to get the crowd's return airfare again. But how much would that cost in total? Even if you buy it on the day and get first class, you're up to 5,000 a person. That's it. There's still 70,000 left. $70,000. $70,000. You can't spend it all in a lifetime. If Jianlan knew what was going through Zhang Chulan's mind right now, he might have to laugh for a while. This is a little too pathetic, but I can't blame Su Si for treating them differently. After all, Zhang Chulan was completely incomparable to Jianlan in terms of both strength and role. The strengths were all different, and naturally the treatment could not be the same. If all individuals are given $200,000 a month, would the company still be open? The company isn't just a few people. There are so many ordinary employees down there. Allocating resources according to strength is supposed to be nothing to sneeze at. Come on, hurry up. It's not going to start over there in the backcountry. Su Si urged a sentence. Zhang Chulan was naturally obedient to Su Si at this time, and didn't even have the slightest intention of trying to refute. Now Su Si told him to go east, he will never go west. Let him beat the dog, he will never shoe the chicken. Together, the people walked towards the back of Longhu Mountain. The front mountain is now all scenic spots, but the back of the mountain is still the territory of the Lungfu Shan Tianshifu, and ordinary tourists cannot find the past. The most crucial thing was that between the front and back mountains, there was a heavenly rift in place, a cliff so deep that it could not be seen from the bottom, dividing the front and back mountains. After the most crowded area, Lungfu Shan also reveals its cavernous side. Jianlan took a deep breath, then narrowed his eyes. Just by breathing, he felt that his body was a few points easier and smoother than before. Let's just say that the ancestral court of Taoism does have a little something going for it. A few moments later, the group of 5 turned into a secluded path. By the time you get here, there are basically not many tourists left, only on the roadside, but there are still 3 or 2 stalls selling things. Vendors, top quality fire unicorn rosary beads, sold cheap. Don't miss it. Jianlan raised an eyebrow. Nice guys, the fire unicorn is out? You're not playing CF, are you? He didn't take it seriously at all. What fire unicorn? It was probably just a means of hawking to attract attention. But apparently, some people don't think so, only to see Feng Bao Bao next to him, as if he were a runaway wild horse. He took 3 steps and came to the vendor who was selling the fire Qilin rosary beads. Monk, how do you sell this stuff? Chapter 43, The King of Wudong. The stall owner was wearing a monk's robe with a shiny brain, which reflected a burst of dazzling luster under the sunlight. Seeing Feng Bao Bao walk up to his stall, the monk's eyes lit up fiercely, as if a weasel had seen an old hen. He hurriedly picked up a string of fire-red rosary beads and said in a succession of words under his breath, "Female monks, this is my master ancestor in 3,000 years ago by chance encountered at 10,000 years of fire Qilin, and that battle 8,800 rounds, captured it alive, took out its Dantian spirit crystal, and then with the Samadhi fire refining 77 and 49 million years, which is refined to become a superb string ah." Zhang Lan wanted to say something. It's a rash cheat. Encountered 3,000 years ago. How long it takes to fight doesn't count. The key is to refine for 77,499,000 years. Isn't that timing a little off? But Feng Bao Bao didn't seem to notice the loophole in the monk's words. One of her eyes lit up. Great monk, is it really that powerful? Seeing the big fish take the bait, the monk stall owner became even more excited. He said evenly, "That's for sure. Today I just see that you, the female cultivator, have wisdom roots and have a destiny with my Buddha. That's why I bear the pain and intend to bond such treasures with you. If someone else came along, the poor Taoist would definitely not sell it." Zhang Lan's scalp tingled as he listened in the back. This is really treating Feng Bao Bao like a little cutie. What about cheating? But yes, a normal person would have turned around and left when they saw such a poor trick. Where would they be with him to ask questions? Besides, isn't this old man a monk? Isn't it a bit of a crosstalk to call yourself a poor Taoist? Buddhist and Taoist? Feng Bao Bao still did not notice the ambiguity in the monk's words, but inquired with increasing excitement. Good. How much? The big monk's eyebrows danced and the corners of his mouth were about to grin up to his ears. The original price is $98,000. But you, ma'am, are really destined to be with my Buddha. So, I won't charge you $98,000, nor will I charge you $9,008, $99,800, spotted red glaze to take home. Feng Bao Bao's eyes turned into the shape of stars as she continuously reached out. I want it. At this moment, the attention of the other few people was drawn to the conversation between Feng Bao Bao and the stall owner. Hearing that Feng Bao Bao really wanted to buy it, Su Si looked helpless. Zhang Chulan, on the other hand, went forward to pull Feng Bao Bao and said, Sister Bao Bao, he looks like a liar." Feng Bao Bao turned her head sideways and used to look at a little cutie-like expression at Zhang Chulan. "Are you a melon? The great monk has said that this is the fire Qilin spirit crystal." Zhang Chulan had a mouthful to say. "Sister, why don't you take a closer look? Isn't that just plastic? 998, less than $1,000. It's not a lot, but you have to use it for something. It would be nothing if the group had dinner together and spent the $1,000, but $1,000 for a string that you don't know if it's plastic or glass can be a bit of an injustice." Sister Polly, that's so false. I said you child melon lo very, true la false lo I still cannot know? Feng Bao Bao did not even look at Zhang Chulan a glance, eyes full of desire for the fire Qilin spirit crystal string. Chloe Chang, which one of us is the melon? Why don't we find someone to judge? At this point, Zhang Lan could not stand to watch a bit. There's so many people here, so it's a hard lie. He stepped forward and came next to the monk stallholder. Monk, whom? The monk stall owner raised his head and looked at Zhang Lan in confusion. Scholar, you have something? $10 to sell? The monk shook his head back and forth. This eye has little cute. It's going to cost $998 to buy it, so how can he sell it for $10? Zhang Lan narrowed his eyes, and his expression was no longer amiable, but became somewhat grim. At the same time, a faintly sinister aura erupted from his body. Zhang Lan couldn't be sure if the bald monk in front of him was an ordinary person or an inhuman, so he didn't dare to make it too scary. If it's an ordinary person, it's not good to be scared out of your wits. Moreover, Zhang Lan felt that if this monk was really an inhuman, it would be a bit too degrading to cheat people here. With the aura radiating from Zhang Lan's body, the monk stall owner suddenly winced. 20. Zhang Lan looked at the stall owner and requoted the price. For some reason, a sense of fear arose in the stall owner's heart, accompanied by gusts of palpitations. It felt like walking alone in the forest only to be targeted by a forest beast. Moreover, he even felt that this was not a human being at all, but rather a severe ghost that had run out from the hell to claim his life. Gulp! The stall owner gulped, his voice trembling a little. Sold to you. Zhang Lan scanned the code and paid $20, taking the fire Qilin spirit crystal string from the stall owner and casually handing it to Feng Bao Bao, the monk stall owner. On the other hand, his fear grew stronger. After a few moments, he couldn't hold back any longer, and trembling, he rolled up the odds and ends of the stall, turned around and ran away in a puff of smoke. Feng Baobao, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Lan with a face of adoration and gave a thumbs up. You're amazing. That monk wanted 99.8, and you bought it for $20. Zhang Lan didn't make a sound. The stuff just passed him by. Purebred glass ball ware. $20 is a loss. But he didn't say anything. He had already learned from Su Si before that Feng Baobao was a little bit sick in the head. Though looking pretty normal most of the time, Feng Baobao's logical thinking is not quite the same as a normal person's. Su Si laughed on the side. Next time don't make it so evil. Scare people out of their minds again. Zhang Lan nodded. I know it in my heart. He knew in his heart that he would certainly not make a mess. The crowd took a few more steps. Zhang Chulan spat. How much farther is it? Why are there still so many people here? Ha ha. Su Si laughed. Front mountain and back mountain. Sounds about the same, but the front mountain can be much bigger than the back mountain. To put it bluntly, that part of the back mountain, in addition to a Tianshi mansion, basically there is nothing more. As for the front mountain, it's all the tourism bureau's territory. Zhang Chulan pulled the corner of his mouth at his words. Is there any good place in the world that the tourist board hasn't taken? Right at this moment, behind the crowd, a young man in Taoist robes suddenly took a few steps forward and walked to Zhang Chulan's side, his voice lazy. Not much. The situation of our Wudong mountain is much more miserable than Longhu mountain. Zhang Chulan looked at the Taoist priest at his side. The Taoist priest was handsome, with a cloudy aura, and a slightly worn bag on his shoulder. Only, the two huge black circles on his eyes. A look of not waking up from sleep, but it was really somewhat destroying the cloudy and light aura on his body. Without waiting for Zhang Chulan to speak, the lazy Taoist priest cupped his fists and introduced himself. Wudong sect. Wang also. I don't know what the monk's name is? Zhang Chulan was stunned and said that this little Taoist priest was quite self-conscious. However, he also knew that the Taoist priests of Wudong, 80% of them were also the foreigners who came to participate in the Jiao Festival of Luotian only this time. Chapter 44, The Changes in the Lotus Heavenly Jiao Festival. After a pause, Zhang Chulan responded. Zhang Chulan. Wang also bowed his head slightly and repeated. Chloe Chang. He reared his head and asked again. Why did you come to this convention? Zhang Chulan was stunned by the question and then said, you all probably know about my affairs. There are too many secrets in my grandfather's body, all related to the Dragon Tiger Mountain, and if I can win this time, I will be able to meet the old heavenly master, so I can ask things clearly. Zhang Chulan also knew that the matter on his body had recently made a big fuss inside the Inhuman Circle, and it was almost well known, and since Wang Yuya was a member of the Wudong sect, he must have known about it as well. Plus, his first impression of Wang Yuya was quite good, so he didn't hide it. However, after Wang Yuya heard Zhang Chulan's words, he directly lost his smile. Ha ha, in order to see the old heavenly master? Wang also said, seeing the old heavenly master has never been a difficult task. Zhang Chulan kind of didn't understand Wang Yuya's meaning. However, Wang Yuya did not explain, but turned around and walked straight towards the side. Zhang Chulan's eyes flickered for a moment when he saw this. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and jogged to keep up with Wang Yuya's footsteps, not forgetting to say a word to Zhang Lan and the others. I'll be right back. Zhang Lan looked back just in time to see the backs of Wang Yuya and Zhang Chulan. After becoming an inhuman, all of his 5 senses had risen by more than one level, and he had also heard the conversation between Wang Yuya and Zhang Chulan just now. Only, Zhang Lan had little interest in either Zhang Chulan or Zhang Chulan's grandfather. As far as he was concerned, these things had nothing to do with him in the first place. After another 2 days of getting along, the current Zhang Lan and Zhang Chulan, although their relationship had advanced a step further, they were still only familiar with each other. Su Sideo, come on, go wait for him for a while. Feng Baobao first put away the fire Qilin spirit crystal string as if it were a treasure, then nodded. She had been paying attention to Zhang Chulan's movements just now, and although her face did not show anything, there was a hint of anticipation hidden in the depths of her eyes. Zhang Lan also knew what Feng Baobao was expecting. If the old celestial master was able to answer Zhang Chulan's question, then it also meant that there was a high probability that he would be able to answer the mystery of her birth. Only, it was still unknown whether or not she would get the answer she wanted in the end. Following Zhang Chulan, the few people came next to the old heavenly master. Beside the old celestial master stood a few people in uniforms, which at first glance looked like the leaders of some department. The old celestial master has a decent smiling expression on his face and compares these scissor hands to face the camera. This is the old heavenly master? Zhang Lan felt indescribably weird. As the leader of the righteous foreigners today, shouldn't the old heavenly master be transcendent and unearthly? But look at this now. The heavenly master. His old man not only had to eat earthly food, but also the piece of human feelings is also a little bit quite a lot. Su Si laughed. Of course, who else could it be if not the old heavenly master? Guess that's another leader from somewhere. Gee, a few people didn't continue on, so they watched from a short distance away. When the heavenly master's side dismissed the others, only then did he and Wang also greeted Zhang Chulan. Only, Zhanglan's mind was not on Zhang Chulan and the others, but rather, he was looking at the surrounding scenery, as well as the people coming and going. His mission this time was to ensure that Zhang Chulan would be able to obtain the top spot in this Luo Tianjiao festival, and then after that, it's time to address the trouble of omnisexuality. After a while, but a voice suddenly rang out from Zhanglan's side. Poor Taoist Wang also, of Wudong. What is the name of the monk? Zhanglan gave a start, then looked to the side, only to realize that Wang Yuya, who had just been greeting the old celestial master and the others, had appeared by his side at an unknown time. My name is Zhanglan. Sure, master, take care of your body. You're a bit heavy with yin qi. Zhanglan, he'll be damned if he doesn't have a heavy yin aura on him. After all, what was coiled inside his dantian was not something healthy, especially with a ghost bellhop. Now Zhanglan could be called a mobile humanoid air conditioner. Even in the near 30 degrees outside, an area beside him was very cool. However, Zhanglan also knew that Wang was also kindly reminding him, so he nodded. Thanks, I'll keep an eye out. King continued to chime in as well. The giver is from the company? Zhanglan was a bit squirmy. Being called a sure, it always felt like the person in front of him was a monk, but in reality, Buddhism is a foreign religion while Taoism is a native religion. That's why the Buddhist name for people as givers was also influenced by Taoism in the beginning. Just call me by my name. Zhanglan corrected Wang Yuya's name for him and continued. Not really, outsourced employee. Outsourced employees. Wang also looked deeply at Zhanglan. Some complexity in his expression. With that look in his eyes, Zhanglan even felt that Wang Yuya had seen him somewhere before. Almost subconsciously, Zhanglan opened his mouth and asked, have we met somewhere before, or do you know me? As he asked these words, Wang Yuya's gaze flickered once more. Then he snorted. Ha ha, no such thing. Unless you've been to Wudong, we definitely haven't met. Zhanglan had a vague feeling in his heart that something wasn't quite right, but where, exactly, he couldn't think of yet. But before he could ask again, Wang Yuya waved his hand and said, I'm going to head to the back of the mountain first, so I'll talk to you later when we have a chance to meet. Wang also didn't have a big stride and wasn't walking too fast, but for some reason, in just 2 or 3 blinks of an eye, his figure had completely disappeared from Zhanglan's field of vision. In the distance, Wang also walked forward with his brows furrowed, whispering to himself under his breath, variables, variables, could it be him, or the little girl? When he finished, he shook his head rather helplessly, and I don't know if it's right or wrong to come and stir up this mess. 20 minutes later, Susi lit a cigarette rather irritably. How long has this been going on? Why hasn't it come out yet? Susan glanced at Susi and raised his hand to fan the smoke that was almost up to his nose. Smoking here? You're not afraid of being driven off the mountain? Without waiting for Susi to reply, a door to a room opened in front of several people, and Zhang Chulan stepped out of it with a preoccupied look on his face, not knowing what he was thinking about. Seeing this, Susi greeted and then asked, Zhang Chulan, how's it going? Zhang Chulan seemed to be less inclined to speak and snorted. It's nothing. By the way, where is Taoist Master Wang Yuya? Susi took a deep breath, and then with a flip of his wrist, the cigarette disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Only after doing so did he reply. He went to the back of the mountain first, so we should go over there too. Chapter 45, Full Marks for Pretending Asterisk. Holy, there's no road at all. As you get deeper into the front range, there are no other tourists around anymore for a long time, and in front of the crowd, there is a winding and steep mountain road, littered with rubble and dead leaves, of the kind where even the road has to be driven by itself. Hearing Susi complain, Su Sandao, it's called the backwoods, so of course it's a place that hasn't been developed yet. As they spoke, several people also climbed to the top of the mountain. The view in front of us opens up. What came into view was a cliff that was so deep that you couldn't see the bottom. In front of the cliff, there stood a young Taoist priest in a Taoist robe, looking to be in his 20s. When the young Taoist saw Zhanglan and the others, his expression remained unchanged as he softly said, if you all want to go to the back of the mountain, there is only this path behind the path. If you have no other means, then please pass through here. Zhanglan looked toward the road the Taoist pointed to. It's a stake stuck in the dirt, wrapped with a piece of twine and connected to the other end. And this rope looks as if it is not very strong. Look, let a person is very skeptical. If it is really step on it, will not rope broken bridge collapse? There is a risk of life. Zhang Chulan's pupils also shrunk slightly. This rope bridge, this place is 30 or 40 meters wide from the opposite bank. So much for walking a tightrope over a cliff. Even an acrobat walking a tightrope has to have a stick in his hand. They, however, have nothing. I told you, the Heavenly Master's house netted these useless drops. Hearing the voice, Zhanglan turned his head to look back. It was a lean, bald man with a large gold chain the thickness of a thumb around his neck and a bull. In his hand, Kong Shui Fu braised beef noodles? Heresy, proper heresy. Next to the man, a sweet-looking woman with a red short-sleeved body walked while patting the man on the back. Zhang raised an eyebrow. Rarely seen. This temperament, height and looks, more than enough to be a model. But the next moment, the woman spoke. Brother, slow down a bit, don't choke on the ow. This rich ballast accent, for a moment, made Zhang recall the days when he was 10 years old, helping his own grandma to rake the buds. Zhang looked to the side again. A man and a woman flanked by a man. He was dressed much more formally than the other two. Outside was a sleeveless slim-fit vest and inside a long-sleeved white shirt, even with a tie, rather out of place with the two men beside him. He frowned at the man with the gold chain next to him. How many bowls have you eaten along the way? You're that hungry? What a combination of earth and sea. No, I should say elegant. Elegant with gold chains, vulgar in broken English mixed with Chinese. Yo. Su Si looked at the three. Rarely seen. Isn't this Deng Yofu Deng Yukai brothers? The vulgar. No. Proper man pushed his glasses down lightly, a little offended. What done have a blessing? Please address me as Smith. Next to him, Deng Yukai put down the fork in his hand. You can pull J8 pour it, but also dead misai it, and how to pretend, but also ate our parents from the black soil planing food grew up. Can not forget the roots, until not? Tang Yofu turned his back to the crowd and said impassionedly, everyone has the right to choose their own way of life. It is long past time to be an inhuman. Okay. Deng Yukai said repeatedly, no one in you to break up. You love to write whatever right. Our parents are still counting on us to show our faces to the old couple. When he finished speaking, he looked down at the girl in red. Old sister, hold on tight to brother. The red-clothed girl immediately reached out and wrapped her arms around Tang Yotsai's waist, bringing her face to the bottom of his head and said, okay brother, wahahaha. Tang Yotsai's foot stepped on the ground, and his entire body flew up in the air, scurrying directly toward the opposite side. A second later, the duo landed firmly on the ground. After landing, he shouted at the top of his voice in the direction of Zhang and his party. Third child, fourth child, meet in a while to Nagao. By this time, there were more other Inhumans behind a few of them. In just the blink of an eye, a dozen more Inhumans jumped or flew, reaching the opposite bank. Zhang Chulin's scalp went numb. How are we going to get by? Zhang glanced at the crowd. Although he was an Inhuman, his physical fitness was just average. You can't say the physical skills are bad, and you definitely can't talk about how good they are. Crossing the 30-meter cliff was still a bit difficult for him. It's possible to jump, but it's not accurate. But Zhang didn't have to jump. Mount up. I'll lead you. After saying that, a sea of shadowy aura burst out from Zhang body. Several sheets of yellow paper swirled and flew around his body in a frenzy, emitting a loud clattering sound. There were quite a few foreigners around, and when they saw the commotion on Zhang side, they all looked in his direction. This is the reason that nowadays, the arts do not distinguish between good and evil, but only between people. Otherwise, with this aura on Zhang now, I'm afraid that he would have been arrested as an evil sect. As the yellow paper fell to the ground, 5 tall horses instantly took shape. Huff and puff, the paper horse snorted, its hooves pawing at the ground restlessly. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes just now, the others were afraid that they wouldn't believe that these horses were born out of thin air. It's completely indistinguishable from a normal horse. Next to him, Zhang Chulan Su Si's eyes lit up. They absolutely believed in Zhang unconditionally, and even if Zhang was really unreliable and the paper horse fell off the cliff, with their means, they would be fine. Several people had crossed their horses, while the other Inhumans around them saw this, and their eyes were focused on Zhang and the others. Seeing the crowd mounting their horses, Zhang shadowy aura erupted once again, transforming into 5 black dragons that poured straight into the 5 paper horses. Hiss! The paper horses all hissed in unison, and with the breath poured into them, the horses' backs unexpectedly grew wings surrounded by black air. Only the wings didn't seem to be solid, but even so, the surrounding foreigners couldn't stop their surprised expressions. Though there were 1,001 Inhuman abilities, it was extremely rare for any of them to have seen one with such a large scene. Zhang ignored the other's line of sight and said softly, sit tight. As his words fell, the 5 paper horses took to the air at the same time. Although there was only air under the paper horse's feet, it was as if it was solidly stepping on the ground between the swinging of its hooves. 30 meters passed in a flash. The paper horse's 4 hooves just touched the ground, and its figure slowly dimmed and eventually disappeared. Su Si and the others were dumbfounded, and even Feng Bao. There was more than a hint of surprise in the bottom of her eyes. ********. I didn't see that coming. You still have it in you? Zhang Chulan also had his mouth half open for a long time before giving a thumbs up. Awesome! Zhang smiled in a cloudy manner, but in his heart, he was secretly pleased. Full marks to yourself for this pussy. He did start out with the idea of just bringing a few people over and forgetting about it, but he was so handsome when he made the paper horse that it would have been a little too much to raise it high and drop it gently. If you're going to pretend, why don't you just pretend all the way to the end? Chapter 46, A Woman's Heart, A Needle at the Bottom of the Sea. Just then, behind the crowd, a red-haired young man suddenly appeared. He walked up to John Lan's few people and stared at the people's clothes for a while. A couple of you, looking at the uniforms, you're employees of Wherever Pass, aren't you? Seems to have already known the answer. There is no use for a few people to answer. The red-haired youth will continue to say by himself, "What a coincidence. I have a no-good brother who had both of his arms broken by your company. I heard that the person doing the work is a little white boy. Do any of you know him?" Although it was an inquiry, the red-haired youth's eyes were focused on John Lan's body. John Lan was a bit puzzled for a moment. "No dude, what are you looking at me for? I've never chopped anyone's arm either." No, I think he cut it? It wasn't his hand that did it, but it was the paper soldiers under his hand that did it. John Lan looked at the red-haired youth and frowned slightly. Yes, there is indeed a slight resemblance between the eyebrows. Is it the younger brother of what's-his-name Jia Zhengyu? Having established his identity, the corner of John Lan's mouth picked up. Unsurprisingly, that little white boy you're talking about would be me. Since this person was indiscriminate and came up with an attitude of raising an offense, he naturally would not be polite. That Jia Zhengyu is purely unable to lose. The fight was already over by then, only to have a sneak attack behind him when he was about to go out. If John Lan hadn't reacted quickly, I'm afraid that he would have directly hated the World Council. Even if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured, because at that time, Jia Zhengyu's always running towards his vital position. Does he really think he's made of clay? The red-haired youth stared at John Lan. John Lan actually wanted to say Grandpa is here back. I'm from the West. My name is Jia Zhangliang, and I'm looking forward to officially fighting you at the convention. Oh, John Lan seemed to smile. You want to avenge that brother of yours? Out of John Lan's expectation, Jia Zhangliang heard his words, but directly shook his head. I know him well enough for that virtue. You must have had a reason for hurting him, but no matter how bad he is my brother. John Lan raised an eyebrow. Aha, that's still like a human sentence. Whoever it is, it's a favor to the family. If it was one of his own family members out there causing trouble and getting cleaned up, he'd certainly be helping to get it back. There's no denying that. Just now, John Lan was thinking that if this Jia Zhangliang continued to blow up his ass, he would just do it to him here. But for now, it looks like wait for the convention. He would have attended anyway. I just hope that Jazzy can give it a go and not pull his crotch too much. At the very least, you have to hold out until you fight him, so you don't get eliminated before you even meet him. I'm looking forward, to fighting you at the convention. Jia Zhangliang didn't say another word and turned to leave. Su Si, on the other hand, was a bit curious as he went up to inquire, who is he, and what brother, and how come I didn't know when you fought another inhuman? When John Lan sent Zheng Chulan back to the company at that time, he didn't mention to Su Si what happened inside the World Society. In Jiang Lan's opinion, it was just a small hiccup in the mission, and he wasn't injured, so he didn't need to complain to Su Si. Now it seems that Zheng Chulan should not have said either. The other day at the World Council, Jiang Lan briefly explained what happened that day. After hearing this, Su Si stared blankly. The dog is so inhuman. He's not even fighting anymore and he's still doing sneak attacks? Jiang Lan shrugged. It's all in the past. He really didn't take Jia Zhengyu seriously. He did get angry when it first happened, but now that so much time had passed, Jiang Lan was guilty of not always thinking about it. What about giving yourself a hard time? Would that work? You're my man. Can you just say you're being bullied? Western Jia family right. Wait for me to go back to the... John Lan reached out and patted Su Si on the shoulder. It's fine. He knew that Su Si had said this simply to calm him down. To put it another way, it makes him happy. In reality, Su Si knew that John Lan was unlikely to pursue the matter, so he pretended. After all, if John Lan wanted to pursue the matter, he would have pursued it long ago. Why would he wait until now? Su Si is at least an official, although it looks a little heavy Jianghu Qi, but in fact, the brain is flexible. Don't look at Su 3 days a pair of workplace elite dress. To really play with Su 4 brains, Su 4-1 can play Su 3 too. But Jiang Lan didn't say much even though he could see it. As long as you don't say anything, it's you and me and everyone else. It's almost time. We should go to the square. Su-san looked at his watch and said, walk. A few people walked and talked. Just past the cliffs is a wooded area, but through the woods the scene changes dramatically once again. What met everyone's eyes was a square covering a huge area, with countless foreigners gathered around in 2s and 3s, laughing and having a lively atmosphere. If outsiders arrived here, I'm afraid they'd think it was an amusement park. Of course, there are no rides in this place. Big brother John Lan? Walking to the square, a surprised voice sounded behind Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan looked back and realized that the visitor was actually Feng Xingtong. Beside Feng Xingtong, there was also Feng Xiaoyan, and the two of them walked together in the direction of Jiang Lan and the others. Zhang Chulan also noticed the siblings. MS. Wind, why are you guys here too? Feng Xiaoyan skimmed her lips. Nonsense, Star Tong and I are both contestants. If we don't come to Dragon Tiger Mountain, can we still compete at home? Zhang Chulan was choked speechless. What's wrong with Feng Xiaoyan today? Did she take a gun? It was as if he wasn't happy just by looking at Jiang Lan. Recalling the scene he saw in the lobby of the first floor of the World Society at that time, Zhang Chulan shrunk his neck. It mustn't be that Feng Xiaoyan holds a grudge against Jiang Lan. But if you hold a grudge, don't bring me into it. There was a moment of silence. Seeing that no one spoke for half a day, Feng Xingtong came out in time to round up the scene. He. Then brother Susan Su-si, I'll take everyone over to gather first. After saying that, Feng Xingtong gave a wink to a few people. As for Feng Xiaoyan, she first looked at Jiang Lan and then at Feng Baobao, and with a light humph, she actually turned around and left directly. Hiss, Zhang Chulan sucked in a mouthful of cold air. No, I mean your sister. What happened to her? I don't know, probably in a bad mood. But she was fine just now. I don't know what's going on. Forget it, forget about my sister. Jiang Lan's face darkened. What about me? Seeing me puts me in a bad mood. He thought he hadn't messed with Feng Xiaoyan. I did beat up Feng Xiaoyan before, but haven't I apologized already? And the last time Feng Zhanghao invited us to dinner, it was quite nice. How did it get here and change again? Shaking his head, Jiang Lan decided not to think about it anymore. There is a saying that a woman's heart is a needle in the sea. Who knows what she thinks? Chapter 47, the official start of the Lotus Heavenly Jiao Festival. Zhang Chulan asked with some curiosity. By the way, why did you and your sister come to the Luo Tian Bun Festival? I see you guys. You don't look like the kind that would be interested in the Luo Tian Bun Festival. Feng Xingtong smiled and replied back. It's true that I'm not very interested, and my old sister and I aren't running to win the championship. My old man he just became one of the 10 brothers not long ago. This kind of inhuman world event, send us siblings over to just show our support. With that, he looked at Zhang Chulan and continued. You're the main character this time. It's all over the circle now. Having never entered the mountain gate but being proficient in the golden light incantation and thunder technique, and also being a descendant of the air body source stream of that year, everyone's very interested in you. Jiang Lan was right next to him and naturally heard the conversation between the two. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Zhang Chulan make a move since he had known him. Not once. The only scene where he saw Zhang Chulan fight was also him being held down and hammered by Xia, and he didn't see Zhang Chulan strike at all. But so it sounds like Zhang Chulan still has something. The Golden Light Mantra, the Thunder Mantra. Although Jiang Lan hadn't come into contact with it, he had heard of it. Needless to say, the Golden Light Mantra is one of the 8 sacred mantras of Taoism, the watchword of the Heavenly Master's house on Longhu Mountain, and the Thunder Method. According to rumors, only a Heavenly Master, or a direct disciple approved by a Heavenly Master, could learn. In that case, Zhang Chulan and the Heavenly Master's mansion have long had a connection? However, it was also true that if Zhang Chulan didn't have any relationship with the Heavenly Master's mansion at all, on what grounds would he have been internally selected as the champion of this Luo Tian Jiao Festival? I don't know what the old Heavenly Master was thinking, doing this and not being afraid of chilling the hearts of his pro-disciples. Jiang Lan had heard Su Si say that one of the old Heavenly Master's disciples, Zhang Lingyu, was so strong that the outside world had almost decided that he was the next Heavenly Master. But with such a sudden arrival, that Zhang Lingyu was more than likely hopeless. It's also bad luck. However, Jiang Lan estimated that it was mostly Zhang Chulan's grandfather who had an old relationship with the Heavenly Master's palace. Even more so, the relationship with the old Heavenly Master was not shallow. Otherwise there's no way to explain what happened at this Latte Bun Festival. While Jiang Lan was pondering, several people had already arrived at the center position of the square. Not too early, not too late, just in time. At this moment, the old Heavenly Master was standing on a high platform in the center of the square, while beside him were several people who looked like they were not young and were dressed in different ways. Among them, Feng Zhanghao was also listed. Jiang Lan looked at the old Heavenly Master and the others on the high stage, and had a plan in mind. These people, I'm sure, are a few of the 10 brothers. Under the high platform, it was also surrounded by people at this moment. Almost all of the Inhumans that we had just seen and not seen were now gathered here. The old Heavenly Master looked at the crowd below and spoke aloud in a neutral voice. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long time. This Luo Tian Bun Festival, apart from the routine rituals, has traditionally been an opportunity for those of us who refine the air to communicate with each other. The old man also understands the feelings of all of you. So, since everyone is in a hurry to cut up the competition, then I won't say those useless platitudes. Let's begin. When the old celestial master's words fell, the crowd below immediately became enthusiastic and whispered in 2s and 3s. After all, The reward for this championship was quite enticing. If he could win the top spot, even if he didn't choose to inherit the position of Heavenly Master, he would still be able to obtain the legendary Tong Tian Talisman. Tong Tian Talisman. That was one of the 8 wondrous techniques back then. As long as one could obtain it, it could bring a sudden and dramatic increase in strength. The 8 wonders technique, the temptation to every inhuman, that was fatal. Otherwise, the people of Omnisexual wouldn't have made such a big deal over an air body source stream that they didn't know if it was there or not, and even did the thing of digging up people's graves. At this time, next to the high platform, a small Taoist priest raised his voice. Will the candidates please come forward one by one and draw their numbers from the cardboard box? A few people followed the group as they slowly advanced. A few moments later, the queue reached Jianglan. He didn't care, casually pulling a note from the wooden box in front of him and proceeding to step aside. After waiting a little longer, the crowd all drew lots. Seeing this, the old celestial master on the high platform spoke up in a nonchalant manner. Gentlemen, have you all read the words written on the slips of paper you hold in your own hands? Due to the limited space, the heavenly stems represent the order in which you enter the arena. There are 4 animals of each kind, and those who draw the same animal will enter the field together for the competition. Out of the 4, only one will make it to the next round of selection. As the old heavenly master's words fell, the crowd once again whispered. Feng Xingtong also inquired, "What did you all draw? 3 of you?" Jianglan glanced at the note on his hand and casually said, "A. Ink Snake." Zhang Chulan also unfolded the note. "I am B. White Tiger." Feng Baobao did not say anything and silently unfolded the note and showed it to a few people. "Hey guys, you're all racing ahead. I'm the Sea Green Turtle, and I get a little break." The crowd chatted casually for a few more moments before an announcement rang out in the plaza. "Please have the Group A players ready to enter the arena." Jianglan waved the note on his hand. "I'm leading first. Chang," Zhang Chulan said. "Sister Bauer is also in Group A. I'll join Sister Bauer." Although they were in the same A group, Feng Baobao was in a white tiger, not the same kind of animal as Jianglan. "It would be funny if we met in the first game." After saying goodbye to a few people, he directly turned around and walked towards the competition venue. Feng Xingtong, on the other hand, hurriedly ran forward and said, "Brother Jianglan, wait for me for a while." Together, to Jianglan, Feng Xingtong was interested to the fullest. He was aware of the ability of Jianglan's paperman. Not only does he know, but he even has it. "It's just that I didn't bring it with me this time when I came to attend the Jiao Festival of Luo Tian." This time, when he participated in the Luo Tian de Jiao Festival, he was coming over to show his support in a nice way. But in reality, it was a means for Feng Zhanghao, or the Feng family, to show their strength. Since they were representing the Feng family, then Feng Xingtong and Feng Xian definitely couldn't use paper figures. After all, paper people are ultimately external forces. Therefore, Jianglan's match, Feng Xingtong must be the one to watch. Jianglan nodded slightly. "Then let's go. Watch it if you want to. He's got nothing to hide anyway." But just as the two of them were walking towards the arena, a young figure dressed in a Taoist robe appeared in front of them. "Scholar Jiang, we meet again." Wang Yuya, seeing that it was an acquaintance, Jianglan also said enthusiastically, "Which group are you in?" "Ding, it's still early. What about you?" Jianglan pointed to the front arena. "Group A, it's time to enter the arena at this moment." Wang also raised his eyebrows slightly. "Together? It's just as well I don't have anything to do, so go over there?" Jianglan was slightly stunned, but he didn't refuse. The playing field is public. It's all for everyone who wants to see it, and there's no way he's going to turn it down. It was just that Jianglan was a bit strange why Wang Yuya was looking at him. It was reasonable to say that the relationship between the two was not familiar. They had only just met once in the former mountain, but Wang also treated him with a bit too much concern. "Then let's go." Chapter 48. Are you looking for your mom? Inside the arena, Jianglan looked at his 3 opponents. Nothing special and none of them have been seen before. A bald, burly man with a bit of a mean look in his eyes, and 2 ordinary young men in short trigrams. This configuration, in a novel, would be a running character. After having a rough idea in his heart, Jianglan's sights looked towards the audience. There weren't many people in the audience, only 20 or 30 by the looks of it. But that's normal. After all, he had just come into contact with the inhuman realm not long ago, and he didn't have much of a reputation at all, and don't know many people. The guys come over to the tournament, and even when they look at the alien they know well, or who is more famous. Anyone who could have come to see him was probably either staying bored and didn't know who to look at, or had seen him there at the bluff before. Jianglan swept the crowd in the audience, and his line of sight suddenly settled on the figure next to Feng Xingtong. "Feng Yongho? I didn't expect him to come?" Seeing Jianglan's eyes, Feng Zhanghao smiled and nodded at him, and really came to see him. Jianglan was a bit surprised. Just now, he and Feng Xingtong had met Feng Xian, and Feng Xian was also in Group A. Unexpectedly, Feng Zhanghao, who was a father, actually didn't even watch his daughter's match, but instead came over to see him. "Kid, looking for your mom on stage?" Jianglan turned back. The one who spoke was a fierce, bald man. He could hear that the bald guy just now wasn't swearing, just literally, but Jianglan's face remained gloomy. But then, he grinned, the gloom sweeping off his face. "You're wrong, so you're looking for your dad?" A dangerous light flickered in Jianglan's eyes, but his face was still smiling. "I'm looking for your grandfather, Uing." The bald burly man was furious and looked like he wanted to come up and teach Jianglan a lesson. Jianglan's eyes narrowed slightly. It's not often that people come here to die. However, there is a rule in the Luo Tiandajia that no one can be hurt, but fists and feet without eyes, as long as not maliciously cause serious injury. Lung Fu Shan will not be too much to pursue. Let's just take this bald head in practice first. The pleasure of enjoying a foul mouth comes at a price. At the lowest level of the audience, there stood a disciple of Longhu Mountain, who was also the referee. Seeing this, he said directly, Ink Snake, game on." The moment the referee's voice fell, the bald head moved. He didn't have the other two in his eyes at all, but charged straight at Jianglan. Jianglan was expressionless, staring at the bald man. Only his pair of eyes, at this moment, were tinted with a thick black and gray color, and even the gloomy atmosphere had already overflowed from his eyes. And when the bald man saw Jianglan's line of sight, his footsteps involuntarily stopped, and a chill went from the soles of his feet straight to the sky. The animal instincts remaining in his body began to warn wildly. "Danger! Danger!" The sweaty hairs on the bald burly man's body exploded, and a layer of dense beads of sweat instantly surfaced on the corners of his forehead. Beads of sweat combined and congealed into the size of soybeans, falling to the ground with a pop and splitting apart. In the next moment, Jianglan's shadowy aura skyrocketed once again. His entire body was wrapped in yin qi. Yin qi rose and tumbled, and gusts of wailing whispers reached the bald man's ears. He stared in horror. The bald man regretted it, but sadly, there was no pill for him to eat with regret. Locked by Jianglan's aura, he had trouble even turning around to escape such a simple action. At this moment, the bald man was like being stuck in a cold quagmire, and the air around him became sticky as hell. Looking at the man's horrified eyes, Jianglan smiled. "Wasn't that great just now?" The man shook his head in fear, as if he wanted to say something to beg for mercy, but opened his mouth but nothing came out. Seeing that the man was such a waste of space, Jianglan had no desire to continue playing with him. The yin and darkness around him transformed into a long rope and darted towards the man. The bald burly man couldn't dodge at all, and could only let the long shadowy rope wrap around his neck. Breathing was momentarily blocked, and the man choked for a moment. Survival instinct urged him to raise his hands, but the long rope of shadowy composition seemed to be welded to his neck, and no matter how hard he tried, it would not move. Clearly felt that the body's strength was gradually being drained. The bald man had never been sure before what the world looked like in the eyes of someone who was going to die, but now, he knows firsthand. Everything in front of him became extremely slow, and the experiences of the first half of his life flashed in the middle of his mind like a slideshow, frame by frame. I don't know how long it took, but his consciousness suddenly became a void. Bang! The bald man collapsed to the ground as if his bones had been drained out of his body, paralyzed. The crowd in the audience let out a gasp. Feng Zhenghao's eyes flashed continuously behind his lenses. Jianglan really isn't that simple. Is Zapper just one of his powers? In the middle of the field, as the bald burly man fell to the ground, the other two young men in short beats also completely lost their fighting spirit. I concede. I concede. Two voices rang out almost in no particular order. Just kidding. That bald guy didn't look weak at first glance. Even Baldhead was lightly beaten. What are they doing up there? Sending them away? Jianglan slowly inhaled, and as he did, the shadowy aura was withdrawn from his body as much as he could. These are abilities that he developed while traveling outside. The inhuman realm, in the end, is still the law of the jungle, the law of the jungle, the law of the weak and the strong. Whoever has the biggest fist has the right to speak. That's why Jianglan didn't play around foolishly, but had been consciously improving his abilities. He realized that the shadowy aura within his dantian didn't seem to be as simple as it appeared on the surface, nor did it have more than just the function of tying up paper people. After his development, it was now possible to fight purely with Yin Hai instead of relying on paper people. Moreover, Jianglan also discovered that the Yin obscure breath could not grow by cultivating itself. Of course, he didn't have a cultivation technique either, but it doesn't matter. Importantly, every time he purchased something new in the evil nightmare mall, the Yin obscurity within his dantian would rise to a certain extent. It wasn't obvious at first, but as he unlocked more and more things, he gradually noticed the pattern. And Jianglan had discovered one more thing. That is, the more nightmare points spent, the more increase it could bring him, the greater it would be. Especially when he unlocked Ghost Zhong Kuei, the Yin obscurity in his dantian increased by as much as 2 times almost instantly. If, At first, his total obscurity was a bucket of water. After unlocking Ghost Zhong Kue, it was a vat of water. It was just that this was all Jianlan's current findings, and there weren't enough data samples to support it. So now Jianlan didn't know if this guess of his was right or wrong. If it was right, that would mean that the evil nightmare gained could not only be used to unlock them all, but it would also be able to directly enhance his strength. Chapter 49, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Half an hour later, Jianlan's few people walked in the back square. Beside him, Feng Xingtong pointed at the two little girls not far away and introduced them. Her name is White Style Snow. Her ability is to serve air. She can devour other people's air. If you meet her in the later matches, you have to be careful not to get stuck with her. The other one is called Hoven Genoa. Her ability is not outstanding, but her brain is so good that people in the circle call her a humanoid computer. She is also a tough opponent. Jianlan looked up and followed the direction of Feng Xingtong's finger. Two girls, one youthful and with a ponytail, while the other wore glasses and had a steady gaze. Sure enough, the abilities of the Inhumans are quite diverse. There are actually ones that can devour the opponent's air. However, Jianlan nearly felt a bit of novelty and didn't care too much about it. On the contrary, Zhang Chulan, after hearing Feng Xingtong's words, there was a flickering of his eyes, clearly feeling no small amount of pressure. Right at this moment, the phone in Zhang Chulan's pocket suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and Su Si's voice came out from inside. Is the contest over? Ha ha. Zhang Chulan snorted. After the competition, brother Jianglan and sister Bauer are also done. What's up? That's just right. On the opposite side of the phone, Su Si's voice continued. Why don't you guys come to the second field together? Zhang Chulan didn't ask too many questions and nodded in response. Success. After saying that, he hung up the phone and said to Jianglan and the others, Fourth brother wants us to come over. There are a total of 4 fields in the backcountry that are playing at the same time. In the square, there were also 4 large screens corresponding to the competition venues, broadcasting the battles within the venues in real time. Jianglan didn't say anything, just nodded faintly. And Winstar Tong said, I'm next in line, so I won't go over there with a few of you. That's a deal. Get going and don't be delayed. After bidding farewell to Feng Xingtong, the 3 of them walked towards the direction of the second venue. Zhang Chulan's face was a bit worried. Jianlan looked out and asked with a slanted glance at him, thinking about what? Nothing. Zhang Chulan explained. It's just that from what Feng Xingtong said just now, there are too many strong fighters coming to this tournament, and I'm afraid. Jianlan sniffed and said nonchalantly, It's fine, don't we have me and Bao Bao Feng? What are you afraid of? That's true, but when it comes down to head-to-head matches, you two can't go on the field and interfere. Jianlan's eyes were a bit strange. Why intervene on the field of play? Zhang Chulan's brain seemed to be a bit unsteady. So how do I get it? Jianlan was somewhat speechless. Wouldn't it be better to help you finish off your opponent before the match? Zhang Chulan was stunned. Yes, wouldn't it be better to take care of your opponent before the match? But now the question arises again. How does it work out? This time, before Jianlan could speak, Feng Bao Bao, who had been silent next to him, said, buried. Zhang Chulan pulled the corner of his mouth. Good lord, Sister Bauer's way of solving problems is really simple and rough. After a few moments of conversation, the 3 came out onto the field. The number of people in the audience wasn't small, but Su Si's position wasn't far from the entrance, so just after arriving at the audience, Jianglan saw the duo. Here it is. Seeing a few people coming over, Su Si greeted them and then said, How was the match? Were the opponents tough? Jianglan shook his head slightly. Difficult, not so much, just kind of a mouth. Su Si looked deeply at Jianglan. I heard about that. You barely got that kid killed. Jianglan shrugged. Jianglan still had confidence in his own methods. As long as he didn't want the other guy to die, the other guy wouldn't really be okay. Su Si followed up again. But I didn't see it. You actually have this kind of tactic? If I hadn't checked your background, I would have really thought that you were some hidden sect sneaking out. There's no such thing as a hidden sect. You're overthinking it, not to mention sects. In fact, until now, Jianlan hadn't even grasped the method of cultivation. But none of that matters. His system, which was much more powerful than the legacy of some hidden sect, was much more powerful. Su Si didn't continue to dwell on it. To him, Jianlan was naturally the stronger the better, although it costs a bit of money, but there is something Jianlan is really to do. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a bit bland and didn't seem to be interested in anything, Su Si would have wanted to suck him into the core coterie. He turned to Zhang Chulan and said, Chulan, how about you? How was the match? When Zhang Chulan heard this, he seemed a bit embarrassed and laughed awkwardly a few times. Su Si raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Winning is. Jianglan's match ended quickly, and it just so happened that Zhang Chulan was in the same arena as him, so he watched the entirety of Zhang Chulan's match. One could only say that Zhang Chulan really didn't win with much honor. It was probably because he had become more famous in the Inhuman circle in recent times. Before Zhang Chulan entered the arena, his 3 opponents had agreed to join forces first. Only Zhang Chulan, dressed in a black robe with a hood on his head, stepped into the arena. On him, his aura was majestic, and every step he took was like a warhammer smashing into the hearts of the 3 opponents in the arena. Zhang Chulan silently raised his head, his eyes a bright white, like a god, so that people did not dare to look directly at him. A wave of air steeply rose within the venue, blowing the surrounding crowd away. Zhang Lan was on the stage, watching with a grimace. Should it be so embarrassing? That is, now that he had worked out, he was able to withstand a lot more in his heart than before. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd have to awkwardly snap a 3-room apartment with my toes at this point. However, it had to be said that Zhang Chulan's appearance was indeed so forced that he couldn't pick a single fault. It was just, why did he feel like something was missing? Zhang Lan looked up at the sky, then subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Yes, it's too bright. It's a bit unseasonable weather for a time like this. Zhang Lan's mind moved. A co-worker. Let me help you round out this pussy. As Zhang Lan's thoughts rose, a great deal of obscurity rose within his dantian, and wisps of it converged towards the sky. Only, the eyes of everyone in the audience were all gathered on Zhang Chulan's body, and no one noticed him. It was less than 2 seconds of work. Who dash? The wind howled and the sky was almost instantly obscured by patches of dark clouds. Zhang Chulan moved with a start, then he immediately looked to the sky. He didn't know what was going on either, but he knew that the chance to play hard to get had come. Zhang Chulan's 3 opponents, seeing this scene, all had their pupils shrinking slightly as well. One of the blue-haired Inhumans took half a step back, looking serious as he instructed the person next to him. Be careful, this guy has such a strong aura. Beside him, an alien with long purple hair stared at Zhang Chulan dead in the face. It's okay, we 3 fight 1. How can he be stronger than that? Chapter 50. What I'm going to over is this vault. The blue-haired Inhuman nodded slightly and stared at Zhang Chulan dead in the face. Don't blame us for being outnumbered. Ha ha. Zhang Chulan seemed to have heard something funny. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky became denser. He tilted his head. Zhang Chulan's tone was filled with disdain. Just a few of you. Are you worthy of bullying me? Zhang Lan on the stage really cannot help it. He forced to resist the urge to laugh out loud. Hands on the front fence, buried his head low, shoulders constantly shrugged. Others didn't know, but he knew Zhang Chulan inside out. The scene of Zhang Chulan being stepped on by Xiaohe before was still fresh in Zhang Lan's mind. If one was unfamiliar with Zhang Chulan, I'm afraid that at this moment, they would really be intimidated by him, thinking that Zhang Chulan was some kind of supreme expert. That's a pussy. Zhang Lan was willing to call him the king of push in Z City. His 3 opponents were also bluffed by the aura on Zhang Chulan's body. Zhang Chulan's voice was low, and his tone was thick with disdain, graphonically pathetic. His 3 opponents' fists clenched at the same time. After being an Inhuman for so many years, it was the first time they had been addressed with the words mole cricket. You few, you don't even deserve to be my opponents. My opponents are the 10 brothers, those existences that stand at the pinnacle of the Inhumans. Seeing Zhang Chulan in this position, Zhang Lan also reacted. Quickly, clear the clouds. Zhang Lan desperately recycled his shadowy aura back into the air, which finally rushed to disperse the dark clouds the moment Zhang Chulan finished his sentence. A ray of sunlight spilled down from the dome of the sky and fell right on Zhang Chulan's body. What I'm going to over is this dome of heaven. As his last words fell, the dark clouds parted. Not only Zhang Chulan's 3 opponents, even the people in the audience were stunned. And after Zhang Lan had done this, he looked up at Feng Zhanghao, who was standing to the side. If he remembered correctly, Feng Zhanghao was also one of the 10 brothers. President Feng, Zhang Chulan is going to you over. Feng Zhanghao. Rarely has he seen this kind of scene even though he has been in the Jianghu for many years. After a long moment of silence, Feng Zhanghao was able to force a smile. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future, and I look forward to that day. TSK. How else could Feng Zhanghao be the president of the World Council? Look at this mindset of people. Only whether it was a real expectation or a polite remark, that Zhang Lan did not know. Under the stage, Zhang Chulan's 3 opponents glanced at each other and took a step backward in unison, seemingly intimidated by Zhang Chulan. Looking at the 2 people beside him, the blue-haired alien took a deep breath and stepped forward, facing Zhang Chulan. You've woken me up, and I admit that as far as realms are concerned, I'm far worse than you, but even if that's the case, it doesn't mean that I'm able to accept a name like Griffin. In order to prove myself, Zhang Chulan, I'm going to fight you one-on-one. Although I'm not strong, my faith in seeking the Tao is definitely no less than anyone else's. In the stands, Zhang Lan's mouth twitched. He sort of understood why Zhang Chulan had gone through all the trouble just to put on a show. The most fundamental reason for feelings is so that you don't get triple-teamed. Zhang Lan had no place to spit out a bunch of grooves in his stomach. However, it had to be said that Zhang Chulan's hand was indeed clever. With what happened just now, If those three tried to surround Zhang Chulan together again, the result, even if they won, would be a dishonorable win. Chloe Chang's performance continues. Hearing that the blue-haired inhuman wanted to fight with himself one-on-one, Zhang Chulan said in a disdainful tone, "One-on-one? Who are you to say?" Ha! The blue-haired alien was stunned. "Fighting me one-on-one proves you have the heart of a strong man?" The blue-haired youth's pupils shrunk. Zhang Chulan took half a step forward, his face facing the blue-haired inhuman's face. Although the two were of equal height, the aura on Zhang Chulan's body was crushing the blue-haired foreigner to death. "As I said, the current you is not worthy of my hand. If you want to challenge me, first prove to me that you have the qualifications to challenge me. Let me see who exactly are the three of you that are qualified to receive my air body source flow." As long as one had a normal brain, basically an individual could hear that Zhang Chulan was using agitation. But apparently, his three opponents are practicing muscles to brain training stupid, froze and did not hear it, but one of them angrily roared, "Me! It's me! I'm the one who qualifies." All three were red-eyed. Next, it's fist-pumping real-life PKs. Zhang Lan wiped his forehead. This is two, attacking the city as the bottom, attacking the heart as the top, and really let Zhang Chulan this kid to play understand. Those three cuties are all crippled by his snub. The battle ended quickly. Within 2 minutes, the blue-haired alien had the other two on the ground. He had suffered some injuries as well, but fortunately they weren't serious. The blue-haired alien took a deep breath and turned his sight towards Zhang Chulan, his eyes full of appraisal. "I won. Now I can challenge you?" Zhang Chulan did not speak, but instead directly sat on the ground with his knees crossed. A moment later, he spoke slowly. "Take your time and sit down." "Why?" the blue-haired alien wondered. Zhang Chulan replied, "In your heyday, you only possessed the qualifications to challenge me. Now that you're in this state, it would be bullying for me to take a shot at you. So, sit down, adjust your internal energy, and when you're at full strength, we'll come back." The blue-haired foreigner sniffed, and there were more complex colors among his eyes, mixed with the slightest touch. "I didn't realize that Zhang Chulan was quite nice." No longer speaking, the blue-haired alien directly sat on the ground and began to transport air to regulate his breath. Zhang Chulan had been staring at the blue-haired inhuman. It wasn't until he saw him gradually getting into the swing of things that he rose up with a flourish. It's not good to interrupt when an alien is meditating. Even if it is forcibly interrupted, there will be some physical effects. Zhang Chulan walked up to the blue-haired alien and looked at the referee, asking a sentence that no one in the crowd had expected. "No," Zhang Lan thought. Zhang Chulan pointed at the blue-haired alien and inquired, "Ref, it's not a foul if I do it now, is it?" Just now, the blue-haired alien did not notice Zhang Chulan's movements, and it was only when he heard the sound of speech that he opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Chulan with a face full of incredulity. The referee, on the other hand, had a dark look on his face. "This Chulan, he's a bit too shameless. What makes Master Shifu able to look at this kid?" But shameless as it was, Zhang Chulan's behavior didn't violate the rules of the Luo Tian Dajiao. So although his behavior was disgraceful to the referee, the foul was really not a foul. He gritted his teeth. "No offense." After getting the desired answer, Zhang Chulan heatedly smiled and directly moseyed over to the blue-haired alien, a lecherous smile on his face. The blue-haired alien was filled with horror. "Zhang Chulan, what are you doing? Where is your strong man's dignity?" Zhang Chulan pulled out his ears. Then without saying a word, his cloak came off and he threw a kingly punch at the blue-haired alien. Chapter 51, Spare No Effort. Anon's dying day. After listening to Zhang Lan tell the whole story of Zhang Chulan's competition, Su Si didn't hold back and laughed. "Ha ha, your kid's brain is pretty good." Zhang Chulan rubbed the back of his head a little embarrassed. "I can't help it. If I don't get it that way, I'm sure I'll be mobbed by those three." Zhang Lan sniffed and raised his eyebrows slightly. In the fight just now, even though Zhang Chulan did not show his true strength and it was all about King's Fist, but through some things, Zhang Lan was able to roughly judge Zhang Chulan's level. Not weak. Not only is it not weak, but it's supposed to be pretty good. If you really want to compare, you should be a shade stronger than Feng Xiaoyan. Against those three inhumans from before, Zhang Lan felt that Zhang Chulan didn't even need to waste any effort, and it wasn't impossible to fight one against three. However, Zhang Chulan was the one who would rather leave an impression of shamelessness on the others than make a positive move. Zhang Lan was vaguely able to guess some of his reasons for doing so, nothing more than not wanting to expose their strength. After some time together, Zhang Lan also found out Zhang Chulan was not the so-called clear and stupid college student in the latter days. Instead, it was not too much to say that he had a deep mind. "Ha ha." Su Si laughed happily, his shoulders shrugged for a while. "Brat, really have you?" seemingly because Su Si's smile was too infectious. Zheng Chulan also laughed along with him. A moment later, Zheng Chulan collected his laughter and inquired, "Right forth, brother, what's the call for us to come here? Is there anything noteworthy about this game?" Su Si glanced towards the stage. "Not this one. You were called here to see the next one." "Oh," Zhang Lan sniffed and came to have some interest. Su Si's nature, since he could purposely call them over to watch the match. The person who was playing the next match should really be quite important. Next game? Who? Su Si grinned with a cigarette in his mouth. Zhuge Cheng. Zhang Lan also glanced down the field. The Division B match had just ended and the field was now empty. Zhuge Cheng. He had also heard of Zhuge Cheng's name many times from various places since he came to Longhu Mountain. Judging from the mere words he had heard before, this Zhuge Cheng should be one of the several candidates most likely to win the championship at this Luo Tian Bun Festival. However, the specific information was not known to Zhang Lan, but by the looks of it, Su Si seemed to know quite a lot about that Zhuge Cheng. Zhang Lan just wanted to ask, but just before he could open his mouth, Zheng Chulan snatched the question. "You're all talking about that Zhuge Cheng, is he really that powerful?" Su Si inclined his head, signaling Zheng Chulan to look at the audience. Although there was no competition under the field right now, the audience was almost at the level of overcrowding. Awesome or not, it's not about the words. Next to him, Su San lightly pushed down his glasses. "We are also curious about this person. In fact, the Zhuge family is not really active in the Inhuman Circle, but their family's martial marquis Qi sect is too famous, and rumor has it that Zhuge Cheng is the only one from the Wuho family who has cultivated all of the Wuho Qi men in recent decades." Zhuge, Wuho. Zhang Lan bowed his head in deep thought. These two key words are combined. A flash of surprise flashed among his eyes. "He's a descendant of the Prime Minister of Shu, Zhuge Liang?" "That's right," Su San nodded. While Zhuge Wuho was the Prime Minister of Shuhan, he was also an extremely powerful foreigner. As a matter of fact, those very famous military generals in history, such as Xiang Yu and Lu Bu, were all foreigners. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to leave a colorful mark in the history books. And Zhuge Wuho, who was the best of the magicians, left behind the Wuho Qi Men technique, which was also extremely powerful. Hiss, Zheng Chulan sniffed and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What Zhuge Liang left behind, just by the sound of it. I know how bad Zhuge Cheng is. After a moment of reprieve, he rubbed his face. Sigh, one Zhang Lingyu was enough for me, and now there's another Zhuge Cheng. It's hard With a smirk in his eyes, Su Si slanted a glance at Zheng Chulan. "You think it's just the two of them? You're so beautiful. We've watched several matches, and there's a lot of talent in the younger generation, so whichever one you face may not be a good fight." Zhang Lan didn't know Zheng Chulan's strength, but Su Si certainly did. Zhang Lan raised his eyebrows slightly. What Su Si said was that it might not be a good fight, not that it couldn't be fought, and he judged Zheng Chulan's strength to be a shade stronger than Feng Xiayan. Therefore, right now, Zheng Chulan's strength could also be ranked at the top of the younger generation. But as far as Zhang Lan knew, the previous Zheng Chulan's strength didn't seem to be very good. It was just that Feng Baobao had been giving him special training during this time, so it looks like the special training wasn't too bad. Just as several people were talking, in the venue below, Zhuge Cheng and the other three had also entered. "Keep a good eye on it," Su Si said to Zheng Chulan. Zheng Chulan nodded his head, and then immediately looked downwards intently. Zhang Lan also turned his eyes toward it. He was also curious as to what kind of art the Prime Minister of Shuhan, who had bowed and died before his death, had left behind for his descendants. The battle was imminent. Zhuge Cheng's three opponents should also have already discussed this, and as soon as the referee announced the start of the match, they all charged towards Zhuge Cheng. Zhuge Cheng, on the other hand, had a nonchalant expression on his face, and even though the attacks had come head-on, his body still did not have any overly exaggerated movements, and he did not even move his feet, just relying on his body to dodge. He dodged all the attacks that came his way. Good stance, Zhang Lan sighed in his heart. Zhuge Cheng's set of movements were extremely ethereal and flowing, as if he had rehearsed them 1,000 times in advance. It felt as if you knew every move, when to do what, by heart. Immediately afterward, Zhuge Cheng took a step forward. Zhang Lan stared at Zhuge Cheng's feet. Although he didn't actually see it, he felt it, and the moment Zhuge Cheng's toes pointed to the ground, there was an indescribable energy that radiated out from under his feet. "This is the Chimera Bureau? You can see?" Su Si turned his head sideways and looked at Zhang Lan with a face full of surprise. Zhang Lan shook his head. "Can't see it, but can feel it, and there seems to be something at his feet." "That's right, it's the Qi Men Bureau, but it's something that unusual foreigners can't see. Only warlocks can see it through specific methods. The Bureau of Strange Doors," Zhang Lan repeated in a low voice. "It sounds rather esoteric. I just don't know how effective it really is though." Zhang Lan was not particularly anxious. He knew that sooner or later there would be a time to fight Zhuge Qing in the future. Or rather, no matter who it was, as long as it could possibly threaten Zhang Chulin's winning the championship, it wouldn't work. And Zhuge Qing, as one of Zhang Chulin's strongest opponents on his way to winning the championship, and he would definitely meet. Chapter 52. Are you Jiang Lan? But it doesn't matter if you meet one. In reality, Jiang Lan didn't even consider Zhuge Qing as his opponent. Now after unlocking Ghost Zhong Kuei, he was already confident that he would be able to arm wrestle with Feng Zhenghao. If Zhuge Qing could beat him, then he wouldn't be the best of the younger generation, but would be able to compete for a bit of the 10 brothers. From Su Si's mouth, Jiang Lan also learned quite a lot about the inhuman realm. Like, for example, the level of an inhuman's ability is basically proportional to the amount of time spent practicing, as well as their own talent. And in between, the extremely talented ones are again just a few, very little. So, in the inhuman circle, just looking at the age already tells the vast majority of the story. Older age basically means more strength. The likes of Jiang Lan were only a minority after all. After all, not everyone has a system like he does. For those in their 20s who could arm wrestle with a 10-year-old, Jiang Lan couldn't think of anyone else besides himself. Just as Jiang Lan was pondering, the referee's voice rang out from the stage. This match, Zhuge Qing wins. Zhuge Qing won easily, looking almost as if he hadn't put in much effort. His 3 enemies hadn't even touched the corner of his coat since the beginning. It was as if Zhuge Qing had known what direction the attack would come from. Zhang Chulan looked at Zhuge Qing below, his fists clenched with a grave expression. So strong. Su Si threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out. Come on, after you've seen it, there's nothing of note down there. Let's go. Zhang Chulan nodded absent-mindedly. The crowd walked out of the field together. On the road, Zhang Chulan stuck his hands in his pockets and never said anything, still with that expression of not knowing what he was pondering. Su Si took another cigarette, lit it and went up to Zhang Chulan's shoulders, grinning greatly. I say, what's gotten into you, boy? Scared? No. Zhang Chulan looked back, just thinking about the Zhuge Qing match just now again, without waiting for the others to inquire. He continued, although those 3 people were besieging, from the beginning to the end, they didn't even touch Zhuge Qing. I am curious as to how exactly he did it. Jiang Lan voiced his guess. It should be that before the other party attacked, he already knew where the attack would land. Zhang Chulan was even more surprised. How is this possible? Predicting attacks in advance. This kind of ability could even be called foreseeing the future. Su San lightly pushed down his glasses. Of course it is possible. The subtleties of the Chi Menburo are not something that we inhumans can penetrate. Although I don't have the talent to cultivate the strange door technique, I have more or less understood it before. Everything in this world is born and has its own law. Let's call this law the way of heaven. The arts, including Chi Men, are to find the loopholes in the heavenly Tao through various entry points. Jiang Lan listened with great interest. Su San said it in an easy-to-understand way, and he understood it. The so-called search for heavenly loopholes is, to put it another way, a Bujin the card world. Su San's voice continued, but like a virus, the more important the loopholes they find, the more they are rejected by the rules of heaven. Zhang Chulan seemed to understand and inquired, that Zhuge Qing, he is the one who spied out his opponent's attacking orientation using Chi Men techniques? Su San smiled and replied, as I said, this is only in theory. Chi Men is a technique that uses time and space as an entry point to crack the heavenly Tao. I'm afraid that this mystery is the unique means of the Wuhou Chi Men. Hiss. Zhang Chulan once again sucked in a breath of cool air. This is a fart. In case we meet, won't I not even be able to touch him? Su San smiled and said, there's nothing to be discouraged about. As the saying goes, when the car arrives at the mountain, it's not encountered yet, and when it really does, there may not really be no way at all. A few people walked and chatted, and in a short while, they arrived at the center of the back mountain square. From a distance, a man and a woman were seen, chattering about something in the square. The man looked roughly like he weighed at least 200 pounds and was wearing a tie-pink striped shirt. In his hand, he was also holding a huge roasted chicken leg. Jiang Lan pulled the corner of his mouth. Dude, we're in this shape. Why don't we lose some weight if we can't eat? I'm down Linglong. Forget it, dead fatso. There are so many experts coming to the Luo Tian Dajiao. Even if Linglong is powerful, it's impossible for her to win the championship in the end. Fatty's expression was indignant. Money can't buy my pleasure. Understand. The girl had long lavender hair, short yellow sleeves, and the whole thing was youthful and pretty. This Jiang Lan did recognize. Winstar Tong had also introduced him not long ago. White style snow. The ability is the ability to devour the air of others. Zhang Chulan, on the other hand, seemed to recognize the fat man and went up to inquire. What's this for? The fat man turned back, and when he saw Zhang Chulan, his expression was first surprised, followed by surprise. He stuffed the chicken leg in his hand into his pocket. Then after quickly wiping his hand on his pants, he took Zhang Chulan's hand and eagerly said, Zhang Chulan, hey, big name. Zhang Chulan looked at the fat man's oily hands and was a bit disgusted. Only before he could shake his hands off, White-style Snow on the side looked at him and Jiang Lan, who was not far behind him, and his eyes glazed over for a while. She smirked. You too, would you like to press a hand, HM? Jiang Lan also came to have some interest and took 2 steps forward to Zhang Chulan's side. Zhang Chulan then asked, press what? White-style Snow took the tablet in her hand and shook it in front of Zhang Chulan's eyes and said, this is Fatty's website that specializes in collecting information on Inhumans, and I've opened a handicap on it. Don't worry, it's all fair and square. I can afford to pay out as much as you guys press. Zhang Chulan took the tablet, but when he saw his odds on the website, his face fell, somewhat awkwardly pulling at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Chulan said, 1 to 100? Why are my odds so high? The fat man sniffed and hammed and hawed. It can't be helped. Who made you too good? Saying that, he followed Zhang Chulan's tone and pointed to the sky with one finger. Lousy is the man who wants to over the 10 brothers. Zhang Chulan, of course, knew that what he had done earlier on the field was not very honorable, so he did not continue with the topic down the line, but instead gave an awkward laugh, and then continued to flip through the tablet in his hand. Zhang Lingyu, Zhuge Chang, they are all 1 to 1. Brother Jianglan, your odds are also so low? How much? Jianglan was a bit curious and brought his head to Zhang Chulan's side. 1 to 1.5. Jianglan was surprised. Compared to Zhang Chulan, he could be completely described as a little munchkin that was so transparent that he couldn't be any more transparent within the inhuman realm. To be honest, the fact that his name was able to appear on this website had been quite a surprise to Jianglan. Unexpectedly, his odds would actually be so low, only a little higher than recognized top players like Wang Yuya and Zhuge Cheng. Is this a recognition of his strength? At this time, Fatty then looked at Jiang Lan and said, brother, are you Jiang Lan? Jiang Lan raised an eyebrow. I don't look like that. Chapter 53, Don't Let Me Down. Jia Zhangliang. The fat man scrutinized Jiang Lan for a while longer before nodding his head repeatedly. Like, Jiang Lan, I am. Fatty looked at Jiang Lan and seemed to be a bit scared, but he still summoned up the courage to say, brother, you're new to the Inhuman Circle, aren't you? Jiang Lan glanced at Fatty. This little Fatty, he knows quite a lot. How do you know? Fatty grinned. Brother, although I didn't see the contest you just had with my own eyes, I heard about it. You have such tactics. If you hadn't first entered the Inhuman Circle not long ago, or if you were usually used to keeping a low profile, there's no way I wouldn't have heard of you. At this time, Zhang Chulan interjected at the right time to explain. His name is Hidden Dragon and he specializes in intelligence. Jiang Lan drifted off. He was still talking about it. Why Hidden Dragon was so sure he was new to the Inhuman scene? Turns out they specialize in getting information. Jiang Lan's understanding. The Hidden Dragon was probably a role like the Jianghu Baishao Shang. Hey, formally get acquainted. Big brother Jiang Lan, my name is Hidden Dragon. You can just call me Fatty. Jiang Lan nodded slightly, considered to be formally acquainted with Hidden Dragon. After a couple sentences of small talk, Zhang Chulan continued to look at the tablet. Suddenly, his eyes settled on a name. This is Jia Zhangliang? He actually has odds of 1 to 1 as well? Zhang Chulan was a bit incredulous, then immediately looked at Jiang Lan and continued. Brother Jiang Lan, if I remember correctly, this Jia Zhangliang, it seems like he has a grudge against you, right? Jiang Lan was also stunned for a moment after hearing Jia Zhangliang's odds. 1 to 1. The odds are already equal to those of Zhang Lingyu and Zhuge Cheng. In other words, that Jia Zhangliang is quite strong? Since they're already handicapped, surely something like odds won't be made randomly. If the strength of the players doesn't match the odds, even the person sitting in the bank may lose his or her pants. Jiang Lan looked to the side. This girl, White-style Snow, was obviously smart. The Hidden Dragon on the side watched the fun, as if he had heard some powerful gossip, and lightly tapped Zhang Chulan's shoulder on the side. What's going on? Tell me about it? Zhang Chulan lowered his head, brought his head to Zhang Long's ear, covered half of his mouth with one hand, and whispered. Jia Zhangliang's brother had both his arms chopped off by brother Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan, good guy, in front of the face to open gossip. Really think he does not exist, is not it? But he wasn't a petty person in the first place, and it wasn't a big deal to say. As for the Hidden Dragon, after hearing Zhang Chulan's words, it was his pupils that slowly widened, and when he looked at Jiang Lan again, the color of fear that was hidden deep in his eyes was even more than it was just a few moments ago. Swallowing with some difficulty, Hidden Dragon said, this. Jiang Lan looked toward the Hidden Dragon and grinned. I was acting in self-defense. Nor did he continue to explain. Jiang Lan looked directly at White-style Snow. Zhang Chulan pays 100 to 1, right? White-style Snow nodded and reacted, asking with some hesitation. You're not betting on Zhang Chulan, are you? That's smart. Congratulations on your guess. As long as he was there, it was impossible for Zhang Chulan to lose. After that, it's definitely going to be less of a melee and more of a one-on-one. and there's definitely a lead time between knowing who your opponent is and before the game officially starts. That makes it simple. Just make sure you determine who your opponent is and do it early so they can't get on the field. Then, it was just a matter of waiting for Zhang Chulan to win. First, the nail in the coffin. $20 million. Take it? $20 million. 1 to 100 odds. If Zhang Chulan really won the championship, White Style Snow would have to pay him $2 billion. White Style Snow's eyes widened in shock. How many did you say? Zhang Lan repeated. $20 million. Why? Is there a problem? No problem is no problem. But your bet is too big. No way. White Style Snow waved her hand repeatedly. It's fine if you didn't bet on it. If you did, I can't afford to lose. White Style Snow naturally does the math. $2 billion, not to mention the payout. She's never even seen it. And no, I've seen it at the graveside. And it's a lot more than $2 billion. Zhang Lan inquired. And what's the maximum down? Thinking slightly, White Style Snow said, removing 1,000 is more like it. Zhang Lan nodded. 19,999,000? White Style Snow. Brother, it says to go to 1,000. It doesn't ask you to go to 1,000. What's the difference between 20 million and 99 million? It's 20,000. Zhang Lan was speechless for a while. That's too little. It's not enough effort to place a bet. It seems that the handicap, which is White Style Snow's own opening, is not very big. With that, he was dissuaded from wanting to place a bet. It's no fun to go down small, and if you go down big, you can't afford to lose the White Style Snow. A couple more chats, and by now the sun was setting into the evening. The 4 big screens in the center of the square also all went out. The first melee competition was all but over by now. After a few more moments, below the high platform in the middle of the square, a little Taoist child shouted, "Please, winners, gather before me." The crowd was heading towards the center by the high platform. Unknown to him, the old Heavenly Master was already standing on the high platform. When the people had almost gathered, the old Heavenly Master said in a neutral voice, "Gentlemen, the first match has all been completed as of now, with a total of 32 winners. The next match will be conducted in a one-on-one manner. In the draw box beside me, there are the names of all the winners, and the name drawn will serve as your opponent for the second match." A group of winners sniffed and lined up next to the wooden box, ready to draw lots. Zhang Lan was also among the group. This time, due to the small number of people, he was soon in line, reaching his hand into the box and casually taking out a note. Zhang Lan stepped aside and unfolded it. There were 3 words written on it. Jia Zhangliang. Zhang Lan raised his eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect to run into it so soon. It's still true. Coincidence. Although his opponent was Jia Zhangliang, Zhang Lan had no mental pressure at all, not to mention the 1-to-1 odds, even if he was better than all the younger generation in humans. In Zhang Lan's eyes, it was just that. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the bout to start and then settling Jia Zhangliang. As it happened, Zhang Lan also wanted to know what kind of strength this one, whose odds were comparable to Zhuge Cheng and Zhang Lingyu, actually had. At this time, Zhang Chulan also finished drawing lots and walked a short distance beside Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan glanced at him sideways. Who did you draw? Zhang Chulan unfolded the note. Shan Shirtong. Zhang Lan hadn't heard of the name, but it's normal. There were only a few that he recognized in this entire Luo Tian Dajia tournament. Green Rune God Shan Shirtong? Feng Xingtong's head suddenly emerged from behind and said to Zhang Chulan, "You don't have much luck." Chapter 54, The Godly Taoist Master Wang. Hearing the voice, Zhang Chulan looked behind him. What do you mean? No. Feng Xingtong reached out to the crowd and pointed to a man with long green hair. He is Shan Shirtong. His 3 opponents in the last match didn't even last 2 minutes in front of him. Zhang Chulan's pupils shrank. That strong? Without looking at Zhang Chulan's expression, Feng Xingtong continued. The green talisman god's name is because of his family's ancestral talisman method, which specializes in sealing other people's air chakra. The most crucial thing is that his talismans don't need to spend a lot of time preparing in advance. You can understand that they are instantly activated, so they make people simply defenseless. At this time, Shan Shirtong, who was not far away, seemed to have heard the commotion over here and slightly sidestepped his head, looking towards Zhang Chulan. The two locked eyes and quickly moved away from each other. After listening to Feng Xingtong's brief introduction, Zhang Chulan was again a bit distracted. These opponents, one by one, just sound difficult to deal with. To be honest, Zhang Chulan was really a bit lacking in confidence right now. Phew, he let out a long breath. There's no use worrying about it now. It's still the same old story. At this time, a man wearing a white robe and a guanyin mole on his brow, Yi Xing, Jia Yun, It's getting late, take all of you to rest. As you wish, Junior Master. Jianlan looked at the man who spoke. Junior Master. This one in the white robe should be Zhang Lingyu. At the same time, he was a direct disciple of the old Heavenly Master. Jianlan's gaze wasn't overly concealed as he looked Zhang Lingyu up and down for a while. Nice skin, coupled with a Taoist robe. It could be described as ethereal and dusty, and it would not be too much to say that it was like an exiled immortal descending from the earth. It's pretty good looking, and I've heard it's not weak. I don't know what the old Heavenly Master was trying to do, leaving such a good disciple unattended to, and wanting Zhang Chulan to inherit his position as Heavenly Master. Old Tianchi killed someone for Zhang Chulan's grandfather to find out, but that's not right either. Zhang Chulan, his master himself, has been dead for how many years? Even if there is a handle, the old Celestial Master is not likely to care. Jianlan silently shook his head. Since the old Heavenly Master had done so, he must have had his own ideas. And the whole internalization thing, while everyone can guess it in their minds, it's just an accepted guess, but no one has ever admitted it positively. Seemingly sensing Jianlan's gaze sizing him up, Zhang Lingyu also looked at Jianlan and returned his smile. Kinda polite. But the next moment, Zhang Lingyu looked to the side and saw Zhang Chulan standing next to him. His face immediately turned gloomy. Zhang Chulan didn't take it personally. Instead, he waved and laughed. Junior Master, hello again, haha. Humph, snorted Zhang Lingyu coldly, flung down her sleeves and turned her head away, ignoring Zhang Chulan. Zhang Chulan frowned slightly. Right at this moment, the duo of Yeshing and Extreme Cloud arrived in front of Jianlan's few people. Both of them wore the Taoist robes of Lung Fu Shan, one tall and fat, the other short and thin. From a distance, although the two were wearing Taoist robes, they did not look like Taoist priests, but instead looked like comedians. Several people. The short and skinny Taoist priest opened his mouth. Poverty Taoist Extreme Cloud. It's getting late. The two of us will take a few of you to your lodgings. When Extreme Cloud suddenly came to interrupt, Zhang Chulan couldn't say anything. Jianlan, on the other hand, nodded. With pleasure. Taoist. It should be. It should be. The smile on Extreme Cloud's face did not diminish. Everyone's residences were not together, and although they were all led by Extreme Cloud, they were arranged in various courtyards. When the walk came to an end, only Extreme Cloud was left with Jianlan by himself, and by now, they were past the dormitory area. Jianlan was a bit puzzled. Where are you taking me, Taoist Master? Polar Cloud smiled. Arrived. Jianlan stood still. In front of him was a small, solitary courtyard that looked much better than the others' dormitories before. After all, this is on a mountain, and conditions are certainly not as convenient as they are down there. So the dormitories are also all big bunks. A room has to sleep 5 or 6 people. The small courtyard, on the other hand, looks much stronger now. Taoist, what are you doing here? Jianlan said in his heart. Could it be that he was going to give him a small meal? But he didn't recognize Pole Cloud either. It wasn't just Extreme Cloud. He didn't have a single person he was familiar with in the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain. Extreme Cloud smiled, but didn't have the intention of trying to explain. This is your residence. The poor Taoist will leave first. After saying that, he just turned around and left. Jianlan, full of doubts, walked inside the small courtyard. The courtyard is secluded and pleasant, divided into 2 rooms, one left and one right. Jianlan stood in the courtyard and looked around. This Polar Cloud, he doesn't even make it clear when he has something to say. Jianlan's mind was puzzled, but just then, the door to the east side of the house was suddenly opened. A figure he was quite familiar with walked out of the house. Jianlan raised an eyebrow. You, Wang Yuya? He. Wang also looked up, looked at Jianlan and smiled. Sure, Master Jiang. Jianlan wasn't stupid. In this entire courtyard, there was no one else but him and Wang Yuya, so it was more than likely that the fact that his residence would be arranged in this place had something to do with Wang as well. Jianlan wouldn't think that he, a white boy who had not long entered the inhuman realm for the first time, would be able to receive special care from the Heavenly Master's house. Only why did Wang Yuya do it? Jianlan didn't understand. In his eyes, he and Wang had only met a few times, and were not even friends, let alone familiar. The words that the two had said, moreover, totaled not even 20 sentences. That's why it was strange that Wang would also allow Extreme Cloud to place him in this small courtyard. This courtyard, you arranged it for me on purpose? Yes. Wang also nodded. Seeing that Wang Yuya answered so painfully, Jianlan was also a bit curious. Why? No reason. Wang also said, just think you're a nice guy. Make a friend. Jianlan silently stared at Wang Yuya. It's enough to listen to something like making a friend, but if you really believe it, you're out of your mind. Jianlan was certain that Wang Yuya must have his own agenda. Without much hesitation, he simply turned around and looked ready to leave. Taoist Master Wang Yuya, if you don't say anything, then I'll have no choice but to leave. seeing that Zhang Lan seemed to be really intending to leave. Wang also hurriedly took 2 steps forward and stopped him. Don't rush, come and sit for a while. After saying that, he directly pulled Zhang Lan and walked to sit on the stone bench in the middle of the small courtyard. Bro did have something he wanted to ask you. Zhang Lan wasn't surprised. He had a pretty good impression of Wang Yuya. It was just a question, and he still wouldn't refuse to answer it as long as it wasn't private or anything like that. If you have questions, ask them. In fact, he was also curious as to what questions Wang Yuya, a Taoist master of Wudong, could want to ask him. Wang also paused, looking like he wanted to say something. It was a while before he spoke. Is tomorrow a good day? Ask again tomorrow. Zhang Lan bristled. This Taoist priest from Wudong, why is he still godly? Chapter 55, Hero seeing things the same way. But since Wang Yuya had said tomorrow, there was no way he could chase after his ass and tell Wang Yuya to hurry up and ask. Nodding, Zhang Lan said, tomorrow then. When he finished speaking, he turned around again, ready to leave. The king also blared. I say, you are. He thought Zhang Lan was leaving again. Zhang Lan turned his head, going out to run some errands, be back in a bit. Although Wang had gotten him a single room as well, what needed to be done, still needed to be done. What is this trip over for? Zhang Lan can always remember it. Just now, Zheng Chulan had been worried like hell since he heard that Shan Shirtong was his opponent. Wang in the back also opened his mouth and waited for Zhang Lan to walk to the entrance of the courtyard. The west room is reserved for you. Zhang Lan lost his smile and didn't turn around, just waved his hand. Wang also had this tone of voice, like a young daughter-in-law waiting for her husband to come home. Step out of the courtyard. The small courtyard he was in was not far from the dormitory area, the location of Zheng Chulan's dormitory. He had just seen it, so it wasn't difficult to find him. But Zhang Lan had just taken a few steps when he heard a rustling of footsteps coming from the front. He probed in the direction the voice came from, only to see a somewhat familiar blur. Feng Baobao? Ah, being called out by name. Feng Baobao paused in her movements and turned to look at Zhang Lan. It's so late and you're still up? Zhang Lan took a few steps forward, and only then did he see that Feng Baobao actually had a guy with her. In her hand, she was carrying a man-high shovel. The corners of Zhang Lan's eyes twitched twice. What's the point of taking this thing around the mountain in the middle of the night? Feng Baobao sniffed and replied with a face that took it for granted. Dig in. You're going to plant a tree? Feng Baobao thought for a moment and shook his head. Not planting trees. Well, planting people. For some reason, listening to Feng Baobao's words, Zhang Lan's mind conjured up Mr. Lu Sun, Shan Shirtong, is Thaya, Zhang Chulan just on the distraction low. First to the hot pot, what green runes got to bury cackling. Tomorrow Zhang Chulan do not have to fight. Zhang Lan gave a thumbs up. What a way to say that heroes see things the same way. Feng Baobao is usually a bit naive, but his brain is not completely spinning. Come on, right along. He came out with the intention of making Shan Shirtong disappear for a day, although a single Feng Baobao should be able to solve the problem, but without seeing it with his own eyes, Zhang Lan was still not very assured. After all, in his eyes, Feng Baobao's brain was genuinely not very good. Don't make any more mistakes then. Feng Baobao nodded. Good. Have you seen where Shan Shirtong lives? Feng Baobao nodded again. I purposely look cluck. You follow to me. With that, she turned around and led the way ahead following the knight. Zhang Lan followed 2 steps behind her. A few moments later, the 2 of them came to a house. Zhang Lan looked inside. There were a total of 6 people lying in the room. 3 of them were breathing evenly and seemed to be asleep. The other 3, on the other hand, were talking in low voices. Feng Baobao carried the shovel and majestically walked towards the door. Looking at Zhang Lan, he hurriedly pulled her back, his eyes widening as he whispered, "What are you doing there? Get that green rune god out of there." Zhang Lan was speechless. Sister, we have to do it, but we can't do it like this. Doing things, at least you have to have a way of doing things, don't you? If there was only Shan Sherdong in the house, it would have been easier to break in. But the problem was, there were so many inhumans next to him, even if the strength was not enough to be feared. If the forced captivity of Shan Shirtong was seen by them, it would definitely be reported to the Heavenly Master's office. Although it was not explicitly forbidden to engage in sneak attacks, his and Feng Baobao's current behavior was clearly exploiting the loopholes in the regulations. Once discovered by Longhu Mountain, even if the old Heavenly Master intended to harbor them, I'm afraid it wouldn't be good to turn a blind eye. He held down Feng Baobao's shoulder and said, "My sister, you can rest quickly, at my command." Feng Baobao blinked and behaved very well. Seeing this, Zhang Lan directly pulled Feng Baobao and touched into the woods on the side. "Are we clawing at this?" Zhang Lan replied succinctly, with only one word. Wait. He didn't know how to Qian Kuan de Nuai, so if he wanted to take away the green rune god, the only way was to wait. Either everyone in the room was asleep, or Shan Shirtong came out on his own. It's the only way to do it without alarming anyone. Oh, well, Feng Baobao was still well behaved. Zhang Lan gave her a sideways glance. Having known each other for almost a month, this was the first time he was alone with Feng Baobao. Although the girl is a bit melodramatic, her face is quite resistant. The beauty of it is that it's scruffy. I don't know who I learned this unkempt energy from. Zhang Lan guessed that it might have been brought by Su Laoshi. After all, Su Si was usually unkempt and unkempt. There are even times when the beard grows almost as long as a cigarette holder and you don't say anything about shaving. Feng Baobao did not avoid Zhang Lan's eyes. Instead, she stared at him as well. Although there was little expression, Zhang Lan always felt that Feng Baobao's eyes were unusually deep. At first glance, it doesn't seem like anything special, but look closely and it feels as if you're about to be plunged into a bottomless vortex. Mysterious as it was, it raised an urge to explore. Midnight, woods, a man and a woman staring straight at each other, neither speaking, rather like a horror movie. Next, should we get to the screaming part? Squeak! The scrape of an old wooden door sounded. Zhang Lan turned his head openly and looked toward the position of the room's entrance. Seeing the silhouette clearly, his face was delighted. It wasn't a waste of time waiting, it actually came out. The person at the doorway was none other than Shan Shitong with long green hair and a lab coat. Zhang Lan gave Feng Baobao a shhh gesture, then took a few steps back. With a flick of his wrist, a piece of yellow paper instantly appeared. Immediately after that, a small and delicate paper man took shape in his hands. He scratched his fingertips again and nodded his eyes and empowered his soul in one fluid motion. The whole thing, it took less than 2 seconds. Shan Shitong at the doorway just felt an unusually cold wind blowing by, but it disappeared in an instant. Shan Shitong frowned slightly. I'm underdressed for this weather? Where did that cold wind come from in the middle of summer? Scanning around, he did not find anything unusual. Shaking his head, the corner of Shan Shitong's mouth slightly picked up a helpless arc. Scare yourself. The next instant, bang! Shan Shitong only felt a loud bang in his head, followed by a double roll of the eyes. The whole person immediately lost consciousness. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shan Shitong opened his eyes again, only to find that he had been tied up. Not only were his arms and legs all immobilized, but even his mouth was stuffed with a ball of soft fabric that he didn't know what it was. He stared in horror and moved on his hands and knees across the floor. Aha! Aha! Don't scream, old man. No one will come even if you scream your throat out. Chapter 56. It's okay. You can't starve for a day. Zhang Lan stood not far from Shan Shitong, condescending and smiling at him. Shan Shitong also noticed Zhang Lan and was alarmed. Aha! He had some impression of Zhang Lan, who had stood beside Zhang Chulan during the previous draw, but he didn't understand why Zhang Lan had to arrest him when there was no grievance or enmity between the two of them. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Zhang Lan walked forward and squatted down to Shan Shitong. Don't yell too loud in a minute or I'll have to knock you out again. When he finished speaking, he reached down and yanked off the towel that was stuffed in Shan Shitong's mouth. Who are you? What do you want? Why did you bring me here? Shan Shitong's mouth was like a succession of questions. Although it was the first time Zhang Lan had done this kind of thing, he didn't feel guilty. If Shan Shitong could really beat Zhang Chulan, he might even feel a little guilty. But it was just a paper general, and Shan Shitong didn't even have the power to fight back at all. Although the paper will sneak attack took advantage of the situation, but it can also from the side to show that the strength of Shan Shitong, in fact, is just so. Zhang Lan already had a judgment in his mind. Shan Shitong should not be a threat to Zhang Chulan. As for the fact that Zhang Chulan would have no confidence, it was also mostly due to the fact that Shan Shitong had a bigger name. Therefore, even if it really came down to a fight on the field, Shan Shitong would never be Zhang Chulan's opponent. But now that the person has been arrested, it's not good to just let him go. Simply, make it a mistake. Who I am is not important. The important thing is that tomorrow's game, you don't go. Zhang Lan said. As compensation, well, forget it, there is nothing I can compensate you for. In short, first aggravate you for a day. First have to bury you, wait for the end of the game tomorrow and then let you out. Shan Shitong? He fought back, his anger rising to a crescendo. No way. What's to stop you from letting me go to the game? Zhang Lan's reaction was rather flat. By the fact that I'm better than you, isn't that enough? Shan Shitong still wanted to retort, but the words reached his mouth and were swallowed back. The facts are here, and he's tied up now, so what's the point of arguing against it? Zhang Lan looked deeper into the woods. Baby, is the hole dug yet? Wait a minute, it's almost ready. Shan Shitong? No dude, I thought you were joking. You're really gonna bury me? Is the hole all dug? Gritting his teeth, Shan Shitong said. What favors did Zhang Chulan give you guys to make you work so hard for him? There's no benefit to it. If you must say there is, does $200,000 count? Shan Shitong's eyes widened. $200,000 and you're going to bury me? Zhang Lan said with a face that took it for granted. Or what? And I'm only worth $200,000? Zhang Lan laughed. You're overthinking it. You're not worth $200,000. $200,000 is the salary of the entire trip to Lungfushan. Today's billing Shirtong can only be regarded as an episode. If he had to say how much money this is worth to bury a single scholar boy, Jianlan felt that 20,000 cannot be more. Shan Shirtong felt insulted. Jianlan also saw that Shan Shirtong's expression was not right and comforted him. Older brother, don't be angry either. Even if I let you go to fight, you won't be able to beat Zheng Chulan. I can't beat him, so let go of me. What's the point of burying me? Shan Shirtong had an angry look on his face. It's not that you're too famous, Jianlan said. I thought you were powerful before. That's why I caught you. Shan Shirtong's eyes were red. What the hell? You want to kill a man with a heart of gold, don't you? The implication is that you caught me and realized I couldn't do it? But at this moment Shan Shirtong also know that incompetent rage will not solve the problem. Forcing himself to calm down, Shan Shirtong said, since you said I can't beat Zheng Chulan, release me and let the two of us fight squarely. Jianlan shook his head. I've already caught you. The pit is being dug. If I let you go now, wouldn't the pit be dug in vain? Old brother, don't struggle. There was a moment of silence from Shan Shirtong. A moment later, it was as if he suddenly thought of something, as if he was grasping for a lifesaver. Didn't Zheng Chulan give you $200,000? I'll give you $300,000. Jianlan smiled and didn't say anything else. $300,000 to buy him off. How can that be? If it was the first time he was a fledgling, he might actually be tempted. But right now, he still had a balance of tens of millions of dollars lying on his card, and it would be strange to be moved because of $300,000. Dig in. Feng Baobao's figure carrying a shovel drilled out from the depths of the woods. Without saying a word, Jianlan directly lifted Shan Shirtong with one hand and walked into the depths of the woods. Bang! Shan Shirtong's entire body was thrown into the pit he dug out by Feng Baobao. The pit wasn't very big, less than a man high, just enough to fit Shan Shirtong inside while making sure his head was exposed. Fill in the dirt. Jianlan gave a greeting, and Feng Baobao was also dry, picking up a shovel and starting to fill in the soil. Shan Shirtong stared angrily, but with his hands and feet tied, he couldn't resist. In fact, being an inhuman, he was able to break free if he used brute force. However, Shan Shirtong also knew that even if he broke free now, it would be of no use at all. If Jianlan could tie him up the first time, he could tie him up the second time. How he had just passed out himself, he had no idea at all. This could also be analyzed from the side. The difference in strength between him and Jianlan was absolutely huge. A few minutes later, Shan Shirtong was completely buried in the earth, leaving only a head exposed. Jianlan glanced sideways at Feng Baobao. Sturdy? It's not like he's going to run out on his own in the middle of the night, is it? You can run now, but you won't be able to run away in a while. Feng Baobao pointed to the side. Jianlan looked toward where she was pointing her finger and saw two large barrels of mineral water laying next to him. Jianlan was surprised. Where did you find it? Oh, there is a storehouse in front. Just went there to find it. Feng Baobao said. After watering, the soil is firm. Jianlan's eyelids fluttered. That's expert. At first glance, it looks like Feng Baobao hasn't done this kind of work before. But Jianlan, was the first time. He couldn't help but ask with some concern. There's only a head out there. Add more water. Don't suffocate him. Don't worry, won't Lu. Feng Baobao picked up the bucket and poured it towards Shan Shirtong's side. Watering once again, Feng Baobao continued while saying, he's at least an inhuman, not so fragile that he can't die in a day. Jianlan nodded. At times like this, of course, it's time to listen to the experts. Since Feng Baobao said that he couldn't die, then he most likely couldn't die. The big deal is to come back in the morning and check on Shan Shirtong, and when Zheng Chulan's match is over, he'll be able to release it for him. As for whether or not Shan Shirtong would sue after being released, this Jianlan didn't really care. As long as things don't come out before the game, it's fine. Even if Shan Shirtong made a scene, the old heavenly master would only turn a blind eye. Chapter 57, Wang Yuya, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices. When the water was finished pouring, Jianlan then said, brothers, condescend to wait here for a day. The two of us leave first. Shan Shirtong had the heart to curse twice, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said nothing. This revenge, he remembered. Walking out of the woods with Feng Baobao, Jianlan asked as if he suddenly remembered something. By the way, don't we have to get him some food and water? It's just one day. I can't starve. Feng Baobao said nonchalantly. Jianlan nodded. Also, the competition should normally start tomorrow morning, and when it was Zheng Chulan's turn, it was estimated that it would be noon at the latest. We'll be able to release Shan Shirtong this afternoon, and he was an inhuman. His physical quality was much stronger than ordinary people, so half a day plus a night without eating or drinking should be fine. Go back. Jianlan yawned. Feng Baobao followed half a step behind him and suddenly said, by the way, should I talk to Zheng Chulan? you can talk all you want, but I'm going back to bed. Today has been a non-stop day since we arrived at Lungfushan. Jianlan was also a bit sleepy at this moment. After walking for a while, the familiar small courtyard appeared in front of Jianlan. I'll go back first. Oh, good. Saying goodbye to Feng Baobao, Jianlan walked into the small courtyard. It was a little after midnight, and there were no streetlights or anything like that on the back hills, so the small courtyard was also dark. Wang Yuya's room didn't have a light on, and it looked like he was already asleep. Jianlan didn't think much about it and walked directly inside his room. There are no streetlights, but there is still electricity in this room. Turning the light on, Jianlan looked into the room. The house was small but quaint. A wooden closet, tea table, wooden stools, and a wooden bed made up the whole thing. It looks like it's quite a bit more intentional. At least Jianlan was satisfied with this place. It's also getting better. At least you get a single room and don't have to squeeze into a bunk like everyone else. Even though squeezing a bunk was nothing to Jianlan, he wasn't cheap enough to leave a single room unoccupied. I also wonder what Wang Yuya is up to. Shaking his head, he didn't then think about it in detail. We'll find out tomorrow anyway. Jianlan was ready to pack up and wash up for bed, but that's when he realized that there was electricity in the room, but no water. He glanced out the window and saw a not-so-small water tank standing in front of the door of Wang Yuya's room. Even if you don't take a shower, you have to wash your face and brush your teeth before going to bed. Jianlan walked out the door and came to the water tank, using the wooden basin next to it to simply wash himself. Afraid of disturbing Wang Yuya's sleep, he also deliberately restrained his movements. It was only when he finished washing up that Jianlan pressed himself against the window again and glanced inside Wang Yuya's room. It didn't matter if he didn't look. His face had just been pressed against the window when one brow furrowed. It wasn't so much what he saw as what he smelled. The smell of blood. It's not dense, but it's real. Jianlan had always been sensitive to odors, and after becoming an inhuman, his sense of smell was even more sensitive than before. Isn't Wang also by himself? Why does his room smell like blood? Just then, inside Wang Yuya's room, there was a sound of footsteps. Immediately afterward, the door to the room opened from the inside. Jianlan was highly nervous as the 5 ghost mothers instantly appeared in front of him, blocking his body firmly. It wasn't that he was paranoid, but the situation inside Wang Yuya's room was really a bit weird, with the smell of blood and still no movement. It's the middle of the night. Anyone else would have to be scared. It was only through the gap in the ghost mother's body that Jianlan could see that it wasn't someone else who had come out, but Wang Yuya himself. It wasn't very dark outside. The moon and stars were so thin that even ordinary people were able to barely see. Jianlan was even able to clearly see that there were faint traces of blood in all 7 of Wang Yuya's orifices, and even on the clothes in front of his body, a piece of it was stained red. Wang was also startled by the 5 tall ghost mothers. Jianlan saw that it wasn't someone else, so he reclaimed the ghost mother. Scared me. I thought it was coming to me to claim my life. Seeing Jianlan, Wang also understood what was going on and pulled a smile from the corner of his mouth. Jianlan then narrowed his eyes and asked, "How did you get this?" "I just fell off the bed. It's not a problem." Jianlan was silent for a moment. Who falls out of bed and gets blood on their face? It's still septuagenarian. Bleeding from the eyes and ears. How serious must it be? What's more, Jianlan didn't hear a single sound just now, so the king can't be falling either. Since Wang also didn't say anything, he didn't pursue the matter and just said, "I'll go back to bed then. Call me if you need anything." Aha! Wang also nodded and watched Jianlan return to the house, but after Jianlan's room door closed, Wang Yuya didn't get water to wash his face, but stared at the closed room door with a deadpan expression. It wasn't until the lights went out in Jianlan's room that he took a deep breath and turned his head back to fetch water to rinse the bloodstains off his face. Early the next morning, Jianlan woke up early. It was just after 6 in the morning, by the look of the time. The race, on the other hand, starts at the beginning of the 6th hour, or 9 o'clock in the morning. Actually, he wasn't awake yet, but with something on his mind, he couldn't sleep either. He was still thinking about Shan Shirtong, who was buried in the earth. It would be a problem if he really died. It wasn't a good idea to always be on tenterhooks, so Jianlan simply decided to go over and take a look. Getting up and getting dressed, Jianlan went out and went straight to the place where he buried Shan Shirtong. The distance wasn't particularly far, and after only walking for less than 10 minutes, Jianlan returned to the woods from last night, following his memory to find the place where he buried Shan Shirtong. Jianlan was surprised to find that there was only an empty hole left at the scene, as well as 2 buckets of water. As for Shan Shirtong, he disappeared. Run away? A thought flashed through Jianlan's mind. Oh wow, that's quite a grab for nothing. He walked over to the pit to check it out. The pit was quite a bit bigger than yesterday, and it was obvious that someone had dug it out for Shan Shirtong from the outside. Could it be that someone was passing by in the middle of the night and happened to meet Shan Shirtong? Which saved him, but that's not right either. It's the middle of nowhere. There's nothing, and no one will come by during the day, let alone in the middle of the night. Thinking for half a day, Jian Lan didn't have a clue. He simply didn't want to. Let's just leave. Anyway, even if he did participate in the competition, Shan Shitong was no match for Zhang Chulan. With that time, he might as well go back to sleep. After tossing and turning, Jian Lan returned to the small courtyard, set an alarm clock for 8:30, and once again fell into a deep sleep. Only before the alarm clock could go off, he was awakened by a knock on the door from outside. In a daze, Jian Lan asked, "Who?" "Me, Chang Chulan." Hearing Zhang Chulan's voice, Jian Lan slightly refreshed himself. "Come in." The door to the room was pushed open, and Zhang Chulan stepped inside. Behind him, there was also Feng Baobao. "What brings you two here?" Zhang Chulan had a bitter face. "I say, big brother, why did you bury people behind my back and Sister Bauer's back?" Chapter 58 Jian Lan vs. Jia Zhengliang. "Didn't carry you on my back." Jian Lan's voice was lazy. As a matter of fact, he really did not intend to go behind Zhang Chulan's back. It was just that he did not feel the need to go to him and purposely talk to him once again. Zhang Chulan pulled the corner of his mouth. "Thanks to Sister Bauer talking to me, or I wouldn't know it now. Can win on the line, know it or not, does not affect the result on the line." Jian Lan yawned. "Zhang Chulan, big brother, I'm really convinced you too. Next time to bury who know me in advance." "Okay." He folded his arms and said, "Please, no problem." Jian Lan sobered up quite a bit and sat up. "By the way, were you the one who dug people out?" "It's," Zhang Chulan said. "Surely I can't keep burying it, or else when he comes out and sues the Tianchi mansion, the Tianchi mansion won't disqualify me from the competition? Cancel?" Jian Lan's face was full of strangeness as he looked at Zhang Chulan. "You're the internalized champion. Even if the matter goes to the old celestial master, there's no way you can be disqualified from the competition. An internalized champion?" Zhang Chulan's pupils shrunk. The expression on Jian Lan's face became even stranger. "So everyone knows but you?" Zhang Chulan's eyes flickered for a moment as he heard this. In fact, he was vaguely able to guess some of it. He wasn't stupid. He was even many times more brainy than the average person his age. But before that, although Zhang Chulan already had a vague premonition in his heart, he was never able to be sure. But when Jian Lan said it today, he realized that his guess turned out not to be wrong. At the same time, Zhang Chulan's heart became even more puzzled. Why? Why did the old master of heaven internalize his decision to become the leader? Or why the old heavenly master wanted him to be the next heavenly master? What secrets were hidden in his grandfather? Curiosity grew stronger in Zhang Chulan's heart. Jian Lan stretched and rolled out of bed. "All right, now that you've dug it out for someone, it's a good match. It's okay. Shan Shitong won't come." Zhang Chulan smiled coyly. "I fought him at night and won." Jian Lan nodded, not surprised. He had long ago judged that Zhang Chulan was stronger than Shan Shitong, and it was nothing surprising that he won. "What are you, hiding your strength?" Zhang Chulan rubbed the back of his head and smiled in embarrassment. "Yes, there are too many strong players, and my bottom card is just that. If it's all known in advance, I'm afraid I'll be targeted in the subsequent matches. The mind is pretty deep, but there's no excuse. Even if it is internalized, it can only be properly underhanded. If you really lost against a strong opponent, it is impossible for the old master to jump out and say that the results are null and void to compete again." Glancing at Zhang Chulan, Jian Lan then picked up his cell phone and scanned the time. 8 o'clock in the morning. That's about right. I wonder how many fights he's scheduled to have with Jazzy. Let's go. To the square. Inside the square, Susan Susi had already been waiting for the crowd. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Susi took Jian Lan by the shoulders and whispered, "Come with me." Jian Lan didn't ask what Susi was up to and followed him to the corner of the square. Only when there was no one else nearby did Jian Lan ask, "What's wrong?" Susi said, "There's an all-sex move." Jian Lan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Finding out so soon?" Susi shook his head. "It wasn't our people who found it. It was Lu Lao's side. Hu Jia from Dongxiang Zhuang. You keep an eye on him in the last 2 days. He should be colluding with Quan Sex." "No problem. Want to catch?" "Not yet. Wait and see. I'm just talking to you." "Okay, I'll take it as something. There's nothing to hide here. Why are you purposely avoiding Zhang Chulan?" "It's not so much about avoiding him, it's simply that I'm afraid it'll affect his play." Susi had been acting concerned about whether Zhang Chulan would be able to win the championship. Jian Lan also knew that he definitely wasn't doing it for Zhang Chulan. Susi's purpose of wanting Zhang Chulan to win the championship should still be so that he could ask about Feng Baobao. The two brothers, Su San Su Si, had an unusual attitude towards Feng Baobao. The feelings are also very complicated to look at. I think, on Feng Baobao, there is really some kind of shocking secret. It was just that Jian Lan wasn't really interested is all. After regrouping and talking for a while longer, it was about time. At this time, the radio in the square also sounded to call the contestants to enter. Please John Lan, contestant Jia Zhangliang, proceed to venue number 3 for the match. Please John Lan, Jia Zhangliang, the 2 contestants, proceed to venue number 3. Hearing his name called within the broadcast, John Lan was a bit surprised. The tournament is 4 games of 4 at the same time. There were 32 winners and 16 matches, or 4 rounds. I didn't expect to have him in the first round. It's also good to finish the competition early and get some rest. Greeting the crowd, John Lan headed to the competition venue. John Lan entered the arena and didn't see Jia Zhangliang's figure. He wasn't in a hurry either, and looked out into the audience. Perhaps it was yesterday's game that made a bit of a name for itself. There were a lot more people in the audience today than yesterday. Even John Lan saw that someone was holding up his name tag. John Lan, I love you. John Lan's eyelids twitched. What's this? You've become a favorite? I don't understand it, but I'm blown away. Yesterday there was no one, but today there's support. Okay? What John Lan didn't know was that the reason why this happened today was because someone had recorded a video of his match yesterday and posted it on a website specialized in Inhumans. Handsome appearance, coupled with the handsome to explosive fighting style, the video soon caught fire. And rightfully so, he's got a bunch of little fans. Ah, you're so handsome, John Lan. Smile. John Lan was speechless. Instead of feeling like he was in a race, he felt like he was in a nightclub, being the molded brother in the spotlight. Being a bit of an introvert, it's just a bit overwhelming to be in this kind of scene. Luckily, though, he wasn't embarrassed for too long before a red-haired Jae Junryung walked in from outside the arena. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at John Lan, a smile on his face. What a coincidence. Meeting in the second game. It's quite a coincidence. John Lan looked toward the referee's table. Referee, can we start? Before, he was thinking of having some fun with Jia Zhangliang, but now the overly enthusiastic audience made him dismiss his previous thoughts and just think of a quick fight. Come on, the sooner the better. The referee sniffed and announced loudly, I declare this match, John Lan versus Jia Zhangliang, now, begin. The moment the referee's voice fell, a large swath of shadowy aura rose from John Lan's body, wrapping his entire body in it. For a while, when outsiders looked at John Lan, they could only see the dense black and gray mist, and could not see inside at all. Seeing this, Jia Zhangliang also looked slightly more serious, and with a flick of his hand, 3 flying daggers flew towards John Lan in no particular order. Chapter 59, Caesarean Section for the Demon Mother. On John Lan's body, the shadowy aura condensed into several black dragons, completely ignoring the 3 flying daggers and whistling towards Jia Zhangliang. When Jia Zhangliang saw this, he was a little appalled. He flipped his hands, and 6 more flying daggers appeared in his hands, flying towards the black dragon composed of Yin Hei. And at that moment, the 3 flying daggers he had thrown out first had already come to a position not far in front of John Lan. John Lan still didn't dodge, and with a thought, the 5 ghost mothers instantly appeared around him, firmly surrounding him right in the center. The ghost mother was huge and covered him up. Snort! 3 voices sounded at the same time, and the flying daggers zipped into the ghost mother's body, and then they were stuck by the ghost mother's body, unable to advance an inch. At the same time, the black dragon, which was condensed by the shadowy aura, collided with the other 6 flying daggers. There was a stalemate between the Yin dragon and the flying dagger, followed by an explosion. Boom! The Yin dragon's head was blown apart, and the flying daggers were bounced to the side. But in the next instant, the Yin dragon's head was born out of thin air, whistling as it scurried toward Jia Zhangliang once again. Jia Zhangliang's brows furrowed as the 6 flying daggers turned in midair, once again intercepting towards the Yin dragon. The scene was at a standstill for a while. Jia Zhangliang gritted his teeth and waved his hand again. 3 more flying daggers came out of his hand. A gasp came from the audience. Intentional control, or manipulating 12 of them at once? 12 in one mind. That's a little too powerful, isn't it? Behind the ghost mother, John Lan was expressionless and even wanted to laugh a little. At this point, he was invincible. Jia Zhangliang's flying daggers couldn't even break through the ghost mother's defense. Since the flying daggers couldn't hurt him, Jia Zhangliang was naturally no threat to John Lan at all. It was only a matter of time before winning next. As for whether hiding behind the ghost mother is too wimpy, are you kidding me? He's a summoner. Where does a summoner get a close fight? Really go up to 1v1 man battle? He still play what summoning? Directly turned berserk warrior is not it? Besides, isn't Jia Zhangliang still relying on flying daggers? On the other side, Jia Zhangliang was fully focused on maneuvering his flying dagger. 9 of them, tangled with the Yin dragon in front of them. The other 3 handles, on the other hand, were repeatedly piercing through those ghost mothers. That's 12 handles. Jia Zhangliang gritted his teeth. An ordinary opponent wouldn't even be able to catch 3 of his flying daggers. Even if it was more powerful, 6 handles would be enough to settle the opponent. Before he met John Lan today, His toughest opponent had only forced him to use 9 immortal cutting flying daggers at the same time. And just after going up against Jianlan, not even a minute later, he was forced to use his full strength. The most annoying thing was that he hadn't even broken Jianlan's defense. The Een dragons were constantly dispersed, but each time they dispersed, they would once again regather in flight. And every time after it recondensed, it would be even thicker than before, and its might would be even more appalling. Jia Zhengliang's eyes flashed as he made his decision. Let's take care of these Een dragons first, then gather our strength at one point and attack those big belly ghosts. With the thought, the 12 flying daggers were all aimed at the Een dragon. The flying daggers were covered with a faint air film that was incomparably sharp and seemed to be able to cut through space. Although Jianlan was surrounded by ghost mothers, his vision was not affected. He maneuvered the Een dragon to tangle with Jia Zhengliang's flying daggers for a while, feeling that going on like this was not a solution. Winnable, yes, but too much ink. Thinking of this, Jianlan directly took a deep breath. The Een dragon flew backward and was inhaled into his nasal cavity, and then converged into his dantian. On the opposite side, Jia Zhengliang's face glowed with joy when he saw this. It wasn't in vain that he had expended so much effort to finally break it up. How could he have known that the Een dragon wasn't even dispersed by him, but rather Jianglan took the initiative to retract it? Otherwise Jianlan could play with him here all day. Jia Zhengliang once again looked at the circle of ghost mothers. Break your turtle shell again. Whoosh! The 12 immortal chopper flying daggers simultaneously aimed at the belly of one of the ghost mothers, piercing in viciously one after the other. The ghost mother's abdomen broke open with a huge gash. Jianlan froze. Awesome! A cesarean section for the ghost mother. Master Jia Zhengliang is considered the first. As the mouth opened, the 10 ghost babies in the ghost mother's belly picked at the crack in her belly, one after another, scrambling out. The other 4 ghost mothers did the same. Their stomachs instantly split open as if they were giant mouths of the abyss. Ghost baby leaps out at speed. In an instant, all 50 ghost babies appeared, howling and rushing towards Jia Zhengliang. Jia Yongliang was baffled. What the is this? What's with this? Still have it in your stomach? Although he didn't know what exactly a ghost baby was, he did perceive the dangerous aura emanating from the ghost baby clearly. Jianlan gave the ghost mother direct orders. The next moment, the ghost baby moved. 50, almost the size of an average class. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it's definitely a lot. The ghost babies rushed towards Jia Zhengliang with high cries. Jia Zhengliang was startled and hurriedly turned his fly to and stabbed towards the ghost baby group. He did not hold back. The flying daggers all stabbed towards the ghost baby's vitals. On the Luo Tian Dajia, although it was restricted to not being able to kill or seriously injure an opponent, Jia Zhengliang also knew that the group of ghost babies in front of him were definitely not human, but rather Jianlan had given them out through some unknown means. The flying dagger stabbed into the ghost baby's head. However, the ghost baby that was stabbed still looked as if nothing had happened, and flew towards Jia Zhengliang. Jia Zhengliang's pupils shrunk to the size of pinpoints. What the is this? Why can't it be killed? Flying daggers are stuck in your head and you're still alive? Are you kidding me? What he didn't see was that the moment the ghost baby's head was stabbed into the flying dagger, several dense wounds also appeared on the back of the ghost mother's head. Jia Zhengliang still wanted to maneuver his flying dagger to attack again, but it was too late. Originally the competition venue is not big. The ghost babies are very fast. This moment all have rushed to him. There are really a few faster. All pounced on Jia Zhengliang's body. Ghost babies have a single way of attacking, nothing more than fists and nails, or else biting with their teeth. If there's only one, of course there's nothing wrong with it, but there can't be enough of them. 50 to the person on the body. Even Feng Zhenghao must be surrounded by a dense, let alone Jia Zhengliang. Moreover, Feng Zhenghao had the ability to be able to bounce off ghost babies, but Jia Zhengliang did not. In a flash, 50 ghost babies were riding on Jia Zhengliang's body. Jia Zhengliang lost his balance and fell to the ground. The army of ghost babies didn't stop because Jia Zhengliang fell to the ground. Instead, they thoroughly followed through on the principle of beating the hell out of a dog. Oh hoo hoo, the ear tugger, the nose pincher, and the one who wants to sterilize Jazzy. This time Jianlan didn't stop it. It's definitely not okay to sterilize his gold master, but Jia Yongliang isn't his gold master. Then we can do it. Chapter 60, Yusing Society. Jiang Huin, don't! Seeing that he was about to lose his chicken and egg, Jia Zhengliang's eyes widened and he hastened to stop it. His old Jia family is still counting on the succession of generations. If the second brother is gone, it will be over. In the heat of the moment, what his brother's grudge against Jianlan was completely left behind by Jia Zhengliang. If you lose a brother, you can have another. But if you lose a brother, you can't catch him. While moving backward on his hands and knees, Jia Zhangliang was horrified. I concede. Admit defeat. Zhanlan sniffed and didn't continue to make things difficult for Jia Zhangliang, directly asking the group of ghost mothers to stop their attacks. At the same time, a fluctuation flooded within his dantian. Zhanlan frowned slightly. He could feel that fluctuation. It was emitted by Ghost Zhong Kuei, the ghost bellwether. Unlike things like the ghost mother paper soldier, is self-aware. But Zhanlan had only let the ghost Zhong Kuei appear for a while since he had gotten him, and then he had shut him up inside his dantian. Although ghost Zhong Kuei wouldn't feel emotions like loneliness, his heart still yearned for battle, so there's no excuse for wanting to come out at this moment. Ever since ghost Zhong Kuei had entered the dantian, he had a connection with Zhanlan, so Zhanlan was able to roughly detect ghost Zhong Kuei's thoughts. He used his consciousness to communicate with ghost Zhong Kuei. Don't be in a hurry. Now is not the time for you to come out. In a couple of days, I'll definitely let you kill. A painful one. Since Quan Sex had already infiltrated the Luo Tian Dajiao, it was almost a foregone conclusion that the two parties would engage in war. At that time, there was naturally an opportunity for Ghost Zhong Kuei to strike, but now the occasion is even. Jia Zhangliang, in Zhang Lan's opinion, was at the level of a small elite monster, and was completely capable of crushing it by relying on the Ghost Mother, although confident in their own strength, but the bottom card more or less must be left one. An undercard is only called an undercard if it's not played. Once it's out, it's a clear cut. Seeing Jia Zhangliang admit defeat, the referee raised his voice. This match is Zhanglan versus Jia Zhangliang. Zhanglan wins. Brother Zhanglan is so handsome. Aha. I'm going to give you. Make babies. I blanch. Zhanlan had lived for so many years, but it was really the first time he had seen this kind of scene. He was afraid the little girl would die suddenly of excitement. Zhanlan really couldn't understand, having seen him twice at most, how someone on stage could be crazy about him to such an extent. He didn't feel happy. Instead, he felt a little human. Even the desire to chat with Jia Zhangliang on the ground was extinguished. Zhanlan hurriedly turned around and walked away. As he stepped out of the field, the ghost mother and ghost baby slowly became dim, eventually turning into a wisp of smoke that chased after Zhanlan and burrowed into him. In addition to those crazy female spectators, there were also two people who didn't look old enough to be in the audience, silently watching Zhanlan leave. The two were fat and thin. The fat one had a kind face, but deep in his eyes, he carried a few points of treacherous shade. The other, thinner one, had a scar running across his right eye and a superior look on his face. As they watched Zhanlan leave the stage, the two of them exchanged glances. The fat old man paused. Eating the netherworld is rare these days. Yeah, it's been quite a while, the scarred old man said. This kid, he's with Zhang Chulan, right? The fat old man nodded. Yes, there wasn't anyone like him before. It seems like after Zhang Chulan popped up, he popped up along with him. The scarred old man's eyes flashed, checking the bottom. I'm afraid it's not simple. Well, after the duo finished speaking, they began to close their eyes, as if they were waiting for something. Off the field, just before he took 2 steps out the door, 2 men in black suits came towards him. Both had work tags on their chests, one with a microphone in his hand and the other holding a video camera. Excuse me, are you the winner of this game? Zhanglan made a movement. Looks like a reporter, and not just any ordinary journalist. After all, the Luo Tian Dajio was an event of the inhuman world, and apart from the inhuman, the circle of ordinary people had no way of knowing about it. Yes, the reporter with the microphone lights up. So would you be available for an interview? Inconvenient, Zhanlan answered decisively. Kidding aside, it's so scary now. If he gives another interview, he might have to get his door blocked. The reporter obviously didn't expect that Zhanlan would refuse so decisively either, and for a while he was a bit at a loss as to what to say. After organizing his words slightly, he then resumed speaking. I'm from the Flare Star Club. Don't worry, it's just a simple interview. Yosi Club? Zhanlan had never heard of this organization, but it's normal not to have heard of it. After all, his current knowledge about the inhuman realm was basically all from Susan Susi's mouth. Again, he shook his head. Thanks. No, he didn't want to be interviewed, whether it was by the U-Star Society or whatever. Mainly, Zhanlan wasn't willing to show his face. You people. The reporter with the microphone opened his mouth, but when he re-lifted his head, he was shocked to find that Zhanlan, who was still in front of him just a moment ago, had disappeared at some point. At this time, Zhanlan was about to walk to the square. The distance between the playing field and the square wasn't too far, just 200 to 300 meters. Just after arriving at the plaza, Zhanlan saw Susan and Susi in front of the big screen, who were watching the match. Just as he walked up, Susi turned around and grinned. Awesome, Jia Yangliang is the dark horse of this fight, so easily solved. It's okay, Jiang Lan's voice didn't have any mood swings. Jia Zhengliang's strength was still a bit too weak for him. If he really wanted a quick battle, Jia Zhengliang probably wouldn't even last 2 seconds in front of Ghost Zhongkue. But even without using Ghost Zhongkue, he didn't use more than 3 minutes in total from the start of the match to defeating Jia Zhengliang. By the way, what kind of organization is the Yosei Society? The Flare Star Society. Su Si raised an eyebrow. Did you just meet their people? Well, it says it's going to interview me. They were only established in the last 2 years, claiming to be a non-profit inhuman public welfare organization. They usually take requests for help from inhumans, and what they do the most is to sell and collect information around. But other than that, they haven't done anything out of the ordinary. It's kind of an intelligence organization. Su Si continued. In addition, there is also an old intelligence organization in the circle, similar to the U-Star Society, called the Jianghuin. As far as influence is concerned, Jianghu Little Stack is a bit bigger, and the head of the Little Stack is also one of the 10 brothers at the same time, only that he didn't come to participate in this Luo Tianjiao festival. Jiang Lan nodded, and only then inquired as if he had remembered something. By the way, where are the 2 of them? Feng Baobao and Zhang Chulan? Chapter 61, How dare you hurt my lord? I don't know where I might have wandered off to. Jiang Lan nodded and said, I'll go look around as well. His bout is over and the rematch is tomorrow, and Zhang Chulan's opponent had already been taken care of. So for now, Jiang Lan was fine. As for the later matches, Jiang Lan had little interest. The strength of the contestants was something he had probably already figured out. To put it mildly, it was those famous piles together, and Jiang Lan didn't think he would lose. So, while you're at it, why not slip away? After coming to Lungfushan for 2 days, he had yet to take a good look around the mountain. Su Si waved his hand. Go ahead. Call if you need anything. Jiang Lan left the square and walked on the mountain path. I have to say, Longhu Mountain deserves to be a Taoist holy place. The scenery is beautiful, and even the back of the mountain where people are rare. It is permeated with an aura. Simply breathing in gives rise to a sense of refreshment. This place was really good, just a little too inconvenient and not much in the way of recreational facilities. Otherwise Jiang Lan would have wanted to live in Longhu Mountain permanently, but he was used to the city, so it was okay for him to stay in this place for 10 days and half a month. But if it was longer, then he might not be able to stay. 10 minutes later, without realizing it, Jiang Lan had already walked onto a path that was less traveled. The woods were dense on both sides, and although it was morning, it looked a little eerie and claustrophobic in the shade. Jiang Lan frowned slightly. For some reason, he had a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. It's faint, but it's real. Jiang Lan still trusted his sixth sense. At the very least, until now, there have been no mistakes. But this is on the Dragon Tiger Mountain. What danger can there be? Is it possible that Shan Shirtong has come to take revenge on him? Just then, drink! An angry roar came from behind Jiang Lan, followed by a burst of dense and swift footsteps. Jiang Lan sensed the commotion and didn't even turn around. He just moved his mind, and behind him, a majestic figure clad in black robes and holding a mountain-opening axe instantly appeared. How dare you hurt my lord, little man? Ghost Zhongkue glared angrily, and the belt wrapped around his waist flew out at once. In fact, it wasn't a belt, but a ghost that had been stretched hard to the length of a belt. The belt ghost wrapped itself directly around the neck of the visitor. All of this happened in a split second. It was not until then that Jiang Lan had the time to take a closer look at the visitor. The visitor was dressed in a short fight, his arms wrapped in wrist guards, his body's muscles and veins rippling with a grim expression. It's the kind of hideousness that isn't normal at first glance. It was as if he had lost his mind, and all that was left on his face was naked lust. Jiang Lan narrowed his eyes. Hoagie? Before the match earlier, Su Si had specifically told him to keep an eye on Hu Jie. Hu Jie's picture was also something he had just seen on Hidden Dragon's website. Unexpectedly, before Jiang Lan could go over to look for him, he actually sent himself to the door. Don't get dead, Jiang Lan instructed Ghost Zhongkue. Ghost Bellhop's voice was like gravel rubbing against each other. As you wish. Since Hu Jie is associated with omnisex, he might know something. Even if we're going to kill, we'll have to interrogate them first. At this time, Hu Jie's neck, the longer the ghost wrapped tighter and tighter. Hu Jie's face turned red, and his already bulging veins looked more like they were about to explode at any moment. The violent choking sensation also seemed to bring him back to his senses. He gripped the long strip of ghost wrapped around his neck with both hands in a death grip and squeezed a few words out of his throat with difficulty. Put, save. Hearing Hu Jie's plea for mercy, Jiang Lan was really a bit taut. Are you sick? Now you know to beg me to let you go. What were you thinking when you rushed up just now? Hu Jie wanted to respond, but was completely unable to speak, and could only look at Jiang Lan and shake his head frantically, his eyes filled with pleading colors. Jiang Lan was unmoved and no longer paid attention to Hu Jie. Instead, he turned his gaze deeper into the woods. A few of you, don't hide. If you're with him, come along. In the woods, there are quite a few people hiding, but this person was not discovered by Jiang Lan, but by the ghost Zhong Kuei. Jiang Lan and ghost Zhong Kuei shared the same mind, and with a single thought, they were able to know what was going on in each other's minds. So, the news that there was someone within the woods was discovered by ghost Zhong Kuei and then passed on to him. As Jiang Lan's words fell, 3 figures appeared from the woods, accompanied by a hearty laugh, only to see an old man walked in the forefront, white beard and hair, but in high spirits. Behind him, followed by a man and a woman. The man wore a red and black mask over his face, while the woman was slim in a blue and purple jacket. Jiang Lan's eyes flashed as he recognized the identities of several people. The old man's name was Lu Jin, one of the 10 brothers, and the one who had taken one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the Tong Tian talisman, to be the reward for the leader of this Jiao festival of Luo Tian. And the little girl behind him, whom Feng Xingtong had introduced to Jiang Lan, was called Hoven Jinhua. The man Jiang Lan didn't recognize, but he had seen him twice before when he was in the back square. Lu Jin pointed at Hu Jia. Ha ha, little friend misunderstood, we are also here to find him. Jiang Lan naturally knew that he had misunderstood. As one of the 10 brothers, how could Lu Jin be all sex? It was just that after getting a hint from ghost Zhong Kuei just now, he subconsciously assumed that Lu Jin and his group in the woods were enemies. At this time, Lu Jin's eyes wandered between Jiang Lan and ghost Zhong Kuei for a moment. Then he fixed his gaze on Jiang Lan and continued, I didn't expect. All these years, old man still have the honor to see the Yin Gate means. Rare ah. Jiang Lan clasped his fists in greeting. Greetings to Elder Lu Jin. Elder Lu is laughing at my little carving skill. Sculptor's little skill? Lu Jin laughed. Sculptor's tricks old man has seen, but for you to say this is a sculptor's trick is a bit too modest. Although Lu Jin hadn't been here for long, he had seen the ghost Zhong Kuei strike. Having lived for so many years, and being one of the top group of inhumans in the inhuman world, Lu Jin's vision was naturally not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Although he didn't see ghost Zhong Kuei go all out, just that one hit just now was enough for Lu Jin to judge that ghost Zhong Kuei was definitely not simple. No, it was Jiang Lan who was not simple. This kind of ability, not to mention Jiang Lan, an inhuman who appeared to be only in his 20s, or how many who had been famous in the circle for a long time, might not have it either. Misunderstanding cleared. Jiang Lan said, since Elder Lu is also here to look for him, I'll leave the man to you. He was originally thinking of calling Su Si and asking him to come over to deal with it, but now that Lu Jin had taken over, naturally there was no need for so much trouble. Just give the person to Lu Jin directly. Anyway, it was Lu Jin who found the company for this fishing program. So, they are the ones leading the charge against Omnisex this time, and the company is just playing support. Then thank you, little friend, said Lu Jin after a pause. By the way, little friend is from the company, right? Chapter 62, A Long-Lost System Quest. Jiang Lan didn't deny it. Whether it was an outsourced employee or a formal employee, there was no difference in Lu Jin's eyes, so there was no need to explain it all over again on purpose. Although Lu Jin hadn't paid special attention to Jiang Lan before, he had paid attention to Zhang Chulan and naturally knew that Jiang Lan had followed Susan Su Si and the others. In that case, after I finish interrogating this Hu Jia, let's see if we can get some news, and we'll think long and hard about it. Lu Jin looked at Jiang Lan again and continued, little friend, come with us? Lu Jin was intending to invite him to discuss dealing with Quan Sex together. Jiang Lan thought about it and felt that there was no need to follow him there. Even if he went over, he couldn't discuss anything. In the end, he still had to make a decision from both Lu Jin and the company, so it wasn't too late to follow Susan and Su Si to find Lu Jin at that time. No, Jiang Lan waved his hand slightly. The match is probably over, so I'll go back and take a look. Lu Jin didn't retain any words of that sort, but simply nodded and said, see you in a while then. Good. Then, the young man wearing the mask set up the defenseless Hu Jia and left. Jiang Lan also lost the desire to continue walking and walked out of the woods, heading towards the square. But he had been walking for less than 5 minutes when he heard a familiar shout in the distance. Zhang Chulan, where are you? Jiang Lan moved and looked in the direction the voice came from. It's Bao Bao Feng. It was such an obvious sound that he was still able to distinguish it. Zhang Chulan lost it? A total of roughly an hour had passed since he had left the plaza. A big living man lost in such a short time? Jiang Lan walked in the direction of Feng Bao Bao, and within a few steps, he saw Feng Bao Bao comparing her hands to make a trumpet shape, calling out Zhang Chulan's name over and over again. He walked up to Feng Bao Bao. What's the situation? Zhang Chulan is missing. After this period of time, Feng Bao Bao trusted Jiang Lan, and as soon as she saw Jiang Lan, she eagerly said, help me look for him. Jiang Lan narrowed his eyes. Nothing dangerous should happen here in the back of Lungfu Mountain. Hu Jia just now was just an unforeseen circumstance, but how could Zhang Chulan lose it for no reason? Jiang Lan first consoled. It's all right, don't worry, you can't lose anyone. Then he inquired, did you call? Feng Baobao's voice was vaguely anxious. Cluck. No answer. Zhang Lan froze at his words. It wasn't because Zhang Chulan's phone call went unanswered, but the system panel finally reappeared after a long time. Trigger quest, bring Zhang Chulan safely back to the square at the back of Longhu Mountain. Reward, Evil Nightmare *500. After reading the content of the mission clearly, Zhang Lan's eyes flashed with a color of exhilaration. 500 points. Although not as good as the 1,000 points from the last time he sold the Paper Man to the World Council, it was still quite a lot, enough to buy quite a few low-level types of soldier making. If you save up, you might be able to get a fancier one. Above the Ghost Zhong Kuei, it's all famous, and just one Ghost Zhong Kuei alone was so powerful. If he unlocked a few more, Zhang Lan didn't even dare to imagine just how powerful he could be. It was just that until now. He hadn't been able to figure out what exactly the system's mechanism for triggering a mission was. Before that it had always been selling paper figures, from 1 to 10, and then to the $30 million worth of paper figures sold to the World Council. Zhang Lan thought at the time that the only way to get the evil nightmare was to sell paper people, but now it seems as if that's not the case at all. Unable to figure it out, Zhang Lan simply didn't continue to think about it. It's always good to get nightmare points anyway. Then the next step is to go find Zhang Chulan. This back mountain of Longhu Mountain is not big, not small, and it is not so easy to find someone. But Zhang Lan had a way. He looked to Feng Baobao. Wait for me. After saying that, his body's shadowy aura bulged and a paper puppet took shape. A few moments later, there were dozens of paper figures floating densely in front of Zhang Lan. He scratched his fingertips and reached out. Dots of blood seemed to grow eyes, automatically imprinting on the eye sockets of the pile of paper figures in front of him. Dim and dark, heaven and earth are born together, dispersed to become gas, gathered to take shape. The ancestor of the 5 elements, the essence of the 6 armors. Soldiers fight with the day, and the time follows the order. Up, as Zhang Lan's words fell, dozens of paper people landed on the ground and grew to be as tall as normal people in the twinkling of an eye. These, all paper puppets, numbered 30 in total. Before unlocking Ghost Zhong Kuei, Zhang Lan was able to control the limit number of paper generals at around 10. If it was all paper puppets, that number could be more, but it would be something like 15 at most. And after unlocking Ghost Zhong Kuei, due to the increase in the shadowy aura within his dantian, he was now controlling 30 paper puppets at the same time, and it was only a bit of a struggle. Currently, Zhang Lan's limit should be to be able to control 50 paper puppets or 30 paper generals at the same time. Even for a powerful species like the Ghost Mother, maneuvering 20 of them at the same time would not be a problem at all. It could be said that the increase brought to him after spending money in the Nightmare Mall was all-encompassing. If it could keep developing like this, one day, it wouldn't be a pipe dream to manipulate thousands of paper people with the wave of a hand. Waiting for the group of paper puppets to take shape, Zhang Lan commanded, "Go, find Zhang Chulan." With Zhang Lan's command, the 30 paper puppets scattered in all directions. The Paper Man and him are connected. Although he couldn't personally see the scene in the Paper Man's eyes, he was able to feel what was happening to the Paper Man. So if any paper puppets encountered Zhang Chulan, he would be the first to know. When Feng Baobao saw this kind of scene, a flash of color flashed in her eyes as she looked towards Zhang Lan. "You've gotten stronger again." Zhang Lan smiled. "It's okay, it's not very strong, compared to the group that stood at the very top of the inhuman world. At this point in time, he might still have some gaps. The gap, though, is by no means large. With another 5,000. No, 3,000 evil nightmares, Zhang Lan should be able to ascend to the pinnacle of today's inhuman realm with his own strength." Of course, he wasn't sure what kind of strength the existence at the peak of the inhuman realm was. The judgments Zhang Lan had made so far were all based on his knowledge of Feng Zhenghao. As one of the 10 brothers, Feng Zhenghao's strength should be in the first tier in his opinion. And right now, Zhang Lan was already confident that he would be able to face Feng Zhenghao head-on without losing. If the strength of the other 10 brothers were all similar to Feng Zhenghao's, then with another 3,000 evil nightmares, he would be completely able to push the 10 brothers across the board. But if Zhang Lan's prediction was wrong, and Feng Zhenghao had only become a 10th brother by relying on the power of the world society, and wasn't strong in his own right, then all the estimates about strength would have to be overturned and started over. 10 minutes later, Zhang Lan, who had been waiting, brightened up. "Found it." He looked at Feng Baobao and said, "Follow me." Chapter 63, Rescuing Zhang Chulan, LVCI Threats. Without saying a word, Feng Baobao followed Zhang Lan. Neither of them were slow, and within 5 minutes of work, they arrived in front of a separate wooden house. The area around the cabin is secluded and the setting is quite elegant. In the doorway, there stood 2 other aliens in black suits that looked to be bodyguards. Zhang Lan's paper puppet, on the other hand, had completely shattered and scattered in front of the two bodyguards. Zhang Lan narrowed his eyes slightly. It wasn't that he was heartbroken about the paper puppets. After all, something like paper puppets, if he wanted to, he could get 100 or 80 of them in a minute, and the consumables needed are nothing more than a few sheets of paper and the ability to recover the obscurity at any time. Moreover, the amount of obscurity that needed to be consumed to make the paper figures was not much, and with his unbelievable recovery speed, even if he really made 100 or 80 paper figures in a single breath, he would be able to replenish them in just a few minutes. He narrowed his eyes because of the identity of the person inside the cabin. This is the Dragon Tiger Mountain, and it's the point in time for the Luo Tianjiao festival. Zhang Lan had never heard of any ordinary inhuman who came to play a match and had to bring a bodyguard. Therefore, it was able to affirm that the identity of the person inside the wooden house must be extraordinary. At least it has to be someone in a position of power. But if it was really someone in a high position of power, why would they want to cross Zheng Chulan? Could it be the air-body source flow? This is it? Feng Baobao spoke, interrupting Zhang Lan's thoughts. Zhang Lan subconsciously nodded. Oh. Feng Baobao responded with a sentence and randomly walked straight towards the direction of the wooden house. Zhang Lan saw this and reached out, wanting to stop Feng Baobao, but the words were swallowed before he could get them out of his mouth. What's the point of thinking so much? Anyway, this is now in the territory of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, and Zhang Chulan is covered by the old heavenly master. No matter what the other party's status is, they still dare not make a move in. Zhang Lan smiled slightly to himself. In the end, they have been ordinary people for so long that they subconsciously don't want to get into trouble when they can stay out of trouble. But in reality, he's strong enough today to underwrite the vast majority of his troubles. The most crucial thing was that Zhang Lan was a big man, so it was not good to let Feng Baobao, a little girl, charge ahead. Reckless, Zhang Lan took a big step forward and stopped Feng Baobao behind him. Feng Baobao looked at him with some confusion. Zhang Lan didn't return his head, but only said softly, "I'll do it." At this time, the two security guards at the entrance also noticed the movement on Zhang Lan's side and looked towards Zhang Lan's direction. With just one look, the duo knew that Zhang Lan and Feng Baobao had come from a bad place, and they hurriedly asked in a stern voice, "You too, what for?" Zhang Lan did not answer, but only opened his mouth to inquire, "Is Zheng Chulan in there?" Zheng Chulan is talking to the old man. Idle people. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, a long dragon transformed by a shadowy aura was directly wrapped around his neck. The security guard's entire body was lifted up by the long shadowy dragon, and his face turned red like a pig's liver. The other security guard was taken aback by the scene. However, he was competent and gritted his teeth as he flew towards Zhang Lan. But before he could run 2 steps, another shadowy giant dragon whistled and flew out of Zhang Lan, slamming into his stomach in the blink of an eye. The security guard's body flew up in the air, slamming directly into the wooden door at the back under the effect of the huge impact. The attitude of these two security guards speaks volumes. Zhang Lan also knew that it was useless to talk more at a time like this. Just 4 words. Just do it and be done with it. Bang! The security guard's burly body slammed into the door panel with the force of 1,000 pounds. Boom! The door panel collapsed with a loud bang, and the guard's entire body slammed into the room. Zhang Lan Feng Baobao exchanged a glance and walked directly into the wooden house. Inside the cabin were 2 taiji chairs, with 2 old men sitting on the left and right, a fat one and a thin one. The fat one had a kind smile on his face, only his eyes were unusually shady. Zhang Lan could tell at a glance that this was a smiley face, and the other thin one, with an unusually hideous through-and-through scar over his right eye, also had a serious, cold expression. In front of the 2 old men, there were also 2 young men standing, one of which was dressed in blue and bore a slight resemblance to the scar-faced old man's looks, and the other one is Zheng Chulan. Inside the room, the 4 people's eyes focused on Zhang Lan and Feng Baobao at the same time. Feng Baobao didn't care about the other 3 at all, but walked straight to Zheng Chulan. "What are you doing here? Are these 2 old men hot pots?" Zhang Lan begged to differ. "These 2 old men are one yin and one yang. They're obviously lovebirds." Zhang Lan also vaguely guessed the identities of the 2 old men. Unsurprisingly, both of them should be among the 10 brothers as well. He had seen these 2 people following the old heavenly master when he was speaking on stage earlier. Moreover, when he and Jia Zhangliang were competing just now, these 2 old men seemed to be there as well. The 2 old men on the eunuch chair did not speak, while the young man looked at Feng Baobao with an angry face. "How dare you? What kind of place do you think this is? Dare to act wildly in front of the 2 old masters?" Then, he took his stance, looking like he was ready to strike at any moment. Feng Baobao was naturally not false when she saw this, and with a flick of her wrist, the sushi knife was instantly in her hand. Zhang Lan naturally couldn't let things go on like this. Well, at least get it out of the way first. He waved his hand, and a long shadowy dragon flew out, flying in front of the young man in an instant and binding his entire body tightly. It all happened in less than the blink of an eye. The young man even didn't react at all. When he turned back around, he realized that his body had been tied up in knots. "You dare to tie me up?" Jianlan frowned slightly, but he didn't pay any attention to the young man. He can still tell the difference between who is the main character. Jianlan said to the two old men in the eunuch chairs, "Seniors, are you looking for Zhang Chulan for something?" The eyes of the two old men in the eunuch chairs flickered for a moment. "Little doll, you've got some nerve." The scar-faced old man opened his mouth, his voice serious and low. Jianlan smiled. "There's no way, old man. Gutsy, can't eat my food." Jianlan has been dealing with graveyard paper money since he was a child, and is also a regular visitor to the neighborhood White Things. If he is timid, he really can't. The scarred old man obviously didn't expect that Jianlan would actually choose to go toe-to-toe with him, and his countenance immediately became a few points more somber. Jianlan, however, didn't take the old man seriously at all and continued, "If you two have nothing else to do, I'll take Zhang Chulan away." The scarred old man squinted at the intact left eye. "You've got a lot of guts, but you'd have to be pretty good to take someone away." He knew that Jianlan and Susan Susi were together. In fact, if it was Susan Susi who came over at this time, there would be no reason for him to want to keep someone. But Jianlan was different. If the company finds them after the fact, they could have excused themselves and said they didn't know Jianlan. So rampant as soon as you enter the door. "I'm afraid it won't work if you don't give the youngsters a hard time." Jianlan grinned. "Coincidentally, I do think I'm pretty good at what I do. You two want to give it a try?" Chapter 64, This Skill, Is It Enough? Obviously, the two old men hadn't expected that Jianlan would actually be able to be so bold. Are all the young people nowadays so powerful? As a 10th brother, he could be said to have stood at the pinnacle of the inhuman realm, and now he was being provoked like this by a junior who ate the netherworld. Tolerance, surely, can be tolerated. After all, having lived most of my life, what scenes haven't I experienced? But he didn't want to hold back. Bang! The expression on the scar-faced old man's face sank with a meaty grimness, and his hand exerted force so violently that the armrests of the eunuch chair below cracked with a loud bang. Zhang Chulan was looking dumbfounded on the side. "Not buddy, what are you doing? This hasn't even been said twice, and it's already a fight?" "I'll fight, but that's 2 out of 10. Are you sure you can beat them?" Jianlan didn't know what was in Zhang Chulan's heart, but it didn't matter even if he did. Since he dared to open his mouth, it meant that he had absolute confidence. Fighting two at the same time, he may not win, but even if you can't win, don't forget, this is in the territory of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. He still didn't believe that these two old men really dared to do anything out of the ordinary in this place. Even if they really fought, these two old men wouldn't dare make too much noise. In the next moment, Jianlan's body was filled with darkness, and in the blink of an eye, his entire body was wrapped in dark gray darkness, and even his pupils turned as dark as a pool of dead water. A ghost Zhongkue in a black robe and holding a mountain opening axe appeared. His face was filled with an ebony color, and his voice did not carry the slightest bit of emotion as he said, "Little thief, take your life." In addition to Ghost Zhongkue, 5 ghost mothers also appeared in front of Jianlan, assuming the role of meat shields. "Drink!" Ghost Zhongkue let out a stern cry, and a sea of obscurity gathered on the mountain opening axe in his hand. In the next instant, the mountain opening axe was violently swung out towards the scar-faced old man. A shadowy composition of black and gray pike was as substantial as substance, carrying an ear-piercing whine as it chopped straight at the old man. An axe was swung, and the sky was dark. It was a bright sunny day outside, and sunlight spilled inside through the broken wooden doors and windows. But with Ghost Zhongkue's axe, those places where the sunlight shone in were like being covered with a layer of pure black curtains, and the whole room became pitch black in a flash. Unable to reach out, when the scar-faced old man saw this, his pupils shrunk slightly. His figure instantly disappeared from the original eunuch chair, and when he reappeared, he was already on the other side of the room. Boom! The Inchi pitcher directly smashed into the eunuch chair, which instantly crumbled into pieces of wood shavings. Then, the remainder of the pike's momentum was unabated, and it smashed directly into the wall. Dang! Under the effect of the huge impact, the wall was also directly overwhelmed and shattered. The entire half of the wall was reduced to rubble under the power of this strike. But even so, the sunlight outside still didn't have the slightest intention of shining in, as if behind the wall wasn't outdoors in the first place, but a complete and utter darkness. The scar-faced old man changed color for a while. What's this? He had seen Jiang Lan's match from the beginning just now. It could be said that what Jiang Lan was showing right now, if he were to put it in the middle of the competition with Jia Zhangliang just now, he would instantly be able to take down Jia Zhangliang and win. Hide your strength? Isn't that a little too much to hide? Seeing this, the gloom on Jiang Lan's body slightly withdrew some, and the sunlight also slightly spilled into the house through the cracks. But even so, The room was not as dark as it had been a moment ago when he couldn't reach out, but it was still dark, just barely able to see. Jianglan spoke faintly. His voice drifted a little under the effect of the gloom. Is this skill enough for me to take someone away? Ha ha ha. Misunderstanding. Right at this moment, the fat old man who had been silent just now suddenly smiled and opened his mouth. The two of us invited little brother Zhang over, originally as a guest, and never said anything to keep little brother Zhang from leaving. What is this for? The scar-faced old man gave him a sideways glance with an unhappy expression, as if he was trying to say something, but for some reason, he didn't say a word after all. Although the strength Jianglan had displayed far exceeded his expectations, but to be honest, he might not lose if he really fought. If we add Wang AI, we can definitely cripple this kid here, but to actually do that would be tantamount to declaring war on the company, and then things would be all over the place. This is an outcome that no one wants to see. Having lived so long, he could still tell what choices were in his favor. It was definitely not wise to really get into a fight with this brat for the sake of a moment. If it were anywhere else, so be it, but now it's at Lung Fu Shan. If you really move, you'll mess with the company, in addition to the old celestial master. Originally, when they called Zhang Chulan over, they were stepping on the old heavenly master's bottom line. Once things got out of hand, the old heavenly master would definitely not sit idly by. Not only will they not sit on their hands, but both of them will absolutely be liquidated. In short, it's a deal that will definitely lose money no matter what way you look at it to continue. As for the benefits, there's not much more to it than an outlet. When Jianglan heard the old man's words, he immediately put away his gloom and doom. The light in the room returned to normal. Jianglan, on the other hand, slightly arched his hand and said, "Since it's a misunderstanding, I'll take that person away." Saying that, he also looked at the eunuch chair that was shattered into wood shavings, as well as the half wall that was collapsed behind it and said, "How much does it cost to repair it? Please quote a price for the company, and the company will compensate accordingly." That's pulling the tiger's skin. Let's get the identity of the company out of the way first. In this way, even the last possibility of the two old men backtracking was completely sealed. Jianglan also didn't want to intensify the conflict to an irreconcilable point. His purpose this time was to bring Zhang Chulan away, not really to get these two old men killed. What's more, he couldn't get it to work. Facing that scar-faced old man, Jianglan was confident that he would be able to keep his head above water. But that smiling man, but he never made a move. The two were the same 10 brothers, and the fat old man's strength was certainly not weak. One-on-one, Jianglan was confident, but one fights two, and he's out of his mind. Hey, the fat old man's face was still full of smiles, but it was a skinny smile that continued. This point of things, how can I use the company to pay for it? A misunderstanding. This matter has been put to rest. Hoof, the scar-faced old man, on the other hand, snorted coldly and did not speak. Jianglan also didn't have the heart to continue talking nonsense with these two old men, and directly turned around and patted Zhang Chulan's shoulder. Gone. Ha! Until then, Zhang Chulan hadn't reacted to what had happened. It wasn't that he had a bad brain, but the way things were going, it was just a bit beyond his imagination. That's a tenor. Still 2 10s. Jianglan just went so hard, snatching him from under the hands of the 2 10s. Chapter 65 Lone Shark. Shen Chong. 2 minutes later, on the mountain road. It wasn't until this time that Zhang Chulan was able to slightly sober up a bit and put things in perspective. Phew. He exhaled a long breath and said to Jianglan, "Thanks a lot." Jianglan glanced at him sideways. If there was no system mission, he wouldn't have done much. But think it, say it, and surely you can't say it. He paused, then pointed at Feng Baobao. "No need to thank me. Your sister Bauer is going crazy looking for you. I just happened to come across it." This, Zhang Chulan looked at Feng Baobao again. "Sister Baobao, you have taken the trouble." "Nothing." Feng Baobao's voice didn't fluctuate much. "It's good that you're fine." Listening to the duo's conversation, Jiang Lan's eyes flickered. This is, although he didn't have much contact with Feng Baobao, he also knew that Feng Baobao was a person with little emotion. However, the concern she showed towards Zhang Chulan was really not in line with the persona point. Without being puzzled for too long, on second thought, Zhang Lan roughly understood what was going on. This person, Zhang Chulan, should be about whether or not Feng Baobao could solve the mystery of her birth. In this way, it made sense that Feng Baobao would be so concerned about him. Not 2 more steps later, the two brothers Su San and Su Si came face to face. "Zhang Chulan?" Su Si's voice was a bit surprised when he saw Zhang Lan and his party. "Didn't you lose it?" Zhang Chulan was a bit embarrassed. "I didn't lose it. Just now LVCI Wang AI 2 old masters called me over." How smart was Su Si? He instantly knew the purpose of Lu Si and Wang AI. With a flash of his eyes, Su Si said, "The two of them, they're hitting the air body source stream?" Zhang Chulan nodded slightly. "Yes, but I didn't say." Su Si was a bit surprised. You didn't? Other people didn't know the character of LVCI Wang AI. By looking for Zhang Chulan at such a time, the two of them were already risking offending the old heavenly master. Risking so much, if Zhang Chulan didn't spit out any useful information, there was no way those two old men would let him go. Zhang Chulan was a bit embarrassed and told what had just happened from beginning to end. When he heard Jiang Lan manipulate the paperman to split Lu Ci's eunuch's chair with a single slash, even Su Ci's forehead was slightly sweaty. Only when Zhang Chulan finished speaking did Su Ci look at Jiang Lan. Big brother, are you so rigid? Jiang Lan shrugged. He didn't want to be so rigid. After all, it was the 10 brothers, and he still didn't want to offend them if he could. But there's no way. The system had sent the mission, and he couldn't complete it if he tried not to offend anyone. If you want to get the job done, then you have to be offended. In this way, one tendon becomes 2 plugs, and there is no other way but to harden it. Of course, he had to do it because of the system mission, but others don't know that. Jiang Lan wasn't stupid, and at this time pretty words were still to be said, not for anything else, but at the very least the company would owe him a favor. It may not seem useful, but it might come in handy sometime. I came over this time, isn't it to ensure Zhang Chulan's personal safety? Su Ci gave a thumbs up. My good brother, you are invincible with this realization. Add money, turn around and you must add money. It's good to add money. Jiang Lan was delighted in his heart, but didn't show it too much. Su Ci turned to Zhang Chulan again. LVCI Wang AI, you don't have to care. The company will deal with the two of them, and in the future, there will not be such a thing as today, said Su Ci, spat on the ground next to him. Old thing, really greedy. Jiang Lan's eyes narrowed slightly. Now he sort of understood what the 8 wonders technique really meant. Previously, he only knew that the 8 strange techniques were very strong, but he had no idea to what extent the 8 strange techniques were specifically strong. But now, he had a hidden judgment in his mind. The 2 old men, LVCI Wang AI, were able to achieve the position they are in today, so they are certainly not stupid. But it was these 2 people who, at the risk of offending both the company and the Heavenly Master's mansion, had to secretly find Zhang Chulan and ask about the so-called air body source. This was already enough to illustrate, side by side, the strength of the 8 wonders technique. And that's just one of Zhang Chulan's doors. If the 8 strange techniques appeared at the same time, wouldn't the entire inhuman world go crazy? Luckily, he had the system, so he didn't have to compete with anyone else. In Jiang Lan's opinion, even if the 8 wonders technique was more powerful, it was far inferior to the system. He didn't believe that even the most powerful inhuman could still beat Fengdu Emperor head-on with hard steel, so that's why he wasn't really interested in the 8 strange techniques. One only needed to slowly accumulate in obscurity, and standing at the pinnacle of the entire inhuman realm would only be a matter of time. Su Ci walked beside him, frowning slightly, looking up from time to time to survey Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan's strength, was it already this strong? He knew before that Jiang Lan was not weak. However, Su Ci had not expected at all that Jiang Lan actually already had the capital to be able to stiffen the 10 brothers. Even if Lu Ci's strength wasn't the top among the 10 brothers, it was definitely not weak. Could Jiang Lan, in terms of time, it had only been 3 months since he had awakened his abilities. Full stop. And Louis Che? A person who is half in the ground, who has cultivated for almost a lifetime, not to mention 3 months. Even an unusual inhuman who has cultivated for 30 years will definitely not be Lu Ci's opponent. The more Su Ci thought about it, the more surprised he became in his heart. What kind of monster did I recruit into the company? It's a little too strong, isn't it? Just then, Jiang Lan seemed to suddenly remember something and opened his mouth. By the way, I just ran into Hu Jie. Hu Jie. Su Ci's expression gave a slight lurch. Did you do it? Well, he came over to sneak up on me and let me hold him down, Jiang Lan said, but Elder Lu Jin was also watching him, and was taken away by Elder Lu. Su Ci's eyes flashed. Hu Jie, and you made a move. Seems to be unable to hold back. What was his state at that time? Jiang Lan replied, not quite normal. Looking at it should be that his sanity is already a bit unclear. Lone shark, whispered Su Ci. Jiang Lan was puzzled. Lone sharks? He didn't get it. Didn't he say where is Hu Jie? How is it still related to lone sharks? Su Ci explained. Usury is the ability of Shinchong, one of the 4 madmen of all sects. Those who sign a contract with Shinchong are able to obtain the heir of other inhumans by killing them. Only every time one kills, a portion of the heir will be given to Shinchong as interest, and this amount of interest will increase as more inhumans are killed, until finally, the heir that can be obtained from killing an inhuman can only barely cover the interest. And after experiencing a rapid increase in strength, a person's thinking will change, and it's no longer possible to make them cultivate properly. so it gets deeper and deeper, and they have to keep killing to barely satisfy their desires. By the time you get to the end, you're also a slave to power. Chapter 66, Mission Accomplished. Lu Linglong's Invitation. The Four Madmen. Jianlan bowed his head as he digested what Su Si had said. I didn't realize that there was actually this kind of ability in the inhuman world. He was able to manipulate the lust in people's hearts, and in Jianglan's opinion it was already outrageous, but he didn't think that there were actually those who were able to lend money to loan sharks. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but inquire with some confusion. Aside from Shaha and Shinchong, what are the other two of the four madmen's abilities? Su Si sniffed and replied directly. The four Zhang maniacs are four people, each corresponding to wine, color, wealth and qi. Xia and Shinchong corresponded to the characters of color and wealth, and the other two were the intestine-piercing poison Domei, representing wine, and the thunder-smoking cannon Gao Ning, representing qi. Domei's power is the ability to paralyze one's spirit, to make one forget the pain and be left with nothing but peace, as if one were drunk. Gao Ning, on the other hand, masters an ability called the 12 laborious emotions formation, which is capable of plunging a person into all sorts of negative emotions through his ability. Drinking and sex. TSK. It sounds kinda bluffing. Su Si's voice continued. All four of their abilities have one thing in common. That is, if they are influenced too deeply, they will all end up having a mental breakdown, completely falling into slavery to their desires and losing themselves. It's kinda scary. Su Si smiled. There's no need to worry too much. The four Zhang maniacs rarely go out at the same time, and one or two alone shouldn't pose much of a threat to the current you. While talking, the crowd had returned to the square. At the same time, a semi-transparent light screen emerged in front of Jianlan. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Bring Zheng Chulan safely back to the back square of Longhu Mountain. Receive a reward, Evil Nightmare * 500. 500 evil nightmare points arrived, and Jianglan's eyes lit up. I'll go back later and see if there are any suitable types of soldier making. With these 500 evil nightmares, he would be able to raise his strength even further upwards. The crowd stood in front of the big screen. At this point in the screen, 3 of them had already gone out, the last one, and the referee was already announcing the result of the match. And it's over? It was pretty quick. Of course it's fast. Counting. There are only 4 bouts per venue, and they're all over naturally. And I said look at it. Among those winners are his future opponents. And watching a game is certainly the fastest way to learn about your opponent. Su Si laughed. It's fine. I've looked at them for you. One is more powerful than the other. You're probably going to be miserable. Even though he knew that Su Si had an element of scaring him, Zheng Chulan still felt a jolt of fear. He also knew in his heart that those who could kill their way out and squeeze into the top 16 were definitely not weak. Tomorrow's game is going to have to be a slog, but it's okay. If I can know who my opponent is in advance, I can at least sharpen my spear and make some preparations today. If we really encountered some unbeatable opponents, wouldn't we still have Sister Bauer and Brother Jianlan? Although Zhang Chulan felt that it was a bit bad to bury his opponent early, but if there was really no other way, then no matter if it was good or not, he could only bury it. Thinking of this, Zheng Chulan inquired, after the competition, isn't it time to draw tomorrow's opponent? Su Si shook his head. Didn't you read the rules of the Heavenly Master's house? 16 into 8 isn't decided by lottery anymore. It's randomized and won't be posted on the bulletin board until tomorrow morning. Zheng Chulan was stunned. Oh, wow. Finished. Now we won't even know who our next opponent will be until tomorrow. Pulling the corner of his mouth, Zhang Chulan said, it's fine, not a big problem. Just then, a pink-haired girl in a white t-shirt with a cute face came to the crowd. Gentlemen, you've all finished your bouts, haven't you? Jianlan turned his head sideways and looked at the girl who had spoken. Nice body, cute looking, and a dorky hair on top of his head. It looked as if the character had stepped out of the second dimension. This person, Jianlan had some impression, having seen it on Hidden Dragon's website before. Lu Linglong, granddaughter of Elder Lu Jin Lu. I've seen it a few times before in the plaza, only I've never been exposed to it. Ah, Linglong ah. Su Si looked at the visitor and laughed. It's all done. What's wrong? Our people are all finished as well. Lu Linglong said, everyone follow me. Su Si already knew what to talk about and wasn't surprised. On the contrary, it was Zhang Chulan who looked like he didn't understand what was happening. Patting Zhang Chulan's shoulder, Su Si said, let's go. There's something else this time we came to Longhu Mountain. What? Come on. You'll see in a minute. Now that Zhang Chulan was also in a state, Su Si was not afraid of knowing how the plan would affect him afterward. After finishing with Zhang Chulan, Su Si looked at Jianglan. Together? Aha. Zhang Lan agreed. He knew in his heart that he had gone over this time to discuss with Lu Jin and the others the next step in dealing with omnisexual matters. I also wonder if they're asking anything on Ho Jie. But Zhang Lan estimated that there should be none. Looking at Hu Jie's state at that time, his spirit was already more or less abnormal. According to Su Si, it's that he has completely fallen into slavery to his desires. It should be laborious to ask anything useful in that state. Lead the way. Su Si lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Lu Linglong nodded and then turned around to lead the way. Zhang Lan directly followed. After walking for some distance, Lu Linglong's footsteps slowed down. Zhang Lan walked faster, always following behind Lu Linglong. As for Su San, Su Si and the others, they did not know what they were chatting about, and were left behind at a not-so-close distance. Zhang Lan could probably guess that what they were talking about was either Feng Baobao's secret or there was something about Zhang Chulin's grandfather. None of this stuff really interested him, so it's not like I'm listening specifically. At this time, Lu Linglong glanced sideways at Zhang Lan, a touch of curiosity appearing under her eyes. Zhang Lan naturally noticed her gaze as well, only he didn't take the initiative to speak. After a pause, Lu Linglong seemed to finally be unable to hold back her curiosity and took the initiative to ask, "You're Zhang Lan?" A smile appeared on Zhang Lan's face. Yes, these days, he hadn't been exposed to the wind and sun, but probably because of the shadowy aura within his dantian. Zhang Lan's complexion, instead of changing, was a few points fairer than before. At the same time, there was more of an ineffable aura about him. If there was a mirror in front of him at this moment, perhaps he would be able to understand why he had so many more fangirls overnight. Lu Linglong was in the end the little princess of the Lu family, and was usually considered to be well informed. And when she saw Zhang Lan smile, she only froze for a split second before coming back to her senses. There was no unusual look on her face. She just gave a thumbs up and said with a bright smile, "Awesome. The Time Master said that Hu Jie was caught in front of you without even resisting." Chapter 67. Happy collaboration. Okay. Zhang Lan didn't have anything special in mind. Although the girl Lu Linglong was a good-looking girl, he was only thinking of grasping to improve his strength right now and didn't have any male love in mind. What's more, even if he had the heart, Lu Linglong was, after all, the pearl of the Lu family, one of the 4 great families of the Inhumans, and had seen so many people that she might not be able to look at him. Having said that, Lu Linglong didn't continue to pick up the conversation and continued to walk in the direction of the Heavenly Master's mansion. A few moments later, led by Lu Linglong, the crowd arrived in front of the gate of the Heavenly Master's mansion. After waiting for a little while, Lu Linglong then pushed open the door and said to Zhang Lan and the others, "Several, please come in." Walking into the room, the layout of the room was similar to the place where LVCI Wang Ai was before, with 2 Tai-shir chairs. On the chairs, the 2 of them, the old Heavenly Master and Lu Jin, sat separately. Next to the eunuch's chair, there is a wheelchair, on which sits a wide-robed, big-sleeved old man, with a dying twilight on his face, but with a pair of eyes vaguely translucent with refined light. Before coming to the Luo Tian Dajiao, Zhang Lan had done his homework. This old man should be the old Heavenly Master's senior brother, named Tian Jinzhong. Seeing the crowd, the old Celestial Master greeted them. "Welcome, gentlemen." Immediately afterward, his gaze swept towards Zhang Chulan and he said with a smile on his face, "Chulan quickly come over and meet your senior master. Back then on Longhu Mountain, it was me, Jin Zhong, and your grandfather Huai who had the best friendship." Zhang Lan stood in the doorway and narrowed his eyes. Isn't Zhang Chulin's grandfather's name Zhang Shilin? Fake names? However, the old Heavenly Master's words confirmed his previous suspicions. Zhang Chulin's grandfather was indeed a member of the Heavenly Master's mansion before, only that he had left it for some unknown reason. This would explain why the old Heavenly Master had internalized Zhang Chulan as the leader of this conference. Zhang Lan stood next to Su Si, silently watching Zhang Chulan exchange pleasantries with the old Celestial Master and the others. After some pleasantries, Lu Jin next to him moved his gaze away from Zhang Chulan and moved to Zhang Lan's side of the group. He saw Zhang Lan first and a smile appeared on his face, but as he saw Feng Baobao behind Zhang Lan, the smile on his face came to an abrupt end. Lu Jin's pupils shrunk slightly as he stared at Feng Baobao for a while, seemingly probing for something. At this time, the old Celestial Master glanced sideways at Lu Jin. "Old Lu, first things first." Lu Jin sniffed back. He coughed dryly, then said, "Bring the men up." The door to the room outside was pushed open, and a young man dressed in green, carrying the emaciated faced Hu Jie as if he had lost his soul, walked into the hall. Zhang Chulan was stunned. Although Su Si had already said just now that Hu Jie had been influenced by Shin Chong, the lone shark who was one of the 4 madmen of all sects, and his sanity had completely collapsed. But seeing Hu Jie in this inhuman and ghostly state now, he was still taken aback. Su Si looked up and down and said softly, "Hu Jie." "That's right," Lu Jin said. "I have to thank little brother Jiang for catching him." "Elder Lu, you're welcome. It's your credit." "It's nothing to shrug off. Lu Jin continued. It's just that this Hu Jia has completely lost his mind, and nothing useful could be gotten out of him, said Lu Jin, shaking his head. Yesterday, that girl, White Style Snow, sensed that Hu Jia was out of sorts. Originally, we wanted to wait and see what would happen, but I didn't expect that this Hu Jia's determination couldn't work, couldn't control his greed for power, and as a result, he found his way onto little brother Jiang, which is also considered unlucky for him, Su Si said. In this situation now, it doesn't matter if Hu Jia's sanity is clear or not. Ever since you decided to bring out the Tongtian talisman as a reward for the winner of this conference, it is equivalent to releasing a bait that Quan Sex cannot refuse. Coupled with these little friends you brought, you are clearly setting up a stance, just waiting for Quan Sex to drill into it. Zhang Chulin's eyes widened. Good lord, is this what you've been keeping from him? He also said it. How Su Si and Zhang Lan are always secretive. Is it because you're afraid it'll affect his form? Quan Sex was already obsessed with the air body source stream, and this time when he came over, in addition to obtaining the Tong Tian talisman, he would definitely target him as well. For a while, Zhang Chulin's brain raced. Susan looked at Zhang Chulan. Don't feel pressured. Even if Quan Sex really eats bait, the company has long been prepared. Many of our people have already secretly gone up the mountain and ambushed them early. When Zhang Chulan heard this, he put his heart down and nodded slightly. Ha ha. Lu Jin cheerfully laughed twice. Good. Not only the Tong Tian talisman and Zhang Chulan boy are all the bait this time, as long as the whole sex that group of pups dare to bite the hook, we'll call them to have no return. Su Si laughed along with him. Your old man, your aura has not diminished. Just as the two were commercially blowing each other off, the old heavenly master next to them paused and said, you guys have to fight on my Longhu Mountains territory. I have no problem with that. But if you damage any flowers or plants, you guys can't just walk away. Ha ha, don't worry old celestial master. Lu Jin said, if there's really any damage, I'll just pay the price. After saying that, Lu Jin stood up and came to Su Si's side to extend his hand. Happy cooperation. Su Si followed suit and extended his hand. Happy cooperation. Then it's settled for now. After greeting Lu Jin, Su Si followed up. Old Celestial Master, Elder Tian and Elder Lu, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. The old Celestial Master also stood up. Good, we old fellows won't see you off. Su Si nodded slightly, then patted Zhang Chulan on the shoulder. Gone. Zhang Chulan's eyes flickered as if he was hesitating about something. It was only after half a day that he gritted his teeth and replaced them with a smile. Go. On the way down. Hey, you guys wait. Behind the crowd, Lu Linglong's voice rang out. When the few people stopped, they saw Lu Linglong behind them with a group of inhumans, trotting over. Zhang Lan raised an eyebrow. There were quite a few people who came, 9 in all. Now Zhang Lan also knew that these people were all latecomers called over by Elder Lu Jin. While he was thinking, Lu Linglong had already brought people to them. Zhang Chulan was not in a very good mood and asked with a slight frown, what are you doing? When she got closer, Lu Linglong's voice was much smaller. Her expression squirmed a bit for some reason. Well, that's, oops. After half a day of being stuck, she couldn't come up with anything. Behind Lu Linglong, Hoven Jinhua pushed her back. Aya, why are you don't push me? I'm really embarrassed. Lu Linglong blushed. Or you can ask. Hoven Jinhua shook her head back and forth. Zhang Chulan was dumbfounded. What the hell is this about? The two pushed and shoved for a while longer. And finally, a man with short pink hair who looked like a man stepped forward. I'm not joking with you. I'm seriously and sincerely begging you. Chulan Zhang. Ha! Chapter 68, An Unprecedented Disaster. Zhang Chulan swallowed his saliva. You said. The young man took one more step forward, and his nose was almost at the tip of Zhang Chulan's nose. Can I see your little C*****K? Zhang Chulan? What the hell? He wondered if he had been thinking so much in his head that he was hallucinating. This development, isn't it a bit wrong? What are you looking at? Such a large group of people came over to stop him just to look at his? What's the word for tiger and wolf? The point is, how dare this pervert call him small? After a moment of surprise, there was a surprising amount of anger. What the is wrong with you? Do I look that much like a? What? Besides, I'm a big F*** cur. Big, asterisk. No, the short-haired young man looked the part but he wasn't actually a. You've got me wrong. I'm not looking at your and I'm not interested in your. Zhang Chulin's eyes widened. Why are you watching if you're not interested? Immediately, his anger got the better of him and his eyes turned slightly red as he said, not interested? Are you looking down on my S***T? I'm telling you. Seeing the misunderstanding deepening, Hoven Jinhua stepped forward to explain. It's like this, we don't want to look at your, but we want to look at the guardian sand above your. You don't know. Nowadays, the forbidden foreign arts are almost about to be lost, and there are very few records in the ancient books, so we are trying to learn a bit. Zhang Chulan didn't even think about it and flatly refused. Dream on, and why should I satisfy your curiosity? The palace guard sand might be there for the old celestial master, so you guys go see the old celestial masters. Lu Linglong crowd, who are we looking at? From the old celestial master? Worthy of you, I'm not shaking billion. Such a counterintuitive words can come out of your mouth. Seeing this, Lu Linglong could only step forward to round up the situation. Forget it, don't force Zhang Chulan if he doesn't want to. After saying that, she looked at Zhang Chulan and continued, we came over for another thing. What? Zhang Chulan's tone was not good. We're all participants of the Luo Tian Dajiao, but we haven't gotten to know each other properly yet, so today we've organized a bonfire party. I don't know if you're interested. Not interested. Zhang Chulan once again refused. Look at this group of young men and women like wolves and tigers. If he really went there, will not be pulled down his pants to see the palace sand? Su Si put his hand on Zhang Chulan's shoulder and smiled at Lu Linglong. He goes. Zhang Chulan wanted to retort, but Su Si directly covered his mouth and said, okay, chaste man, even if people really look at us, also not a lot of meat. Zhang Chulan stared. You certainly don't have a lot of ing meat on your bones. Looking at the farce in front of him, Zhang Lan was dumbfounded. It's good to be young and vibrant, though he wasn't too old either, in his early 20s, but having been a man for 2 lifetimes, his mindset was always slightly more mature than his peers. After Lu Linglong and the others left, Su Si looked at Zhang Lan and asked, party tonight, you going? Zhang Lan thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, he had never been much of a fan of these parties and such. Might as well go back and get some sleep if you have that time. The young people to contact the relationship, you this character, and then bored out of their minds. Zhang Lan pulled the corner of his mouth. I don't seem to be very bored, do I? As a matter of fact, since getting rich, his personality is much more cheerful than before. A big, sunny, cheerful boy, that's what he said. But Su Si obviously doesn't think so. You're just too introverted. When you go back to Z cities, brother will just take you to see the world properly. While speaking, Su Si had an unusually lewd smile on his face. Zhang Lan was silent. The place where Su Si is going to show him the world. Proper? Better not. I have a bad resistance, Su Si said with a big grin. It's okay, it'll be fine. Zhang Lan pulled the corner of his mouth. Indeed, may relations, no warts. Not having the heart to continue bull ****** ting with Su Si, Zhang Lan yawned and said, I'll go back and take a nap. For the majority of the day, there were quite a few things that happened. Zhang Lan was not weak, but his energy was still limited after all. Saying goodbye to Su Si and the others, Zhang Lan returned to the small courtyard of his residence. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Wang Yuya sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard. It was then that Zhang Lan remembered. Does Wang Ya have something else to tell him? Not hesitating either, Zhang Lan directly opened the door. I thought you said you had something to ask me today? King looked up as well. Sit down and talk. Zhang Lan took 2 steps forward and sat on the stone bench beside Wang Yuya. After a long moment of silence, Wang also spoke. Would it be convenient to tell me a little bit about what the purpose of your trip to Lungfu Mountain is? Zhang Lan narrowed his eyes slightly. The question. It wasn't a secret, but he was only familiar with King now. It is most taboo to make shallow friendships between people. There were some things, such as the matter of helping Zhang Chulan pave the way, that were a bit inappropriate if he just said so. After thinking about it, Zhang Lan slowly said, would you believe me if I said I was traveling? Wang also raised his eyes to look at him. Helping Zhang Chulan pave the way? Let him be the leader of the Luo Tianjiao festival and inherit the position of Heavenly Master? Zhang Lan, look, you know it all, so why ask me all over again? Wang also said seriously, would you give up if I asked you to? Zhang Lan smiled. Taoist Master Wang, with all due respect, you and I are talking about this. I know it doesn't fit. You know it's inappropriate and you still say it. Zhang Lan made a dark remark. As far as he was concerned, although Wang Yuya was not a stranger, but to really say that for the sake of Wang Yuya's words, he would promise to leave Zhang Chulan alone was a bit outrageous. But there was some curiosity in his mind. Why did Wang also tell him this? Could it be that Wang Yuya himself wanted to succeed the position of Heavenly Master and asked for his help? This thought only appeared for a split second before Zhang Lan himself vetoed it. No way. He couldn't talk about Wang either, but he could tell by looking at his temperament that this was a person who was indifferent to fame and fortune. If you're really competitive, surely you can't be looking like you've been sleeping all day. At the very least, it was unlikely that he would be interested in being the head of the Luo Tiandaxia. As to why, the odds are that he, a Wudong, came to compete in order to give a shout-out to the Heavenly Master. Since it's a hoot, there's certainly no competition for first place. Isn't that a slap in the face of the Heavenly Master? After thinking about it for half a day, Zhang Lan didn't come up with an answer. so he simply asked directly, "And the reason? Tell me." Wang also took a deep breath. "Disaster." Jianlan narrowed his eyes. "Riddler, go to hell. Okay, what a disaster." But before he could ask, Wang Yuya continued, "If Zhang Chulan inherits the position of Heavenly Master, the Inhuman Realm will set off an unprecedented disaster." Well, then what? Chapter 69 Statistics and Probability. Disaster. Although what Wang also said was quite scary, Jianlan didn't think that Zhang Chulan winning the championship had anything to do with whether or not there would be a disaster in the Inhuman Realm. Only, he was still a little curious. Why would Wang also say that? Seeing Jiang Lan's disbelieving face, Wang also knew that without coming up with something substantial, it would be hard to convince people just by virtue of a mouth. After a pause, King also asked, "What do you know about warlocks, anyway?" Jianlan shook his head. Other than Zhuge Cheng, he hadn't seen any other warlocks either. As for the knowledge of warlocks, it was only the words Su San had said earlier. Wang also pondered for a moment and said, "You don't know about warlocks, but you know about the fortune tellers who set up stalls on the runway, right? Then I know that it's not just a lie." Wang was also speechless for a moment. Then with a somewhat ugly expression, he said, "If you think so, it's not wrong. But although there are many deceptions, there are also real ones." Jianlan understood what Wang Yuya meant. "You mean, you're the real thing?" Wang also nodded with a solemn expression. Jianlan raised his eyebrows. He had no intention of questioning Wang Yuya's words. At least, they are also the senior disciples of Wudong, a famous school. How to say that they are not cheating? But, then you calculate for me how many years I will live. The king also did not think twice, and immediately opened his mouth. "You can live to die. Jianlan, is there something wrong with this kid? Can you live to die? Do you need him to tell you that?" "Just kidding." Wang also said, "Honestly, I don't know. It's not that I don't trust you. You can't even figure out how long I'll live. So how did you figure out that the inhuman world is in chaos?" King shook his head as well. "I can count everyone else but you." He continued, "You're special." Jianlan narrowed his eyes. Himself was special. This he had known for a long time. Jianlan didn't think that anyone other than him could have something like a system. Wang also spoke out again. "Why do you think I let others go and had to look for you?" Jianlan was a bit hesitant. "Because I'm good looking?" Wang also. That's quite an interruption. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still begging Jianlan, at this moment Wang Yuya would have wanted to send him to heaven in a dirt river car. "Obviously, I know everything in my heart, but I still have to pretend that I know what I'm talking about." "Don't tease, you're the only variable within this matter. If you want to, you can stop Zhang Chulan, and at the same time, you can stop a disaster that's enough to sweep through the entire inhuman world." Jianlan was silent. Disaster. The information that Wang also revealed was a bit too generalized. With just 2 words of disaster, he had no place to guess. Jianlan was lost in thought. According to what he knew now, Zhang Chulan's purpose of winning the championship was to ask what exactly happened to his grandfather back then, as well as the question of Feng Baobao's birth. These 2 issues, even if they involve more involvement, are ultimately just issues. If the old Celestial Master was able to answer, it proved that the old Celestial Master already knew the answer in his heart as well. Perhaps, the old Celestial Master was not the only one who knew, since it was a question that someone already knew the answer to. What could one more Zhang Chulan know? But if it had nothing to do with the doubts in Zhang Chulan's heart, then for what reason would he set off a disaster capable of sweeping through the entire inhuman realm after winning the championship? Jianlan was puzzled. After thinking for a while and getting no answer, he simply gave up thinking. He looked at Wang Yuya and inquired, "You mean, as long as Zhang Chulan wins the championship, the inhuman realm will experience a disaster?" "Yes. You want to stop this disaster?" "Yes, I'm the disaster." "No, I'm the only variable in this matter of whether or not Zhang Chulan can win the championship." "Yes." Seeing Wang also say 3 yes in a row, Jianlan paused before asking again, "So, what's your purpose? Stop this disaster. What are you doing here with the 2 of us watering down the word count?" Wang also, "What do you mean?" "It's fine." Jianlan said, "I'll give you 10 minutes to convince me. If you can talk me through it, I can help you stop him." King also frowned and thought, if the chaos begins, countless people will die. TSK. Jianlan had a bit of a headache. He can just take care of himself. Where does he have time to be a bodhisattva who saves people from suffering? Moreover, until now, Wang also said something unclear. "Since you are certain that there will be a catastrophe, tell me what kind of catastrophe you are talking about." The king also shook his head again. "I don't know." Jianlan took a deep breath. "You don't know what you're talking about, bro. It's hard for me when you're doing this." Jianlan knew that winning the championship was a knot in Zhang Chulan's heart. Not only is it a knot in Zhang Chulan's heart, but it's also Feng Baobao's. It would definitely be inappropriate for him, an outsider, to really go and intervene in Zhang Chulan's hopes of winning the championship for the sake of a disaster that he didn't know if it would happen behind him. To put it mildly, if he did do that, it would be 250 behavior. Pure and simple backstabbing. As for the disaster, not to mention that it wasn't certain that it would or wouldn't happen. Even if it did happen, John Lon was confident that he would be able to stand alone. He's all alone and his strength is here. John Lon really didn't think there was any disaster that could affect him. Seeing Jiang Lan's silence, Wang also thought about it and spoke again. Let me be clear with you. May I hear it? Wang also organized his words for a while before he slowly said, warlocks who ask questions rely on a method called interview. You can understand the interview as a window of communication with the heavenly Tao, and depending on the magnitude of the impact of the question, fireballs of varying sizes will be manifested in the interview. The smaller the impact of the problem, the smaller the fireball. If I wanted to figure out the numbers for tomorrow's first prize in the lottery, for me, all I have to do is move my fingers and I'll get the answer. John Lan's eyes lit up at the words, how much? King was also interrupted and said, somewhat curiously, how much of what? Lottery numbers. This if you know the number of the first prize, by 1,000 times, and then win him a few small goals, then will not you never have to struggle for the rest of your life? Wang also, it's no use talking to you. I can know in advance, but if you really buy it, there's no telling what the winning numbers will turn out to be. John Lon pulled the corner of his mouth. If you say so, I know what the winning numbers are tomorrow, too. King also breathed in. I said, why are you still lifting? John Lon pulled out a smile. They say that crossing over to buy a lottery ticket is for nothing. Feelings are true? Wang also sniffed and said meaningfully, you know, things like the lottery, it's not probability, it's statistics. I get it. Rock, paper, scissors, $5 million for winning, provided I go first, right? Chapter 70, someone's gotta try. King also gave a thumbs up. Smart, but let's get back to business. Aha. The bigger the impact, the bigger the fireball will be, and when it gets to a certain level, I won't be able to break it. Not only will I not be able to get a solution, but I might even get hurt because of it. John Lan's eyes flashed as he sniffed. Injured? He suddenly thought of what happened last night when Wang also had a face full of blood and walked out of the room, although Wang also said it was a fall. If he really believed it, John Lan's IQ could just reboot. So, did you go inside the interior to ask questions? But looking at Wang Yuya, he shouldn't be weak. It did seem like it should have been an unmitigated disaster to hurt him that badly. So that's where you were last night, in the inner sanctum, asking what would happen if Chang Chulan won the championship. And the answer you got was that there would be a catastrophe? As soon as the words left his mouth, John Lan felt something was wrong. Shouldn't be. King also entered the inner landscape injured, after he lived over. And the reason why he was staying here was obviously arranged by Wang also in advance. Wang Yuya's next words also verified John Lan's suspicions. Only the king also shook his head. No, it was you I asked yesterday. Oh, John Lan became interested. Ask me? To do what? Don't worry about what you were asked. Anyway, as you saw yesterday, instead of getting an answer, I almost died. John Lan was startled. He had originally thought that bleeding from the 7 orifices would look quite scary, but in reality, the king would not be able to do anything. But to hear him say it, he almost died last night? King also said with some difficulty, the fireballs that represent you are beyond my knowledge. Ooh, actually, I didn't want to come to this Luo Tianjiao festival. I couldn't help but be persuaded by Master Shifu all the time, and the night before I came, I asked in the inner sanctum what would happen if I didn't come to this Bun festival of Luo Tian. John Lan listened attentively, waiting for Wang Yuya to follow. King also continued, I first saw that the old heavenly master would have a calamity, and that calamity would lead to his ruin. I was quite curious as to what the old heavenly master, as the head of the righteous path, had that could lead to his ruin, and then I saw Zhang Chulan, and wait until I keep digging deeper. Hearing this, John Lan understood. I see, Zhang Chulan has a big fireball behind him too? Yes, I don't have the ability to unravel it to get the answer, but I know that if Zhang Chulan follows the original script, it will affect a lot of people, and even spread to the entire inhuman world. This time Zhang Lan, on the other hand, completely understood. Zhang Chulan's script was to obtain the top spot in the Luo Tianjiao festival and receive the inheritance from the heavenly master. But this script won't work, so here you are. The king also nodded heavily. Zhang Lan suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Of course I'm laughing at you, Zhang Lan said nonchalantly, a matter so big that you can't even see the answer. What makes you think you can change the course of things? The king was also baffled. He froze for a few moments, which tightened his fists. Someone has to try. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Zhang Lan's face tightened. Call Wang Yuya a mantis or a self-interested person. This spirit of his really touched Zhang Lan. Great guy. It was hard to imagine that at this present time, there would still be an existence as pure as Wang Yuya's. Other than that, just based on Wang Yuya's words, Zhang Lan thought he was a person worth socializing with. His expression became serious as well. I recognize you, but I'm still not going to get involved in this. Wang also raised his head, a flash of helplessness in his eyes. He actually knew that. And yet it's still a bit of an unrealistic hope. Jianglan had always been better at catching other people's emotions and could see Wang Yuya's disappointment. He thought for a moment and explained, since you're a magician, you wouldn't be unaware of the truth of going with the flow without me saying it. Since you said that you were communicating with the heavenly Tao in the inner scenery, then what you saw was the number of heaven. If you have to insist on changing what heaven has decided, perhaps the result may change for the better, but the odds are that it will only incur even more serious consequences. Although Jianglan wasn't a warlock, his profession, inevitably, would have something to do with the dead. Having seen more than his share of dead people, he had come to realize one thing. Man, it is possible to go against the grain, but it's a bit unlikely that one would want to go against the grain. The words change your destiny against the heavens are easy to say, but if you really want to do it, where is it so easy? How could Wang also not understand Jianglan's words? He seemed to be trying to say something, but in the end, 1,000 thoughts turned into a sigh. Alas. Alright, think about it. Jianglan walked up and patted Wang Yuya's shoulder. It's not like seeing a big fireball means trouble. Maybe it's a good thing? Wang also tugged at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Jianglan wasn't very good at comforting people. That's comforting and a bit too far-fetched. It's really a good thing, but the impact can't be that great. I understand. I'll ask Zhang Chulin's opinion. If he doesn't give up, then I'll have to. Jianglan raised an eyebrow. There's one thing I don't get. What? Why do you listen to me so much? Seeing how resolute Wang Yuya was just now, it didn't seem like he could be persuaded back by a few words, but the truth was that he seemed to have been really persuaded back by Jianglan. Not that I'm listening to you. Wang also pondered for a moment, probably just figured it out. After saying that, Wang also looked at Jianglan, and there seemed to be little emotion in his eyes. Only Wang Ya himself knew how much of a mood swing he was having at this moment. If the things behind Zhang Chulan can have an impact on the entire inhuman world, then Jianglan, at that time, when he dug deep into Zhang Chulan, the fireball he saw was the size of an entire soccer field. But the fireball represented by Jianglan, sun, King couldn't think of any other adjective besides sun. If he hadn't been so fatal that the moment he saw the sun fledgling appear, he had cut off the connection with the inner landscape in time, I'm afraid that he would have died directly in the inner landscape. As for what the answer behind Jianglan's fireball was, Wang also didn't even think to explore it. He hasn't lived long enough. Strictly speaking, Jianglan was not a variable in this Luo Tianjiao festival. Jianglan is a variable in this world. At this time, Jianglan laughed. It's good that you figured it out. By the way, I think you made it to the top 16 as well? Yes. Jianglan looked Wang Yuya up and down. I always think you're a bit powerful. Zhang Chulan shouldn't be able to win against you. Maybe, but as long as he doesn't want to lose, I'm not going to beat him even if we meet. Jianglan laughed. Ah, you're so conscious, so I'll save you the trouble. Saving? Save what? Jianglan was a little embarrassed. Just in case, I wanted to bury you just now, and if Zhang Chulin's opponent tomorrow isn't you, I'll release you again. Wang Yuya, Chapter 71 Nightmare Mall. Nightwalker. A few moments later. By now the time had come to evening. Jianglan lay on the wooden bed inside the house, looking up at the sky. Outside, a knock came at the door. Jianglan looked sideways at the door. Listening to the sound of footsteps, he knew that the person coming was Wang Yuya. Come in. The door to the room opened and Wang Yuya's head poked inside. Busy? Not busy. Something? Wang also said. There's a bonfire at that end of the square. Are you going? Jianglan shook his head. He wasn't particularly interested in any of this bonding, socializing, or anything like that. To the Dragon Tiger Mountain also has 2 days. Should be familiar with the people. He has long been in the Hidden Dragons website, familiar with almost, even if he did not meet face to face, but the top 16 list of information. He is backward and forward. TSK. I think you should go and familiarize yourself with it in advance. The Zhuge family, and the Dragon Tiger Mountain Zhanglingyu, both of them are not weak. Zhang Chulan may not be able to fight against them. Zhuge Chang and Zhanglingyu, right? Right. Okay, I got it. Wang also tugged at the corner of his mouth. What does knowing mean? Right. Jianglan continued to ask as if he suddenly remembered something. Other than the two of them, are there any that Zhang Chulan can't beat? Although Jianglan had a judgment on Zhang Chulan's strength, he wasn't as clear about the strength of the others. But looking at Wang Yuya, it was clear that he knew. At those words, Wang also pondered for a while, then shook his head. I don't think so. That's good. Jianglan yawned. I won't go and join in the fun. I'm a bit sleepy. I'll go to sleep first. Although Zhanglingyu and Zhuge Chang were not good for Zhang Chulan to deal with, Jianglan's intuition told him that Zhang Chulan's opponents tomorrow should not be the two of them. Each person's opponent is said to be random, but that randomness is only for the players. Those who open blind boxes are blind. Those who install them are not. Since the old Celestial Master's side had internalized Zhang Chulan, He definitely wouldn't arrange opponents for Zhang Chulan that he couldn't deal with at a time like this. King also skimmed. Looking at this, Zhang didn't care about Zhang Chulan as much as he did. TSK, didn't he decide to stop it before? But after this conversation with Zhang, how did he become helpful? Sung, I'm off. Zhang waved his hand and did not get up. I won't see you off. After Wang Yuya left, Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly. A semi-transparent virtual light screen emerged in front of him. Name, Zhang. Occupation, papermaker. Skills, troop control, eyeballing, puppetry, spirit manipulation. Types of soldiers, paper puppets, paper soldiers, paper horses, paper generals, paper married ghosts, ghost mothers. Type of evocation, Ghost Zhongkue, Evil Nightmare, 500. The type of weaponry can be exchanged for nightmare points. You can earn nightmare points by completing quests or killing inhumans. The panel hadn't changed much. It was still the same as before, except that the number of nightmare points had gone from 0 before to 500. Zhang focused his attention on the Evil Nightmare Mall section. Feng Du, skimming right over the top. His eyes looked down. Anointed Ghost, 100 nightmares required. Painted Skin Ghost, 100 nightmares required. Zhang looked above the Anointed Ghost. Hanged Man, 300 nightmares required. Drowned Ghosts, 300 nightmares required. Wasted Ghosts, 300 nightmares required. There is no change in the type of soldier making that consumes 100 and 300 evil nightmares. It is still the same as before. Suddenly, Zhang narrowed his eyes. It's not right. It turns out that above the Hanged Man, it's straight up Ghost Zhongkue. But now, there are suddenly two more. Could it be that the Evil Nightmare Mall also refreshes? Sun Wanderer, required Nightmare 500, Spirit. Night Wanderer, required Nightmare 500, Spirit. Note, Day and Night Wanderers can form a Day and Night Wandering God. Zhang raised an eyebrow. The option of the Nightmare Mall was as if it had been specially prepared for him. Since this was the case, Zhang had nothing to hesitate about. Now it's a matter of choosing between which one to pick for Day and Night Voyager. According to the mall description, the Day and Night Wanderer's combat power is basically the same, with the difference being that the Day Wanderer can be more powerful during the day, while the Night Wanderer is meant to be at night. The matches were all during the day, but these opponents of the Luo Tiandajia were completely capable of crushing Zhang with his current strength, and crossing paths with Omnisex. He wouldn't be able to predict the future, and there was no way to know if it was day or night when he fought Omnisex. Zhang hung his eyes and thought for a moment. With his understanding of omnisexuality, the start of the war would also mostly be at night. He shook his head. Forget it. 1 out of 2 odds. What's the point of dwelling on that? Maybe before going to war with Omnisex, you can get a system quest, get the Evil Nightmare, and buy the other one to make up the full-bodied Day and Night Wanderer. Just get the Night Voyager first. Confirmation of purchase, Nocturne? Okay. Purchase successful. As the text on the system's light screen slowly dimmed, a large number of memories flooded into Zhang brain like a tidal wave. After a long time, he was barely able to digest all of his memories. Zhang took a deep breath and with a flick of his wrist, a piece of yellow paper instantly appeared in his hand. A large amount of Hay erupted out, wrapping Zhang entire body in it. The yellow paper in his hand, too, was changing shape rapidly. Not long after, a small and delicate paper man appeared in Zhang hands. After the Night Wanderer, there is the suffix spirit. Therefore, there was no need for Zhang to point out the eyes and empower the soul or any other operation. Letting go of his hand, Inchi held the paper man and slowly fell to the ground. The moment the paper man's feet touched the ground, a sound that seemed to haunt the room. Dang! The voice was clearly within earshot, but there was a sense of inaudibility. It sounded like a gong. It's dry, watch out for fire and candles. The voice rang true, and the paperman's figure jerked up to the size of a normal person. The Nightwalker was dressed in black robes and his head was covered by a hood so that his face could not be seen. However, despite this, the moment he saw the Night Wanderer, a sense of chilliness still swept over Zhang entire body in a split second. Behind the black robe of the Night Wanderer, there is a miserable white patrol word written on it, and the 2 arms are withered, and the hands are even as dry as chicken claws, as if they only have a layer of skin. In his left hand he held a blackened mallet, while on his right hand was a darkened gong, the material of which could not be seen. This image of the Night Wanderer was again different from the legends Zhang knew, saying that he was a Night Wanderer. The feeling he gave Zhang was more like a night watchman in an ancient feudal society. The Night Wanderer half-turned, his head hanging low, his voice lilting, but somewhat disembodied. Lord! Zhang eyes glowed with joy. The night-traveling god's battle power was not weak, and the underworld gong in his hand was even more wonderfully useful. According to the extra memories in the middle of his mind, when facing the enemy, every time the underworld gong in the Night Wanderer's hand struck, it was equivalent to a shock aimed at the soul. If the soul was not tough enough, it would be shaken out of the body by the sound of the gong at once. Chapter 72. What do you want me to play? Even if the soul was tough enough, Hearing the voice would inevitably cause a moment of disorientation. But even if it's only for a moment, it's already enough to do a lot of things. Even if there is only the Night Wanderer himself, the combat power is not to be underestimated. If it is coupled with the Ghost Zhong Kuei or the Ghost Mother or something like that, I dare not say that God stops the Buddha, but in the entire inhuman realm, it is also basically has been able to walk horizontally. Of course, it still largely depends on who the opponent is. Anyway, the ones Zhang Lan had currently crossed paths with, even if they were 10 brother-level existences like Feng Zhenghao, Lu Ci Wang Ai, and so on, they might not be the opponents of the Night Wanderer plus Zhong Kuei. After staring at the Night Wanderer for a while, Zhang Lan's mood also finally calmed down a bit and took a deep breath. You come back first. Yes, Lord. The Night Wanderer's voice was still melodious, as if it carried the tune of a sing-song. As the night-traveling god's words fell, his figure transformed into a wisp of smoke that floated into the middle of Zhang Lan's dantian. There was no need for Zhang Lan to worry about it. The night-wandering god just found a corner within his dantian by himself and condensed into a black and gray air mass, and then he was considered to have settled down. Returning to his senses, Zhang Lan was just about to go to sleep when he suddenly froze, only to see that the system light screen in front of him reappeared. Only the words on it made Zhang Lan somewhat unable to believe his eyes. Trigger quest, flick Zheng Cholin's little. Reward, evil nightmare * 500. Zhang Lan? Not buddy. What kind of mission is this? Although he knew that there was nothing regular about the system releasing quests, wasn't this a bit too irregular? That's a little out of line. Bro, play. What do I play? Hiss. Zhang Lan sucked in a breath of cool air and rolled over to sit up from the bed. He struggled a bit with his expression. Only the struggle quickly changed to determination. It's not like he's playing his own. Just play it. We're all grown-ups. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Bottoms up, brothers. Zhang Lan's body surface rose in darkness, and he disappeared into the room in an instant. These 500 evil nightmares are the equivalent of giving it for nothing. Moreover, Zhang Lan wanted to hurry up and unlock the Daywalker, so that the Day and Nightwalkers could merge. By the time he reappeared, Zhang Lan had already arrived at the back mountain square. Just as he reached the place, he froze again. Only Zhang Chulan, his face reddened, stood on the elevated platform where the old celestial master had stood in the morning, holding up a can of Qingdao with a lewd smile on his face. Hey, don't you guys want to see my? Today, brother, I'm going out on a limb, so I'll show you guys my supreme ferocious beast. Zhang Lan's eyelids fluttered continuously. When Zhang Chulan finished speaking, all the foreigners on stage all cheered and boiled. Zhang Chulan is awesome. Woohoo! Zhang Chulan raised his hand, stopping the stage from shouting. Here you go. Zhang Chulan grabbed his pants and yanked hard. Look! There was another gasp from the stage. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** ****. Jiang Lan, on the other hand, only felt a large mass of mosaic paste in his eyes. This ing. So many people it brother. That's very generous of you. Jiang Lan decided. Quests are off the table. Daywalkers don't want them. If he went up and flicked Zhang Chulan at this time, would he still want to lose his old face? Zhang Chulan isn't afraid of social death. He's afraid. Jiang Lan turned around and prepared to leave, but no sooner had he taken 2 steps than he stopped again. I don't think there's a rule that says you have to use your hands. As Jiang Lan thought about this, a strand of yin qi floated out of his dantian, curling and flying straight towards the high platform where Zhang Chulan was, only to see that the mosaic reversed the ground attraction, bounced up quickly, and then fell. Zhang Chulan himself, on the other hand, instantly winced. Who the flicked my bird? Zhang Chulan looked left and right, but he couldn't find out who the murderer was. Jiang Lan deliberately used only a very small amount of obscurity, not to mention Zhang Chulan, or the crowd of onlookers below, did not detect any clues. At this time, Jiang Lan, on the other hand, has long been a matter of whisking away the clothes, deeply hidden merit and fame. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Flick Zhang Chulan's little reward, evil nightmare *500. A smile appeared on Jiang Lan's face. Needles don't poke. I was just thinking about trying it out, but I didn't think it would work. Aren't you sleeping? Why did you come over? Jiang Lan turned back and saw Wang Yuya sitting on the rock. Beside Wang Yuya, there was a young man with blue hair and narrowed eyes. This person Jiang Lan had seen before. It was Zhuge Qing of the Wuhou family. He had seen Zhuge Qing compete yesterday. With a somewhat unnatural smile, Jiang Lan said, "Nothing, couldn't sleep to come over for a walk." What else could he say? He couldn't say to Wang Yuya that he had come over to flick Zhang Chulan on this trip, right? You'll be treated like a pervert by Mr. Wang. Without waiting for Wang Yuya to speak, Zhuge Qing on the side took the initiative to extend his hand. My name is Zhuge Qing. I've long heard of Mr. Jiang Lan's great name. In the end, it's a beautiful thing to say from a man of culture. Jiang Lan's answer, in comparison, was much simpler. Jianlan. After saying that, Jianlan also stretched out his hand and shook Zhuge Cheng's opposite side. Zhuge Cheng narrowed his eyes, looking quite similar to a fox. Anyway, Jianlan had seen him these few times and had never seen him when his eyes were open. Zhuge Cheng didn't look like he cared much about Jianlan's attitude and just laughed. I've watched all of your previous matches. You're strong, and I hope to have the honor of fighting you on the field. This one is purely a face-saving courtesy. If possible, Zhuge Cheng didn't want to meet Jianlan at all. He carefully studied the videos of Jianlan's previous 2 matches. The result is that nothing can be studied, especially the fight against Jia Yongriang. Zhuge Cheng felt that even if he were to take the field himself, he might not be able to return. Originally, before he came out, he still thought that there was no one who was worthy of his attention in this Luotian Dajia besides Zhang Lingyu, but now it seems that's not the case at all. These ones that came to compete were just outrageous one after the other. Jianlan didn't hear what Zhuge Cheng was saying. In fact, he didn't even know that Zhuge Cheng had deliberately studied him. Nodding, Jianlan said, "Don't worry, if we do run into each other, I won't let you lose too badly." Zhuge Cheng, dude, listen to yourself. Is that a human thing you're saying? Even if that's what you think, we can't just say it out loud. But at a time like this, he couldn't say anything. He just silently labeled Jianlan as not getting along in his heart. Jianlan, on the other hand, was completely unconscious of anything wrong. Mainly, his mind wasn't even on Zhuge Cheng right now, but rather, he was in a hurry to go back and unlock the Daywalker. There were times when Jianlan wondered if the system was able to pry into his thoughts. Otherwise, how could it be that he had just wanted to obtain another 500 evil nightmares to unlock the Daywalker when the quest was released on the system side? But Jianlan was just thinking about it. This thing, the system, was mysterious and appeared out of nowhere. He was not aware of any useful information, but it was certain that the system wouldn't screw him over. Chapter 73, Day and Night Wanderer. To put it mildly, if he didn't have the system, he would still be guarding the papier-mâché store. Jianlan was also in a state of not being able to think of what the system could figure out about him. It's not like I've read a lot of mindless cool writing anyway. Mang is all. As for any systematic conspiracy theories, sorry, it doesn't exist. Absent-mindedly exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhuge Cheng, the two of them were considered to be acquainted. I have a few things to do back there, so I'll talk to you another time. After saying that, Jianlan waved his hand at Wang Yuya again and said, I'll go back first. A moment later, Jianlan returned to the middle of the room. The first thing he did when he got back to the house was to open the Nightmare Mall directly. Confirmation of purchase, Nichi Yujin? Jianlan was running towards the Daywalker god, so naturally there was no hesitation at this moment, and he immediately whispered, okay, purchase successful. What followed was another familiar infusion of memories. After a long time, the paper man took shape. The image of the Day Wanderer is very different from the Night Wanderer. With a white robe and the word patrol written in pitch black on the back, there was no hood on the white robe, but the face of the Daywalker could not be seen clearly either. It was an illusion. Daywalker god is wearing clothes, some similar to the ancient prison guards, left hand carrying a wolf toothstick. Stick head is enough to the size of a normal person's head. The handle is also enough to the thickness of a child's arm. Jianlan had no doubt that if he was smashed solidly by this wolfsbane, it would be a piece of this and a piece of that directly. And the way the Daywalker attacked was the same as the weapon in his hand. Without the slightest bit of fancy, it was just purely taking a stick and smashing people. Jianlan rubbed his hands together with some excitement. The Day and Night Wanderers came together, and the next step was to merge. With a thought, the black and gray chi mass hovering in his dantian came out through his body and appeared directly in front of Jianlan. The air mass gradually solidified into the shape of a Nightwalker. As soon as the Day and Night Wanderers met, they fused uncontrollably with each other as if they were loaded with iron-absorbing stones. An overcast wind blew through, rattling the windows. Originally, one could still see the starry sky through the window, but now, wherever there was light that could come in, it was as if a black curtain had been put over it, and it was pitch black. Bam! Bam! The wind inside the room was getting stronger and stronger. The table on the side was almost about to be unable to support itself. As for the chair, it was instantly overturned and smashed heavily against the wall. Even the wooden door outside was constantly making an unbearable creaking sound. That's a bit too much of a commotion, isn't it? Without letting Jianlan worry for too long, the commotion came and went quickly. After only a minute, the wind and waves subsided. When you look at Day and Night Voyager again, it's a completely different story. After the Day and Night Voyager merged, the general appearance was still that of the Night Voyagers, except that his height was drawn up from the original 1 meter 8 to about 2 meters. Moreover, behind the Night Wanderer, there was also an additional grayish-white Day Wanderer silhouette. Although it was a shadow, it wasn't illusory. Instead, it looked like it was going to condense into substance, with a pair of scarlet eyes that made people shiver. Junlan knew that this was the nighttime form of the Day and Night Wanderer, and when it's daytime, it's the Daywalker as the main body and the Nightwalker as a shadow. After merging, it wasn't just as simple as appearing at the same time. The ability of the Day and Night Swimmer was also increased to a certain extent, and with the help of the Void, the power of the Day and Night Swimmer wouldn't be weakened no matter if it was day or night. It could be said that the current Day and Night Wanderer was definitely able to exert a 1+1 effect. "Thank you, Lord," the Nightwalker's ethereal voice rang out. "No need to be polite," Junlan said. "Come back first." In fact, he was quite eager to try out the Day and Night Wanderer's strength, just how it was. But considering that this was in Longhu Mountain and it was getting late, Junlan had no choice but to give up the idea. Let's hope tomorrow's opponent gives him a good try. There was also no telling who the old Celestial Master would arrange for him to be his opponent. The Day and Night Traveling God's figure gradually dimmed, and then it drilled into Junlan's dantian. It was no different than before, except that the size of the air mass was 2 times larger than it had been when it was only a Nightwalker. Phew, Junlan let out a long breath. It's not a bad way to spend the day. Let's not talk about anything else, but let's just talk about the benefits that the Day and Night wanderings have brought him. Junlan silently closed his eyes, sensing the movements within his dantian. With the addition of the Day and Night Swimming God, the shadowy aura within his dantian had risen by 40 to 50% less than before. It's not as over the top as when you unlock Ghost Bellwether, but it's good enough. Moreover, after unlocking Ghost Jonkue, the Een obscurity within his own dantian rose, although the increase brought to him this time was 50%, in terms of the total amount of Een and E that went up. This time, instead of being quite a lot, it was even more than when he had just unlocked Ghost Jonkue. The gloomy aura became more, which meant that the number of paper people he could manipulate at the same time became more. If he only controlled the paper puppets, his limit number, right now, should be around 100. Even if it was the Ghost Mother, controlling 30 of them at the same time would not be a problem. If he were to be a bit more extreme, Junlan felt that he could challenge manipulating 40 Ghost Mothers at the same time. Of course, any more than that won't work. While he wasn't at risk of becoming psychotic, he couldn't keep overdrawing his body. Just because Shady eats it doesn't mean others do. For regular people, 2 minds are a big deal. It would be strange for him to last too long with this one mind. Yawning, Junlan lay down on the bed. He was just a little tired. Just dipped into the pillow. Not much later, Junlan fell into a deep sleep. The night was silent, and the next morning dawned. When the sun was first born, Junlan sat up in high spirits. Getting dressed, he fetched water in the courtyard and washed up briefly. King wasn't in the room either, and by the looks of it, he should have already left. Junlan spat in a low voice. "Or you'd have dark circles under your eyes." Yesterday when he went to bed, Wang hadn't come back yet either. Now he's awake from his nap and the king is all gone. At this moment, it was estimated that the matchup sheet had also been released. Junlan washed up and went straight in the direction of the square. A few moments later, he stopped in front of the notice board. Zheng Chulan to Tang Wenlong, Junlan to Feng Xiayan. Seeing his rivalry with Zheng Chulan, Junlan raised an eyebrow. Tang Wenlong, a name he had seen on Hidden Dragon's website. It was someone from the Tang sect. He wasn't sure about the means, but he was definitely not Zhang Chulan's opponent. After all, Wang also didn't even mention this person yesterday. But Tang Men. Junlan vaguely remembered that Susi seemed to have mentioned to him in casual conversation that there seemed to be some bad blood between Zhang Chulan and the Tang sect. No, it was Zhang Chulan's grandfather who had a beef with the Tang clan, but the exact details were unknown to Junlan. As for his own opponent, Win Salian, the two of them had exchanged blows before when they were at the World Congress, and Feng Xiayan was no threat to Junlan at all. Chapter 74, Strange Attribute Awakened. Please invite the 2 contestants Junlan and Feng Xiayan to enter. Repeat, please enter the 2 contestants Junlan and Feng Xiayan. Hearing the sound, Junlan walked towards the competition venue. Zhang Chulan's match was the first one, and it was already over by now. Without using any out-of-the-box tricks, and out of Junlan's expectation, Zhang Chulan didn't even use 2 minutes to defeat Tang Wenlong in a big way. A frantic discharge was so close to baking for Tang Wenlong. Just as Junlan was about to reach the arena, a panting voice came from behind. "Big brother Junlan, wait a moment." Junlan stopped and turned back, realizing that the visitor was none other than Feng Xingtong. What's wrong? He still had a good impression of Feng Xingtong. Knowledgeable, enthusiastic, polite and generous. It was evident that Feng Zhanghao was quite successful in educating his children. Feng Xingtong said with a somewhat embarrassed smile, "Nothing, just, that is, don't make my old sister too miserable later, okay?" Feng Xingtong looked pleading. Please, brother Jianlan. At those words, Jianlan lost his smile. He thought it was something else. This kind of request is naturally nothing difficult for him. Jianlan raised his eyebrows and asked, if you don't want to lose too badly, can't you just admit defeat? Alas, Feng Xingtong shook his head. Old sister is a strong person, especially to you. She will not admit defeat. Jianlan kind of didn't get it. What do you mean? To be strong, Jianlan could understand, but in the face of the fact that he would not admit defeat, and how to explain, Feng Xingtong sighed and said, ever since the last time Lao's sister and brother Jianlan fought you, she's often been temperamental, and every time she brings it up, she looks like she's furious. Lao's sister must have held a grudge against you, so it's unlikely that she'll surrender. The more Jianlan listened, the more odd his expression became. He's never eaten pork, but he's seen a pig run. It's reasonable to think that it's just a fight. Surely it's not something to be remembered until now. Moreover, listening to Feng Xingtong's description, it seemed like Feng Xiaoyan did not just hold a grudge against him as simple as that. No way. Jianlan made up his mind. In the future, we must have less contact with Feng Xiaoyan. His intuition told him that Feng Xiaoyan was not a light. A woman? A woman would only affect the speed of my origami man. It might be a bit presumptuous to think so, but Jianlan still felt that Feng Xiaoyan should, probably think a little differently about him. Forget it, even if he did. Feng Xiaoyan was not his favorite type, so it's best not to have one. Okay, I will. Then thank you, brother Jianlan, Feng Xingtong said with a pair of shiny eyes. It's okay. Windstar Tong stopped him, already at the entrance of the arena. After saying his words, Jianlan directly entered the field. Feng Xiaoyan, dressed in tights, stood in the center of the field, staring expressionlessly at Jianlan, who had just entered the field. Jianlan didn't say a word and looked at the referee. The referee looked at Feng Xiaoyan again, and when he saw that Feng Xiaoyan was ignoring him, he then raised his hand and shouted, "This match, Jianlan versus Feng Xiaoyan, the match begins." As the referee's words fell, Jianlan's body bulged with gloom and obscurity, and a massive amount of black and gray aura surged to various places around the venue as if it didn't need any money, completely isolating the audience's line of sight. On stage, there was a commotion in the audience. What's the situation? Yeah, why can't you see it? Not only can't we see it anymore, we can't even probe it. It should be those airs that have isolated our senses. Inside the arena, Feng Xiaoyan was flustered for a moment, but soon, she calmed her emotions down, looked at Jianlan's position, and swung out a fist. Dang! The fist traveled through space and smashed into Jianlan's chest through the air. However, Jianlan didn't retreat, and even his expression didn't change much, as if the punch just now wasn't smashed on him. After the enhancement of Yin Hei, there was already some spontaneous protection around him, and unusual attacks wouldn't have much effect on Jianlan even if they got hit. Feng Xiaoyan's face changed again, and she took 2 steps back, swinging her fist once again. This time, Jianlan had no intention of giving her a chance. The shadowy aura formed several shadowy dragons, whistling as they sped towards Feng Xiaoyan. The Yin dragon was extremely fast, and in an instant, it wrapped both of Feng Xiaoyan's hands and feet around her, and then directly lifted her entire body up into mid-air. Feng Xiaoyan struggled desperately, but it didn't help at all. Instead of loosening up due to her struggles, the huge dragon made up of Yin Hei was getting tighter and tighter. You concede. Jianlan felt that it was already like this. Feng Xiaoyan should be able to notice the gap with him. A normal person, with such a disparity in strength, would definitely choose to admit defeat. But out of Jianlan's expectation, when Feng Xiaoyan heard his words, she gritted her teeth in death and stared at him with a gloomy gaze. Jianlan, no, did I mess with you? What's with the hateful look in your eyes? After a pause, Jianlan said, Miss Feng, you and I have no grudges in the past. There was indeed a misunderstanding before, but I've already apologized to you. There's no need for you to hold such a grudge against me, right? Feng Xiaoyan froze, and the expression on her face somehow became somewhat overwhelmed, but the emotion only lasted for an instant before she put it back, as if nothing had just happened. Jianlan caught the change in her expression and secretly regretted it in his heart. Crap, it's not like he guessed, is it? This girl, does she have some kind of masochistic tendency? Just beating her up before and you can't get over yourself? No way. Daba, a woman would only affect my speed in tying the paperman. Jianlan's brain raced. In the next moment, he resumed speaking. If you won't admit defeat, then you'll have to commit. I concede. Ha! Feng Xiaoyan's admission of defeat came so suddenly that Jianlan was a bit unresponsive for a moment. I said, I admit defeat. Feng Xiaoyan's body was still entangled in midair. It seemed that she struggled too much. Her cheeks flushed a little unnaturally. You put me down first. Good point. Feng Xiaoyan had said that she had admitted defeat, so Jianlan couldn't possibly keep hanging on to her. Jianlan waved his hand, and the Yin dragons instantly scattered and disappeared. The moment Feng Xiaoyan landed on the ground, Her knees bent and she almost didn't fall to the ground with weak legs. According to the physical art attainments she had shown before, it was certainly not that bad. As for why exactly it was so unpleasant, that Jianlan did not know. Jianlan waved his hand once more, and the murky aura that spread out over the field was also withdrawn inside his dantian by all means. He looked in the direction of the referee and said, "Referee, she concedes." The referee didn't know what had just happened, and when he heard Jianlan's words, he subconsciously looked at Feng Xiaoyan. At this moment, Feng Xiaoyan had already recovered the cold face she had just had when Jianlan had just entered. Looking at the referee's eyes, she nodded her head lightly and said, "I concede." Chapter 75 Zheng Chulan's Worry. Evening. Your opponent tomorrow is Wang Yuya, confident? On the stone next to the square, Su Si had a cigarette in his mouth and asked with a smile. Zheng Chulan sniffed and shook his head like a rattle. Wang Yuya's opponent today was Zhuge Qing. Looking at the performance of the previous matches, Zheng Chulan felt that Zhuge Qing was difficult enough to deal with. But today I watched the match between Wang Yuya and Zhuge Qing. Let's just say that Wang also didn't seem to exert himself at all. Moreover, the means he displayed had even completely exceeded Zheng Chulan's cognitive range. However, very quickly, Zheng Chulan's gaze regained its firmness. What if we can't beat them? You have to fight even if you can't, in order to unravel what happened to his grandfather back then, and the secret of Sister Bauer's life. He only had one way to win the championship. If this path did not work, this visit to Longhu Mountain, including all the efforts made in the previous days, would all go up in flames. This kind of price was something that Zheng Chulan could not accept, no matter what. Susan looked at Zheng Chulan, whose expression was continuously changing, and persuaded him, "You don't have to be too nervous. To put it bluntly, it's useless even if you're nervous now. Instead of being cowed before the battle, why don't you think about a way to break the situation?" Zheng Chulan pulled the corner of his mouth. "Brother, you make it so damn easy. The way to break the game. If there's a way out of this, why am I still here?" Then look at Feng Baobao. She didn't know when she had a shovel in her hand, and without a word she turned around and walked deeper into the woods. Zheng Chulan hurriedly ran to Feng Baobao's body. "Sister Baoer, what are you doing?" "Nothing." Feng Baobao stopped and said, "You can't beat him. I'll help you bury him, so you won't have to beat him tomorrow." Chloe Chang, good job. Sister Poi is Sister Poi. Since there's no way to fix the problem, wouldn't it be better to fix the people who have the problem? What are you chatting about? So lively? Jianlan walked unhurriedly from the distance and stopped in front of the crowd. Su Si exhaled a mouthful of smoke, narrowed his eyes and smiled. Where's the comfort for this kid? Playing king also tomorrow. No confidence. Jianlan glanced at Zheng Chulan and flirted in a rare good mood. Wasn't he quite fierce when he beat up that Tang Clan kid today? Why is he wilting? Zheng Chulan was a little embarrassed. "Brother Jianlan, don't flirt with me, Tang Wenlong. Alas, you also know that my grandfather was seriously injured by the Tang sex people, and if it wasn't for the Tang sect, he wouldn't have been Bauer's sister." Jianlan raised an eyebrow. "Sister Bauer? What happened to her?" Seemingly realizing that he had let his mouth slip, Zheng Chulan hastily put back the latter half of his words and snorted. "It's nothing. It's just that when I saw the Tang sex people, I didn't control my emotions for a while." Jianlan could naturally tell that there were some things that Zheng Chulan didn't want to talk to him about. Since Zheng Chulan didn't say anything, he had no interest in pursuing the matter. It's all just a bunch of old stuff. What can you do if you know about it? Anyway, Jianlan didn't understand why Zheng Chulan and Feng Baobao were both so obsessed with something that had already passed. Of course, he's in the mindset of a spectator. If he was in the middle of it, maybe he was just like Zheng Chulan, or even more obsessive than Zheng Chulan, but he wasn't stupid. From what he had just said, Jianlan was able to hear that Zheng Chulan's grandfather's death seemed to have something to do with Feng Baobao, but Feng Baobao looked like nothing more than a girl of his age, and Zheng Xilin had been dead for more than 10 years, so how could the two of them be related to each other? Could it be that? Actually, Jianlan had long had this doubt. Feng Baobao's actual age does not seem to be the same as her appearance. It may even vary greatly. All of this information was pieced together little by little through the details in his chats with Su San and Su Si, as well as Zheng Chulan. Zheng Chulan actually didn't trust him very much, but for some reason, Su San and Su Si seemed to be particularly trusting of him, and no matter what they said, they never asked him to avoid it, and they were able to say a lot of things unapologetically in front of him. Thoughts returned to the present. Jianlan looked at Zheng Chulan and said, "On Wang Yi's side, you don't have to worry. As long as you don't want to lose, you won't lose." Zheng Chulan sniffed with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean? You can't lose if you don't want to?" Of course he didn't want to lose, but he still didn't understand why Jianlan said that. Su Si's brain turned faster. "You gave Wang Yuya a thought?" Jianlan nodded. "Did, and it was pretty successful." For Jianlan, Su Si could be said to have unconditional trust. After all, From the beginning of their acquaintance, Jiang Lan had never made a mistake no matter what he did. Therefore, once he heard Jiang Lan say this, he was quite relieved and smiled at Zhang Chulan. Since Jiang Lan has said so, don't worry about it. Although he likewise didn't understand what exactly Jiang Lan's words meant, none of that mattered. As long as Zhang Chulan could win, that was enough. Zhang Chulan nodded vigorously, then looked at Jiang Lan. Thanks, brother Ganglan. What's with the politeness? Jiang Lan had a disinterested expression on his face. Didn't I come here this time to open the way for you? Jiang Lan has always believed in one sentence: taking money from people to help people. Since he had taken the money, never mind how much, he would do what he had promised. The most crucial thing was that what he was doing was not difficult for Jiang Lan himself. To put it in more popular terms, smooth things. No, it should be a smooth talker. After all, he had only played a few words with Wang Yuya, and Wang Yuya's side had nabbed his head. Jiang Lan was even a bit skeptical that he had a protagonist's aura or something like that, exuding a kingly aura all around him. That's something to be thankful for, Zhang Chulan said. Jiang Lan was hired at Su Si's expense, something he knew. He even knew that Su Si had spent $200,000, but Zhang Chulan knew at the same time that $200,000 to ask Jiang Lan to do so many things was too cheap. It could be said that Jiang Lan came over this time, not for that bit of money, but purely out of favor. After all, if Jiang Lan wanted to, a paper man could be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he had seen the scene of Jiang Lan tying up the paper man, and he had seen it more than once. To say it's 1 second would be conservative. If this was all converted into money, it would be up and down in the tens of millions of minutes, so it was impossible for Jiang Lan to be moved by the $200,000. But in reality, Jiang Lan didn't think that much about it. Nowadays, he was not so much moved by 200,000, but he did not come to Longhu Mountain all for the sake of favors. Another reason was that he really hadn't been around much in his 2 lifetimes, so he came to Longhu Mountain and thought of it as a pastime to relax. Crucially, there's also omnisex. Chapter 76, Feng Zhenghao's Invitation. In fact, Jiang Lan had long wanted to know just how many evil nightmares could be gained from killing people, but he just never had the chance before. But now, he had a feeling the opportunity might be coming. Jiang Lan wasn't sure exactly what kind of scene a fight with omnisex would be like, but looking at the stance of the 2 groups of people, the company and Lu Jin, as long as this one could really fight, the scene would definitely not be small. A fight of this magnitude is not a passing game, not to mention injuries. If some people didn't die, both sides would be sorry for making such a big scene. This time, it would be different from the one at the World Council. Last time, he was the one who broke into the territory of the World Council, and he was in the wrong first, and at that time, Jia Zhengyu was still regarded as half of the World Council, so he was naturally not good at killing. However, if he was dealing with omnisexuals, Jiang Lan wouldn't need to worry about that much at all. Only, if he did kill someone, he wasn't sure he'd be able to get used to it. One can only take one step at a time. Jiang Lan felt that the inobscurity within his dantian was still affecting him to a certain extent. Other than that, his mood swings were much less than before, and no matter what happened, it couldn't stir up too many ripples in his heart. Seeing that Jiang Lan didn't say anything for half a day, Su Si said, "Thinking about what?" At those words, Jiang Lan came back to his senses. "Nothing, just thinking about omnisex. What do they have to think about? Come 1 to kill 1, come 2 to kill 2, and your strength is here. What is there to be afraid of?" "I'm not afraid." Jiang Lan paused, then shook his head. "Forget it, we'll talk about it when the time comes. No matter what." Su Si is also the head of a large region of the Nadu Tong. His hands must have been stained with blood, and it is estimated that there are still a lot of them. The 2 people have completely different mindsets, so naturally there's nothing more to say. Su Si didn't continue to pursue the matter, but said, "Spinning around together? No more spinning. I'm a little tired. Go back to sleep." In the past few days, the back of Longhu Mountain had been pretty much turned around by him, and there wasn't much left to sneak around. Su Si nodded. "Go on then. I'll see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Bidding farewell to the crowd, Jiang Lan intended to cross the square and return to his residence, but before he could take a few steps, just as he reached the middle of the square, he came face to face with Feng Xingtong, who was dressed in sportswear. Feng Xingtong's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Lan. "Big brother Jiang Lan, I was looking around for you. I didn't expect you to be here." Jiang Lan raised his eyebrows slightly. What did Feng Xingtong want with him? Thank him for not letting Feng Shiyan lose too badly? Other than that, I guess there's nothing else. Still, he inquired, "Looking for me for what?" "Of course I thank big brother Jiang Lan." Feng Xingtong raised her face and smiled. Jiang Lan nodded slightly. Without waiting for him to speak, Feng Xingtong added another turn of phrase. "But there's one more thing besides thanks. You say, my old man would like to invite you over to his place." Jiang Lan was puzzled. The World Society? No. Feng Xingtong waved his hands repeatedly. Right here. My old man has a separate small courtyard in the back and would like to ask Big Brother Jianlan for you to come over. What does Chairman Feng want with me? I don't know about that. Feng Xingtong's words also aroused Jianglan's curiosity. Feng Zhenghao was present when he and Feng Xiayan competed today. It couldn't be because he won against Feng Xiayan and Feng Zhenghao was disgruntled, could it? This thought only appeared for an instant before Jianglan dismissed it on his own. Based on his understanding, Feng Zhenghao was definitely not such a careful person. After thinking about it, Jianglan nodded. Come on then, lead the way. Alright. Seeing Jianglan's promise, Feng Xingtong's face also revealed a touch of joy, and he was busy leading the way in front. The duo walked through the square, and moments later, stopped in front of a small courtyard that was still considered secluded. This place is Feng Zhenghao's residence in Longhu Mountain. Feng Xingtong took 2 steps forward, opened the courtyard door, walked in and knocked on the door of the room and said, Pops, I brought Brother Jianlan here. Feng Xingtong's words had just fallen, and not even 2 seconds of work had passed before the door to the room was opened from the inside. The person who opened the door was none other than Feng Zhenghao. His face was filled with a warm smile as he greeted Jianlan. Little brother Jiang is here. Come on in. Jianlan was not surprised by Feng Zhenghao's attitude. Feng Zhenghao had always been quite warm to him. Walking into the room, Jianlan first looked around. Feng Zhenghao, this house, and before LVCI Wang AI 2 people are in the room is not much difference. The size of the specifications are similar. Furniture, tables and chairs, although old, but more a few points of ancient flavor. Sit. Feng Zhenghao's enthusiasm remained the same as he greeted. Jianlan also did not ink, and went straight to the point. I wonder what President Feng called me over for. At this time, there were only Jianglan and Feng Zhenghao in the room, and Feng Xingtong didn't come in, but waited outside. Feng Zhenghao looked at Jianlan with a smile and did not immediately say the main thing, but asked, Little brother, do you know the purpose of me bringing a pair of children over to participate in this Luo Tianjiao festival this time? Jianglan's eyes flashed. This he naturally knew. When he had just arrived at Longhu Mountain before, Feng Xingtong had already mentioned it. Feng Zhenghao had just sat on the position of the 10 brothers not long ago. His position was still unstable, and there were many people and hostile forces eyeing it, thinking that they would be able to take down a piece of meat in Feng Zhenghao's mouth. Therefore, Feng Zhenghao came over this time. On one hand, it was to support Longhu Mountain. On the other hand, it was to show his own strength. Hold up and stand up. When Feng Zhenghao heard this, a flash of appreciation flashed in his eyes. That's a good point, but I can't talk about establishing authority. I just don't want that group of people to look down on my Win family. Jianlan pulled the corner of his mouth. Isn't that still standing up for authority? Only in a slightly better way. But Feng Zhenghao's purpose should have been achieved by now. Although Feng Xiayan had stopped at the round of 16, Feng Xingtong had won today's competition. As it happened, Feng Xingtong's match was in the same venue as his, and it was right behind Jianglan's. That's why he saw the entire process of Feng Xingtong's match. Feng Xingtong's opponent was none other than Tang Youfu, with whom he had a brief encounter before the cliff. Tang Youfu was from the northeast shaman lineage, and in today's battle, Tang Youfu had invited the immortals to help him. But Feng Xingtong's ability seemed to be extremely restraining of things like spirits. That immortal's might, which Jianlan felt was a bit too powerful, was like a toothless child in the face of Feng Xingtong, completely devoid of even the slightest ability to resist. Technically, it was in the face of Winstar Tong's ability, and his ability, Jianlan had once seen it in Feng Zhenghao. The immortal named Lu Kuanxing was called by Feng Xingtong, but Feng Zhenghao's ability did not shake the paperman. But the paperman is obviously a spirit body too. The paper is just the carrier. The spirit is the paperman itself. Chapter 77, Feng Zhenghao, the God of Wealth. Jianlan was curious in his heart, but didn't voice his doubts out, instead saying, now that this is the case, it's already enough to prove the strength of the Win family, right? The purpose of establishing authority should have been achieved as well. By definition, it's really enough. But what? Feng Zhenghao shook his head slightly. You watched Startong's match today, didn't you? Jianglan nodded. Alas, Feng Zhenghao sighed lightly. He is still too childish. He moved after seeing the immortal house, and insisted on borrowing the immortal house for a few days. But children are ultimately not well thought out. I'm afraid that at tomorrow's competition, in case of an accident, it would not be good. Jianglan blinked. He was able to understand the worry in Feng Zhenghao's heart. Lu Kuanxing, an immortal from the northeast. The immortals, in turn, have an extremely high status in the shaman lineage. Today, when Feng Xingtong forcefully captured Lu Kuanxing, it actually seemed a bit wrong to Jianglan, but supposedly due to the problem of face, Feng Zhenghao did not stop it. However, not stopping it was not stopping it, but by doing so, Feng Xingtong was considered to have offended the Northeast Shaman lineage. If he really waited for the end of the competition and returned Lu Kuanxing with all his whiskers, it would still be fine, but if something really went wrong, then the contradiction between the Wind family and the Northeast Shaman would be completely irreconcilable. So, Feng Zhanghao was worried about this. Jian Lan was thoughtful and paused for a moment before inquiring. So, President Wind, what can I do? Feng Zhanghao marveled in his heart. Talking with smart people is to save things, do not even need to say themselves. Jian Lan will be able to understand the meaning of his words. Seeing that Jian Lan had asked directly, Feng Zhanghao didn't have the intention of hiding anymore and directly said, I want to buy some paper figures for my canine son's defense. Good to say. Jian Lan thought it was something, but it was business. Come on, business is good. How much does President Wind want? Well, Feng Zhanghao hesitated. 3 ghost mothers. No problem. Without Jian Lan mentioning the price, Feng Zhanghao directly said, 6 million right. I'll call your card later. Jian Lan was elated. Is this the big boss? He also said that Feng Zhanghao called him over to do what he wanted to do, emotionally as a money delivery boy? Wonderful. But immediately afterward, Jian Lan thought of something. The paperman who recognized Startong as his master last time should still be in the World Council, right? Feng Zhanghao replied, yes. Is there a problem? For an unusual inhuman, 3 paper people recognizing their masters at the same time is already the limit. If there are more, he may not be able to handle it. Feng Zhanghao smiled when he heard Jian Lan worry. It's okay, he can eat. Jian Lan was speechless. This hasn't even been tried yet. How did Feng Zhanghao come to that conclusion? President Feng, this is no joke. If you don't get it right, something will go terribly wrong. For a paper person to recognize its owner, it is necessary to part with a portion of the owner's divine soul. And once the divine soul is separated out more, the injury is still a small matter. And if it is serious, it may even get a schizophrenic kind of problem. If it had been any worse, it would have been a death sentence. The smile on Feng Zhanghao's face remained. Little brother, truth be told, our Wind family is the one that deals with spirit bodies, and the degree of toughness of their lives is naturally far from being comparable to that of an unusual inhuman. So feel free to rest assured. Little brother. Hearing Feng Zhanghao's words, Jian Lan didn't say anything else. After all, Feng Zhanghao had said so if he were to worry about it, he would be a bit nosy. At most, when Feng Xingtong really couldn't bear it, he would just remedy the situation. Nodding, Jian Lan said, well then, call him in first. Feng Zhanghao said to the door, Xingtong, come in. As his words fell, Feng Xingtong pushed the door and walked inside the room. Pops, aha. Feng Zhanghao pointed to the chair next to him. Sit down. Feng Xingtong was also an inhuman. His 5 senses were quite a bit higher than ordinary people, so naturally he heard the conversation between Jian Lan and his dad in the room just now, so he was also a bit embarrassed at this moment. After all, he had done something wrong and now it was Pops who was wiping his ass. He certainly wouldn't have done something like that if he was in his normal state. However, because of the opening of the spirit detention and dispatch, it caused the negative mind in him to be amplified quite a bit, and he didn't have control over it for a while, which made him do something wrong. At that time, when he forcefully captured Lu Kuanxing, he actually regretted a little bit in his heart. But what's done is done, and you can't just rush up and give it back. If that really happened, it would be the Wind family's face that would be disgraced. So, he'll just have to make it a mistake. But Feng Xingtong didn't think anything would go wrong. The detaining spirit dispatch that he had mastered was at least one of the 8 wondrous techniques, and it was also specialized in targeting spirit bodies. Other than his ability to skykick Lu Kuanxing, these other juniors who came to participate in the Luo Tian de Jiao festival basically couldn't really pose much of a threat to Lu Kuanxing. When he saw Feng Xingtong sitting down, Jian Lan didn't ink, and the Yin in darkness penetrated his body. The wind whistled and the yellow paper tumbled. In the blink of an eye, the paper tie dotting is done. 3 nearly 10-foot-tall ghost mothers landed on the ground, almost topping the ceiling. Then, another stream of Yin obscurity separated from Jian Lan's body and flew directly under Feng Xingtong's chair, lifting his entire body up, flush with the ghost mother's forehead. Jiang Lan's voice was low. Point your index finger on the ghost mother's forehead. As his words fell, a strand of Yin obscurity formed a sharp blade that directly cut through the tip of Feng Xingtong's right index finger, and dots of blood flowed out from the wound. Having already had the experience of recognizing a master once before, this time Feng Xingtong was also familiar with the process and directly imprinted his finger on the forehead of one of the ghost mothers. During the process, Jian Lan was constantly checking Feng Xingtong's status. Although Feng Zhanghao spoke with conviction, he couldn't listen to Feng Zhanghao's words in their entirety. who's going to take the blame if something really goes wrong? However, with the completion of the first ghost mother's recognition, Jianlan felt that he should have been overly concerned. Feng Xingtong didn't look like he was in trouble at all, and even the expression on his face didn't change much. Jianlan was also quite relieved and used Yin He to lift him up to the second ghost mother. Go on. A few moments later, the three ghost mothers finished recognizing their masters before Jianlan put Feng Xingtong down. As soon as he landed, Feng Xingtong got up and said, "Thank you, big brother Jiang." Jianlan snickered. "Thanks for nothing. Your old man paid for it." Feng Xingtong glanced sideways at the three ghost mothers on her side, and immediately felt a sense of security. Only, the size of this ghost mother is a little too big. It's impossible to go out with these three. Obviously it wasn't just Feng Xingtong who realized this. Feng Jianghao could also see it. Feng Jianghao looked at Jianlan and said, "Can this be made smaller? With this size, there's still room for it inside the group, but here in Lungfu Mountain." Good point. Jianlan stretched out his fingers, and the three ghost mothers instantly compressed in size, without a moment's effort. It was actually directly crushed into three palm-sized pieces of paper. Chapter 78, A Terrible Conjecture. The piece of paper landed lightly on the ground, and Jianlan flexed his fingers again, and a faint E drilled into between Feng Xingtong's fingers. When you want to use it, cut your finger and stick the blood on the paper man. Although he said that, what was really useful was not Feng Xingtong's finger-dipped blood, but the Yin that he had just punched into Feng Xingtong's body. With the gradual increase of Yin Hai, many of its utilization, Jianlan could be said to be untutored, including this current means of compressing paper people. In fact, it does make it a lot easier. However, this kind of operation could only be done by Jianlan himself, and after the already compressed paper man was activated, only he could compress it again. Feng Xingtong's eyes were full of color. Even though he had mastered the art of detaining spirits and dispatching generals, he still found Jianlan's methods quite amazing. Feng Jianghao's eyes also flickered. He paused and spoke to Windstar Tong. "That's none of your business. Go ahead and get out." Feng Xingtong nodded obediently and exited the room. Only after he left did Jianlan say with some surprise, "I didn't expect that he would actually be really fine." Feng Jianghao lightly pushed down his glasses. "Of course, that's a bit of discernment I still have." At those words, Jianlan's face wore a somewhat lustful expression. Feng Jianghao could see the clues and opened his mouth to inquire, "What's wrong?" Jianlan was a bit embarrassed to ask. After all, the thing he wanted to ask involved Feng Jianghao's privacy. But then again, he was really quite curious. Eventually, he couldn't hold back and inquired, "President Feng, your and Feng Xingtong's abilities seem to target spirit bodies?" Previously, in the world society, when he was up against Feng Jianghao had used his ability, but at that time, Jianlan didn't see any kind of doorway in him, so he didn't take it to heart. It wasn't until he saw Feng Xingtong's fight today that Jianlan had a whole new understanding of what the Feng family's father and son were capable of. Feng Jianghao laughed. "I thought it was something." "That's right. My Wind family has mastered an extraordinary technique called the spirit detaining and dispatching general, which is also one of the rumored 8 strange techniques, and its effect is to specifically target spirit bodies. No matter how strong a spirit body is, it cannot escape the control of the spirit detainer. That demon immortal Lu Kuansheng, you've also seen him, if he really fights, not to mention Xingtong, even we, the stream of 10 brothers, may not be a match, but he is a spirit body. As long as he is a spirit body, he will be restrained by the spirit detaining dispenser." A flash of horror vaguely flashed across Jianlan's eyes. By the looks of the aura, Lu Kuansheng is indeed very powerful. Feng Xingtong in the younger generation, although the strength is good, but compared to the stream of 10 brothers, that difference is not 1 star half a point. But with a hand to detain the spirit to dispatch the general, but can a photo will be Lu Kuansheng control dead? This is a situation that can no longer be described simply by the word restraint. Jianlan would call it crushing. It was like the crushing of a higher creature against a lower one. The two were not in the same dimension at all. But when he thought about it, he felt something was wrong. The paper people have a physical body but are still essentially controlled by a spiritual body. According to the effects of the detaining spirit dispatching general on the spirit body, it was impossible for Jianlan not to have experienced it in the previous fight that Feng Jianghao had fought with him. So, Jianlan hung his eyes and thought. After thinking about it for half a day, he could only think of one possibility. The soul of the paper man was separated from him, rather than being occupied by some lone spirit, so detaining the spirit and dispatching the general had no effect on the paper man. But, the spirits of the ghost Zhongkue and the day and night wanderers are not separated from him, but exist in themselves. If his guess was correct, wouldn't he be powerless in the face of the spirit detaining dispatch in the future? Even the 2 generals under his command may be regaled. That's not good. If that's the case, not to mention invincible, he'd have to be a dog for the Feng family. No way, no way. The more Jiang Lan thought about it, the more he panicked. If his ability was really restrained to death by the spirit detaining dispatch general, then I'm afraid that in the future, he could only stay as far away from the Feng family as possible. So what now? Two options appeared in Jiang Lan's mind. The first one, as if nothing had happened, turned his head away. The second one, just try it. If he was really restrained, Feng Jianghao might not immediately think on a deeper level, and the relationship between him and Feng Jianghao was considered to get along well. So that said, things probably won't go in the worst direction. But if Feng Jianghao reacted, like it's okay to react? Thinking of this, Jiang Lan reacted. Even if he didn't rely on the ghost Zhong Kuei and the day and night wanderer, with the total amount of yin and obscurity he had right now, as well as the number of ghost mothers he could control, he was completely unafraid of Feng Jianghao. In that case, there's no more hesitation. President Feng, I have an ungrateful request. Feng Jianghao was slightly stunned, then waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite, little brother, but say so. Jiang Lan really wasn't polite either, and directly said, in the last couple of days, I've gained something again, and I want to try President Feng's ability to influence my paperman. Feng Jianghao shook his head and said, I've already tried this before. Detaining spirits and dispatching generals doesn't work on your paperman. It's different, Jiang Lan said. Before, the paperman's divine soul was separated from me. This time is different. Feng Jianghao came to have some interest. Is it an elf dominating the body? Not elves. Jiang Lan's expression was a bit strange. It's a ghost. Feng Jianghao paused, quickly readjusting his emotions. It is said that ghosts and monsters are also a type of spirit, and detaining spirits and sending out generals should have a role to play. After thinking for a moment, Feng Jianghao said, since you want to try, little brother, let's try. Jiang Lan sniffed and looked at the furnishings around the room. Why don't we just go outside and find a place? The place is owned by someone else's Tianqifu, so if you break it, you still have to fix it for someone. Feng Jianghao smiled and got up. In that case, let's go. The two went out together. Feng Xingtong didn't continue to stand guard outside the door, but went somewhere. Jiang Lan didn't care. The most important thing at the moment was to try to see if his own abilities were being restrained by the spirit detaining dispatchers. Not long after, the two came to a forest. This Longhu Mountain, not too much development. In addition to repairing a small number of buildings, halls and so on, most of the places still retain the most primitive look. Trees grow unchecked. Jiang Lan and Feng Jianghao stood in the woods. President Wind, get ready. I'm going to start. The moment Jiang Lan's words fell, a large amount of black air erupted from Feng Jianghao's body, wrapping his entire body in it. Through the gaps in the black air, Jiang Lan could see that at this moment, even Feng Jianghao's eyes had turned into pure black without a trace of mixed colors. Come on, boy. His voice also became a few shades lower and huskier. Jiang Lan's heart was in awe, and he didn't slow down as a large amount of inchi burst out. In the next moment, a huge figure with a small ghost around its waist and holding a huge axe appeared, without fluctuation, like a pool of dead water with its eyes, gazing closely at Feng Jianghao. Chapter 79, A Secret That Can't Be Kept. Seeing the ghost Zhong Kuei who suddenly appeared, Feng Jianghao's expression changed. Although his entire body was shrouded in black air, Jiang Lan was still able to detect that Feng Jianghao's eyes were now as if he was staring at prey that was close at hand. In the next moment, Feng Jianghao stretched out his right hand, and a huge amount of black air formed an incomparably huge vortex in front of him. Come on! With an explosive cry, the vortex began to spin rapidly. Jiang Lan looked quite nervous as he stared at Feng Jianghao. Whether or not one's own tactics were restrained by Feng Jianghao or not, it would be a matter of watching. Ghost Zhong Kuei faced the vortex and didn't move, just stood expressionless. This was because Jiang Lan had already given instructions to Ghost Zhong Kuei to not make a move against Feng Jianghao. The vortex accelerated by a few points again, and Feng Jianghao gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from his throat. Gat, over here. Ghost Zhong Kuei finally had more expression on his face. Only the expression wasn't one of fear, dread or anything like that, but rather one with a hint of mockery. I am the ghost immortal of the netherworld, and my soul is protected by the Son of Heaven. How can you, a mere mortal, detain my soul? The vortex rotation stopped in a flash, and the black air on Feng Jianghao's body retreated as much as it could. The whole person took half a step back as if he had lost his strength, and a little bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. He glanced at the ghostly bellhop with slight horror. Feng Jianghao wasn't surprised that Zhong Kuei had his own consciousness, but what did he say? He's a ghost fairy from the netherworld? It didn't matter if it was a ghost immortal or a god immortal. Having the word immortal in the title was already very telling. Jiang Lan, this kid, got a ghost immortal out of his mortal body? And by the looks of it, this ghost fairy is still under Jiang Lan's control? In fact, Feng Jianghao was not the only one who was surprised. Jiang Lan was just as surprised. Who is the son of heaven that Ghost Zhongkue is talking about? Surprise was surprise, but Jianlan didn't ask anything. Even if he really wanted to ask, he wouldn't ask in front of Feng Zhenghao. Jianlan glanced at Ghost Zhongkue and said, "Hard work, come back first." Ghost Zhongkue turned to face Jianlan and gave a deep salute. "Yes, Lord." Although he was saluting, Ghost Zhongkue's terrifying appearance still managed to bring an extremely strong sense of oppression. Straightening his body again, the Ghost Zhongkue's figure slowly became dim, and eventually turned into a gray-black mist that drilled into Jianlan's dantian. Ghost Zhongkue had disappeared for half a day, and Feng Zhenghao's side had yet to return to his senses. It was only after a long time that he looked at Jianlan with a still shocked gaze. Jianlan was quite happy at this time, although there were doubts. What was certain at the moment was that Feng Zhenghao's spirit detaining dispatch was not a threat to him. As it is, there's nothing to worry about. Feng Zhenghao shook his head and continued, "No, just now I was already in the full force of urging the detaining spirit dispatching general, but I couldn't influence him. He here, naturally, refers to the Ghost Zhongkue." Feng Zhenghao was all a bit caught up in self-doubt. Is that thing really a spirit? If so, how can a spirit detainer be useless? And who is this son of heaven he talks about? Feng Zhenghao was puzzled. Throughout his life, although there are often not as good, but like this time the heart is full of powerlessness, but few and far between. It's okay. Jianlan comforted Feng Zhenghao in turn. It might be that the paper man is more special. Feng Zhenghao was in the end a person who had seen great storms, and in a short while, his expression returned to normal. Perhaps you are indeed a special case. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Jianlan with a serious expression, his tone full of sincerity as he continued, "Little brother, do you want to reconsider joining my world society? A monthly salary of $10 million, and other requirements you have. Just mention them, as long as I can fulfill them, I will never push back." Hiss. Jianlan sniffed and drew a breath of cold air. Here we go again. Who could stand that? Before it was 2 million, 3 million, so 100 and 100 upwards. Now it's a good thing you're making $10 million a month. That said, what does it feel like to make $10 million a month? One more small goal a year? Even though the World Group was a listed company, Jianlan couldn't help but doubt that if he joined, would the world really have that much cash flow to pay his salary? That's over $100 million a year. No matter how big a business is, it must hurt to spend so much more every year for no reason, right? To be honest, Jianlan was truly moved. There's money to be made. That's purebred awe. Jianlan felt that if he refused, a thunderbolt would have to strike directly from the sky. He had a heavenly battle in his mind. After a long time, Jianlan made up his mind and shook his head. Still, thanks to President Feng's love, but joining the World Society is not necessary. In the future, if there's anything I can use, just ask, and if I can do it, I won't push back. Feng Zhenghao had spoken so beautifully, Jianlan couldn't possibly be unkind at all. Jianlan had always been quite accurate in reading people. He felt that Feng Zhenghao was a man who could accomplish great things. In fact, there is no need for him to can set up the world group, and rely on the influence among the position of the 10 brothers. Such a person is not a person to achieve great things. Then what kind of can be counted? Therefore, to be able to befriend Feng Zhenghao, Jianlan naturally wouldn't pretend to be noble, but it's definitely not okay to sell out to Feng Zhenghao. Without joining the World Society, Feng Zhenghao would have been treating him the way he was now. If he really agreed to be taken in by Feng Zhenghao, he might have to become a tool man in the future. What's the lyrics? What you can't have is always in motion. That's why it's better to keep your distance. As tempting as money can be, you have to know when to stop. Now Jianlan is not short of money. Enough to spend on the line, spend no more and then find a way is also. Glancing deeply at Jianlan, Feng Zhenghao said somewhat helplessly, "Forget it, I knew it wouldn't make sense to you." Jianlan didn't say anything, just smiled. Seeing this, Feng Zhenghao also extinguished his mind to continue chatting. "Little brother, I have something to go back to first, so I'll see you at the venue tomorrow." Jianlan also knew that Feng Zhenghao was only saying this so that he wouldn't be embarrassed when they parted. "I was fine just now, and I didn't answer the phone or look at my cell phone, so why is there something wrong?" However, this also suited Jianlan's mind. Directly waving his hand and saying goodbye to Feng Zhenghao, the two parted ways. Jianlan thought about it and headed for the small courtyard of his residence. Before has not been how the Ghost Zhongkue chat. Look at just now. The Ghost Zhongkue seems to know a lot of things that he originally did not know. It's good to take this opportunity to talk. Not long after, Jianlan returned to the door of the small courtyard. He looked inside and Wang Yuya wasn't in the house again. He didn't know where he had gone. Jianlan didn't care and returned to his room. There was a fluctuation of yin and yi within his dantian. The Ghost Zhongkue figure emerged. "Lord, to Ghost Zhongkue?" Jianlan didn't have the intention to be polite, and directly inquired, "The netherworld you mentioned just now, is it the hell? And who is the son of heaven?" Chapter 80. The son of heaven is actually myself. Ghost Jonkue responded with a dull voice. The netherworld is like hell, but it is not the hell known to the world. This may be a little difficult to understand, Lord, so you will understand the netherworld as another hell separate from the hell of this realm. There are many things that are the same on both sides, and many that are not. Jianglan, after half a day's brain spinning, he was able to understand what Ghost Jonkue meant. Got it. Parallel worlds, huh? Although Ghost Jonkue had his own consciousness, it was obvious that he couldn't understand what a parallel world really was. This, without the need for Ghost Jonkue to then explain. Jianglan already had a plan in his own mind. He asked again, let's not talk about the netherworld for a moment. Tell me about that son of heaven. He's the one in charge of the netherworld? A speculation arose in Jianglan's mind. The so-called son of heaven wouldn't be the system, would it? But the next reply from Ghost Jonkue was greatly unexpected by Jianglan. There was only a moment of silence before he looked up. The son of heaven is you, Jianglan? Pointing at his nose, Jianglan asked with a look of disbelief. Me? He was wondering if the Ghost Jonkue was deliberately teasing him. Jianglan himself didn't even know when he had run away to the netherworld to become the son of heaven. Ghost Jonkue didn't explain too much, but only nodded his head in confirmation. It is indeed you, TSK. Jianglan said, you mean there's still a me in the netherworld, to be emperor for you, right? I'm sorry I can't report on this, but you will know in the future. Lord, Jianglan pulled the corner of his mouth. Riddler arches out. Jianglan is really convinced. Say on say, do not say on do not say. Say half of what means, is not pure disgusting people? Say something you can. Ghost Bellwether's voice was ancient. As your powers are gradually unsealed, you will know. Ability unblocking? Jianglan thought for a moment. It means unlocking more characters in the Evil Nightmare Mall? Jianglan didn't expect the Ghost Jonkue to know what the Evil Nightmare Mall was, but to his surprise, after hearing his words, the Ghost Jonkue actually nodded. Yes, consuming the Evil Nightmare is the process of unsealing it. Jianglan raised an eyebrow. I am the son of heaven, consuming Evil Nightmare to unblock myself. So, this system, did I make it up myself? The more Jianglan thought about it, the more outrageous he felt. Chest heaving up and down for a while, Jianglan waved his hand. You go on back. I'll have to digest this on my own for a while. Yes, sir. While the Ghost Jonkue disappeared again, Jianglan was in deep thought. A long moment passed as he lay in bed before he shook his head violently. Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? Anyway, hadn't Ghost Clocker said that he would know more once he unlocked the Evil Nightmare Mall? Thinking about it now is just a waste of time. Off the top of his head, he certainly couldn't figure it out. Just then, Jianglan's ears twitched slightly as he heard a somewhat familiar sound of footsteps ringing out in the courtyard. Everyone's footsteps sound slightly different, and after becoming familiar with them, it's basically 8 or 9 times easier to tell who it is by the sound of their footsteps. Anyone with a slightly sharper perception could do it. Not to mention that Jianglan was still an inhuman. As the total amount of Yin Hai grew, his physical qualities, including his perceptual abilities, were synchronized to improve in all directions. So Jianglan easily distinguished that the footsteps were Wang Yuya's. With a raised eyebrow, a new idea was born in his mind. Doesn't Wang also know how to count? Can't. Make him do the math? Big deal. Say it and do it. Jianglan rolled over from the bed and sat up, walking straight to the door and stopping Wang Yuya, who was just about to return to the house. Taoist Master Wang Yuya. Ha! Hearing Jianglan greet him, Wang also stopped and turned back. Is there something wrong? Jianglan smiled in embarrassment. It is a bit. Without waiting for Wang Yuya to ask a question, he continued, I'd like to ask you to divine for me, and I'll pay for it. Wang also became interested. Count who? What is it? Jianglan pointed to his nose. I would like to ask Taoist Master Wang to count myself and who I am. Who are you? Aren't you Jianglan? It's not. Jianglan wanted to retort, but it felt as if there was nothing wrong with what Wang also said. Only that's not what he's asking. But if you want to explain, this kind of thing can't be explained at a moment's notice. Thinking for a moment, Jianglan said, anyway, just ask, and if you do, 100, no, $10 million. Wang also pulled the corner of his mouth, without the slightest bit of lingering, and turned around to go back to the house. Jianglan looked at the door of the room that had been heavily closed with a dumbfounded expression. Only Wang Yuya's voice was heard from inside the house. Please find another way, Brother Day. Xiao Dao is too talented to be able to do that. Inside the house, Wang also had his heart beating like a drum. What a joke. $10 million is a lot, but if I have a life to earn it, I have to have a life to spend it. You don't know how much I weigh. Don't I know myself? Counting on you? I'll do the math for you when you're tired of living and want to report to Hades, outside the house. Jianlan was still a bit confused, but he had probably reacted. Wang Yuya had told him before that there would be a backlash to asking the Gua. The greater the degree to which the question asked affects the world, the greater the fireball representing the answer in the interview. Jianlan estimated that the question he was going to ask, I'm afraid, was not small, but to say exactly how big it was, one could only say that Jianlan was not a warlock and had no way of deducing it. Seeing that Wang Yuya's path was not going to work, Jianlan did not continue to dwell on it. Forget it. It's better to take it one step at a time honestly. There was no need to have to wait for the system quests. The system description made it clear that in addition to completing the quests, killing other inhumans was also able to gain in high. Earlier, if Jianlan still had some subconscious resistance to killing, then now he just had to kill. The big deal is that it's like cutting tomatoes, and he doesn't have to do it himself. Just be careful not to get splattered with blood when you do. The necessary sacrifices on the road to success were worth it. Jianlan thought. The premise is not to sacrifice himself, only others. If you sacrifice yourself, it's not always worth it. With a burst of nonsense in his heart, Jianlan re-entered the room. It was really the events of the day that had hit him a little too hard mentally. Lying on the bed, Jianlan's mind was racing with thoughts. As he flew, his breathing gradually became long. A dreamless night. Early the next morning, Jianlan stood in front of the notice board. After the 16-8 match, today is the 8-4 match. The rest of the people were also familiar to Jianlan. Even if you've never seen one, you've heard of them all. Chloe Chang to Wan also. Jianlan to Feng Baobao. Windstar Tong to King End. Zhang Lingyu to 0. Jianlan pulled the corner of his mouth. Nice guy. This opponent of his, Bao Bao Feng. This is really going to be a case of one of our own fighting one of our own. Not a big problem though. Internal problem, just fix it internally. Chapter 81 I want to see blood flowing. A moment later, Susi Susan brought Feng Bao Bao and Zhang Chulan to the front of the notice board as well. Yo, it's one of our own fighting one of our own. Susi looked at the list on the notice board and laughed. It wasn't just the one between Jianlan and Feng Bao Bao. The one who won the first group on the list would play the one who won the second group, and the third group would play the fourth group. So, no matter who won between Jianlan and Feng Bao Bao, their next opponent would be Zhang Chulan. Jianlan asked with a sideways glance. Why don't I just drop out? Don't, Susi said. That's too obvious. At least we have to save face. Pulling the corner of his mouth, Jianlan looked at Feng Bao Bao. So a fight? Feng Bao Bao nodded. Wanted. Susi interjected. It doesn't have to be that serious. Just act like it. No matter. Feng Bao Bao pointed at Jianlan. I'm not his Lu opponent. The corner of Susi's eyes twitched slightly a few times. The way Feng Bao Bao said this, if she didn't listen carefully, she would have thought that Jianlan wasn't her opponent. Forget it, you two watch the arrangement. Anyway, no matter who wins, the next opponent will be Zhang Chulan. Saying this, Susi looked at Jianlan. Right, Wang Yuya's side. Quasi-right? Don't worry, Jianlan replied without any half-hearted hesitation. He still trusted Wang Yuya. Wang Yuya's previous behavior had doomed him to definitely not be the type of person to think one way or the other. Since the king had also said it before, he wouldn't back out at a time like this. Next to him, Zhang Chulan heard it and his heart relaxed quite a bit. Although Jianlan said it was already arranged, he was also afraid of accidents. It would be abnormal if he wasn't nervous at all. The crowd chatted a couple more times when a voice came out of the plaza speakers not far away. Please invite the two contestants Zhang Chulan and Wang Yuya to enter. Repeat, please enter as soon as possible for Zhang Chulan. Wang Yuya. Susi raised his head and looked at the horn in midair, then greeted the crowd. Go. When it came to the 8-4 matches, they weren't played at the same time, but in order, so there's no need to act separately anymore. Together, the crowd walked towards the field of play. Zhang Chulan entered the arena through the players' passage, while Jianlan and the others headed directly to the audience. Ooh, what a crowd! Entering the audience, Su looked around and marveled. The auditorium was overcrowded today, taking up almost half of the entire fourth floor. Next to him, Su-san pushed a handful of glasses and said, all 4 matches are here today. There must be a lot of people watching. Previously, when all 4 arenas were running at the same time, most of the audience was diverted, and some of them were watching the big screen in the plaza, spreading out to each arena, so the audience was naturally smaller. It's about to start. John Lan's gaze was cast down to the arena below. At this time, Wang had also arrived and stood face to face with Zhang Chulan. In the audience, the referee saw that the players had arrived and raised his hand to announce, Zhang Chulan vs. Wang Yuya. The match begins, but as the referee's voice fell, neither of the 2 men in the arena moved. Again, no one spoke, just gazed at each other in silence. In the audience, some people were not happy. Why don't they both fight? Yeah, do it. I want to see blood flowing. Under the stage, Zhang Chulan and Wang were also not affected in the slightest and remained still. After a while, the king spoke up as well. Chat, Zhang Chulan's eyes flashed. He had thought that Wang Yuya would just admit defeat. Talk about what? Wang also beckoned. Come here and talk. Zhang Chulan took a few steps forward and arrived not far in front of Wang Yuya. Wang Yuya's eyes were deep. This match, do you have to win? Zhang Chulan was silent for a long time, clenched his fists, and nodded heavily. Must win, but if I say that your obsession will invite a great disaster for the entire inhuman world, and that countless people will die, do you still have to win? After asking, Wang also stared at Zhang Chulan's eyes as if he was trying to see something in them. Zhang Chulan froze. He was a smart man and knew that Wang Yuya would certainly not make empty accusations. But, I had reasons why I had to win. Whether it's his grandfather's past or the secret of Feng Baobao's life, it's up to him to unravel it. Regardless of whether the disaster in Wang Yuya's mouth was true or false, things had already come to this point, and to voluntarily give up because of Wang Yuya's words was a bit too ridiculous. If he really gave up, then what was all the special training he had received in the past half a month, the beatings he had received, and the title of unshakable Bijin? So, no matter what, he had no reason to give up. Alas, seeing that Zhang Chulan's mind was made up, Wang also knew that he couldn't persuade him any further and just let out a long sigh. Now that you've decided to come over some more. Zhang Chulan was stunned, but still subconsciously leaned towards Wang Yuya's body. The next instant, dang! Wang also flew out with a kick that hit Zhang Chulan squarely in the chest. His entire body was like an arrow off the string, flying out backwards, flying a full dozen meters in the air before falling heavily to the ground. The audience on the stage had long been impatient, and when they saw that Wang Yuya had finally made a move, they shouted, asterisk 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 him, asterisk 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 the unshakable billion, also always mighty. Instead, Zhang Chulan, who had fallen to the ground, bounced up at great speed, his body surface bursting with golden light as he looked at Wang Yuya with a face full of wariness. Didn't Brother Jianlan say it was done? What's with the sudden strike? And so heavy. Zhang Chulan felt that his ribs were about to be broken by the kick. King ignored him too and just looked to the referee. I concede. It was such a crisp admission of defeat that even the referee was a bit unresponsive. You really want to admit defeat? King nodded as well. The audience also erupted into a commotion once again. What the hell? A couple of words, a kick in the pants, and then admit defeat afterward? The referee was helpless, but the contestant was determined to concede, and there was no way he could stop him. He announced, the winner of this match, Zhang Chulan. The audience booed, but Zhang Chulan covered his chest with flickering eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. He knew that Wang Yuya wouldn't just kick him if he really wanted to fight, but even if it's just a kick, it's very telling. Seeing the microcosm, looking at the power displayed in that one moment, Zhang Chulan knew that if he really fought, Wang would be able to make him struggle with just his physical skills, not to mention adding to that the kind of ability he had demonstrated earlier when he was against Zhuge Qing. In addition to knowing Taiji, Wang also mastered an outrageous to the extreme foreign art. Although Zhang Chulan didn't know what it was, Wang Yuya's ability was also a type of Qi Men technique, and it was a Qi Men that completely crushed Zhuge Qing. Zhuge Qing is the heir to the Wuhou family, and the gold content of the Qi Men that he has mastered is naturally needless to say. Wang Yuya, on the other hand, was crushing Zhuge Qing. Rubbing his chest, he walked over to Wang Yuya and said sincerely, thanks a lot. Chapter 82, A Victory Pose. Don't. Wang also dodged to the side. Don't thank me, can't take it. Obviously, he was still angry at Zhang Chulan. This feeling of being able to see where the world is going and not being able to do anything about it is not very pleasant. Zhang Chulan was silent for a while, but in the end, he didn't say anything else, and exited the arena amidst a wave of cries of don't shake billion from the audience. It was then that Wang also raised his head, his gaze locking with Jiang Lan across the room. Jiang Lan flashed a smile at him. Good brothers, righteous. The king smiled just the same, only his smile revealed more or less a bit of hopelessness. With Wang also exiting the ring, the referee spoke up immediately afterward. Please welcome Jiang Lan and Feng Baobao to the stage. Jiang Lan pulled the corner of his mouth. Good lord, what a rush, this one after the other. Locking eyes with Feng Baobao, the two of them jumped into the ring from the audience at the same time. Brother Jiang Lan is so handsome. Jiang Lan's expression stiffened. No, it's a ghost. He'd forgotten about that one. The referee saw this and asked, may I ask you too, are you ready? The two nodded at the same time. Well then, I declare, Jiang Lan versus Feng Baobao. The match begins. As the referee's voice fell, a large amount of obscurity instantly escaped from the surface of Jiang Lan's body, enveloping the entire competition venue. All that could be seen from the audience was a dark gray mist. Brother Jiang Lan, don't get in the way. Let me see you. Jiang Lan's heart skipped a beat. Daba. He was never expecting to experience the feeling of being a band star by wearing a cross. John Lan's means, which are not related to Wei Guangzheng, but even so, still harvested a number of fangirls. Let's just say it's a damn face control world. Setting up the in-obscurity boundary, John Lan sat on his butt on the ground. Feng Baobao was confused. Why are you sitting down? John Lan casually waved his hand. It's okay, you can't see it from the audience. Those who could break through his shadowy boundary and see below were probably just those few people on this entire Dragon Tiger Mountain. The regular inhuman spectators, anyway, certainly couldn't see it. John Lan continued. Sit down for a while, I'll disperse the boundary later, and one of us can just lie on the ground. Ha! Feng Baobao was truly surprised that it could actually be played like this. You're not even going to act, are you? After thinking about it, Feng Baobao also sat down on her butt. A little chat? Feng Baobao nodded dumbly. John Lan said, from what Susi said, you've forgotten about what happened before? Feng Baobao continued to nod. How long ago was that? Feng Baobao's face was thoughtful. Forget it, but it's been a couple decades. John Lan's pupils shrank. Not a sister. You say such things so lightly? What a bit of defense. It may seem like just a few simple words, but it reveals so much. Decades is a quantifier, but it's 30 years at the least, right? In other words, Feng Baobao had lost her memory for at least 30 years, but the current Feng Baobao looked like she was in her 20s, no more than 25 at most. Even if she looks young and is in her 30s this year, that's not right. Losing your memory must come before you can have a memory. You can't remember anything at 3 or 4 years old. Surely you can't talk about memory loss. In other words, extrapolating from the youngest age, Feng Baobao would have to be 40 this year. If she was 30, she could barely explain it as looking young, but no matter how you look at it, Feng Baobao can't be 40. To be honest, John Lan wasn't very interested in Feng Baobao's business at first, but now, he's interested. So you're, this year, asking this? John Lan suddenly closed his mouth and didn't say the latter part of his sentence. No way, can't ask here. Although there was a boundary, this place was full of inhumans, and there was no guarantee that there were powerful ones who could listen to the conversation between the two of them through means. John Lan had a premonition that Feng Baobao's life should involve a lot, so even if you have to ask, you can't do it here. Forget it. John Lan struck a pose and lay back. I lost. You won. Oh, I said I lost. Oh, John Lan almost lost his breath. Then stand up. Pose. Victor's pose. Will you? Feng Baobao stood up and thought for a while before tentatively raising his right hand and extending 2 fingers. John Lan, you're more than a yat? Who's a good guy who wins a fight and then beats the hell out of it? What's wrong with you? John Lan was powerless to spit. Looking at John Lan's expression, Feng Baobao asked, is this okay? John Lan was helpless. It's good that you're happy. After saying that, he dispersed the gloom and doom around him. As the black and gray mist gradually dispersed, the crowd in the audience could see the scene under the field. Only John Lan was seen lying on the ground, eyes closed, with a look of life and death, and Feng Baobao stood across from him, his right hand stretched out in front of him, and he was comparing scissor hands. The corners of Susi's mouth twitched. You two are too good at this. Are we all a part of your play? Crazy woman, what did you do to my brother John Lan? The referee also asked in a hurry when he saw this. Player John Lan, can you still continue the game? John Lan raised his hand and shook it from side to side. Do I need to call an ambulance for you? John Lan's hand shook from side to side again. No, nothing, I lost. Quickly sentence me to lose. John Lan couldn't take it anymore. This referee big brother was also too able to ink. If we ink a little longer, we won't even make it to lunch. The referee paused. Are you really okay? John Lan, well, I declare this match John Lan versus Feng Baobao. Feng Baobao wins. As the referee's words fell, John Lan rolled over and stood up, tapping his toes and landing directly next to Susi in the audience. Ref, so, you're not doing anything, right? Do you want to show some respect? The referee felt his intelligence had been insulted, but it couldn't be helped. Winning or losing a match was between the players, and there was no way for him, as a referee, to interfere. With some resentment, he spoke. Next match, Feng Xingtong versus Wang, and please welcome both players to the ring. Susi raised an eyebrow. The two were members of the same family, one of the 10 brothers, and the nature of the fight would be different from a normal match. Whoever wins between the two of them will be able to have the face of the family behind them shine a little brighter. One from the Win family and one from the Wang family. I don't know who will win. Feng Xingtong, John Lan said without thinking. Oh, Susi was curious. How are you so sure that Feng Xingtong will win? John Lan said nonchalantly. I sold him 3 ghost mothers yesterday. Susi came to a realization. Then I won't argue with you. I believe Winstartong can win. Chapter 83, Feng Xingtong versus Wang, and in the arena, Feng Xingtong and Wang and were both in position. Feng Xingtong was nothing to write home about. Jian Lan had seen him more than once, but Wang and he had seen it for the first time. With little yellow hair on his head, his eyes were full of arrogance as well as disdain for Feng Xingtong, as if he simply looked down on Feng Xingtong. TSK. Jian Lan smacked his lips. This Wang and should be spoiled by that unlucky old man Wang AI, if the word dude was materialized. Besides Wang and, Jian Lan couldn't think of anyone more suitable. At that point, the referee announced, "This is Feng Xingtong versus Wang and the match begins." The instant the referee's voice fell, Feng Xingtong and Wang and moved at the same time. The two of them turned their bodies into remnants and collided with each other with lightning speed. Dang! After a muffled thud, the two touched. Feng Xingtong took 4 or 5 steps backward. Wang An was in a better situation, but he also took 2 or 3 steps backward. The first 2 games were either not played or nothing was seen, and the spectators in the gallery were holding their fire, finally seeing fists fighting each other. This group of spectators were also exceptionally excited and shouted. In the next moment, the two men on the stage once again dodged and collided. It could be seen that in terms of pure physical skills, Feng Xingtong was a shade worse than Wang An, but not too much. Therefore, the two of them were entangled for a while, and the fight was sort of back and forth, and it was difficult to distinguish between the winners and the losers for a while. Dang! After another collision, Feng Xingtong was a bit overwhelmed and his chest rose and fell slightly. Wang An didn't feel good either, frowning at Feng Xingtong with a bad expression. Feng Xingtong tugged at the corner of his mouth. Big brother Wang is awesome, but next, you have to be careful. After saying his words, the aura of his entire body changed instantly. Flourishing black air covered Feng Xingtong's body, and even a pair of his eyes were dyed and colored by this black air. Detain the spirit and send the general. Those black air formed a silhouette with no facial features, emitting a burst of wailing sounds that seemed to be absent. Seeing this, Wang An was not willing to show weakness, and the same large amount of black air surfaced on his body. Feng Xingtong was surprised. You know witchcraft too? But just as he finished, he grinned and continued. That's just right. Let's show you this new one I've hired. Master Cohen Shang, come on. The black air on Feng Xingtong's body rose and rushed into the sky. In the next moment, a huge ink-colored serpent appeared, with a pair of triangular eyes emanating a terrifying might. The giant snake gradually solidified, and even the scales on its body and the light radiating from its eyes were clearly visible. And with the appearance of Lu Kuanxing, the temperature within the entire competition venue dropped by tens of degrees in a split second. It was clearly the height of summer, but the temperature within the venue seemed like an ice cellar. The sun, which had been a big morning sun, had also disappeared and was covered by a heavy layer of dark clouds. In the audience, the crowd winced in unison. Not far from Jianlan, the brothers Tang Youfu and Tang Yukai had been staring at the competition field with dead eyes. Tang Yukai clenched his fists tightly and said in exasperation, "Damn, Grandmaster Cohen Shang has always been arrogant, but now he's being called around by a little brat like this." Tang Youfu was also exceptionally angry, but he knew that it was useless to be angry at this moment. No way. Windstar Tong's ability was too much of a restraint for them. In the middle of the field, Feng Xingtong's gaze was excited, like a child showing off his toy. He looked up at the black python in the sky. "Master Lu, lend me your power." The black python was completely defenseless in front of Feng Xingtong. As soon as his words fell, the giant python aimed at Feng Xingtong and swooped down towards the ground, looking like it was preparing to fuse with Feng Xingtong. The black python was extremely fast, flying close to half the distance in the blink of an eye. But just then, a change that no one expected came about, only to see that at this moment, Wang He was in almost exactly the same state as Feng Xingtong, and even the black air on his body was quite a bit thicker. He stretched out his hand towards the mid-air python, and a huge pitch-black vortex took shape in Wang An's hand. The giant python's figure instantly froze in place, going from extreme movement to extreme stillness in just the twinkling of an eye. Wang An, voice without a trace of emotion, exaltedly said, "Sinful beast, come quickly." The black vortex speeds up a few points. The python's head turned uncontrollably in general, and instead of continuing to fly towards Feng Xingtong, it instead turned towards Wang and flew towards him. Feng Xingtong's pupils shrunk violently. What is this? Why is his control over Lu Kuanxing weakening? When and he will also detain the spirit and send the general? Feng Xingtong was horrified. He could feel that his control over Lu Kuanxing was rapidly diminishing, and if the situation continued, it wouldn't be long before he would completely lose control over Lu Kuanxing. Get back here! Clenching his teeth, Feng Xingtong stretched out his hands, desperately urging the spirit-detaining dispatch, wanting to snatch Lu Kuanxing's belonging back. However, things were not as simple as Feng Xingtong expected. Even though he had increased the strength of urging the spirit-detaining dispatch, Lu Kuanxing was still being attracted to Wang and Damn it, why do you detain spirits and dispatch generals too? Windstar Tong didn't understand. Detaining spirit dispatching general, as one of the 8 wondrous techniques, was a secret technique created by his elder Feng Tianyang. How could he, Wang and a member of the Wang family, also know it? Snort. Wang and laughed out with a disdainful face. I can do that too? Do you think your half-baked kung fu is worthy of being called a spirit detainer? Today, I'll show you what's called a real spirit detaining dispatch general. As he said that, the speed of the pitch-black vortex in his hand accelerated a few more points. Sinful animal, why don't you come quickly? Ow dash. Lu Kuanxing's speed towards Wang and flew a few more points faster. Seeing this, Feng Xingtong was naturally unwilling to show any weakness, his mouth full of teeth bleeding as he desperately tried to remedy the situation. Lu Kuanxing is not his. If he is taken by Wang and captured, it will be all over. The black python appeared to be in agony under the duo scrambling, letting out a loud mournful cry. Kid, you're really stubborn. Let me see how long you can last. As Wang An spoke, black mist rose in his other hand, and a black shadow with no facial features appeared. Spiritual body. Feng Xingtong secretly said that it was bad. Just a king and he has been overwhelmed, plus a spirit body. One of the most important things about detaining spirits and sending them out is the means of getting them to possess the body. Once possessed by a spirit, one is able to access a portion of the spirit's power. He had just called out to Lu Kuanxing, and he also wanted to have Lu Kuanxing attached to his body. But what Wang An did in the next moment once again broke Feng Xingtong's perception, only to see him bring that spirit body to his mouth. He actually opened his mouth and tore it up. A complete spirit body was swallowed whole by Wang An in less than 2 seconds. Seeing this, Feng Xingtong was horrified. You ate the spirit? He. Bumpkin. Wang An licked the corner of his mouth. This is called the spirit serving method. The spirit that I eat, although it is not as big as the increase brought by possession, but this power, it can be permanently transformed into my own. Chapter 84, I Want You Dead. You haven't seen this method of serving the spirit, have you? Wang An licked the corner of his lips. It's fine. I'll let you see it today. I've already eaten enough of that garbage just now. Now that I've eaten this sinful animal, I'll be invincible to the world. On the bleachers, Wang Ai smiled and gazed at Wang An below. Good grandson. Under the stage, Feng Xingtong's face changed drastically. If Lu Kuanxing is really eaten by Wang An, then he is even the Northeast out of the horse lineage completely offended. Not only did he offend Northeast Exodus, but he had a bad conscience. On the stage, the 2 brothers, Tung Youfu and Tung Yukai, had their eyes wide open. Master Koan sang, hold on, I'll save you. With that, Deng Yukai was about to jump down from the audience. Wait, Deng Yukai reached out, pulling Deng Youfu to a halt and said, look again. What are you still looking at? Master Koan Shang is going to be eaten by that little man. Still looking? Tung Yukai said angrily. I told you to wait a while. You're in a hurry, but I'm not. Under the stage, Feng Xingtong's teeth were clenched. He no longer had time to dwell on Wang Nam's spirit detaining and dispatching of generals, and where he had learned the method of serving spirits that even he didn't know how to do. There was only one priority now, and that was to do his best to save Lu Kuanxing. Seeing Feng Xingtong's expression, Wang An snorted disdainfully. Are you trying to save this? With a punk like you? Are you worthy? Feng Xingtong was still clenching his teeth, and because of the excessive force, traces of blood were seeping out from the corners of his mouth. What to do? With his own ability, he couldn't save Lu Kuanxing at all. A hint of despair arose in Feng Xingtong's heart. Is there really no way out? Nope. He's still got 3 ghost mothers in his pocket. Just now, he was so nervous that he actually forgot about the matter of the ghost mother. There's still a chance. Feng Xingtong raised his head, his left hand barely maintaining the struggle between him and Wang An. His right thumb instantly cut through the tip of his thumb and pulled out 3 pieces of paper from his pocket. Ghost mother, help me. He smeared his fingertip blood onto the piece of paper and fought to throw it towards Wang An. Wang An was startled, but when he saw that Feng Xingtong had only thrown out 3 pieces of paper, he almost didn't burst out laughing, and the mockery on his face grew stronger. Boy, are you crazy? Getting 3 pieces of paper over here to help you? I would like to see how these things are. Boom! Without waiting for him to finish, 3 huge figures over 10 feet tall took shape, covering the sky. 3 ghost mothers that seemed like giants appeared at the place where Wang An had just stood. Wang An, on the other hand, was solidly pressed by the ghost mother, and the pitch-black vortex suddenly disappeared, and the power restricting Lu Kuanxing disappeared along with it. Useful. Feng Xingtong's face was delighted as he hurriedly lifted the restriction on Lu Kuanxing and roared, Master Lu, you must go. Roar. Breaking free from his bonds, Lu Kuanxing let out a hoarse shriek and shot straight up into the sky, looking down at Feng Xingtong with a trace of humanized gratitude on his face. Although Windstar Tong had ingested him, it was only to attach him to his body and enhance his strength. But the king is not the same. The king wasn't trying to eat him. The bottom line is that there's still nothing he can do about it. In front of the detaining spirit dispatch general, he had no room for resistance. If Feng Xingtong hadn't exploded to save him, his countless years of cultivation would have truly been ruined. So, although there was resentment in his heart towards Feng Xingtong in the beginning, that little bit of resentment had basically disappeared now. Grandmaster Kun Shang, the two brothers on the stage, Teng Youfu and Teng Yukai, were thrilled to see things flipped. Lu Kuanqing's gigantic head glanced at the two brothers, then turned into a black smoke and disappeared into the middle of the venue at an extremely fast speed. The clouds dissipated and the sky was clear again. On the stands, Wang Ai's face was a bit ugly. Lu Kuanshang's spirit body's strength was considered to be at the top of this world. If Wang An could really eat Lu Kuanshang, the increase in strength would definitely be extremely terrifying, and might even be able to reach a level that was not weak to them. The 10 brothers. But now, the cooked duck just flew away. Wang Ai also for Wang in pity, and not only could Lu Kuanshang's spirit body not be eaten, but now with these extra ghost mothers that had suddenly appeared, Wang An might even lose the game. Wang Ai was aware of Feng Xingtong's methods, and even more so, he knew that the paper man was not his. Rather, he turned his gaze to Jiang Lan, who was not far away, and a touch of sinister and viciousness flashed in his eyes. This company boy, he's ruined me 3 times. Do you really think my Wang family is made of clay? Jiang Lan felt an icy gaze cast from afar, turned his head sideways, looked at the owner of the gaze, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Wang Ai is holding a grudge against him. Doesn't matter though, he wasn't scared at all. What kind of 10 men? In front of Jiang Lan, just stinking fish and shrimp. Instead of making him feel emotions like fear, Wang Ai's gaze made him want to laugh a little. It was fine if he didn't come over to look for trouble, but if Wang Ai was planning to give himself a hard time, then he wouldn't be blamed. Ignoring Wang Ai's gaze, Jiang Lan continued to look at the stage. Wang An struggled to crawl out from under the feet of the ghost mother, stood up and saw that Lu Kuanqing had already flown away, and his eyes were immediately filled with anger. The chance to get stronger, just gone. Wang An was so enraged that he didn't even care about the threat of the ghost mother in front of him and cursed at Feng Xingtong. Little man, rather let that old man escape than give it to me. I want you dead. With that, he stomped the ground with both of his feet and sped towards Feng Xingtong. Feng Xingtong stood in place as if he was dumb. Wang An's eyes flashed with a touch of grimness, and his hands went straight for the vital points of Feng Xingtong's throat. If this blow was solid, Feng Xingtong would lose half of his life even if he didn't die. But just as Wang An arrived in front of Feng Xingtong, dang! With a muffled sound, Wang An only felt that he had hit an extremely hard object, as if he had hit a wall. But there was clearly no wall in front of me. Wang An looked up, only to be shocked to realize that it wasn't the wall he hit at all, but the ghost mother who had just been on the other side of the field. The ghost mother lowered her head, and the two locked eyes. The ghost mother's face had no expression at all, and her eyes were lifeless and cold and scary. Wang An involuntarily shivered. He had been overwhelmed by anger just now, but he finally came to his senses at this moment. Facing the ghost mother, a sense of suffocation was born. Wang An knew that there was no way he could win the fight. He himself had clearly studied Feng Xingtong before, and he didn't have this kind of means. Instead, this was something that he had seen in Jiang Lan's match before. Taking half a step back, Wang and his brain spun rapidly. Suddenly, he looked to the referee and exclaimed, "This isn't Feng Xingtong's own means. He cheated." In the stands, Jiang Lan frowned slightly. "You're crazy when you can win, and now you're going to lose and snitch? What Bian Xiang Yi behavior? Give this chin off." Chapter 85, Wang Ai jumps to his feet. Although the ghost mother had recognized Feng Xingtong as her master, Jiang Lan could still control it if he wanted to. Getting instructions from Jiang Lan, the 3 ghost mothers moved at the same time. In an instant, Wang An was surrounded by 3 ghost mothers. One of the ghost mothers reached out her hand and pinched Wang An on his chin. Next moment, ka-ching, a crisp sound rang out, and Wang An his jawbone was instantly dislocated. "Oh, woo-woo." From the encirclement of the ghost mother came Wang An's slurred cries, and when the referee in the stands saw this scene, he had no intention of stopping the match at all. But instead, he said nonchalantly, "The contest does not stipulate that contestants cannot borrow outside power. If you have, you can too. The report is invalid and the contest continues. There's nothing in the rules of the game that says it's okay to have something like paper manouts, although it's not prohibited. It's fine to say it's a foul, and it's fine to say it's not a foul. It's all up to the referee." Obviously, just now Wang An behavior is a bit too much, not to mention the other spectators present. Even the referee is equally unable to watch. If it was a normal match, it would probably have already awarded Feng Xingtong a loss by now. Under the stage, several ghost mothers surrounded Wang Jin and raised their legs to kick him hard. Feng Xingtong was baffled. He was only controlling the ghost mother to protect himself. How did this fight on its own? But a fight was a fight, and he had no intention of stopping it. He had just been bullied so badly by Wang Jin, and he wasn't made of clay, so of course he was angry. At this moment of appropriate revenge, Feng Xingtong felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Although she hadn't summoned a ghost baby, the ghost mother herself had some combat power in addition to being a meat shield. At the very least, it was enough to deal with Wang Nam. At the beginning, Wang still had the strength to wail, but after the ghost mother punched and kicked for 2 to 3 minutes, Wang didn't even have the strength to scream, lying on the ground like a dead dog, letting the ghost mother ravage him like a madman. Wang Ai on the stage couldn't look away. This turtle, good grandson Ophi's, usually held in the hand for fear of falling, in the mouth for fear of melting. When has he ever suffered this kind of aggression? At first he was able to hold back. It was a competition after all. But now seeing that his own good grandson was about to be killed, Wang Ai couldn't sit still. He stood up and raised his hand to the referee. Stop! The referee sniffed and merely glanced at him, then turned his eyes back to the field, paying no attention to Wang Ai at all. Wang Ai became anxious and said angrily, I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? The referee tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, I'm the referee. What's the point of making me stop? Wang Ai jumped to his feet. My grandson has conceded defeat. Wang and concedes defeat. The referee shook his head. That won't do. I can only rule if the contestant admits defeat or completely loses the ability to resist. What if the contestant under the stage doesn't want to do it when you say you'll admit defeat? The referee was from Longhu Mountain and wasn't afraid of Wang Ai at all. He didn't believe that Wang Ai dared to do anything in the territory of Longhu Mountain. 10. In the Dragon Tiger Mountain. It is the dragon that has to coil and the tiger that has to lie down. No one has any face. Seeing that the referee really didn't give him any face at all, Wang Ai was immediately furious. Damn you! I said Wang and conceded defeat. Are you deaf? The referee frowned. You're so arrogant at Lung Fu Shan? Am I used to you? He put his hand to his ear and asked aloud. What did you say? Wang Ai laughed in anger and looked at the referee. Well, your name is Rongshan, right? I didn't expect Elder Wang to remember the name of a little Taoist monk like me. Honored. Rongshan responded with a smile. Wang Ai cursed in his heart. You're honored. You didn't hear me threatening you? Seeing that Rongshan really couldn't get into the oil and salt, Wang Ai was a bit helpless, but he also knew that this was in the territory of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. There was no way he could actually fight Rongshan in this place. If there was really a conflict, the old Heavenly Master would definitely not sit back and do nothing. If he angered the old Heavenly Master, the consequences were definitely not something he could afford. With a fury in his heart, Wang Ai directly jumped out of the ring. Stop fighting! Seeing this, Rongshan hurriedly jumped after him and blocked in front of Wang Ai. Elder Wang, this is the Luo Tian Dajia. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to personally come down and intervene, right? At this time, Wang Ai still have the heart to care about what is appropriate or not, directly reached out his hand and intended to push Rongshan to the side. Feng Xingtong in the field naturally noticed the situation on Wang Ai's side. After thinking for a split second, he decided to stop. The current Wang An was already more out of breath than in a half-dead look. If the fight goes on, there might be people killed. Wang An just take the beating, and he has a lot more to think about. Now that the revenge has been avenged, there's no way to end it if someone really gets killed. With this in mind, Feng Xingtong gave an order to the Ghost Mother to stop the attack. The Ghost Mother movements came to a halt. Zhang Lan in the audience watched, but did not intend to add more fire. In this, there is a lot involved. He really didn't look at Wang and was not very pleasant to the eye. If it was himself, it wouldn't have mattered. But if he added fuel to the fire at a time like this, it would be causing trouble for Feng Xingtong and the Feng family. The Ghost Mothers scattered in all directions and gathered behind Feng Xingtong. Wang An was without cover, his figure exposed to the crowd. At this time, Wang An, the end of the miserable incomparable, jaw crooked on one side, the entire face swollen than the buttocks, head full of blood, breath as if swimming, looks to have passed out. My good grandson. Seeing the miserable appearance of Wang An, Wang Ai couldn't stand it at that time, ran to Wang An in front of him in 3 steps, picked him up and shouted towards the outside. Ambulance! Call an ambulance! In the referee's chair, Eisen narrows his eyes. Elder Wang, you've almost got it. The look is a bit miserable, but there's nothing serious about your grandson. As an inhuman, it should be much more solid than ordinary people. Wang in the face of the injury looks scary, but go home and recuperate for 2 days. We'll be able to recover more or less. Wang Ai was naturally able to see it, but it was just a matter of concern. Seeing that Rongshan was still sneering, Wang Ai didn't care about the frame of being a 10th brother and said grimly, Rongshan, I'll remember you. See how you say that? I didn't let you forget about me either. Rongshan said with a leathery smile. Still, He didn't believe that Wang AI would be able to make any waves in this Dragon Tiger Mountains territory. Good. Wang AI gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few good words from among his teeth. Your old man is well, but your grandson doesn't seem to be doing so well anymore. Rongshan continued to make sarcastic remarks. He wasn't this kind of character himself, but he couldn't help that Wang AI was too capable of pretending. Plus Wang and was also too inhuman. Under normal circumstances, he is actually of a peaceful nature. You wait. Wang AI put down a harsh word, looked down at Wang and who was really not in a good state, and with a flash, disappeared into the field. Rongshan tugged at the corner of his mouth. This match is Feng Xingtong versus Wang and Feng Xingtong wins. Chapter 86, Traces of Quan Sex. Zhang Lan smiled and said, "See, I told you that Feng Xingtong he could win." Next to him, Zhang Chulan pulled the corner of his mouth. This is a blatant opening, not to mention Windstar Tong. I'll be fine if I go on me. Susi slanted a glance at Zhang Chulan. Don't say you. Give a dog a bone on it. Zhang Chulan? Fourth brother, are you scolding me? No who scolded you? Susi hemmed and hawed. Your kid is just too sensitive. Zhang Chulan, you really are just scolding me, right? Look, I've said no. You're right on your own, and that's got nothing to do with me. Chloe Chang. At this moment, Feng Xingtong had already left with the ghost mother. Before walking out of the arena, he turned his head to look at Zhang Lan in the audience. Zhang Lan noticed his gaze and nodded slightly. Su Si said, "The next game is Zhang Lingyu's. There's no suspense. Are we still watching?" His words were meant for Zhang Chulan to hear, because besides Zhang Chulan, Zhang Lan and Feng Baobao didn't need to watch the next Zhang Lingyu's match. Zhang Chulan thought about it and shook his head. Forget it, it's not necessary. In these recent days, he could be said to have been studying Zhang Lingyu's matches every day. Not to say that he had thoroughly scratched Zhang Lingyu's surface, but he was close. There's no point in watching this one more now. If you don't want to see it, then let's withdraw. Su Si lit a cigarette and said. Next to him, Su San frowned, smoking in the audience, not afraid of being driven down the mountain. Come on. Su Si exhaled a smoke ring. Who takes me seriously? Let's go. Just then, Zhang Lan reached out. Wait, what? You want to see it? No. Zhang Lan narrowed his eyes and said, there is an acquaintance. Who? Zhang Lan's gaze was fixed on a man in a plaid shirt across the room. The man was plain looking and a bit fat. The overall appearance looks and feels like a greasy, middle-aged uncle. However, the aura on him was extremely mismatched with his looks. Even when Zhang Lan saw him, he actually had a vague feeling of being moved. From the time he unlocked Ghost Zhongkue, Zhang Lan's emotions would rarely fluctuate in any particular way. Now after unlocking Day and Night Wanderer, there are even fewer mind fluctuations, and it was even more unlikely that a heartbeat would occur after just one look at a greasy uncle. Although he had no intention of finding a girlfriend, Zhang Lan knew that his sexual orientation was absolutely fine, so the problem would have to be with the middle-aged man, and it was a feeling that Zhang Lan had experienced once before when he was arresting people in an abandoned factory. It's the one on Summer Harvest. Although the appearance was completely different, Zhang Lan confirmed 100% that the middle-aged man across the street was Xia He in disguise. Seeing that Zhang Lan didn't say anything, Su Si followed his line of sight and also saw the middle-aged man. At first, he didn't see it, but after looking at it for a couple of moments, one of Su Si's eyebrows locked up. It's not right. 10 out of 10 has to be 12 out of 10. Zhang Lan said softly without slanting his eyes. Is there anyone inside all sects who knows how to disguise themselves? There is. Su Si was in the same state as him, staring at the middle-aged man and said without looking back, there is a man called Thousand Faces, who is very skillful in disguise, and those who have been disguised by him, as long as they don't take the initiative to expose themselves, it is very difficult to see them. However, there is a drawback, that is, the state of disguise cannot use air. A use of air disguise will be invalid. After saying that, he greeted Feng Baobao. Baby, look at that man. Have you seen him before? Feng Baobao also followed the line of sight of the two of them. After just one look, she nodded. Recognize, isn't she that Summer Harvest? Zhang Lan was surprised. He was still speculating based on what was wrong, but Feng Baobao was good and determined it with just one glance. Zhang Lan didn't hold back his curiosity and inquired, how can you tell? Haven't we met before? She's still the same as before. Zhang Lan, come on, you tell me. What's the difference? Let's not even talk about the difference in looks. It's clearly not even the same gender. Is it? Don't you dare open your eyes. The same Lu. Shi Luer has not changed. Very good, recognize. Susan explained in a low voice. The baby is somewhat special. Zhang Lan was speechless. Yes, I can see that she is special. Susan's voice continued. When a baby looks at a person, it mainly looks at a person's air. So a tactic like disguise art is basically useless in front of a baby. Watching the air? Zhang Lan's eyes were thoughtful. He didn't know how Feng Baobao saw it, but he couldn't see a bit of it anyway. While the inhuman is able to detect the air, he can only see it being released, or wrapped around his body. There is no way to see through the body and directly see the air inside the other person. So Feng Baobao's tactic was almost no different from perspective. The more he came into contact, the more mysterious Jianlan felt Feng Baobao was. Earlier, he was half interested in Feng Baobao's life, but now, instead, he was kinda curious as to what exactly would cause Feng Baobao to become such a freak as he was now. At this time, Xiaohe on the other side also noticed the line of sight of Jianlan's few people and looked back over. Su Si withdrew his gaze and whispered, "Go first." After saying that, he turned around and walked in the direction of the field. Jianlan's few people saw this and followed Su Si's footsteps. Only when he came to the outside of the field did Su Si stop and said, "We should have spooked the snakes." Just now, he and Jianlan had stared so straight at Xiaohe for half a day. Even an ordinary person would be able to notice that something was wrong. Not to mention that Xiaohe herself was still an inhuman who wasn't considered weak. Jianlan said, "I don't think it's a big problem. We always have to fight anyway. Even if we scare the snakes, can they still give up the Tontian talisman?" Su Si thought about it and nodded. That's true, they shouldn't give up so easily. However, don't take the initiative to contact them in the next 2 days. I'll ask Sanner to arrange for someone to check and see how many Quan sexes are lurking on Longhu Mountain in total right now. And when the time comes, we'll directly eliminate them all in one go. The corner of Susan's mouth twitched twice. Where's the easy part? Su Si smiled and patted Susan's shoulder. Aren't you my assistant? You have to do this. Hard to do, not afraid. Slowly is. Jianlan held back his laughter. What's the saying? Open your mouth at the top and run your legs at the bottom. Susan was helpless, but he had no choice but to agree. Better let the baby follow. Our people can't see through disguises that easily. Baby follow also useless. Su Si said. Xiaohe she was seen before. Full sex more, and not every have seen. Baby can recognize a few? Susan froze. Seems so. Hiss. In that case, wouldn't we really have to use the stupid method of eliminating them one by one? It's a sin. You won't be able to get any sleep for a few days. Chapter 87, Expulsion from the Master's School. Evening. Jianlan sat in the small courtyard and swiped his cell phone in boredom. This backcountry was a bit remote, but it was still able to pick up signals except for a few isolated areas. Outside, a footstep came. Jianlan looked up just in time to see Wang also enter the small courtyard. He greeted them casually. Back. Aha. Wang also sounded a bit listless, and the expression on his face was all over the place. Jianlan noticed that Wang Yuya's mood seemed a bit off, dropped his cell phone on the side table and looked up. Who messed with you? Alas. Wang also shook his head. No one messed with me, just expelled from the division. Jianlan, isn't Wang also from Wudong? How did this good-for-nothing get expelled from the division? He didn't seem to have done anything harmful on the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Did he? What's the situation? In detail, it's not much. It's just that the fight with Zhuge Qing before, it gave away his base. Jianlan blinked. King also means. This he had heard Zhang Chulan mention. Wang Yuya seemed to know Qi Men techniques as well, and according to Zhang Chulan's description, Wang Yuya's Qi Men were at a crushing level against Zhuge Qing. After that battle between him and Zhuge Qing could be said to have been abused without any power. But at that time, when he heard Zhang Chulan say it, Jianlan didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it didn't matter to him what Wang Yuya's level was, anyway, as long as he didn't become an obstacle on Zhang Chulan's way to winning the championship. But now, Wang Yuya was actually going to be removed from Wudong because of the tricks he had performed? This is a little too far out there. Jianlan frowned. It's because of that chimera method of yours? King nodded as well. Jianlan then asked, so what you have, you didn't learn it at Wudong? Other than this possibility, Jianlan couldn't think of any reason why Wudong would expel Wang Yuya from the division just because of a single technique. At least Wudong is a famous school. I'm a Taoist priest from Wudong. If I didn't learn it in Wudong, where else could I have learned it? TSK. Jianlan still locked eyebrows. That's strange, even if I don't understand Wudong, but also know that famous sects dismiss their own disciples. Should not be so childish, right? At least have to wait for you to go back. Look at this way. Is on the phone to give you removed? Wang also looked helpless and said, come on, don't guess. That means of mine is also one of the 8 strange techniques. Ooh. Jianlan was surprised. After thinking about it for a while, he also vaguely understood. Your methods leaked out and Wudong removed you for fear of trouble? Right now, that was the only possibility left. The king did not answer positively either, but only sighed heavily. Alas, I didn't think that Wudong is also one of the big factions. Right, this courage, said Jianlan stopped in time. Although Wang Yuya had been removed from the list, it was still a bit inappropriate to speak ill of his division to Wang Yuya's face. Soon, though, he realized another problematic point. Not right, since you learned this means in Wudong, there must be others besides you who would It doesn't make sense that you have to be removed when you reveal yourself. Could it be that everyone else is hiding? If it can be called the 8 Wonders technique, it must be quite powerful, right? If you can't use it after learning it, then why learn it? Wang also took a few steps forward and sat next to Jiang Lan, and after a moment of silence, he then said, "The situation is a bit complicated and can't be explained in a couple of sentences." "It's okay, there's nothing to explain to me." Wang was also removed from Wudong, and all he could do as a friend was to show proper concern and care. After all, Jiang Lan couldn't possibly run to the gates of Wudong Mountain and beg them to reclaim the king as well, could he? Jiang Lan thought for a moment, then followed up with a reassuring comment. "You also do not feel bad. I estimate 80% of the Wudong do not want to get involved in the circle inside those messy things, which is temporarily avoid the wind, and so on this burst of wind past, should also be alright. This time, the Luo Heavenly Jiao Festival would attract so many omnisexuals, and other foreigners to covet it, and aside from Zhang Chulin's air body source flow being very tempting, the Tong Tian talisman that Lu Jin had taken out had likewise taken up a large portion of the weight. 2 of the 8 strange techniques appeared at once, which was enough for the foreigners in the whole world to squeeze their heads to scramble for them. Jiang Lan wasn't interested because he had the system in place, but those other inhumans, they don't have a system. Those who claim to be righteous can still be concerned about their own face and restrain themselves a little. But even so, the 2 old fellows, LVCI Wang Ai, who had previously failed to resist the temptation all the same, found Zhang Chulan alone. If he hadn't gone over to save the day, there was no telling what might have happened. Seeing the attitude of the 2 old men, Lu Xi and Wang Ai at that time, if it wasn't for Jiang Lan's strong intervention at that time, then if he didn't pick something out of Zhang Chulan, he definitely wouldn't be able to let it go. They're both 10 men. Being a 10th brother, for the sake of the air body source flow that he didn't know whether it existed or not in Zhang Chulin's body, his old face was able to give up, so it could be imagined how much attraction the 8 strange techniques had for the foreigners. Now that Wang had also exposed the fact that he had mastered one of the 8 wondrous techniques, it was almost impossible to say that it would not attract covetousness. If Wang also returned directly to Wudong Mountain, Wudong would surely be approached by countless other worldly people with ulterior motives as well. Even Jiang Lan hung his eyes and thought, it's like he's got the wrong idea? Wudong expelled Wang Yuya because they wanted to protect him? Jiang Lan felt that since Wudong was a famous sect, it couldn't possibly not have any commitment at all. At least Wang was able to represent Wudong and come over to give a shout out to Longhu Mountain. From this it could be seen that at the very least, Wang was also an outstanding existence amongst the Wudong disciples of his generation. At least it was a top decent sect. Facing the excellent disciples of this sect, there was no reason to give expulsion from the sect because of this kind of thing. Shaking his head, Wang also gave a spontaneous smile and said, "It's pretty good too. Haven't been home in a while, just taking the opportunity to go home and see what's going on." Speaking of which, Wang also seemed to remember something. "By the way, if I remember correctly, you seem to be from Z City, right? You didn't misremember." Wang also smiled and said, "Come to the imperial capital when you're free and I'll show you a good time." Jiang Lan wasn't surprised that Wang was also from the imperial capital. After all, he had a very strong Beijing accent. "Success, when I go back to what I have time for." Jiang Lan replied with a smile as well. After a few days of getting along, he felt that Wang Yuya was not a bad person, so naturally he was willing to make friends with him. "Gotta." Wang also stood up and patted the non-existent dust on his pants. "I'm going back to pack my clothes. I'm leaving tomorrow." This is leaving? Not waiting for the end of the convention? Wang was also in a much better mood than earlier. "What are you waiting for? I've accomplished my purpose in coming here this time. Staying here is just dry leaning, so I might as well go home a few days earlier to see what's going on." Chapter 88, it's done. Let's sleep first. The next day, after sending Wang Yuya away, Jiang Lan re-entered his room. Today's games, if normal, would have been 4 in total. They were Feng Baobao vs Zhang Chulan and Feng Xingtong vs Zhang Lingyu, and there were 2 more matches in the losers bracket, Jiang Lan vs Wang Yuya, and Zero vs Wang Nam. But since Wang is also not interested in competing and has gone home, and Wang and is also in the hospital, the losers bracket field is cancelled for today. As for the purpose of the losers bracket having to play one more game, naturally, it is to fight for a 3rd place, but Jiang Lan wasn't interested in 3rd place at all either. Even if he and Zero still had to fight, he wouldn't participate. So what was supposed to be a 4-game day was simply whittled down to 2 winners bracket games. But it's not really much to look at. Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao, nothing much to say. It must be another show and then Zhang Chulan wins, and Zhang Lingyu to Feng Xingtong. Unsurprisingly, Feng Xingtong would lose. Jiang Lan even had a feeling that the odds were that Feng Xingtong wouldn't come to the competition either, but would simply abstain. After all, Feng Zhenghao's purpose of coming over this time had already been achieved. The final was obviously Zhang Lingyu and Zhang Chulan to fight for it, and Feng Zhenghao definitely wouldn't let his son get involved. And there was that incident yesterday with the king and that. Jiang Lan saw it from the audience. The moment Wang and cast out the detaining spirit dispatch, Feng Zhanghao, who was watching from the audience, changed his face, and when Wang Yin used that what's her name method of spirit serving, Feng Zhanghao's face became even more ugly. When the game was over, it was also a rush to leave. Zhang Lan was also vaguely able to guess why. Feng Zhanghao had said that detaining spirits and dispatching generals was one of the 8 strange techniques passed down from his family. Logically speaking, it was surely impossible that anyone other than their Win family would. But now, Wang Yin actually used it. This is definitely not right. But whether Feng Zhanghao would go and question Wang AI or what, that Zhang Lan didn't know. After lying on the bed and swiping his cell phone for a while, Zhang Lan's WeChat alert sounded. Ding! When I opened WeChat, it was a message from Su Si. CO4, the competition is over. Rainy night with a knife and no umbrella, winning? Su 4, that must be a win. Out for a stroll? Rainy night with a sword and no umbrella. What about the one between Zhang Lingyu and Feng Xingtong? Su 4, Feng Xingtong didn't show up and abandoned the race. Rainy night with a knife and no umbrella. Okay, JPG, rainy night with a knife and no umbrella. I'm not going to sneak around. I'm a little sleepy. I'll take a nap. Zhang Lan wasn't actually sleepy, but was simply too lazy to move. In the adult world, you don't have to spell things out for everyone to understand. Night, by the back square, in the woods, Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao fought back and forth. Zhang Lan, on the other hand, sat next to him with Su Si, watching the two fight with interest. It's fine to be clinical, but this is too clinical, isn't it? The fight is tomorrow. What's the point of training now? Su Si said somewhat helplessly. Hey, there's nothing I can do. Zhang Chulan, he's too nervous to sleep with anyone, so he can only come out to vent his frustrations. Zhang Lan shrugged. There's nothing to be nervous about. Slanting a glance at Zhang Lan, Su Si said, of course you're not nervous. It's not like you're fighting Zhang Lingyu. Even if I were to fight Zhang Lingyu, I wouldn't be nervous. Su Si. Also, after saying that, Su Si lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. A moment later, he reared his head and addressed Zhang Lan. Why don't you go get Zhang Lingyu? With that, he crossed his right hand over his neck and made a click gesture. Zhang Lan was shocked. Are you crazy? Zhang Lingyu is also the first disciple of the old heavenly master, so it's okay to click him directly. Wouldn't the old master skin him? Although Zhang Lan didn't know exactly what the old heavenly master's strength was like, as the head of the righteous path and the only overwhelming existence in the entire inhuman realm, he certainly wouldn't be weak as all. Zhang Lan now felt that he basically didn't have too much of a problem against an ordinary 10-year-old, but against the old heavenly master, he didn't have a clue in his heart. What's more, if Zhang Lingyu was killed, it would offend not only the old heavenly master, but also all the righteous foreigners. We'll have to join forces to hunt him down. Seeing Zhang Lan's reaction, Su Si was speechless. It's not for you to get him killed, big brother. What do you think? Wipe your neck and you're still dead? I am looking for a feeling. Surely cannot really get dead Zhang Lingyu. The brain has a gun that is not. Let you find an opportunity to control him. Anyway, don't let Zhang Lingyu appear in the competition site tomorrow on the line. You can do it with someone else. It's something I can't do. The previous stream of Shan Shitong, buried also buried. This is the final. If Zhang Lingyu buried, certainly not easy to muddle through. And, why are you so worried? Isn't he the old heavenly master's internalized leader? Maybe the old heavenly master is even more anxious than you are. Su Si froze, then said, seems so. Zhang Chulan's grandfather and the old heavenly master had a very shallow relationship, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that the old heavenly master was trying to use this opportunity to cede the position of the leader of this Luo Tianjia festival to Zhang Chulan. If the intention was for Zhang Lingyu to take over as the heavenly master, an internal operation would be sufficient, and there was absolutely no need to go around in such a big circle. Therefore, for tomorrow's match between Zhang Chulan and Zhang Lingyu, the old heavenly master definitely wanted Zhang Chulan to win. Only if it was a hard fight. The odds were that Zhang Chulan would not be a match for Zhang Lingyu. It's still up to the old celestial master's side, whether he will make any moves. Zhang Lan said, not only can he not find Zhang Lingyu's trouble, the paper man Zhang Chulan can't be used either. Tomorrow he can only rely on himself. Su Si also understood the reasoning behind this. It doesn't matter if it's a normal race, leaving words in the air and ending up with a reputation of not shaking billion. But if you still make small moves during the finals, not to mention, Zhang Lingyu's group of brothers and sisters won't be able to pass the hurdle. By then, there's no telling what will happen. TSK. Su Si smacked his lips. That can only be tomorrow to see the situation. Planning things in people, into things in the sky. The do we have sat to. Tomorrow Zhang Chulan, if you cannot win again, then there is no way out. Su Si was quite open-minded. At this moment, Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao had also finished fighting. Results. Naturally, Zhang Chulan ended up with a swollen nose. Hiss. Zhang Chulan covered his face and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Sister Bauer, you're hitting too hard. It's your heart is too messy. Usually will not be like this, Lu. Feng Bao Bao retrieved the sushi knife. Not slow. Is my heart too messed up? Zhang Chulan lightly clenched his fists. It would be a lie to say that you're not nervous at a time like this. Even though he knew it was useless to be nervous, he couldn't help himself. Forget it, go back to bed. Waving his hand, Zhang Chulan also ignored the color hanging on his face and staggered in the direction of his residence. Chapter 89. It's over. Zhang Chulan lost. Su Si looked at Zhang Chulan's back and smiled. Finally figured it out. Zhang Lan stood next to Su Si and narrowed his eyes. It may not have been figured out. It should have opened the pendulum. Su Si stalled. Swinging is okay. It's much better than that distracted look before. Forget it, go back to bed and watch the game tomorrow. The next day, early morning, Ling Yu, accompany Master for breakfast. Yes, Master. Inside the room, the old Celestial Master and Zhang Lingyu sat opposite each other on the left and right. Ling Yu, you must have seen that this time, Master has been so vocal because of Zhang Chulan. The old Heavenly Master put down the bowl of kanji in his hands and looked at Zhang Lingyu. Let me ask you, do you blame Master? Zhang Lingyu similarly put down her porridge bowl and said seriously, no, although you have been kind to me, my reverence for you is by no means just because of the kindness. Whether it be your heart and character, or your cultivation, you are someone I deserve to follow for the rest of my life. The decisions you make, perhaps I do not understand, but will never try to blame you. The old Celestial Master stared at Zhang Lingyu and didn't say anything for a long time. After a moment, he then shook his head. You kid, your ass-kissing skills have grown. Come on. I won't say more words, just one. When we get to the ring, make as much force as you can, and give me a hard lesson on that big-eared grandson Zhang Huai. Midday, Zhang Lan stood in the audience and watched the duel between Zhang Chulan and Zhang Lingyu below. Aside from Zhang Lan, at this moment, the audience was almost overcrowded. Basically, as long as the inhabitants who were still in Longhu Mountain, they had all come over. The game has been going on for a while now. The battle scene between the two was also unusually scorching. However, it could be seen that in terms of hard power, Zhang Chulan was still a shade behind Zhang Lingyu, but it was only by a hair's breadth. Zhang Lan patted Su Si beside him. You gave Zhang Chulan hormones? No, Su Si had a strange look on his face. I'm sick, am I? Nothing to give him any hormones. Zhang Lan didn't pick up on this. Instead, he continued to ask, Zhang Chulan really couldn't even defeat Lu Yanyan a month ago? That's not true, but it's quite weak is all. Su Si said, this level right now, it's all because the baby was a chaperone for him every day and trained him hard. TSK, Zhang Chulan's growth rate is a bit too fast, isn't it? If I remember correctly, it's only been less than a month since he joined the company. Su Si almost lost his breath. He's fast? How long has it been since you awakened your supernormal ability? 3 months? Why, if Zhang Chulan grows fast, you'd all have to be flying straight up. Su Si was powerless to spit out. With you talent monsters, you really have no common language. Zhang Lan shrugged. Can't help it, I was born with it. Anyway, there was the matter of the system. Zhang Lan definitely wouldn't tell anyone else, unless he's got his head caught in a door. So at times like this, it's all about talent. Zhang Lan looked at the stage again. Zhang Chulan doesn't seem to be able to hold up anymore. It's been said that we do our best. If we can't hold out, we'll just lose, and consider it a wasted visit. Su Si also looked away. On the contrary, Feng Bao Bao, who was next to him, glared angrily at him after hearing Su Si's words. It was the first time Zhang Lan saw such obvious anger in Feng Bao Bao's expression. Obviously, Feng Bao Bao didn't want Zhang Chulan to lose. Her eyes were dead set on the two people on the stage. Her fists clenched as if she was silently cheering for Zhang Chulan in her mind. Under the stage, Zhang Lingyu's coat buttons were spread out and her hair was scattered. A liquid as viscous as ink continued to be born in his hands and flowed to the ground. This was precisely the Yin 5 thunders amongst the Heavenly Master's thunder laws. Yin 5 thunder, also known as water-dirty thunder, has the characteristics of being sticky and greasy, damp and cold. The lineup like mercury diarrhea pervasive, but not entirely liquid, unpredictable form, as long as the stained, in addition to movement will be restricted, will also be accompanied by the effect of paralysis. After being in contact for a long time, it is even more likely that the bones will be sucked out and the marrow will be extracted, and the strength will be drastically reduced. As for Zhang Chulan, he was similarly in a sorry state, with several large holes in his clothes, exposing his skin and flesh. Panting as he looked at Zhang Lingyu, he was somewhat helpless. Or not, that's a hard gap in strength. Obviously, he was already exerting his full strength, but he was still no match for Zhang Lingyu. Damn, when he knew that he would lose, the first thought in Zhang Chulan's mind was not that he couldn't unlock the secret in his grandfather's body, but rather, Bao Bao Feng. Sister Poi. Zhang Lingyu's tone carried a biting chill. Zhang Chulan, you've done very well. As someone who hasn't practiced in the Heavenly Master's palace, you stand out. But it ends here. After saying that, Zhang Lingyu's figure violently disappeared in place and charged straight towards Zhang Chulan. Both sides knew that this was the final blow. The moment she saw Zhang Lingyu's movements, Feng Baobao directly lay on the ground in a backward position. Zhang Lingyu and Zhang Chulan both knew that, and with her eyesight, she was naturally able to see it. Feng Baobao's eyes were lifeless, looking towards the sky, lost in thought. It's over. Zhang Chulan lost. This feeling was like going through 991 difficulties and finally getting the true scriptures, only for the gatekeeper to slap them back to the starting point. Who can stand that? Even with Feng Baobao's mentality, she couldn't stand it at this moment. It's over. It's not over. Baby, get up and look. When Feng Baobao heard these words, she stood up in a carp and looked downwards with a burning gaze. At this moment, Zhang Lingyu was kneeling on the ground, her expression unusually painful, and even her body was trembling slightly. In this scene, not to mention the surrounding audience being baffled, even Zhang Chulan was baffled. What is this? What are you doing on the ground when you're about to get a kill shot? Drain? Nope. If Zhang Lingyu really wanted to let go of the water, then he would have definitely done so a long time ago. There was no need to wait until this time. So, what the hell? Immediately after, Zhang Lingyu trembled and gave Zhang Chulan the answer. He tried to clench his fists harder, but he couldn't seem to make it at all. With a miserable smile, Zhang Lingyu said, "Ridiculous. I who never wanted to accept Yinlei. The first time I opened Yinlei in full, I was backfired. Is this God's punishment for my childishness?" In the stands, Zhang Lan raised an eyebrow. Backfire? It shouldn't be that simple. Although Zhang Lingyu said that it was his first time to fully open the Yin Thunder, but looking at his proficiency, the level of the Yin 5 Thunders had definitely become too skilled for him to be able to do so. So how could he possibly suffer a backlash? This kind of chance, 1 in a million. Zhang Lan felt that there was none. Besides, what kind of coincidence is that? I'm afraid it's not the old celestial master who's on a roll. In this case, 80% poison? At the referee's table, Rongshan was also shocked when he saw the situation. Senior brother, Zhang Lingyu, can you continue? Chapter 90, Feng Zhenghao's Unspeakable Secret. Zhang Lingyu's body trembled more and more violently. Right now he couldn't even move. So how could he talk about continuing to fight? Even though his heart was full of resentment, in the end there was nothing he could do. He said in a shaky voice, I concede. Rongshan's pupils shrunk. In the audience, countless people were staring in disbelief, not having regained their senses from this reversal at all. But soon, countless noisy voices rang out. How is that possible? No, it's impossible. It must be the unshakable Billion resorting to trickery again. Shady. My money. This one looks like a bet on white snow. The corner of Zhang Lan's mouth pulled out a smile. As he thought, in the end, it was Zhang Chulan who won. Although Zhang Chulan's winning or losing didn't have much to do with him, but no matter what, he still put in a lot of effort for Zhang Chulan to win. Now it seems that the effort put in before was not in vain. Pretty good. As for Zhang Lingyu, Zhang Lan shook his head slightly. Although he hadn't come into contact with them, it looked like Zhang Lingyu wasn't a bad person, and being sacrificed by the old heavenly master like this, he didn't know if there would be resentment in his heart. But it doesn't matter. It's nothing to do with him. Once we part this time, we may never come into contact again, so why should he worry about that? Yay! Feng Baobao turned from sadness to joy. Winning. Zhang Chulan won. Zhang Lan pulled the corner of his mouth. Just win. I'll go first. The game is over and there's nothing more to see. For some reason, Zhang Lan had always felt a little tired in the past 2 days, and didn't seem to be able to muster much interest in anything. It shouldn't be for any external reason though, simply because the last 2 days have been a bit too boring. What's the hurry? One piece at a time. Aha! Zhang Lan yawned. No, go back to sleep. Call me if there is something. Got. Afternoon. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door and Zhang Lan woke up leisurely. Confused, he opened his mouth to ask, "Who? Me?" Windstar Tong. Zhang Lan was refreshed for a few moments, got up and leaned against the bed, and said to the door, "Come in." The door to the room was opened, and Feng Xingtong walked into the room. It wasn't just Feng Xingtong himself, there was also Feng Zhenghao who followed. President Feng is also here. Sit. Zhang Lan followed suit and sat up, coming to the table. What brings you here? Big brother Zhang Lan. Feng Xingtong smiled shyly and said, I've come to specifically thank you. As soon as Feng Xingtong spoke, Zhang Lan knew that it should be about the paperman. Didn't I say? No need. Chairman Wind paid for it. The $6 million. The next morning Feng Zhenghao arranged for someone to call his card. Be thankful. Feng Zhenghao said, if it wasn't for those ghost mothers yesterday, not only would that immortal Lu Kuanxing not be able to keep him alive, Xingtong's end might not be any better. That's true. Yesterday, if Wang Jin hadn't been blocked by the ghost mother, he would have been torn apart by Feng Xingtong. Alright, I've received your thanks. Jianlan finished, then said, President Feng brought Xingtong over. It wouldn't be specifically to thank me, right? Feng Zhenghao's eyes flashed. Jianlan could see that he seemed to be hesitating about something, but in the end, Feng Zhenghao didn't say anything, and simply said, this time, I just brought Xingtong over to express my gratitude, nothing else. Jianlan blinked. You're so familiar with it, you're still hiding it. What is Feng Zhenghao trying to do? However, since Feng Zhenghao didn't say anything, he couldn't possibly take the initiative to ask. But for the other thing, Jianlan was quite interested. Right, President Wind. I think you said before that the spirit detaining and dispatching of generals is a family heirloom of your Wind family. Right, that Wang and Feng Zhenghao's eyes flickered again, and a flash of thought surfaced under his eyes. Soon, however, this slight fluctuation in expression was hidden from him. Alas, it's a long story. Jianlan just opened his mouth and told Feng Zhenghao not to say anything if it was inconvenient. Just before he could speak, Feng Zhenghao continued, all of this, we still have to start from that year's Jiaxin rebellion. To put it simply, is that after my grandfather Feng Tianyang realized the detaining spirit dispatching general, he was unfortunately captured by the Wang family, which had no choice but to hand over the secret book to save his life. Jianlan's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was flooded with mutterings. Feng Zhenghao just said it? By all rights, this should be a pretty unseemly thing to do. But Feng Zhenghao spoke to him with little hesitation. Although he and Feng Zhenghao were on good terms, it was not to the extent that Feng Zhenghao was able to take the initiative to reveal this kind of family scandal. Making shallow friends is a taboo no matter what. Feng Zhenghao's business was so big, it was impossible that he didn't even understand such a shallow truth. So, Feng Zhenghao should have some purpose. What didn't he say just now? Could it have something to do with detaining spirits and dispatching generals? No, it has something to do with the Wang family? Although it was only a few seconds, countless thoughts had already flashed through Jianlan's mind. With the growth of the inobscure power in his body, Jianlan felt that his brain was also much better than before. At the very least, he could now surmise a lot of things with a few minor clues. Although it was uncertain whether the speculation was correct or not, Jianlan was also confident that he had guessed 8 or 9 times. Jianlan decided to simply continue with this topic. I have heard people mention the Asian rebellion, but what exactly was the situation of the Asian rebellion? And why did the Wang family go after your grandfather? Is it just to detain the spirits and dispatch the generals? Feng Zhenghao shook his head. Regarding the Jiaxin rebellion, I have only heard some of it from my grandfather's mouth, and he seemed to be very evasive about what happened back then, so I don't know much about it. But for so many years, I've been investigating the clues of the Jiaxin rebellion back then, and now I've got some clues, and it won't be long before I should be able to unravel the truth of what happened back then. This way, Jianlan knew that what Feng Zhenghao wanted to say but didn't, should be something related to the Wang family. Maybe he didn't feel the timing was right, or maybe it was because of something else, but in any case he didn't say anything. Jianlan had no intention of pursuing the matter. Feng Zhenghao would naturally say what he wanted to say. To ask him to work, he would naturally not refuse. Just pay. In this world, there is nothing that money can't buy. If it did, it would only mean that there wasn't enough money. As for the online chicken soup said what money cannot buy happiness. Money cannot buy time, when they are fart on the line. Is clocking up a pleasure? Is adding clocks time? Let's just say that rich people are happy in ways that most people can't even imagine. Feng Zhenghao stood up. There's nothing more to do, so Stargazer and I will leave you to it. Don't. Sit down for a bit longer. Jianlan also stood up, ready to send Feng Zhenghao off. As for the words of retention, they are just words. No, big brother Jianlan, we're leaving first. Chapter 91 Battle. Cool. The following day, the field of play. The competition was all over and today was the boring awards session. Actually, originally Jianlan hadn't planned to come over, but Susi said that Lu Jin would take out the Tong Tian talisman today, and that there might be Quan sects secretly spying on it, so he came over to take a look. It's unlikely that the omnisexuals would strike at this time, but they would certainly take advantage of it to step in. There were significantly fewer people in the audience today than yesterday. There were a lot of Inhumans that had bought tickets to go home at the end of yesterday's game. What's left now isn't even a third of what it was yesterday. Under the stage, there were 6 people standing. At the forefront was Lu Jin, and behind him were Old Tianshi, Lu Ci, Wang Ai, and Feng Zhenghao. Further to the side, there was a Taoist boy dragging a wooden tray in his hand. In the wooden tray was a pamphlet. This booklet is one of the ultimate rewards of this convention, Passage to Heaven. At this time, Zhang Chulan also walked into the arena. Lu Jin saw the visitor and beckoned. Zhang Chulan, come. Zhang Chulan walked over to Lu Jin. Lu Jin continued. According to the previous agreement, this Tong Tian talisman, now, is yours. The Taoist boy duly placed the tray in front of Zhang Chulan. Zhang Chulan looked at the Tongtian talisman in the tray and raised his head. "Thank you, Elder Lu, but I don't intend to ask for the Tongtian talisman." "Don't." He wasn't surprised. He knew that Zhang Chulan was running for the position of the Heavenly Master's successor this time. The reward for the leader is a choice between inheriting the position of Heavenly Master and the Tongtian talisman. If the Tongtian talisman was really chosen, the position of the Heavenly Master's successor would be gone. Zhang Chulan bowed his head. "I've already suffered a lot because of an unknown air body source stream. This Tongtian talisman is on par with the air body source stream, and is a treasure in the eyes of others, but in my eyes, it's a nuisance. For me, it would be the best reward to rejoin the Dragon Tiger Mountain." Lu Jin laughed. "You child, if you don't want it, then didn't I take out this Tongtian talisman for nothing? Now I have to bring it back?" At this time, the old celestial master at the back spoke up. "I say, old Lua, take it all and bring it. What's the point of taking it back? Anyway, this thing is going to be given to these kids in the end. Since the first Zhang Chulan doesn't want it, then you give it to the second Zhang Lingyu." As he said this, the old heavenly master smiled, his heart completely just written on his face. LVCI Wang Ai listened from the side and cursed in his heart. "So you've taken advantage of Lung Fu Shan. The first was Zhang Chulan and the second was Zhang Lingyu, one disciple and one grandson. Your old man really doesn't suffer." Lu Jin was also sighing in his heart at the shamelessness of the old celestial master. But just as the old celestial master said, having taken it all out, there was no reason to be bringing it back. In that case, what's the point of giving it to Zhang Lingyu? Come on. Since the old celestial master has given his word, it's a done deal. Rongshan was still standing at the referee's table, and the moment Lu Jin's words fell, he raised his voice. "Zhang Lingyu, enter." Lu Jin's eyes fluttered. Good lords, Zhang Lingyu was waiting outside the arena. "You guys, this is a clear arrangement for an old guy like me." Zhang Lingyu walked into the arena. He obviously didn't know what was going on yet, and even had a hint of confusion on his face. "Zhang Lingyu, this Tongtian talisman, I'll leave it to you." Zhang Lingyu froze at his words. How is this? Me a defeated man? But when he said this, he saw Lu Jin's eyes. At this moment, Lu Jin was squinting and signaling Zhang Lingyu to look at the old celestial master at the back. Zhang Lingyu slightly inclined his head and met the old celestial master's gaze squarely. Being master and disciple together for many years, a single glance was already enough to comprehend each other's meaning. And yesterday the master had said to him that if there was a time today when he had to make a decision, it was to be the opposite of his usual self. Is the decision this the pass-through talisman? Just as Zhang Lingyu was pondering, Lu Jin was a bit furious, with some vague anger in his voice. "What's the matter, kid? Does it mean that this Tongtian talisman of mine has become a piece of junk that no one wants? I'll give it to you and you take it." Lu Jin's tone, of course, wasn't that he was really angry, but rather, he was telling Zhang Lingyu to hurry up and lead down the Tongtian talisman. Zhang Lingyu was silent for a moment, lowered his head, and reached out to receive the tray containing the Tongtian talisman. "Late generation, I am ashamed to receive it. That's more like it. There's a man." Although Jiang Lan was looking at the stage, the corner of his eyes kept flicking back and forth across the audience. Suddenly, Jiang Lan's gaze lurched and he lowered his voice. "Summer Harvest, there's another one next to her." Although he had changed his clothes, Xiaohe's appearance was still that of the middle-aged man from before. "Don't stare at him, be careful of spooking the snakes." Su Si also kept his voice extremely low. Immediately afterward, he pressed the Bluetooth headset hidden in his ear. "Sanner, Xiaohe went out with the other one. Find a brother to follow from a distance." Only when Xiaohe and the other omnisexual behind her left the audience did Jiang Lan ask. On Su San's side, how's the lineup going? The full sex that came this time, they won't be the only two, right? Su Si leaned his hands on the fence in front of him and spat out a smoke ring. "There are quite a lot of people. I guess there are still quite a few that haven't made it up the mountain, so we have to be prepared for a hard fight." Jiang Lan grinned. "That's nice." In his eyes, what omni-sex? Isn't that all evil nightmare points? Kill kill kill. Fast forward to bloodshed. Since 2 days ago, after that conversation with Ghost Zhong Kuei, Jiang Lan's desire to obtain the evil nightmare was countless times more urgent than before. Before it was the idea that strength was something that was just enough. But now, it's like he's got an extra secret on him that can't be beat. With enough nightmare points, you can unlock the secret. Even though Jiang Lan wasn't too interested in most things anymore, every time he thought about it, he still got a little tickled. Now, he was sort of able to empathize with Feng Baobao and also Zhang Chulan to a certain extent, because it wasn't just Feng Baobao and Zhang Chulan who had secrets to unravel. He had them too. Of course, their secrets are not the same thing at all. Although Jiang Lan was not clear about what exactly was going on in that netherworld, he thought that it would not be associated with the chaos of a shun. After all, how many years had passed since the Caution Rebellion? At this time, Su Sideo, Go back and get ready for it. I guess we'll have to face each other tonight. John Lan's heart beat slightly faster as he sniffed. It's good to be right. Passion is burning. Combat. Cool. Day and Night Voyager has been unlocked since, but it hasn't been played yet. I also wonder if Quan Sex has any slightly more powerful guys this time around. If they were all of the same caliber as Siahi before, John Lan would be disappointed. Chapter 92, Kill. No one will be left behind. Night. In front of the main hall of the Heavenly Master's Palace. We're going to officially receive the Heavenly Master's inheritance in a moment. Don't be nervous. Susi patted Zhang Chulan's shoulder and comforted him. Zhang Chulan tightened his fists. Not nervous. He said he wasn't nervous, but in fact, Zhang Chulan was nervous as hell. After all this time, how could he not be nervous today when he could finally get the answer to the question that had been troubling him for so long? Not only himself, but most crucially, the secret about Feng Baobao's birth. Susi laughed at the situation and didn't continue to comfort, but instead, his sight turned to Zhang Lan. The all-sex group, too, has been hiding long enough, and if they strike, the odds are that it will be tonight. Zhang Chulan is guarded by Feng Baobao. You are strong, so you will go around in the back of the mountain. Try to catch as much as possible to catch some full sex, and if necessary, you can put down a killer. Zhang Lan's heart beat a few points faster. It's finally about to start. Finally all sent away. Behind the crowd, the old Heavenly Master's voice came. Zhang Lan looked backward and saw the old Celestial Master leading Rongshan. Walking towards them, next to the duo, there were two small Taoist children pushing a wheelchair, and on the wheelchair sat none other than the old Heavenly Master's senior brother, named Tian Jinzhong. Tian Jinzhong. Zhang Lan wasn't familiar with him, it was just that he appeared with the old Heavenly Master from time to time, so he had seen him a few times during the previous conferences. There was also the time before when the crowd went to look for Lu Jin, and Tian Jinzhong was there. Tian Jinzhong picked up the conversation. Yes, this back mountain has been bustling for so long, it's time to clear the air. As he spoke, the old Celestial Master had already brought people to Zhang Lan and his party. Chulan. Zhang Chulan looked at Tian Jinzhong. Master. Tian Jinzhong could see Zhang Chulan's nervousness and pacified him. You don't need to be too nervous. Becoming the Heavenly Master's heir does not mean that you have to inherit the Heavenly Master's throne immediately. This Grand Master of yours is in good health. Even if you want to take the throne, it won't be your turn. Zhang Chulan's nervousness calmed down quite a bit. Buzz dash. At this time, Su Si's cell phone vibrated. He pulled out his phone and saw the caller ID on it. His eyes flashed, then he picked up the phone. Well, I know. After saying one sentence, he simply hung up the phone, followed by giving Susan a wink. Old Celestial Master. Susan and I will take our leave first. God's Master nodded slightly. He also knew that there should be movement on the side of Quan Sex. Su Si did not leave immediately, but said to Zhang Lan several times, stick to the plan. Rest assured. Only after Su Si left did the old Heavenly Master say to Zhang Chulan, come in with me. The location of several people is in front of the main hall of the Heavenly Master's residence. The next operation of the successor Heavenly Master is also in the main hall. Zhang Chulan let out a long breath. The old Celestial Master had stepped onto the stage. He seemed to think of something and did not turn around, saying faintly, Rongshan, take care of your senior uncle tonight. Yes, Master. Rongshan respectfully cupped his fists and saluted. When Rongshan took Tian Jinzhong away, Zhang Chulan followed the old Heavenly Master into the Great Hall. Seeing this, Feng Baobao hesitantly took a few steps forward. The old Celestial Master sensed the movement and turned back. You can't come in here, little girl. Feng Baobao's footsteps stopped, and there was a slight hint of resignation in her eyes. But the old Celestial Master had said so, and it was impossible for her to follow up. When the old Heavenly Master and Zhang Chulan entered the hall, only Zhang Lan and Feng Baobao were left outside the hall. Zhang Lan looked at Feng Baobao and said, you watch here, I'll leave first, call me if there's a situation. Zhang Lan felt that even if Quan Sex wanted to make a move, he most likely wouldn't choose to do it around this great hall. It would be a waste of this opportunity to stand guard here. Feng Baobao sniffed and nodded. Wanted. Zhang Lan didn't hesitate and directly turned around to leave. He was not worried that something would happen to Feng Baobao. After all, that girl is not weak. Along the mountain road, Zhang Lan walked towards the bottom of the mountain. 5 minutes later, Zhang Lan stopped and looked at the three figures in front of him. A few of you don't look like you're from Dragon Tiger Mountain. The conference is over. Why don't you go home? Zhang Lan. Oh, Zhang Lan raised his eyebrows, his expression a little surprised. You recognize me? Of course, Luo Tiandajia, the brightest dark horse. Your game. I also saw a few games. Unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Zhang Lan's expression was somewhat playful. He had already determined that the three before him were omnisexuals. It's a pity. The man's figure violently disappeared from the original place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Zhang Lan. His face was hideous and revealed a trace of madness. You're going to die here. he reached out and presented his hand as a claw, grabbing straight at Jiang Lan's face. The palm wind drove the air and made a whistling sound. Jiang Lan grinned, gently lifting his hand, 2 fingers clamping directly onto the man's wrist. The aura can score full marks, but this strength of yours doesn't seem to match the aura very well. The man's face changed as his palm was blocked, and he was about to draw back his palm. However, he was shocked to find that Jiang Lan's 2 fingers were like iron pincers, clamping his palm to death, and even though he tried to break free with all his might, he was unable to move even half a bit. A flash of surprise passed through his eyes. He's seen Jiang Lan's matches. Isn't he a Tella? How can flesh strength be so outrageous? Jiang Lan looked at the man expressionlessly. After such a long time, it was natural that he hadn't improved at all. As a matter of fact, along with the increase in the total amount of yin and yi, his physical quality was also improving in tandem. Now he couldn't call himself a humanoid nuke, but in terms of physical fitness, he wasn't that far off from the 10 brothers level. This omnisexual trying to shake him is nothing but a fool's errand. You let go of. Jiang Lan turned the clip into a grip, and with a slight force from his right hand, a crisp and pleasant bone-cracking sound rang out. Click 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 dash. By the time Jiang Lan let go of his hand, the man's wrist could no longer be called solid. Instead it was more aptly described as a liquid, soft and crumbling into a puddle. Everyone else had a comminuted fracture. Jiang Lan felt that the man should now have a powder fracture. Even if the living Hua Tua came, his hand probably couldn't be repaired. The man grabbed his small arm with his other hand, tears and snot all over his face, and a pig-killing wail of pain escaped from his mouth. Aha! My hand! Kill him! The 2 full sexes behind the man looked at each other, each seeing retreat in the other's eyes. That person just now was already the strongest among the 3 of them. Even he didn't last a single glance in Jiang Lan's hands, so even if the 2 of them went over, it would mostly be in vain. Just as the 2 hesitated, Jiang Lan took a half step back. His body was covered by a large amount of yin and obscurity, and his entire body was wrapped under a black and gray mist. In the next moment, 2 huge figures suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion. Not a single one. Chapter 93, Where are you going? Yes, Lord. 2 voices sounded at the same time. One was low and raspy. The other was a mellifluous voice with some illusion. The owners of these 2 voices were none other than Ghost Zhong Kuei and Day and Night Wanderer. The Ghost Zhong Kuei has a green face and red eyes, wears a wide black robe, holds a huge axe, and wraps a ghost around his waist. As for the Day and Night Wanderer god, it was still the Night Wanderer god that was the main one, with a black robe, a dry and skinny body, the word Wanderer written in miserable white on his back, a medieval gong in one hand, a mallet in the other, and behind him was the Day Wanderer god's silhouette which was almost congealing into a solid substance. Dang, the meditative gong was struck, and the expressions of the 3 omnisexuals in front of Jiang Lan became hollow almost instantly. Even the one with the powder fracture in his wrist no longer cried out in pain, but as if he had lost consciousness. It's a dry day, so be careful of fire and candles. The Night Wanderer's voice took on a long trailing tone as he walked slowly over to the alien in charge. Behind him, the Daywalker god's silhouette held a huge wolf-toothed rod, raised it high, and slammed it down on the head of the leading alien. Bang! The alien's head was immediately like a watermelon that had been smashed on the ground, splitting into pieces, red, yellow and white spilling out all over the place, and blood spattering out crazily from the hollow neck. The lead alien dropped his head, and his body followed suit, swaying from side to side twice before falling to the ground with a plop. Jiang Lan looked at the scene in front of him and only felt his stomach turn. Don't kill so disgustingly. In the end, it was the first time he had killed someone, and this kind of scene was still a bit too much for Jiang Lan at this time. The Lord is still so merciful. The Night Wanderer's lilting voice rang out. Ghost Zhong Kuei heard this, but he directly crossed his eyes. The Night Wanderer's footsteps lurched, seemingly realizing that he had said too much, and instantly, somewhat vainly, lifted his mallet and slammed it against the underworld gong. Dang, it's dry. Be careful of fire and candles. The meditation gong rang twice, and blood oozed out of the other 2 full sexes' mouths and noses. Jiang Lan, on the other hand, was still immersed in the first dead man's misery and hadn't returned to his senses, and hadn't even heard what the Night Wanderer had said. By the time he came back to his senses, the Day and Night Wanderer and Ghost Zhong Kuei had already re-stood beside him. Jiang Lan looked up and swept before him. All dead? Back to the Lord. The gods and souls are destroyed. Jiang Lan, if you're dead, you're dead. How is this still the soul? As if he could see the doubts in Jiang Lan's heart, Ghost Zhong Kuei explained. These 3 people's souls are in the custody of the Netherworld, and unless the Lord agrees, their souls will never enter the wheel of reincarnation. Jiang Lan, really? Isn't this a copy of the urban fantasy? You're giving me a metaphysical story? But the current Jiang Lan couldn't verify that what Ghost Zhong Kuei had said was true or false. He paused. Well, then, let's just bet on it. Who cares if it's true or not? If it's not, it's the same if he says it or not. If what Ghost Jonkue said was true, then since these 3 kwanseks had fallen into his hands, they naturally had to suffer a bit. As for the release, wait until later. As Jiang Lan's words fell, the virtual light screen in front of him popped up automatically. Kill full sex inhuman *3. Get evil nightmare *600. Jiang Lan raised an eyebrow. That's a number. It's not a lot, but it's a lot. A 200. Barely in line with his mental expectations. If we can kill 10 today, that's 2,000. If you can kill 100, that's 20,000. If I could kill 1,000. All sex total do not know whether there are 1,000 people, where there are so many lined up for him to kill. That's an idea that's a little too unrealistic. With all this fantasy time, you might as well get a few more full sex. Thinking about this, Inchi burst out of Jiang Lan's body once again. Countless sheets of yellow paper tumbled and danced in front of him, transforming into a miniature paperman. Jiang Lan's fingertips slipped, and beads of blood flew in strings toward those paper figures. Dim and dark, heaven and earth are born together, dispersed to become gas, gathered to take shape. The ancestor of the 5 elements, the essence of the 6 armors. Soldiers fight with the day, and the time follows the order. As his voice faded, 50 white-clad paper puppets took shape in front of him. Go! Jiang Lan waved his hand, and the 50 paper puppets suddenly scattered and rushed to all corners of the back mountain. The purpose of his doing so was not to kill kwanseks, but to find someone. Manipulating 50 paper people to attack and kill in one place at the same time. Jiang Lan was barely able to do so, but if they were spread out to fight individually, Jiang Lan couldn't do it. Regardless, he was still a human after all, and his energy was always limited. Manipulating 50 paper puppets at the same time to fight on their own. I'm afraid that his side would be schizophrenic before the fight even started. Right now, Jiang Lan was only maintaining the shallowest level of contact with the paper puppet, so that the first time the paper puppet discovered the fullness of the nature, his side would get the news. Looking for the paper puppets to arrive, he would then go over. This way, it would save him from slowly looking for one place at a time. Jiang Lan's body was not yet dispersed by the gloom and doom, and after a tumble, another paper horse landed on the ground. When it landed, the paper horse transformed into a tall horse with black fur and a gust of hot air coming out from its nostrils. If Jiang Lan didn't say anything, no one would be able to tell that this high horse was actually made of paper. Rolling onto his horse, Jiang Lan said, "When you find kwanseks on the way, you don't have to stay your hand, just kill him." Although Su Si said that he could kill when necessary, Jiang Lan felt that it was quite necessary right now. The odds are that the ones that make it into the full sex are not good enough to kill anyway. After seeing blood on his hands, Jiang Lan's thoughts underwent some subtle shifts. If it had been before, he definitely wouldn't have decided to kill so easily. But for some reason, as he became stronger, his heart became quite a bit thinner than before. Jiang Lan didn't understand, but he didn't reject it. In a sense, this kind of mindfulness right now, it's not bad. At the very least, he was more conscious of what he wanted. Moreover, human nature has not been lost in this way, not to the extent of doing whatever it takes to achieve an end. Yes, Lord. Ghost Jonkue and Day and Night Wanderer agreed and followed Jiang Lan forward. He couldn't just work on paper puppets either, and he couldn't afford to be lazy. Within half a minute of advancing, Jiang Lan could keenly hear a rush of disorganized footsteps ringing out within the surrounding woods. Jiang Lan narrowed his eyes and turned his horse around. The paper horse accelerated as if on nitrogen, instantly leaping to the place where the sound appeared. Zhang Chulan? Jiang Lan froze as he looked at his back not much farther ahead. That back figure was clearly Zhang Chulan. But isn't Zhang Chulan in the old Tianchi then? How come he's here? Besides, what's Zhang Chulan running for? Someone is chasing him from behind? In the next moment, a sound of footsteps also sounded behind Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan looked back. Feng Bao Bao? What is this? He was a little turned off for a moment. Feng Bao Bao was staring at Zhang Chulan's back, automatically ignoring Jiang Lan, and was about to continue chasing forward. Jiang Lan reached out and blocked it. What's the situation? Feng Bao Bao's footsteps lurched, and he didn't explain, but simply said, "Help me catch up with him, gotta go." Jiang Lan once again turned the paper horse. Ta-da! With a rush of hooves, Jiang Lan appeared in front of Zhang Chulan. "Where are you going?" Chapter 94, Encountering a Colleague. Zhang Chulan obviously didn't expect Jiang Lan to be so fast, and froze when he saw Jiang Lan appear in front of him. Stopping in his tracks, a flash of unnatural alarm appeared on his face. Jiang Lan caught the expression on Zhang Chulan's face, and it was a bit strange. What's he panicking about when he sees himself? Wasn't the old celestial master going to pass the ferry to you? And finished? Zhang Chulan swallowed his saliva. Pass it on, pass it on. Jiang Lan's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're not Zhang Chulan." As Jiang Lan's voice fell, the ghost Zhong Kuei and the day and night wanderer suddenly appeared in front of him. How could I not be Zhang Chulan? Zhang Lan didn't continue with the nonsense and directly gave orders to Ghost Zhong Kuei. Kill him. Zhang Chulan turned around and ran with a jolt. Seeing this, Ghost Zhong Kuei drew out the little ghost that was being used as a belt and threw it directly towards the fleeing Zhang Chulan. Before fake Zhang Chulan could run 2 steps, he was directly strangled by the little kid. Ho! Zhang Chulan gripped the brat around his neck with a death grip. His face flushed red and the veins in his forehead bulged, but his struggles were destined to be futile. Within a few moments, the fake Zhang Chulan's head became like a big-headed doll due to blood congestion. Feng Baobao also came to fake Zhang Chulan and shook her head. I'll go back and wait for Zhang Chulan. Aha! Zhang Lan casually replied with a sentence. Next moment, bang! Fake Zhang Chulan's head exploded. Filth splattered all over the place, and it was a physical discomfort to see Zhang Lan. Didn't I say, kill clean? Zhang Kuei beckoned, and the little ghost flew back to him, transforming into a belt wrapped around his waist. Sorry, Lord, it's fine. Zhang Lan waved his hand. The people were dead, and after the experience he had just had, he really wasn't as resistant now as he had been at the beginning. Kill a full-sex inhuman. Get evil nightmare *400. Looking at the text in front of him, Zhang Lan raised an eyebrow. So it's not about killing a fixed 200 evil nightmares? What is that based on? Strength? It should be. After all, the strength of each inhuman was different. The weak ones he could pinch dozens of with a wave of his hand, and if he replaced them with the strong ones, Zhang Lan might not be a match. So the odds are that the number of nightmare points each person can offer him is also different. Zhang Lan didn't know who this dead fake Zhang Chulan was, but he guessed that it should be the one who had given the other full-sex disguises, the one called domain painting poison. Of course, it's also possible that it's a normal omnisexual, disguised by the domain painting poison, but none of that matters. It's all sex on the line. Just then, Zhang Lan's sight cast into the distance. The paper puppets released just now have found their target. After determining his bearings, Zhang Lan directly turned his horse around and galloped towards the direction of the paper puppet that had released the signal. But not even 2 seconds later, the paper puppet broke the connection with Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan knew that the paper puppet was destroyed. The paper puppets weren't weak, but they were only for ordinary people. It's not difficult to destroy a few paper puppets when you meet a full-sexed inhuman. Not a big problem though. The disappearing paper puppets were not far from his current position. In obscurity erupted on Zhang Lan's body surface, and a giant dragon made of black and gray mist rushed into the paper horse's body. Hiss! The paper horse let out an A, and its speed instantly rose several times, disappearing in the same place in an instant. Ghost Zhong Kuei and Day and Night Wanderer also each transformed into a black smoke and disappeared into place after Zhang Lan. 10 seconds later, the paper horse stopped at the edge of a forest a few miles away. This place, near the edge of the back of the mountain, had lush grass and trees, and was usually off the beaten path. From a distance, Zhang Lan saw a figure wearing a green sports jacket. In front of him stood a young man in a leather jacket with short, bright yellow punk-style hair. The young man held a homemade flask in his hand, and beside him there was a cloud of ash left behind from the burning of the paper puppet. But there were no flames around the two, and it looked like they had been extinguished. A gang? Unlike. It looked as if the two men were clearly facing each other. Just as Zhang Lan was thinking, the figure in the green tracksuit moved, only to see him swing out his palm. A huge palm print made of air instantly took shape, detached from his palm, and flew straight towards the alien holding the flask. Boom! The vaporized palm landed on the ground, and the ground was instantly blasted out into a large crater, with dirt splattering inside. That young inhuman reacted quite quickly, barely dodging a palm, not suffering any injuries, but also somewhat in a sorry state. But next, the green-clothed silhouette moved again, and swung out several palms in succession, an air-formed palm, like a blizzard, blasting towards the young foreigner. Spare him the quick reaction. This moment also simply cannot dodge. Immediately by the palm print slapped on the ground, motionless, life and death unknown. Once the young alien was settled, the green-clad figure turned his head. Something wrong, friend? Only then did Zhang Lan see what the green-clothed figure looked like. It was a middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair and a square-framed spectacle perched on the bridge of his nose, looking not like an alien, but rather a bit like a workplace elite. Zhang Lan could easily tell that this person should be on the same side as him, but it's good to ask just in case. You're with the company too? Yes, the middle-aged alien huffed, seeming a bit uneasy or perhaps anxious. This one is mine. Look elsewhere if you're looking for totality. Zhang Lan raised an eyebrow. There's something weird about this guy. It's as if he's afraid he'll stay here and rob him. But since he had already established that it was someone from the company, Zhang Lan couldn't be bothered to grab that one yellow hair from him. After all, there's still plenty of omnisex on this mountain. Without any more nonsense, Zhang Lan directly turned around and left, preparing to head to the next location. Time was urgent. He didn't have that much time to bull ****** with this old brother. At this moment, the back of the mountain was not as quiet as before. Shouting and killing sounds rose in all directions, and in some places, bursts of fire were burning. Even the paper puppets that Jianglan had just released had already had a few disconnected from him. The paper puppets could be easily taken down by ordinary people, but if they were to take on an inhuman, they would be a bit inadequate, so it's not unusual for a few to disappear. Jianglan stood still, his eyes flickering for a moment. Listening to this voice, it seems that there are really quite a lot of omnisexuals who come to Lungfushan. If there were fewer people, they couldn't make such a big fuss. Jianglan turned his horse around and casually found a direction where the shouts were louder. With so much commotion, the paper puppets that scouted the way were basically useless. Just then, the phone rang in Jianglan's pocket. He took out his cell phone and the contact on it showed the word Susi. Hello? Inside the receiver, Susi's voice rang out. What's the situation at the back of the mountain? Jianglan replied. Full sex quite a bit, killed a few now. What's up? If it's convenient, make a trip to that rope bridge from earlier. There's quite a bit of omnisex lurking about ready to go up the mountain. See if you can intercept some of it. Chapter 95, Opening the Door. Oh, Jianglan's eyes lit up. Is this getting to his favorite part of the keep-away? There are still quite a few going down the mountain. The main road is just that one. There must be quite a few full sex passing through. See how many you can stop, and then reward them for their efforts. Is there such a thing as a good thing? Susi's words were almost like a blatant telling him to give a raise. Good point, Jianglan said. Leave it to me. Don't be a hero. If there's danger, retreat back in time and I'll send reinforcements. Don't, Jianglan hurriedly said. There's no need for reinforcements. I'm enough on my own. What a joke. If there were reinforcements, how many less evil nightmares would he have to harvest? Without waiting for Susi to speak again, Jianglan directly hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, he maneuvered his paper horse and rushed to the broken cliff between the front and back of the mountain. He did not encounter any other omnisexuals on the road, and Jianglan arrived at the cliff without any problems. He had just arrived at the place, and before he could stand still, he saw two silhouettes flying over the front mountain rift, landing directly in front of him. Ooh, it's an open door this is. However, in order to avoid accidentally injuring his own people, Jianglan still jumped off his horse and inquired, "All sex brother?" "Yeah, you too?" the leader of the group said. "I don't think I've seen you before." Jianglan grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Not having seen it is right. The man's face changed. What do you mean? Behind Jianglan, the day and night wanderer figure turned from virtual to real. Dang, the meditation gong was struck, and the two full-sexed aliens were instantly double-faced, frozen in place. Dang, another sound was heard, and both of them were instantly bleeding from their 7 orifices, dying of gas. Kill full-sex inhuman *2. Get evil nightmare *400, 600, 400. 400. It was barely 20 minutes into the game, and already 1,014 nightmares had been harvested. Jianglan was greatly energized. If we get a few more of these, won't it be easy to break 10,000 tonight? If it came 10 times, wouldn't it just unlock the Fengdu Emperor? 1,000 evil nightmares of Ghost Zhong Kuei Day and Night Wanderer could still give him such a huge boost. Wouldn't that 100,000 points of Fengdu.D be able to directly make him take off? Strongly suppressing the excitement in his heart, Jianglan dodged into the bushes to the side, ready to continue to wait for the rabbit. This is a great place. How much of a nightmare we can make tonight depends on this vote. The wait was slightly longer than the sudden happiness earlier. It took almost 10 minutes before a full sex, panicked, ran from the back of the hill to the bluff, and looking at him, it looked as if he was still a little injured. Jianglan walked out of the woods and came not far behind that Quan sex. He opened his mouth to ask, "Brother, were you also chased down by those bullnoses?" The man subconsciously stopped in his tracks when he heard Jianglan's voice and replied, "No, I was chased down by 2 little girls. No, those 2 girls are too powerful. Running slower old me will die." "What? You were chased down too?" Jianglan smiled. "No, then you." Not waiting for his all-sex to finish, a giant shadowy dragon surged out of Jianglan's body and roared into the all-sex alien's body. Boom! Under the huge impact, a transparent large hole was directly blasted out of the chest of the full-sex inhuman, and he could not die anymore. Kill a full-sex inhuman. Get evil nightmare *200. Looking at the fallen body, Jianglan's heart no longer had many emotional ups and downs. He smiled and whispered, "I'm here for you, man." After saying that, he waved his hand and another dragon whistled and flew out, slamming the corpse of the all-sex inhuman off the cliff. Since it's a stakeout, you definitely have to fake the crime scene. Can't leave too many bodies in the path of necessity. Otherwise, Cootie could have sensed something was wrong. 2. Don't scare the rabbits off again then. Resolving the corpse, Jianglan once again returned to hunker down in the nearby woods, waiting for the next target to arrive. But at that moment, his face suddenly froze. On the back hill, there were still some paper puppets left that had just been released. Found another target, and this time there are quite a few, at least 5, based on feedback from the paper puppets. Jianlan looked at the cliff not far away. By all rights, he should have continued waiting here at this time, but the 5 holistic, even if one could only provide him with 200 evil nightmares, that was still 1,000. Jianlan looked behind him again at Ghost Zhong Kuei and Day and Night Wanderer. Thinking for an instant, he said to the Day and Night Wanderer, "While you're here, whether it's all sex or not, if it's a passing inhuman, control them all, but don't kill them. If it's determined to be omnisexual, you can kill. Understand? Like the Ghost Zhong Kuei, the Day and Night Wanderer is a spirit from the netherworld that is self-aware, not much different from a normal human being, and perhaps even smarter. And they were just as capable of sensing the outside world when they put Jianlan inside his dantian. So what Jianlan knew, they basically knew. This kind of request, naturally, was not a big problem for the Day and Night Traveler. The Day and Night Wanderer nodded slightly. Don't worry, Lord, I won't kill the ones I can't get. To the Day and Night Wanderer, Jianlan was indeed at ease, but not completely at ease. But the lure of 1,000 evil nightmares still seemed a bit more tempting. But the Day and Night Vagabonds were following his orders to the letter, so they probably wouldn't stir up any trouble, and the likelihood of manslaughter was even smaller. After weighing the pros and cons, Jianlan decided to do it. What's that saying? A fight to turn a bike into a motorcycle. That's still a lot of gumption to take out. I'll leave it to you here. After saying that, Jianlan recalled out the paper horse. Rolling onto his horse, he greeted the ghostly bellhop beside him. Follow me. Without a word, Ghost Zhong Kuei transformed into a black and gray smoke and followed Jianlan. Hiss! The paper horse neighs and gallops towards the destination Jianlan gave it. Not long afterward, the paper horses stopped. In front of Jianlan, there was another wooded area, remote and thick with trees. In this kind of road place, the paper horse's movement was inconvenient, but this place was not far from the location where the paper puppet gave the signal. Jianlan simply dismounted and walked towards his destination. After being nourished by the Yin and obscurity, Jianlan's physical quality was already incomparable, so even without a paper horse, his speed wasn't slow at all. In just a few seconds of work, he had arrived at the location where the paper puppet signal had disappeared. Seeing the situation clearly, Jianlan's pupils shrunk. Not far in front of him was a clearing tucked away in the forest. In the open space, Lu Linglong was covered in blood. Her pant legs were torn, large chunks of fabric drooped to the side, and her t-shirt with the bear printed on it was covered in stains. And next to Lu Linglong, the purple-clad Hoven Jinhua was sprawled on the ground. Her palms were penetrated by a huge steel stick, firmly nailed to the ground. Hoven Jinhua had tears and snot mixed on her face. Her expression was full of pain, and she could not see the shadow of the quiet girl before. She cried out hoarsely, "Flower, help me." Chapter 96. The Soldier of God descends from heaven. Behind Hoven Jinhua, a middle-aged man with an obese figure and an evil smile tore open his clothes. "Save you? When I'm done making you feel good, it'll be her turn. You too, neither one of you can run away." Hoven Jinhua struggled even more violently, but the penetrating wound on her hand caused her to feel bone-chilling pain just by moving. Lingering, Lu Linglong stood by the side, clenching her fists in death, her eyes almost spitting fire. A good friend who had been with her for many years was now being abused like this. Lu Linglong's heart was like a knife, but reason told her that now was definitely not the time to beg for mercy. In the face of all this omnisexuality, begging for forgiveness will only backfire. At this time, a woman in red next to her said, "Lu Linglong, you don't want your friend to suffer either, right? As long as you honestly tie your hands, when we take you to Elder Lu Jin to exchange for the Tong Tian talisman, naturally no one will make things difficult for you." Lu Linglong clenched her silver teeth. "You dream." Next to the woman in red, the other omnisexual snorted. "See, in the eyes of the famous Lu family, there is no word for compromise. Even if we were to take this little girl to Lu Jin, we would only be able to bring over her corpse." On the other side, the greasy middle-aged man ripped off Hoven Jinua's shoulder shirt, leaving half of his white arm exposed. Hoven Jinhua cried even harder, hissing towards Lu Linglong, "Don't! Linglong, help me!" Lu Linglong exhaled a long breath. "Flower, you're smarter than me. In fact, you know, even if we compromise and beg for forgiveness now, will they let us go? Today, you may die, but I promise, you will die after me." Hoven Jinhua no longer cried out, and although her body was still trembling violently from the pain, she clenched her teeth and no longer made a sound. As expected of a member of the famous Lu family, since you're not willing to cooperate, we'll have to fight until you do. Lu Linglong sniffed and a burst of red aura violently erupted from her body, and the surface of her body also flew covered in a layer of light red color. Facing the 5 omnisexuals, Lu Linglong didn't half retreat. Instead, she straightened up towards the group of omnisexuals to meet them. "I'm going to do it, even though there are millions of people. not far away. A flash of surprise flashed across John Lan's eyes. He and Lu Linglong were considered acquaintances. However, when she came into contact with Lu Linglong before, she had always had that cute and cuddly look. John Lan didn't expect that this girl would be so rigid. There are just times when just being rigid doesn't work. There must also be strength. Lu Linglong wasn't weak, but to deal with 5 fullnesses at the same time was almost impossible to do. And by the look of her, it was obvious they'd had a fight before. Lu Linglong and Hoven Jinoa, who were in their heyday, were still made to look this miserable by the 5 Quan sexes, not to mention the fact that they were already in an injured state now. Without further hesitation, Jiang Lan's mind moved, and a large amount of shadowy aura whistled as it rushed toward the battlefield in front of him. In the next instant, 5 tall ghost mothers appeared in front of Lu Linglong, isolating her from a group of omnisexuals. Jiang Lan walked out from the woods. His face was expressionless, his pitch-black eyes seemed like deep pools with no visible bottom, and a huge dragon made of black and gray mist rolled and weaved around in front of him, emitting gusts of whistling wind. Beside Jiang Lan, the ferocious, green-faced and black-robed ghost Zhong Kuei held a huge axe, instantly exuding a chilling aura. Lu Linglong's footsteps lurched as she first looked at Ghost Mother, then turned her head with an incredulous face, just in time to see Jiang Lan appear with Ghost Zhong Kuei. Without waiting for Lu Linglong to speak, Jiang Lan calmly said, "Leave it to me." After saying that, he waved his hand, and the severine dragons that haunted his surroundings just now whistled and flew out, rushing towards the 5 omnisexual members. The 5 of them, without even having the chance to resist, were deadlocked by the Yin dragon and lifted into midair. All 5 omnisexuals were dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. "What are you?" Jiang Lan was clearly not interested in answering the question of the man who would die, turning his back to the group of omnisexuals and lightly waving his right hand. Not a single one. Ghost Zhong Kuei's already scarlet eyes became even more vivid as he stuck out his ebony tongue and licked the corners of his lips, agreeing quickly. "Yes, Lord." As the words fell, the huge axe in his hand swung out violently, and the axe shadow transformed into a huge ebony black pike, carrying a might that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and destroy the earth, and headed straight for the 5 figures in midair. No! Snort! 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 5 sounds of blood and flesh separating rang out almost in no particular order. 10 sections in one cut. Jiang Lan, who had his back turned, grinned when he heard the sound. Just by the sound of it, the scene had to be pretty bad. He secretly began to psych himself up. The appearance is so forced that you can't pull your crotch for a while in order to maintain the force. Gotta lighten up. Temperance. After making mental preparations, Jiang Lan turned his head. Hiss. It's a mess. It's dripping all over the place. Calm down. Calm down. He no longer looked at the several corpses on the ground, but turned his eyes to Lu Linglong. The location where Lu Linglong was located was not far from a few omnisexuals. Even some of the spattered blood spilled on Lu Linglong through the ghost mother's surroundings, out of Jiang Lan's expectation. In the face of this kind of scene that even he had to do some mental construction to accept, Lu Linglong was unusually calm instead. Nonetheless, Jiang Lan even caught a touch of excitement vaguely in Lu Linglong's eyes. Bad. This little girl can't be scared out of her wits, can she? But this doesn't look like it? Could it be that there was something wrong with it in the first place? Noticing Jiang Lan's line of sight, Lu Linglong's heart saved up all sorts of complicated emotions and exploded in a flash. She ran to Jiang Lan in 2 steps and hugged him with tears in her eyes. Jiang Lan was also a bit dodged by Lu Linglong's sudden movement. Actually, you can dodge it if you have to. However, Jiang Lan really couldn't think of a reason to avoid such a thing as a beautiful maiden throwing her arms around him. I thought I was going to die. Jiang Lan pulled the corner of his mouth. You're fine, but if you keep hugging me, Hoven Jinha is going to die. Lu Linglong then remembered that there was also Hovenschflower, and hurriedly let go of Jiang Lan and ran to Hovenschflower. Flower, are you okay? It wasn't that she didn't care about Hoven Jinoa, but just now, in this little while, there were just too many things that happened, and Lu Linglong's brain didn't turn around a bit for a while. Hoven Jinoa also knew that he was saved. The breath he was carrying was removed, and without waiting to respond to Lu Linglong, he rolled his eyes and passed out. Flowers. Jiang Lan was also startled. It's not really dead, is it? At this time, Zhong Kuei's voice came from his mind. Lord, this girl is not in any serious trouble. She has only fainted, and will recover as before after some time. This was Zhong Kuei directly communicating with him with his consciousness. And you know about medicine? Slightly. I've been in the netherworld for a long time, and I read miscellaneous volumes in my spare time. Chapter 97, The Purpose of Holiness. Lu Linglong pulled up the clothes on Hoven Jinoa's shoulders, her face filled with nervousness. Flowers. Hovenkind flower. Are you okay? Jiang Lan interrupted his conversation with Ghost Zhong Kuei and said to Lu Linglong, She's nothing serious, just passed out. Take her to the front hill. The company has medical staff. Oh, good. Lu Linglong agreed, and then her hands were busy trying to help Hoven Jinoa up. However, Hovan Jinhua's palm was still nailed to the ground by the iron sign, and for a while Lu Linglong was somewhat helpless. Right at this moment, a giant dragon composed of Yin and Yi flew out, directly lifting Hovan Jinhua's body up, and even pulling that iron stick out of the ground. Although Jiang Lan is not a professional, but at least have seen the TV series, know that this kind of penetration in the wound cannot be pulled out directly, have to be handed over to the professional medical personnel operation. So he did not move, still let the iron stick inserted in the hands of Hovan Jinhua. Immediately afterward, a tall horse appeared out of nowhere. She held up Hovan Jinhua, along with Lu Linglong, and placed the two girls on the back of the horse. Sit tight. After saying that, Jiang Lan summoned another paper horse and rolled onto it. The surrounding terrain was complicated, but the paper horse didn't even have the intention of walking from the ground, but instead, its forehooves heavily stepped on the ground, and then it actually directly rose up in the air. Lu Linglong's eyes revealed a flash of astonishment, even if she was an inhuman. This was the first time she had experienced this kind of direct flight. The paper horse was extremely fast and came to the front mountain in a flash. At the front of the hill, a van was lined up in 2 rows, all of them bearing the Laguf Negiton. Most of the car doors were open, and countless employees in dark brown uniforms were busy running forward and backward. And among them, there were also a number of medical personnel wearing white coats and carrying stretchers. Jiang Lan saw from afar that Su Si was holding a phone in his hand and seemed to be talking non-stop about something, and Su San was also cupping his cell phone in his hand, his fingers constantly tapping on the virtual keyboard of the screen, maneuvering the paper horse under Lu Linglong to land on the ground. Jiang Lan said, "Someone help with the wound." When Su Si heard the voice, he was busy saying to the other end of the phone, "There's something going on." Later, after saying that, he simply hung up the phone and came to Jiang Lan's side. The corner of his eye jumped when he saw the unconscious Hovan Jinhua on the back of the horse. Injured this badly? Su Si turned directly to the side and shouted, "Xiao Wang, come on, help treat the wounded." Coming. On the side, 2 inhumans in white coats carried a stretcher and rushed to Hovan Jinhua's body. One of them briefly checked Hovenschflower's condition and condensed a white air mass in his hand, covering Hovenschflower's wound. In the next moment, the iron stick at Hovan Jinhua's wound trembled, and then it even slowly slipped out of her hand without any external force. "Help a hand." The inhuman who helped Hovenkind-Flower with her wounds spoke towards the side, followed by the 2 of them lifting Hovenkind-Flower onto the stretcher. Seeing this, Lu Linglong followed the stretcher, and together they walked toward the distant medical car. Only when the people walked away did Su Si look at Jiang Lan and ask, "I thought you were guarding the way up. How did you meet them both?" "It's okay, I've arranged for someone over there." "A paper man?" Su Si reacted quickly. "Will that work?" Jiang Lan smiled and said, "Don't worry, against a few full sexes, day and night wanderers are an absolute breeze." For Jiang Lan, Su Si could be said to have absolute trust. After all, Jiang Lan had never done anything wrong. Su Si nodded and said, "Tough job, wait for the back. I'll ask headquarters to grant you a bonus." Jiang Lan understood that the bonus in Su Si's mouth was extra. The reward he had promised him before would not be less, but Jiang Lan didn't really care. "It's just a bonus, how much more can it be? Come on, you're busy. Is there nothing else? I'll go back if there's nothing." Although the odds were that there was no problem on the day and night wanderer's side, he couldn't keep chatting with Su Si here. Still have to go back and check it out. Another 10 minutes or so had passed since then, so maybe the day and night wanderers had gotten something on their side. Thinking of this, Jiang Lan's gaze flared, and a semi-transparent virtual light screen appeared in front of him. The system prompt popped up after the 5 full sexes that he had just killed. Only before Jiang Lan could take a closer look, Lu Linglong pounced on him. "Kill full sex inhuman *5. Get evil nightmare *1300. 13,000. A flash of joy rose in Jiang Lan's eyes. This was quite a lot. Together with the 16,000 from before, he had now accumulated a total of 2,009 nightmares in his hand, and was almost able to break through 3,000. This number, it was catching up with the total number of evil nightmares he had obtained from so many quests he had done before, and a total of less than an hour had passed since the start of the all-sex wide-scale attack on Lung Fushan. If we go at this rate, breaking 10,000 nightmare points tonight might actually be reached. I don't know how much omnisex there really is this time around. Nothing much is going on. The situation over here is kind of under initial control, mostly in the backcountry. At those words, Jiang Lan suddenly looked up at Su Si. "He doesn't know. Isn't there someone who does?" Jiang Lan inquired. "By the way, the full sex that came to Longhu Mountain this time, how many in total?" Su Si grinned. "This bunch is driving me crazy. I suspect the whole sex is out in force. There are over 200 captured so far, and quite a few uncaptured, so I'm guessing 1,000 or 800 have to be there." Jiang Lan froze. He had guessed, instead, that there would be no shortage of omnisexuals coming this time, but he didn't expect it to be so much. Thousands and thousands? Zhanglan frowned slightly. To send out so many people just for a Tongtian talisman? The air body source stream on Zhang Chulan's body before was likewise one of the 8 wondrous techniques, but it didn't make such a big scene. At best, it was a small portion of omnisexuals, and even to the point where the only ones who had made a move on Zhang Chulan were LV Liang and Xiaohe, plus at most Lu Yanyan, who could only be considered half omnisexual. Even if there were still people plotting behind the scenes, it was definitely not like today, involving the whole entirety of sex. Zhanglan thought of 2 possibilities. The first, because the Tongtian talisman is certain of its existence, is what caused the whole all-seeing big move. No one ate quasi whether Zhang Chulan would be able to air body source flow or not. That's why all sex was just testing. And when it came to the Tongtian talisman, an 8 wonders technique that was 100% certain to exist, the full sex poured out. However, this idea had just appeared for a moment before Zhanglan vetoed it on his own. It's still not right. Even if the 8 wonders technique was powerful and appealing, it could not possibly arouse everyone's interest, much less make the entirety of sex pour out. Just like Zhanglan himself, he had no interest whatsoever in the 8 wonders technique. Therefore, there must be a large number of people within the fullness of nature who are not fond of the Tongtian talisman as well. But if it wasn't because of the Tongtian talisman, then it should be another possibility. Omnisexual these people, at all, are not running to the Tongtian talisman. Or maybe the Tontine is just incidental. Their ultimate goal, something else. Chapter 98, Don't Kill Brother. Su Si shook his head. I don't think it should be a Tongtian talisman. It's not necessary for the whole sex to make such a big fuss. The scale of this all-sex outing wasn't just Zhanglan who felt that it was a bit excessive, but Su Si had similarly noticed it as well. After all, Su Si was also the supervisor of the land north regions wherever pass, and he usually didn't have to deal with the whole sex. Zhanglan hung his eyes and thought, what else could it be if it's not a Tongtong? Against Lung Fu Shan? Shouldn't be either. After thinking for half a day, Zhanglan didn't come up with a clue. Forget it. Zhanglan decisively gave up thinking. What's the point of thinking so much? Now all he had to do was kill people, gain evil nightmare points, and upgrade himself. Saying that, Su Si seemed to remember something and asked again, by the way, how's it going on your end? Caught a few? Zhanglan, catch? Yeah, don't tell me you didn't catch any of them. Zhanglan tugged at the corner of his mouth, and really didn't catch any of them. What about omnisex? Zhanglan paused and said, kill them all. Su Si? Without waiting for Su Si to pursue the question, Zhanglan continued, didn't you say that it's okay to kill if necessary? Su Si looked at Zhanglan and froze, not thinking of anything to say in rebuttal. Taking a deep breath before he continued to ask, how many were killed? Zhanglan thought about it. 10 or so? I don't remember exactly how many. The first 3, then 3 more intercepted at the intersection, and 1 impersonating Zhang Chulan, plus the 5 just now. As of now, Zhanglan's men had carried a total of 12 lives, and now, only an hour has passed since the full sex began to attack the mountain, averaging 5 minutes apiece. If you don't count the 10 or so minutes wasted by chatting with Su Si here and bringing Lu Linglong and Hoven Jinoa over, you can hook up an average of 4 minutes to kill one. That's all. And that's without knowing the specifics of the day and night wanderer side. If the day and night voyager side catches it again, the average speed could go up a notch. Su Si's eyes widened. More than 10? My ancestors, how long has it been? And you've killed all the ones you've encountered in your feelings? Zhanglan nodded. You're right. When Su Si heard this, he almost lost his breath. What do you mean I'm right? Who? Su Si let out a long breath. Don't kill brother. If the situation permits, try to catch them alive. Although all sex is an evil sect, it can't be directly driven to extinction. In the inhuman world, omnisexuality is actually quite a delicate position. The existence of omnipresence can make all other inhumans agree on the same thing, reduce the fights among each other, and can play a balancing role to a certain extent. If there was no omnisex, there would only be more trouble among the inhumans, not less, than there is now. Of course, this kind of thing is considered by the company. The implementation of the following is to try to maintain the balance. This task, there are also indicators. It's still primarily about capture, and you can only consider killing if you really have to. The company's main mission, though, is to maintain a balance between the inhumans and the commoners. The company has always been motivated by a lack of control over the fights between the inhumans, but that's only a minor conflict regardless. A large mission like this one where the whole sex pours out, the company still intervenes directly. In other words, if he killed too many people, Su Si would not be able to deliver to the top at that time. Zhanglan nodded. Don't worry, I'll definitely try to catch them alive as long as the situation allows. That said, The battlefield is complex. It's all up to him whether the situation permits it or not. The big deal is to catch a few for Susie to deliver. Jianlan was not that good at talking to such matters that were highly related to his own interests. If one were to give up such a good opportunity to accumulate evil nightmares just because of Susie's words, wouldn't that be purely out of one's mind? But Jianlan certainly wasn't too embarrassed to make Susie lose face. The big deal is that the kill will be hidden when the time comes. The cliff in the middle of the front and back mountains was so deep that dropping 10, 100 or 80 people shouldn't attract attention. Susie was quite pleased and patted Jianlan on the shoulder. I'm relieved to have you say that. Okay, it's okay, I'm leaving. Slow down. Saying goodbye to Susie, Jianlan rolled onto his horse and turned it around. A few moments later, he retraced his steps back to the bluff. The paper horse stood in front of the broken cliff, and with a stomp of all four hooves, it directly crossed the tens of meters wide moat to the back of the mountain. Just after landing, Jianlan saw that the day and night wanderer was standing not far away. In front of him, there were several other people lying around. Not knowing if they were corpses or passed out, Jianlan waved his hand, and the paper horse transformed into a black and gray mist that dissipated into the sky and earth. Landing on the ground, he walked quickly to the side of the day and night wanderer. He sighted toward the pile. There were 6 of them in all, lying neatly arranged on the ground, their nostrils even, looking like they had just fainted. Lord, you're back. Aha. Jianlan nodded slightly. These are all full sex? The day and night wanderer pointed to the first 5. These 5 are. The other one shouldn't be, but I didn't kill any of them, so I'll wait for the Lord to come back to decide. Jianlan raised an eyebrow. Day and night wanderers kinda know what they're doing. He appreciated. Well done. Then he looked to the 5 all sexes lying on the ground. Well, I haven't even seen it before, so it should be full sex without a doubt. At the beginning of the Luo Tian Dajia, there were quite a number of people on this Longhu mountain, so it was a bit difficult to memorize them all. But as each day's tournament ends, some of them leave. By the time we got to the 8-4 match, there weren't many people left on this Dragon Tiger Mountain. So at that time, Jianlan had basically mailed the faces of the Longhu Mountain foreigners, and even if he couldn't name them, he certainly looked familiar. Not to mention that now that the competition was over, there were only so many Inhumans left on the mountain in total. Apart from the disciples of Longhu Mountain, the rest were the group of juniors that Lu Jin had called over, as well as a very small portion of other foreigners. So Jianlan didn't even need to ask. He was able to conclude that these 5 were full sex without a doubt. As for the other one, Jianlan gazed towards the end. The girl, what's her name? Oh yeah, White Style Snow. It's the same little girl who opened the disc on the Hidden Dragon website, and they've talked a few times before. What's she doing here? Seemingly seeing that Jianlan was puzzled, the day and night wanderer directly explained. This little girl was chased here by those 5 people, and it just so happened that I ran into them, so I stepped in. Got it. Jianlan pointed at White Style Snow. Can you wake her up? Sure. The day and night wanderer responded with a word, followed by picking up the pitch-black wooden mallet and striking the meditation gong in his hand again. Dang, although it was the same gong that made the sound, this sound, and the previous one were obviously slightly different. Chapter 99, Now that you're here, don't leave. Well, White Style Snow slowly opened her eyes, but immediately, her entire body popped up, and a wary look filled her features. You guys. Just after saying 2 words, she realized that something was wrong, and only then did she see Jianlan standing not far in front of her. You, Jianlan? When she finished, she looked at the 5 omnisexuals lying beside her with some surprise. Jianlan didn't bull asterisk and asked directly. These 5, they're full sex? White Style Snow came back to her senses and nodded in response. Yes, I was chased here by them. Jianlan nodded. Got it. Now that it's been confirmed again, then surely there can be no mistake. Kill it. He faintly commanded the day and night wanderer next to him. Day and night. He wanders without saying a word, just banging a gong. Dang. The underworld gong exploded, the sound waves turning into substance and impacting towards the 5 omnisexuals lying on the ground. As the sound waves rushed to their ears, a few of the full sex's 7 orifices seeped out with threads of blood. Their breathing stopped abruptly, and they couldn't die anymore. Kill full sex Inhuman *5. Get evil nightmare *1100. White Style Snow was shocked and shrieked when she saw the scene. Jianlan glanced at her sideways and said, It's fine. It's all settled. Go to the front mountain. The company is there. White Style Snow eyes still with a little panic, did not ride Jianlan this crop, but said, You put a few of them, all killed? Jianlan was just about to nod when he remembered the conversation Susie had just had with him. He chuckled. No, passed out. But, they're bleeding. Maybe it's too hot and on fire. It's fine. hurry up and go to the front mountain. Lu Linglong and Hoven Jinhua are there. By the way, Hoven Jinhua is still injured. White Style Snow was originally one of the juniors called over by Lu Jin, and had a very good relationship with Hoven Jinhua and Lu Linglong and the others. When he heard Jian Lan say that Hoven Jinhua was injured, he immediately stared wide-eyed. Is she okay? The injury shouldn't be too serious. Just go and take a look. Many thanks, then I'll leave first. After saying that, White Style Snow hurriedly ran towards the direction of the front mountain. Only after the people had left did Jian Lan look again at the 5 corpses on the ground. After thinking about it, Jian Lan took a few steps forward, his body bursting within obscurity, wrapping the 5 corpses around him. The body rose into the air and flew straight for some distance, stopping above the cliff. Jian Lan let go of the En11 binding. Without external force, the 5 corpses suddenly fell into the cliff, after a long time, only to send up a few faint echoes, destroy the body and be done with it. As the number of killings became greater, Jian Lan's state of mind was also undergoing a rapid metamorphosis. The current Jian Lan, although he couldn't be said to be some kind of murderous demon, but in the face of a few dead people, his heart really couldn't produce much of a ripple. The speed of this adaptation was so fast that even Jian Lan himself felt that it was a bit outrageous. The next step is to continue to keep a watchful eye here. Boom! Right at this moment, not far from Jian Lan, an explosion suddenly came out. Along with the explosive sound, there was also a dazzling light. Jian Lan's pupils shrank, although at this time, the back of Longhu Mountain had already been transformed into a battlefield between the righteous path and all sects, with people fighting almost everywhere. But to make such a big commotion can be the first time from the beginning of the whole sects to attack the mountain until now. This is something that the average person is afraid that even if they want to get into, they may not be able to do so. Intuition told Jian Lan that he should go and take a look. He turned his head and commanded the Day and Night Wanderer, I'll go over and check it out. Just keep guarding here. Just do the same as before, and if anyone passes by, get them passed out and wait for me to come back. The Day and Night Wanderer responded respectfully. Yes, Lord. Jian Lan didn't say any more. Judging from the results just now, the Day and Night Wanderer was still very reliable. He addressed the ghost bellhop directly. Follow me. With that, Jian Lan's figure transformed into a black and gray phantom, disappearing in an instant. A few moments later, he brought Ghost Zhong Kue to the place where the sound was coming from. Just as he approached, Jian Lan frowned slightly, vaguely sensing that something was wrong. He was, now, sensitive to the perception of his own emotions. Just as he approached the battlefield, Jian Lan realized that his emotions, it seemed, had become a bit out of control. Various emotions switch back and forth. Sadness, joy, anger, jealousy, longing. This feeling was something Jian Lan had never experienced before. It wasn't enough to be able to affect him, but it did give him a few moments of alarm in his heart. Alert as he was, Jian Lan didn't pay too much attention to it, instead casting his eyes towards the battlefield not far in front of him. On the battlefield, several silhouettes stood, the two in the very center. One was a young Taoist priest with white robes and white hair, looking ethereal and dusty. The other, on the other hand, was an old man. These two people were none other than Zhang Lingyu and Lu Jin. Only, at this moment, Lu Jin's state was a bit different from before. His complexion was somewhat excessively white, to the point that it had tended to be translucent. The white hair was windless and danced wildly like a silver snake. Around the duo, there were a total of 3 people surrounding them. One of them was a fat monk who emanated red light and was clad in monk's robes with open breasts. A young man who looked vaguely similar to Su San and wore a black shirt. The other, a middle-aged woman who was about 1 meter 6 or so tall with a kind face. In addition to those 3, there were 2 more leaning against a tree not far to the side. Separately, there was an old man in an army green jacket and a big fat guy who didn't look like he had much of an IQ online. Jian Lan took a look and had a rough idea of the identity of a few people. Holistic information, and he's read it. Although it was not possible to memorize every omnisexual, some of the famous ones in the omnisexual, Jian Lan had seen pictures of them. The 3 people surrounding Lu Jin and Zhang Lingyu should be the 3 of the 4 trannies of full sex. They are Gao Ning, the thunder-smoking cannon, Xin Chong, the lone shark, and Do Mei, the penetrating poison. As for the other 2 leaning under the tree, Jian Lan had little impression in his mind. Several people had obviously noticed Jian Lan's arrival as well. Lu Jin had anger in his eyes, and when he saw Jian Lan, he angrily said, "Kid, get out of here." Jian Lan? This old man, why are you kicking people out just now? And the attitude, it's just a little too bad. The instant the thought appeared, Jian Lan reacted. It wasn't that Lu Jin had a poor attitude, but he seemed to be affected by Gao Ning's ability. Gao Ning's ability was called the 12 Laboring Emotions Formation, in which he was able to repeatedly destroy his opponent's minds and cause them to feel all sorts of negative emotions. The subtle change in his own mood just now should also be the handiwork of this Gao Ning. When Lu Jin finished speaking, several other omnisexuals also turned their heads to look at Jian Lan. Gao Ning, clad in monk's robes, said smilingly, "Since the cultivator is here, it's fate. There's no need to rush off." Chapter 100, We're here. How can we not kill a few? The corners of Zhang Lan's mouth couldn't help but float into a smile. It wasn't because of anything else. It was just that he thought it was kind of funny. Lu Jin, who was with him, told him to leave, but Quan Sex, who was on the opposite side, told him to stay instead. Since Gao Ning had opened his mouth, Zhang Lan definitely couldn't refuse. "Ah, fat monk, you are so sincere." Then, as he spoke, Zhang Lan's body was wrapped in a large amount of obscurity, and in the next moment, the black and gray smoke was in front of him, gradually condensing into the appearance of a ghost Zhong Kuei. "Lord!" Ghost Zhong Kuei's mid-air voice rang out. "Kill the fat monk first." Seeing Zhang Lan's tactics, Gao Ning's eyes narrowed. Lu Jin, who was next to him, said, "Don't fool around. A few of them aren't weak. You go elsewhere. The old man will handle it." Zhang Lan raised an eyebrow. Is this Lu Jin not recognizing his strength? But yeah, in Lu Jin's eyes, he was just an unheard of junior, and even if Lu Jin had seen his previous matches, I'm sure he wouldn't have cared too much about them, and would have just assumed that they were small fights between juniors. I never thought that he would be looked down upon one day, but does it matter? Not important. Getting these few full sexes killed was what Zhang Lan had come over for this time. Since it's all 4 maniacs, how can the number of nightmare points that can be provided to him be any less than a normal omnisexual? If one could give him 1,000, then 3 would be 3,000. It's just a shame that only 3 of the 4 maniacs from all sex came. The other one, Summer Harvest, wasn't here, but that doesn't even matter. 3 is 3, it's better than nothing, right? Besides, aren't there 2 more timbers under that tree? It's just a matter of time before the nightmare breaks 10,000. Don't Lu. You see, I came all the way here, and this dead fat man also asked me to stay. It is really difficult to decline the hospitality. A wicked smile appeared on Zhang Lan's face. By the way, his original character was not like this, and the reason why he changed was of course from Gao Ning's handiwork. Gao Ning, on the other hand, still looked like he was smiling. "Little monk, you have a big mouth." Zhong Kuei's axe isn't small either. Zhang Lan waved his hand. "Kill." Zhong Kuei received the order and took a single stride, coming directly to the center of the battlefield and looking at Gao Ning face to face. Zhong Kuei's tall body was oppressive, and not only Gao Ning, but even a few other omnisexuals around him, were nervous. Without saying a word, Zhong Kuei directly swung the huge sharp axe in his hand and slammed it toward Gao Ning. Gao Ning's face changed slightly, obviously not expecting Zhong Kuei to be so decisive and ruthless in his strikes. He raised his arm in a bit of a panic, and a cloud of golden air-constructed shields appeared in front of Gao Ning. Dang! The axe slammed heavily on the shield. Sparks rose in all directions, and a sound of gold and iron clashed. Gao Ning's feet stepped on the ground, and under the effect of the tremendous impact, he directly retreated more than 10 meters away in a row, pulling out a long gully in the ground. Next to him, Lu Jin's eyes flashed with a flash of color when he saw this. He knew Zhang Lan's ability, and he also knew that Ghost Zhong Kuei was summoned by Zhang Lan. Only what Lu Jin didn't expect was that the Ghost Zhong Kuei's strength would actually be so powerful. Although he had only exchanged 1 round with Gao Ning, Lu Jin could still see that Zhong Kuei's strength was definitely not weaker than any of the 4 Zhangjiazui of full sex. Even he felt that even if the 3 of the 4 Zhang maniacs in front of him were added together, they might not be a match for the ghost generals Zhang Lan had conjured up. This strength, Zhang Lingyu also froze at the sight. He hadn't been able to shake Gao Ning in half a day just now, and he had actually been beaten back by this ghost general in a single glance. Ahem! Gao Ning coughed dryly, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The monk is a good tactician. Zhang Lan didn't even care, just mentally instructing Zhong Kuei to continue. Zhong Kuei stood still, his hand reaching down to his waist and removing the human skin gourd hanging on his waist. He reached down and rattled off the cork, raised the gourd above his head and opened his mouth. The scarlet viscous liquid fell from the mouth of the gourd and entered Zhong Kuei's mouth. Good wine! Zhong Kuei bellowed and wiped the corners of his mouth. As the liquor entered his throat, his aura surged a notch, and the black and gray mist on his body was a few points denser than before. Zhang Lan looked at Zhong Kuei, his face unmoving. He did know that the liquor inside the human skin gourd was able to briefly increase Ghost Zhong Kuei's strength, and there were no side effects. It's just that this ability, too, isn't all that unlimited. This state of Ghost Zhong Kuei could only be maintained for a quarter of an hour at a time, and after the quarter of an hour, for an hour, none of the liquor in the human skin gourd would take effect on the Ghost Zhong Kuei's increasing effect. The aura-soaring Zhong Kuei once again took a single step, directly crossing a distance of more than 10 meters and appearing in front of Gao Ning. His large, bushy hand, like a Tarzan pressing down, split his head and grabbed toward Gao Ning's skull. Gao Ning's face changed slightly, and a flash of sternness flashed among his eyes. He did not choose to dodge, but instead reached out with the same hand and violently slapped it towards Ghost Zhong Kuei's chest. At the same time, he shouted under his breath, "Do Mei!" Domei's side was prepared for this as she waved her hand and countless petal-shaped air rushed towards Zhang Kuei's palm position. Zhang Kuei did not avoid it at all, and his hand only slightly stalled for an instant as he was charged by the petals. But it was that one moment that was enough for Ganon. A stern color rolled in his eyes and he gritted his teeth. Give the poor monk death. Bang! Ghost Zhang Kuei took half a step back, his chest slightly sunken, obviously injured. However, the next moment, the depression in his chest automatically recovered, looking as if nothing had happened. When Gao Ning saw this, a dense layer of cold sweat instantly spread across the corners of his forehead. Can't fight it, not a match at all. If it was not for Domei's help, he took the lead. I'm afraid that this moment the head of the neck is not guaranteed. This damn thing, how can it be so difficult? Moreover, his own 12 labor emotions formation was completely useless against this ghostly thing, who was like a monster with no emotions at all. Where the hell does a guy like that come from? Gritting his teeth, Gao Ning said, Guys, don't just stand there, get together. On the side, Xinqiang jumped up high and punched Zhang Kuei straight to the sky. Ghost Zhang Kuei dodged sideways, and Xinqiang's fist landed on the ground. Boom! Mud splattered, and the powerful impact caused a huge deep pit to appear on the ground. Domei, on the other hand, raised her hand and shot out densely packed flower petals, heading straight for Ghost Zhang Kuei. Ghost Zhang Kuei fronted the hard resistance and did not move, standing in place as if he was a god of war. No way, this is not the way to go on. All three of the all sexes all realized that this Ghost Zhang Kuei was not something they could defeat. But none of these guys are stupid. Since we can't deal with the Ghost Zhang Kuei, why don't we just deal with the person who made the Ghost Zhang Kuei? Xinqiang looked toward Jianglan, who was standing on the periphery of the battlefield. He's the one who made that thing. Fix this guy first. On Gao Ning's body, red light instantly spread, wrapping Jianlan in it. Scholar, I'm offended. You guys, do you think I'm a poser? Ling Yu, go! Chapter 101, Beheading Gao Ning. For a time, the crowd confused war as a mess. A few full sex no cannot be hard against the Ghost Zhang Kuei, so they deliberately avoid, and battle and retreat. Gao Ning, on the other hand, was hiding behind the other two, fully activating the 12 laborious emotions formation, hoping to hurry up and make Jianlan emotionally collapse. Jianlan only felt all sorts of emotions, tossing and turning in the middle of his heart. He frowned tightly. Gao Ning's 12 labored emotions formation. Jianlan was aware of it. He was able to control the 12 main meridians of the people within the array, and each meridian, in turn, corresponded to 2 emotions at the same time. Gao Ning's ability was to be able to repeatedly louse-fold the meridians of people within the formation, causing them to go back and forth in different emotions. Once the meridians were broken, the recipient would fall into a certain emotion and completely collapse. Not only that, the organs corresponding to the meridians would also be heavily damaged. Jianlan gritted his teeth. At this rate, no. Though over this period of time, his heart had improved quite a bit with the growth of Inhei, but he could feel that he wouldn't last too long in this formation of Gao Ning's. It couldn't be helped. Still too young and having experienced less, the heart wasn't as tough as it should be. Jianlan forced himself to calm down and think. Now, there were only 2 paths left before him. The first one is to just leave. As long as he got out of the range of the formation, he would be able to return to normal. But the thought only just appeared before he dismissed it. I'm here now. I can't leave. Since we're not going, there's only one last way left. Get this fat. It had to be said that this fat man's skills were much better than Xiaohe's. Xiaohe couldn't even deal with a paper wedding ghost. But this Gao Ning was able to walk under the hands of Zhang Kuei, who was in full form. 4-2 moves, but that's about it. Inside Jianglan's dantian, a large amount of shadowy aura erupted out. He no longer suppressed his emotions, his body haunted with darkness and obscurity as he charged violently towards Gao Ning. Die, fat pig. Die for me. The giant dragon composed of Yin and darkness rushed directly towards Gao Ning's body. Gao Ning did not engage in the battle in the slightest, and when he saw Jianlan coming over, he directly drew back in a hurry. He was awake enough to know that his 12 labors of love formation was capable of having an effect without contact. Now all Gao Ning had to do was repeatedly louse-fold Jianglan's meridians. As long as one of Jianglan's meridians broke and his emotions collapsed, he would no longer be any threat to them. Jianglan's anger rose in his heart when he saw Gao Ning running away. Dead fat, looks like a pig but runs faster than a rabbit. Still running, Jianlan shouted sternly, Zhang Kuei, forget about the rest and kill this fatty first. Gotcha. Zhang Kuei stepped in front of Gao Ning, his mountain-opening axe raised high. Jianlan was also about to charge forward, but he suddenly stopped and clenched his teeth. Can't hold out much longer. There was so much negativity that it almost filled his entire brain. Kid, guard your mind. Lu Jin's voice rang out. At this point, Gao Ning was wholeheartedly targeting Jiang Lan, and his influence on Lu Jin was already minimal. Jiang Lan gritted his teeth. Can't hold it. Avalanche. Jiang Lan could hear that within his body. It seemed as if something was crumbling apart. Then a wave of monstrous anger swept through his brain. With the last of his sanity, Jiang Lan yelled, Lu Jin, take Zhang Lingyu and run. In the next instant, Zhang Lanzine in darkness surged outward as if it didn't need any money, and countless paper puppets and horses and paper soldiers and paper generals took shape in front of him. Zhang Lan directly reached out and slashed his wrist, and the sea of blood connected into beads, evenly spilling onto each paper figure. The paper people landed on the ground and actually formed an army of 200 in size in front of Zhang Lan. The number doesn't sound like much, but in reality, it has spread out all over the nearby open space. Kill, leave no one behind. Zhang Lan bellowed explosively, then rushed out ahead of the others, his arm wrapping around Inchi, his fist heading straight for Gao Ning's head. Kill this most annoying one first. Gao Ning stared at Zhang Lan with wide, horrified eyes. He tried to dodge, but realized to his horror that he couldn't dodge at all. Zhang Lan's speed was just too fast. Boom! Zhang Lan threw a punch with anger, hitting Gao Ning squarely in the head. Gao Ning couldn't dodge in time. His head directly exploded with a loud bang. His brain collapsed, and he was already dead. This ending was something that no one except Zhang Lan had expected. That's Goring. As one of the 4 madmen of all sects, he's also been famous in the inhuman world for a long time. Although he was infamous, his strength was definitely worthy of his hefty reputation. Just a guy who died so hastily here. Zhang Lan, however, didn't care what the others were thinking. Only one thought remained in his mind. Kill. I want to see blood flowing. He bellowed in uncontrolled fury. Generals, charge with me. Zhang Lan's words fell. The shouts and killings shook the sky. Gao Ning was dead, and the remaining Do Mei and Xin Chong almost instantly fell into the encirclement of the army of paper people. The other old man in green and the fat man were the same, directly drowned by the paper people. Kill. Lu Jin pulled Zhang Lingyu to stand in midair. He just felt a bit of a tingle in his head. This is a human being? This ability to make an army out of one man. Even Lu Jin, who had lived for 100 years, had seen this kind of scene for the first time. He had seen 2 armies fighting, but it was really the first time he had seen one person forming an army. Zhang Lingyu looked down, swallowed hard and said, Lu Lao, what do we do now? Lu Jin glanced at him sideways. I don't know. He was truly numb and there was nothing he could do but watch. In just a dozen seconds, the old man in green, covered with a layer of translucent protection, barely broke through the siege of countless paper people, and hurriedly ran towards the distance. The fat man who followed him, however, did not come out. At this moment, Zhang Lan had already killed his eyes. Where would he care about an old man? Just kill whoever's in front of you. Lu Jin looked at the fleeing old man and said angrily, Yuan Tao. After saying that, he was going to go after it, but before he could move, he was stopped by Zhang Lingyu. He shook his head. Elder Lu, it's better not to chase after him. Zhang Lan he. Hiss. Lu Jin's brows were tightly locked, and Zhang Lan was clearly completely in a rage now. Others don't know, but there's no way for him to unravel it anyway. He looked at Zhang Lingyu. Do you have a way to bring him back to his senses? Zhang Lingyu thought about it. There is, but, what? Zhang Lingyu continued. The pure heart mantra may be able to solve this situation, but casting the pure heart mantra requires face-to-face. Lu Jin's eyelids fluttered. Come on, you don't have to say it. I get it. It's definitely not a good idea to cast it face-to-face. If Zhang Lingyu's small body went down there, she would be chopped into dumplings by those hungry things summoned by Zhang Lan. Zhang Lingyu obviously understood this as well. He thought again. If there's nothing we can do, we'll have to go to Master. Come on, even old me may not be able to get it right. Old Tiancha is also bad enough. He's not much better than old me. Chapter 102 Battle Celestial Master. Just as Lu Jin had finished speaking, a dazzling golden light flashed through the Heavenly Master's mansion not far away. The moment the golden light appeared, the entire back mountain, which was originally dark, was illuminated as if it was daytime. Zhang Lingyu looked toward the place where the golden light appeared and said with excitement in her eyes, Master. Lu Jin also followed Zhang Lingyu's line of sight. It's over? It was pretty quick. The old celestial master was transmitting to Zhang Chulan, and Lu Jin had thought that it would take a while anyways, but it was only an hour or so before it was over, and at that moment, the army of paper people below had all stopped. On the ground, there were 3 more bodies lying horizontally, Do Mei, Xin Chong, and the fat man who followed the green-clothed old man. All of them were miserable at this time. Their bodies were in tatters, and even if the great Luo Golden Immortals came, they definitely couldn't be saved. With no one to kill in front of him, Zhang Lan's anger couldn't find an outlet. Like a wild beast, he raised his head and his sight was dead on Lu Jin and Zhang Lingyu in midair. The only remaining vestiges of sanity told Zhang Lan that he couldn't make a move. No, hold back, get lost. Zhang Lan shouted angrily, forcibly waving away the legions of paper people around him. Lu Jin and Zhang Lingyu looked at each other. A horrified look appeared in the gazes of the two at the same time. All sex 4 maniacs, 3 dead so easily? From the time Jianglan had summoned the Paperman army until now, it had only been a total of 3 to 5 minutes, and he had directly killed 3 people in a row. Although not relying entirely on his own power, the Paperman was also the means Jianglan would have used. Other than that, anyway, Lu Jin self-confessed that there is no way to do so, so simply even kill the full sex 4 crazy 3. Kill is able to kill, but certainly not so fast. 1 by 1 on the problem is not big, but the front 1 on 3, even if he wants to take down, but also have to waste some hands and feet. Go! Lu Jin made an instant decision. He could sort of see that he had completely underestimated Jianglan's strength before. Far underestimated. If he and Zhang Lingyu went down there, they really might not be Jianglan's opponents. Moreover, the talisman would only allow him to bring Zhang Lingyu with him for a short period of time to stagger in the air, and he would have to land on the ground after a short period of time. When it comes down to it, we have no choice but to go to the old Celestial Master to deal with it. Lu Jin pulled Zhang Lingyu and flew rapidly in the direction of the old Heavenly Master. On the ground, Jianglan saw that there was no more target, and his skyrocketing anger once again wrapped around his body, firmly suppressing all other emotions, even his own thinking. Seeing this scene, Ghost Zhongkue sidestepped in front of Jianglan. Lord, calm down. Letting Jianglan go on like this would surely lead to trouble. Although he knew some medical science, Jianglan's situation at the moment was really a bit complicated. The foot Kain liver meridian had completely collapsed, and although it was able to be restored with the obscure breath, it was not something that could be accomplished in an instant. What's more, it was certainly impossible for Jianglan in this state to honestly allow him to treat him. Jianglan, on the other hand, has completely lost his mind, and the Zhongkue in front of him is no longer Zhongkue, but an obese figure in a monk's robe, exactly what Ganon looks like. The current Jianglan could not have imagined that Gao Ning had already been killed by him just now, and being overwhelmed by anger, he saw the annoying dead fat man in front of him, so where could he hold back? Die! Jianglan let out an explosive cry, and a large amount of yin haze surged out of his body like no money, rushing towards the Ghost Zhongkue in front of him. Ghost Zhongkue saw this and gritted his teeth. My lord, I'm offended. After saying that, he raised his axe to meet the battle. It wouldn't be a big problem if he could knock Jianglan out and buy time to heal, but Ghost Zhongkue had overestimated himself and underestimated Jianglan. Huge amounts of yin obscurity formed dozens of black and gray giant dragons, roaring and smashing into all parts of Ghost Zhongkue's body. Ghost Zhongkue unsteady hand, open mountain sharp axe immediately offhand. The whole body was a huge impact blasted out of 20 to 30 meters away, knocked down 3 big trees in a row, which can only be unloaded the huge force. Ghost Zhongkue's body was made of paper and couldn't feel pain, but even then, he was still in a state of shock. The speed at which the Lord is recovering this power is just a bit too fast. Nowadays, even if he and the Day and Night Wanderer were to combine their efforts, it was estimated that they would only be able to defeat Jianglan. Analyzing the current situation, Ghost Zhongkue pulled his neck and shouted to the other side of the cliff. Night Tour, come and help quickly. His voice resounded through the valley, and even after his voice ended, there were still echoes that kept coming back. In just less than 5 seconds of work, the black-robed Nightwalker god arrived with the Daywalker god Void behind him. They and Jianglan's minds were connected. Just now the Day and Night traveling god noticed that Jianglan's state was not right. Only just now Jianglan gave the order for him to guard the cliff, so he did not act rashly. Now that Zhongkue had spoken, he naturally had to put Jianglan's situation first. Lord this. Before the Night Wanderer could finish his question, the red-eyed Jianglan next to him rushed up again. Die! Ghost Zhongkue and Day and Night Wanderer rushed to meet the battle. Only before they could move, a figure covered in shimmering golden light suddenly appeared in front of them. The brightness of that golden light was even more dazzling than the sun. The person who came was none other than the old Heavenly Master. The old Celestial Master looked at Jianglan in front of him, and then at the several corpses on the ground. Little guy, it's a vicious strike. You too, give me death. Jianglan had already reddened his eyes, not recognizing the person in front of him as the old Heavenly Master at all. Wrapped in black air, he charged head-on. The shadowy giant dragon paralleled him, and at some point, even Jianglan's originally plain black clothes had some dragon patterns faintly appearing on them. In the process of advancing, Jianglan's not-so-long short hair flew up insanely fast, instantly enough to be waist-high, fluttering and flying up as if it were an ink snake. Boom! A black and a gold light instantly clashed together. The old Celestial Master took half a step back, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Little friend, what a rigid tactic. At this moment, if Jianglan was awake, I'm afraid he would have been directly stupid. He was close to a full strength strike, and the old celestial master actually acted like nothing was wrong. In the next moment, the old heavenly master waved his hand, and the golden light on his body transformed into countless long golden whips, which bundled up towards Jianlan. Jianlan was in such a state, his reaction was already sluggish, plus all he wanted in his mind right now was to get the old heavenly master in front of him killed, so he didn't dodge at all, and was directly tied up by several long golden whips. The long whip wrapped around the surrounding trees, directly bringing Jianlan up, firmly set in the trees, behind the old heavenly master. Ghost Zhong Kuei and Day and Night Wanderer glanced at each other and decisively took a few steps back. They knew that the old heavenly master would definitely not harm Jianlan, and even if it's harmful, after so many years in the netherworld, if you don't have anything else, don't you have eyesight? If the old heavenly master really made a move, not to mention the two of them, even if two more stacked on top of each other, they might not be a match. Jianlan's eyes were pitch black, and a roar escaped from his throat as his body's streamlined muscles bulged. The surprise in the old heavenly master's eyes was almost too much to hide. This little guy, he's from the company, right? The younger generation is so strong now? Chapter 103, Morning Family Hair. In a real fight, it wouldn't be hard to get even with old Lu. This kind of strength, is it really just a young man who looks to be in his early 20s? Even though the old heavenly master had lived for 100 years, it was the first time he had seen a junior who had amazed him so much. That Wang Yuya kid from before was good, but in terms of real battle power, it was far less than Jianlan. Drink! Jianlan let out another roar and actually directly broke through the golden whip. God's master narrowed his eyes slightly, the foot Kain liver meridian collapsed, and the heart demon entered the brain to occupy the spiritual platform. Monk Yangjue, this is cleverness gone astray. Jianlan turned a deaf ear. What are you gabbing about? Eat my fist. His aura around him surged again, waving his hand and probing out, aiming straight for the old heavenly master's throat. Kill! The old celestial master waved his hand to block, swinging Jianlan's hand aside. At the same time, he whispered, Tai Shang Tai Xing, strain without stopping. It drives away evils and binds demons, preserving life and protecting the body. Wisdom is clear and pure, the mind is at peace, the three souls are permanent, and the spirit is not lost. As the old celestial master recited, a drop of liquid like a water droplet appeared at his fingertips. Little friend, if this time can't wake you up, then it's your destiny to have this calamity. Jianlan still turned a deaf ear and continued to charge fiercely towards the old celestial master. What are you gabbing about? Eat my mouth teeth again. Seeing Jianlan rushing over on his own, the heavenly master slightly sidestepped and came directly behind Jianlan. Then the other hand pulled Jianlan and directly spun his entire body in a half circle, his finger pointing between his forehead. Boo! A crisp sound resounded through Jianlan's mind as his consciousness gradually returned to its place. In the next moment, boundless intense pain swept through Jianlan's body, a broken meridian. This kind of pain was not something that anyone could endure. Before, there was only kill in his head. Pain was blocked by him on its own. Of course he didn't feel it. It was a moment to regain consciousness, and the pain was naturally the first to return. Not only that, but what he did just now. Jianlan also recalled it all clearly. I killed. No, I almost killed the old heavenly master? Doesn't seem right either. From the beginning to the end, he only took on the old celestial master for a moment, and the old celestial master only retreated half a step, and the rest of the time, he had been pressed and whacked. Is this the goal of being number one in the righteous path today? One is still too weak. Reason had just returned, and Jianlan couldn't help but ramble on for a while. After a few moments, he once again looked at the old celestial master, forcing himself to endure the pain in his body, and saluted the old celestial master. Old celestial master, just had more offenses. Alright, don't be brave if it hurts. The old heavenly master flipped his hand and took out a small jade bottle, handing it to Jianlan. Eat it, it's good for the injury. Many thanks to the old celestial master. Jianlan didn't excuse himself, taking the jade bottle and opening the lid. A refreshing fragrance immediately entered his nostrils. He tilted his head back and poured the pill inside into his mouth. Smells fragrant and tastes bitter. Not at all like those elixirs written in immortal cultivation novels, but rather like a difficult version of the 6 flavors of the earth pill. But the injury was important. Even if it wasn't tasty, Jianlan still forced himself to swallow it. The effect was immediate, and he was instantly better from the physical pain. Better, little one? Much better. Jianlan thanked the old heavenly master once again. That's good, the old heavenly master said. Nowadays, there are still quite a number of all-sex remnants on the mountain, so I won't stay with you any longer, and after recuperating for a while, your injuries will naturally be safe. Holistic Disability Party. It was only when he heard the old heavenly master Master say this that Jianglan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Old Celestial Master, they shouldn't just be here for the Tong Tian talisman." "Old me knows," the old Heavenly Master said. "It's true that they came in a strange way. It's just that there's nothing on this Longhu mountain that can attract those thieves besides the Tong Tian talisman." Jianglan hung his eyes and thought, nope, what else did he not expect? It's not a feat, it's a person, or something. There has to be something that is capable of appealing to the all-sex gang anyway. If there's really nothing there, there's no way that the all-sex guys, they can't be fed up with nothing to do, can they? Thinking of this, Jianglan immediately raised his head. "Old Celestial Master, I don't think it's that simple. Think about it, is there anyone or anything else that can arouse the interest of the whole sex, or even make them raise the whole gang and risk losing most of their people, but also want to see, or know about it? Should." Speaking of this, suddenly, the old Heavenly Master's eyes suddenly widened, as if he too had thought of something. Without saying a word, he directly flashed in front of Jianglan and disappeared. Jianglan was stunned by this sudden turn of events. What did the old Celestial Master think of this? He left without even saying hello. Thinking about it, but Jianglan didn't dwell on it too much. Anyway, it was fine for him to do his duty of reminding. As for the situation of Longhu Mountain, he definitely did not know as much as the old Heavenly Master. It wasn't until then that Zhong Kuei and the Day and Night Wanderer reappeared in front of Jianglan. Looking at Jianglan's appearance, a flash of deep awe flashed through both of their eyes, and then they returned to normal. "Lord, you have recovered." "Aha." Jianglan nodded in agreement, then said, "It didn't hurt you just now, did it?" This is what he said to Ghost Zhong Kuei. What he had done just now. Jianglan, who had recovered his memory, knew exactly, and naturally knew that he had just punched Ghost Zhong Kuei. If he wasn't so sturdy, I'm afraid he'd be a paperweight by now. The subordinate is unhindered. "Sire, Lord, what were you going to say?" "No, nothing." Jianglan shrugged, and it was then that he felt a bit of heaviness behind his head. He reached out and ran his hand through it, his waterfall of long hair appearing in front of Jianglan. "Grieving parents have hair. Something's not right. I remember when I obviously had short hair, right?" "Yes, Lord." Jianglan lowered his head again and saw the faintly visible lines on his black robe. Could it be that there are still missing memories from earlier? When did I cosplay? Besides, who is this cosplayer? Not to mention, the feel of the long hair in your hand is actual real hair. Something must have changed just now that he didn't know about. He glanced at Clockblocker and Day and Night Wanderer. These two, apparently, had no intention of giving him an explanation. Jianglan wasn't stupid and knew that 80% of it had something to do with the one inside the netherworld who was the emperor himself. He waved his hand, and a wisp of shadowy aura surged out, and his long hair suddenly scattered to the ground, reverting to his original hairstyle. Whatever the reason, long hair is still too much of a nuisance and it's better to be clean and fresh. This kind of long hair inside an ancient costume drama, apart from pretending to be a bully, in the modern world, Jianglan really couldn't think of any other use for it. And it doesn't matter what kind of hairstyle you have, as long as you have a good-looking face. Jianglan moved his body and looked at the Day and Night Wanderer. "Did you just pass by?" The Day and Night Wanderer shook his head. "Back to the Lord." No, never mind. Let's go. Go back and keep watch." He also saw a few full-sexed corpses, and the harvest just now was probably quite a lot. Not if there were none on the other side of the cliff. Chapter 104 Omnisex? Blame it on yourself. In front of the cliff, Jianglan narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the virtual light screen in front of him. Kill full sex inhuman *4. Get evil nightmare *2600. It's quite a harvest. Sure enough, it was the 4 Zhang maniacs, and the evil nightmare that had been acquired had completely exceeded Jianglan's expectations. Unusual omnisexuals, one would only provide him with 200 or 300 evil nightmares, but killing 4 of the 4 Zhang maniacs and a fat one provided him with 2006. Even with the fat guy, the 4 of them averaged out to 1,650. It's just a shame that the old man in green got away with it. The truth is that he was so killed that he wasn't even paying attention. Otherwise, that old man in green, he wouldn't be able to run away at all. But truthfully, with this result now, Jianglan was actually quite satisfied. He looked again at the panel's own section. Name, Jianglan. Occupation, papermaker. Skills, troop control, eyeballing, puppetry, spirit manipulation. Types of soldiers, paper puppets, paper soldiers, paper horses, paper generals, paper married ghosts, ghost mothers. Type of spirit, Ghost Zhong Kuei, Day and Night Wanderer. Evil nightmare, 6,600. The type of weaponry can be exchanged for nightmare points. You can earn nightmare points by completing quests or killing inhumans. Did it take off? It didn't. Over 6,000. Can't use it all. Can't use it at all. Right now. Jianglan was only thinking of grabbing and opening the evil nightmare mall to see what goodies were inside. But reason eventually overcame impulse. There's no rush. What if we can just get 10,000 together? According to the system's URLs, usually when you get to a whole number, you can unlock a higher level of spirit, instead of watching it now and being tickled. Save up enough to watch it together. Jianlan sat cross-legged under a tree, his eyes burning into the broken cliff. In theory, even though he had taken the elixir given by the old celestial master now, his meridians were not healed, and he should be resting at this time. However, Jianlan had no intention of resting at all. There's no way around it. Evil nightmare points are still too tempting. Such a good opportunity is rarely encountered, not to say once in a decade, not to make a good profit, but instead to rest at this time. Jianlan is afraid of the wrath of God. At this time, behind Jianlan, Ghost Zhongkuei spoke. Lord, do you need my subordinate to help you connect the broken meridians? Oh, exempt? Jianlan raised an eyebrow. In addition to being able to see, you can also heal? A little bit, but, Zhongkuei continued, but can only heal your injuries, because you have a special physique. Other humans, unable to accept a large amount of obscure qi into the body, forced treatment will be 5 organs freeze and die. So, Jianlan nodded. The fact that the physique was special was something that Jianlan had known for a long time. Shady was pretty cool, but it wasn't like all the other people's heirs that Jianlan had seen. Jianlan even suspected that Inchi and Tao should not be the same thing. Even if there is functional overlap, the difference is just too great. Come on then. Since Zhongkuei was able to heal, Jianlan was guilty of waiting for him to slowly get better. And not only were his meridians disintegrated, his liver was also badly injured. Lord, wait a moment. After Ghost Zhongkuei finished speaking, his body transformed into a black and gray smoke, directly drilling into Jianlan's body. Jianlan raised an eyebrow. He had thought that Zhongkuei would heal him in that way that looked like a martial arts movie with his hands over his back. I didn't realize that it had actually burrowed right into him. This time, the smoke that Zhongkuei had turned into did not enter Jianlan's dantian, but instead came to his collapsed meridians and slowly dispersed, then wrapped around the 2 ends of the break, realigning the meridians. The shadowy aura flowed back and forth, and in just a moment's time, Jianlan felt a cool and soothing sensation coming from the location where he had been injured. Then, a slight coolness surrounded Jianlan near his liver, slowly repairing the injured location. In less than 5 minutes, Jianlan's injuries were completely healed. Awesome! Jianlan exclaimed in admiration. This tactic of the Ghost Zhongkuei is truly magical. Originally, I thought Zhongkuei was a warrior, but I didn't realize he was actually a hexagonal warrior. The black and gray smoke that Zhongkuei had turned into passed through Jianlan's body and regrouped in front of him. Are you better, Lord? Much better. While talking, not far away, 2 silhouettes darted past, rushing straight from the back of the mountain in the direction of the broken cliff. Jianlan's eyes lit up. Looking at the figures, it seems like these two haven't seen each other before. Since I've never seen it, there's no doubt that it's all sex in all likelihood. It's good to be holistic. These two could put together 7,000 for him. And even if one was 200, with 15 more, his evil nightmare could break 10,000. Jianlan immediately came into the spirit, and with a flash, he appeared in front of the 2 silhouettes, who, seeing Jianlan, one of them alerted. Jianlan, on the other hand, said nonchalantly, all sex brother? Yes. Did you take advantage of the chaos and run away too? Jianlan narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? You don't know? That full sex was a bit surprised, but soon explained. The old heavenly master got angry. A big half of the brothers inside died. Buddy, you also run quickly. Don't be killed by the old heavenly master in a while too. Jianlan frowned. What do you mean? The old celestial master is angry? It's not right. The old heavenly master had left in a hurry just now, and it had only been more than 10 minutes of work until now. So how could he suddenly become so furious? The old heavenly master was highly respected and was not a murderous person in the first place, and if he was not ridden into the face, it was impossible to kill with anger. Even if they do, at best they'll kill a small percentage. But according to this all-natured statement, the old heavenly master was obviously moved to true fire and directly chose to go on a killing spree. He'll have to check it out. Without thinking too much, Jianlan directly greeted the day and night wanderer behind him. Finish them both off, get them dead and remember to throw them at the bottom of the cliff. By my command. The day and night wanderer stepped forward and struck the meditation gong. Jianlan, on the other hand, had long since disappeared from the spot. His figure was held up by Inchi, floating in mid-air, and he could clearly see the dazzling golden light at the Tianchi Mansion's main hall. It's really the old Sky Master. Jianlan flew rapidly towards where the old Heavenly Master was. Only when he rushed to the vicinity of the old Celestial Master did Jianlan fall from mid-air. On the ground, countless corpses lay horizontally, and the old Heavenly Master, covered in golden light, stood in the middle of a circle of corpses, as if he were a descending heavenly god. In his eyes, Jianlan vaguely detected a touch of anger. His eyes flashed. It is said that at this age of the old celestial master, not to mention other things, the kung fu of cultivating chi must be extremely well practiced, not to mention that he is still the celestial master of Longhu Mountain. The heart is even more beyond the other foreigners by a large margin. What's going on that could make the old celestial master so angry? Jianlan asked as he stepped over a group of corpses and arrived at the old heavenly master's body. What's wrong, old sky master? The old celestial master glanced at Jianlan, and the anger in his eyes converged and turned into a touch of celebration. Nothing happened, thanks to you, a little guy reminded. Otherwise this time I am afraid that it will be a big disaster. As for these all sex, the blame is just there. The old heavenly master flung his wide sleeve robe, his voice icy cold. Chapter 105, The End of the Fight. Listening to the old celestial master. It's alright? Jianlan's mind was active, and it didn't take much effort to analyze things pretty much. It should be that the purpose of omnisexuality was bumped off by the old celestial master in time to not be accomplished. But Quan Sex's plot, and happened to touch the old heavenly master's scales, so even if it didn't work out, the old heavenly master was so angry that he killed Quan Sex outside to vent his anger. As for what exactly they were scheming, Jianlan was definitely not in a good position to ask the old heavenly master at a time like this, and to be honest, Jianlan wasn't really interested. It certainly didn't have much to do with him anyway is all. Since this was the case, he was relieved to make sure that nothing was wrong on the old heavenly master's side. Then the late generation will not disturb. After saying that, Jianlan turned around and prepared to leave. But before he could leave, the old heavenly master suddenly called out to him from behind. And wait, Jianlan turned to face the old heavenly master. What else do you command? The old celestial master reached into his bosom and fumbled around for a bit, then took out an emerald green jade tablet and handed it to Jianlan. Old me, this is not much good stuff. You helped a lot. This thing is many years ago. Old me, a refiner friend sent, has not been put to use. Now it will be gifted to you. This no matter card protection effect is good. Close to keep it can be. Jianlan didn't push back and directly reached out to take the jade tablet. Many thanks to the old celestial master. Since it was given for nothing, there was certainly no reason for him not to want it, and by the looks of things, he does seem to have helped out quite a bit. Plus, the old celestial master had said that the protection of this thing was good, so it must be really good. After all, Jianlan had almost used his full strength just now, and was only barely able to shake the old heavenly master. The old heavenly master waved his hand and said, "You go, old me still has quite a lot of Luo chaos to deal with here, so I won't keep you." Jianlan nodded and turned to leave. He was ready to go back to the broken cliffs, but on second thought, the broken cliffs there were guarded by the day and night wanderer in Zhongkue, which was completely enough. Take a look around the backcountry while you're at it, and you might even get something unexpected. Jianlan thought he was a genius. As he walked, he kept his ears open for the sounds of engagement around him, but it had been such a long time, and the back of the mountain, where the shouts and killings had originally been heard, had basically gone out at this point. The battle reaches its closing stages. After searching for half a day, Jianlan couldn't find his target. Just as he was about to go back, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Jianlan pulled out his cell phone to see that the person calling was Susi. "Hello? Where are you? Hanging around in the backcountry. What's going on? It's almost time. Come to the front of the mountain. Chulan and the baby are back, and Omnisex is pretty much taken care of." So fast? Jianlan was a bit surprised. On the other end of the phone, Susi's slightly flirtatious voice rang out. "Isn't it good to hurry up? You want to keep fighting?" Susi is awesome. He even knows what he's thinking. Hearing that it was over, Jianlan even felt a little pity. The two Inhumans from earlier had only provided him with 200 evil nightmares each, as he had expected, and now his entire evil nightmare points added up to exactly 7,000. Looks like the whole thing won't come together today. At this time, Susi's voice sounded once again. "By the way, how many have you caught on your end?" Jianlan broke down and forgot to turn in. "What can be done about this? You promised me a good deal, but you can't bring back a single survivor. Can you?" Cough. "Just now against the 4 sheets of madness, the cliffside of the paper man guarded it. I did not see. A moment I go to see 4 madmen?" Susi's voice rose a few notches. 4? No, just met 3 of them, and summer harvest didn't come out. I don't know where they went. In the battle just now, Xia hadn't stepped in from the beginning to the end. However, it was certain that Xia must also be in Longhu Mountain. After all, he had even seen it before in the audience of the racecourse, but he just didn't know where it was hidden. What about a couple of them? "You're not hurt, are you?" "The man is gone. I'm fine." "No, it's running away. It's not a big problem, just as long as you're okay." "No more. Is dead." Dead? Susi's voice rose again, and it was the first time Jianlan had heard Susi speak in such a sharp tone. You killed them? Yes. Susi sighed, didn't make a sound for a long time. It was a long time before he said with some difficulty, you come back first. By the way, if there is full sex over the cliff, bring it back together. Okay. Jianlan responded with another sentence and hung up. It had to be said that Susi, this news, was really a bit lagging behind. A few of the omnisexuals had been dead for almost 20 minutes before he got the message. But yeah, at that time, the only people present were Lu Jin and Zhang Lingyu, plus at most one old celestial master. These few should all still be in the back of the mountain, and won't be in contact with Susi so soon. Also no longer looking for Quan sex, Jianlan rushed in the direction of the front mountain tourist area. In actuality, even if he were to look for it, there aren't many full sexes left in these backwoods. Trying to round it up is even more basically impossible. However, there was an old saying that one should always be happy with what one has, and although the 7,000 evil nightmares were a bit regrettable, Jianlan was actually quite content. Arriving at the cliff, Jianlan saw the day and night wanderer in Zhongkue, one on the left and one on the right guarding the front of the cliff like door gods. Did you just catch anyone? Reporting back to the Lord. There are 2 passing omnisexuals who are now unconscious. Please decide. Lord. Yoo-hoo. A windfall and all. 2 is fine. Get dead and throw them down. And move fast. Without the slightest hesitation, Jianlan directly commanded. As for Susi's comment about letting him bring people back, it had long since been thrown out of Jianlan's mind. If you can't bring someone back, it's just a matter of explaining more. But if you bring it back, the bad nightmare that came to you will fly away. How could Jianlan watch a cooked duck fly away? Day and night wanderers move quickly. Dang, shoo, bang. Kill full sex inhuman *2. Get evil nightmare *500. Oh, wow. Still 500, 7,500 now, sort of 3/4 of the way to the goal. But how can a goal be accomplished successfully every time? Gone. When Zhang Lan's words fell, Zhongkue and the day and night wandering god transformed into black and gray smoke, rushing into his body and burrowing into his dantian to settle down. Zhang Lan's entire body rose up in the air, and in a few moments' time, he arrived at the front mountain tourist area. This place, it was a little noisier than when he'd arrived earlier, and there were noticeably more inhumans carrying stretchers back and forth. There were even a lot of them that were no longer in white coats, but were inhumans in normal dark brown overalls. It can be seen that today's battle has been metastasized by both the company and all sects. There weren't even enough medical wagons to go around, and the roadside was covered with clean fabric, with many of the wounded lying in blood-covered rows on it. TSK. Jianlan smacked his lips. This battle was good for him, but there were quite a few people who had lost their lives forever on this Dragon Tiger Mountain. Chapter 106, Lu Jin's Invitation. Turning his head, Jianlan saw Susi and his group, standing not far away. Susi also looked at Jianlan and hurriedly walked to him, staring him up and down, giving him a somewhat uncomfortable look. What for? Susi opened his mouth and froze without saying anything. To be honest, he still hadn't gotten over the shock of Jianlan killing 3 of the 4 Zhang maniacs. Anyway, a few of them were at least in the full sex, the most famous of the bunch, and had given the company a headache for quite some time. 1 against 3, or total annihilation. Susi was a bit skeptical that his previous prediction of Jianlan's strength was not conservative. Looking at Susi's strange eyes, Jianlan frowned. Don't you? I'm not interested in men. Susi immediately broke his defense. I'm not interested either. Forget it. Over there at the cliff, did you catch anyone? Jianlan immediately went into a state with this regret on his face and shook his head. No, that group of Quan sects is very cunning. After all, only the paper people are guarding the mouth of the cliff. Alas, not only did we not catch anyone, the paper people also lost a lot of them. Susi frowned. Jianlan said this. At first glance there was nothing wrong with it, but how come the more he thought about it, the stranger he felt? It's not quite right. He got 3 of the 4 madmen killed. Can his paper men not take care of those passing minions? But although he was skeptical, Susi didn't pursue the matter any further. Since Jianlan had said there was none, he would just assume that he really hadn't caught it. Doesn't matter. Anyway, today's battle results are not bad. Come to the full sex of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Escaped just a very small part. Most of them were captured or get killed. This time, the program against all sects was a big success, to say the least. Smacking his lips, Susi said, It's fine. When we go back I'll ask headquarters to apply and send you more compensation. Jianlan laughed. That's a good feeling. Although he now had tens of millions of dollars lying in his bank card, Jianlan felt that no one should mind having too much money in his card, right? Making small talk, Jiang Lan looked sideways at Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao, who were not far away. Zhang Chulan stood in front of Feng Baobao with little expression on his face, but his eyes were filled with apologies. As for Feng Baobao, she, who had never shown any emotion, was now also very lost in a rare way. Seeing this, Jiang Lan redirected his gaze to Su Si. What's going on? Zhang Chulan didn't get the news he wanted? Jiang Lan had long known that Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao's purpose. Now, looking at Zhang Chulan's appearance, even if he had guessed, he would have guessed. Su Si nodded slightly at his words. Well, something went wrong, so let's go back and talk about the specifics. Now is the time to wrap up the work. Come over to talk to Jiang Lan for a few moments. Su Si are considered busy, do not have time to explain in detail. Moreover, Zhang Chulan hadn't gone into detail with him before as to what had happened. Su Si also only knew that Zhang Chulan had not succeeded in receiving the inheritance of the Heavenly Master. Jiang Lan raised an eyebrow. So you've come all this way, put in all this effort, and ended up playing for nothing? Although whether Zhang Chulan could successfully get the news he wanted had little to do with Jiang Lan, but as the point that he had been helping Zhang Chulan clear the obstacles since the beginning of the Luo Tiandajiao, Jiang Lan was still a bit disappointed with the result. At this time, a few of the company's foreigners came over next to them and said to Su Si, "Fourth brother, 3 more were sent over just now. Where do you think they should be mounted?" Su Si did not answer immediately, but said to Jiang Lan, "Talk to you later. I'll get busy first." Jiang Lan waved his hand. Just after sending Su Si away, his shoulder was slapped from behind by a big, strong hand. Jiang Lan turned his head and saw Lu Jin in a suit. Behind Lu Jin, there was also Lu Linglong, who had pink hair and a little dust on her face, looking a little wretched. "Good boy. Linglong said that you were the one who snatched her and Hoban Genoa from Quan Sex just now? Oh, here comes the thank you." Jiang Lan immediately figured out what was going on and returned. "I should." Lu Jin obviously didn't really approve of Jiang Lan's statement. "But don't say that, useless." "What do you mean should? You saved Linglong. That's a big favor for me, Lu Jin. So, I owe you a favor. As long as you use it in the future, you can come to me anytime. Aside from things that hurt the heavens and harm the earth, no matter what you want to ask me to do, I will never refuse." Jiang Lan didn't expect that Lu Jin, the old man, was quite generous. Lu Jin's words were basically the same as admitting that he owed Jiang Lan a favor. A favor from an unusual person, of course, is useless. However, Lu Jin, as one of the 10 brothers and the patriarch of the Lu family, one of the 4 great families in the inhuman world, his position within the entire inhuman circle was significant. Although he thought that his strength was here and there was nothing that he could use Lu Jin's help for, there were times when strength didn't mean everything. Lu Jin's one favor, as long as it was used in the right place, would definitely be able to give him a considerable boost. Without half a hint of excuses, Jiang Lan directly nodded his head. "Elder Lu, you have said so. It would be unintelligent for the juniors to excuse themselves." Ha ha ha. Lu Jin let out a hearty laugh. "Good boy, to my old man's liking." Jiang Lan sniffed and suddenly remembered when his meridians collapsed just now. If I remember correctly, he was mean to this old man Lu before. By the way, Elder Lu, I'm sorry about before. I wasn't very clear-headed at the time. "It's fine," Lu Jin said. "That's why you came, or else that fat bastard Gao Ning. It's the old man who's tossing around." In fact, Gao Ning, a few of them, were running towards Lu Jin in the beginning. If Jiang Lan hadn't intervened, the unlucky one might have been Lu Jin. "It's good that you don't take offense. Old me has lived a long life. What's there to see? When the matter of Dragon Tiger Mountain is over this time, you can come to the imperial capital and take a look around, and old me will be the host." Jiang Lan glanced at Lu Jin. After entering the circle for such a long time, he knew quite a few things about the inhuman realm, big and small. The famous Lu family, it should be on the Jiangnan side. How could Lu Jin ask him to go to the imperial capital? As I recall, isn't the Lu family in Jiangnan? Hey, isn't it more convenient to be in the imperial city? Plus Linglong is also attending school in the imperial city, and the master's sect is also in the imperial city. There are also frequent meetings on the company side, and the old man's old bones can't withstand the tossing and turning, so he simply settled down in the imperial city for the time being. Jiang Lan sniffed and tugged at the corner of his mouth. It is said that Lu Linglong is the pearl of the Lu family, and looking at it this way, there is nothing wrong with the outside world statement at all. This old man, Lu Jin, was really attached to this great-granddaughter of his. Jiang Lan smiled and said, "Okay, I'll definitely go some other time." As it happened, Wang Yuya's family was also from the imperial capital, and he had previously promised Wang Yuya that he would go over and turn around after this trip to Longhu Mountain was over. Looking at this now, I'm guessing I'll be back tomorrow and the day after. I have nothing to do, so I'll check it out when the time comes. Chapter 107, Zhong Kuei's colleagues. The following afternoon, the black commercial car drove to the entrance of Jiang Lan's house in Z City. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, Jiang Lan said to Su Si inside the car, Hard work. Hurry up and get up there. Su Si waved his hand and drove off immediately afterward. John Lan took the elevator upstairs and returned to his familiar room as he breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's back. The time he had spent in the Dragon Tiger Mountain, although it hadn't been 10 days in total, the things he had done in the mountain could really not be counted as few. None of it is exhausting, but it can't be mind-numbing. Just off the plane, did not even think to go to the company? John Lan heart the first thing is to go home and have a good sleep. After simply taking a bath in the shower, John Lan returned to the bedroom and lay on the bed in a zigzag shape on all fours. After closing his eyes and warming up to the single bed for a while, John Lan then reopened his eyes. There's still business to be done. In front of him, the system's virtual light screen emerged. The number of nightmare points on it, exactly 7,500. Without the slightest hesitation, John Lan directly opened the evil nightmare mall. The first thing that caught his eye was still the familiar words Fengdu Emperor. The selling price was still 100,000 evil nightmares, and to the current John Lan, it belonged to an existence that could only be viewed from afar. He pulled the mall bar straight down. Leopard's tail requires 1,000 nightmares, spirit. Beak required nightmare 1,000, spirit. Fish gills required nightmare 1,000, spirit. Wasp required nightmare 1,000, spirit. Note, the simultaneous appearance of a leopard's tail, bird's beak, fish gills, and wasp can enhance battle power to a certain extent. Looking at the 4 newly appeared spirit bodies, John Lan blinked. If he remembered correctly, these 4 were 4 of the 10 marshals. In mythology, it's the detention of souls, only different from the black and white constable detained human soul. Therefore are specialized in detaining the souls of birds and beasts. Looks good. However, John Lan didn't rush and looked upwards. Bull's head required nightmare 2,000, spirit. Horseface required nightmare 2,000, spirit. Note, the simultaneous appearance of bullhead and horseface can enhance the battle power to a certain extent. Black impermanence required nightmare 2,000, spirit. White impermanence required nightmare 2,000, spirit. Note, the simultaneous appearance of the black and white irregulars can enhance the battle power to a certain extent. John Lan's eyes flashed. Compared to the 4 just now, these 4 are awesome. Black and white, ox head and horseface. It is not too much to say that these 4 are synonymous with hell. Ordinary people may not know manhwaedit, but to mention the black and white impermanent ox head and horseface 4, that basically do not know. What's the saying? The county officials are not as good as the current ones. Those high and mighty ghost emperors had little to do with the common people, and naturally fewer people cared. And the black and white irregulars and the like are the hookers of hell. In classical Chinese culture, when a person is about to die, the black and white irregulars will appear to hook the soul. John Lan had a few more heartbeats, but he didn't immediately slap a decision on it, but was going to look at it again, and that's just the 2,000s. Any higher, isn't it even more outrageous? Mona required nightmare 5,000, spirit. Ju Chui required nightmare 5,000, spirit. Hiss. John Lan sucked in a breath of cool air. Is it that good? It goes without saying that Mangpa is the founder of Mangpa soup. Chui Ju, on the other hand, is the judge of the Yin Law Division in the Hellmouth. The Judge Chui, as the people often called him, was Chui Ju. It's all very heartwarming. There were just too many choices, and he was a little undecided for a while. What about this? After thinking for a moment, John Lan's eyes lit up. It doesn't matter if he doesn't know which one is great. Someone else does. John Lan's consciousness sank into his dantian and summoned Zhong Kuei. Help, Lord! Zhong Kuei was awakened and transformed into a cloud of smoke that passed through John Lan's body, then landed on the ground and turned into a human form. John Lan didn't talk nonsense, and when he saw Zhong Kuei, he directly asked which of those above was more powerful. Listening to John Lan recite, Zhong Kuei said without thinking, naturally, Mang and Ju Chui are stronger. John Lan, well said. The price was there, and he didn't need Zhong Kuei to tell him who was stronger. Without going into strengths and weaknesses, who do you think is a little bit better? Well, this time, the bellhop deliberated for a moment. After a moment, he looked up and said, it depends on how your focus is. Lord, in addition to manipulating memories, Meng is much more proficient in medicine than I am, and she has the means to be able to cast her spells on other inhumans. And Chui Ju, that guy's strength is average, but smart. The Lord, if there is anything you cannot decide, you can ask him. On top of that, Ju Chui can weaken the enemy as well as gain the Lord. John Lan blinked and listened, a little confused. Where did this vestigial feeling of playing a card drawing game come from? He had now figured out that Mang and Ju Chui, one was a nurse and the other was a halo. Unfortunately, none of them are combat professions. Any berserkers out there? John Lan mentally spat out a sentence. But soon, Jianlan looked at Zhong Kuei again. Do you know them well? They're both fellow officers, and often come into contact on weekdays, but I'm more familiar with Cui Ju. After all, we're considered to be in the same department. I'm the judge of the Department of Punishment and Evil, and Cui Ju is from the Department of In-Laws. Jianlan froze. He then remembered that Zhong Kuei was in as a judge. When he had just summoned Zhong Kuei, Jianlan hadn't thought about it that much. Plus, Zhong Kuei had said earlier that the Netherworld was not hell, but now it seemed that the positional departments in the Netherworld, and even the people inside, were exactly the same as Jianlan's impression of the Hellmouth. So here's the question again. Jianlan said somewhat strangely, you two are co-workers, your strength should be similar, right? Why are you so cheap? Ghost Zhong Kuei was the first spirit he unlocked, and Jianlan remembered clearly that the price of Ghost Zhong Kuei was 1,000 evil nightmares. Since Ju Chui is the same judge as him, is it reasonable that the price difference is 5 times? Zhong Kuei was momentarily speechless, organizing his words for a moment before speaking. You can understand it as newbie gift pack? After staying in Jianglan's body for a long time, Zhong Kuei also knew quite a lot about this realm. Coupled with the fact that Jianglan usually played games at home when he had nothing to do, Zhong Kuei also belonged to the ear. Jianglan nodded, so saying he understands, but Ghost Bellwether wasn't entirely right. Jianglan felt that he should be considered a limited time discount. After thinking for a moment, Jianglan temporarily finalized the candidate in his mind. Cui Ju and Bai Wuyun, don't you think? He now totals 7,500 evil nightmares. Honestly, that number is a little embarrassing. The black and white irregulars together totaled 4,000, and if you bought them all, you'd only be left with 3,500. Not enough for Cui Ju and Meng. So after thinking for a while, Jianlan still decided to buy the black and white irregulars separately. Just unlock it slowly later when you have nightmare points. My lord is wise, Zhong Kuei said. Jianlan smiled. Come on, cut the ass kissing. Chapter 108, The King's Invitation. Confirmation of purchase, Ju Chui. Looking at the prompt that appeared in the system, Jianlan didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly nodded his head. Okay, purchase successful. Immediately after that, he shifted his line of sight downward, locking onto white impermanence. The light screen prompt reappeared. Confirmation of purchase, white impermanence. Okay, purchase successful. The light curtain disappeared and a large number of memories drilled into Jianlan's mind. After receiving and digesting for a while, Jianlan took a deep breath. Phew! Inside Jianglan's body, a large amount of shadowy aura gushed out, completely covering the surface of his body in an instant. Yellow paper fluttered and danced, combining into the shape of 2 small figures. The paper man landed on the ground. The temperature in the room plummeted, and a coolness that seemed to come from the underworld instantly scraped across every corner of the room. It was still the height of summer, but a thin layer of ice crystals had condensed on the windows. 2 ghastly winds blew by, drilling into each of the 2 paper figures. In the next moment, the paper figures swelled and grew larger, and the 2 human figures gradually solidified and appeared in front of Jianlan. The one at the head, close to 1 meter 9 in height, was wearing a green and black robe, with his long hair tied up, holding a large brush, and the other hand holding a scroll similar to a dossier. He had a face that was similar to that of an ordinary ancient scholar except for some slight greenish color, and his eyebrows revealed a righteousness. Ju Chui, meet the Lord. Cui Ju clasped his fists and bowed to Jianglan, immediately after skimming the Zhong Kuei next to him. Jianglan nodded. The second silhouette had also taken shape. Compared to Cui Ju, white impermanence was much more oppressive. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with a miserable white robe and a white hat on his head, with the 4 big words, a sight of raw wealth. The changeless face was iron blue, a tongue hanging down to his chest, both hands holding a similar spirit streamer-like wailing rod, the tip of which was topped with a skull, glowing with a dead gray color, on which an incomparably sinister and cold aura glowed, so that at a glance one had no doubt about its power. Xia Bian, meet the Lord. Jianlan looked at the 2 generals in front of him, relieved beyond measure. The previous efforts were not in vain, or thanks to all that omnisex, or else he wouldn't have been able to save up enough for so many evil nightmares. It was just that Jianlan still had some regrets. After all, whether in mythology or folklore, the black and white invincibles basically appear at the same time, and there are very few records of them acting alone. Moreover, the hint above the system also said that the black and white invincibles appearing at the same time could increase the combat power to a certain extent. It's just a shame that he doesn't have enough evil nightmares right now. It would take another 15,000 to come up with the evil nightmare that could purchase the black impermanent spirit body. I don't know when the system will be able to send out another quest or something like that, so that Jianlan can hurry up and get these 1,500 points of evil nightmare together. You guys go ahead and go back. He couldn't use Cui Ju or Bai Zuinyun right now. Plus it was at home and it was weirdly cold for the two of them to be here. Yes, Lord. Cui Ju and White Impermanence each gave a salute to John Lan, then transformed into two black and gray smoke, directly drilling into John Lan's dantian. At this time, Zhong Kuei said, Lord, there's nothing to do, I'll go back first too? John Lan smiled and nodded. Back. He knew that Zhong Kuei should be in a hurry to catch up with his old colleagues. As all three of them drilled into John Lan's dantian, the temperature in the room gradually rose, and the window ice crystals melted. John Lan rolled over and lay on the bed. Within his dantian, due to the additional nourishment from Cui Ju and White Impermanence, the total amount of yin and obscurity was growing at an extremely fast rate, and then spreading to all of his limbs and bones, subtly enhancing his physical qualities. John Lan was naturally able to feel it. At this rate, John Lan even suspected that after there were more spirit bodies to a certain extent, there would be no use for them at all. When the time comes, you can push it directly in the flesh. Why do you need a bunch of helpers? Taking a long breath, John Lan stretched. Another big thing solved. Now I can finally rest and relax. The next step is to visit the Empire. But first and foremost, the most important thing to do is to get some sleep. Rolling over, it didn't take long for John Lan to fall into a deep sleep. Night. Buzz. Buzz. A vibration sounded from the cell phone next to John Lan's pillow. He opened his eyes in a bit of a daze and fumbled haphazardly around his pillow for a while as John Lan felt for the phone and pressed the virtual answer button to his ear. Who? Me. On the other end of the line, a somewhat hushed voice rang out. John Lan was refreshed for a few moments and brought the phone in front of him to look at it. The one who came to the phone was Wang Yuya, and the time, now, is 1:30 in the morning. It's late at night, so there must be something going on. Coupled with the tone of voice that Wang Yuya had just used, it was estimated that what he had encountered was not a small matter. After all, during the time of previous contact, Wang also had an indifferent attitude towards everything, and had never sounded so bereft. John Lan sat up his body and asked into the microphone, What happened? Can you come to the Empire? I've got a bit of a problem on my side. John Lan was stunned. He hadn't guessed wrong. Wang Yuya was really in trouble. Without hesitation, John Lan directly said, Okay, I'll be there tomorrow. Well, Wang also continued on the other end of the phone. Can you contact the company site for me, by the way? I want to put out a commission. John Lan raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that Wang Yuya is in quite a bit of trouble. The company naturally has other means of generating revenue besides delivery. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's not very easy for FaZe to support so many employees, and accepting commissions from other Inhumans is the company's primary source of money. John Lan had wanted to say that he alone was enough, but just as he was about to speak, Wang Yuya's voice rang out again. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just a bit complicated on my end. So anyway, please, it's no trouble. I'll go to the office tomorrow. John Lan agreed in one bite. In his heart, he recognized Wang Yuya as a friend, so a little help was nothing. Many thanks, many thanks. The king also thanked him once again. I've said you don't have to be polite. John Lan said, Tomorrow I'll see about helping you bring people there directly. Send me a location. Got it. Wang also sniffed, his voice all cheerful for a few minutes. Hanging up, it didn't take long for Wang to also send a locator. Z City was not far from the imperial capital, and from his current location to the positioning that Wang also sent, it would take a total of just over 2 hours to drive. But it was too late now, and Su-san Su-si might not be at the company. John Lan planned to go over again in the morning. In fact, John Lan had a vague idea in his heart about the trouble Wang Yuya had encountered. It was probably the aftereffects of his ability to perform at the Luo Tian Dajiao. I'm sure that the king is also being targeted. I guess from the time he came home, there has been no stopping. Can survive until now to ask for help with him? Is also considered to be able to resist. Chapter 109. A small goal commissioned. Early the next morning, John Lan opened his eyes and got up, simply washed up, casually put on a piece of clothing, and went out to go downstairs. All the way inside the underground parking lot of the district, John Lan looked at the several cars in front of him. Which one to drive? In front of him, there were a total of 3 cars parked. A red Ferrari 488, a Mercedes-Benz Big G, and an Audi A8L, respectively. When you have money, it's natural to splurge. These cars, all of which John Lan had finished buying before going to Longhu Mountain, and in order to have a current car, there are basically few options, so you pay and just drive away. There's no way around it. Poor people get rich at first. Coupled with that half a month before he went to the Dragon Tiger Mountain, he had also squandered quite a bit, so now Jiang Lan's savings were only 30 million zeros. But that's enough. In fact, after the balance in the bank card was more, John Lan felt a bit tasteless instead. With his current ability to make money, he could casually make more money than he could spend in several lifetimes, as long as he didn't start a business. Those wages that Su-si offered him were also basically unattractive to the current John Lan, but John Lan had no intention of breaking away from the company. For one thing, it was because he had been treated really well by Su-si since he joined the company. Secondly, from being recruited by Su-si to now, a total of not even a month. Even if he is outsourced, he has to respect the company a little. No, putting down the thoughts in his mind, Jianlan walked towards the front of that Audi A8. Since you're going out, it's better to keep a slightly lower profile. Of course, the car isn't really that understated is all. Sitting in the driver's seat, the soft leather seat wraps around Jianlan's back. TSK. Jianlan smacked his lips. Let's just say it's nice to be rich. In his previous life, he had never seen a few of these cars, let alone driving them. Starting the car, Jianlan went straight to the headquarters of Nadu Tongzi City. 20 minutes later, Jianlan parked his car in front of the entrance, entered and took the elevator all the way to the third floor inside the office. The office door was open and Susan Su-si was sitting in the room. Seeing Jianlan, Su-si lifted his head. Coming early find a place to sit, Saner get a glass of water. With a greeting, Su-si lowered his head again and his fingers danced rapidly on the computer keyboard, making a crackling sound. Jianlan sat on the sofa. Is this busy? Isn't that so? There's still a bunch of things left to be dealt with. I guess it'll take 2 more days to finish, Su-si said while typing. After saying that, he seemed to suddenly remember something, and immediately followed up with Jianlan. By the way, I've reported your approval, and the headquarters site estimates that they'll be able to pay you in the next couple of days. There's no rush on that one. Now that he couldn't spend all the money in his card, it didn't matter to Jianlan if it was earlier or later on Su-si's side. Jianlan continued. Wang also said to send a commission to the company. Su-si finally stopped his hand movements. What commission? I don't know. Jianlan shook his head. Just give him a call and ask. Su-si paused, then a smile appeared on his face. Jianlan felt a bit strange. What was there to smile about for a good reason? And that smile gave Jianlan the feeling of a weasel meeting an old hen. I'll ask. Su-si wasn't busy anymore. He directly took out his cell phone and pressed it a few times against his ear. Jianlan didn't know, but Su-si did. Wang Yuya was previously unassuming in the circle, and Su-si was naturally curious about his identity, so he just contacted Wang Yuya not too long ago and went to check his identity. It's a shock not to find out. In addition to his skills, Wang Yuya's family background is likewise not small. His family, one might even say, is ridiculously good. Wang also his father, is the famous Zhonghai Group boss, Wang Weiguo. Wang Weiguo old man that is not an ordinary person in the whole of China, and he can arm wrestle with the businessman. A palm or counted over, belong to the kind of go out to eat a meal, will be on the news of the characters. This kind of commission from the son of a big shot. If the commission fee is charged less, Su-si feels sorry for himself, so naturally he was happy. It didn't take long for the call to connect. Su-si opened the door and asked directly, "You want to commission us?" When he finished speaking, he lit a cigarette and listened quietly to the voices coming from across the microphone, exhaling a smoke ring in the process. No problem, easy to say. What's going on over there right now? Su-si's cell phone is still quite good, plus he didn't turn on the amplification, so Jianlan didn't know what Wang Yuya was saying on the opposite side. Su-si and nod in agreement for a while, then said, "This commission, the company took, only this cost. Ahaha, that's fine then. Naming Zhang Chulan right? Success. I'll send the person over to you in a while. You guys discuss the specific details haha." Su-si finished and hung up the phone with a joyful smile. Jianlan pulled the corner of his mouth. He now sort of understood why Su-si had that expression of a weasel seeing an old hen just now. The feeling is that he's using Wang Yuya as an ingrate to slaughter. I don't know if Wang has any money. 2. TSK. If he really didn't have any, he'd just borrow some from Wang Ye. That's all trivial. You're going to? Su-si asked, looking at Jianlan. Jianlan nodded. Su-si raised an eyebrow. That has to add money but don't. Jianlan said, I'm going as a friend. Just charge Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao for their share of the money. I've promised people to help out. Asking for money again would be a bit of a stretch. That's fine. Su-si's tone revealed more or less a feeling of regret. Jianlan didn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and inquired, how much are you going to charge Wang Yuya? Su-si downplayed the situation and spat out a figure. 100 million, I guess. Ha, Jianlan's eyes widened. How much? 100 million? Is Su-si crazy? Not to mention whether Wang also had that much money. Even if he did, how much trouble would it have to be to deserve the price tag of $100 million? 100 million. Su-si said. Didn't I say before that the company is out on commission and the fees are expensive? The corners of Jianlan's eyes jumped. He did know that the company out of the commission is expensive, but he really did not expect so expensive. You really don't take a small goal for granted, do you? As if he could see the thoughts in Jianlan's mind, Su-si laughed. Don't worry, it's just $100 million. It's a drop in the bucket for him. As a matter of fact, as long as it can solve his troubles, the company wants more and he can take it. Jianlan was shocked. He had worked so hard for so long that he only had a total of 30 million left on his card, and Wang Yuya could casually take out 100 million? Is that what separates people from each other? Zhang Lan had seen it all today. Wang also his family. What exactly do they do? Wang Weigua. You've heard of him, right? Zhang Lan's eyes widened slightly. Although he wasn't originally from this world, Wang Weigua's name wasn't much different from that of Mr. Wang, who had opened Wanda in his previous life. Chapter 110 The Law of Injunction. Although Zhang Lan couldn't be sure, Wang Weigua was probably a bit higher in rank than Wanda's Mr. Wang. It's estimated to be $1 trillion in assets anyhow. If that was true, then 100 million king could probably afford it too. But it had to be said that Wang also didn't want the rich second generation in Zhang Lan's head. Not at all flighty, not to mention quite righteous. Together with the period of contact, it was also completely impossible to see that Wang also looked like a rich man. Instead, he looked like an ordinary Taoist priest. Even if his father is Wang Weigua, the asking price is a bit too dark. No way, big brother. Su Si put out his cigarette and shrugged. The company also needs to operate. Otherwise you think your salary and bonus, where do they come from? Can't rely on delivery, right? Zhang Lan was speechless. There was no way. There was nothing wrong with what Su Si said. It really was just that. He stopped obsessing about the price. King could afford it anyway, and since he was going to solve the trouble, there was no excuse for paying. Zhang Lan looked around and asked again. Right, where are Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao? Why haven't we seen them both? I've just messaged Chang Chulan. He'll be here in a moment. Mentioning Zhang Chulan, Zhang Lan asked again. That's right, it was said earlier that Zhang Chulan didn't inherit the position of Heavenly Master. What's going on? Usually, Zhang Lan didn't really care much about these things, but it's better to be idle than to talk. Well, Su Si organized his language and then said, to inherit the Heavenly Master, one needs to accept an inheritance called the Heavenly Master degree. Then just accept it. Zhang Lan said. Anyway, isn't Zhang Chulan's purpose the truth about those things back then, and something about Feng Baobao? It's not that simple. Su Si shook his head. According to Zhang Chulan, the Celestial Master's degree should be an extremely powerful forbidden art. When he asked the old Celestial Masters a few people about those events back then before, Elder Tian Jinzhong Tian and Elder Lu Jin were all present. The two of them, they easily told what they knew, whereas the old Celestial Master was silent about what happened back then, and the old Celestial Master's attitude towards Zhang Chulan. You've seen it as well. Zhang Lan nodded. The old Heavenly Master really had nothing more to say to Zhang Chulan, going to great lengths to make the Luo Tian Dajia. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was organized specifically for Zhang Chulan. Indeed, the old Heavenly Master is a bit too partial to Zhang Chulan. Yeah, so Zhang Chulan concluded that it's not that the old Heavenly Master shouldn't want to talk to him about what happened back then, but that he can't. Su Si continued. In that case, although there is no way to determine what exactly the things that are forbidden by the Celestial Master's degree are, those things back then are definitely included in the forbidden system. If that's really the case, I'm afraid that once one receives the Celestial Master's degree, only Zhang Chulan himself will be able to know about it and won't be able to tell. Zhang Lan's mind was enlightened. So that's what happened. It's a no-brainer, because what Zhang Chulan wanted to know was not only about his grandfather, but also about Feng Baobao's birth. Even more so, the weight of Feng Baobao's problem was much greater than Zhang Chulan's own. It would be a mistake to accept that the Divine Mastery can learn the truth of the matter, but not be able to tell it. Moreover, once one accepted the Celestial Master degree, it meant that Zhang Chulan had officially become a Celestial Master candidate, although it wasn't so bad that he would be locked up in Longhu Mountain all the time, with the identity of a Celestial Master. No matter what he did in the future, he wouldn't be able to do whatever he wanted. The most important point was that after really becoming a Celestial Master, Zhang Chulan and the company would probably have nothing to do with each other, and helping Feng Baobao to find her origins would naturally become nonsense. Just as Zhang Lan was thinking, a footstep came from outside the door. Zhang Lan looked sideways and saw Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao walk inside the office one after the other. Coming. Su Si smoothly took a bunch of freshly printed documents from the side and handed them to Zhang Chulan. Commission. Naming you. Pack up and get ready to leave for the imperial capital. Zhang Chulan froze for a split second after receiving the document. So urgent? Of course I'm in a hurry. Don't dawdle. Hurry up. There's a bonus for a good job. Hearing that there was a bonus, Zhang Chulan immediately came into the spirit. How much? Well, Su Si calculated. 100,000. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Chulan thanked him 1,000 times. Boss atmosphere. Boss health. Zhang Lan, on the other hand, was watching from the sidelines and grinning. People are middlemen to earn the difference in price. See, this is the middleman to earn the sky price. $100 million commission. When it fell into Zhang Chulan's hands, there was only 100,000 left. Joe Pickpocket is not so pickpocket. When you work on the field yourself and get 1,000% commission, the capitalists have to compliment you on how good you are when you come to visit. Do a good job and get a raise if you do well. Zhang Chulan said with affection. Fourth brother, since I was a child, I've seen that you're good. Come on, hurry up and get going. Follow Jianglan, he's going too. Brother Jianglan? Zhang Chulan looked sideways at Jianglan, somewhat surprised. You're going too? Aha. Jianglan agreed, and without any nonsense, he directly said, come with me. Saying goodbye to Susan Susi, Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao followed Jianglan downstairs. Downstairs, Jianglan pressed the car key and the Audi A8 headlights came on. Zhang Chulan looked at the car and his eyes lit up. Brother Jianglan, yours? There are very few young men as old as Zhang Chulan who are not interested in cars. It's a business car, but at least it's an Audi A8. Although Zhang Chulan had entered the inhuman circle, he was still living the life of a bitter college student. I don't know what Susi is thinking. According to Zhang Chulan's current strength, more than that, 100,000 or 800,000 a month was still not excessive. Of course, when Susi offered him 3,005, Jianglan couldn't possibly say anything. Yes, bought it earlier. Jianglan said, do you have a driver's license? Yes brother, yes. Zhang Chulan became even more excited. Jianglan sniffed and casually threw the car keys to Zhang Chulan. That's just right. You drive. Zhang Chulan received the car keys with a bit of apprehension amidst his excitement. Better not. Such an expensive car. I can't afford to fix it if it breaks down. Jianglan smiled. It's okay, just drive. Crash and burn. Anyway, Jianglan is now rich and generous then, even if it is really broken. Spend some money to fix it is also. It just so happened that Zhang Chulan liked it, and he was too lazy to drive it. So he thought of it as letting Zhang Chulan be his driver for a while. Then I can drive. After Zhang Chulan finished speaking, he directly pulled open the car door and dove headfirst into the driver's side. Jianglan lost his smile and didn't say anything, pulling open the backseat door. Feng Baobao, on the other hand, was sitting in the passenger seat. Zhang Chulan rubbed his hands together and started the car. There was a roar of the engine, accompanied by an undetectable tremor, and the car started. I'll send you the location. Just navigate directly. Chapter 111. 3 hours later, the imperial capital. Zhang Chulan kicked the brakes and stopped the car. Not far from the car, two men stood, one in a t-shirt with a pair of huge black eyes. The other, in a slim suit, had blue hair and narrow eyes. These two people were none other than Wang Yuya and Zhuge Cheng. Jianglan saw the duo through the car window. Wang Yuya is getting Zhuge Cheng here as well? It seems like he's in a lot of trouble. Several people pushed their way out of the car. Yo! Wang also smiled when he saw a few people. It's only been a few days. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jianglan said, find a secluded spot? Wang also looked at the side of the road. There's a cafe there. Let's go there. Success. With a promise, several people walked together to the cafe. Entering the cafe, counting Jianglan, a total of 5 people sat around a round table, and one person ordered a cup of coffee and started chatting. Daoist Wang, you called us over in such a hurry. You should have encountered a not so small amount of trouble. Talk to me in detail and I'll think of a solution for you. Alas, mentioning the trouble, Wang also was in an obviously worse mood. In these recent days, I've been targeted by someone. In fact, I'm not so called. The key is my family. They obviously don't know anything. Staring at you, then they have to have a purpose. It can't be that they're targeting you for no reason. Jianglan narrowed his eyes as he listened to the duo's conversation. Sure enough, it wasn't much different from what he had guessed before. So what Wang is also struggling with is the fact that his family is being targeted? Come to think of it, with Wang Yuya's means, as long as he didn't meet some old guys, self-preservation was still not a problem. Okay, I've got a rough idea of what you're up to. Feng Baobao held the coffee in her hand, her mouth close to the straw, and sipped hard. Nubizi called us over for such a thing. He's so stupid. This kind of thing, even I know how to solve it. Crowd. For the intelligence Feng Baobao usually displayed, Jianglan really didn't think she could do anything good. If she says bury everyone, that's a different story. Wang also rubbed his head. Tell me, how? I've been at home all day and all night trying to think of a solution, and I've lost my hair, but I haven't come up with one. Then it's not that simple? Feng Baobao looked at Wang Yi. Don't they want something? If you give them what they want, won't no one come after you and your family? Crowd. Jianglan clapped his hands. What a brilliant idea. It's just a shame that the person who came up with the idea apparently doesn't have a very good brain. If Wang Yuya could really give the stuff out, he would have done so long ago. What's the point of making a big deal out of getting so many people? Zhang Chulan pulled the corner of his mouth and said, This, Bao's sister said. It seems like it's indeed a solution, huh? Master Dao, why don't you just give it to them? King was also somewhat helpless. When Quan Sex approached you for the air body source stream, why didn't you give it to them? Zhang Chulan spread his hands. I don't know how to do it. I would definitely give it if I knew how to do it. Seriously, that what's-his-name air body source stream has brought me too much messy trouble. I really can't wait for me to know how to do it. When the time comes, I'll print out a few dozen copies and send one to whoever wants me. Wang also. He's a little desperate. Why did it feel as if getting Zhang Chulan to come over was not a good idea? Suppressing the desire to spit in his heart, Wang also said, anyway, I have my own hardships that I can't hand over to others. Then, Zhang Chulan rubbed his chin with 2 fingers. I'll think about it. A moment later, Zhang Chulan raised his head. Taoist Master Wang, since you said you have no problem defending yourself, why don't you just spend time with them? And as for your family's side, I'll just find some circle members at the company to protect them in the shadows. As for the people behind them, I'll take this time to look for them. Don't worry, as long as it's against the consumption, the first to reveal themselves will definitely be them. In Zhang Chulan's heart, he actually had a hidden guess about the mastermind behind this matter. He also knew that both the group of foreigners who were following Wang Yuya and the group of foreigners who were secretly spying on Wang Yuya's family were being commissioned to do their jobs. After all, an inhuman laying hands on a commoner was something the company expressly forbade. In case if you hurt an ordinary person and get caught by the company, it would be even more absolutely no good. But no sane inhuman would risk getting involved in anything to do with the common man. The ones near Wang Yuya's house must have received a lot of money for their desperate measures. There is no impermeable wall under the sky. As long as there is a money exchange, let the company's information department of the people along a little bit of investigation, and finally is certainly able to find out the black hand behind the scenes. Wang also sniffed and nodded slightly. Nowadays, there was only this solution that Zhang Chulan had said was left. As for the other methods, he had thought of them all, but he hadn't come up with anything that could break this game. Wang also spoke up and asked, the person behind the curtain, who do you think it might be? Zhang Chulan turned the cup in his hand twice and said, the specific person can't be determined, but it must be the person who was on Longhu Mountain at that time, and also had to recognize your means and determine that your means was one of the 8 strange techniques. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so much effort. And according to you, Taoist Master Wang, those people have been watching you ever since you came back, and there was even someone who tried to drug you on the train home from Longhu Mountain. As you know, it's not cheap to hire people, especially people from the circle. According to what you said about several groups, then there must be at least 20 to 30 people, right? 20 to 30 Inhumans for several days is not something an average person can afford. King nodded as well. Makes sense. After Zhang Chulan finished speaking, the range of suspects was actually very small. Next, just take your time to check. But right at this moment, Jiang Lan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. People, probably Wang AI? When the crowd heard this, their gazes looked at Jiang Lan in unison. Wang also sat up straight and inquired, how? Why him? Jiang Lan pulled the corner of his mouth. There's nothing to base it on. It simply feels like it should be him. Although Jiang Lan had only had a few brief encounters with Wang AI, he was able to perceive that Wang AI was extremely greedy. He gave Jiang Lan the feeling that he was like a bravado without an asshole, only in and out. Moreover, Wang AI had previous convictions, and together with the duo of LVCI, he had sneaked Zhang Chulan away at Longhu Mountain. As for why he didn't suspect LVCI, it was because Jiang Lan felt that although LVCI wasn't a good thing either, but looking at him, he still had that much of a bottom line in him. Therefore, the person who coveted Wang Yuya's ability, besides Wang AI, the probability was that there was no one else as well. Chapter 112, lend you $20 million first. Even if there were others, Jiang Lan had a feeling it wasn't Lu Ci. Zhang Chulan bowed his head in deep thought. He also felt that this matter 80% had something to do with Wang AI. In that case, I'll start checking from Wang AI's side first. The king also nodded slightly. He wasn't sure if the matter was done by Wang AI or not, but since he had already chosen to believe Zhang Chulan, he wouldn't interfere with Zhang Chulan's decision. Also, if there's no problem, let's sign the contract? After Zhang Chulan finished speaking, he opened the briefcase in his hand and took out a bunch of documents, handing them to Wang Yuya. Wang also took the contract and flipped it open to read it. A, 10, 100, 1,000, million, billion dollars? A 5% advance? Is the company crazy? Zhang Chulan heatedly smiled. Master Dao, I am very expensive. Wang also bit his teeth. Come on, I want to rot. The pen to me. Got it. Zhang Chulan handed out a signing pen. Wang also flipped directly to the end of the contract and signed his name with a broad stroke. With that, he unloaded his aura, like a puddle of mud, and leaned back in his chair. I'll put the advance in the company account tomorrow. Got it. I'm relieved that you're doing your job. The smile on Zhang Chulan's face did not diminish. Su Si had already told him about Wang Yuya's life before. Zhenghai Wang Jiangmo's son. Surely he will not renege on his debt. Then I'll go to work first. After Zhang Chulan finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Lan again. Brother Zhang Lan, together? Zhang Lan shook his head. I'll forget it. You two go ahead. He had only come over because he had promised Wang Yuya, if he were to join Zhang Chulan now, it would be more or less inappropriate, and it wouldn't be good for Wang Yuya to be more concerned. Then it's done. Sister Bauer and I will leave first. After Zhang Chulan finished speaking, he took phone Bao Bao and got up from his seat, ready to leave. After Zhang Chulan left, inside the cafe, Wang Yuya, Zhang Lan and Zhuge Cheng were left. Wang also rubbed his temples. $5 million in advance. Where to get it? Zhuge Cheng laughed and said, the third young master of the Central Sea King's guardian nation would also fret over a few million? Wang also glanced at him and said, I haven't asked my family for money since I came out of the house, but it won't do not to ask for it this time. $100 million was indeed a large sum of money, and on his own, he certainly could not get it out. Zhang Lan looked at Wang also, winked and said, it's okay, I have this. First lend you $20 million to save the emergency? Wang Yuya's eyes widened a few points. Crap, you're so rich? It was $20 million, but he felt that $20 million in Zhang Lan's mouth was as light as $2,000. I call this the way to make money. Zhang Lan laughed. He didn't make much money just selling paper figures. Just at this time, Zhang Lan's cell phone on the desktop suddenly lit up. A text message alert popped up. Wachovia Bank, your account with tail number 3477 earned $3,700,000 on June, leaving a balance of $33,945,632.42. The cell phone was on the desktop. Not only Zhang Lan saw it, Wang also and Zhuge Cheng likewise saw the SMS alert. I go to. Wang also marveled a bit. I didn't see it. You're really rich, brother. It's far worse than you. Zhang Lan said casually. China Shipping Group, with a market capitalization of more than $2 trillion, is close to $3 trillion. Even if he earned $30 million a month, he would have to earn several thousand years before he could earn a market capitalization comparable to that of the Zhenghai Group. The gap in between is ridiculously large. Come on, I don't need it on my end for now. I'll take a trip home later and I'll ask to borrow it again if I can't. No problem. Zhang Lan agreed in one bite. Money was something he didn't have much of, but he didn't lack it either. In fact, even if he lent $30 million to Wang Yuya, it wouldn't make any difference to his quality of life. It's just that Zhang Lan did kind of not expect the bonus that Su Si had approved for him to actually come down so quickly, and the figure of $3,700,000 was a bit out of Zhang Lan's expectation. At this glance, the company is still quite generous. Looking toward Zhang Lan, Wang also said, you and Old Green will hang around for a while. I'm going to head home and call later. Zhang Lan turned his head and looked out of the cafe through the glass door. These eyeballs, whatever. The current Zhang Lan's perception was a few points sharper than before. As a matter of fact, when he just got down from the car, Zhang Lan sensed that there were stalkers outside, and there was more than one group of them. Wang also inclined his head towards Zhang Lan's line of sight and then said, it's fine, let them follow for now if they love to follow. There's no use in doing it now except to scare the snakes. Rather, Wang Yuya was right, since the person behind it could get so many foreigners to spy on Wang Yuya and his family at the same time, he must be emboldened. Even if they took care of the two groups of people who were now staking out the outside, the employer behind them could call in more people. But Zhang Lan suddenly narrowed his eyes when he thought of this. I've got another idea here. Chief, do you want to hear it? What way? Wang also jerked his head toward Zhang Lan. You say. He could be in too much of a hurry to just hurry up and solve the trouble at hand. If Zhang Lan really had any suitable solutions, it would be great. Zhang Lan said, the way is also simple. I'll go and get those two groups of people killed. And if that guy behind them sends more people, then they'll go on to get killed. Anyway, the circle is only that big in total. With more deaths, naturally no one will dare to take up missions about you and your family. Wang also sniffed, and the corner of his eye twitched. The solution is indeed a good one, but the killing, it's too heavy. Brother, it's a law and order society now. If we really do what you say, it's a bit inappropriate. And I'm afraid that if we go too far, it will backfire. My family is full of ordinary people, and I wouldn't dare bet on whether or not they'd be a threat to my family if I really pissed off those stalkers. Then there's no way. Zhang Lan spread his hands. If this doesn't work, we'll have to wait for Zhang Chulan's side. Although he guessed that the person behind the scenes was mostly Wang Ai. But after all, It's just speculation without substantial evidence. In that case, it's not possible to just go to the door and ask. Only when Zhang Chulan identified the identity of the mastermind behind the scene would he be able to make his next move. The money is spent. Just wait. Wang also got up from his seat. I'm leaving first. See you later. Zhang Lan and Zhuge Qing waved their hands. Wang also walked to the door and turned back. If you two don't have any fun, just go around. I'll reimburse you for the expenses then, haha. Hurry up you. When Wang also left, inside the cafe, only Zhang Lan and Zhuge Qing were left. The two looked at each other wide-eyed. Zhang Lan and Zhuge Qing weren't really familiar with each other. They had only met a few times before at Longhu Mountain and had spoken a few times. Looking at each other for a while, Zhuge Qing laughed. Mr. Jiang, after a goodbye at Longhu Mountain, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. No need to be so polite. Just call Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan continued. You were also called by Wang Yuya? Chapter 113, Seeing Feng Zhenghao. No, Zhuge Qing explained. A few of my peers in the family, hearing that I lost to Wang Yuya, specially came over to try to get a lesson. I was worried that something would happen. That's why I followed them. Although his explanation didn't sound like much of a problem, Zhang Lan was still able to detect that slight hint of unnaturalness on Zhuge Qing's expression. Is the purpose not pure? It should be. Although Zhang Lan hadn't seen the match between Zhuge Qing and Wang Yuya at the time, he had watched the video afterward. The two of them fought back and forth in the early part of the match, but in the latter part of the match, the gap manifested itself when the two of them used their respective means. Zhuge Qing could be said to have been suppressed by Wang Yuya, and later, as if he had seen something incredible, even through the screen, Zhang Lan could feel that Zhuge Qing, at that time, should have been extremely shocked. It's the kind of shock where three views are shattered. Combined with the video of the match, it wasn't hard to guess why Zhuge Qing was here. Even the big man behind the scene had used such underhanded means to try to get the ability on Wang Yuya. Zhuge Qing, as the one who had been defeated by Wang Yuya with his ability, to say that he wasn't moved at all. Zhang Lan didn't believe it anyway, but looking at Wang Yuya's attitude towards Zhuge Qing, it didn't seem like there was much wariness. Just at this time, Zhang Lan's cell phone suddenly rang with a ringtone. Zhang Lan looked forward and realized that the one who called was actually Feng Zhenghao. Feng Yongho? Why would he call at a time like this? Ever since the awards ceremony ended, it seemed like Feng Zhenghao had left Longhu Mountain with Feng Xingtong and Feng Xiaoyan. After that time when Feng Zhenghao personally came to the door to thank him, Zhang Lan hadn't had any contact with him. What's with the sudden call to him? It can't be a liaison. Then the odds are that something is wrong. But what could Feng Zhenghao want with him? Hold on. I'll take a call. Speaking to Zhuge Qing, Zhang Lan answered the phone with slight curiosity. President Wind? Little friend Jiang, where are you now? Zhang Lan's eyes flashed. Looks like something's really up. A guess flashed through his mind. This time, what Feng Zhenghao wanted to talk to him about should be the same thing that he hadn't said before at Longhu Mountain. He spoke. There's something on my friend's side. I'm in the imperial capital. I don't think I'll be able to go back until a few days later. President Feng, do you have something to do? On the other end of the line, no one spoke for half a day. After a while, Feng Zhenghao's voice came out from the microphone. Do you have time now? I'm also in the imperial city. Let's meet and talk. Zhang Lan made a movement. No problem. I'll come to you, or you come over? Meet me at the Imperial Hotel. No problem. Zhang Lan had been to the imperial capital once before and had some knowledge of this side. The location of the cafe where he was now was about a 20-minute drive from the hotel that Feng Zhenghao had said he was in. I'll be there in half an hour. Good. After Feng Zhenghao finished speaking, he hurriedly hung up the phone. The doubts in Zhang Lan's heart grew a few points heavier. Feng Zhenghao this in the end is encountered what the situation, how to feel and the usual him, a little not quite the same? But Zhang Lan didn't have the idea of dwelling on it too much. No matter what happened to Feng Zhenghao, just go over there and find out. Zhang Lan raised his head and said to Zhuge Qing, excuse me for a moment. Now that Wang had also returned home, his affairs were not urgent, so Zhang Lan would not delay anything by going to Feng Zhenghao now. That's fine. Zhuge Qing nodded slightly. You go about your business. We'll be in touch when the time comes. Zhang Lan stood up, didn't say anything more, and turned to go out the door. Walking across the street to start his car, he got inside and rushed towards the destination he had agreed with Feng Zhenghao. Half an hour later, the entrance to the Imperial Hotel. Zhang Lan pushed the door and got out of the car, tossing the key to the oncoming porter. Without waiting to speak, he saw Feng Zhenghao welcome him from the doorway. President Wind, long wait, not long, I just arrived as well. Let's go. Go in and talk. Feng Zhenghao enthusiastically introduced Zhang Lan into the hotel. The two went upstairs into a private room. The box is not big, but it is secluded. President Feng, what's the matter with calling me over in such a hurry? Feng Zhenghao didn't say anything. Instead, His gaze looked to the side and nodded slightly to the young lady standing at the door. The young lady understood and went out the door, pinching her headphones and whispering for a while. A few dozen seconds later, a line of waiters passing out food entered and set a delicate dish on the table. By the looks of it, it was estimated that there had to be about 20 dishes in total. Zhanglan raised an eyebrow. There's someone else? Nope, just the two of us. Zhanglan pulled the corner of his mouth and said, President Feng, just the two of us. We may not be able to finish it, right? It's fine. Pack it if you can't finish it. It won't go to waste. When the dishes were finished, Feng Zhanghao waved his hand, signaling everyone else in the room to go out. Zhanglan was getting confused and didn't know what kind of medicine Feng Zhanghao was selling in his gourd. Say he's up to something, but not yet. But to say that it was fine, there were only two people present, him and Feng Zhanghao, and yet he had made a table of such sumptuous dishes. After having money, Zhanglan also grew a lot of insight. A glance could see that the price of this table of dishes, I'm afraid it would not be less than 6 figures. The food is nothing new, but it's hard to beat the value of the ingredients in each dish. Zhanglan blinked. Even if this is a big hotel, it's not like these dishes can be ready for the table in half an hour. There are quite a few things that have to be gotten well in advance. So, Feng Zhanghao booked this table? But if it was scheduled, then what made Feng Zhanghao certain that he would be in the imperial capital at this time? Unless the table wasn't set for him in the first place. It's kind of fun. Brainstorming over, Zhang Lan directly opened the door. President Feng, it's better to say what you have to say. If you're like this, I'm a bit unsure in my heart. Feng Zhanghao smiled. Eat first. Zhang Lan stood up. President Feng, if you're not going to talk about it, I'll leave. I'm still not done with my friend's side. Don't be in a hurry. Seeing Zhang Lan making a move to leave, Feng Zhanghao was a bit anxious. Sit down and speak slowly. Zhang Lan resumed his seat. This time, Feng Zhanghao no longer sold out and spoke directly. If I guessed correctly, if you came to the imperial capital this time, you should have come specifically for Wang Yuya? Zhang Lan raised his head. A flash of surprise flashed under his eyes, but it wasn't obvious. Does Feng Qingho even know about this? Deliberately investigated? I don't think so. Thinking for a moment, Zhang Lan said, Indeed, Wang Yuya and his family are being targeted by a group of inhumans from nowhere. He's having a headache at the moment, and called me to come to the imperial capital to see if there's anything I can do. Feng Zhanghao pushed down the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Keep an eye on Wang Yuya and the shifter in his house. I know who's looking for them. Chapter 114, When the deed is done, we'll all share it. Zhang Lan's eyes flashed. Feng Zhanghao, I'm afraid that the purpose of finding him this time is not simple. After a pause, he spoke. Is it Wang Ai? Aha. Feng Zhanghao nodded. That's him, but besides him, there is another person. Anyone else? It was also true that Wang Ai, himself, shouldn't be looking for so many people. According to Wang Yuya, as far as he knew, there had to be 30 or 40 of them, divided into almost 10 teams. But if it's 2 people fighting behind the scenes, the number seems relatively normal. Who's that one? Feng Zhanghao pondered for a moment. Can't be sure, but it's definitely one of the 10. Using the process of elimination, there are only 3 most likely. Without waiting for Zhang Lan to speak, he continued. These 3 people are Mu Yu of the Jianghuan, Lu Ci of the Lu clan, and Chen Jinkui of the artistic character sect. As for the other few 10s, they either don't care to do this kind of thing at all, or they don't have much interest in Wang Yuya's skills. Well, Feng Zhanghao looked at Zhang Lan again and asked, Do you know anything about the 10 brothers? Knew, but not much. To the 10 brothers, Zhang Lan had only heard of them. Then let me tell you about it. Feng Zhanghao said, The leader of the 10 brothers is old Tianshi. This cannot be disputed. Next is elder Lu Jinlu and me. The 3 of us, we definitely won't be able to raise our minds to that means of Wang Yuya. And then, there is Shaolin's master Xiekong. His old man is highly respected, but his cultivation is wasted, and he won't be able to make a move on Wang Yuya. Then there is that Ruhu and Guan Shihua. That Ruhu can enter the position of the 10 brothers, all because of the strength. Guan Shihua is from the northeast shaman lineage, and in fact, ever since the spirit detaining dispatch came out, the shaman lineage has rarely appeared in the public eye. So the likelihood of these people coveting Wang Yuya's abilities is also small. Listening to Feng Zhanghao's analysis, Zhang Lan nodded slightly. He had seen with his own eyes the restraint that the spirit detaining dispatchers had on those immortals. Previously, at the Luo Tian Dejiao festival, that demon immortal Lu Kunshan, at least must have a few hundred years of Dao. I'm afraid that Lu Jin is not even a match for him if he really fights hard, but it is that kind of a demon immortal, actually by the Wing Xing Tong a child, to make no power, can only be driven by. Lu Kunshan was still like this, and it was 80% the same for other immortals. Feng Zhenghao continued, so the only ones left that are likely are Lu Xi, Mu Yu, and Chen Jingkui. Lu Xi is not to be mentioned. He is a person who has no inhibitions. Before he and Wang Ai, in Longhu Mountain, didn't they still have their hearts set on that little guy Zhang Chulan? As for Mu Yu and Chen Jingkui, one of them is the head of the Jianghu Inn, and the other is the head of the artistic character sect. The Jianghu Inn, the most famous intelligence organization in the circle, has many disciples. Inside the artistic character sect, on the other hand, they are all magicians. In my opinion, among these three, I think it's still Chen Jingkui who is most likely to move. After all, Xiao Wanya's ability should also be a type of art. As a fellow warlock, Chen Jingkui is 80% greedy. Hearing Feng Zhenghao analyze it like this, Jiang Lan also felt that it was not too bad. The people behind it, are you sure there are only two? Feng Zhenghao said, my world society's intelligence system isn't too bad, and I've been checking in the recent period of time. It's Wang Ai and the other one, and the probability is that it's Chen Jingkui. Jiang Lan's eyes flashed. Feng Yongho, why are you so concerned about Wang Ya? Thinking for a moment, Jiang Lan said, I have it in my heart. It's just that you haven't said what exactly your purpose is in finding me this time. President Feng, it can't be simply to help me solve this trouble, right? Just now, Feng Zhenghao had analyzed with him here. Even if he didn't say anything, combined with what had happened before, Jiang Lan had already vaguely guessed Feng Zhenghao's purpose. The probability is that it has something to do with Wang Ai. From the last time Feng Zhenghao brought Feng Xingtong to him to say thank you, it was actually the first sign of things to come. Feng Zhenghao stared at Jiang Lan, his eyes not blinking for half a day. Jiang Lan was all a little bit turned inside out by the look. Just tell me what it is. In his impression, Feng Zhenghao was not the type of person who was indecisive, but the way he's acting right now is abrasive and not at all as bold as a successful businessman plus a tenor should be. Jiang Lan, can I trust you? After asking, Feng Zhenghao regretted it a bit. It's true, there's so much going on in his mind. It's kind of giving him a brain fart. Since he had sought out Jiang Lan, he must have believed it. After all that time of deep thought before, wasn't it all for today? For a while, Feng Zhenghao was somewhat secretly blaming himself. Can't really blame him. It was really because the thing he wanted to ask Jiang Lan to help him with was too big. So big that even he can't afford to fail. So even Feng Zhenghao can only be cautious. One step wrong, waiting for him ahead, is the bottomless abyss. Jiang Lan, on the other hand, didn't seem to hear anything wrong and let out a light laugh. President Feng, it's a bit out of the ordinary for you and I to say this. You helped me a lot before. If you have something to ask for, I definitely won't sit idly by, but there's no harm in saying it. From the first time he went to the World Society, Feng Zhenghao had been treating him quite well. Moreover, he was Jiang Lan's biggest business patron. From the point of view of reason, if Feng Zhenghao was in trouble, there was no reason for him to sit back and do nothing. When Feng Zhenghao heard this, he took a deep breath, and his face looked very grave. It was the first time Jiang Lan had seen this expression on his face. I want to ask you to help me annex the Wang family. Jiang Lan almost thought he had heard wrong. He thought about how Feng Zhenghao might want him to beat up Wang Ai, or even get that old man killed. But the annexation of the Wang family was something he hadn't really thought about. Now Jiang Lan wasn't a white boy who was new to the Inhuman Circle, and knew what the Wang family stood for. The Wang family, as one of the four great families of the Inhuman realm, had extremely powerful secular energies as well. It didn't seem to be obvious, but all of the Wang family's industries added up to a larger scale than even Feng Zhenghao's world group. Seeing Jiang Lan's surprise, Feng Zhenghao was silent once again. A moment later, he solemnly said, after this is accomplished, the Wang family will be half for you and half for me. Jiang Lan's eyes widened slightly. Half? How much is that? Hundreds of billions? $1 trillion? How much is $1 trillion? Ordinary people can't even think about it, not to mention having seen it. $10 billion in cash may not fit in a normal 100 square foot house. $1 trillion? Enough to be able to stuff 100 suites so that people don't even have a place to put their feet up. With such a huge number, honestly, Jiang Lan was a bit clueless. Just, what does he need all that money for? With the tens of millions of dollars in his card right now, Jiang Lan couldn't spend it all. And even if he did have another $1 trillion in his account, it wouldn't bring much change to his life. Chapter 115, The Wang Family? I don't give a damn. Life can be better with more money, but if you have too much money, it's really not much use. Even if you're rich, you'll just eat 3 meals a day and sleep in a bed. Moreover, after being transformed by Yin Hai, Jiang Lan's worldly desires were not to say they were absent, but they were also much lower than at the time when he had just crossed over. So surprise was surprise, but to say how heartwarming Jiang Lan was, it really wasn't. But Jiang Lan still made a quick decision. This favor, he did. The first thing was that in Jiang Lan's opinion, since Feng Zhenghao had decided to fight Wang Ai to the death, one side was bound to win. If he were to say who he wanted to win, it would undoubtedly be Feng Zhenghao. Wang Ai, That old thing had had conflict friction with him before, and was probably still holding back to try to deal with him. He didn't make a move, but it was only because Wang Ai's energy was all on Wang Yuya, and he didn't put in any effort. When Wang Ai was idle, Jianlan had no doubt that there would be another battle between him and Wang Ai. Another reason, since Feng Zhenghao would probably win, he could still get a piece of the pie by helping now instead. That big piece of cake of the Wang family can be said to be so fat that just showing a bit of it in the crack of the finger is enough for an ordinary person to eat for a lifetime. If the Wang family was done, Jianlan would really be able to lie completely flat in the future and not have to do anything. The last bit of reason was out of the personal relationship between Jianlan and Feng Zhenghao. He could tell that Feng Zhenghao must have hesitated for a long time before looking for him, but in the end, it still chose him instead of looking for someone else, proving that Feng Zhenghao trusted him. It still feels good to be trusted. Seeing that Jianlan didn't say anything for half a day, Feng Zhenghao just thought that he was going to refuse, when he heard Jianlan on the opposite side open his mouth. Yes, that's a favor I'll do. Feng Zhenghao froze for a split second, completely not expecting that Jianlan would directly and painfully agree to him without even asking. Don't you want to ask me something? No need. Jianlan shrugged. Just as well. I see that old man Wang Ai is quite upset as well. Without waiting for Feng Zhenghao to speak, Jianlan continued. Need me to do something? Jianlan also knew that annexing the Wang family was definitely not a small project. There are bound to be a ridiculous number of people and things involved. However, since Feng Zhenghao was looking for him, he must have already had a plan in his heart. Feng Zhenghao raised his head. First, step 1. I need you to take advantage of this encounter with Wang Yuya's family to make things bigger. The bigger the better, preferably to the extent that the company can't ignore it and can only intervene. In addition, it would be even better if we can make Wang Ai break his bones. Jianlan nodded. This request from Feng Zhenghao was not difficult, but rather simple for him. Even if there was no Feng Zhenghao, Jianlan was definitely going to clash with Wang Ai. Now all he had to do was just try to make as big a deal out of it as possible. Easy peasy. No problem. Anything else? Not at the moment. Jianlan said. I know. Just leave it to me without worry. Feng Zhenghao's eyes were complicated. Be careful. Wang Ai he's not weak, and the Wang family's power isn't small. When a conflict does occur, it's better to prioritize your own safety. There's no need to worry about such matters. The corner of Jianlan's mouth revealed a flickering smile. It's just a Wang family. I haven't looked at it in the eyes. It was not an arrogant thing for him to say. Even Feng Zhenghao was a bit surprised when he heard this. He knew Jianlan wasn't weak, but to completely disregard the Wang family, wasn't that a bit too much? Feng Zhenghao originally thought that even if Jianlan agreed with him, he would have to do some mental struggle, and even have to promise him more benefits. But I didn't expect Jianlan to be so painfully honest. And looking at him, it seemed as if he wasn't worried at all. As if he was certain that the Wang family wouldn't be the slightest threat to him. Feng Zhenghao was all a bit curious as to where this confidence of his came from. He knew that Jianlan was not weak. If not, he would not have moved to ask Jianlan to help him deal with the Wang family. If it wasn't for him, Feng Zhenghao definitely wouldn't have given such a naked display of his animosity towards Wang Ai. At this time, Jianlan stood up. Is there anything else? If not, I'll leave first. You sit down first. Feng Zhenghao said. Jianlan sat back in his seat again. What's wrong? You're too gullible. You'll suffer a loss. Besides Wang Ai, the Wang family branch is also a force to be reckoned with. Feng Zhenghao was worried that Jianlan would get into trouble with this contemptuous attitude towards the Wang family. Wanting to overthrow the Wang family, for Feng Zhenghao, was like walking a tightrope above a cliff, and there was no room for error. However, Jianlan's eye for an eye attitude was really making it a little difficult for Feng Zhenghao. It was true that he had found the person, but he had gambled with the life and limb of the entire world group. Looking at the ever-changing expression on Feng Zhenghao's face, Jianlan realized what was going on. What did he think it was? That he was afraid he'd be gullible? After thinking about it, Jianlan decided that it would be better to give Feng Zhenghao a peace of mind. Otherwise it would be bad if it affected Feng Zhenghao's state again. But word of mouth doesn't mean anything. Jianlan deliberated for a moment and stood up. President Feng, cut a deal? Cutting? Feng Zhenghao froze, obviously not expecting Jianlan to suddenly say this, but he still reacted immediately afterward. Here, Jianlan looked sideways. The box place wasn't big, but it was almost big enough, and proving strength is easy. That's it, I'll only throw one punch. Feng Zhenghao's pupils trembled. Only one punch? What Jianlan meant was that one punch was enough to finish himself off? To be honest, Feng Zhenghao really didn't believe much. He had fought with Jian Lan before, but Jian Lan's strength was just 50-50 with him. Then it was a bit of a boost, but how long has it been? Even if Jian Lan's talent was strong and his strength increased at a faster rate, how much could it increase in such a short period of time? He was looking for Jian Lan because he felt that Jian Lan, with the strength he had shown before, would be almost enough to help him accomplish his goal as long as he was cautious. TSK. But since Jian Lan had already said so, he was also curious as to how much he had grown in such a short period of time. If it was really as Jian Lan had said, that his strength had reached a point where he was able to put the entire Wang family out of his sight, then that would be great news for him. Even his original plans against the Wang family were able to be overturned all over again. With that in mind, Feng Zhenghao followed suit and stood up to face Jian Lan. He nodded heavily as his eyes were fixed. Jian Lan also stopped talking nonsense. Countless yin and obscurity surged out from within his dantian, and the yin and obscurity that was originally in the state of a gray mist seemed to be some sort of sticky liquid at this time, wrapping his right hand within. President Wind, catch. Chapter 116. I look forward to the day you annex the Wang family. In the next moment, Jian Lan's figure directly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Feng Zhenghao. The fist wrapped in sticky gloom swung out, heading straight for Feng Zhenghao's chest. After obtaining the spiritual bodies of Cui Ju and White Impermanence, the yin obscurity in Jian Lan's body had begun to increase wildly, and his limbs and bones had been hardened by the yin obscurity, making them several times tougher than before. The current Jian Lan was not a problem at all to fight three of his previous selves at the same time. Jian Lan's fist was so fast that Feng Zhenghao didn't even react. In Feng Zhenghao's eyes, Jian Lan just directly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, his fist was already on his chest. Dang! Jian Lan's fist and Feng Zhenghao's body collided with a muffled sound. Where the two touched, an airwave like water ripples emerged, blowing the dishes on the table to the ground. Feng Zhenghao's entire body flew out backwards, and was about to hit the wall. If he really hit the wall at that speed, this hotel box, I'm afraid, would simply collapse. However, Jian Lan was prepared for this, and his figure appeared behind Feng Zhenghao with an unfathomable speed, reaching out to catch him with one hand. Feng Zhenghao's speed was not much slower than a normal traveling car, and the impact was naturally extremely terrifying. But after Jian Lan caught Feng Zhenghao, he just took half a step back with his right foot to unload his strength, and then he put Feng Zhenghao in his place as if he was nothing. Only then did the dishes on the table fall to the floor. For a moment, the entire box crackled. The attendant who was on guard outside the door heard it and hurriedly pushed his way to the house. Gentlemen, this is... Feng Zhenghao had his hand over his chest and couldn't speak. Jian Lan glanced at the waiter and waved his hand. It's fine. You go out first. How much I'll pay later at the price. Don't come in. Although the waiter didn't recognize Jian Lan, he knew Feng Zhenghao. She also knew that it was impossible for Feng Zhenghao to renege on his debt, so although she was curious about what had happened, she still turned around and went out, bringing the door of the room with her hand again. Jian Lan looked toward Feng Zhenghao, a smirk on his face. President Wind, how's it going? Cough. Feng Zhenghao coughed dryly, spots of blood appearing at the corners of his mouth. Even though he was severely injured, he couldn't stop the shocked emotion in his eyes. When did you become so strong? Jian Lan smiled. It's okay, not really strong. In Feng Zhenghao's eyes, he was probably already very powerful now, but Jian Lan himself knew that he had a long road ahead of him. The shocked look on Feng Zhenghao's face did not diminish. If it wasn't for the fact that he had purposely used air to protect his body, I'm afraid that if he had taken this hit just now, it would have been enough to kill him halfway through his life. Even with the air protection, Feng Zhenghao was still not feeling very well at this moment. Just now, was that your full strength? Pretty much, Jian Lan said, 70 to 80%. In reality, Jian Lan had only used 60% of his strength just now. In order to not let Feng Zhenghao be too embarrassed, he had purposely said more. Good. Feng Zhenghao couldn't care less about the pain in his chest at this point. His face was filled with excitement. He's happy. The more powerful Jian Lan was, the greater the hope of bringing down the Wang family, and naturally, the happier he was. Unexpectedly, Jian Lan's talent was actually really so outrageous. In just less than a month's time, he was able to go from being quite a bit weaker than him, to elevating to this kind of strength now. Moreover, Feng Zhenghao hadn't forgotten that physical arts were just one of Jian Lan's many abilities. Those various paper people are the real killers. Come, sit. Feng Zhenghao hurriedly pulled Jian Lan to sit down, not even bothering with the pile of broken porcelain on the ground. His original plan was to have multiple lines running in parallel. In terms of business, first give benefits to paralyze the Wang family, and gradually nibble away at the Wang family's industry. But he also knew that Wang AI was not stupid, and if he did that, he would definitely cause Wang AI to be alerted. That's why Feng Zhanghao wanted Zhang Lan to take this opportunity to make more trouble at Wang AI's place, so that Wang AI would have no time to worry about him. In this way, his plans could be properly advanced. Something like business is not that complicated, to say the least. Just make an opening, collect a group of first-degree people, and the rest will fall into place. He was looking for Zhang Lan to get the opening out quickly, but now, Feng Zhanghao changed his mind a little. From the strength Zhang Lan had just shown, not to mention him, even Na Ruhu, who was recognized as one of the two great masters, might not be Zhang Lan's opponent. With the aid of this level of combat power, he could have avoided the need to seek far and near and gradually encroach on the Wang family. The attitude could perhaps be toughened up a bit, but exactly how to operate? At this time Feng Zhanghao brain is only a prototype. Want to implement the words, but also need to perfect the prototype. But that's good enough. The surprise Zhang Lan brought him was just a little too big. Although he was pulled by Feng Zhanghao, Zhang Lan did not sit down, but said, "President Feng, it's not enough to sit down. I've already proved my strength on Wang AI's side. Just leave it to me. I look forward to the day you annex the Wang family." After saying that, Zhang Lan waved his hand and headed for the door. Call if there's anything else. Watching Zhang Lan leave, Feng Zhanghao was lost in thought for a long time. If he could get Zhang Lan's help, the future achievements of the world society would be unlimited. But he also knew that Zhang Lan had agreed to help him this time, mostly because their previous friendship was still good. There's no 3 or 4 more times for this kind of thing. Zhang Lan could help him for a while, but not for a lifetime. Feng Zhanghao was in deep thought. What exactly had to be done to completely tie Zhang Lan to his Wind family's chariot? Money? Feng Zhanghao shook his head. Zhang Lan is like money is good. Also we'll move to money. But joining the world society already belonged to was Zhang Lan's bottom line, and he definitely wouldn't agree to it. Even if there was more money, there was no way Zhang Lan would agree. That right? It didn't look like Zhang Lan would like power. But if you want to bind a person, the method is only 3 kinds of power. Money and color. If power and money don't work, then only color is left? Listening to Xingtong, shy and that girl, it seems like she does have an interest in Zhang Lan. But Zhang Lan doesn't seem to have much interest in this precious daughter of his. Feng Zhanghao had quite a headache. He really wanted Zhang Lan to join the world society. Feng Zhanghao's eyes flickered for a while, and he sat in the box for a full 20 minutes before letting out a long breath. Phew. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Xiao Chao, call $20 million to Zhang Lan's account and make a note of the advance payment. Just do as you're told. Hanging up the phone, Feng Zhanghao dialed another number and then put the phone to his ear. Sion, where are you? Come to the imperial capital. Nothing much, came here to play for 2 days. Zhang Lan, he is also in the imperial capital. Don't worry about the company, I'll take care of it when I get back. Chapter 117. Evening. Zhang Lan sat on a park bench, looking at the crowds of people coming and going in front of him. His heart gave birth to some feelings, the kind of life he was living now. In his last life, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. And now, ding ding dash, a cell phone ringing disrupted Zhang Lan's thoughts. Zhang Lan pulled out the phone and realized that it was Wang Yuya calling. Hello? On the other end of the phone, Wang also said, "Where are you? I just finished up over here." And Green said he wasn't with you. That park across from the cafe. Sure, I'll come find you and have something to eat together tonight. Zhang Lan stood up from the bench. I'll meet you at the park entrance then. 20 minutes later, Zhang Lan stood at the entrance to the park and saw 2 figures walking head-on. The 2 were none other than Zhuge Cheng and Wang Yuya. Zhang Lan waved his hand and walked towards the duo head-on. When he arrived close, Wang also inquired, "What are we going to eat?" Zhang Lan had just eaten something and wasn't really hungry now, so he said, "I'll do whatever." Whatever. Next to him, Zhuge Cheng still had a fox-like smile on his face. Get some local specialties, right? That's a deal. Is the roast duck special enough? Zhang Lan took out his car keys and unlocked the lock of his parked car. Come on, get in the car and talk. After the 3 of them got into the car, Wang, who was sitting in the passenger's seat, also said, "Drive forward. I'll show you the way." Zhang Lan didn't say anything and nodded to start the car. Then he asked, "Is the money thing done?" It took a lot of effort. Wang also smiled, but it turned out well. Got it done. Quite good. Zhang Lan said, "I went out just now and got some news. Are you interested in hearing it?" Wang also looked at Zhang Lan. "What news?" "Of course it's about you." A flash of surprise appeared in Wang Yuya's eyes. "How long have we been separated? Where did Zhang Lan get the new information? Tell me about it." "There are 2 groups following you and your family. One group was definitely called by Wang AI, and the other group was probably called by the same one of the 10 brothers, the artistic character Sex Head, Chen Jinkue." Wang also leaned back in the back seat. his eyes thoughtful. He didn't doubt that Jiang Lan's information was accurate. Other than that, he still knew Jiang Lan's character very well. Jiang Lan definitely wouldn't be the kind of person who was aimless. TSK. Still really, all win 10 brother. How still and I have trouble. Committed to commit Wang also had some helplessness in his tone. The information accuracy is not 100%. 90% certainty I have. King also skimmed. It'd be okay if some messed up organization was onto me. 2 tenors. Trouble. Nothing troublesome. Jiang Lan put his foot on the gas and eyed the front. 10 brothers are still not troublesome? Wang also raised an eyebrow. Or do you have an idea? There is a way. Of course, and it's simple. Wang also had a flash in his eyes and asked in a hurry. What's the solution? Tell me about it. Make a fuss. The child that cries has milk to eat. All of them have become 10 brothers. They must also be dignified characters. After the matter has become a big deal, they will surely be concerned about the impact. Wang also leaned back in his chair again, pondering the feasibility of Jiang Lan's approach. But in the end, he still felt that Jiang Lan's approach was a bit unreliable. The idea of solving the problem is right. The question is how to make it worse. In the circle of Inhumans, before Wang Yuya participated in the Luo Tian Dajia, he was completely a small transparency. If he was still in Wudong, he would be able to use the influence of Wudong Mountain to put pressure on Wang Ai and the others. But now Wudong has removed him. Although in the Luo Tian Dajia was some accumulation, but his position in the circle, facing the existence of the level of 10 brothers, obviously still not enough to see. Of course, besides relying on his own influence, directly storming into Wang Ai's house to beat him up is also a way, but to do that would be a complete rip-off. After all, it was about the safety of his family, so Wang also considered a little more. Shaking his head, Wang also said, it's still not quite right. How about waiting for Zhang Chulin's side? Jiang Lan was somewhat speechless. That's a little too forward-looking, but he was able to understand. After all, his family was still being watched, and Wang was also supposed to be worried that his family would be in danger after he did something drastic. But in reality, that's not the case at all. Let's not talk about the fact that it's a felony for an inhuman to lay hands on an ordinary person, but let's talk about Wang Weigua's identity. That was an existence that could make the entire imperial capital tremble when it stomped its foot. If he really dared to lay his hands on Wang Weigua, even if Wang Ai's power was bigger, he would definitely not have any good fruit to eat. It was impossible for Wang Ai himself to be unaware of this. Getting someone to watch Wang Ye's family should mostly be all just to scare him. Right now, Wang Yuya's state belonged to the authorities, but Jiang Lan also knew that even if he reminded him now, there was a high probability that Wang would not be able to listen. Still, he's a man who, given the slightest possibility, wouldn't joke about his family's well-being. As we chatted along, the car pulled up in front of a restaurant called Cheap Place. Come on, let's eat first. The three walked into the store and found a booth. Wang also ordered a bunch of food and then waved off the waiter. He thought for a moment. I'll make a phone call. After saying that, Wang also took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Zhang Chulan, where is it? Come over for dinner and I'll send you a location. After saying that, Wang also hung up the phone and operated on his cell phone some more before rearing his head. Since we've identified the person behind it, let's call Zhang Chulan over first and discuss a plan. He has a good head on his shoulders. Jiang Lan smiled. He had a feeling that Wang Yuya most likely didn't want to let that much money go to waste before he wanted to call Zhang Chulan over. What a good brain. But he was fine with that. Although Wang also didn't want to start a conflict with Wang Ai, Jiang Lan knew that it was all just a matter of time. All he had to do was to go and add a fire to the Wang family after a conflict. Of course, as far as Jiang Lan is concerned, he intends to add fuel to the fire himself and go toe-to-toe with Wang Ai for a bit, and won't involve Wang and his family in the process. If he had pitched Wang Yuya in order to accede to Feng Zhanghao's request, Jiang Lan would not be able to live with it in his own heart. 20 minutes later, Zhang Chulan pushed open the door of the box. Behind him, there was also Feng Baobao who was looking around. Here, sit. Wang also got up to greet him. The box was for 8 people, which was more than enough to seat a few of them. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the waiter at the door asked, "Can we serve the food now? Get on." As Wang Yuya's words fell, a dish of cold and hot food was served on the table. Feng Baobao stared at the round table, her eyes about to light up. Wang also saw the scene and smiled. Eat first, let's eat and talk. In fact, without waiting for Wang Yuya to finish speaking, Feng Baobao copied her chopsticks and attacked the roast duck in front of her. Chapter 118 New Mission. Overthrowing the Wang family. That's the situation. What do you say now? Zhang Chulan raised his head. Daoist Wang, you're fast enough. I've only just begun and you've already raked out the real culprit behind the scenes? Wang also glanced at Jiang Lan and then said, none of that matters. What matters right now is what to do. What to do? Zhang Chulan hung his eyes and thought, wait for me to think about it. Wang also waited anxiously on the side, counting on Zhang Chulan to come up with a good solution in a hurry. There, Zheng Chulan reared his head. Say, Zheng Chulan scanned the surroundings, then stood up and came to Wan Yuya's side. The king also said somewhat strangely, just say what you have to say. There are no outsiders here. Zheng Chulan said, there is a way, but Taoist Master Wang, if this way has to require you to be an evil person, can you accept it? Wang also didn't even think about it and said directly, don't say evil, as long as you don't let me be a dead man, I can accept it. What method you quickly say. After thinking about it, Zheng Chulan still didn't do it in front of the crowd, but put his mouth to Wan Yuya's ear. Zhang Lan raised an eyebrow. Encrypted calls, right? That's definitely not okay. He was also curious as to what Zheng Chulan had come up with. A strand of Yin in darkness quietly drilled out from Zhang Lan's body, one end connected to his own ear, the other next to Zheng Chulan. Zhuge Chang, on the other hand, still squinted his eyes. The slightest abnormality could not be seen on his face, but his hand formed a seal under the table. Listen to the wind chants. Only Feng Bao Bao was still chasing after the roast duck that was already out of 2 slices. At this time, Zheng Chulan quietly spoke. Taoist Master Wang, if you have family members, don't they also have family members? Let's just do the same thing to them. Find a few people in the circle and follow their families every day as well, especially the old people and children. When the time comes, I'll ask someone to take a few more pictures and send them over, and they'll know what's going on. The king also frowned slightly. What if they're not afraid? Zheng Chulan hemmed and hawed. Don't worry, I have ways to make them afraid. Zhang Lan's face showed a touch of surprise after hearing this. Being born or you being born? While there's nothing wrong with doing that, why is there a specific emphasis on targeting old people and children? Wang also added, so here, what do I need to do? No need for you to do anything. Zheng Chulan smiled evilly. Just send me a selfie. Ha! Zheng Chulan resumed his seat. How about it, Taoist Wang? This is the last resort, or else it'll just be a head-on fight. Wang was also silent for a while before nodding with some difficulty. Just do it. As for the hard touch, forget it, I've got a thin arm and a thin leg, so I'll break it again for me. Actually, if you don't feel right about it, Taoist Master Wang, a hard fight is also a solution. The king was also puzzled. Just before he could ask, Zheng Chulan continued, if brother Zhang Lan makes a move, he might be able to directly help you bulldoze Wang Ai and his family. Wang also stared in surprise. What the heck just pushed Ping Wang Ai's family? He knew that Zhang Lan wasn't weak, or even strong, but isn't it a bit much to push King Ping Ai's family? The 4 great families of the inhuman world, so easy to bulldoze through. Making a movie? Immediately afterward, a scene even more unexpected to Wan Yuya appeared, only to see that Zhang Lan, instead of retorting, fussed, that's fine. I'll go later if you say fight. Wang also swallowed and said with a somewhat dry voice, brother, stop it. Zhang Lan said with an indifferent face, really, I won't lie to you. I came here to help you. If you want, I'll go. It's not just Wan Yuya, but now there's also Feng Zhenghao's side. Wang Ai is still true, and has offended these few who are familiar with him. The destruction of the Wang Ai family was just a matter of time in his eyes. As this thought rose in Zhang Lan, a virtual light screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Trigger mission, within half a year, overthrow Wang Ai and his family. Reward, evil nightmare * 10,000. Zhang Lan's eyes widened slightly. Nice guy. I'm straight up nice guy. 10,000? When did brother system become so generous? If you're so generous, then I'm not going to be sleepy. Within half a year, this time limit was about as good as none to Zhang Lan. If he went to the Wang family now, Zhang Lan was confident that none of the Wang Ai family, including Wang Ai, could be his opponent. Even together, the result would be the same. But he couldn't just do that. It wasn't true that his current strength was able to completely crush Wang Ai, but it wasn't at the level of invincibility. If a man really went and slaughtered a family, surely the company couldn't just sit back and watch. Wherever you put it, it's an absolute abomination. By then, it is estimated that the airplanes and cannons will be directly erected in front of his house. Zhang Lan guessed that he would be able to eat nori egg flour soup without vegetables or flour soup, so it's still not reckless. The next thing he had to do was to try to give Feng Zhenghao as good a support as possible. Since Feng Zhenghao had already decided to make a move against the Wang family, the steps and backtracking must have already been thought out. With Feng Zhenghao's means, as long as he followed his plan, it was only a matter of time before the Wang family was overthrown. If Feng Zhenghao's side was too slow, the big deal was that he just accelerated more. At this time, the king also shook his head and said, never mind, let's do it the same way we just did. Selfie it is. I'll send you one. After saying that, Wang also took out his cell phone and rummaged through it for half a day before sending a picture to Zheng Chulan. Zheng Chulan also opened his phone, and after seeing Wang Yuya's selfie, the corner of his mouth twitched unnaturally a few times. Big brother, I'm not applying for your career. What are you doing with the whole ID photo for me? The king also made a show of his hands. I'm a Taoist priest. I'm not in the habit of taking selfies. Zheng Chulan was helpless. Come on, I'll give you a shot. You stand up. King also obediently got up from his seat. Well, you then a pair of scissors. King also raised his right hand and extended 2 fingers. Zhang Chulan added, don't put on a dead face, brother. Smile. He. Wang also bared his teeth, but there was no laughter in his eyes. It's not even disturbing enough to laugh about. But unexpectedly, Zhang Chulan was quite satisfied with Wang Yuya's expression. Yes, hello, that's the expression. It feels spot on. Zhang Chulan held his cell phone. Come on. 3, 2, 1 eggplant. Ka-ching, got it. Zhang Chulan retrieved his cell phone. Wait for my news, Master Dao. Within 2 days, their people are estimated to have withdrawn. Really? Hey, Zhang Chulan said. So much money surely cannot let you spend it for nothing. Master Dao, I am very dedicated. Don't worry. Since I said it, they can definitely withdraw. King also let out a long breath. If it's really like you said, I'll give you another red packet. Chapter 119. A pillow comes with a sleepy head. The next day, next to a park bench, Wang also cupped a dogwood in his hand and scratched it back and forth on the ground. Daoist Wang, it's only been a day. It's useless for you to be anxious. Zhuge Cheng smirked from the side. Wang also sniffed, dropped the dog's tail grass in his hand, and clapped his hands. There's no rush. Although he said on his lips that he was not in a hurry, anyone could see the urgency in Wang Yuya's heart. Jiang Lan, who was leaning against the bench, saw this. Don't be in a hurry. I guess it's almost time. Other than that, Zhang Chulan's efficiency in doing lackluster things is still very fast. Wang also, good one to do the missing things soon. The 3 of them were chatting when Jiang Lan's phone rang suddenly over here. He pulled out the phone and realized that the caller was displaying the very words Zhang Chulan. Chloe Chang's phone. Wang also brightened up. Pick it up. Jiang Lan pressed answer and said into the microphone. Hello, brother Jiang Lan, where are you now? A walk in the park. Jiang Lan said, what's up? It's like this. I want to mess with Wang but he is now in the healing villa. There are quite a few foreigners in the villa. Ordinary people can't get in. Is it convenient for you to make a trip, brother Jiang Lan? Jiang Lan's eyes lit up. Is there such a thing as a good thing? It's like being given a pillow when sleep comes. He had just thought about how to make things worse with Wang AI. Now isn't that a chance? Wang AI to Wang and this grandson, but like a lot. Hold in the hand for fear of falling, in the mouth for fear of melting. After the battle between Luo Tian de Jiao and Feng Xingtong, Wang Yan was injured quite a bit. It is said that Wang AI has found a large number of personal doctors to watch over Wang Yan day and night, coupled with the physical quality of an inhuman, which was originally much stronger than an ordinary person. The speed of physical recovery would be much faster after an injury. So according to the time, Wang Yan had probably recovered about as much as he could at this moment. If he goes and gets Wang Yan killed now, the moment this thought appeared, Jiang Lan stopped it in time. This isn't right. Now that he's in this state, he's already kind of not treating people like human beings. Had it been before, he would never have had killing as the main way to solve problems in his mind. Was it because of the changes in his heart after he became stronger? Or was it the obscure aura that was subtly affecting him? Jiang Lan's heart was alerted for a few moments. It's not appropriate to get the king killed. At the very least, it's not appropriate to get killed now. Even if they really wanted to kill, they would have to wait until after the king had been plucked from it as well. But it's okay to teach a lesson without killing. Jiang Lan's position was clear as day. He and the Wang AI family were destined to stand on opposite sides. So naturally, there was no need to be merciful. You send me a location. I'm coming over now. All right. Hearing Jiang Lan agree so painfully, Zhang Chulan was also quite happy. After settling Wang Nam's side, Wang AI should be afraid. As long as he was afraid, he wouldn't dare to continue targeting Wang Yuya. Hanging up the phone, it didn't take a while for Zhang Chulan to send over a location to Jiang Lan on his cell phone. Not particularly far away, not out of town. It was a single house on a hill. Jiang Lan pulled the corner of his mouth. Kinda good at finding places. If he was in the downtown area, he wouldn't have been able to make a move. But on a mountain like this where there was no village in front of him, then he had nothing to worry about. Looking at Wang Yuya and Zhuge Chang, Jiang Lan said, I'll go first. When Jiang Lan and Zhang Chulan talked on the phone just now, the whole time the sound amplification was on, and both Wang Yuya and Zhuge Chang heard the conversation between the two of them. King also said with some concern, didn't Zhang Chulan say that there are many Inhumans over there? Can you do it yourself? Jiang Lan smiled. Don't worry. What's the point of having even more Inhumans as bodyguards? It's just a rabble. Even if there were really 100 or 80 Inhumans on the other side, Jiang Lan wasn't the least bit afraid. When the power gap is so large, numbers don't play a role. Ancient infantrymen were no better, but could they still beat tanks in a physical fight? Why don't I join you? Zhuge Chang followed suit. It's fine to take me one for fun. No, you two just wait for my message. After saying that, Jianglan didn't look back and directly turned around to leave. Wang also looked at Jianglan's back, knowing that his mind was made up, so he had to exhort. No matter what, you still have to be careful and focus on your own safety. I know. Jianglan waved his hand and headed out of the park. He had just gotten into the car when Zhang Chulin's phone call came again. Hello? Brother Jianglan, I forgot to say. Just make him pass out and do 2 weird poses and send them to me. By the way, if you have watercolors, it's best to draw 2 more wangbangs on his face. Jianglan, drawing 2 wankers? It was really thanks to Zhang Chulan to think of it. This is too up, but just what he wanted. I know. After saying that, Jianglan parked the car on the side of the road, walked into a stationery store, and bought a box of 24-color watercolor pencils. He wasn't very good at drawing, but he was still more than good enough to draw 2 kingpins. Jianglan recalled in his mind. Draw a circle, then a few squares, followed by limbs, tails, and ghost heads. Perfect. Walking out of the stationery store, Jianglan re-entered the car, started the car, and drove in the direction of the location. The Imperial City is the #1 city after all, and there is a lot of traffic. The navigation showed a distance of 30 minutes. Jianglan froze and drove for close to an hour before arriving at the bottom of the mountain. Jianglan looked forward. The place was supposed to be an upscale neighborhood with poles at the entrance to block oncoming traffic. Cars aren't always allowed in if there's a security guard. Just as Jianglan thought in his mind, the security guard in front of the cell door saluted him and directly lifted the pole without even asking. He was a little surprised, but didn't hesitate and drove straight into the neighborhood. It was only after walking a short distance up the mountain that Jianglan reacted. The security guard probably didn't recognize him, but his car, if he had come on foot, he would have been spared an interrogation. But it's normal. That's the way it is in this world. Jianglan drove all the way to the top of the small hill. In front of him was a single house that covered a huge area, although it wasn't the center of the city. In a location like the imperial capital where land was scarce, I'm afraid a villa of this size would have to be sky high. Jianglan kicked the brakes and stopped directly in front of the villa. Someone inside heard the commotion, opened the door and poked his head out just to see Jianglan coming down from the car. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for King, and the person behind the door was an old man who looked to be in his 50s, and he looked up and down at Jianglan Dao. Are you a friend of the male son? I'm sorry, he hasn't fully recovered from his injuries yet, and it's not very convenient for the old master to have orders, so if you want to see the male son, it's better to wait for a few days. The man looked like he should be a butler-type character. Jianglan didn't have the heart to bull **** with him either, and a cold smile pulled out from the corner of his mouth. What if I have to see it today? Chapter 120, Capitalism. The old butler frowned slightly. Earlier, he had thought that Jianglan was a friend who had come to visit Wang, but now it looked as if he wasn't. That tone of voice, it's not coming from a good place. Who the hell are you? What are you here for? Didn't I tell you everything? Look at Wang and, are you deaf? The butler laughed angrily at the sight. At this point in time, where can he not understand? This is being bullied by others to the doorstep. This little brat has real guts. 2. Don't know what kind of place this is? How dare you enter the king's house? What's wrong with you? Whoever you are, since you don't want to go, don't go. Thank you then, just what I wanted. Jianglan smiled and said, come on man. The old steward yelled to the back. Almost at the same time, countless footsteps sounded. Inside the villa's front door, more than 20 black-clad foreigners walked out in a row. Jianglan raised an eyebrow, looking a little disappointed. I thought there had to be 100 or 80 of them, but this is only 20 or so. Not really enough. Get him. The old steward waved his hand. When the 20 or so bodyguards heard this, they didn't talk about any martial arts rules. They directly wailed and rushed towards Jianglan as one day and night wanderer. As Jianglan's voice fell, a black and gray smoke violently rushed out of his body, transforming into a tall figure. The silhouette was dressed in white, a jailer's outfit, with the word patrol printed in pitch black on his back. In his hand, holding a huge arm-thick wolf tooth stick, the head of the stick is the size of a person's head. Behind the Daywalker god stood a black-clad silhouette holding a meditative gong. Jianglan casually ordered, getting dizzy. Ordered. The Nightwalker god's void took the gong hammer and pounded it. Dang! The sound wave turned into a substantial sound wave, and from the center of the meditation gong, it spread out in the shape of a water wave. As the waves of sound crossed, the 20 or so bodyguards in front of Jianglan who had rushed forward were instantly paralyzed as if they had lost their souls. With inertia, they continued a few steps forward and then fell heavily to the ground. The butler, too, was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Jianglan bristled. That's it? That won't work either. You're all lying down before you've even made a move? Come back first. The day and night traveling god sniffed and once again turned into smoke, re-entering Jianlan's dantian. Jianlan crossed over a group of bodyguards and walked into the villa's gate. These people, they cannot be killed. They work as bodyguards to make money too, and they're not doing anything to hurt anyone. If he kills these 24 people for the sake of Ian and E, what difference is there between him and Quan Sex? So just wait for them to wake up on their own when the time comes. After entering the door, it was a huge yard, with a rockery garden with flowing water, and many things that Jianlan couldn't name, but knew were feng shui ornaments. The yard was empty. Those who can fight are lying at the door. Across the courtyard, it's the villa that's inside. The villa door gate was closed. Jianlan stepped forward and pulled tentatively, realizing that the door was already locked. The old butler at the door should have the key on him, but Jianlan had no intention of going back to get it. Wisps of murky aura appeared and wrapped around his right hand. With that, Jianlan threw a heavy punch and slammed it directly onto the door in front of him. Dang! The huge armored door was directly dry-shattered by Jianlan, and countless pieces fell to the ground with crackling sounds. Jianlan shrugged it off. Doesn't it just open? What are you looking for? Stepping over the debris and entering the gate, he was greeted by a lavish hall. In short, whether the room was furnished or decorated, Jianlan could vaguely smell money from inside. Capitalism of all evils. On the second floor location of the villa, 2 lean men in white shorts looked down at Jianlan. Jianlan similarly looked at the two. In addition to the outside bodyguards, there's a personal one? How many bad things did Wang Ai usually do? People say that if you don't do anything wrong, you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Looking at Wang Ai, it looks like he hasn't done much. Without any meaning of nonsense, Jianlan directly rose up in the air. In obscurity lingered on his body, and 2 huge Yin dragons appeared, coming after him and wrapping themselves around the 2 bodyguards without waiting for Jianlan to land on the ground. Which room is the king in? The 2 looked at each other and clenched their teeth in a manner that I will not disclose half of the information even if I die. Jianlan played with the flavor. How much money do you earn? So desperate. It's such a big-ass place. I can't find it if you 2 don't tell me? Then you find it. Jianlan raised an eyebrow. If I look for it, you 2 will die. With his voice, the Yin dragon wrapped around the duo tightened a fraction. The duo's eyes instantly widened, and they just felt like their intestines were going to be squeezed out. It might have been a bit of a brain fart a moment ago, but now both of them all recognized the reality. Let Jianlan find that one on his own. Now speaking rapidly said, last room on the left. Another added, second floor. Jianlan waved his hand, and Yin Long rushed out of the villa gate with 2 bodyguards whistling. Patting the palm that wasn't dusty, Jianlan said softly, it's not just a matter of having to be hard that bit. The commotion that Jianlan had made was not small, and at this time, many of the doors of the rooms on the 3rd floor were opened, and the crowd was in disarray. These were, for the most part, doctors and nurses in white coats and the like. Jianlan blinked. Good lord, is this moving the hospital? He had thought that there wouldn't be too many people in the villa, but he didn't realize that at this glance, there were at least 30 or 40. These paramedics, they're not inhumans. In an instant of thought, Jianlan communicated with the night-traveling god in his dantian. Doesn't it come out that your gong works? It can, but it will be much less effective. But against ordinary people, it's certainly not a problem. That's good. Jianlan let out a long breath. When he beat up the 2 bodyguards just now, no one had come out of the 3rd floor yet, so no one should have seen him use his powers. It's always bad to be exposed to the eyes of ordinary people. Knock them out first, but don't knock them dead. Those bodyguard foreigners, Jianlan would not take the initiative to kill, but if they really died, it would be just that. But these paramedics, Jianlan really can't lay his hands on them, not only because they are ordinary people, but also because they are healing people. People are good and bad, but the doctor is always right. Dang! A melodious gong sound permeated out from within Jianlan. The moment they heard the sound, the crowd on the 3rd floor collapsed in a heap. Phew! Jianlan exhaled. He was truly convinced by Wang Ai. He could fit 100 people in this one Thai villa. Are you really treating that kid Wang Jin like a prince? Jianlan no longer hesitated and went straight upstairs, to the left, at the far end. Well, this should be it. Jianlan reached out and pushed the door. Inside the room, various machines, this one and that one. Wang An had a plaster cast on his leg, and his eyes were full of terror as he looked at Jianlan. What are you doing? Chapter 121, I will kill you. He did know Jianlan. Moreover, Wang An also knew that the paperman that Feng Xingtong had manipulated earlier in the match was also given to him by Jianlan. He had thought that he would wait for an opportunity to retaliate when he was healed. Unexpectedly, before he could retaliate against Jianlan's side actually came to the door first. Looking at the terrified Wang An, Jianlan felt a bit bored. He took 2 steps forward and walked in the direction of Wang An's hospital bed. Wang An tried to shrink back, but it was difficult to move with a plaster cast on his leg. He could only watch with a face full of terror as Jianlan Lan walked step by step to him. "You get some sleep," Lan said. His right hand wrapped in gloom and directly slapped Wang An on his head. Pop! Wang An also did not contend. Both eyes rolled over and directly passed out. Lan shrugged it off. The commotion he made at the Wang family villa was already not small. On Wang Ai's side, he should get the news soon. Although the people inside the villa basically didn't have any possibility of ventilating, Lan had just seen quite a few surveillance cameras along the way. Especially now. In this room where Wang was, there were 3 monitoring probes. With the degree of Wang Ai's preoccupation with Wang An, there must be someone watching on the other side of the camera. He had done so much just now that it must have been enough to draw Wang Ai's attention. In this way, Lan's own purpose had been achieved. Next, just take 2 pictures for Zhang Chulan. Looking at the fainted Wang An, Lan flipped out a green watercolor pen. Although Lan was not a professional painter, but after so many years of tying paper figures, he still had the craft. He waved his fingers, and in the blink of an eye, 2 lifelike little Wang Beos appeared on both sides of Wang An's cheeks. Thinking for a moment, Lan once again lifted his pen, casually ripped off Wang An's clothes, and wrote a few large characters on his chest. Lan to this place. It wasn't to add to the picture, but Lan himself knew that what he did today might completely enrage Wang Ai. If he didn't write something on it, it wouldn't be appropriate for Wang Ai to take it out on Wang Yuya at that time. Putting away his pen, Lan stared at Wang An for a while longer. One of his legs was in a cast, and the rest of his body. It looked clear that there were no obvious traumatic injuries. What if Wang Ai wasn't as angry as he thought he was if he left like that? It's better to leave some more injuries. Well, Lan pondered slightly, then extended his hand again. Click, click, click. 2 crunching sounds emanated from Wang in his arm. Wang An folded his right and left little arms into an incredible arc. That's about right. Clapping his hands, Lan was satisfied, took out his cell phone, and after taking a few beautiful pictures of Wang An, he turned to leave. All the way downstairs out of the villa, Lan pulled open the door and started the car to head off. Other side. Master, it's not good. Wang Ai was sitting in front of the tea table and was drinking tea with pleasure. Seeing the young man who stumbled into his room without even knocking, Wang Ai frowned slightly. He picked up his teacup and took a sip before he then said slowly, "What's all the fuss about?" "The young master." Hearing the 3 words "little young master," Wang Ai instantly straightened his back, and the leisurely stare from a moment ago widened his eyes and said, "Wang An? What happened to him?" "Young master." Something happened. Bang! Wang Ai slapped the table and stood up instantly. He asked eagerly, "What happened?" This, looking at his men's abrasive behavior, Wang Ai became more and more angry. "Come on, what's going on? You'd better take a look for yourself," the henchman said, and handed his cell phone to Wang Ai. On the phone, a video was displayed. The content of the video was exactly from the time Lan broke into the villa and put down a group of bodyguards to the time he appeared in Wang An's room. After watching Lan take the pen and draw 2 little Wang bangs on Wang An's face, Wang Ai could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. ******ing Jianglan. I'm at war with you. Wang Ai was like a furious lion, with a head of white hair blowing up. The men looked at Wang Ai's appearance and didn't even dare to breathe. Wang Ai's eyes stared at his men with mischief. "What are you still doing here?" The henchman was caught off guard by the question. Get the car ready, stupid pig. I'm going to see the king and, yes, I'm on my way. Wang Ai stood in place, copied the teacup, and heavily dropped it on the ground. His voice was like an evil ghost crawling out of the 9 hells, and his tone was icy cold to the extreme. "Jianglan, old me wants you dead." Lan had badgered him once before. I had thought that when the Luo Tianjiao festival was over, I would be ready to clean up Lan when I poured out my hands. However, he didn't expect a Wang Yuya to suddenly appear, so his attention was basically gathered on Wang Yuya. Unexpectedly, he didn't take the initiative to look for Lan's trouble, and that boy who didn't know how high and mighty he was, actually dared to lay hands on his grandson. Wang Ai's teeth were about to be clenched. "Deceiving people too much. Do you really think that my Wang family has no one?" At that moment, a trembling voice came from outside the door. "Old master, the car is ready." Without saying a word, Wang Ai walked out of the room with a dragon's stride. A good half-hour later, the imperial capital Quanzhou General Store. Lan sat in the box and chucked a piece of saltwater duck liver to his mouth. Chewing a bit, he commented, "It's pretty tasty." Zhuge Chang, who was on the side, narrowed his eyes and spat, "Roast duck is delicious, but you can't eat it every day." Wang also was clearly in a good mood at this time. Hearing Zhuge Chang spit out a laugh, "I say Lao Chang, you've gone too far. We're both from the imperial city and the city of Tianjin, and you're a Cantonese. Didn't you say you wanted to eat some local specialties? Nothing special but duck?" Wang also looked contemplative and then said, "Bean juice, marinara, Fried liver? Zhuge Cheng. Roast duck is pretty good. That's not right. After speaking, Wang also looked at Jianglan and inquired, how was it? Did the trip go well? Jianglan nodded. Smooth. More than smooth. It couldn't have been smoother. Along the way, there basically wasn't even a decent obstacle. You made a move on King and, aha, it didn't kill you, did it? Jianglan lost his smile. I know in my heart how I could have beaten him to death. I just drew 2 ones on his face. Wang also asked curiously, ha, Wang Ba, what kind? Jianglan flipped out his cell phone, pulled up the photo album, put it on the turntable, and pushed it over to Wang Yuya. Wang also fixed his eyes on it, and then laughed out loud. Good guy, this is still weirdly spiritual and subtle. At this level, you can even go and specialize in painting. But come on, I'm not bad at sketching with those 2 brushes. At this time, the king also narrowed his eyes. These 2 arms of his, they look like new injuries? You 2 fought and accidentally touched him? No, I looked bad and unloaded it. Chapter 122 Duration, 2.5 years. Wang also, is it okay to take it off if it doesn't look good? Wonderful. Moreover, looking at Jianglan's taken for granted appearance, a feeling of powerlessness to retort arose in Wang's heart. Then, the king also seemed to think of something. If you make it so, Wang Ai won't just break it, right? Jianglan shrugged indifferently. He can fall if he likes. To be honest, instead of being afraid of Wang Ai finding him in trouble, Jianglan was afraid that Wang Ai would just pretend that nothing had happened and directly swallow this breath. However, Jianglan estimated that with Wang Ai's kind of penny-pinching personality, he shouldn't be that generous. It was estimated that after Wang Ai found out about it, his lungs would have to explode from anger. After saying that, Jianglan added in order to avoid Wang Yuya worrying, there's more in the back. You flip back. King also reached up and turned up the previous sheet. This one, the king and the entire upper body, only on his chest. The words Jianglan comes here were written in large letters in a dragon's hand. Where could Wang Yuya not realize that Jianglan was helping him draw fire? His gaze was complicated, and a look of gratitude appeared on his face as he solemnly said to Jianglan, thanks a lot. Don't be shy. Jianglan rolled another duck cake and put it in his mouth. To the current Jianglan, helping Wang Yuya was nothing more than incidental. Wang also said, when this is over, I'll definitely take you guys to have a good time in the imperial capital for a few days. Until then, Jianglan rolled another duck cake. I have to say, Quanjude is famous after all, and this roast duck is really well made. By the way, didn't Zhang Chulan say that the villa was heavily guarded? You didn't encounter anyone stopping you? Encountered. Jianglan raised his head. There's quite a lot of them, counting ordinary people. There must be a total of 100 or so, just the inhuman bodyguards alone. There are more than 20, close to 30. Wang also stared with wide eyes, and even Zhuge Cheng's eyes, which were originally squinted into a slit, were slightly opened at this moment. 30 Inhumans? You took care of all of them? They're all so weak that it's useless to have many people. Jianglan said lightly. Even if Jianglan wanted them to die, it would only be a matter of the Night Wanderer striking the gong a little more. I'm going to. King marveled as well. He didn't know how strong Jianglan's true strength was, but it was obvious that his previous estimation of Jianglan seemed to be a bit off. Jianglan seemed to be much more powerful than he thought. 30 Inhumans. Even if none of them were powerful, the number was there. Even if he wanted to solve it, it would take a lot of effort. And Wang Ai obviously wouldn't get his grandson a bunch of trash around. So the Inhuman guarding the king and may not have been much stronger, but it definitely wasn't weak either. To be able to beat 30 in one and still make light of it, Wang Yuya estimated that even some 10 brother level existences might not be able to do this with ease. Looks like we need to revisit Jianglan's strength. Of course, having such a powerful friend still made Wang happy too. Then the 3 of them ate and talked for a while. None of the 3 drank, so the meal was eaten very quickly, and in less than an hour's time, all 3 were full and drunk. I'm done renewing the hotel, so you 2 just go back. Wang Yuya is still very considerate. He booked the hotel the day Jianglan first arrived. 5-star. Sweet. It looked luxurious and the price wasn't cheap, but to a rich second generation of Wang Yuya's level, a sprinkle wasn't even a sprinkle. Sure, come along, I'll give you a ride wherever you're going. The 3 of them rose, and the king also said, no, Du is waiting for me at the door, just take Old Green back to the hotel. That's good. The 3 walked out of the restaurant and into the parking lot. Seeing Wang also leave, Jianglan started the car. You going back to bed too? Or do you want to go somewhere? He and Zhuge Cheng were in a hotel, but not in the same room. Go back together. Zhuge Cheng still wore his signature fox smile on his face. His 2 eyes narrowed into 2 slits. Okay. Jianglan finished speaking and stepped on the gas. The hotel was not far away, and in less than 20 minutes, the car was in the parking lot location. The 2 swiped their cards and went upstairs. In the elevator, Zhuge Cheng seemed to be trying to say something, but then he looked like he wanted to say something. Jianglan, on the other hand, was looking at the buttons on the elevator, completely unaware of Zhuge Qing's expression behind him. When the elevator reached the floor Jianlan was on, Jianlan greeted him and said, "I'll go first." Zhuge Qing gave a slight beat, then said, "Bye." Jianlan returned to his room and had just sat down when a cell phone rang. "Hello, President Wind?" Without pleasantries, Feng Zhanghao on the other end of the phone directly asked, "Did you make the move?" Jianlan didn't need to think about it to know that Feng Zhanghao was talking about Wang Ai's side. "Yes." Feng Zhanghao laughed, even his voice carried some joy. "That guy Wang Ai is almost pissed off. Now he is looking for you all over the world. The phone is calling me here." Jianlan raised an eyebrow. "I didn't realize that Wang Ai's side was moving quite fast. How long has it been since you started looking for him?" It had been just over 2 hours in total since he had come out of that villa. "It's okay, let him find it if he wants to." Jianlan was completely unafraid. "It's just a Wang Ai, what can we do to him?" Jianlan continued, "Things are kind of a big deal now, aren't they?" "Enough is enough," Feng Zhanghao said evenly. "It's big enough. Wang Ai's favorite thing in life is his precious grandson." Now that Jianlan had directly crippled his grandson, it was enough to make that old man Wang Ai lose his mind. Jianlan thought about it and asked again, "Is there anything else you want me to do?" "No more for now. It's enough for now, and I'll be able to do something on my end while I'm at it." "Didn't you say before that it's best to make Wang Ai hurt his bones?" "A grandson, even if he dies, it's not considered a broken bone, is it? How does it not count?" Wang Ai has valued Wang in more than anything else in his life, and that's enough. Now that Wang In is injured, he has no time to care. Feng Zhanghao said, "Right, where are you now? Let me find you a new place to stay. If Wang Ai finds you, it won't be good." "No, I was afraid he wouldn't find me. I need time on my side, and if the conflict is too severe, it will be too much." Jianlan asked suspiciously, "Are you going to do something while King Ai has no time for him?" Feng Zhanghao didn't hide it either. "Well, but it's all mall stuff that doesn't make it to the big time, so it's best to keep it behind someone's back." Jianlan had a bit of a hard time. The battlefield he could more or less help, but the mall, he knew nothing about. But the system mission had a time limit. It had to make the Wang family overthrown within half a year. "President Feng, according to your plan, how long will it take to completely annex the Wang family?" "About 2.5 years? Chapter 123, Judge of the Underworld, Mantra of the Past Life. Jianlan sniffed and tugged at the corner of his mouth. What a joke. 2.5 years. The time given to him by the system mission was only half a year. Really waiting for Feng Zhanghao for 2.5 years. The yellow flowers are cold. Can you hurry up? On the other end of the phone, Feng Zhanghao was a bit surprised. Why did Jianlan look as if he was more anxious than him? After thinking about it, Feng Zhanghao said, "The fastest would take 2 years. The Wang family tree is big and deep-rooted. If you want to uproot it, you can't do it overnight." 2 years? Jianlan was a bit anxious. 2 years won't do it. That's still a year and a half away. What if we were to take that time and reduce it to less than 6 months? That's basically impossible. And even if it could, it would be too hard. "It's okay, just tell me what you can do. Who to kill, or what?" "This." Feng Zhanghao paused. "Seems like there's no need to be in such a hurry, right?" Jianlan was helpless. If he were on his own, he'd be in no hurry. But isn't this a mission? That's a $10,000 nightmare. With these, his combat power could be increased by a large margin to say the least. When the time comes to add some more, black impermanence, Meng, Oxhead and Horseface can all be bought. When that time comes, he won't even have to do anything himself. He'll be an army all by himself. Jianlan thought for a split second, but decided to put some pressure on Feng Zhanghao before saying anything. In short, within half a year, the Wang family must be resolved. And during this period, no matter what you need, you can look for me, and I will help you unconditionally. Feng Zhanghao was also helpless. Although Jianlan was very strong, the Wang family really wasn't that easy to bring down. If you want to shake a behemoth like the Wang family, you can't go wrong with timing. Right place, right people, none of it. He was rather puzzled. Unless Wang Ai and the Wang family's top brass are all dead, it's almost impossible. "Oh, I see. It's just getting Wang Ai and the Wang family executives killed that will do it, right?" Feng Zhanghao, "That's true, but your tone, what do you want?" Feng Zhanghao had some bad premonitions in his heart. "You can't be serious? Killing all the Wang family members? That's absolutely not possible. Even if you can really do it, there's no way the company side would acquiesce to you doing such a thing. Inhumans kill each other to a degree. The company must have turned a blind eye to a small fight. But it's definitely not okay to destroy a family." If Jianlan really started this, In the future, if there is any friction between the two alien forces, won't they all have to exterminate people's families? At that point, it won't be far from the world's chaos. It's a society of law and order now, and I know with my brain that there's no way the company would allow this to happen. Of course I know that, but John Lon didn't say the second half of his sentence, but changed his words. You go ahead and get busy with your business. Some other day when we go back to Z City, I'll look for you. He did have a plan in mind, but John Lon always felt it was a bit inappropriate to say it inside the phone. John Lon was at least considered a member of the company and knew the power of the company's intelligence department, and something like a phone call can easily be tapped with a little bit of tact, so there are some things that are safer to say in person. Feng Jianghao on the opposite side was also a smart person, and immediately heard that John Lon might have some things that were inconvenient to say over the phone, so he said, I'll see you tomorrow if you have time. You might as well get busy and take care of your business. He had just attracted Wang Ai's attention on his side, and it would be inappropriate to meet Feng Jianghao right away. Besides, that old thing, Wang Ai, might actually come looking for him at some point. Well, said Feng Jianghao, as if he suddenly remembered something again, said, by the way, Cheyenne also came to the imperial capital. I don't have much time in the past 2 days. Why don't you accompany her around the imperial capital? The corner of Jian Lan's eye twitched. Not big brother. Your intention, can't you be more obvious? What does that mean? You want to give him your daughter? However, John Lan was able to understand Feng Jianghao's thoughts. With his current strength, Feng Jianghao definitely wanted to tie him up, but the conventional means he had tried before, and it was clear that they didn't work, so it was justifiable to look for Feng Cheyenne, but at least for the time being, John Lan didn't have the heart to get into a relationship, and Windsor Swallow wasn't his favorite one either. I'll forget it, John Lan said. President Feng, you don't have to think about all those have-nots. As long as there are common interests between us, it's already enough. The common interest in John Lan's mouth was, on the one hand, what Feng Jianghao had promised before, that when the Wang family collapsed, he would share half of the Wang family with him, and on the other hand, there's the system mission. So, John Lan would definitely do his best. Not a big fan of half of the Wang family's wealth, but that must be an astronomical amount. After he got his hands on it, at least for the rest of his life, he would never have to worry about money again. No, it's a couple of lifetimes of not having to worry about money anymore. On the other end of the phone, Feng Jianghao was silent for a while. Doesn't that work either? He felt a little out of touch. How in heaven's name can there be anyone who is unmoved by anything? It is said that a man who looks at nothing is plotting something bigger, but whether it was money, power, or color, Feng Jianghao thought he had given it in place. If this doesn't move John Lan, what does he want? Feng Jianghao couldn't think of an answer, so he had to say, let's leave it at that. I'll contact you back in Z City in a couple days. No problem. John Lan finished speaking and directly hung up the phone. He had the system in place and was destined to be on top of the world in the future. As for the temptation at hand, it was really nothing to John Lan. It's not that he's puritanical, but when there's a big goal, and especially when he's sure that the goal can be accomplished 100%, he can't be interested in some milestones of achievement. Simply washing up. John Lan sat on the sofa. Thinking for a moment, he said to Cui Ju within his dantian, come out here. A puff of black and gray smoke drifted out, and Cui Ju, holding the judge's brush, appeared in front of John Lan. Lord, you called for me? From what I remember, you're supposed to have the means to cast a spell? After purchasing a spirit body at the Evil Nightmare Mall, John Lan's head would have additional memories of the spirit body itself. Cui Ju's ability was able to increase his sight on one hand, and weaken the enemy on the other. It's said to be a weakening, but it's really more akin to a cursed ability. Yes, Lord. Well, John Lan slightly organized his language, then asked, is there any kind that can't be seen on the outside but can kill after a period of time? You mean the spell for the afterlife? John Lan raised an eyebrow. Tell me in detail? Once the spell is planted, it is able to erode the other person's origin at all times. If it's an ordinary person, they won't live more than 3 days after being struck by the spell. Even if it's an inhuman of this world, depending on the strength, it can only last for a month at most. Chapter 124. Let's see if your family is thriving. John Lan was a bit surprised. That's a bit of an anticlimax. This ability, if Zhu Chui really had this kind of tactic, wouldn't he just let whoever he wanted die? With this kind of ability, there can't be no limitations at all. Can there? There is that too, Cui Ju said. The past life mantra can only work on existences whose divine soul strength is inferior to mine. If the divine soul strength exceeds mine, then the past life mantra won't work. Cui Ju was a judge of the netherworld no matter what. John Lan really didn't know that in this world, besides himself, there was anyone else's divine soul that could compare to Cui Ju's. At that moment, he heard Cui Ju continue, and even for me, casting the past life mantra is quite laborious. When I use it once, I have to recuperate for a while. A while? How long is that? Cui Ju replied back after a moment of contemplation. Less than an hour. Jiang Lan, you call that a while when it's only been 2 hours? He thought that after Cui Ju used the spell of the living dead once, he'd have to recuperate for 10 days and a half months at any rate. 2 hours. That's not long. Wang AI plus the Wang family's real top management. There were only 5 or 7 or 8 people in total. Work on it, and you'll probably be able to spell it all in one day. What Jiang Lan had thought of earlier was the same approach. If we let Wang AI and the others die without a word, when the time comes, the Wang family will be scattered, and they will still be at the mercy of Feng Zhanghao's ravages? It takes 2.5 years with Wang AI, and if it takes 2.5 years without Wang AI, then Jiang Lan should doubt Feng Zhanghao's ability. However, since Feng Zhanghao was able to bring his business to such a point now, his ability must be fine. I know. You come back first. After a while, this skill of yours might come in handy. Yes, Lord, Cui Ju promised, and then his figure once again turned into a cloud of smoke, drilling into Jiang Lan's dantian. That was the good thing about a spirit body. It didn't need to take up the space where he himself stored his paper people, but it's not really used anymore. The current Jiang Lan could at least manipulate 300 to 500 ghost mother level existences at the same time, and the ones placed in his dantian were obviously somewhat insufficient. Can't use it to beat the weak ones? Not much use to beat the strong ones. It can only be described as tasteless and unappetizing. With a plan against the Wang AI family in his head, Jiang Lan was in no hurry. The next step was to wait for Wang AI to come to the door of his own accord. Just now, Feng Zhanghao also said that Wang AI, at this moment, is looking for him in all directions. Just then, Jiang Lan's cell phone rang again. He picked up the phone and it had an unfamiliar number on it. Jiang Lan, this cell phone. Very few people know the number, and did not register any messy software. Usually there will be no harassment calls, but he knew only a few people in total, and they all basically saved their numbers too. So who could the caller be? Picking up the phone, Jiang Lan said, "Hello, who is it?" Jiang Lan? On the other end of the phone, a voice with anger came out. The moment he heard the voice, Jiang Lan heard it. Isn't this Wang AI? That's pretty impressive. Got his phone number. He teased. Yo, Elder Wang, looking for me for something? What the hell are you doing? What are you talking about? What did I do? Why am I a bit hard of hearing? Jiang Lan was confused when he was trying to understand. Wang AI's lungs were about to explode as he questioned. Why did you hurt my grandson? Your grandson? Oh, Wang and I thought it was turtle grandson. You really want to tear your face off with my Wang family? Little brat, do you know what you're facing? Of course I know. The Wang family. Jiang Lan's tone of teasing was unabated. An old Wangbang with a bunch of little Wangbangs. To be honest, at this moment, Wang AI was already a bit frozen. Before the call, killing him would never have thought that Jiang Lan would actually have this attitude. This is a bit too wild. Their Wang family could at least be considered a dignified family in the inhuman realm, and this Jiang Lan was on the verge of writing his neck and ting on him. He, Wang AI, had lived most of his life. When had he ever been bullied like this? Coupled with the fact that Wang An was injured by Jiang Lan. For a while, Wang AI's anger went to his head. Toast to death. If you want to die, I'll fulfill you. Jiang Lan didn't spoil Wang AI either, and directly said, come on then, I'm at 588 on the 5th floor of the Hilton. If Wang AI really dared to come over, he didn't mind advancing his plans a bit. Wang AI will have to die sooner or later anyway, and he can be reincarnated earlier if he dies earlier. Oh, no, he'd almost forgotten that being killed by these spirits under his command couldn't be reincarnated unless he agreed. But Wang AI on the other side is no cutie pie. As soon as he heard Jiang Lan blow up his location, he knew that Jiang Lan was properly emboldened. He had more or less seen what Jiang Lan could do, but if it was just that kind of strength, it wasn't enough for him to be so emboldened in front of the Wang family. Does this kid have something up his sleeve? Wang AI's heart grew a little wary. He forced down the anger in his heart and continued, Jiang Lan, between you and I, there isn't any deep hatred, is there? Even if there was some conflict at Dragon Tiger Mountain before, didn't you take Zhang Chulan away? I didn't stop you, did I? Jiang Lan snorted rather disdainfully. Did you not stop it? You don't have the skills to stop me, do you? However, Jiang Lan wasn't interested in pointing him out, but instead said, the conflict between us seems to be more than that, doesn't it? Yes, when Feng Xingtong and my grandson competed, they used your stuff to help, but I didn't say I held a grudge against you either. Now it's you who are stalking my Wang family. What exactly do you want? The mocking smile on Jiang Lan's face grew stronger. No grudges? Do you believe me when you say that? He hadn't forgotten the expression on Wang Ai's face when he took Wang and left on the field at that time. At that time, the look in his eyes was so close to giving Jiang Lan a treat. Moreover, Wang Ai looks like the kind of old man who is sinister and cunning and holds grudges. To say that he really wouldn't do anything, Jiang Lan was the first to disbelieve it anyway. Just didn't pour out the kung fu. This is something we all know, and it makes no sense at all to be confused, whether you hold a grudge against me or not, but you've stretched your hand too far. This time's Wang and is just a lesson for you. If you do something you shouldn't, next time it won't just be 2 arms. I don't think that kid's neck is much thicker than his arms. Wang Ai naturally knew what Jiang Lan was referring to. It's nothing more than the king's also-rans. He had found so many people to follow Wang Yuya day in and day out, so he must have known that Jiang Lan and Wang Yuya were on a united front. But he just couldn't stand it, being threatened by Jiang Lan like that. Wang Ai at least is one of the 10 brothers, the existence of the top of the pyramid of the alien world, by a milky little kid so humiliated, really a little tolerable. You threatened me? Oh, Jiang Lan smirked. If you feel that I'm threatening you, just try it. It's just that I'll see if your Wang family is thriving. Chapter 125, I want to live 2 more years. You bully people too much. Wang Ai completely tensed up and pulled his neck. I will kill you. Good. Very spirited. Jiang Lan was still smiling. I told you all about the location just now. Forget it, you're old and dying. Your memory shouldn't be good either, so I'll read it to you, and you take a note. I am in the Middle Street Hilton 5th floor 588. When you arrive, remember to call me in advance. This place decoration is not cheap. I go down to find you. Bang! On the other end of the line, there was a blast, followed by an automatic hang-up. Jiang Lan smacked his lips. This old man, he can't help but be amusing. He hasn't said anything about anything yet, and this is where he starts slamming his phone. On the other side, the nanny van. Wang Ai's right hand clenched tightly, and the phone shattered into a pile of parts in his hand, letting out a bang pop. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ignoring the blood on his hands, Wang Ai slammed his fist heavily on the windshield next to him. Bang! The 3 layers of protective glass were smashed with a dense layer of spiderweb-like cracks. The original normal traveling car slightly deviated, sitting next to Wang Ai's subordinates, but also the atmosphere do not dare to breathe a bit, for fear of being relieved of anger. To be honest, after following Wang Ai for so many years, this was the first time he had seen that Wang Ai was so angry. It looked as if they were going to eat anyone alive. Wang Ai was silent for a while, then said in a deep voice to the subordinate next to him, mobilize every inhuman my Wang family can. Whatever they're doing, get me to the Middle Street Hilton in half an hour. Yes, that subordinate hurriedly agreed, and then began to take out his cell phone and frantically sent messages, fearing that a second later Wang Ai's slap would hit him in the face. Master, are we going to Middle Street now? The driver's voice at the front was still smooth. Wang Ai leaned against the back of the chair and rubbed his temples with a hand that had some blood on it. Aha! The imperial capital, the headquarters of the Nizutong, Dongzhou. The Wang clan has gathered quite a few foreigners and are heading to Middle Street. It looks like there's going to be some kind of big move. Quite a bit. How much is that? Inside the office sat an old man in a white shirt and glasses with graying hair. Not too old, except for some gray hair. He looked like a middle-aged man of an older age. This person is the actual controller of the company, the current chairman of the board of directors of Nadu Tong, Zhao Fengshu. The company, as a business with a public backing, of course has a headquarters. The headquarters consists of a board of directors, and the usual tasks are sent directly from the headquarters to the hands of each region. Within the headquarters, there is also an extremely strong intelligence system, to say the least. There are 100 of them. Zhao Fengshu frowned slightly at his words. 100? Middle Street is a downtown area. What is Wang Ai doing gathering nearly 100 foreigners? In the inhuman world, there was an unwritten rule that one could not be exposed to ordinary people, but if you do it in a busy place like Middle Street, the whole country would have to know about it the next day. Not to mention ordinary people. Once it spreads, even if the company's PR department presses it may not be able to completely suppress it. This old man, Wang Ai, can really find trouble. Zhao Fengshu continued. Do you know their specific purpose? Intelligence is still looking into it. At that moment, the speaker's cell phone rang. He looked at the message sent from above and looked up. I've found out. Wang Ai was in conflict with an inhuman named Jiang Lan from our company. Jiang Lan? Zhao Fengshu seemed to think of something, and hurriedly said, that's the one who killed 3 of the all-sex 4 maniacs? The outsourced employee under Su Si's hand? Yes. Why the conflict? The man brought his cell phone to Zhao Fengshu and played a recording. Yo, Elder Wang, looking for me for something? What the hell are you doing? After listening, Zhao Fengshu's face was complicated. As a director of the company, he knew quite a lot about the inhuman realm, and Wang Ai loved that grandson of his, and Zhao Fengshu knew that as well. But even if you are tearing your face off, you shouldn't be prepared to do it in the downtown area. Zhao Fengshu looked at the staff of the intelligence department and asked, between them, have there been any previous conflicts? Yes, before in Luotian Dajio Wang Ai captured Zheng Chulan, and the intelligence officer told Zhao Fengshu about Wang Ai and Zhang Lan's previous beef. Immediately afterward, he asked, Dong Zhao, what do we do now? Are we going to take any measures? Zhao Fengshu said, now contact Wang Ai. Let them stop, even if they have to fight. Give me a fight on the outskirts where no one is. In addition to contacting Su Si, let him contact Jianglan. See if we can make a big deal out of it, even if it can't be made small. Not to have a large-scale conflict in the downtown area is our bottom line. Yes. 10 minutes later, inside the hotel, Jianglan was already ready to lie down. In his opinion, this night, Wang Ai shouldn't be in such a hurry to come over and die. Just then, the cell phone he had placed next to his bed rang again. What's going on today? Why are they all calling me? Jianglan smoothly picked up the phone and then said, Hey, Su Si, what's wrong? You my ancestors, what are you doing? Jianglan was confused. I didn't do anything. I'm getting ready to sleep now. You still have the leisure to sleep? Wang Ai is looking for you. Jianglan raised his eyebrows. Really here? That's pretty bold. But this news of Su Si's, it's a bit too well informed. He had only hung up with Wang Ai for more than 10 minutes and Su Si knew that Wang Ai had come to him? It's okay, come as you are. Soldiers come with water to cover the earth. Su Si sucked in a breath of cool air. Do you know how many people he brought with him? A full 100 or so. It's fine. It's only 100 or so. Minor problem. In front of the Night Wanderer, as long as he didn't rob to a certain extent, he simply couldn't even hold up a gong. 100 or 1,000. It made no difference to Jianglan. Su Si was speechless. Even if you could beat it, do you realize where you are now? Middle Street. That's ing Middle Street. Dad, you're my dad. If you go to war with Wang Ai's people in that place, the whole ing world will have to know about it tomorrow. Big brother, don't with me, will you? I can't stop your old man from dying if he wants to. I still want to live 2 more years. Jianglan, that does seem to be a problem. Before, he thought that Wang Ai wouldn't come over right away and didn't even think about it that way. But now Wang Ai was coming this way, so if there was a real fight, this place was indeed a bit inappropriate. Stop being treated like a terrorist. Su Si added, can this be over? Can't, even if I could. Wang Ai can't. Hiss. Su Si sucked in a mouthful of cool air again. That way, change a place to fight into it? You two to reappoint a place. Where can? You do not in front of the statue of the great man to me to make a mess. Oh, that's fine. I'll give him a call and we'll reschedule. Chapter 126, The Many Bullying the Few. After hanging up Su Si's phone, Jianglan redialed Wang Ai's number. Hello, the number you have dialed is off the hook. Sorry. Jianglan looked at the phone. He forgot that just now. Wang Ai seemed to have directly dropped his cell phone because he was too angry. That's the end of it. I can't get in touch even if I wanted to. Right at this moment, Jianglan's WeChat beep sounded. Su Si, 138 *******9503, CO4, call this number. Jianglan tapped 2 words on the virtual keyboard. Rainy night with a knife and no umbrella, okay? Then, Jianglan dialed the number Su Si just gave him. This time the phone just rang twice before it was picked up from across the room. Who are you looking for? On the other end of the phone, a young man's voice rang out. Jianglan was slightly stunned. I don't think it's Wang Ai who's talking about this. Hearing that Jianglan didn't say anything for half a day, the opposite party was also a bit anxious and repeated, who are you looking for? Jianglan came back to his senses. Jianglan, is that old bastard Wang Ai around? Master, the call for you is from Jianglan. When Wang Ai heard this, he burst into a rage, his eyes almost wanting to spit fire. Bastard bully too much. I dropped my cell phone and still find up? Let him wait to die. Wang Ai said viciously. Jianglan naturally heard it on the other side of the phone. He raised an eyebrow. Elder Wang, I've changed places. Please come over. The one who answered the phone at the beginning said, Master, he said he changed places. Where? It's not far. It's just down the hill from the villa area where your turtle grandson lives. So after I clean up a few of you, I'll go get that turtle grandson of yours. Jianglan knew that he couldn't fight on Middle Street, but now that Wang Ai was clearly on top, he probably wouldn't care that much at all. Now, if Jianglan still wanted to lead Wang Ai by the nose, there was only one way left to provoke Wang Ai. At those words, Wang Ai took the cell phone of the person next to him and pinched it hard with his right hand. Bang! Wang Ai was so angry that he almost went mad. I vow to skin you and tear you apart. Next to subordinate? You can tear down Jianglan all you want, but what's wrong with crushing my cell phone in the process? Of course, he would just spit out a few words in his mind, but in reality, he didn't even dare to let out a fart. If he complained now, he probably wouldn't see the sun in the morning. Wang Ai can't find an outlet for his anger right now. If he goes up to him, isn't that crazy? Jianglan, on the other side, simply got up and went downstairs. Now, he had to hurry up and head that way, but it's nighttime and there's not much traffic on the streets, so I'm guessing it won't be jammed. Jianglan came to the downstairs parking lot and pressed the car key. The solid black Audi car made 2 chirps. Sitting in the car, Jianglan directly a foot throttle welded. A short 10 minutes later, he arrived outside the villa neighborhood where Wang An was previously located. This place is surrounded by few people, and even in the neighborhood, there are not a few homes with lights on, and it's just surrounded by a large, dense forest. Doing it in this place basically eliminates the possibility of being given by ordinary people to a great extent. Jianglan directly parked his car on the side of the road and stood by the woods, his eyes looking into the distance. He wasn't made to wait too long, and in just under 20 minutes a convoy of trains came driving by in the distance. At the head of the group was a black nanny van, followed by several commercial vehicles. As they got closer, Gangnam's figure was exposed to the headlights. After discovering Jianglan, all the cars stopped at the same time and their doors opened. Inside, densely packed figures fishtailed out, waiting for people to stand together. Jianglan realized that the ones who came down from these cars together actually numbered nearly 100 people. These people varied in appearance and height. The only thing that was the same was that there was a hint of greed in their gazes as they looked at Jianglan. Then the door of the black nanny car opened and I short stepped down from it. Looking at Jiangnan, his eyes burned with anger. Anyway, he had already completely torn his face off, and he wasn't interested in saying anything about the scene. He directly waved his hand with a loud bang. Give it to me. A reward of $100 million for capturing him alive and $50 million for killing him. As the saying goes, there will be a brave man under a heavy reward. And those people behind Wang Ai are all foreigners again. They all know that it's normal to fight one against the other and not win. In fact, even if 10 of them fought one, they might not be a match, but 100 against one. They really didn't know where they had any reason to lose. If 100 of them fight one and get countered, then why don't you just stop being an inhuman and just go home and farm? It was said that many ants bit the elephant, and 100 ants, even if they were slowly grinding, would be enough to grind Jianglan to victory. But what they didn't know was that, not to mention 100 of them, even if it was 1,000 or 10,000, the end result would be the same. In front of the underworld cauldron, they were just a bunch of mole crickets that didn't have the slightest bit of resistance, not even counting as ants. Jianglan saw the scene and a small smile appeared on his face. You like it when there's too many people fighting too few, don't you? Just in time. I like it too. With a thought, in a flash, a sea of obscurity surged out from among Jianglan's body, vaporizing and rising into the sky. Originally, although it was already night, but vaguely still able to see not a few stars in the night sky, but as the murky aura steamed up, the night sky seemed to be covered with another layer of black curtain, covering the entire half of the sky. Countless yellow papers were born out of thin air from the gloom and obscurity, molded in mid-air, and then sprinkled onto the ground. A little eye candy? It's no longer necessary. Right now, Jianglan's ability was enough for him to skip the step of empowering the paperman with his soul and dotting his eyes, instead relying purely on his divine soul to manipulate it. He can afford it. The paper people landed on the ground and were transformed into 10-foot-tall ghost mothers. There is nothing else but the ghost mother. In just a moment, 500 ghost mothers stood in front of Jianglan like a city wall. The ghost mother was black and looked much more oppressive than the 100 fancy inhumans. Jianglan himself, on the other hand, was being held up by the shadowy aura, sitting in midair. The obscurity behind him vaguely took on the appearance of a throne. Jianglan's expression was indifferent, like an emperor high above. On him, the gloom dispersed once again. Chuiju stood on the right side of the throne with the judge's pen in hand, Zhongkue standing left holding a huge axe, and in front of him, there were the white impermanence and the day and night wanderer. Jianglan waved his hand lightly. Don't get them all killed. Leave a breath. Jianglan also knew that if more than 100 people died at once, something big would definitely happen. So it's okay to kill a few by mistake, but it certainly wouldn't be okay to kill them all. Yes, sir. Countless voices converged together, forming an ear-shattering wave of sound. The greenish-purple bellies of the ghost mothers opened up one after another, and countless ghost babies jumped out of them, like swarms of locusts covering the sky, rushing towards the team of only 100 people. Just now, looking at a group of 100 people was quite oppressive. But now, These 100 people seem abnormally small. Chapter 127, Wang AI's Death. Woo woo woo. Whoa whoa whoa. Countless ghost babies let out mournful cries of unknown significance from their mouths. In the next moment, the two parties battled to a standstill. To say that the battle had become a mess was a bit of an exaggeration of the group of foreigners under Wang AI. In fact, the ghost babies completely destroyed the team of nearly 100 Inhumans. This whole process didn't even take 10 seconds in total. The change came so quickly that Wang AI was still in a state of confusion. What happened? These were all the Inhumans he had recruited at a high price. And it hadn't even been 2 minutes, and they were all lying down? Even if Wang AI was angry, he was not stupid. What the kind of power is that? An army of one? Looking at Jianlan on his throne in midair, a sense of absurdity arose in Wang AI's heart. A young man in his 20s with this kind of strength? Anyway, Wang AI confessed to himself that he didn't have one. Much worse than even Jianlan, not to mention solving these 100 Inhumans by destroying them. Once he was caught in a siege, it was questionable whether he could last until the end. This level of strength was a bit too outrageous, so much so that Wang AI wasn't sure if Jianlan was a human or not. After analyzing the current situation, Wang AI's mind made a quick decision. Voted. It's a no-win situation. Wang AI couldn't think of any other way but to surrender. Slow down. Wang AI shouted at Jianlan in the sky. In an instant, all the ghost babies and ghost mothers all stopped and turned their heads in unison, their gloomy eyes staring at Wang AI in unison. Wang AI only felt that the temperature beside him had lowered by a few points, plus a chilling cold that seemed as if even the bone marrow could freeze. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Wang AI forced a smile on his face and explained. Even if there was some bad blood between us before, but as the saying goes, it is better to settle an enmity than to tie it up. So why don't you give me some face and let today's matter go? Put. Jianlan did not hold back. Snorted. Grievances should be resolved? You're really a great man who can bend and stretch, as long as you hold your hand high. The matter of injuring my grandson Wang in before will be forgotten. You say forget it and forget it? Jianlan said disdainfully. There's no mirror here. Haven't you peed yet? If you don't have any urine, drink some yourself and pee it out again to look at it. Wang AI, in this state, obviously just couldn't tell the difference between the situations. You're such a pussy, and you expect to save face. He also didn't look to see if his face was useful in front of Jianlan or not. It's face if you give it to you, and if you don't, that thing is no better than a shoehorn. Wang AI's face was green with dislike by Jianlan. How many years has it been? In all these years, he had never met anyone who didn't give him face like Jianlan. As one of the 10 brothers, the patriarch of one of the 4 great families of the Inhuman world, wherever he went on weekdays wasn't he full of cards? When has he ever been treated like this? Jianlan, moreover, completely looked as if he didn't take him back. This is like stomping this old face of his onto the ground, first ravaging it repeatedly, and then finally spitting on it on the way out. As the saying goes, if it can be tolerated, it cannot be tolerated. Even if uncle can endure it, auntie can't. Wang AI said with a gloomy voice. Toast to the world. I found you. This person is still quite amusing. Jianlan is still a mocking expression. Just now also begged for forgiveness. This moment and hard up. What? You have won an award in Sichuan? National level Sichuan opera face-changing master? What Jianlan said could be described as not polite at all. Wang AI's eyes widened and he shouted angrily, seek death. Saying that, he pulled out a brush from somewhere in his right hand, flew to write and draw in front of him. Before long, a lifelike pattern appeared in front of Wang AI. Lions and tigers, cheetahs and eagles. Basin oil. What about strength like a lion and tiger, and speed like an eagle and cheetah? Then, Wang AI flung his brush, and those lifelike drawings instantly transformed into living creatures, roaring and rushing in the direction of Jianlan. But it turns out, apparently, that Wang AI was overthinking things. He got out those animals, and before they could even take a few steps forward, they were surrounded and torn apart by countless ghost babies. For a while, mournful screams rang out, and those animals followed in the dust. Wang AI's face changed again. Although he had known it wouldn't work, this scene still broke his heart completely. The last vestige of pride in his heart was crushed. Wang AI was a bit desperate. What kind of existence has the Wang family gotten into? How could a young man in his 20s be so powerful? And what makes you so powerful? He doesn't understand. But it's no use talking about that now when you're a king or a loser. Wang AI closed his eyes and sat on the ground, ready to die. At this time, Jianlan glanced at Ju next to him. Ju and Jianlan shared the same mind, and with one look, he instantly understood. An inexplicable wave appeared from him. Ju held the judge's brush, glanced at Wang AI, and then immediately began to write and draw on the book. A few seconds later, an extremely obscure aura floated out and lightly landed on top of Wang AI's head before completely integrating into his body. The mantra of the past life. Become. Seeing this, Jianlan, who was in midair, said in an extremely indifferent tone, take these people and get out. Wang AI looked up in shock. You won't kill me? Jiang Lan sniffed, a smile appeared on his face and said, "You're one of the 10. How could I kill you? It's just to give you a lesson. Be more restrained in the future." He lies without even blinking. The spell for the afterlife had been completed, and according to Cui Ju, Wang Ai had less than a month left to live, even if he was powerful. With a person who was about to die, Jiang Lan really had little interest in communicating. In fact, he was fully capable of killing Wang Ai right now. But no, whatever you do, you have to consider the impact. Before killing the 3 of the 4 crazy in the whole sex, because the whole sex in the eyes of the masses of foreigners, originally is the evil faction. Kill also killed. Instead of gossiping, the others would say that Jiang Lan was awesome, but not Wang Ai. His Wang family had operated in the inhuman realm for so long that their power had long been entrenched. Once Jiang Lan got Wang Ai killed here, then 99% of it would be pushed by someone with a heart of gold in the future. And there really wasn't any direct conflict between Jiang Lan and Wang Ai, at least on the surface. As long as the Wang family operated a little, they were able to trivialize the situation. What's more, if Wang Ai really died, it wouldn't be a trivial matter. If he were to die, he would be fully capable of triggering a small earthquake in the inhuman realm. By then, I'm afraid that Jiang Lan will be in even more trouble. So it's better to place a spell for Wang Ai while we're at it. When he died in a month's time, someone might think it was fishy, but it would be hard to make any direct connection to Jiang Lan. Chapter 128, Whatever It Takes. The imperial capital, the headquarters of the Nizu Tongue. Zhao Fengshu sat behind his desk, and in front of him, a young man in uniform was reporting. Dong Zhao, Jiang Lan and Wang Ai's side have already dispersed. It's pretty fast, Zhao Fengshu said. What's the result? Asking was asking, but Zhao Fengshu probably had a good idea of how things would turn out in his heart. No matter how powerful Jiang Lan was, he was still just one person. Wang Ai, however, had brought a full 100 or so foreigners to besiege him. 100 against 1. There's nothing left to ask about winning or losing. But after all, Jiang Lan was an employee of the company, and if possible, Zhao Fengsu still didn't want him to die. But after hearing Zhao Fengsu's question, that young man swallowed his saliva and said with some difficulty, "Jiang Lan, with 1 against 100, Wang Ai admits defeat." Well, Zhao Fengshu nodded slightly, but in the next second, he realized something was wrong and stared violently. "What did you say? Jiang Lan won? 1 against 100? Winning?" Zhao Fengsu felt like he was listening to a story. Nope, making up stories isn't this outrageous. Is this still a human being? A whole 100 Inhumans? That's the 10 brothers. No, that's one of the 2 magnificent men. Naruhu. It's hard enough to settle the battle so quickly, right? The last time someone from down there reported in was 15 minutes ago. At that time, Jiang Lan and those Inhumans that Wang Ai had brought with him had only just met. And then in addition to the fact that it takes a few minutes for the intelligence to get through. So that means Jiang Lan accomplished the feat of fighting 1 against 100 in just less than 10 minutes? Where on earth did Su Si recruit such a monster? This was the first thought in Zhao Fenshu's mind. And his second thought was, the Inhuman world. It's going to change. Knowing that Jiang Lan had killed 3 of the 4 Zhang maniacs before had already surprised Zhao Fengshu. But now, I'm afraid that in the entire Inhuman realm, aside from the old Heavenly Master, no one else was Jiang Lan's opponent. As a director of the company, Zhao Fengshu was not young, but his mind was still clear as a bell. The first thing that came to his mind was something. Jiang Lan must be tied firmly to the company. It was fine for such a person to take the right path, but once he took the evil path, I'm afraid that there weren't many in the entire Inhuman realm that could stop him. You go out first, Zhao Fengshu commanded the young man in front of the desk in a deep voice. The young man turned his head and left. Only then did Zhao Fengsu pick up the landline on the table and dialed Su Si's number. After a ring, the phone connected. Zhao Dong, you now put down all the things in your hands. Within 1 day, no matter what, let Jiang Lan become an official employee of the company. No matter what he asks for, the company unconditionally agrees. On the other end of the phone, Su Si glared. What's going on? Is Mr. Zhao having a stroke? But his mind was also turning quickly, and a possibility instantly came to mind. Could it be that Wang Ai brought over those more than 100 people, all planted in Jiang Lan's hands? Other than this, Su Si couldn't think of any other reason that would make Zhao Fengsu so attached to Jiang Lan. Although Su Si had guessed it, he didn't have any unexpected emotions. Instead, he felt that it was justified. As a matter of fact, from the very first contact, he didn't think there was anything that Jiang Lan couldn't do, and there really isn't. As long as Jiang Lan said it, it basically came true. Only, Dong Zhao, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to make him an official employee. He is not the kind of person who will be bound. Difficult to do also have to do, Zhao Fengshu said. You know, I'm not a dictatorial character, but Jiang Lan he is really too important. In the company at least can take the right path. Once he took the evil path one day, the consequences are simply unimaginable. This, I can only try my best to try. Susi gave Zhao Fangsu a precaution in advance, but if it doesn't work, you don't blame me, Dong Zhao. You and do it, see how he reacts. Zhao Fangshu said, if he is really resisting, wait for the next 10 brother to change. Jiang Lan was too strong, and even if he couldn't join the company, he definitely couldn't join all sects. Although Jiang Lan had never shown such hints, being in a high position, Zhao Fangshu had always been able to consider the worst possible outcome. 10 brothers? Su Si was shocked. He's only 20 members of the 10 Brotherhood. Dong Zhao, you're not kidding, right? You should do as I say first. I'll think about the matter of the 10th brother, Zhao Fangshu said, and there's no vacancy in the position of the 10th brother right now, so if it's not possible, we'll wait for a while. Okay. Half an hour later. At this time, Jiang Lan had already returned to the middle of the hotel room. He sat on the couch, his mind reeling. Wang Ai will die before long. Then the task of overthrowing the Wang family shouldn't take long to complete. Just wait until you get back to Z City and talk to Feng Zhenghao to speed things up a bit. The next step was to help Wang Yuya and get rid of the rest of the trouble. Just then, Jiang Lan's cell phone rang again. He looked down and it was Su Si calling. That's a phone call. That's a little frequent. Hello? What's going on? On the other end of the phone, Su Si's voice came out. Wang Ai sighed. Settled? Well, it's done, and no one died. Jiang Lan was still quite satisfied with his efficiency. Not only did he solve the group of foreigners under Wang Ai's hand, even Wang Ai couldn't live for long. Su Si's side was silent for a while and suddenly said, it's good that it's settled. No injuries, right? Never mind. I guess you weren't hurt either. I have something to tell you. The people from the information department have determined that the other part of the inhuman that harassed Wang Yuya's family was found by Chen Jinkue, one of the 10 brothers. Jiang Lan was thoughtful. Feng Zhenghao's guess was pretty accurate. That what's her name Chen Jinkue. He had only met him twice before at the Luo Tiandajia, and had not come into contact with him. Jiang Lan only remembered that he seemed to be a bearded man. However, since the company side has been confirmed, tomorrow, by the way, he will help Wang also clean up Chen Jinka, and the matter will be resolved. Then after that, it's just resting for a while waiting for the collapse of the Wang family. It would be nice to have another mission. As the number of spirit bodies purchased increased, Jiang Lan's strength could be said to have risen exponentially. It didn't even need to be more. As long as he could buy the spirit bodies of Ox Head, Horseface, Black Impermanence, and Meng Woman a few more times, he would have almost no rivals in this entire inhuman world. In fact, Jiang Lan felt that even now, there weren't many within the entire inhuman realm who were his opponents. Even the old heavenly master, he might not be unable to fight. Of course, the battle is still a battle, but whether it can be won or not is unknown. Good. Jiang Lan finished speaking and was ready to hang up. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up first. Don't. Hearing Jiang Lan about to hang up the phone, Su Si hurriedly stopped. Don't hang up first. I still have something to ask you. Just ask. Go ahead. What's up? Chapter 129. It's impossible to work part-time. I wanted to ask if you had any thoughts about joining the company? Hearing Su Si's question, Jiang Lan froze. What's that supposed to mean? Jiang Lan, who was somewhat incomprehensible, asked Su Si on the other end of the phone. Wouldn't I be a company man by now? Although there was no formal contract, now that Su Si had asked him to do something, Jiang Lan usually wouldn't refuse. It's not the same. Su Si's voice came out from the receiver. You can only be considered as an outsourced employee of the company right now. I'm asking you if you're interested in becoming an official employee of the company. Regular employees? Jiang Lan frowned slightly. Being a regular employee, that's definitely not an option. And to Jiang Lan, this state of affairs was quite good right now. In fact, if it weren't for his friendship with Su Si, I'm afraid Jiang Lan would have quit by now. If you really stay in the company as an official employee, it means that he and the company deeply bound. Then not only have to listen to the company's command, there may be a bunch of trouble. Yes, after joining the company is the backbone. No matter who the other party is, looking at the company also have to give him 3 times face. But for the current Jiang Lan, there was really no need for that. He, himself, is the biggest backer. Even without the company, Jiang Lan can still be what it should be. And there's no longer a shortage of money Ganglan now. The tens of millions of dollars he now had left on his card would be enough to enable him to live the life he desired. At his current spending habits, he won't be able to spend it all in his lifetime. Moreover, after the fall of the Wang family, he would be able to share a huge fortune that was unimaginable to ordinary people. But why would Su Si suddenly mention this? Jianlan frowned and thought for a split second, then stretched his brows. Yes, it was probably because the battle with Wang Ai just now had caught the company's attention, and out of his battle prowess, they wanted to let him join the company. But Jianlan really wasn't interested in the company. One size does not fit all, and Su Si's personal relationship is no longer good. That is only a personal relationship. When it came to such a matter of principle, Jianlan would definitely not step back, and it was impossible for him to be talked through by Su Si. Thinking of this, Jianlan balked. Not interested. Su Si obviously didn't expect that Jianlan would refuse so dryly. I thought that with the personal relationship between the two, even if Jianlan did not agree, he would find a reason casually, without waiting for him to speak. Jianlan continued, I'm certainly not going to join the company, and certainly not any other power. If letting me into the company is a way to clamp down on me, that's a big no. Alas, Su Si still knew Jianlan's character quite well, although he usually looked peaceful. Once Jianlan made a decision, it would be hard to change it. Zhao Dong, it's not that I'm not powerful, really cannot persuade Jianlan. Su Si knew that if he said more, not only would it not have any effect, but it would also increase Jianlan's resentment. That won't be necessary. After a pause, Su Si said, alright, then I won't advise you. See you later. Jianlan didn't say much, and with a word of farewell, he simply hung up the phone. Jianlan yawned. Go to sleep, go to sleep. It's been a long day, so even if my body can handle it, my brain is a little tired. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, the door to Jianlan's room was knocked on. He got up in a daze and went downstairs in his pajamas to answer the door. Standing at the doorway was none other than Wang Yuya and Zhuge Cheng, who had already freshened up. Jianlan glanced sideways at the wall clock. It was only 7:30 in the morning. Jianlan yawned. You two are here early enough. It's not early. Wang also said, I have something to tell you. Say it. I think it's the previous intimidation that's working. Since last night, almost half of those who follow me and those who are squatting around my house are missing. Jianlan pulled the corner of his mouth. Where the intimidation is working, this is clearly a case of the fists having an effect. That old thing Wang Ai almost died yesterday. How could he still dare to stare at what Wang Ye was holding? Jianlan had specifically warned him, unless Wang Ai was really living out of his mind to have the guts to continue to ask people to keep an eye on Wang Ye. Jianlan said, well, the ones who left were Wang Yuya's group, and the other group was under Chen Jinkui's hand. Wang also had a twinkle in his eye. It's not completely resolved, but it's a big part of the situation now. In Wang Yuya's opinion, in terms of being difficult to deal with, Wang Ai was definitely superior to Chen Jinkui. After all, although Chen Jinkui was the sect leader of the artistic character sect, he basically didn't show his face in front of the public during the week, so it could be said that he kept a low profile. Wang Ai was different. Not only was he the patriarch of one of the four great families, but he also had quite a few powerful guys under his hands. In terms of overall strength, Wang Ai was still stronger than Chen Jinkui, but this is for good reason. Zhang Chulin's side should not have started to move yet. Why did Wang Ai withdraw? Even if what Jianlan had done to Wang Yan was known by Wang Ai, normally it would have been an intensified retaliation, not a quiet withdrawal like this. Not being able to understand, Wang also had to look at Jianlan and ask, how did Wang Ai withdraw? Jianlan smiled, scared to death of being, that old guy came after me last night. Hearing Jianlan say this, Wang also knew what was going on. He looked Jianlan up and down. Okay brother, Wang Ai, he's at least a 10th brother, and there should be a lot of foreigners under his hand. He didn't beat you? Jianlan smiled mysteriously and didn't explain, just said, go straight to Chen Jinkui and showdown with him. In Jianglan's opinion, 1 sheep is also a drive, 2 sheep is also a release. Why don't we just give Chen Jinkui a spell for the afterlife, so that he can go to the afterlife earlier? Anyway, those who could do something like finding someone to spy on Wang Yeya's family would never be any good. Stop it. Hearing Wang also refuse, Jianlan raised his eyebrows and asked, how so? It's nice to have it resolved, but I always felt a bit shortchanged. Loss? What's the loss? Look, Wang also wagged his finger and said, I gave Zhang Chulan $100 million, and it turned out that you did all the work, so it's still not a loss? King did feel the loss as well. That's $100 million, enough to clothe and feed a few people for the rest of their lives. As a result, Zhang Chulan did the job for 2 days and earned the money. The bottom line is that he really didn't put up much of a fight. It is to find the mastermind behind the scenes. Our Jianlan first finalized the person. He went to reverse thrust. Jianlan said indifferently, that's simple. Didn't work out to find him back. You and the company signed is not overbearing terms. You directly tell him, the company will certainly return part of it to you. Also, Wang was also in a better mood than just now. Come on, when I go back and change my clothes, let's go directly to that Chen Jinka. After saying that, Jianlan returned to his room, dressed and washed up, and came to the door. Go! Chapter 130, changes arise suddenly. Wang Yuya is seriously injured. A few people walked out of the hotel. Just after going out and walking not 2 steps, just after crossing the corner, Wang also stopped his footsteps. He frowned slightly, unsure of what he was thinking. Zhuge Qing glanced at Wang Yuya and asked, "What's wrong?" Wang didn't say anything either, just silently shook his head, signaling Zhuge Qing to keep quiet. It took a few moments before his frown restretched. Shouldn't have to go. People withdrew. Zhuge Qing's eyes, which had been squinting, slightly opened a slit. Aha! King nodded as well. Jianlan, on the other hand, pointed to the sky. There's nothing else, but there's another one on the roof. The king also froze. He had just raised his senses to the extreme, but completely missed that there were other people on the roof of the building. How did Jianlan find out? Although he was surprised, on second thought, Wang was also relieved. Even Wang Ai wasn't a match for Jianlan. Jianlan's strength was definitely much stronger. It was no surprise that the senses were a bit stronger than his. Just one? When I came here just now, I had 2 sets of guys on my ass. Oh, that's probably before it's time to go. The 3 of them were chatting when suddenly a dark shadow fell from the sky. Although the silhouette was descending extremely fast, the 3 of them were all inhumans and were naturally able to react. A flash of shock flashed through Wang Yuya's eyes. This hotel is over 40 floors. Jumped down? It's him who jumped off and was crippled if not dead. The group of inhumans that followed him were far less powerful than him. His life was in danger even if he jumped down from over 40 floors, let alone an inhuman who was not as strong as him. What's the difference between that and jumping off a building? Do we have to die if we don't catch him? For a while, Wang also had his mind racing, but jumping from the 40th floor and landing is just a matter of seconds. Before he could figure out what was going on, the figure had already landed on the ground. Dang! As the black-robed figure landed on the ground, all 3 of them clearly felt that the ground under their feet trembled slightly. It was also fortunate that they were now at the side of the hotel, opposite a large wooded area, and there was no one there. Otherwise it'll be in the headlines tomorrow if it's taped. After the black-clothed figure landed on the ground, he lifted his head like a nobody and stared straight at Wang Yuya. A rather eerie atmosphere actually formed among the 4. Wang was also the first to break the silence and said, "Are you okay?" The man in black turned a deaf ear, only raising his head with a rather creepy smile. The man in black was plain-looking, with a scar running from the corner of his eye to the middle of his person, which would have looked a bit hideous, and then smiling like that makes it even more intimidating. A child could be scared to tears coming over here. In the next instant, Jianlan suddenly frowned, wanting to step forward. However, he felt that his movements had become incredibly sluggish, and it was incredibly difficult to move even slightly. On the other hand, the black-clothed man opposite Wang Yuya was completely unaffected, and threw a heavy punch that directly smashed on Wang Yuya's stomach. Put! Wang also suddenly suffered a huge force. The whole person instantly flew out backwards, smashed down the opposite not far from the woods. The man in black looked at Wang Yuya's trajectory and didn't pursue. At this moment, Jianlan was still desperately trying to break free from the unknown bondage. The shadowy aura in his body surged crazily. Boom! A roar emanated from Jianlan's body, and in an instant, the restrictions on Jianlan's body completely disappeared. After regaining his freedom, Jianlan directly pounced towards the man in black. When the man in black saw that Jianlan had actually broken free, his eyes were filled with incredulity, but in the next instant his eyes bulged out and he violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Put! Jianlan saw this and stopped moving. Only the man in black collapsed limply to the ground, his breath weak and he looked like he was dying. Jianlan said to Zhuge Qing, "You watch here. I'll go over and check on Wang Yuya. Since he's passed out, he's not much of a threat." But the blow that Wang Yuya had just taken was clearly a bad one. It's better to check it out before anything else happens. As for what means this man in black used to restrain him just now, it wouldn't be too late to scrutinize it later. In the middle of his thoughts, Jianlan had already arrived at the location where Wang Yuya had landed. At this moment, Wang was also kneeling on the ground, hunched over like a curled-up prawn with a pained expression. Seeing this, Jianlan hurriedly asked with concern, "Are you all right? Go to the hospital?" King also lifted his right hand with difficulty and swung it. No need. Can't die." Jianlan paused. "Then you're quite resistant to beatings." Wang also. Ahem. He spat a small pool of blood towards the ground. "I'm saying you, don't tough it out, go to the hospital. Jiang Lan's tone was still concerned. The force of that punch just now was definitely not light. Even if he had taken that hit in his place, I'm afraid that his current state wouldn't be much stronger than Wang Yuya's. At this time, the king had also grimaced and got back up and said, "It's okay, bruise, just spit it out." Although the expression on his face was still a bit unsightly, it was clearly much stronger than just now. Wang also wiped the corner of his mouth and said angrily, "Where is that grandson man? Passed out. It really hurts. Fighting for your life, son thief." Wang Yuya, who had always refrained from swearing, didn't even hold back when he heard this and sprayed a sentence. He's a Taoist priest. He has to keep the precepts. Although Wudong Mountain had already removed him, Wang also understood the general reason why, so he still held himself as a Taoist priest. "Can you walk?" Jiang Lan stepped forward and prepared to assist Wang Yuya a bit. It's fine. Wang also waved his hand. "It's much better to spit out old blood. First go see that grandson go." Jiang Lan nodded slightly. The two returned to the location where the black man was unconscious. At this time, the man in black, still lying in place, his breath was a little more even than just now, but also in an extremely weak state. Jiang Lan Wan also the two of them looked at each other. The king was also a bit puzzled. "No, I didn't punch him either. What's the point of punching me and almost killing yourself? Just ask," Jiang Lan said. He was also quite curious as to what tactics the man in black had used just now to restrain him. Although it was only a short period of less than 2 seconds, this kind of tactic had indeed exceeded Jiang Lan's cognizance. There was obviously nothing around, but it just felt like its own time flow had become abnormally slow. If anyone else would have done the same, it might have been dangerous to wait for another time to come at him again in the cold. Jiang Lan's strength is fine now, but he can't carry bullets. If someone really shoots, he can dodge it with his awareness and physical prowess, but if you are immobilized, you are at the mercy of the others. 2 seconds. That's enough time for 5 rounds to hit him in the head. Jiang Lan didn't think that with his current physical quality, he could rely on his head to resist 5 rounds of 7.62mm caliber bullets. Don't even talk about him. As long as it's a carbon-based organism, it's a white lie for anyone. So in order to avoid this kind of situation in the future, even if he couldn't be asked, this Scarface couldn't be kept on. Chapter 131, Scarface's Identity. Jiang Lan crouched down and patted Scarface's scarred face. "Don't sleep. Get up, bro." It took several taps in a row for Scarface to wake up. He opened his eyes, first with a confused look at his surroundings, then looking up at himself. Where is this? Why am I here? For the moment his eyes were full of clear stupidity. It was a far cry from the ghoulish image when he had just beaten Wang Yuya. Wang also laughed in anger when he heard Scarface's words. "Dude, are you playing a movie with me here? Pretending to lose your memory? Ha!" It was only then that Scarface saw Wang Yuya behind Jiang Lan, and his face turned panicked in a flash. "Not you. Jiang Lan was a little disappointed. King didn't see it either, but he did. The current Scarface, and the one from a moment ago, were no longer the same person. In other words, although the body was still the same, the soul that controlled Scarface's body just now, and the current one, were obviously two completely different ones. If Scarface was in disguise, then he could easily see through it. After all, Jiang Lan's intuition right now was not generally sharp. It is basically impossible for two very different temperaments to appear successively in the same person, unless it's a schizophrenic. Even the best actors would need to work hard and practice hard for a while to act this silky smooth. But this Scarface, there's absolutely no reason to do that. Practicing face changing for 2 months just to jump down from the 40th floor to punch Wanya and then play face changing? There's absolutely no need for that. And looking at this Scarface's somewhat pudgy appearance right now, that punch just now was obviously not something he could have thrown. If he really had that strength, he wouldn't have to look like this. Alright, don't give him a hard time. It's not him. Jiang Lan spoke faintly. King frowned as well. Aren't you the one Chen Jin Kuei found to watch over me? I remember there were 3 of you in your group. Where are the other 2? Scarface reacted for a moment, and only then did he seem to think of something. I don't know who Chen Jin Kuei is, but the people above us said before that we should withdraw first, and that the mission over here has stopped, and that the 2 of them are gone. Wang also narrowed his eyes and asked, "Then why haven't you left?" Scarface froze. "Yeah, why didn't I leave?" With that, he slowly stood up. As soon as he stood upright, he jerked back a breath of cold air. Hiss! A sharp pain eats away at his body. Scarface felt as if this skeleton was about to fall apart. He showed his teeth and said, "I don't know what's going on, as if I suddenly lost consciousness." Hiss! What the hell just now? Why does it hurt so much? Wang also tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I'm hurting too. Come on, get going you. Find yourself a hospital." Good. Looking at the gawking trio in front of him, Scarface didn't dare to say anything else and endured the pain to turn and run away. When the people left, Wang also remained frowning. He looked at Jiang Lan and asked, "Who did you say just made the move?" I don't know. Jianglan shook his head. Either it's a lone spirit or a person. Wang also. Brother, you're saying the same thing you didn't say. It's either a ghost or a human being. Anything else besides these two? Seeing Wang Yuya's expression, Jianglan added. But according to me, it shouldn't be any lonely ghost. If just any lonely ghost could occupy a living person's body, it would have been a mess a long time ago. The odds are that it should be an extremely powerful human with an extremely powerful divine soul that came out of his body and possessed that Scarface. What kind of person did you offend here? Wang also meditated for half a day, then shook his head. No, I'm a Taoist priest, and before the Luo Tian Dajiao, I came down from the mountain in numbers, so who could I offend? That's strange, Jianglan said. He's clearly coming for you and should be very strong in his own right. Just now I wanted to save you, but I ended up being controlled by a strange technique. Wang also froze and seemed to think of something. Controlled by a strange spell? What does it feel like? Jianglan reminisced and opened his mouth. My time has slowed down, and even if I wanted to, I could only move at an extremely slow speed, not much faster than a snail. But other than me, your time is still flowing normally, and even the rattling of the wind blowing the leaves is no different from before. Wang also stared wide-eyed. Watchman Chaos? Watchman Chaos Gold was amongst the Wind Queen's strange sect, a tactic specifically used to restrict opponents. If Jianglan's description was true, the technique used by that person was not half as different from Watchman Chaos Gold. But except for him, Wang also felt a bit ridiculous and subconsciously wanted to test it. Jianglan, ha, you hit me. Jianglan didn't ask why. His figure instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Wang Yuya. Pop. Wang also stumbled forward 2 steps. Big brother, didn't ask you to fight now. Sorry, Jianglan said. So when's the fight? King also turned and posed. Stepping forward, Jianglan could feel an arcane fluctuation spreading out from where Wang Yuya's feet were, forming a circle. As for Zhuge Chang, his eyes were even wider at this time, his eyes filled with satisfaction and desire. Finally, another sighting. King beckoned as well. Now, good. Jianglan agreed and directly disappeared in place. At the same time, Wang also merged his right hand into a sword finger and heavily smashed it into the palm of his left hand. Watchman Chaos Gold. As the words fell, he violently made a lazy donkey roll and tumbled out in 2 circles, leaving the position he was originally in. And at this moment, Jianglan had recovered that familiar feeling he had just experienced. The speed at which time flowed through him became many times slower, but even that still didn't stop him. If that Scarface from before was able to turn him into a snail, then this one, Wang Yuya, would at best turn him into a sloth. The gap between the two, huge, and Wang also had a far less restricted time than Scarface. Not even half a second later, Jianglan felt the restraints on his body completely disappear. Wang Yuya, on the other hand, was drenched in sweat, and his clothes looked as if they had been blistered. Huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. Wang also gasped violently, and the arcane fluctuation disappeared with him. Jianglan didn't pursue any further, but raised an eyebrow. He knew what Wang Yuya meant. Well, it feels like it's about the same, but you're much weaker than that Scarface, who restrained me for more than 2 seconds, or I forced myself to break through. And if you slow down my time flow by 10 times, that Scarface is 500 times. Wang also stared wide-eyed. Really? That powerful? Chapter 132, Don't worry about me. The king also eyed it thoughtfully. He already had some vague idea in his mind as to who the person attached to Scarface was. 9 times out of 10, those who could use Watchman Chaos Gold were also users of the Wind Queen's strange sect. Only, he was in a bit of disbelief. Within Wudong, there were a total of 3 masters who practiced the Wind Queen's strange door, but none of those 3 masters had refined it. Instead, they were all completely immersed in the inner landscape because of the influence of the Wind Queen's strange door, and were unable to extricate themselves from it. Therefore, he should be the person with the deepest attainments in this world at the moment, other than the predecessor who created the Wind Queen's strange door. And according to Master Shifu, the predecessor who created the Wind Queen's strange door in the first place has long since disappeared, and no one even knows if he is alive or dead. Could it be that the person just now was really the senior who created the Wind Queen's strange door? The king squinted as well. Intuition told him that he should make a trip to Wudong Mountain now. At the very least, figure out what's going on. It was also just as well that now that Wang Ai and Chen Jinkui had withdrawn, his family's safety didn't need to be worried. Now that it's been withdrawn, there shouldn't be any more problems anytime soon. Thinking of this, Wang also raised his head and smiled. Let's go. Since Chen Jinkui's side has also withdrawn, there's no need to look for him. I'll take the 2 of you for a nice tour around the imperial capital. Jianglan shook his head slightly from the side. Since he had already made sure that Wang Yuya's matter was resolved, there was no need for him to remain in the imperial capital. In the past few days in the imperial city, I have eaten and played, so there is no point in turning around again. Moreover, looking at Wang Yuya's appearance just now, I'm afraid that the soul body attached to Scarface is not simple. It might even have something to do with the king as well. John Lon said, some other time. I'm going back for a bit at the moment, and since it's over here, I'll be off. King had things to do, too, and he was equally occupied. For John Lon, the top priority now was to quickly meet with Feng Zhanghao. King was also a bit surprised and said, in such a hurry? You're just making sure you're okay, and you're leaving? It's quite urgent. I'm going to head to Z City right now. Let's get together some other time. Seeing that John Lan's expression didn't seem to be a fake, Wang Yuya didn't continue to persuade him any further, but instead looked at Zhuge Qing. So let's take a look around? Zhuge Qing was silent for a while, not knowing what he was thinking. 3 seconds later, he spread a smile. Come on, turn around. I'll be back tomorrow. Seeing that the discussion was done, John Lon said, where are you two going? I'll give you a ride. No, Old Green and I will just take a look around the neighborhood. Wang also finished speaking before saying solemnly to John Lon, thanks for these few days. John Lon smiled and waved his hand. Come on, what's the point of being polite with me? Gotta be thankful. Wang also had a serious face. John Lon said helplessly, okay, you can thank me if you want to. I'm leaving first off. With that, he headed for the parking lot. Starting the car, he dropped his foot on the gas. All are big men. There is nothing to be pretentious. Just in the passing, Wang also and Zhuge Qing dropped the window and waved his hand. John Lon will directly leave. 2 hours later, I'm about 20 minutes away from Z City. John Lon said into the phone. On the other end of the phone, Feng Zhanghao's voice was a bit surprised. I'm at the World Society. You're back? Back. I'll meet you over there in a bit. John Lon finished speaking and directly hung up the phone. After Wang Ai's incident, the company's attention on him must have been a whole lot higher than before. And on the phone, it was better to try not to disclose too much information. John Lon also knew in his heart that the company told Su Si to pull him in because of Wang Ai. It would have been better if he had just said yes, but he didn't. The company must be afraid of him screwing up. It is better to be careful in order not to cause unnecessary trouble. At the very least, he wasn't at a point where he could sightlessly care about nothing. After driving into the city and traveling for some time, John Lon parked his car in front of the World Society headquarters building. He had just gotten out of the car when he saw Feng Zhanghao waiting at the door. Seeing John Lon, Feng Zhanghao took 2 steps forward and greeted him. It's been a long time. John Lon pulled the corners of his mouth. It was only a few days without seeing but also a long time to see on. Feng Zhanghao enthusiastically continued. Let's go upstairs and talk. John Lon nodded slightly. Then, he followed Feng Zhanghao and took the elevator. It was inside the elevator that Feng Zhanghao said, did you have a conflict with Wang Ai yesterday? I only got the news just now. Feng Zhanghao said, nothing went wrong, right? John Lon was just about to reply when the elevator reached the top floor. Go to your office and talk. The two entered the office before Feng Zhanghao became somewhat curious. Why so careful? John Lon did not answer immediately, but took out his cell phone and turned it off, shaking it at Feng Zhanghao. Feng Zhanghao was so smart that he immediately understood John Lan's meaning and turned his cell phone off. It was at this time that John Lon spoke. It's not that I'm careful. Things are bigger. What do you mean? Feng Zhanghao was puzzled. John Lon didn't hide anything and said directly, Wang Ai won't live much longer. When Feng Zhanghao heard this, he was first confused for a moment, followed by a numbness in his scalp. You really want to kill him? It's not that I want to kill him. John Lon shook his head. Anyway, Wang Ai's longest term is only a month away. Just get ready to bring down the Wang family. Feng Zhanghao was still a bit puzzled. What does it mean that there is only 1 month left at the longest? John Lon also said that he did not do it. People can still live to live themselves to die not? But even if he had a million doubts in his mind, he couldn't ask directly. Since John Lon didn't say anything, he definitely had his reasons. At this time, John Lon asked again, after Wang Ai's death, within 6 months, can we bring down the Wang family? Feng Zhanghao's expression was unusually grave, and after deliberating for a while, he said, if he really dies, let alone half a year, 3 months would be enough. Wang Ai is the backbone of the Wang family, the industries under his banner. I have finished arranging them. Basically, as long as Wang Ai collapses, along the way I will be able to swallow the entire Wang family. John Lan's eyes lit up. Awesome. Unexpectedly, Feng Zhanghao still had this kind of tactic. If it was as he said, then it was only a matter of time before his mission was accomplished. Good. I'll wait for your good news. Feng Zhanghao was obviously still a bit worried. Within a month, Wang Ai will really die? Although he trusted John Lan's words were still too bizarre, making him subconsciously feel that something was wrong. Don't he set up a pass? And when it really came to a month later when he was ready to make a full-scale move on the Wang family's properties, he realized that Wang Ai hadn't died. That could be interesting. Wang AI, that old thing, although sinister and cunning, but it is a real pillar of the Wang family. Jianlan lightly glanced at Feng Jianghao. You don't trust me to do my job? Maybe he won't even last a month. Chapter 133, Is there anyone else who rushes to his death? An hour later, Jiang Lan's home. Having just gotten home, Jiang Lan took off his jacket and laid directly on the sofa. It's better to be home. The past few days of going to the imperial capital had been a busy time for him. Luckily, though, it turned out to be good. Not only did he solve the problem on Wang Yuya's side, but he also took care of that old man Wang AI. By the way, there was something about the past life curse that Jiang Lan did not reveal to Feng Jianghao. Undercard. It's only called an undercard when it's hidden. If he really exposed the existence of the past life curse, once it was rumored, not to mention that all the Inhumans would be on guard, there would be countless people who would see him as a thorn in their side. Even Jiang Lan himself would have muttered in his heart if he knew that there was an existence that could take his life at any time. That's why it's good to rot in your heart for something like a mantra for the afterlife. It was fine if no one messed with him in the future, but if he really messed with Jiang Lan, he wouldn't be polite. In fact, Jiang Lan could feel that his personality had changed quite a bit. There were even times when Jiang Lan would feel like he wasn't himself anymore. As his strength grew, this feeling became more pronounced. But on the contrary, Jiang Lan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. If it was when he had just crossed over, just with his grudge against Wang AI, it would not be enough for Jiang Lan to make a move to kill Wang AI. But when he did it yesterday, not a single flicker appeared in his heart. Shaking his head, Jiang Lan stood up and walked towards the bathroom, taking a brief shower before returning to the bedroom. You're all back. Get some rest and relax. There's nothing else going on these days anyway. Nope, didn't you promise Lu Jin that you would go over there before? Jiang Lan patted his head. There's been so much going on lately. He's forgotten about it. But forget about it. Just stay home for a couple days and just go over there afterward. Anyway, even if he went, there was nothing serious. At most, Lu Jin would ask him to stay at home for 2 days in order to show her gratitude to him. It's not much use. Jiang Lan stretched his back and dug into the gaming room. Play the game first. After playing until the afternoon, Jiang Lan felt a little hungry before going out again. But as soon as he got downstairs, he sensed something was wrong. There were at least 10 cents of other Inhumans scattered around. The increase in perception that comes with increased strength is also tremendous. Normally, even if 2 Inhumans faced each other, without making a move, they might not be able to tell if the other was also an Inhuman. Jiang Lan, on the other hand, was now able to sense the fluctuations of the air within hundreds of meters nearby. It could be said that as long as there was an Inhuman next to him, it couldn't escape his senses. He frowned. What's going on here? Could it be that the company sent them? That's not true. He didn't agree to actually join the company, but he didn't do anything either. Even the people Wang AI brought with him, he didn't kill a single one of them. Even if the company had noticed his strength, it couldn't possibly send a dozen or so Inhumans together to keep an eye on him at a time like this. Could it? Jiang Lan thought about it and decided that it was better not to act rashly for now. Let's see what the other side is coming from before we say anything. And it's downtown over here, so it's not convenient to get your hands dirty. Jiang Lan didn't move, walked out of the neighborhood, and casually found a reasonably good restaurant nearby. After ordering, he glanced at the door out of the corner of his eye. The door to the restaurant was opened and 3 men dressed in black walked inside. The 3 of them had different demeanors, but their eyes revealed some ferocity and coldness. Jiang Lan bowed his head slightly. It's kind of fun. By the looks of it, this group is all sex? It's only the all-sex gang that look like they're no good at first glance. Just what is a full sex doing following him? Just as Jiang Lan was thinking, 2 more groups of people came into the restaurant. 3 in a group. 4 in a group. The 3 groups of people seated in a triangle, encircling Jiang Lan's position. Jiang Lan pulled the corner of his mouth. That's pretty ballsy. So blatant. And you're not afraid of being found out? Or is that emboldened? Now Jiang Lan had basically been able to determine that this group of full sex was here to find him in trouble. As for the reason, Jiang Lan didn't know, nor was he interested in knowing. All he knew was that he hadn't had a bad nightmare in the books in a long time. Jiang Lan squinted his eyes slightly, and a translucent virtual light screen appeared in front of him. Name, Jiang Lan. Occupation, papermaker. Skills, troop control, eyeballing, puppetry, spirit manipulation. Types of soldiers, paper puppets, paper soldiers, paper horses, paper generals, paper married ghosts, ghost mothers. Type of spirit, Zhongkue, Ju, day and night wanderer. White impermanence, evil nightmare, 500. The type of weaponry can be exchanged for nightmare points. You can earn nightmare points by completing quests or killing Inhumans. Looking at the pitiful 500-point evil nightmare balance on it, Jiang Lan raised an eyebrow. If it goes well, it should be 2,500 in a few moments. Looking at these few strengths, it seems like they are not weak either. Maybe they can get him up to 3,000. By the time Black Impermanence buys it, the black and white will be all together. Jianlan was already a bit regretful about letting go of those 100 Inhumans under Wang AI. If they were all killed, it would be at least 20,000 points in the bank. But it's too risky to do that. If he did kill that many people, he would undoubtedly become dangerous in the eyes of the company. When the time comes, it's definitely going to be under control. The current Jianlan, however, clearly did not have the ability to fight against the entire company on his own. Although on the surface which all pass is only a courier company, but the discerning can see that the company is backed by the official. Since it's official, it must be unacceptable for there to be an inhuman presence that's too dangerous. Waiting for the waiter to serve the food, Jianlan temporarily put down the mixed thoughts in his mind. Those 3 tables of full sex were still staring at him, but Jianlan's heart didn't fluctuate. He just finished his meal silently, then wiped his mouth and stood up. Almost at the same time he got up, the whole sex of the table in front of him on the left also got up at the same time. The corners of Jianlan's mouth pulled out a slight, unnoticeable arc. That's enough of a rush. He had seen those who were in a hurry to eat, but those who were in such a hurry to die were rare. Those 3 full secs are closer to the cash register. Jianlan watched the 3 of them finish checking out and go out. Then one of them lit a cigarette and squatted in the doorway. Jianlan's face was expressionless, as if he hadn't noticed the abnormality in the slightest, and after going to the front desk to pay the bill, he walked out of the restaurant on his own. As soon as he was out the door, several members of the omnisexuals seated at the other 2 tables glanced at each other and followed suit, getting up to check out. On Jianlan's side, the moment he stepped out of the restaurant's door, the 3 smokers in front of the door obviously stopped, and their eyes were all blatantly focused on him. He could even vaguely see provocation in those eyes. Jianlan was really a bit confused at this moment. Even if these people dared to come over to him, they were actually so blatant. Jianlan was becoming increasingly curious about the purpose of these few, but surely you can't ask directly. All he had to do now was find a remote corner and wait for the guys to take the bait themselves. Chapter 134, How Much Is My Life Worth? Along the street, Jianlan made his way to the nearby park. By this time, it was dark and there were basically no people left in the park. Jianlan's pace was slow, and behind him, the 10 Quan secs, still not far behind. It looked like it was determined to cause trouble, but just what he wanted. Jianlan looked around and headed for the woods deeper into the park. Entering the woods, this place was usually off the beaten path, and now there was no one around. A few of you, after following for so long, come out for a chat? Jianlan turned around, and 10 silhouettes appeared one after another in the woods in front of him. He, not small in guts, not only don't run, but also dare to take the initiative to lure us out. The leader of a full sect said, "There is nothing to talk about. Blame can only blame your bad luck. Your life, worth a big price." Jianlan narrowed his eyes slightly. Buying a murderer? Who did this? Jianlan admitted to himself that he never seemed to have made any enemies with anyone. If you want to talk about enemies, there is only one Wang AI, but Wang AI can't be that stupid, can he? He himself plus the 100 Inhumans under his hand couldn't do anything with Jianlan. Being a tenor, the brain is not always good, but it certainly can see the form clearly. Jianlan had already opened his net before, and it was basically impossible for Wang AI to continue to find trouble with him, unless it's a living hell. How much is my life worth? Tell me? Humph. There's no harm in letting you be an understanding ghost. The leader of that full sect stretched out 5 fingers. This number. Jianlan raised an eyebrow. 500 million? That seems to be worth quite a bit. Ha ha, you're still quite shameless. You also don't find a mirror to see. Where can you be worth 500 million? The head of that full sect said. 5 million would be quite a lot. Jianlan, is this getting a bad rap? And he's worth $5 million? Selling 2 ghost mothers to Feng Zhanghao is more than $5 million. Hearing this, Jianlan lost all interest in asking who the employers of these people were. To offer $5 million for his life is either not good in the head or intellectually challenged. Guess which one is brain dead? Never mind, I'll leave one to ask later. Pop! Jianlan snapped his fingers, and a black and gray smoke rose up in front of him, transforming into a white-robed and white-hatted figure, with the 4 big words Shang Kai at first sight written on the hat. White Impermanence had his mouth open, an iron-green tongue hanging down to his chest, and his hands were holding up a huge spirit streamer with a dead gray skull on it, which exuded a gust of sinister aura that sent shivers down one's spine. White Impermanence turned to Jianlan and respectfully said, "Xia bien, meet the Lord." It's hanging, though, with the tongue out, but Shibian's voice, apart from some eerie aura, was no different from that of an ordinary person. At this time those few full secs had all been stunned by the scene in front of them. What is this? Didn't we agree that it was just a regular inhuman? What is this thing? Jianlan didn't pay any attention to those few all sexes, just softly commanded, "Don't kill them all, keep one." Gotcha. White Impermanence bowed once again, then his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Bang! Bang bang! Every time the spirit streamer fell from White Impermanence's hand, a head exploded like a watermelon. Moreover, White Impermanence's speed was extremely swift again, and those few omnisexuals even had no time to react at all. 5 died in a row before the remaining 5 came back to their senses, looking at Jianglan with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Run! Run! White Impermanence pulled a sneer on his face. Can you run? As White Impermanence's words fell, countless obscurations from the spirit streamers in his hands whistled out, wrapping the entire forest in a flash. Countless wailing sounds came from all directions, filling the ears of the 5 remaining omnisexuals. They were already panicked, and when they saw this scene now, they panicked even more, and directly pulled their legs and ran, only hating that when their parents gave birth to them, they didn't have 2 more legs. But it was not to be. It clearly looked like just a small patch of woods, but the few remaining omnisexuals were horrified to realize that no matter how much they ran, they couldn't get out. Every time you run to the edge of the black curtain, you're back to square one before you hit it. The White Impermanence, on the other hand, was looking at the several people with a slight smirk, seemingly enjoying their fear. Jianglan said, "Don't make too much noise. After all, this is also a public place. It's not good if you attract people over again." "Lord, don't worry," White Impermanence said. "The sound inside the boundary can't be transmitted out, and in the eyes of outsiders, the environment is all still the same as it was originally." Jianglan raised an eyebrow. "I didn't realize that White Impermanence had this kind of skill. This ability, if used properly, could provide him with a lot of convenience in the future." Jianglan nodded slightly. "That's good. Just watch it and don't overplay your hand." "As you wish." White Vagabond moved around, a little excited. After spending so much time in the Lord's Dantian, he felt like his bones were about to rust, and it was hard to find an opportunity now, so it was better to have some fun beforehand. At this moment, the only 5 remaining omnisexuals were still scurrying about in the middle of the boundary like headless flies. Now, the only belief left in their hearts: get out. They were now truly regretting taking this business from Jianglan, but obviously, regret is useless. Running to the edge of the boundary and returning to the starting point again and again caused a strong sense of despair to rise in their hearts, and the 2 emotions, fear or despair, are replaced by anger as soon as the critical mass is breached. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Finally, one of them erupted in full sex. His eyes widened as he looked at White Impermanence in death and roared, "You're the one who's been messing with us. Guys, kill him and we'll get out." As the words fell, his entire body seemed to lose its mind as it madly rushed towards White Impermanence. White Vagabond just raised his eyelids, not even bothering to move. Putting in the knots was just him trying to have fun. If they were really tough, not to mention the remaining 5, at this level, if there were 50 more, the end would be the same. Seeing that Quan Sex rushing over, White Impermanence held the end of the weeping stick pole with both hands and assumed a baseball hitting stance. Dang! After a muffled sound, that All-Sex head directly exploded open, messy filth flying all over the sky, without the head of the body. Under the effect of inertia continued to move forward a number of steps, which stumbled and fell to the ground. The White Errant turned his neck and took a step toward the 4 remaining omnisexuals. The hunt is on. Bang! 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 White Erratic's wailing rod swung crisply, each swing representing a full sex perishing. By the end of the day, only the last full sex remained within the entire boundary. The only remaining person, at this moment, was even more directly paralyzed with fear. Sitting on his butt on the ground, not to mention resisting, he couldn't even stand up. Chapter 135, Black Impermanence Descends. "My lord, it is a pleasure." White Impermanence put away his wailing rod and said respectfully to Jianglan. Earlier Jianglan had ordered to keep one, although he wanted to have a good time. Jianglan's orders were obviously more important than his addiction. "Well done," Jianglan said, lifting his foot towards the only remaining full sex. Don't kill me." The last man's voice trembled as he begged for mercy. Jianglan raised an eyebrow. "Yo, still a woman?" He didn't pay attention just now, and with the fact that several of them were wearing black clothes and hats, Jianglan didn't take a closer look. "So, first you tell me who sent you to kill me?" The 9 people in front of the previous lesson is right in front of us. The only remaining woman of course did not dare to harden, highlighting a question and answer, and hastened to say, "It's Wang and young master, the son of the Wang family." Jianglan pulled the corner of his mouth. He almost forgot just now. Wang Ai is not, but his grandson is the 4 great families of the Inhumans, colluding with all sex, by murder. This would be seriously big news if it got out, but it certainly doesn't work with just a mouthful of words. Jianglan asked again, "Is there any proof?" "Chief, he's got video on his cell phone." Jianglan looked sideways at the corpses lying around and frowned slightly. "Which one is it?" The only remaining omnisexual followed suit and looked around. forcing down the desire to vomit, pointing at a headless corpse to Zhanglan's left and saying, "That." Without saying a word, Zhanglan walked directly to the corpse and fumbled around in his pockets. A wallet, a set of keys, a cell phone. Throwing the cell phone to the woman, Zhanglan said, "Password. Know it?" "No, no." The woman unlocked it, got up trembling, and handed the phone to Zhanglan. Zhanglan found the photo album and flipped through it, and saw a video. The angle of the video, obviously not taken with a cell phone, would be something like a pinhole camera, and the content, $5 million to buy them to assassinate themselves. It's not hard to guess the purpose of this all-sex video. It's just that he wants to use this video to blackmail Wang Jin again later. After all, the Wang family is one of the 4 great families in the inhuman realm. Once this kind of scandal was rumored, the reputation would be damaged if it was light, and if it was heavy, it would even become the public enemy of the entire inhuman realm. It's not that Wang is a cerebral palsy. It's such a big deal. He didn't even get a client. He just went straight to the camera in real life like that. If he's coming to the door, who else can he blackmail? Aha. Zhanglan nodded slightly. Not bad. That's not a bad surprise today. Giving this to Feng Zhanghao, as long as he operated it properly, it should be able to become a not-so-small aid in bringing down the Wang family. Hearing Zhanglan say it was good, the remaining all-sex erupted with an extremely strong desire to survive again. "You let me go. I'll do anything for you if you let me go." When she said the 3 words anything, the woman's voice was much softer, with a hint of desire. But in response, Zhanglan just smiled. He reached out and covered the top of the woman's head. In the next moment, a massive amount of obscurity passed through Zhanglan's palm and madly drilled into the woman's body. In just less than 10 seconds of work, the woman had completely condensed into a humanoid ice sculpture from the inside out. Reincarnate in the land of small days in your next life, and maybe you'll get to act out this kind of drama. Zhanglan let go of his hand, and the ice sculpture fell horizontally to the ground, shattering into a mass of ice. At the same time, a virtual light screen surfaced in front of him. Kill full sex inhuman *10. Get evil nightmare *2600. Not bad. The strength of these few wasn't great, but on average, they each gave him 216 NE. That amount was enough for him to buy black impermanence as well. Only not now. Zhanglan pulled out his cell phone and called Susi. "Hello? You're back?" "Long back." Zhanglan, also no nonsense, directly said, "Call people to Labor Park Woods a trip. This dead a bit of people. Clean up a bit." "Susi? Big brother, who did you kill?" A couple of full sexes lurking into Z City happened to come across it. Zhanglan didn't say that those omnisexuals had come specifically to intercept him. It's not necessary. How many is a few? 10 in all. Asterisk. Susi's voice was all energized. "Wait a while. I'll call someone over right away." "That's a deal. I'll go first." Feeling a bit uneasy, Susi asked again, "Are you sure it's full sex?" "Okay, that's good. As soon as possible on my side." Saying this, Susi seemed to suddenly remember something and continued, "Right, do you have time tomorrow night? Come to the company?" "Do what?" On the other end of the phone, Susi paused, then snorted and said, "Payroll but also a little bonus commission and so on. You come over to confirm in person." "It's okay, I can trust you. Just hit my card directly." "Susi, why won't this kid take the grease? There's a little something else going on besides." Zhanglan smiled. Wouldn't it have been better to have said so? He actually knew Susi's purpose, and what he said just now about punching on the card was just teasing Susi. "TSK, Susi said, tomorrow morning I have to go to the headquarters to have a meeting. 8 o'clock in the evening. You are not convenient to come to the company. I will go to your house downstairs to pick you up is also okay. That's all for now." Then, after saying that, Zhanglan hung up the phone. Having just gotten the video, it was reasonable to say that he should make a trip to the World Council, but it was getting late, so Zhanglan didn't bother tossing it around and directly took a cab back home. It was only when he entered the room that Zhanglan felt that the room was a bit cramped. 60 or so square feet looked okay when he first crossed over, but people change. As the number of deposits increased, ambition grew. Plus now that the standard of living has come up, it's a bit of a downer to look at the house again. That is, this neighborhood is not bad. He remembers that there should be more than 100 square feet of improved units listed for sale in the same neighborhood. Go buy a set tomorrow if you have nothing else to do. Making up his mind, Zhanglan sat on the sofa and clicked on the evil Nightmare Mall. Black impermanence, required Nightmare 2000, Spirit, confirmation of purchase, black impermanence. Zhanglan had decided on this a long time ago, and at this moment, he naturally confirmed it directly without the slightest hesitation. Purchase successful. The words disappeared and memories flooded into Zhanglan's mind. Zhanglan had long been accustomed to this set of operations, and after silently digesting it for a while, his body's shadowy aura bulged. As a matter of fact, he was now making Paperman, and he didn't even use the most basic carrier. Yellow paper. By relying on obscurity, one is able to directly create something out of nothing. In the twinkling of an eye, a shadowy composed figure landed. The silhouette's black robe and black hat, with the 4 words "Peace in the World" written on it, holding a large, pitch-black iron rope in his hand, with the very tip like a fishhook, which was so sharp that it pierced through the skin and flesh with ease. Chapter 136, The Last Straw That Breaks the Camel's Back. Black Impermanence's face was pitch black as he bowed and said to John Lon, "Greetings, Lord." John Lon nodded slightly, looking at Black Impermanence with considerable satisfaction. Another capable member of the staff. "Get up." After saying that, John Lanzine in darkness within his dantian escaped a bit, and in the twinkling of an eye, the White Impermanence figure appeared in front of him. The moment White Impermanence appeared, his eyes met with Black Impermanence. Both of them had a smile on their faces at the same time, as if they were reunited once again as good friends who hadn't seen each other for years. At the same time, the aura on the black and white irregulars was gradually climbing. John Lon was clearly able to feel that the total amount of gloom on White Impermanence was even more than before. If you quantify it specifically, it's probably in the neighborhood of 1/3. It's a passive increase triggered. It was written inside the Nightmare Mall that when White Impermanence and Black Impermanence appeared at the same time, the strength of both parties would be increased to a certain extent. At the same time, as White Impermanence became stronger, the inobscurity that was fed back to John Lon himself was a bit more than before. Although for the current John Lon, those in and E couldn't play much of a role, they were still better than nothing. Seeing that the black and white irregulars had reunited with their old friends, John Lon didn't intend to disturb them, but said, "You two, catching up here? No need, Lord. The 2 of my brothers can just go back." "That's fine." John Lon nodded slightly. The black and white invincible body is too heavy with yin chi. The neighbors of his place can be ordinary people. It would not be good to be affected. The black and white impermanence looked at each other again, and then turned into smoke in unison, drilling into John Lan's dantian. Now that the black and white irregulars were all together, the next step was to summon Mangwoman as well. Originally, he hadn't actually planned on summoning Mangwoman first, but John Lon found a problem. He now had a team with long range, melee, meat shields, and even buffs, but only no milk. Zhong Kuei did know some medical skills, but they could only be used on him. According to Zhong Kuei, Meng is the proper milkmaid. Any difficult cases, in the hands of Meng, it's all a bowl of soup. But John Lon wasn't in too much of a hurry. Anyway, it won't be long before the Wang family falls. By the time the mission was accomplished, 10,000 evil nightmares came into the account. And not only Meng, but also Oxhead and Horseface could be taken down by the way. Ha! John Lon yawned. Let's not think about that for now and go to sleep. We've got a bunch of stuff tomorrow. Buy a house. Send the video to Feng Jianghao, plus meet Su Si. The following afternoon, John Lon pushed his way out of the housing authority. Behind him, a sweet-looking woman stood in the doorway, smiling at John Lon. "Mr. Jiang, take your time." John Lon didn't reply, just raised his hand and waved. He came to the HOA to change the name of the house he just bought. 140 square feet, $2,200,000, with parking. The house was in the same neighborhood that John Lon had lived in before, and the price was right, so he didn't even haggle over the price and just paid. And it was already renovated and hadn't been lived in for long in total, saving him the trouble of renovating it all over again. Now more than $2 million was just a drop in the bucket in John Lan's eyes. John Lon pressed the car key to unlock the car, then pulled open the main driver's door, and then drove all the way to the World Club. A few moments later, the top floor of the World Club, inside Feng Jianghao's office. "Here you go, have a seat." Feng Jianghao saw John Lon arrive and hurriedly greeted him warmly. John Lon didn't have the intention to talk nonsense and put the cell phone he got yesterday on the table. It contains evidence of Wang and fornicating with all sex, which should be useful to you. Feng Jianghao froze. King and? He was a little unresponsive. Isn't Wang AI's grandson? What's the point of fornicating with Quan sex? But Feng Jianghao also knew that John Lon would definitely not lie to him. He reached for his cell phone. "Hold on, let me see." Feng Jianghao flipped open the photo album and watched the video from beginning to end, before rearing his head with a slightly odd expression. Does it work? Useful. Feng Jianghao nodded, and it is of great use. If Wang AI doesn't die, the exposure of this matter might still be suppressed by the Wang family. But if Wang AI, after a while, really dies as you said, then this video will be enough to become the last straw to overwhelm the Wang family. That's good, John Lon said. Wang AI won't be able to hold out much longer, so act as soon as possible. Feng Jianghao sniffed and deliberated for a while before reopening his mouth. "I am confident that I will completely take over the Wang family within half a month after Wang AI's death." John Lon raised an eyebrow. It was 2.5 years before, but now it's been shortened to half a month. That was pretty quick. Feng Zhanghao responded. It's still because of you that it's so fast. Jiang Lan was so close to directly bulldozing the Wang family. If his progress was still that slow, then there was no need to mix. Now Feng Zhanghao can be said to have no worries at all, as long as he is fully committed to dealing with laying hands on the Wang family's industry. At least Feng Zhanghao had been running through the shopping mall for so many years. This kind of thing was just old hat to him. There was no difficulty to speak of. Jiang Lan sniffed and stood up, waiting for your good news. He had come to the World Council today for nothing other than to deliver the video. The same thing, in the hands of different people, can have very different effects. That video, for Jiang Lan himself, was of no use. However, to Feng Zhanghao, as long as he operated properly, he would be able to create a monstrous wave in the inhuman realm. Leaving the world society, Jiang Lan returned home. That's basically about it for today's to-do list. Over at the house, the original owners are packing up and will just move in a couple days. The next step was to see what exactly Su Si was looking for him to do. Jiang Lan guessed that most likely, he still wanted to pull him into the company, but he had already made up his mind that no matter what Su Si said, he would not choose to formally join the company. Wouldn't it be better to do whatever you want to do at home when you have time to work for someone else? The time came until 7 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Lan was playing the game in the gaming room and never waited for Su Si's call either. The inning ended and he looked at the time, which was a little strange. Didn't you say you'd come over tonight? Where are the people? Just as Jiang Lan was thinking, the cell phone he had placed on the table suddenly rang. The one who called was none other than Su Si. As soon as the phone was connected, Su Si's voice came out of the receiver. I just came back. Are you at home? Jiang Lan agreed. Aha. I'll come to you now. 10 minutes. Su Si spoke in a tone that vaguely revealed a bit of heaviness. Jiang Lan heard something wrong, but didn't ask much, just said, okay, I'll go downstairs. After saying that, Jiang Lan directly hung up the phone. He put on his clothes and went out and down the stairs to the entrance of the neighborhood. Not long after, Jiang Lan saw a black sedan driving up, which was Su Si's. The car stopped in front of Jiang Lan, and Su Si pressed down the window. Get in. Chapter 137, If There Is Resistance, Kill on Sight. Jiang Lan pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Su Si's face didn't look a little too good. Jiang Lan said with some doubt, what's going on here? Su Si is a person who can hide things in his heart. Jiang Lan could rarely see any mood swings on his face. Of course, Su Si would also laugh and joke, but with a sullen and serious expression like today's. It was really the first time Jiang Lan had seen it. Su Si took a deep breath, then sighed. Ugh, there's been a bit of trouble. What kind of trouble? Tell me about it and listen, Jiang Lan inquired. Although he didn't intend to become an official employee of Name Duton, his personal friendship with Su Si was there, and if Su Si really encountered something, it was impossible for him to sit back and do nothing. Su Si was silent for a while. It was only after a long time that he spoke. Do you know about temps? A temp? Backstabbers? Su Si lost his smile and said, it's not a temporary worker for a state-owned enterprise. It's a temporary worker for a company. Ha, Jiang Lan said. Isn't a company a state-owned enterprise? What's the difference? Su Si. Forget it, not to beat around the bush with you. The temporary laborer is a special position that is common everywhere. The company is divided into 7 regions. You know about this, right? No. Su Si continued. The temporary worker system was established by my old man. Outsourced employees like you can recruit as many as you want, but the quota for temporary workers is only 1 per region. Every temporary worker is directly under the authority of the head of the region himself. Jiang Lan raised an eyebrow. According to you, temporary workers aren't backstabbers, so what do they do? Su Sideo. You know, it's not true that the company has authority over the Inhumans, but it's only over the Inhumans, and for the ordinary people, we're just a bunch of delivery boys. The number of Inhumans, however, is countless times less than that of ordinary people, and once Inhumans are lurking in areas where ordinary people are active in large numbers, it's safe to say that the company can't do anything about them, and temps, who specialize in doing work for the company that they're not comfortable stepping up to directly. Oh, Jiang Lan nodded. I see. Isn't that still backstabbing? Su Si. He felt a little toothache. You're right if you have to say so. All of a sudden, is something wrong with the temp? Su Si said. Well, do you know who the temp of our Lubei region is? Jiang Lan didn't even think about it and answered directly. Feng Bao Bao it is. The reason he was so certain was also simple. Since Su Si said that there is only 1 temporary worker quota per region, then temps are certainly important to a large district as well. He had not been in contact with Su Si for a short period of time, and other than Feng Bao Bao and Zhang Chulan, the rest of them had not seen Su Si come into contact with anyone particularly frequently, and Zhang Chulan had joined the company at almost the same time as him, so he certainly wouldn't be a so-called temporary worker. Then the only candidate for the temp job was Feng Bao Bao, and if the temp was someone else, Su Si shouldn't have had that expression just now. You guessed right. It is indeed Bao Bao Feng. Jiang Lan asked, So, is something wrong with the temp? Baby's situation is, well, special. It's not true that she's a temp, but she's actually an imposter. And the real temp in the Lubei region right now is actually a dead person who looks almost identical to Feng Baobao. Zhang Lan's eyes flickered. Dead people who look the same. Is it supposed to be about the longevity of baby Vaughn? Based on what he knew now, Feng Baobao had already lived for at least a few decades. If it was a normal person, it would definitely be impossible to live for dozens of hundreds of years and still have the appearance of a young little girl. That's why Su Si had asked Feng Baobao to replace the dead man and continue to be a temporary worker in the Lubei region. Even the dead man's identifying information may have been changed several times, and there are too many secrets about the baby for anyone else to know. So, Zhang Lan raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Si. You specifically came to pick me up just to complain to me? Su Si spoke for a while, and Zhang Lan didn't figure out what exactly he was trying to say. Of course not. Su Si seemed to want to explain, but after thinking about it for a while, he decided to get straight to the point. The head of the Lunan region, called Liao Zhong, he died the day before yesterday, under his own temps. Zhang Lan raised an eyebrow. Why? Although he didn't know what the situation of the temporary workers in the other regions was like, he could pretty much guess from the relationship between Su Si and Feng Baobao. Not to say the relationship is great, but the interim is certainly one of the most trusted people in the head of the region. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible to give so many tasks to people who can't be trusted to do them. The reasons are complex, and I can't tell you at a moment's notice. Su Si continued. In short, the company is now preparing to team up with the temporary worker system. Now that the company has found out the location of the temporary worker who absconded after killing Liao Zhong, the company's order is for the temporary workers in the remaining 6 regions to join forces and go after Chengduo. Oh yeah, Chengduo is the name of the temp under old Liao. Temporary workers join forces. Zhang Lan pondered slightly. You say so? The temporary workers of the various regions have never contacted each other before? It's like this, Su Si said. Every temporary worker's information is a strictly confidential existence. Only the company and the temporary worker's immediate superior know the identity. Now that the company is letting the temporary workers join forces, it's obvious that they want to move against the temporary worker system. Zhang Lan was silent for a moment, then said, So, you want my help? Right. As you know, the baby is in a special situation, and once exposed, it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. That's why I want you to follow along and go over there to protect her. Feelings went around in this big circle just to let him protect Feng Baobao. This was no big deal to Zhang Lan, but Zhang Lan had already planned to quit the company completely. And to be honest, he didn't really want to get involved in this kind of thing. But now Su Si had clearly taken him as a lifesaver. Zhang Lan leaned back in his chair and thought for a long time. Suddenly, a semi-transparent virtual light screen was born in front of him. Trigger mission, go to Bo Village and save Chengduo. Reward, Evil Nightmare * 10,000. The destination this time, is it called Bo Village? Su Si was a bit surprised. How did you know? Zhang Lan took a deep breath. A wild guess, I promise. Su Si was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't expect that Zhang Lan would actually agree so painfully. That feeling's good. The headquarters let 3 days to arrive. You prepare to prepare. Do not worry, when the bonus is not less. Let's forget about the prize or not. Zhang Lan said, chasing after Chengduo. What about after we've chased him? Su Si slowly replied, after arresting them and bringing them back to the company, if there is any resistance, kill them directly. Chapter 138 Purpose of the company. Zhang Lan, straight up killing? He frowned, a little unsure of the situation, but the task the system gave him was clearly for him to save Chengduo. In doing so, he and the company's purpose are in conflict. It's just that most of the quests that the system has issued before have stood for relative justice. If it was really according to what Su Si had said, that it was Chengduo who had absconded after killing Liao Zhong, then the mission that the system had sent him should have been to head to Bo Village and kill Chengduo. But in fact, the mission was for him to save Shander. Seeing Zhang Lan's expression, Su Si asked, What's wrong? Zhang Lan glanced at Su Si. His mission, although contrary to the company's purpose, should not conflict with Su Si's purpose, but ask first. He opened his mouth to ask, What do you think about this Shander thing? When Su Si heard this, he didn't even think about it and replied directly, It doesn't matter how Chengduo is, the most important thing is the baby. She didn't have much of a brain in the first place, and the other region temps, they're definitely all human beings amongst human beings, so if we let the baby go over there by herself, we're sure to miss everything. Zhang Lan nodded slightly. He understood what Su Si meant. he should also just have a coping attitude towards the company's tasks. Since Susi's purpose didn't conflict with his, there was no problem. 10,000 nightmares, not a small amount anymore. It's even the same as bringing down the Wangs. This Shander should be a very important character. I promise I'll be there when the time comes. Susi was overjoyed. With Jianglan, he had nothing to worry about. Right. Just then, Jianglan suddenly said, "You called me today. It shouldn't be just for this one thing, right?" Susi was in a meeting today and only got the company assignment. And looking for him was yesterday. Therefore, his purpose of looking for himself in the beginning shouldn't have been for the matter of Bo Village. Susi paused and responded, "Indeed, I came to see you, or to ask if you want to actually join the company." "Don't." Jianglan didn't even think about it and decisively refused. Susi didn't dwell on it too much. He knew the outcome early on. Asking Jianglan was just a matter of giving it a try. Mainly pulling in Jianglan was an order from Zhao Dong himself, and he couldn't afford not to fulfill it, but just make the effort. If Jianglan didn't agree, he couldn't do anything about it, could he? Jianglan continued, "Forget about joining the company. I've saved enough money now, and after this mission, I plan to quit the company completely." Susi, bad. Might as well not ask. Jianglan was at least an outsourced employee before, but now he's planning to just quit the company? If this is known by Zhao Fengshu Zhaodong, what's going to happen? Thinking of this, Susi hurriedly advised, "Isn't it quite good now? Why do you still want to quit? The company's treatment for you isn't bad either." Jianglan shook his head again. "The treatment is good, but it gets a little boring after a while." The current Jianglan lacked neither money nor connections, and he admitted to himself that he hadn't done the company any favors in his time there. It's all charged, but that's what it's supposed to be. What kind of a man works for no money? This, Susi was a little hesitant. He thought about it for half a day before speaking. "Truth be told, in your case, it's a bit unique." "Oh?" Jianglan came to some interest and asked, "How special?" "You're too strong," Susi said. "According to the combat power you showed before, even most of the Big Ten may not be your opponent. Normally, the company would not allow such a powerful and unorganized loose person like you to stray. If you don't join the company, then every move will be closely monitored by the company." Jianglan's eyes flashed. Susi is quite honest. There was one thing, though, that he kinda didn't understand. "I don't think I've done anything bad since I joined the company. Have I? Is it necessary for the company to be that obsessive?" "It's not the same." Susi shook his head slightly. "The company's perspective on things is completely different from ours." He continued, "If let's say you were a company executive, and a human-sized nuclear bomb suddenly appeared in your circle, a being who could cause world upheaval just by thinking about it, would you let him have free rein to do whatever he wanted?" Jianglan mused slightly. "That's true. In his current state, he's really considered an extremely destabilizing factor when put on a corporate level, especially since he's an unorganized and undisciplined loose cannon. If he was at the top of the company, he wouldn't allow people like him to exist. But understanding doesn't mean Jianglan has to go along with the company. He didn't want to sacrifice his freedom just for the company's trust. On the company side, think what you like. Anyway, with his current strength, he had nothing to fear from the company. Jianglan still didn't believe that the company could send fighter jets to bombard him. Susi said, "It's not like you have to be told to join the company. In fact, even if you joined any organization, the company wouldn't be like it is now. In other words, the company is just afraid that you'll go down an evil path." TSK. Jianglan certainly didn't have the idea of taking the evil path. At the very least, not right now. In today's inhuman realm, there is only one all-nature that can be called an evil faction. Jianglan could not agree with the idea of omnisexuality. Although he could do it now without much ripples in his heart after killing someone, he couldn't do it if he was allowed to do evil with impunity. Technically speaking, Jianglan considered himself a good person. Great big good guy. Okay, don't dwell on this first. Since you don't want to join the company can't possibly tear your face off. Take a step and see what happens. Maybe someday, a balance will be found. Susi said. The company has several programs for Jianglan. It's okay if you don't want to join. There are other ways. For example, making Jianglan one of the 10 men. In short, it's all about trying to raise his status in the inhuman community. Regardless of strength, as long as the status is high, there are a lot of things that you are embarrassed to do. Of course, the Big Ten position is not open right now. Sooner or later, though. That's all for now then. Jianglan responded. Going for a bite to eat? No. Jianglan pushed the door and got out. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Didn't you just come back? Feng Baobao and Zhang Chulan sighed. Mustn't you explain something? Susi smiled and said. Then I'll go back first. He was indeed a bit anxious to find Feng Baobao and Zhang Chulan. In reality, even if Zhang Lan had agreed to go to Bo village, he still felt a bit unguaranteed. One has to be careful about Feng Baobao. Zhang Lan waved his hand and didn't say anything more. Chapter 139, Ma Xianhong's Invitation. Night. Zhang Lan was sleeping in his bedroom when he suddenly heard a muffled thud from outside the door. It sounded as if someone was banging their head against the door. Zhang Lan's five senses were sharp, and he heard straight away that something was wrong. Rolling over and sitting up from the bed, he regained his senses and frowned slightly. Who would knock on the door in the middle of the night? Holistic? Could it be that Wang and that little cutie? She's looking for someone to get him in trouble again? Zhang Lan got up from the bed, ready to see who was outside first. Knock, knock. The banging on the door continued. Zhang Lan came to the cat's eye and looked out through it. Outside, there stood an expressionless woman with two punchy buns, rows of bangs, a face as white as a dead man's, and between her cheeks, a thick blush, giving an indescribably eerie feeling. On the woman's body, she wore a dress made of dark gray linen, looking at the style a bit like a product of the 1980s. It was the woman outside the door who was looking dull and deadpan, slamming her head against Zhang Lan's door panel one at a time. Zhang Lan blinked. He could tell at a glance that this thing should not be a real person, but something like a puppet, for no other reason than it's so mechanical. This thing, what's the origin? Who got it here? Pressing down the doubts in his heart, Zhang Lan directly pulled open the security door. Just put it in and find out. But unexpectedly, when Zhang Lan just opened the door, the machine puppet outside stopped moving and stared at Zhang Lan without moving. You're looking for me for something? Zhang Lan asked. The puppet did not answer back, but turned his body 180 degrees in place and took a step towards the fire escape. Zhang Lan raised an eyebrow. The meaning of this is shown clearly enough. It's for him to keep up. Zhang Lan was getting curious. What the hell is the origin of this thing? Never mind. Just follow it up. Zhang Lan followed behind the puppet and followed the fire stairs all the way to the top floor of the building. The puppet pushed open the rooftop door and stepped across to the rooftop. Zhang Lan followed closely behind. On the rooftop, the puppet made another 180-degree turn and faced Zhang Lan straight on. In the next moment, the puppet's right hand lifted up and a hemp rope popped out, flying towards Zhang Lan. At the front end of the twine, there was something that resembled the tip of a gun, reflecting a gleam of cold light under the moonlight. A blood drop? The blood droplets emitted a burst of cracking sound, leaving no doubt that as long as one was stabbed by this, the best result would have to be a pair of piercings. Zhang Lan's shadowy aura surged out of his body, and with a horizontal shift, he directly appeared 3 meters away from the side. Whoosh! The blood droplets landed in the air, but made a weird turn in midair and came at Zhang Lan again. At the same time, at the shelter next to the rooftop, 4 identical puppets appeared in a row, in a closed position, slowly surrounding Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan pulled the corner of his mouth. The color of this puppet. He tested it. No threat to him at all. In an instant, a massive amount of obscurity seemed like it didn't want any money, gushing out crazily in Zhang Lan's dantian, wrapping his entire body in it in an instant. Immediately afterward, a series of 5 giant dragons made up of and obscurity flew out from Zhang Lan's body, rushing towards those puppets at a speed that was not even visible to the naked eye, directly entangling them and lifting them towards the sky. Zhang Lan stretched out his right hand, his palm slightly clasped in a false grip. Click 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 zip zip dash. A series of electric currents and mechanical sounds rang out, and the 5 puppets were instantly crushed into several pieces by the strong pressure, with wires exposed in the air and bits of fire exploding from time to time. Waving his hand to disperse the dragon, Zhang Lan whispered to the shadowy corner of the rooftop. Not coming out? Are you waiting for me to invite you? He. Mr. Zhang Lan, misunderstanding. On the corner of the rooftop, a black-robed man appeared and said to Zhang Lan, just now, it was just a whim. Please don't be offended. Mr. Zhang Lan, looking for me for something? Zhang Lan's tone was flat. No emotions could be heard. He. The black-robed man smiled shyly. It is a bit. Our sect master has looked up to you for a long time, and would like to invite you to be our guest. I wonder if I can honor you. Sect master? Zhang Lan asked. Who is your sect leader? As soon as he heard the title sect leader, Zhang Lan knew that what this black-clothed man was in should not be a serious organization. It's not going to be Siaism, is it? After all the proper sects are called something like sect leader, and so on. Our sect master's name is Ma Xianhong. The black-robed man paused. That, Mr. Jiang, I can't quite make it out. Why don't we let our sect master speak to you personally? Zhang Lan came to have some interest. It's kind of fun. Come on. The black-robed man sniffed. took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and immediately handed it to Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan took the phone, and heard a beep coming from inside. A few moments later, the call was answered. Jiang Lan was the first to speak. Sect leader? On the opposite side of the phone, a warm male voice came out. It's not sect leader. Mr. Jiang, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. To introduce myself, my surname is Ma. My name is Ma Xianhong, and I am also the village head of Bo Village. The mayor of Bo Village? This Bo Village, wasn't it the destination of his mission? I didn't expect that people would come to the door of their own accord before he could get over there. That's right, Ma Xianhong said. Mr. Jiang Lan, we have no ill will towards you. We just want to invite you to come to my Bo Village as a guest for a while. Jiang Lan's eyes flashed. A guest? You know me? This Ma Xianhong, not to mention seeing, he had never even heard of before, but listening to the tone of Ma Xianhong's speech, it was obvious that he had already known him for a long time. And it seemed to know something about him. Of course I recognize you. As a matter of fact, I noticed you when I was at the Luotian Dajia. I'm very serious about your invitation, so I wonder if it's convenient for you. Jiang Lan's eyelids lowered as he silently thought. He wondered why Ma Xianhong had suddenly found him. Moreover, if he had started paying attention to him since the Luo Tianjiao festival, shouldn't he have looked for him after the Luo Tianjiao festival was over? How could it have been delayed until now? Jiang Lan was a little confused about Ma Xianhong's purpose, no matter what he said, but the purpose would definitely not be as simple as just wanting to invite him over to Bo Village as a guest. There must be some deeper purpose in there. Thinking of this, Jiang Lan's thoughts suddenly gave way. That's not true. What's the point of thinking about it? With his current strength, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that he could walk sideways in the inhuman realm. Regardless of whether the other party was Ma Xianhong or whatever Red was, there was no way they could be a threat to him. In that case, he had nothing to think about. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are useless. Thinking of this, Jiang Lan smiled and said into the microphone, "Convenient." Of course, whatever Ma Xianhong's purpose was, Jiang Lan didn't care. We're going sooner or later anyway. It's the same thing sooner or later. Chapter 140, First Encounter with Chen Dao. It was just as well. If he went over earlier, he would still be able to find out a little more about Chen Dao in advance. Then I'll be waiting for Mr. Jiang Lan's arrival at Bo Village. Ma Xianhong spoke extremely politely, making it almost impossible to pick out any faults. As for his purpose, right now Jiang Lan didn't care. Okay, wait for me. After saying that, Jiang Lan directly hung up the phone and handed it back to the black-robed man. The black-robed man made a gesture of invitation and said to Jiang Lan, "Mr. Jiang, so we're leaving now?" Jiang Lan? What's that supposed to mean? Should we just take him there? Jiang Lan had planned to buy a plane ticket to go there tomorrow. Where is the village of Bo? The black-robed man replied, "Around your state, but the location is rather hidden, so you may not be able to find it if I don't take you there. On the company side, the start of the mission is the day after tomorrow, so Feng Baobao should be leaving tomorrow." Jiang Lan lowered his head and pondered whether he should go there first by himself or wait for Feng Baobao to join him tomorrow. After thinking for a while, Jiang Lan still decided to go over with the black-robed man first. On Feng Baobao's side, although he had promised Su Si, Feng Baobao was not so far gone that she had just come into contact with other people and was seen to have something wrong. What's more, Su Si would definitely let Zheng Chulan follow Feng Baobao, although Feng Baobao was a bit naive. That Zheng Chulan kid was very smart. Moreover, Zheng Chulan's mind was also lively, so it could be said that as long as things didn't develop to the extent that they could only be resolved by force, Zheng Chulan had the ability to defuse them. Therefore, when Feng Baobao and the others met again when they arrived at Baiyu village, nothing major would happen. After some comprehensive consideration, Jiang Lan still decided to go to Ma Xianhong's place first. "Let's go then, when I get back to pack." "Alright Mr. Jiang, can I help you?" The black-robed man's tone remained polite. Jiang Lan shook his head slightly. "Just wait for me in the underground garage." After saying that, Jiang Lan turned his head into the stairwell and took the elevator down. After taking out a suitcase in the corner and simply loading a few sets of change of clothes and shoes into it, Jiang Lan once again took the elevator to the underground garage. The black-robed man was waiting at the elevator door. Jiang Lan saw him and asked, "How do I go? By car? Or by airplane?" The black-robed man said, "A total of more than 2,000 kilometers. By car, about a day and a night. The plane about 3 hours. How to see you?" The corners of Jiang Lan's mouth twitched slightly. He can't drive all day and all night. Press the car key and the lights come on in the big Mercedes parked next to it. "Let's go." To the airport. Early morning, the plane landed at Guiyang Airport. Jiang Lan slept for a while on the airplane, plus it was first class, so he rested well and was considered refreshed. "Since you have money, you naturally have to do whatever is comfortable," the black-robed man said beside Jiang Lan. "Mr. Jiang, the car to meet us outside has arrived." Jiang Lan nodded slightly. "Go." Together, the two headed outside the airport. Just then, John Lan's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out the phone and looked at it, realizing that it was Feng Zhenghao calling. Without much thought, John Lan directly picked up the phone and asked, "President Wind, what's wrong?" There was a silence on the other end of the line. It was only after a long time that Feng Zhenghao's voice with suppressed excitement came out of the receiver. "Dead. John Lan, how come you're dead? Who's dead? Don't speak plainly." Without waiting for John Lan to ask, Feng Zhenghao's side continued, "Wang AI is dead." John Lan was slightly stunned. "Wang AI? It's only been a few days? At full capacity, it's only 3 or 4 days. Didn't we agree it would last a month?" According to Cui Ju, even an ordinary person would still be able to hold out for 3 days. How did it die? The specifics are unknown, Feng Zhenghao said, but according to the informant's information, it was a sudden and violent death in the early hours of the morning, and there were no signs before his death. John Lan sniffed and had a plan in mind. Since it wasn't any other accidental cause of death, the cause of Wang Ai's death would be Cui Ju's spell of passing away. It was only that such a fast time was indeed a bit out of John Lan's expectation. "Since it's dead, you'll have to hurry," John Lan said. "Does the Wang family still have some direct descendants? Those are out of the way. I'll take care of them." "Okay, I'm not in Z City these days, so just call me if anything happens." "Okay." Feng Zhenghao didn't ask John Lan what he was doing. Now his mind was on how to swallow the cake of the Wang family as soon as possible. "That's all for now then. Keep in touch if anything happens," John Lan responded. "Aha." Hanging up the phone, his consciousness entered his dantian and asked Cui Ju, "Doesn't it take a month for the spell of past life to work on an alien? How did Wang AI die so soon?" Cui Ju heard John Lan's inquiry and responded with his consciousness. "Lord, what I meant before is that as long as the past life mantra can be cast successfully, no matter how powerful the other party is, they can only last for a month at the most, and an unusual inhuman would be considered powerful if they can hold out for 10 days and a half months. As for Wang AI, it may be that his qi and blood decayed in his old age, coupled with his anger and anxiety. All the reasons added together led to his violent death." Cow wow wow wow. John Lan sighed in his heart. Cui Ju's spell for the afterlife was really anticlimactic to the point of being a bit outrageous. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a restriction that it couldn't be cast on a target with a divine soul strength higher than Cui Ju's, it would be truly invincible. But even as it is, the past life mantra has gotten outrageous to a point. In the entire inhuman realm, aside from old celestial master John Lan, who was still a bit uncertain, he could be certain that those with a divine soul strength higher than Cui Ju's couldn't be said to be absolutely non-existent, but they could certainly be counted on one hand. "Mr. John Lan?" The black-robed man saw that John Lan had been distracted, and reached out his arm to pat John Lan's arm lightly. John Lan looked back. The black-robed man said, "Let's get in the car." Without realizing it, the two of them had arrived at the airport underground garage. In front of the duo was a van. It looks a little worn, but John Lan didn't care, directly pulling open the car door and sitting in the passenger seat. He looked to the side. Seated in the main driver's seat was a small girl with a ponytail and a green jacket. The girl's side was soft, and her eyes were as green as emeralds. On one side of the earlobe that John Lan could see, there was also a long string of silver earrings, and as soon as he looked at it, he knew that it was the dress of the ethnic minorities over here. The black-robed man looked at John Lan occupying the passenger side, so he pulled open the backseat door and sat on the seat. Immediately afterward, he addressed the young girl in the main driver's seat. "Master Shander, trouble." "Aha." The teenage girl in the main driver's seat nodded slightly, then kicked the gas pedal and headed out of the parking lot. John Lan had all but averted his eyes, but after hearing the black-robed man's address, he once again looked at the young girl. "She's Shander?" Chapter 141 Arrival at Bo Village. John Lan really didn't expect that the person Ma Xianhong sent to pick him up was actually Chen Dao. "I had thought that I would have to go to Bijou Village to make contact." John Lan's eyes flickered for a while, then he asked directly, "You killed Liao Zhong?" He asked this directly, after much thought, taking his time to poke around. John Lan had that time, but there's not much need. Why go to so much trouble to take your time when you can just open your mouth and ask for clarification? Now, John Lan had figured it out. He was strong enough to not worry about a lot of things. This was John Lan's bottom line. What he had to do now was to figure out Chen Dao's situation as soon as possible. Although the previous missions issued by the system had all stood for relative justice, this was only John Lan's experience, and mistakes would inevitably occur. If what Chen Dao had done before had really caused the wrath of the heavens, even if she didn't complete the mission, John Lan wouldn't have chosen to help her. The moment he heard John Lan speak, in the main driver's seat, Chen Dao directly stepped on the gas. The van stopped in place instantly. Chen Dao looked at John Lan with a complicated look in her eyes. "You are from the company?" "Sort of, for now," John Lan soothed. Don't worry, I have no malice towards you. You only need to answer my questions truthfully. At some point, Shander's demeanor had regained its composure and restarted the van. No comment. I'm here to save you. You don't have to be so hostile towards me, Zhang said. It's a coincidence that we met here, but the company has sent a lot of people with the intention of taking you back. When Zhang finished speaking, Chen Dao's hands holding the steering wheel trembled slightly, but there was no intention to answer Zhang Lan's question. This little girl, she's quite stubborn. Seeing that Chen Dao didn't say anything, Zhang Lan had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Seeing this little girl's stubbornness, if she was determined not to answer, then even if Zhang Lan killed her here, she wouldn't get the answer she wanted. So, it's better to wait until we get to Bo village. Earlier on the phone, Ma Xianhong had acted quite sensibly. Since he chose to leave Chen Dao in the organization, he should have some knowledge of Chen Dao's affairs. As long as the stakes are spelled out with Ma Xianhong, he shouldn't be able to hide it. Thinking of this, Zhang Lan leaned his seat back slightly and closed his eyes sideways. It should take a while to drive to Bo village, so it would be better to stay and squint for a while. The van traveled all the way. Halfway there, Zhang Lan's cell phone rang again. He had been faking sleep, not really falling asleep, and picked up the phone in passing. Hey, where is it? Getting ready to leave for the night. I forgot to tell you, I'm almost there. On the other end of the phone, Su Si was surprised. Almost there? Well, estimate 2 hours. Zhang Lan said, it's fine, just meet directly at the village when the time comes. It's just as well that I came over to take a look first. Su Si was silent for a while, then said, that's fine, but don't scare the snakes. Zhang Lan glanced sideways at Chen Dao. It should be hard enough without spooking people. Snake came over to pick him up, but he didn't explain it to Su Si. After all, Zhang Lan's purpose for coming over this time was originally different from the company. Don't worry. After saying that, Zhang Lan hung up the phone. The black-robed man in the backseat sat up a bit when he heard Zhang Lan's call. Mr. Zhang Lan, you have other friends coming to Bo village? Not really friends, people from the company. Zhang Lan's tone was unhurried, pointing to Chen Duo who was driving next to him. Didn't I say it? It's all about catching her. Shander's hand on the steering wheel shook slightly again. The black-robed man in the backseat also had a bit more wariness in his eyes. Zhang Lan then continued, but don't worry, I'm not representing the company on this trip, and I'm not interested in catching Shander. The wariness in the black-robed man's eyes was slightly less. Also, no matter how much more, Zhang Lan was also invited by the sect leader. Zhang Lan didn't continue to speak and reclosed his eyes to fake sleep. Located in Guizhou, the sides are basically steep and the ground is uneven in places. Coupled with the fact that the van had little shock absorption to speak of, Zhang Lan could only feel his butt getting numb. 2 hours later, the vehicle stopped at an isolated intersection. In front of Zhang Lan, there were rows and rows of fairly exquisite buildings that looked a bit paradise-like, and the buildings are all new. They look like they were just built not too long ago. Mr. Zhang Lan, we're here. Getting off from the back seat, the black-robed man helped Zhang Lan open the car door and said, the road in front is rather narrow. The car can't get in. So Mr. Zhang Lan will get off here. Zhang Lan nodded and stepped out of the car. Shander followed down. Together, the three of them walked towards the village ahead. Before he could take 2 steps, a man dressed in white with bare feet appeared in the distance. On each of his ankles and wrists, he wore a string of red rosary beads, had a white cloth wrapped around his forehead, and was not bad looking. These things paired together gave a sense of ethereal and out of this world. Mr. Zhang Lan, long time no see. The white-clothed young man slightly arched his hand at Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan raised an eyebrow. This selling looks good. A bit of a slant teaching head. Ma Xianhong? Exactly. Ma Xianhong promised, and then said to the two Chen Duo, it's been hard work. Go back and rest first. Chen Dao and the black-robed man nodded their heads at the same time, and then walked towards the village. Zhang Lan, on the other hand, took 2 steps forward and got closer to Ma Xianhong. He looked to Ma Xianhong and asked, Sect Master Ma, what is the purpose of calling me over as a guest in such a hurry? A hint of a smile appeared on Ma Xianhong's face. Mr. Jiang, why don't we find a secluded place to have a good chat? Zhang Lan was self-evident. As it happened, there was also something he wanted to ask Ma Xianhong. The two entered the village. Inside the village, houses are lined up and there are many people coming and going. Zhang Lan could tell that many of the people in this place, not to mention these villagers he had met along the way, were basically ordinary people. When these people encountered Ma Xianhong, without exception, they stopped what they were doing and warmly greeted Ma Xianhong. Ma Xianhong nodded his head in response to all of them as well. Zhang Lan muttered a little. Look at this. Don't really look like some kind of slanted religion, do you? The two walked all the way to a small stream. Ma Xianhong sat on a large rock and said to Zhang Lan, Mr. Jiang, sit. No need to be so polite. Just call Zhang Lan. Ma Xianhong said, Good, then what do you think of my Bo village, Jianlan? Quite nice. Heaven on earth. Indeed, as Jianlan had said, the environment of this Bo village could basically be said to be impeccable, both the air and the view, if it weren't for the distance from the city, as well as the fact that it was too inconvenient. Jianlan felt that it would be a good choice to stay in this place all the time. Chapter 142 Fair Trade. Ma Xianhong looked at Jianlan and suddenly said in a sincere tone, "Since you think it's good, Mr. Jianlan, why don't you stay in my Bo village?" Jianlan, how dare you open your mouth? Jianlan had just arrived in this village less than 10 minutes ago, and this was an invitation to join Bo village? How is that possible? The company kind of iron rice bowl didn't interest Jianlan, let alone an organization that looked like an oblique religion. Then forget it. I'm a person who, well, is debauched and loves freedom, can't stand the constraints, and can't really hold up in a place like this where there's no village in front of me and no store at the back. TSK. Well, Ma Xianhong had long guessed that Jianlan would refuse, so he wasn't surprised at all. As a matter of fact, he couldn't say that he knew all the information about Jianlan, but he knew a rough idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Jianlan at all. The question just now was just a test. If Jianlan agreed, it couldn't be better. If you don't say yes. Ma Xianhong believed that as long as Jianlan stayed in this Bo village for a while, he would change his mind. Jianlan looked at Ma Xianhong and asked directly, "Can you tell me about Shander? Chen Dao?" Ma Xianhong said, "I don't think you've seen her before, right? Why are you suddenly asking about her?" Jianlan said with a wry smile, "If you haven't seen it, you can't ask?" "Not really. Before this, I really haven't seen her," Jianlan said, "but now on the company's side, they've set their eyes on Chen Duo, and they've sent quite a few people to hunt her down, and the people are estimated to arrive tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." Ma Xianhong froze. It was something that he really didn't know about. It's hard for him to get inside information about the company, even if his hand stretches as far as he can. The only people who let the temporary workers from each region gather to arrest Chen Dao were the company's board of directors, as well as the heads of the various regions below them. Who knew about it? He also knew that the odds were that Jianlan hadn't lied to him. It's not necessary. Ma Xianhong frowned slightly and said, "Chen Duo should not be blamed. She is also nothing more than a poor girl." Jianlan sniffed and came to have some interest. Poor girl. Ma Xianhong shouldn't be saying that Chen Dao is pathetic for no reason. Is there any other hidden agenda for Shander's defection? Details? Ma Xianhong sniffed and paused for a moment to say, "That's fine to say, but I have a condition." "Then don't say anything. I'll go ask her myself." Jianlan didn't give Ma Xianhong any face at all and directly stood up. With his current strength, there was no need to go into any conditions at all. Moreover, the conditions stated by Ma Xianhong, odds were that he still wanted him to join Bo village. If that was the case, he might as well ask Shander himself. "Mr. Jianlan, don't be in a hurry. It's not for you to join Bo village. This condition, you might as well listen to it." Jianlan once again looked at Ma Xianhong. "Tell me about it." "Actually, as a matter of fact, I have nothing to hide about Chen Dao, but as it happens, I have something to do on my side, so I want to trouble Mr. Jianlan for a trip. You do one thing for me and I'll tell you everything about Chen Dao." "Fair enough. Tell me first, what is it?" Jianlan said, "Labor for information." "That's certainly fair, but it depends on what kind of labor. I would like to ask you to go down the mountain and bring someone back for me." Ma Xianhong didn't sell himself short and said directly, "Granny Jinfeng of all sex." Granny Golden Phoenix? This was a name that Jianlan had never really heard of. "Right," Ma Xianhong continued, "Granny Jinfeng is all sex. I'm looking for her because I want to ask for confirmation on something. To be honest, I originally wanted to have Chen Dao help me with this matter, but since you said that the company's people are already on Chen Dao's tail, it wouldn't be too good for her to step in." Jianlan pondered slightly. It was just a matter of bringing someone back, and it wasn't a difficult task for him. Granted, the odds were that he could figure it out even if he went to Shander right now and forced him to ask questions, but coercion is obviously not a good idea. Far? It's not too far, a little over an hour's drive, and according to my sources, it's in the nearest town. Jianlan didn't talk nonsense and directly said, "Give me a full address and I'll be there now." It's a 3-hour drive round trip if you're over an hour. With the arrests, it wouldn't take him more than 4 hours total to get back. "No problem." Ma Xianhong reached into his pocket and pulled out a not-so-large orb from inside, handing it to Jianlan. "This is called the devouring capsule. After capturing Granny Jinfeng, just put her inside the devouring capsule." Jianlan reached out and took it, looking at the small orb in his hand that wasn't even 3 centimeters in diameter, a little puzzled. Something this big that can hold a large living person? A space ring? As if he could see the doubts in Jianlan's mind, Ma Xianhong explained, "This devouring sac is capable of holding any unconscious object, even a human." Immediately afterward, he gave Jianlan a brief explanation on how to use the devouring capsule. Lan was greatly shocked after hearing this, kinda what he had just guessed. This file was actually something like a space ring in a novel. It can even hold living things. Of course, the prerequisite was that the living creature contained inside the devouring capsule could not reawaken, or else it would break free of the capsule's bonds. But if it's a dead thing, there's no such concern at all. It's really a must-have for killing people at home. But where did Ma Xianhong get this stuff? Lan asked as he turned the devouring sack in his hand twice. Do you have more of this stuff? Ma Xianhong didn't hesitate, and directly pulled out several files of the same size from his pocket and placed them in Lan's hands. Thanks a lot. Lan was afraid that Ma Xianhong would back out, and directly said, give me the car keys, I'll go find someone now. For Lan, this stuff could be too useful. It didn't help much on a combat level, but it brought him a lot of convenience. At least when you go out in the future, you don't have to carry a suitcase everywhere. An hour and a half later, Lan parked his car at the foot of a hill. The place, instead of being in the town, was located on the outskirts of the town. According to Ma Xianhong, Granny Jinfeng usually lives in deep seclusion, and the location of her hermitage was halfway up the mountain in front of him. The hills are difficult and the van is definitely not going to make it up there. But Lan was in no hurry. It's just about noon now, so if you arrest someone and go back, you might even get dinner on the way. With that in mind, Lan took a step toward the mid-levels. Without walking for long, Lan saw a small courtyard that stood halfway up the mountain. The small yard was small and surrounded by flowers and plants. It seems that this Granny Jinfeng is quite a leisurely person. Lan took a few steps forward and knocked on the wooden door in front of him. Knock knock. Who is it? Inside the room, a female voice came out. The voice didn't sound old, rather it was still somewhat crisp. Chapter 143, I, Xia Lu Qing, do not share the same fate as you. Lan was very polite. Hello, I'm here to see Granny Jinfeng. As his words fell, the wooden door in front of him opened, revealing a woman's face from within. The woman had quite a few wrinkles on her face, wasn't very tall and looked to be just under 1 meter 6, and had a pair of thick glasses on the bridge of her nose. She raised her eyes and looked back and forth at Lan for a while. After living in this mountain for such a long time, I didn't realize there were still those who came to look for my wife. What's the matter? Lan narrowed his eyes. If nothing else, the old woman in front of him should be the legendary Blasted Wind Granny. He didn't choose to do it right away. Before he came, Ma Xianhong had specifically instructed him that if he could solve the problem in a peaceful manner, it would be best not to start a conflict. Of course, that's not very likely is all. Lan had no intention of hiding it at all, but said directly, I came over because someone wants you to please take a trip out of the mountain. Oof. Granny Jinfeng gave a light hum, seemingly a little disdainful. She shook her head, turned her back and then prepared to close the door of the room again. I'm used to living in this mountain. Old woman, I'm not going anywhere. Go back to wherever you came from. As Granny Golden Phoenix's words fell, the gate behind her began to slowly close as if it had a consciousness of its own. But the next moment, Lan's figure directly disappeared from the original place, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Granny Jinfeng in the house. The decor in the rooms looks average and somewhat quaint, not to say good or bad, but as far as the environment is concerned, it's just fine. Seemingly not expecting Lan to actually have these two tricks up his sleeve, Granny Jinfeng was visibly stunned for a moment. Then her eyes flashed. It's not easy to be a young man these days. It seemed to be just 2 steps, but to be able to do something like Lan appearing in front of her without the slightest bit of delay and making her not notice it at all would have been extremely difficult. But Lan did it with ease. After decades of absence, the little dolls in the circle are now so powerful? Lan's tone was still quite polite. Granny Golden Phoenix, I'm not too late for you to change your mind now. If you are not going to change your mind, then I will have to trouble you to come with me. Granny Golden Phoenix's face changed slightly. A harsh color flashed in his eyes. In the next instant, outside the room, countless stones rose up and were wrapped within a powerful spiritual thought. Wi-Fi said. Granny Golden Phoenix said. Countless debris like rain, splitting the head to fall on Lan. Do not go. Bang bang bang. The sound of countless debris striking rang out, and dust splattered all over the sky from Lan's location. After a few moments, the sound stopped and the dust cleared. Lan's figure once again appeared in the same place. With a clear view of Lan, Granny Jinfeng completely lost her fighting spirit. There was no other reason for this, simply because Lan acted as if nothing had happened, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth as he stood still, not even dirtying the corners of his clothes. The only thing that was a little different from before was the thin layer of murky aura that covered his body. And this strike just now was the full power that Granny Golden Phoenix was able to exert externally so far. What's the use of continuing to struggle when you haven't even hurt the corner of someone's coat with all your strength? Granny Jinfeng is open-minded, but it's a good thing that she can't fight. In life, there are always those times when you encounter a difficult opponent. As long as there is no slippage in thinking, there are always more solutions than difficulties. What if we can't beat them? Run away. Of course, the 36 stratagems are the best plan. Without saying a word, Granny Golden Phoenix directly turned around, and as if she had transformed into a rabbit, her entire body flew in the direction of the mountain. Jianlan, looking at Jin Feng, who had chosen to run away, Jianlan didn't come back to his senses for a long time. You're the villain and I'm the villain? If you go out of your way to come over here and give me a few strokes, then I'll admit it. But what kind of routine is this running straight away? Returning to his senses, Jianlan pulled out his legs and chased after him. As Yin He infused his legs, Jianlan's entire speed seemed to have turned on. Even after running for nearly 5 more seconds, Jin Feng was still caught on the spot by Jianlan. Looking at Jin Feng's back not far in front of him, Jianlan reached out his hand and heavily clasped Jin Feng's shoulder. Put! A wave of yin and darkness penetrated Jin Feng's body. She was struck by lightning and fell to her half-knees, never able to stand up again. You! Jin Feng raised her head to look at Jianlan. What did you do to me? Jianlan stopped explaining and snapped his fingers. At once, a black and gray smoke appeared in front of him, coalescing into the appearance of a day and night wandering god. Nightwalker, knock her out. No problem, Lord. A black-robed Nightwalker strikes a meditative gong. Dang! A ripple-like substance appeared, skimming over Golden Phoenix's ears. The moment she heard the voice, she directly doubled over and passed out. Well done. Go back. Jianlan was quite satisfied. The day and night traveling god reappeared as smoke and drilled into Jianlan's dantian. He flipped his wrist and an iron ball roughly 3 centimeters in diameter appeared. It's exactly the phlebotomy sack, following the method Ma Xianhong had just handed him. Only once, Jianlan managed to collect Granny Golden Phoenix into the devouring sack. In the center of the phallic vesicle blob, there is an opening that resembles a glass mirror. Jianlan pressed the file to his eyes, closed his other eye, and looked towards the inside of the opening in the mirror. Inside, it was none other than Granny Jin Feng, who was lying flat on her back. Okay, over and out. Jianlan went down the mountain in a beautiful way and sat in the main driver's seat of the van, ready to drive back to Bo village. When he had just left not long ago, a silhouette on an electric bike appeared not far away. The figure wore a baseball cap, and some old age spots could be seen on his bare skin. The electric car drove lightly in the direction of Jin Feng's mother-in-law's house. About to drive up to the entrance of the small courtyard, the man in the electric car yelled as he pulled his neck out. Jinfenger, I've brought you food. Your favorite one, the mutton noodle. But at that moment, his face changed violently, for he saw that the ground in front of him was a mess of flying sand. The empty door to Jin Feng's room opens to a pile of rubble in the living room. He shivered, and the mutton powder he was carrying in his hand instantly fell to the ground. Golden Phoenix? Windy, stop it. Where have you been? The old man seemed to be getting more and more anxious, and finally rushed into Jin Feng's house as if he were crazy, and began to search for the pestles with his bare hands. But there was nothing in the pestle, so what could he find? The old man's hands trembled as he got up and stumbled out of the house. He roared, "Don't let me know who you are. If Jin Feng loses a hair, I, Xia Luqing, will make you pay for your life." Jianlan naturally couldn't hear Xia Liuqing's angry roar. He was all but driving back into the county by now. The mission went pretty well, and counting the time spent driving, it now totaled just under 2 hours. Another hour or so of driving and we'll be able to get back to the village of Bo. Chapter 144, Qindao's Past. An hour later, inside Bo village, Jianlan handed the devouring sack to Ma Xianhong and opened his mouth. Granny Golden Phoenix is already inside. Ma Xianhong sniffed and took the eater's capsule, glancing inside from the outside, and after seeing Granny Jinfeng lying quietly inside, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. He thought it would take a while anyways, but he didn't expect Jianlan to actually bring the person back so quickly. That's in addition to the 3+ hours of driving back and forth, and I'm afraid the arrests didn't even total 20 minutes. That efficiency. If Jianlan was able to join Bo village, it would undoubtedly provide him with no small amount of assistance. Seeing Ma Xianhong's expression, Jianlan directly said, "Now, can you tell me something about Shander?" "No problem." Ma Xianhong nodded slightly. "Sit down. I'll talk to you slowly." Jianlan sniffed and sat down on a nearby rock. I have to say, the environment of this Bo village is really good. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, the only sound in your ears is the sound of gurgling water, and birds and frogs chirping. Even the air was surprisingly good. Only when Jianlan sat down did Ma Xianhong slowly speak. "When we say Shander, we have to start with her life." Jianlan wasn't in a hurry and just listened silently. He had plenty of time anyway. Ma Xianhong continued. "The Medicine Fairy Society. you know? John Lon shook his head slightly. Never heard of it. Although he had previously been an outsourced employee of the company and had read quite a bit of information about the various organizations in the Inhuman Circle, the Medicine Fairy Society of Ma Xianhong's heir was something he had indeed never heard of before. Well, the Medicine Fairy Society is an organization over here that is good at using parasites. Their group firmly believes that only by nurturing them from a young age can they raise the ultimate parasites. Ma Xianhong continued. So, they would regularly search for babies in the neighborhood to use for raising parasites. These babies, 50 in a group, would be fed with compulsion after being captured in the Medicine Fairy Society, during which time the vast majority of the children died prematurely due to a variety of reasons. And Chen Duo was the only one of her batch that survived that year, a compulsion-bodied holy child. John Lon listened in silence. This Medicine Immortal Society, 80% of it is also a slanted religion. There's no way a decent sect would go after babies. Even if some of the people in the whole world were asked to do something to a baby, they'd probably have to think twice about it. So it seems that Shander did have a pretty miserable time as a child. Ma Xianhong's voice continued. These are the information I have collected, not necessarily completely accurate. Just listen to it. John Lon nodded silently. Becoming a compulsion-body saint child is not as simple as having survived. Chen Duo's internal organs have been devoured by the parasites, and it can even be said that the parasites have replaced her internal organs. She harbors a large amount of primordial compulsion in her body, and if she is not restrained, just standing there, she can make every inch of grass in a 100-meter radius disappear. She's able to move freely now, or the company has specially researched protective clothing for her to ensure that the primordial compulsion in her body can't spread. Far from it. Ma Xianhong continued. When the Pill Fairy Society was exterminated some years ago, Chen Dao was rescued by the company. It's just that that place of the Medicine Immortal Society was too genocidal, and those babies, from the first lesson of establishing cognition, were suppressed of all their born human nature. They can't think, they can't speak, they can't wonder, and they can't judge. In other words, without any of the emotions of being born a human being, it becomes a complete compulsion vessel. John Lon looked into the distance. It's pretty miserable. That's a lot worse than a traffic child. Just by listening to it, John Lon could imagine how much Chen Dao had suffered before finally becoming a compassionate body saint child. In short, the company knew about that organization, the Medicine Fairy Society, and sent out their manpower to eliminate that place, rescuing Chen Dao in the process. When he said this, Ma Xianhong's tone also carried some emotion. John Lon raised his head. Where did you get all this information? Although he also felt that Chen Dao's matter was quite tragic in his life, he was still more curious about Ma Xianhong's source of information. These things, in the company, I'm afraid, are also confidential level documents. And Ma Xianhong is in this place where there is no village in front and no store at the back. And through what channels know so much information? Anyway, John Lon was able to determine that what he had just said was definitely not from Chen Dao's mouth. If it was true what he said, there was no way that Shander would just reveal his scars like that. Ma Xianhong smiled mysteriously. Mr. John Lon, you don't have to care where I learned this information. I naturally have my methods. John Lan's eyes flashed. It looks like this Ma Xianhong isn't simple either. But since Ma Xianhong didn't want to reveal it, he didn't pursue it further. Go on about Shander. By all accounts, she was rescued by the company and carefully groomed. She shouldn't have done something like killing the person in charge. As for how you can tell that Shander is being carefully groomed, according to Ma Xianhong, Chen Dao was a complete blank sheet of paper when he was rescued from the Medicine Immortal Society. Not knowing anything, both worldview and character need to start building again. And when Chen Dao came over to pick him up earlier, on the outside, he looked almost no different from a normal person. There's really nothing more to say. The company is just using her as a tool. Chen Duo's body, destined to not be able to live outside. If there is no protective clothing in, whoever is close to him within a distance of 100 meters will be infested with parasites and die. That's why the company had no intention of giving her freedom from the start when they saved her. You don't know. When I first saw Shander, she actually had liquid bombs around her neck and a frightening number of locator devices on her body. When he said this, Ma Xianhong was also a bit emotional. They didn't treat Chen Duo as a human being at all. And Chen Duo also has her own mind. No matter who she is, she wouldn't want to be restricted all the time. So isn't it normal for her to leave the company? John Lan narrowed his eyes slightly. With the earlier stuff, Ma Xianhong is probably right. But all this later about the company, John Lan couldn't agree with. It's not that the company is so good, but most of what Ma Xianhong says should be his own figment of his imagination. But John Lan could probably understand why Chen Dao had chosen to defect. John Lan stood up from the stone and nodded slightly. I have a rough idea of the situation. Thanks, Mr. Jiang is polite. Ma Xianhong also stood up. You can just stay in this village for 2 days to recuperate, and you can leave whenever you want. I won't stop you. Speaking of this, Ma Xianhong seemed to suddenly remember something now. By the way, Mr. Jianglan, 2 of your friends, are also guests in the village. Would you like to visit them? Who? Wang also. Zhuge Cheng. Chapter 145, Don't Splash Your Blood. A few moments later, inside a private room in Bo village. Why are you here too? Wang also saw Jianglan and his face was filled with surprise. Ma Xianhong invited me over, so I came. Jianglan shrugged. Wang also pulled Jianglan to sit down and whispered, this isn't a good place, and Ma Xianhong isn't a good person, so hurry if you can leave. Not a good person? Jianglan actually felt that Ma Xianhong was not a bad person. Of course, the main thing is that he has a bottom line. Jianglan was naturally able to see that Ma Xianhong wanted to keep him in Bo village, but Jianglan's strength was there, as long as he wanted to go, not to mention Ma Xianhong, even if all the people in the village were added together, it was impossible to stop him. Wang also said with a somewhat complicated expression, let's not talk about whether he's a good person or not, let's talk about what he did. If the company found out, he wouldn't survive. What did he do? Jianglan asked with some curiosity. King also pointed to the window next to him. See that house? Jianglan looked in the direction of Wang Yuya's finger and saw a building with flying eaves and imposing decoration. Compared to the rest of the village, that building was clearly a notch above. What's wrong with that place? There's a big machine there, and that machine can transform ordinary people into inhumans. Although Wang Yuya's words were simple, the amount of information contained within them was explosive. Jianglan froze. Converting ordinary people into inhumans? That's a bit of a departure. Wouldn't it be a mess if there was such a thing? He'd read a fact sheet earlier that talked about demographic redlining. The reason why the current inhumans were clearly separated from the ordinary people, and would not yet be noticed by the average ordinary people, was because the ratio between inhumans and ordinary people had not yet reached the so-called demographic redline. That redline, it's 50,000 to 1. That means that out of 50,000 ordinary people, there is only one inhuman. Once the ratio breaks through this number and the number of inhumans increases greatly, then the originally loose sense of cohesion of the inhuman group will become stronger and stronger. In this way, the probability of being discovered by ordinary people will also increase dramatically. When that happens, social unrest will be an almost certain end. Things like the extermination of Buddhism during the Northern Wei dynasty and the witch hunts in medieval Europe were due to the fact that the ratio between inhumans and ordinary people exceeded the population redline. That was back in the days before, when there were no cell phones and no internet. This is the 21st century, and information spreads much faster. So once the growth of inhumans explodes, it will soon spread to the whole country and even the world. If the company really knew about this machine, Ma Xianhong, then the purpose of coming to Bo village this time would be more than just catching Qindao. I didn't see it before. This Ma Xianhong's ambition, it seems to be a bit big. Looking at the change of emotions on Jianglan's face, Wang also said, so it's better to pull out. I was planning on running away tonight anyway. While Wang also spoke, Zhuge Cheng sat silently beside him, not saying a word, and he didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, the king also looked at Zhuge Cheng. Old Green, you follow me at night. Zhuge Cheng paused for a moment before nodding in response. Aha, Jianglan, you should also hurry up and leave. Stay away from this village, so that you don't avalanche blood on your body afterward. Jianglan was non-committal. Walking him is definitely not an option. Not to mention the fact that Qindao's matter was still unresolved. The key was that he still had to protect Feng Baobao. He went back before the company could wait. What's that about? Until then, Wang also. What's wrong with you, man? However, he knew Jianglan quite well and knew that he wasn't a completely disobedient person, and that if he didn't want to go, the odds were that there was some reason for it. And Jianglan was much stronger than him, so even here probably nothing would happen. Thinking of this, Wang also shrugged. Okay, I have to go anyway. The three of them chatted for a while longer before Jianglan stood up. I'll go back first. Ma Xianhong arranged a room for him, right next door to Wang Yuya and Zhuge Cheng. Say goodbye to the two and return to the room. Jianglan looked out the window. Save Shander. This is something he decided to do. Chen Dao was indeed quite miserable, but Jianglan didn't decide to save her because of that. Rather, it was because he had a good impression of Shander. Earlier in the car, Jianglan felt that Chen Dao should not be a bad person. His sixth sense has always been pretty accurate, and it's not too much to say that he's never been wrong. Since he subconsciously felt that Shander wasn't bad, it was 8 or 9 times better. Besides, after saving Shander, he would be able to complete his mission. 1,000,000 nightmares. That's not a small amount of money anymore, but there's a way to save a life. Jianglan wouldn't be stupid enough to grab someone head-on with the company. There's absolutely no need to roll over with the company in the current situation. After thinking about it, Jianglan walked out of the room. Go ahead and check it out. Get face-to-face with Shander. Walking out of the room, Jiang Lan remembered something. He doesn't know where Shander is. This village is not too big and not too small. Getting him to go door to door, room by room, was definitely not going to work. Suddenly, Jiang Lan's eyes lit up. He saw a silhouette coming head-on in his direction. This person was none other than the black-robed man from before. Jiang Lan took a few steps forward and stopped him. Mr. Ganglan, can I help you? Jiang Lan didn't bull **** and asked directly. Where's Shander? Hearing Jiang Lan's question, the black-robed man's face was a bit difficult. You just say so. Another moment of hesitation before he pointed in the direction behind him. It's in the back. Third room on the right. But, Mr. Jiang Lan, it's best if you don't go looking for Master Chen Duo. She doesn't like to be disturbed by others too much. Jiang Lan completely ignored the second half of the black-robed man's sentence and nodded. Thanks a lot. When he finished speaking, he headed directly in the direction the man had pointed out. A moment later, Jiang Lan stopped outside the door of the room. Woof woof woof. Jiang Lan lowered his head and saw a small yellow clay dog wagging its tail at him. It's kinda cute. Jiang Lan smiled. Just then, a female voice came out of the room. Junyan Chen, don't scream. This voice was none other than Shander's. Jiang Lan went up and knocked on the door. Knock knock. The room fell silent for a moment before Shander's voice resumed. Come in. Jiang Lan pushed the door into the room and saw that on Chen Dao. She was wearing a close-fitting green garment. The clothes seemed to be made of something like rubber. Nothing like the usual common clothing anyway. There you are. Chen Dao didn't seem to be surprised by Jiang Lan's arrival. Instead, he was still calm. Seeing this, Jiang Lan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, You knew I was coming? I know. Shander nodded. Jiang Lan didn't see any outsiders and asked directly sitting on the chair. Can you tell me a little bit about your experience with the company? Chapter 146 Rising from the Dead. Chen Duo sniffed and sat on the bed aside, with a bit of wariness among her expression. There's nothing to say. Jiang Lan looked at Chen Dao. The girl, obviously, still held some animosity towards him, but it's normal. If he were Shander, he certainly wouldn't trust a stranger. Jiang Lan also knew that it wouldn't be that easy to obtain Chen Dao's new appointment. He said slowly, You needn't be so wary of me. I have no animosity towards you. The wary look on Chen Dao's face was still there, only it was much reduced from a moment ago. Jiang Lan continued, There's no need for you to think of me as a company man, and I didn't come over here to arrest you, but to help you. Chen Dao's eyes that were like emeralds twinkled. There was a moment of silence before she asked, Why? She didn't believe Jiang Lan's words. Jiang Lan had no relatives with her, and Chen Dao really couldn't think of any reason for Jiang Lan to help her. TSK. Jiang Lan smacked his lips. Why? Because of the system mission. Of course, or else it could be because I'm being generous? But thinking is thinking. Saying is not saying. But there really didn't seem to be any reason for him to help Shander. Jiang Lan was a little guilty. Why did the system have to get a rescue mission? If the mission was for Shander to be killed, it would have been completed by now. Thinking of this, Jiang Lan's expression flinched. Something's not right. He's in this state of mind right now, and it's very wrong. It wasn't like he would have thought about solving the problem by killing and slaying just because he was in trouble before. Regarding the change in mindset, in fact, Jiang Lan himself had long been aware of it, but it's not often that something is as obviously off as it was today. Silently taking a deep breath, Jiang Lan calmed down. It's good to get stronger, but to completely lose one's humanity just because one's strength has become stronger, that would be a bit of a loss. Got to get my form back in a hurry. After calming down a bit, Jiang Lan directly said, You don't have to know why. You just have to tell me if you want to live, or if you want to die. He can keep Shander alive, but if Chen Dao didn't want to go with him, then by the time those temporary workers from the company were in place, Chen Dao would almost certainly end up dead. To die, or to live. Can I choose for myself? Crap. Jiang Lan was somewhat speechless. He really didn't understand Chen Dao's brain circuitry too well. The choice is right in front of her and she's still here asking if she can choose. Isn't this a brain fart? You get to choose. You want to live. I have a way. If you want to die, you just have to keep waiting here. Chen Dao's eyes brightened a few points. I want to live if I can choose. Jiang Lan was not surprised by her answer. As the saying goes, it's better to die than to live. But no one wants to die if they can live. Since you want to live, listen to me. Shander was silent for a while. To be honest, she still didn't trust Jiang Lan a bit. However, Jiang Lan didn't dwell on it too much, but asked directly, In that case, you should first tell us about yourself. Ma Xianheng said that your body has been completely taken over by the parasites? Chen Duo also gradually entered the state, and did not resist answering the questions asked by Jiang Lan anymore. Answering directly, I am the compulsion itself, and in my body, there is no longer the existence of internal organs. The original work of the internal organs has also all been replaced by the parasites. The company paid a lot to cure me, but her tone was not agitated, but rather light. Even if outsiders heard it, I'm afraid they would think that Chen Dao was talking about someone else's business. Zhang Lan's eyes flickered. Even though Chen Dao didn't finish, he knew that the company definitely didn't cure Chen Dao. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been what happened later. But so it seems that Chen Dao, this little girl, is indeed a bit miserable, being caught in the medicine fairy society from a young age, and getting into this inhuman appearance now. One could imagine how much torture she had suffered before. Zhang Lan couldn't put himself in Chen Dao's situation at that time, but through so much side information, he could also vaguely realize the suffering that Chen Dao had endured at that time. Thinking of this, Zhang Lan's consciousness dived into his dantian. Zhong Kuei? Lord, Zhong Kuei is here. Zhang Lan didn't talk nonsense and asked directly through his consciousness. Mona, can you cure Shander? There was a moment of silence before Zhong Kuei said, it's a bit difficult. According to this girl's description, her whole body's organs have disappeared, and maintaining her vital signs is all dependent on those parasites. In this situation, even if we get Meng to come, it might be a bit difficult. Of course, difficult as it may be, but there are plenty of messy reanimation methods at Meng's, so the big deal is that with a little effort, we can always bring this girl back to life. After hearing Zhong Kuei's words, Zhang Lan's brain directly went down. What did he just hear? If I heard correctly, the two words Zhong Kuei said just now were resurrection, correct? Back from the dead? I had thought that Cui Ju's surefire ability of the past life mantra would have been perverse enough, but I didn't realize that Mona was even more perverted. If it was really a resurrection from the dead as Zhang Lan understood it, then it could simply be called a true act against the heavens. Killing is easy, but bringing the dead back to life is something that only exists in mythology. If he really had this kind of ability, Zhang Lan wouldn't even dare to think about what would happen once it was exposed. If the news of being able to bring people back from the dead was really publicized, the waves that the 8 Wonders technique had caused in the inhuman world would really be nothing. However, Zhong Kuei's next words had slightly sobered Zhang Lan. In principle, it's possible, but the conditions are complicated as hell. And as I've heard from Mona before, there are still a lot of limitations and such as the conditions of not having exhausted one's young life and so on. The specifics are not particularly clear to my subordinate. It's better to wait for you to call out Meng's spirit body and let her give you an answer. I see. Although it wasn't as heaven-defying as he had imagined at first, coming back from the dead was coming back from the dead, and no matter how harsh and outrageous the preconditions were, there was always a way to fulfill them. Zhang Lan was kind of regretting why he hadn't gotten Meng out earlier. As his consciousness returned, Zhang Lan said to Chen Dao, what if I said, I can cure you? Cure the compulsion in your body. Chen Dao sniffed and froze directly in place. What did you say? Disbelief filled her tone. I said, I can heal you. Zhang Lan's tone didn't have a single ripple, and he couldn't see even the slightest hint that he was lying. He now, indeed, had no way to cure Chen Dao, but when the evil nightmare points arrived and he pocketed Meng's spirit body, he would have a solution to the compulsion on Chen Dao. It could be done even if he came back from the dead. There must be a way to cure a compulsion, even if it was difficult. Are you telling the truth? Zhang Lan laughed. I have no need to lie to you. Chapter 147. Is this the science guy? However, I have one condition. Chen Dao immediately nodded and said, as long as I can do it, you can just say it. The compulsion on his body had really plagued Chen Dao for too long. Without the compulsion, she wouldn't have lost her freedom and wouldn't have been forced to work as a temp at the company, and she wouldn't have killed Uncle Liao. Zhang Lan said, on the condition that from now on, you listen to me no matter what. Chen Dao sniffed, her emotions detached from Zhang Lan's earlier statement that he could help her detoxify the compulsion, and turned back to wariness. This guy, he wouldn't have any ulterior motives for her, would he? Zhang Lan, without having to ask, just by looking at Chen Dao's eyes, he could guess what Chen Dao was thinking. Zhang Lan was speechless. Does he look that much like a bad guy? Zhang Lan immediately explained. Don't think too much. I don't have anything special in mind for you, and I'm not going to ask you to do anything out of line. So if you choose to trust me, then you do. And if you just can't trust me, Zhang Lan didn't continue, but shrugged. The implication was that if Chen Dao really couldn't trust him, then this matter would be left at that, and he won't dwell on it. Zhang Lan thought he had been very patient. It's not like he's a savior sent down from God. Even with the system mission, he couldn't keep giving in without a bottom line. 10,000 nightmares was a lot, but it wasn't like he couldn't live without it. Chen Dao sniffed and thought for a moment. Can you tell me what all I have to do? The first thing to do is to break away from Bo Village. Then follow me and don't run around on your own until you are completely cured of the parasites in your body. It's as simple as that. Zhang Lan brainstormed what he wanted from Chen Dao. Getting out of Bijou Village is a must. In terms of what Ma Xianhong is up to now, once the company knows about it, they will definitely take Bo Village by the scruff of the neck. If Chen Dao were to continue as a member of Bo Village, there was no way Zhang Lan could guarantee Chen Dao's safety unless he chose to go to war with the company. But if he really went to war with the company, the cost would be a little too great for Jianlan. It's more than worth it for 10,000 nightmares. Jianlan didn't want the company to send airplanes and cannons to bombard him. But, village chief Ma, he's been kind to me. Jianlan, it's okay, at least it's not a white wolf. Then you don't have to care. On Ma Xianhong's side, I will deal with him. As for the favor you owe him, I will also help you pay it back. Shander was stunned. She really didn't understand why Jianlan was being so nice to her. Greedy for her body? Chen Dao's perception of the world was similar to that of a normal person after Liao Zhong's teachings. Just now, Chen Dao did think that Jianlan was going to plot against her, but on second thought, she felt wrong. Not to mention the fact that while she herself was good-looking, she wasn't quite at the point where one look at her would make someone give their life for her. Even if Jianlan really plotted against her, isn't he afraid of being poisoned? It was that even the most powerful inhuman, once they were in negative distance contact with her, it was basically impossible to resist the compulsion poison in her body. Bastardly, Chen Dao had no choice but to stop further pondering and instead said, "Okay, I promise." Phew, Jianlan let out a long breath. Can kind of take care of Shander's side? The next step was to convince Ma Xianhong to let him go. Then, it was to take Chen Dao away, complete the quest first, exchange for Meng, and let Meng heal the compulsion poison on Chen Dao's body. In the end, it was either hide Shander or return Shander to a normal life. As for what kind of outcome Chen Dao would actually have, that still had to be taken one step at a time. Jianlan wasn't an immortal either, and didn't have the ability to see things before they happened. Stay here and wait for me. After saying that, Jianlan directly got up and went out. Although he didn't know where Ma Xianhong lived, Jianlan knew where to find him. Jianlan came all the way to the very center of the village. In front of the building with flying eaves and arches, the door to the room was wide open, and Ma Xianhong, dressed in white, was sitting crouched on the floor. Underneath Ma Xianhong was a huge drawing almost 2/3 the length of the room, and in the middle of the room was a huge machine like a furnace. The machine is oddly shaped and surrounded by dense, circuit-like things. Jianlan stepped into the house. Ma Xianhong was totally unaware, still staring at the drawings underneath him, writing and drawing something without stopping. Jianlan didn't interrupt him either, just stood silently behind him and watched. The top of the drawings were so complicated that Jianlan felt a headache just by looking at them. However, through the drawings on top of the drawings, Jianlan was still able to tell that the drawings, corresponding to it, should be the huge, weird furnace in the middle of the room. Jianlan had been looking behind Ma Xianhong for half an hour, but Ma Xianhong still didn't notice his presence at all, as if he was completely immersed in the drawings. Awesome! Jianlan lamented in his heart. How else could Ma Xianhong have made something that could turn ordinary people into inhumans? Just this kind of vigor. Jianlan had never seen it in anyone other than Ma Xianhong, but he couldn't just keep waiting. Jianlan reached out and patted Ma Xianhong's shoulder, and once again, Ma Xianhong's reaction was beyond Jianlan's expectations. Something to talk about later. Ma Xianhong didn't look back, and said directly. Jianlan raised an eyebrow. Did Ma Xianhong already know he was back there? Come on, now that they've given the word, let's wait a while. But luckily, this time, Ma Xianhong didn't make Jianlan wait too long. 10 minutes later, only to see Ma Xianhong's eyes light up, quickly drew a whole bunch of things out on the drawing, followed by sitting on the ground and hammed and hawed. Jianlan, this is the tech guy? How scary is that? Those who know are drawing drawings. If they don't know, I'm afraid they all have to think that Ma Xianhong is rushing to some evil spirits. It wasn't until then that Ma Xianhong stood up, turning his head to see Jianlan. He was taken aback. Jiang, Mr. Jianlan, why are you here? Jianlan pulled the corner of his mouth. I don't think you knew he was coming, but you reacted on instinct? Convinced. I've been here for almost an hour. Ma Xianhong sniffed and said with an apologetic smile on his face. Sorry, I was so caught up in the moment I didn't realize you were here. What's going on? Is there anything I can do to help? Ma Xianhong knew that if Jianlan came to him, there must be something wrong. Jianlan didn't sell himself short and said directly, I'm taking Shander away. Take away Chen Dao? Ma Xianhong frowned slightly. Why? Jianlan's answer was concise. The company sent someone over to get her. You can't keep her. I can, but don't worry. I don't want the person for nothing. I can reveal a message to you. Ma Xianhong was silent. Shander, does she agree? Don't worry. I've gotten through to her side or I wouldn't have come to you. Chapter 148, Destroying You. What's it to you? Tell me first, what is your message? Ma Xianhong said. Jianlan wasn't interested in rambling with Ma Xianhong either, and simply said, This furnace of yours, it's capable of turning ordinary people into inhumans, isn't it? Ma Xianhong was not surprised that Jianlan knew about the effects of the body cultivation furnace. The existence of the body cultivation furnace was not a secret amongst the Bio village. It was almost universally known. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep the door open and act like anyone could get in. That's right. In my opinion, everything in this world is a vessel refined by creation, and human beings are also vessels. Since they are vessels, they can be refined. The principle of this body repair furnace. You don't have to say this to me. Jianlan couldn't understand what Ma Xianhong was saying at all and wasn't interested. I'll just say one thing. As long as this thing of yours exists, the company will do whatever it takes to eliminate it. Ma Xianhong's voice came to an abrupt halt, and the expression on his face turned to disbelief. Why? Jianlan was speechless. He could see the problem at a glance, but Ma Xianhong was here asking why. It's also possible, though, that it's Ma Xianhong who doesn't know about the demographic red line. This kind of thing isn't exactly a secret, but there's still a high probability that you wouldn't know about it if you didn't make a point of finding out about it. Thinking of this, Jianlan asked, "Do you know what the demographic red line is?" "I don't know," Ma Xianhong said. "But no matter what you say about the demographic red line, there is no reason for the company to be so overbearing. This furnace, which has consumed countless hours of my hard work, is of great use to me, and it's impossible for the company to ruin it." Jianlan, he could sort of see that Ma Xianhong wasn't stupid, just too idealistic. He believes that he put in the effort and the company can't go ahead and erase the fruits of his labor. In Ma Xianhong's eyes, even if it's a company, it has to be just as reasonable. But what he didn't realize was that the company was looking at one thing, and that was to maintain a balance between the number of ordinary people and the number of inhumans. As for the rest, most things, it's not something the company needs to think about. There is a saying, "What's it to you to destroy you?" So as long as the company is here, it's impossible for Bo Village to continue to exist. Anyway, as far as Jianlan was concerned, Ma Xianhongjian was completely defenseless against the company. Temporary workers teamed up, and perhaps he was able to rely on the people inside Bo Village to solve it. But companies aren't just temp workers. Sighing at Ma Xianhong's naivety, Jianlan shook his head. "Anyway, prepare yourself. If this furnace isn't destroyed, then this Bo Village of yours will definitely be destroyed." Ma Xianhong, after a long moment of silence, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Jianlan Dao. "Mr. Jianlan, I would like to ask you to join Bo Village." Jianlan, if he remembered correctly, it seemed like he had just rejected Ma Xianhong earlier, and even if he didn't reject it, this thinking of Ma Xianhong's was a bit too much of a leap. On one foot, he was saying that the company was going to deal with him, and then on the next foot, he came to invite him to join Bo Village. What kind of logic was this? Anyway, Jianlan didn't quite get it. Seeing Jiang Lan's surprise, Ma Xianhong explained, "Mr. Jiang, I know more or less about your strength. As long as you can join Bo Village, you'll be able to become a great help to Bo Village. Bo Village is, at the moment, in dire need of talents. Don't worry, I won't let you join for nothing." "Oh," Jianlan raised an eyebrow. Ma Xianhong said that, so the next step was to give him favors? To be honest, Jianlan really didn't think that Ma Xianhong had come up with anything that was capable of impressing him. Without waiting for Jianlan to continue asking questions, Ma Xianhong spoke up. "This body repair furnace, you see?" Jianlan nodded. "Nonsense. It's not. How could he not see such a big stove? If he's not blind? So, do you think, with this stove, the average person could get it out? Well, if you're asking, you must not be able to get it. But I have to say, Ma Xianhong's stove is really powerful, transforming an ordinary person into an inhuman. This kind of thing, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Jianlan wouldn't have been able to believe it no matter what. He hasn't seen it yet, but since the king had also said so, there was surely no mistake. Can't get it out. Upon hearing this, Ma Xianhong had a bit of a prideful smile on his face. "I'm an heir to the 8 wondrous techniques, just like Wang Yuya and Zheng Chulan. The one I inherited is called Divine Mechanism 100 Refinements, which is why I was able to refine this body cultivation furnace. Mr. Jianlan, as long as you agree to join Bo Village and fight against the company with me, I can hand over the Divine Machine 100 Refinements to you without reservation." Jianlan froze. It turned out that Ma Xianhong was waiting for him here. Unfortunately, if Jianlan didn't have a system, he might have been interested in Ma Xianhong's Divine Machine 100 Refinements, but he had the presence of the system. And what 8 strange techniques were not? Jianlan didn't even look at them at all. Even if Shinji Bai Lian was more powerful, could he still be more powerful than his netherworld 10,000 ghosts? Shrugging his shoulders, Jianlan said, "I'd better forget it. I have little interest in your God's Machine 100 Refinements, Village Chief Ma. I can only wish you good luck if you've decided that you're planning to die with the company." Ma Xianhong's eyes flashed. That's an 8 wonders technique, placed in the inhuman realm. It was an existence that could lead to a bloody storm. How did it get to Jianlan? Just a look of complete disinterest? Previously, as long as he used the Divine Mechanism 100 Refinements as a quid pro quo, then it could be said to be almost unbeatable. But it was such a trick that was completely ineffective when facing Jianlan today. Well, that's all I have to say. If you're stubborn, I can't do anything about it. I have no ill will towards you and the village of Bio, to be sure, but I can't guarantee that the people who will come to that group of companies here tomorrow will have no ill will towards you likewise. Well, that's all there is to say. After saying that, Jianlan directly prepared to turn around and leave. To Ma Xianhong, he thought that he had been merciful. The next step was to take Chen Dao away, followed by finding a safe place for her, and afterward going to meet up with Feng Bao Bao and the others. Mr. Jianlan, wait! Ma Xianhong reached out and called to Jianlan. Jianlan stood still and turned his head to ask, what else is going on? Ma Xianhong's expression struggled a bit, but after a moment, he shook his head. Nothing. Although he didn't know what Ma Xianhong wanted to say, Jianlan looked at his expression and after thinking about it, he still advised, listen to me and stop in time. He had made his words clear. Jianlan was not on the company's side, and this statement was equivalent to already making it clear to Ma Xianhong. Now that Bio Village is being targeted by the company, then the big deal is to change the location and start a new business. Anyway, Ma Xianhong has the craft, just so he can run away. Sooner or later there will be a day to rise again. Only, whether Ma Xianhong could understand what he said, and how much he could understand if he did, that was not something Jianlan could know. Chapter 149 Ma Xianhong's sister. Ma Xianhong lowered his head, seemingly in thought. Jianlan didn't continue talking and turned to leave. When Jianlan walked away, Ma Xianhong thought about it and then closed the door to the room. He struggled for a moment longer, then reached out and turned the ring on his wrist. Sister, I may need your help. Other side. Jianlan did not return to his room, but instead rushed directly to where Chen Dao was. Walking to the door, Jianlan softly knocked on the door of the room. Knock knock. In less than 2 seconds, the door to the room was opened from the inside. Shander's emerald eyes peeked through the doorway. Jianlan smiled. I got through to Ma Xianhong. Do you have any change of clothes, or anything to bring? Shander looked down at himself and silently shook his head. TSK. Poor baby. Jianlan glanced at the sky. It was evening at this moment. Forget it. Let's take Shander out first. For this matter of saving Chen Dao, Jianlan had no intention of going behind people's backs. There was no impermeable wall in the world, even if he hid it as seamlessly as possible. When those temporary workers from the company came over, they would definitely be able to find out, so it would be better to simply not hide it. Anyway, now there is a trimming furnace to draw the fire. Compared to executing Chen Dao, Jianlan estimated that the company would definitely be more attentive to the situation of the body cultivation furnace. By then, the company might not be able to find the time to find trouble with Chen Dao again. As for what came after that again, Jianlan hadn't considered it for the time being. Take one step at a time. Anyway, with his current strength, even if he had to bail Chen Dao out hard, nothing would go wrong. The most you can do is to clear your name with the company in the future. Come on, I'll get you out of here first. Chen Dao did not hesitate this time and directly followed Jianlan out of the room. Jianlan was prepared to directly take Chen Dao and drive away, but just halfway there, he remembered something. Forget about Wang Yuya and Zhuge Cheng. They both said they were going to leave before. Thinking of this, Jianlan said to Chen Dao, follow me. After saying that, he walked towards the house where Wang Yuya was. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Zhuge Cheng chatting with Wang Yuya in a conversation. The two heard the commotion and looked in unison at Jianlan, who pushed the door in, and Chen Dao behind him. The duo had probably seen Shander before, but they shouldn't be considered familiar with Shander. King was also a bit curious. Is this? It's fine. A friend of mine. We'll go together in a while. Jianlan said, aren't you two leaving Bio Village as well? Together? Leaving now? It's a bit early, isn't it? Wang was also a little worried. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't think Ma Xianhong looked like a good person. And since Ma Xianhong had gone to such lengths to get them here, it was logical that he would not let them go so easily. So Wang Yuya's original intention was to sneak out in the middle of the night. In his opinion, Jianlan was a bit too swaggering. Jianlan, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression. It's okay, Ma Xianhong won't stop it. If you don't come with me, then go by yourself. Don't mention it, I'll definitely follow you. Wang also hurriedly said, this Bio Village. He didn't want to continue staying for even a moment. The king was also afraid that something would happen in this place and splash him with blood again. Standing up, Wang also said to Zhuge Cheng, Old Green, let's go. But to everyone's surprise, Zhuge Cheng didn't stand up, but instead had an unmoved face. Wang also saw this and his face changed slightly. What's your situation? Zhuge Cheng remained silent. Wang was also a bit alarmed. Don't tell me you really want to stay in this place, do you? Zhuge Cheng's eyes remained narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Why not? The conditions offered by Ma Xianhong are good, and the scenery in this village is good, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to stay here for a while. Jianlan watched from the side, muttering a bit in his heart. This Zhuge Cheng, he changed his face quite quickly. didn't you say before that you were leaving with Wang Yuya? Nope, Zhuge Qing doesn't seem to have said anything, while Wang also sniffed. He was a bit anxious. Old Cheng, you're a man of understanding. How can you still not see the situation clearly? This Bo village won't survive much longer. If you don't leave now, when the company side takes over, you may not be able to come out with all your whiskers intact. Zhuge Qing smiled again. I have a feeling the company shouldn't move that fast. Wang also, dude, aren't you just purely fooling yourself? John Lan has said that the company's people are on their way here. Not so fast yet? You're really not leaving? No go. Zhuge Qing replied unusually resolutely. The king was also helpless. The 8-chi technique is good, but it's not that easy to practice, and with your current state of mind, don't go off the deep end again. He could actually understand why Zhuge Qing was unwilling to leave Bo village, although he didn't say it on the surface. Zhuge Qing, as one of the youngest and most talented people in the entire Martial Marquis family, was definitely proud in his heart, but Zhuge Qing heart of that pride. In Luo Tian Dajo him and Wang also that same stage competition, lost a clean. Ostensibly, he was able to admit in a dignified manner that he was inferior to the king as well, but inside, he was jealous. Obviously, his talent should not be weaker than Wang Yuya's, but Wang Yuya had beaten him senseless with that mysterious Chi Men Bureau. How does that make him acceptable? Now, Ma Xianhong said that as long as he joined Bo village, he would be able to give him a copy of the secret book of the 8 strange techniques, although it wasn't a mysterious means like manipulating the Chi Men. As long as it was an 8-chi technique, it wasn't simple. Zhuge Qing paused and replied, I know it in my heart. Wang also took a look and knew that he would most likely not be able to persuade Zhuge Qing today. After some time of previous contact, he knew it too. Zhuge Qing, this kid usually looks peaceful, but when he is stubborn, he can't be pulled back by several cows. As long as it was something Zhuge Qing had determined, there was nothing anyone could do about it unless he figured it out on his own. Helplessly, Wang also knew that even if he tried to persuade again, it would only be counterproductive. Gritting his teeth, Wang also said, since you're not leaving, I won't force you, but old Cheng, this really isn't a good place. I'll give you one last piece of advice. Don't jump into the fire pit. You'll only end up pitting yourself. Don't worry, I know. Zhuge Qing nodded and replied. Seeing this, Zhang Lan greeted Wang Yuya. Go. Wang also didn't ink, picking up his backpack from the side and looking back at Zhuge Qing as he walked to the door. Old Green, take care. After saying that, he followed Jian Lan and the two of them out. As for Jian Lan, he didn't think to persuade Zhuge Qing in the first place. For one thing, the relationship didn't go that far. Secondly, the king had been so bitter, so for him to persuade him further would only be redundant. Taking Wang Yuya and Chen Duo with him, Jian Lan went straight to the van at the entrance of the village. Chapter 150, Do you have a crush on her? An hour and a half later, inside a hotel room, in a town near Bo village, Jian Lan looked at Chen Dao. I have something to take care of tomorrow. The process may take a few days. During this time, I will find someone to take care of you, so don't run around by yourself. When I come back, I'll help you cure the compulsion. Do you hear me? Chen Dao sniffed and didn't ask why, just nodded. Okay, go to sleep first. I'm going out. Chen Dao didn't ask Jian Lan what he was going to do and continued to nod. Good. Jian Lan got up and went out, stopping at the door of the next room. He reached out and lightly snapped the door to the room twice. The door to the room opened, and inside was none other than Wang Yuya, who had changed into his pajamas. Entering the room, Jian Lan walked to the table and sat down. What's wrong? King asked as well. Jian Lan said, Do you have any plans after that? No. Originally, I came to Bo village this time because I was afraid that something would happen to old Qing, and since he saw the light, I don't have anything else to do. If I have to say that I have to make arrangements, it's just to sleep and catch the bus home tomorrow morning. Jiang Lan deliberated slightly and then said, Go home before you do. I have a favor to ask of you. Ha! Wang also couldn't think of anything that Jiang Lan couldn't solve and had to beg him. Jiang Lan pointed to the next room. Starting tomorrow, take care of her for me for 2 days. Wang also sniffed and became even more baffled. Ha! Jiang Lan said, I have something on my hands. I may not be able to get away for the next few days, but it's not good for her to have no one around. Anyway, you help me take care of her for 2 days, and then you won't be needed when I'm done over there. Wang also looked at the wall connected to the next room somewhat suspiciously. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Jian Lan, but he was wondering what kind of relationship Chen Dao and Jian Lan had. He will definitely help. After all, Jian Lan has helped him too much before, and it is not too much to say that he has no teeth to forget. Plus, Wang Yuya was a sentimental person himself. Even if Jian Lan hadn't helped him, he wouldn't have refused. He was really curious, so he didn't immediately say yes, but instead raised an eyebrow and asked softly, Who the hell is that girl to you? I've never seen you so attached to anyone. Speaking of which, Wang Yuya's eyes widened for a few moments. I wouldn't be your date, right? Old Jiang, you also moved your mortal heart? Jianglan blankly glanced at Wang Yuya and said in a bad mood, I'm moving a fart's mortal heart. It's just a poor little girl. Wang also sniffed, his expression still suspicious. He looked at Jianglan and said, Old Jiang, don't hoodwink me. You're not the type to give out indiscriminate kindness. Wang was also certain that there was something fishy about the two, Jianglan and Chen Dao. Jianglan also knew that Wang was not easy to fool, and by the looks of him, if he didn't figure out what was going on in the middle of this, he would definitely keep asking questions. Helplessly, Jianglan said, It's really just a regular poor girl. Immediately after that, he roughly told Wang also what he had learned earlier about Chen Dao. Wang also listened and gritted his teeth. This ING Medicine Fairy Society, a bunch of Wang also basically rarely cursed. After hearing what the Medicine Fairy Society did to Chen Duo, they could not help but burst out a foul mouth. Yes, I just felt sorry for her and felt it wasn't worth giving my life away. Sending her to her death? Wang also looked up. Who wants to kill her? Company. Then, Jianglan also put Chen Duo murder defection, as well as the company to send temporary workers to chase the matter. And Wang also said once again, hiss. Wang also figured out what happened and sucked in a breath of cool air. It's not true that Shander is pathetic, but it's also true that he killed the head of the company. So Wang also was a bit at a loss for what to say for a while. Simply, he skipped the topic asked, so the company is going to deal with her and you're going to bail her out? Exactly. Then aren't you going against the company? Wang also felt that something was wrong. This is not like you. She is pitiful, but surely it's not so bad that you would go against the company just for the sake of her. A little girl, right? Lao Jiang, you and I honestly, are you really looking at other girls? Jianglan, Wang is also a smart one in the end. Seeing as Shander took pity on this kind of reasoning, it really didn't hold up very well. But there's no better reason. It was impossible to truthfully say that saving Chen Dao was a mission assigned to him by the system, right? There are other reasons, but never mind all that. Just tell me to help or not to help. Help if you have something, I definitely have to help you. Wang also said, but how do I have to take care of her? Just don't let her get caught by the company, and don't let her wander off on her own. Wang also asked, aren't you going to deal with the company, and the company can't send anyone else? TSK. Wang also smacked his lips. Also, that into, I will help you see 2 days, but you try to hurry up if really against the company's people, I may not be able to top. Wang was also not weak, but if the company was determined to send someone to arrest Chen Dao, he really might not be able to block it. After all, Chen Dao, as a temporary worker, his own strength was there, and if the company sent another person, it certainly wouldn't send a weak one. Don't worry, Jianglan said, then it's settled for now. Success, call when the time comes. Jianglan got up and returned to Chen Dao's room. He only had 2 rooms in total. Wang Yuya's room was a king-size bedroom, and his and Chen Dao's room was a standard room. It wasn't that Jianglan wanted to take advantage of the situation, but the mission hadn't been completed yet, and he had already put in so much effort. So if Chen Dao couldn't think of a way to run away on his own, it would be a lost cause. At this moment, Chen Dao was lying quietly on the bed with her eyes closed. When she heard Jianglan come back, her eyelids fluttered lightly, and then she regained her composure as if nothing had happened. Jianglan naturally noticed it, but he just smiled and didn't say anything. Shander probably thought he was really interested in her, but it doesn't matter. Jianglan didn't care what Chen Dao thought, he just needed to be able to complete his mission. Go to bed early. Jianglan turned off the lights in the room and lay down on the other bed that was leaning against the window, closing his eyes and preparing to sleep. Perhaps because he had experienced a lot today, Jianglan was also a bit tired, so he rolled over and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it's been. In Jianglan's dantian, Inshi was restless. Lord, wake up! Jianglan sensed the movement in his dantian and instantly came to his senses. At the same time, a sense of danger arose. Almost instantly, a dense layer of goosebumps rose on his body, and in front of Jianglan, there was an unfamiliar silhouette standing. Jianglan got up in a split second, not caring that he was wearing pajamas, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" To be able to approach him silently, this person in front of him was definitely not a simple character. Kind of interesting. Jianglan, I've been watching you for a long time. Chapter 151, The Starry Star Society. Shu Tong. By the light of the moon, Jianglan could see the appearance of the person in front of him. It was a woman, with short pink hair, and her looks were not much more refined, but there was a style that was peculiar to mature women, a white sleeveless t-shirt on top, with half the strap slipping down slightly to reveal some soft white flesh. For the bottom half, it was a pair of jeans that didn't look like anything special. Who are you? Without answering Jiang Lan's question, The woman turned around and unhurriedly said, "Come downstairs and we'll talk." John Lon narrowed his eyes at the woman's back. The reason he didn't do it straight away was because the place was a hotel. Moreover, he didn't detect the presence of hostility in the woman's body. That means the woman wasn't thinking of killing him. At the very least, it shouldn't have been thought of just now. But if he really did it, John Lon wasn't afraid. It was only the suddenness of the incident that caused him to have an adrenaline rush just now. Ma Xianhong. John Lon looked at the woman's back, a slight look of interest on his face. People had taken the initiative to invite him, and as a man, it would be too much to say if he didn't follow suit. Following behind the woman, John Lon glanced at Chen Duo, who was still lying on the bed when she was on her way out. Chen Duo, breathing evenly, did not wake up. Looks like it should be nothing serious. It is very likely that this woman was stunned, because normally, the five senses of an inhuman are much sharper than an ordinary person, and the movement of the woman's speech just now wasn't small. Even if the woman hadn't made any noise when she entered the door, the sound just now was enough to wake Shindao up. But now, Shander was not awake, so something can only be wrong. Either the woman had been rendered unconscious, or the woman had used some kind of soundproofing. Without dwelling on it, John Lon directly walked out of the room and smoothly brought the door shut again. The woman in front of her never looked back and slowly made her way down the stairs. In a short while, the two came to the door of the hotel. The woman pushed open the door and did not leave immediately, but helped John Lon push the door. Only after John Lon went out as well did she then let go of her hand. This place, a remote county around Bo village, was basically deserted by this time of day. Even the pitifully few surrounding homes had their lights turned off. The two continued to speak to no one in particular, and continued on for some distance. Only when she came to a remote forest did the woman stop and turn her head to look at John Lon. John Lon also looked at the woman. "Aren't we going to talk? Talk about what?" John Lon wasn't afraid at all. In a place like this, he had all his means at his disposal, and aside from the old heavenly master, he could be said to be unafraid of anyone in the entire inhuman realm. The woman cocked her head. "Introduce yourself." "My name is Chu Tong." John Lon narrowed his eyes. "Don't recognize it." "Chu Tong, president of the Flare Star Society." "Chu Tong." Saying that, Chu Tong extended her hand. Flare Star Society? John Lon had some impression. The Shining Star Society is the same organization that went around interviewing people during the Latte Bun Festival earlier. According to Su Si, they call themselves a non-profit inhuman charity. Usually, they take requests for help from other inhumans, and their main business is to sell and gather information around. But how did this Chu Tong suddenly find him? The U-Star Society. This organization had no contact with him other than the previous contact he had with him at the Luo Tiandajiao. After thinking about it, John Lon also extended his hand and shook Chu Tong's. "What were you planning on doing when you approached me? It can't be an interview, can it?" Kwa Tong smiled. "You're quite a joker. Of course it's not an interview." John Lon didn't have that much patience and said directly, "Better get to the point. I'm in a hurry to get back to bed." The smile on Chu Tong's face did not diminish. Only the hands she held with John Lon were flooded with a dense layer of blue air. In a flash, John Lon only felt an extremely domineering aura trying to invade his body. John Lon was electrocuted and wanted to retract his hand, but was shocked to realize that he couldn't draw it back. It was as if the two were stuck together by strong glue. The air in Chu Tong's hands gradually invaded John Lan's body. John Lan's eyes widened slightly. What kind of power is this? He was never expecting that one day he would actually be in the gutter, still being blatantly counted. Just as those blue airs were about to approach John Lan's head, the Inhe within his dantian instantly surged out wildly without any money, directly wrapping Chu Tong's entire body within. Along with that, the air that had been about to invade the brain was also crushed without a trace, like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. In a flash, Chu Tong's face changed greatly. John Lon regained his freedom and directly clutched Chu Tong's hand, forcefully yanking her in his direction. Bang! Ka-ching! John Lan's shoulder hit Chu Tong's arm, and Chu Tong's arm was instantly dislocated, like a noodle, hanging down at his side. Releasing his hand, John Lon directly pressed Chu Tong's head with one hand. "I don't care what your agenda is, but I advise you that you better hurry up and talk, or else, die." John Lon didn't have a trace of emotion in his voice. Just now, he almost lost his life because of a momentary negligence, and if it wasn't for his own excessive strength, I'm afraid that he would have really fallen in the gutter. Although he didn't know what the blue air on Chu Tong's hand was for, John Lon understood that whatever it was dangerous to be close to the head. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't sensed Chu Tong's killing intent just now, John Lon would have directly dealt the death blow, and wouldn't have given her a chance to defend herself at all. Although Chu Tong's life was completely in John Lan's hands, John Lon did not see any panic or other emotions on her. She spoke blandly. I'm Ma Xianhong's sister. Jianlan frowned and let go of his hand. Unexpectedly, Chu Tong came to him because of Ma Xianhong. That makes sense. And it was also true that Jianlan didn't feel any killing intent or anything like that on Chu Tong's body. So, what did you come to see me about? Mr. Jianlan, we, the U-Star Society, have been noticing you for a long time. I think you're a rare talent, Chu Tong said. As for just now, it was just a small test. Jianlan raised an eyebrow. It was as if he had already guessed what Chu Tong's next words would be. You're not trying to get him to join the U-Star Club, are you? So, I'd like to ask Mr. Jianlan, would you consider switching organizations and joining the U-Star Society? Jianlan, sure enough, and he guessed. No consideration. Jianlan said, you said your sister Ma Xianhong, so you two are quite interesting. A BO village and a U-Star Society, and both want me to join. BO village, it's just something he messed up on his own without knowing any better. Chu Tong shook her head. That place, it's not destined to exist for much longer. Oh, I didn't expect. Chu Tong looked quite penetrating. But, since you know, why don't you let him hurry to dissolve that unlucky village? Chapter 152, Immortal Body? Chu Tong faintly said, he loves to toss and turn, and I, as his sister, can't be bothered to spoil the fun. Jianlan raised an eyebrow. It's kinda like that to say, but he doesn't believe it. If he really believed Chu Tong's word, then Jianlan's brain would have to be cured by money. Moreover, this Chu Tong is also strange as hell. That furnace of Ma Xianhong's, once the company knew of its existence, would surely be destroyed at all costs, and Ma Xianhong himself would surely be taken away by the company. It would be fine to say that other people didn't know the severity of the consequences, but Chu Tong described herself as the president of the Shining Star Club, and the Yosei Society, it's an intelligence organization. Therefore, Chu Tong surely knew better than anyone the consequences of Ma Xianhong doing so, yet she did not choose to stop it, instead saying that it was not good to interfere with Ma Xianhong's choice. Jianlan roughly deduced it in his mind. It was basically impossible for Chu Tong and Ma Xianhong to be related as siblings. As a matter of fact, if Chu Tong really cared about Ma Xianhong, it couldn't have been the kind of behavior she had just displayed. Instead of being a sibling, Chu Tong's attitude towards Ma Xianhong was more like mere utilization. This woman, she's not simple. Even if Chu Tong wasn't as he thought, there was no way Jianlan would agree to join the Flare Star Society. Just kidding, the company is not even tempting to him. No matter how powerful the Yu Sing Society is, can it be more powerful than the company? Therefore, no matter what conditions Chu Tong offered, the Flare Star Society was not in Jianlan's consideration. Inviting me, you don't have to think about it. Jianlan raised his head and said, as for what purpose you have and what relationship you have with Ma Xianhong, I don't care. Now, let's settle the score just now. Although Chu Tong explained that it was a test, it didn't mean that Jianlan accepted her test. A person is going to pay for whatever they do accordingly. Chu Tong's eyes flickered, and instead of continuing to explain, she asked, what do you want? What do I want? Jianlan pulled the corners of his mouth, and without saying a word, his figure directly disappeared in place, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of Chu Tong, reaching out to pinch her neck. The two were almost face to face as Jianlan whispered, I'm only going to throw one punch, and it's up to you whether you live or die. The current Jianlan had long since lost his previous indecisiveness. Putting it in the original, Jianlan might even be embarrassed to kill someone, but now, he was embarrassed not to kill. Regardless of Chu Tong's purpose, the fact that she had made the first move against herself was already a fact. Chu Tong also looked at Jianlan. Fine, I won't stand in the way, but if I survive, I hope you'll listen to what I can offer you. Let's talk about it if we can live. The instant the words fell, a sea of shadowy aura gathered all over Jianlan's body. Jianlan's entire body was wrapped in gloom and doom, as if an endless black and gray mist was rising, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. At this moment, the aura on Jianlan's body was like that of a towering emperor. Chu Tong's eyes flickered, and for the first time, a little bit of fear showed in the depths of her eyes. It was really because the sense of oppression Jianlan brought to her was too drastic. To be honest, she was considered to have seen countless people, but it was really the first time Chu Tong had seen one with Jianlan's kind of aura. The confidence she had felt a moment ago disappeared, and the expression on her face turned guarded. Jianlan, on the other hand, didn't care at all about the change in expression on Chu Tong's face as he took half a step back and then blasted out with a fist. The wind of the fist brought up a large wave of air, and before it even got close to Chu Tong, a sonic boom was already heard in the air. Boom 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 boom. To be honest, even Jianlan himself didn't know how powerful his full force strike was nowadays, but now it seems clearly not weak. Chu Tong's pair of pupils violently shrunk to the size of a pinpoint. Watching Jianlan's fist wrapped in black mist grow from small to large, she had long since put behind her what she had just said about not being able to block, and a dazzling red light flared up in her hands as she crossed her arms in front of her body. Everything happened in a very short period of time. The next instant, boom! Ka-ching! Jianlan slammed his right fist heavily into Chu Tong's chest. Chu Tong's ribs in front of her chest almost collapsed with a bang. Immediately afterward, under the effect of the powerful impact, Chu Tong directly flew out backwards, and only stopped after consecutively crashing through 3 large trees the thickness of a water tank. Chu Tong fell to the ground. The entire left half of his body was like mud. Even the best orthopedic surgeons in the country gathered together, but they could not make Chu Tong, who had already turned into paste, recover again. Jianlan saw this and patted the non-existent dust on his hands. He confirmed that Chu Tong was dead, having suffered such a serious injury. Even the heart position was flattened, not to mention Chu Tong. Even if a different god came over, he would not be able to escape death. Anyway, Jianlan didn't think that there was even the slightest possibility that Chu Tong would be able to survive. Arms, ribs, heart, all churned to a pulp. What the hell is there to live for? But Jianlan didn't leave and waited where he was. As for what he was waiting for, it was naturally the system's prompt. It had taken so long to kill another person, and Jianlan was curious as to just how much evil nightmare Chu Tong would be able to provide him with. But Jianlan waited left and right, but did not wait for the system to move. He was a little strange. Could it still be a broken system? That's impossible. Just as Jianlan was a bit confused about the situation, Chu Tong, who had been sitting under the tree with her head hung down a moment ago, had a burst of brilliant red light emerge from her body. Jianlan's eyes widened slightly as he watched this sudden change. One could only see Chu Tong's originally dented body recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The parched flesh and skin became full again, and the suspended breathing resumed. Jianlan? What is this? Back from the dead? He didn't give Chu Tong any Mona soup either. Nope, Mona hasn't redeemed it yet. That's a bit outrageous, isn't it? You're not dead even after such a serious injury? Also, that red light on Chu Tong's body. What kind of tactic was it? With his heart full of doubts, Jianlan entered the woods and came in front of Chu Tong. Just the moment he walked, Chu Tong had almost completely recovered, completely unable to see the dead look from earlier. Cough. Chu Tong opened her eyes and coughed dryly twice, the slightest trace of blood seeping out from the location of the corner of her mouth. According to the theory that Chu Tong's heart was shattered just now, what was spat out at this moment should be internal organs, but there were only threads of blood. Not even blood foam was seen. Jianlan was shocked. This tactic, isn't it a bit too metaphysical? Fiercer than even Mona. Mona is able to resurrect people, but there's a whole bunch of limitations. Chu Tong was so good that she just resurrected herself? Chu Tong raised her head with some difficulty. On her face, beads of sweat covered her. As Chu Tong moved, sweat gathered in lines and dripped down her face. Obviously, this means of coming back from the dead should be extremely exhausting for Chu Tong. But that's normal. If he's resurrected, if he's not consuming anything, he'll be immortal, won't he? Chapter 153, The Lure of Everlasting Life. After sitting under the tree and panting for a while longer, Chu Tong then stood up with slight difficulty. She looked to Jianlan and said, "Now, is it convenient for you, Mr. Jianlan, to hear the terms I've offered you?" Jianlan narrowed his eyes and said, "Say it, willing to bet." The blow just now had indeed been his full strength. Since Chu Tong wasn't dead, Jianlan had to honor his previous promise. It was only that although he had promised Chu Tong to listen to the conditions she offered, he hadn't said that he would join. The final decision remains with him. Chu Tong didn't immediately say the conditions, but held out her hands. In the palms of her hands, 2 air masses, one blue and one red, emerged. It was then that Chu Tong said, "This is the dual complete hands, one of the 8 wondrous techniques. The effect of the blue hand is to be able to probe and modify the soul, while the effect of the red hand is to modify the physical body." Jianlan's pupils shrunk. Modify the flesh. So just now, Chu Tong didn't come back from the dead, but rather restored her fleshly body modifications with the only breath she had left, and blue hands. Was Chu Tong's so-called test earlier intended to control his soul with his blue hand? No wonder there was no killing intent. The feeling was that he wanted to make him a puppet. But Jianlan was a little puzzled again. Why would Chu Tong tell him all about this powerful ability? Isn't it supposed to be hidden to death? What's the point of talking to me about this? Jianlan asked. A small smile appeared on Chu Tong's face. "I hadn't planned to talk to you, but your strength is too strong, the kind of strength that is far beyond my expectations." Seemingly seeing through Jianlan's thoughts, Chu Tong continued, "Yes, you guessed correctly. I did intend to directly manipulate your soul before, and as long as I succeeded, you would only be at my disposal whether you subjectively agreed or not. Jianlan pulled the corner of his mouth. You're quite honest. The words were on his lips, but Jianlan had already strengthened his resolve to kill Chu Tong. If it was simply a test, then there was nothing wrong with forgiving her. But Chu Tong wants to manipulate him. That would be embarrassing. I know you want to kill me, and I also know you can kill me, Chu Tong said. But please, Mr. Jianlan, hear me out. Jianlan frowned slightly. Dealing with smart people is comfortable, but dealing with overly smart people is not so comfortable. He had the illusion of being completely seen through by Chu Tong. Jianlan was a bit skeptical. Was he really that happy and angry? Is everything on your face? Otherwise, how could Chu Tong guess everything? Just outrageous. If this were to be placed in a movie or a novel, with Chu Tong looking like this, she would have to be the ultimate villain, to say the least. Even if it's not the ultimate, the big bad is still a proper villain. Suppressing the urge to directly get Chu Tong killed, Jianlan said, "Say it." Chu Tong shook her hand, and the two air masses in her hand disappeared. As long as you agree to cooperate with me, double perfect hands, I can give it to you unconditionally. Of course, not only the double perfect hands, but Ma Xianhong's divine mechanism 100 refinements, as well as a few other 8 wonders techniques. I can hand them over to you. Several others? Any random one of the 8 wondrous skills placed in the inhuman realm would be enough to cause a tsunami. Moreover, the inheritance of the 8 strange techniques was also extremely secretive, and even most of the people in the circle did not know which 8 of these 8 strange techniques were. But looking at Chu Tong, she actually holds several of them in her hands? Otherwise, Chu Tong wouldn't have said that just now. Yes, as long as you agree to work together, I'll pour my heart out and never hide anything. Jianlan shrugged. I still think it's better to solve this trouble of yours than the temptation of the 8 strange techniques. Although Chu Tong had just resisted his full-strength palm, it didn't mean that Jianlan couldn't get Chu Tong killed. If one slap doesn't work, then 2. Anyway, a few more times. Even if Chu Tong's self-healing ability was strong, there would always be a time when her stamina would run out and she would die. The point of being able to manipulate other people's souls and bodies was indeed tantalizing. But for Jianlan, it wasn't an ability that he had to have and couldn't do without. If you really kill me here, you'll regret it. Trust me. Chu Tong's tone remained confident. Jianlan shrugged and said, I don't think that's necessarily true. Killing was killing. Jianlan didn't think he had anything to regret. Is there anything else you want to say? If not, then that's it, Chu Tong said. Don't worry. Of course there is. Not only is there, but there's a lot more I want to say. TSK. It's still a pain in the ass. Then you'd better stop making me ask and talk fast. The relationship between Ma Xianhong and I is not known to anyone other than you and Ma Xianhong himself. This time, I came over to you with sincerity. Chu Tong continued. If you're not interested in the 8 chi techniques, then I'm asking you, then ask me. Chu Tong's next words, though still calm in tone, were no less than a boulder thrown into the water for Jianlan, only to hear Chu Tong say, Are you interested in immortality? In immortality? Jianlan? What the hell? Immortality? Do you have a donut? Chu Tong. Big brother, you think quite jumpy. How to get involved in the meat of the monk? No, you're overthinking it. There's no meat for the monk, but longevity, it's attainable. Phew. Jianlan let out a long breath. If what Chu Tong said was true, he admitted that he was moved. Jianlan felt that no one would be indifferent to something like immortality. Wasn't it the ancestral dragon who unified the 6 kingdoms in the past who still died on the way to find the elixir of immortality? This is the case for princes and generals, not to mention others. Part of the reason, of course, is that the more power at one's disposal, the more one cherishes one's life. Instead of a beggar who can't even get enough to eat, he shouldn't be interested in immortality. Still, something like immortality sounds too outrageous and outlandish. Are you sure? Jianlan asked, narrowing his eyes. Chu Tong's tone was decisive. I'm sure. Jianlan stared at Chu Tong, attempting to find some lack of confidence, or a loophole, or something like that on her face. But sadly, no. Chu Tong acted unusually naturally, and Jianlan couldn't tell that she was lying at all anyway. So that means that Chu Tong really does have a way to be able to make people live forever? Jianlan asked again. How sure are you? 10%. Chu Tong replied still decisively. At this moment, Jianlan's heart was really starting to mutter. Where the hell did this Chu Tong come from? You don't believe it? Seeing Jianlan thinking, Chu Tong asked. Nonsense. Of course I don't believe it. Even if Chu Tong spoke in a flowery manner, Jianlan would remain skeptical. In that case, I'll only say 3 words, and if you don't believe me again after these 3 words, then be my guest. Jianlan was a bit curious. What's the word? Tell me? Feng Bao Bao. Chapter 154, Jianlan Schemes. Jianlan froze. Bao Bao Feng. Everlasting life. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. By the way, Feng Bao Bao's identity had always been well protected by Su San Su Si, Even this time, when the company let the temporary workers gather, Susi specially found him and asked him to guard Feng Baobao. So how did Chu Tong know? In fact, Jianglan didn't really know much about Feng Baobao. He just knew that she had lost her memory and had lived for many years and hadn't aged. Now that I heard Chu Tong say this, was Feng Baobao actually an elder? Jianglan didn't know where Chu Tong got such secretive information, but it was enough to show that Chu Tong's intelligence network was frighteningly powerful. Narrowing his eyes, Jianglan asked, "What do you know about Feng Baobao?" "What do you know?" "A lot, and not much," Chu Tong said. "I do have some channels to understand quite a lot of things back then, about the method of longevity, but also discovered by chance." Chu Tong didn't hide anything and continued frankly, "If that's correct, if you gather all the 8 strange skills together, you'll be able to achieve longevity. I invited you to join me in order to bring the 8 strange skills together as well. The 8 curious techniques. Everlasting life." Jianglan frowned. Sounds like a bit of a no-brainer, but again, Bobo Feng is a real-life example. Although he didn't know exactly how long Feng Baobao had already lived, but 60 or 70 years was definitely there. Whether he could live forever or not was left aside, but Feng Baobao did look like he was only in his 20s from the outside. However, while Feng Baobao is possible, she has also lost all her memories. If the price of immortality was to become a simpleton like Feng Baobao, then Jianglan would rather not live long. Moreover, Jianglan felt that this Chu Tong, there must be something else she was hiding from him. Lord! Right at this moment, a voice came out from Jianglan's dantian. It's the bellhop. It wasn't accurate to say it was a voice. It was sort of a conscious communication. Only Jianglan could hear Zhang Kuei's words. "What's wrong?" Jianglan responded with his consciousness. Other than him initiating the conversation and the warning sign just now, this was the first time the spirit body had communicated with him on its own accord. Zhang Kuei said, "Lord, there is no need for you to seek immortality. You were never going to die in the first place." Jianglan raised an eyebrow. "What's that say?" Zhang Kuei's voice continued. "Even if you pass on to the next life, as long as you want to come back, you can always return to this world where you are now." Hearing this, Jianglan vaguely understood. Almost forgot. He's got another identity down there. Maybe the system he is now was made by the one below himself. With the ability to figure out the system, the lifespan is naturally unlikely to be like that of an ordinary person. Everlasting life, just basic operations. Since Zhang Kuei had said so, there was nothing for Jianglan to dwell on. "I see." Responding with another sentence, Jianglan cut the connection with Zhang Kuei. Shaking his head, Jianglan said to Chu Tong, "It's tempting, but I'm not interested." Chu Tong's pupils shrunk. She didn't know why Jianglan would suddenly change his mind. What Jianglan had shown before didn't look like he wasn't interested. Otherwise, she wouldn't have revealed so much to Jianglan. What she was doing before today, none of them were fully informed except Chu Tong herself. She had decided with great difficulty to completely expose her plan today just to pull Jianglan into the fold, but it turned out that he actually wasn't interested. Chu Tong didn't understand. It was fine if Jianglan was simply uninterested, but what she had just exposed was too much. Once Jianglan and company prosecuted and exposed her, although it wasn't to the point of death, all the efforts she had made before would basically be undone as well. Jianglan continued, "I'm not interested in meddling in your affairs. The revenge from before is also considered to be avenged. There is nothing between us. While I am in a good mood now, you can leave. If I'm in a bad mood later, you might not be able to leave." Chu Tong's eyes flickered as she stared intently at Jianglan. Jianglan raised an eyebrow at the sight. "What? You don't think I can kill you?" Chu Tong. After a long moment of silence, Chu Tong said, "If you change your mind, you can always come to me." After saying that, she didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Before Chu Tong could take 2 steps, Jianglan suddenly opened his mouth to call out to her from behind. "Wait." Chu Tong stopped at once, a little surprised. Jianglan has changed his mind? When she turned back, Jianglan said, "You should have someone within the company as well, right?" Chu Tong was instantly disappointed. She thought Jianglan was coming around, but it turned out not to be. Still, she answered quickly, "Yes, director." Jianglan frowned again. This woman's energy, it's beyond imagination. If it wasn't for the fact that his hard power was here, it was basically impossible for him to fight Chu Tong. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Jianglan said, "Tell Ma Xianhong to get ready for a change and get the news of Bio Village and the body cultivation furnace to the company." "Can you do that?" Chu Tong paused. "Is this something you begged me for?" Jianglan shook his head. "No, it's to buy your own life," Chu Tong said with a twinkle in her eyes. "Okay, I know. I'll let the company know." Jianglan this was almost already a naked threat, but no one was strong in the form, and there was nothing he could do but say yes. Jianglan watched Chu Tong's back disappear completely before walking in the direction of the hotel. At first, he actually had no intention of letting Chu Tong go, but at the last minute, he changed his mind. Jianglan decided that he would be a peach picker. It feels a bit implausible, but what if? What if Chu Tong was really able to find a way to live forever? As she herself had said, even if Jianlan didn't intend to rely on Chu Tong's method to live forever, there were certainly many other people who needed it. Killing Chu Tong would, at most, be an outlet for his anger, plus gaining some nightmare points of indeterminate value. But giving her a free pass and letting her continue to develop could come in handy someday. As for the threat from Chu Tong, don't kid yourself, Chu Tong can't threaten him at all. Right now, all of Chu Tong's battle power was not on the same level as his at all. Even the blue hand that affected the soul couldn't play the slightest role under his shadowy obscurity. And that's just for now. He's still got 2 unfinished business. One overthrew the Wang family, and the other saved Chen Dao. Each mission completed was able to provide him with 10,000 nightmare points. Together, that's $20,000, consuming another 20,000 evil nightmares. Jianlan didn't even know just how strong he would become. When that time came, there would be even less need to worry about possible threats from Chu Tong, and that day won't be long at all. On the Wang family's side, Feng Zhanghao was working hard, and it was estimated that another 10 days or 8 days would be almost enough. And Shander, there was only one mission requirement to save Shander. Jianlan guessed that the reason for not completing the task yet would be that the company's targeting hadn't been completely resolved yet. Chapter 155, Don't Compromise Yourself. He had asked Chu Tong to tell the company about Bio Village and the body cultivation furnace for this very reason. Shift the company's attention from Shander to the village of Bio. In this way, Shander would be safe for the time being. After some time, those temporary workers will bring down Bio Village, and the Wang family will almost completely collapse. Jianlan obtained the quest rewards and then redeemed the Mona, which would completely cure Chen Dao. It wasn't true that Chen Dao had killed a regional head, but Jianlan knew that he was now much more important than a regional head in the eyes of the company. It wasn't difficult to keep the company from pursuing Shander as long as some price was paid. Of course, the company shouldn't be able to let go so easily if Chen Dao remained compelled. After all, that would just be too dangerous. But if Shander's compulsion was cured, things would be different. At the very least, the company will deliberate whether it's worth it to completely offend Jianlan for Chen Dao. That was all Jianlan had planned so far. It's a little rough, but better than not using much of your brain. But rough is rough, but the plan is pretty golden. Apart from Jianlan, even if he were to be replaced by any other person, he wouldn't be able to accomplish this plan. Except, of course, for the old Skyrider. Without strength, it is impossible to be qualified to negotiate with the company. With this in mind, Jianlan had already returned to the hotel. He pushed the door back into the room, and Shander on the bed sat up and said, "You're back." Aha. Jianlan didn't explain anything, just said, "Go to sleep." He was still thinking of confirming whether or not something was wrong with Chen Dao, but looking at the way things were now, it was clear that nothing was seriously wrong. It seemed that Chu Tong shouldn't have laid a hand on Chen Dao, but only used some means to make her temporarily unconscious. Right. Jianlan lay on the bed, as if he suddenly remembered something. "Starting tomorrow, you first follow Wang Yuya, don't run around. I'll come back to pick you up in a few days." "Good." Shander's voice rang out from the darkness. Jianlan was quite satisfied. The good thing about Shander was that he never asked why, and had absolutely no problem with whatever he said. Waking up from a sleep, Jianlan opened his eyes. It was morning already, and the sunlight pierced through the curtains, illuminating the room. Chen Dao had also gotten up and was leaning against the bed, silently fuming. Jianlan looked sideways at Chen Duo and inquired with some curiosity, "What are you doing?" "Nothing, days." You usually just kill time by gawking?" Jianlan was a bit surprised. "How boring is this? You can play with your cell phone when you're at the company, and you can go out and around when you're in the village." Chen Dao replied with a sentence, then said, "I won't leave without your permission." TSK. Jianlan was a bit speechless. "I'm not trying to restrict your freedom. I'm just afraid you'll cause trouble." Shander's situation was clear to him. It's nothing to be afraid of now that you're wearing a protective suit. But once the protective suit was torn or taken off, the compulsion on Chen Dao's body would spread in all directions, turning him into a humanoid biochemical weapon. That's why Jianlan didn't let her go out. Looking at Chen Dao, Jianlan asked again, "What about your cell phone? It broke in a fight earlier and I don't have any money." A trace of heartache arose in Jianlan's heart. Obviously a girl like a flower. This is too pathetic. Without saying anything else, Jianlan stood up and put on his clothes. "Give me a minute. I'll go get something." After saying that, Jianlan went out and left the hotel. Not far from the hotel is a large shopping mall. Jianlan went straight to the cell phone store and bought the latest Apple 6 SP. Jianlan would like to buy an Apple 16, but it can't help that it's only 2015, and it's only out to 6. He used his ID card to get another card and registered a WeChat. Jianlan transferred $10,000 to the new WeChat before he slipped the phone into his pocket. The last thing Jianlan needed right now was money. It's just buying a cell phone. It's a drop in the bucket for him. It's still mostly emotional value. That girl, Chen Dao, is indeed pitiful. Although he was helping Chen Dao right now, also to fulfill his mission, it didn't stop Jian Lan from sympathizing. Walking out of the mall, Jian Lan bought another breakfast for 3 at the breakfast store before returning to his hotel room, pulling out the newly purchased cell phone box and placing it beside Chen Dao. Jian Lan said, "You use it for now. There's money in it. You can buy something if you want. You don't have to commit yourself." Chen Duo looked at the cell phone box with mixed emotions in his eyes. She didn't know why Jian Lan was so kind to her. "Alright, let's eat." Jian Lan set breakfast on the table again, then knocked on the wall behind him. "Wang Yuya, come over and eat." The hotel's soundproofing was okay, but Wang Yuya's room was right behind the wall. Plus he was still an inhuman, so he could definitely hear Jian Lan greeting him. Sure enough, as soon as Jian Lan's words fell, Wang Yuya went out from next door. The door to Jian Lan's room was half open, and Wang also entered the house. He sniffs and sniffs first, then says, "I can't eat the beef stuffing." Jian Lan smiled and glanced at Wang Yuya and said, "Got you veggies." Wang also sniffed 3 steps and sat down at the table, giving a thumbs up. "Good brother, a fine enough heart." Wang is also a full-fledged Taoist priest, and when he was in the Taoist temple before, he was not allowed to eat any meat, not only beef, but he had already been expelled from the division, so naturally he didn't have to abide by those rules. However, Wang also still considered himself a Taoist priest, so meat could be eaten, but beef was definitely not. Why? Because he is good. The 3 stopped talking and sat down at the table to finish their breakfast in 3 sittings. When the meal was finished, Jian Lan then said, "Also always, keep an eye on Shander, take her out if she wants to go out, but try not to run to crowded places. If it goes well, I'll be back within a week." "Don't worry." Wang also nodded. This was agreed upon yesterday, and of course he would not refuse. Getting an affirmative reply, Jian Lan looked at Chen Dao again. "I've saved my phone number, so if something goes wrong, give me a call to find me." Shander nodded his head obediently. Jian Lan asked again, "Do you have a change of protective clothing?" "Aha." Chen Dao nodded again and said, "Village Chief Ma made me more than 10 pieces. Don't worry, it won't affect others." Saying that, Chen Dao pulled out a file from inside his pocket and showed it to Jian Lan. Jian Lan raised an eyebrow. He had just wondered where Chen Dao had gotten more than a dozen protective suits with his empty hands. Feelings come with storage space. Looking at the devouring sacks, Jian Lan then remembered that he seemed to have a few more coming. Thinking of this, Jian Lan reached into his pocket and pulled out a file from it, casually tossing it to Wang Yuya. "What the hell? Eating sack? Ma Xianhong made it. You've read the novel, right? You can understand this thing as a space bag. Cripes, so powerful?" Wang Yuya held the devouring capsule in his hand and flipped it around. Jiang Lan shrugged. "Consider it your pay for taking care of Shander for me these days." Chapter 156, Meeting the temporary worker for the first time. In the evening, within the county, Jian Lan didn't go to the airport to look for someone. He knew that since the target this time was Bo Village, the temporary workers would definitely all gather within this county town that was closest to Bo Village. Jian Lan sat in a restaurant, pulled out his cell phone, and dialed a number. A few moments later, the call was answered. A female voice came through the receiver. "Mr. Jian Lan, what can I do for you?" This voice was none other than Chu Tong, who he had only met with last night. By the way, Jian Lan didn't know Chu Tong's phone number, but it couldn't be helped that Chu Tong was rushing to find him. "Have you notified the company side about the village?" "Don't worry, Mr. Jian Lan, it's already done." Chu Tong's voice continued. "Your business is my business. If there's anything I need to help, just ask." It was obvious that Chu Tong was really like pulling him in. The posture she spoke with when facing Jian Lan had been a bit too low. Jian Lan sniffed and was not polite. Of course he was looking for Chu Tong for something, otherwise he wouldn't have given her this call. Jian Lan opened his mouth. The useful people in the village withdrew. The useless ones stayed a little. Don't make it too obvious. Doing so was also something Jian Lan had thought through. If you wait for the group of extras to arrive at Bo Village and realize that it's long since emptied, that little cutie know what's going on. 2. There still have to be some people left behind to draw fire. On the other end of the phone, Chu Tong paused and said, "As you wish." Jian Lan didn't say anything more and hung up directly. Chu Tong wanted to use him, and he used Chu Tong. Fair enough. Tapping on WeChat, Jian Lan sent a location to Zhang Chulan. Not a moment later, Zhang Chulan replied with an OK emoticon. Imperial capital, the headquarters of Witchdog Tun. "What did you say?" The slightly chubby Zhao Fangshu slammed the table and stood up with a face full of dismay. "Changing ordinary people into inhumans?" "Yes." On the chair opposite Zhao Fangshu, there was an old man with a dry and thin figure, wearing square-framed glasses. He spoke. "According to the current intelligence, it is like this. Within Bo Village, there exists an organization called New Intercept, and many of the members within it were previously complete ordinary people. It is said that it is their sect master who has researched something called a cultivation furnace. Through that furnace, it is able to simulate the operation of the air. thus allowing ordinary people to gain the air and become an alien. At those words, Zhao Fangxiu's face changed again and again. He knew that Huang Baron, the old man with glasses in front of him, would never talk nonsense, but if it was really like what Huang Baron had said, then things would be a big deal. Creating inhumans in bulk may seem good, but it will bring endless hidden dangers to the society. Now, despite the presence of Omnisex, due to the checks and balances of the company, Omnisex is also able to strike a delicate balance with the forces of righteousness, as well as ordinary people. All of this is based on one premise: that's a limited number of omnisexuals. Once there is an explosion in all sex numbers, then a purge will have to take place in order to continue to maintain the delicate balance. And the reason for the limited number of omnisexuals is because inhumans are so rare compared to ordinary people. Tens of thousands to one, that's all inhumans. Of the total number of inhumans, there are a few that would choose to become omnisexual. But therein lies the problem. 85% of those who join the omnisexual are acquired heterosexuals, especially the kind that suddenly awakens abilities. The percentage of joining omnisexuals would be even higher. The reason for all this boils down to two words: mindfulness. Inhumans wanting to get stronger usually need a lot of time to build up. If one grew up as a congenital alien, or grew up in a prestigious school, one's heart would also be much stronger than one's peers. However, those who are suddenly awakened later in life and gain great power without a corresponding calm character are naturally prone to go down the evil path. With the existence of this body cultivation furnace, it was able to create ordinary people into inhumans in large quantities. Can ordinary people's mentality, less than 8 out of 10, will take a detour? It's like playing a game of monsters and upgrades. The mind will be at peace as you rise from level to level. But if you just turn on the mods and come up and get a full level, your tail will be up in the air. With his chest heaving up and down for a while, Zhao Fangxiu said, "Call a meeting." His biggest task as a director of the company is to maintain stability between the inhumans and the commoners. This is the kind of thing that he would stop no matter what. Inside the county, coming, Zhang looked at the few people entering the restaurant and greeted them. Besides Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao, there were 3 more in the back. One of them, a yellow-haired woman with good looks, was wearing a white t-shirt, only, the chest is a little too flat. Further back, there were 2 men. One of them, a slightly hunched middle-aged man, looked like a plain, neighborly uncle, and another. Zhang Lan's eyes flashed. He's seen it before. It was a middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair, wearing a shirt on the inside and a green sport coat over it. With his square-framed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, he looked svelte, not like an inhuman, but kind of like a teacher or something. Although he had only had a one-sided relationship, Zhang Lan still had quite a deep impression of this person. Zhang Lan had seen him and an all-sex confronting each other before when the all-sex attacked the mountain after the end of the Luo Heavenly Jiao Festival. Brother Zhang Lan, Zhang Chulan led the crowd, came to Zhang Lan's table and sat down. Introducing, this one is from the southwest, called Wang Jinxiu. With that, he pointed to the other 2 and continued, this is Old Meng from the northwest, and the other is Xiao Zzz, Xiao from Ludong. Hello. With a smile on his face, Wang Jinxiu took the lead in greeting Zhang Lan. Although he looked like a girl, when Wang Jinxiu opened his mouth, his voice was clearly a man. Zhang Lan raised an eyebrow. Male? No wonder Ikimoku was a horse. I think he recognized the wrong gender from the beginning. Hey, Wang Jinxiu grinned. I'll take that as a compliment. Zhang Lan pulled the corner of his mouth. Where did you get the idea that I was complimenting you? I'm from the northwest. Just call me Old Meng. The middle-aged man also spoke at this time, and his tone seemed to reveal a wave of wimpiness. My friend, we've met before. Xiao Zzai. Finally Xiao Zzai lightly pushed down the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said without any hesitation. Zhang Lan nodded his head slightly and told a few people, hello everyone, my name is Zhang Lan. At that moment, Wang Jinxiu spoke up. He looked at Zhang Chulan, then at Feng Baobao, and followed up. I say Liu Beis, you guys are going a bit overboard. We're all one. You guys are good. Getting 3 people out together. Chapter 157, Bad. I've become a villain. Zhang Chulan sniffed and explained. I'm Sister Bauer's assistant. Brother Zhang Lan just happens to be here and won't be participating in this mission. That's what they say. But what's really going on is obvious to anyone with an eye for detail. Zhang Lan was obviously waiting for them. Scanning around, Zhang Lan inquired, where are the rest of them? Aren't there 6 in all? The company is divided into 7 regions. Each region has a temporary worker. In addition to the already dead Liao Zhong, there should be 6 left. But now, counting Feng Baobao, there were only 4 in total present. There are still land centers and northeast ones left that haven't shown up. Hearing Zhang Lan ask, Zhang Chulan replied, the brothers in Luzhong are mysterious and don't seem to want to show up much. The ones in the northeast are active, but only in the group, and it's not known where they are. Zhang Lan nodded slightly. Obviously, temps don't all want to be exposed. After a few more moments of small talk, Wang Jinxiu said, Next, it's time to find Shander, right? The remaining few nodded in agreement. After all, the purpose of their coming over this time was to find Chen Dao. Now where is Chen Dao? Does anyone know? We can't just look around like headless flies. I don't know, but I think it's in the village. Why don't we just go in first? Listening to the crowd's conversation, Jianlan was silent for a while. He did know where Shander was, but he can't say it. Just as the crowd was discussing, their cell phones suddenly rang in unison with the sound of a message notification. Wang Zhenqiu was the first to open his cell phone, and when he saw the message on it, his pupils shrank. Then he looked at Jianlan. Several others reacted much the same way. After Xiao Zi read the content on his cell phone, he immediately narrowed his eyes at Jianlan, a touch of danger emanating from the depths of his eyes. Old Meng, on the other hand, stole a glance at Jianlan. Lastly, there's Chloe Chang. He only looked up with a confused look on his face. Brother Jianlan, you took Chen Dao away? Jianlan blinked. These guys, where did they get their information? The matter of him taking Chen Dao away from Bo village was only known to a few people, and those who do know are not in cahoots with the company and are unlikely to tip off these temps. That's a little strange, but since he had been discovered, Jianlan had no intention of hiding it. He said frankly, I'm the one who took it. You killed her? Sha asked himself. Jianlan's eyelids fluttered. This Xiao Ziji, his killing heart is a bit heavy. No, Jianlan said. I took her away because there's something I need to take care of. In the meantime, you guys just rest for a while. He said this, not in a consultative tone, but more akin to a notice. Brother Jianlan, Zhang Chulin's eyes flashed. Wang Zhenqiu didn't know where to get a lollipop in his mouth. Slightly in his tone, this is not good. Our mission goal this time is Chen Dao. Now that you've hidden Chen Dao, how else can we accomplish our mission? Jianlan sniffed and glanced at Wang Zhenqiu. It's okay, your assignments will be changed soon. As his words fell, several people's cell phones rang almost simultaneously. The crowd glanced at each other, all seeing a few moments of surprise in each other's eyes. Zhang Chulan was the first to pick up the phone and said, "What is it? Fourth brother?" On the other end of the phone, Su Si's voice rang out, "Let's put the matter of catching Chen Duo on hold first. Over at the headquarters, there's been a temporary change in the mission." Zhang Chulan's eyes flickered as he looked up at Zhang Lan and then said, "Temporary changes too?" "Yes," Su Si said. "The company discovered that the entire Bo village is affiliated with an organization called New Intercept. Although it's not in my jurisdiction, this is an organization that I've never heard of before. Just a few moments ago, New Intercept has been officially characterized by the company as a Xie cult. Anyway, your missions have been updated. I'll send you the details." "Good," Zhang Chulan agreed and hung up the phone. Immediately afterward, his WeChat alert sounded. "Grandpa, your grandson sent you a tweet. Your grandson tweeted you. Jian Lan, you haven't changed it yet? Did Su Si hear that he didn't whip him?" Zhang Chulan looked at the WeChat chat box. "Smash the New Interceptors. Arrest all members of the New Interceptors, and completely destroy their stronghold. Bo village." Zhang Chulan's eyes widened. The mission actually did change? What do you mean? Several other people also looked at Jiang Lan at the same time. Xiao Ziji narrowed his eyes at Jiang Lan and asked, "How did you know about the change of mission in advance?" Jiang Lan shrugged and didn't answer. Doesn't make sense. He couldn't just say that he'd done it to distract the company, single-handedly. For some reason, right now Jiang Lan had the feeling that he was the evil party. "It's broken. I'm the villain, but it doesn't matter, as long as you can complete the system tasks." And he wasn't thinking of going against the company. It would be nice if it could be resolved peacefully. Just then, a middle-aged man with a thick beard and wearing a combat uniform walked in the door. The man was a tiger with a black tube wrapped around his arm, and judging by his physique, he should be of military origin. He made his way to the crowd table. "I'm from Luzhong. Just call me Black Pipe." The crowd looked at the Black Pipe in unison. Wang Zhenqiu's tone was slightly teasing. "Lu Zhongs, haven't you been refusing to come out before? Why are you willing to come out now?" Black Pipe let out a laugh at that. "I wouldn't want to come out if I could. Who can tell? Everyone here will be my target one day. In case if I fall for you guys, I'll be even less able to lay my hands on you then. Ha ha ha." Wang Zhenqiu cried out, then pointed to the Black Pipe and said to Xiao Ziji beside him, "Brother Xiao, I like this guy." Black Pipe picked himself up an unopened bottle of beer from the floor, opened the cap with his teeth, and poured himself another full glass, then said, "But there's no use mulling all that over. Now that the mission's been changed, I can't accomplish the mission alone, and we're always going to meet anyway." Zheng Chulan looked at the crowd and said, "Then the only ones that haven't shown up yet are the ones in the northeast." Wang Zhenqiu shrugged. What's the rush when people's little girls are too shy to come out? Immediately afterward, he turned his eyes to Jiang Landao. "Little brother, let's put the matter of Bo village aside for now. I'm interested in you, but I'm very interested in you." Jiang Lan raised an eyebrow. No faggying, thanks haha. Wang Jinxiu. It had always been the first time that he had let someone else get the best of him, and he himself hadn't taken advantage of the situation in terms of talking, but also because there was no defense in advance. Ha ha. The crowd roared with laughter. Only old Meng, still looking sad. He struggled with the expression on his face for a while before he gathered the courage to say to Zhang, "Can I meet Shander first?" Chapter 158, Vacant 10th Brother Position. See Shander? Zhang looked at Old Meng and narrowed his eyes slightly. Old Meng looks like a man in his 40s and almost 50s, and he still wants to get credit so badly? I said, looking for her something to deal with. She will not see you. If there is still any idea of Chen Duo, Zhang Lan's eyes flashed a touch of dangerous color. I advise you better not have. Zhang Lan's mission is not yet complete. So much effort had been put in up front that he would never allow a mistake to be made at a time like this, no matter who it was. As long as they had thoughts about Chen Dao, he wouldn't be polite. The mission had been changed, and if this old Meng still wanted to take Chen Duo first, Zhang didn't mind taking a quicker step to send old Meng to his death. He had long since ceased to be the indecisive Zhang. As his strength became stronger, Zhang mentality had also changed quite a bit long ago in a subtle way. Killing a person to achieve a goal doesn't cause any emotions like guilt for him anymore. After hearing Zhang Lan's words, old Meng waved his hand repeatedly. No, it's not what you think. I really just want to meet Chen Dao. Without waiting for Zhang to inquire, old Meng went on to explain. I don't mean her any harm. It's just that the kid is so pathetic. I wanted to see how she was doing. Zhang raised his eyebrows slightly. Turns out he thought wrong. But how did Lao Meng know that Chen Dao was poor? Didn't you say before that the status of the temp was known only to the company's board of directors, and the head of the region to which the temp was directly subordinate? But looking at old Meng, it was obvious that he had known Chen Dao before. You know each other? Yes. Old Meng sniffed and nodded. When the Pill Immortal Society was eliminated before, it was me and a few other colleagues who went there. And after the elimination of the Pill Immortal Society, it was also me who brought Chen Duo out. Zhang drifted off. So it is. In that case, old Meng is still Chen Dao's savior? But even if he was a savior, Zhang had no intention of arranging a meeting between him and Chen Dao. Right now at this time, Zhang didn't want to cause trouble. Thinking of this, he said directly, she won't have time for a while. Do your own thing until after this? Old Meng opened his mouth at that, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Alright. At this time, Wang Jinxiu patted old Meng's shoulder and said, Uncle Meng, don't look so sad. It's not like you won't be able to see each other again. When the things in Bayou Village are finished, you guys might still have a chance to see each other. Prior to that, the temps, other than the Black Pipe and Northeast temps, converged. So there is a degree of understanding of each other. Old Meng had also said something about Chen Dao in front of the other temporary workers before. At this time, Zhang Chulan proposed, it's getting late. Why don't we find a quiet place first and discuss what to do next? Draw up a plan? At Zhang Chulan's proposal, the others nodded their heads in agreement. The previous target, though, was Shander, but they were all certain that Chen Dao was in Bo Village, so they had done just as much homework on Bo Village. They knew that there were quite a few people inside Bo Village. If they were attacked by a group, even if they were much stronger than the average inhuman, they would inevitably suffer. And, since it's a new Xia sect organization, there's bound to be some masters in there. Otherwise, there's no need for the company to make such a big deal out of it. At this time, Zhang was looking at Feng Baobao. Before Feng Baobao came over, she should have already been specially instructed. The whole time just now, she didn't say a word. Either Su Si or Zhang Chulan had specifically warned her. If it wasn't purposely instructed, with Feng Baobao's character, I'm afraid that she would have been unable to sit still. But it's better this way. Less said, less wrong. And it really didn't look like Bao Feng had attracted much attention from anyone else. That's enough. Now Jianlan also had something to do and didn't have that much time to watch over Feng Baobao. Plus, Zhang Chulan had a good head on his shoulders, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Originally, Jianlan was thinking of following this group of temporary workers and making a trip to Bo Village, but now it seems as if it won't be necessary. At this moment, the meal was also eaten almost. Zhang Chulan stood up and looked at Jianlan and asked, Brother Jianlan, are you coming alone? Jianlan deliberated slightly, then shook his head. There you go. After the contact just now, the other few temporary workers were not curious about Feng Baobao. In that case, there was no need for Jianlan to toss it. At those words, Wang Jinxiu's eyes flickered and his afterglow looked at Jianlan. Then he stood up as if nothing had happened. Go. He watched the group of temporary workers leave before Jianlan followed and stood up. Just before he could walk out the door of the restaurant, his cell phone suddenly rang. Jianlan glanced at the caller ID. The call was from Feng Jianghao. Shouldn't Feng Jianghao be messing with the Wang family at this moment? How come he has time to call him? Pressing down the curiosity in his heart, Jianlan picked up the phone and spoke. President Wind, Junior Brother Jiang, Feng Zhenghao's voice carried joy. It's going very well. There are at most 5 more days before we can take it completely. Zhang Lan raised an eyebrow. He naturally knew what Feng Zhenghao was referring to when he spoke of taking down none other than the king's family. It had to be said that Feng Zhenghao was indeed quite fast. A total of only a few days had passed since Wang Ai's death. Though once Wang Ai died, the Wang family was leaderless. But the foundation of the Wang family was right there. Even if the dragons were leaderless, it would not collapse that easily. It was still Feng Zhenghao's own massive power that allowed things to progress so smoothly. Good, Zhang Lan said. Is there anything else? There is indeed one thing. On the other end of the phone, Feng Zhenghao's voice rang out. After Wang Ai died, the company has been having actions. And about the 10 brothers. Now the position of the 10 brothers is vacant. The company in recent times. On this matter again too much attention. If I'm not guessing wrongly, they should be wanting to arrange for someone to take over Wang Ai's position. Oh, Zhang Lan came to have some interest. By the way, aren't all the 10 men elected and selected by each other? Either a respected senior in the circle, or an inhuman with high strength, or a huge power, is qualified to compete for the precious position of the 10 brothers. But the company intervened. Zhang Lan felt that Feng Zhenghao shouldn't be talking to him about such things for no reason. So, does he know something inside out? Thinking of this, Zhang Lan asked, President Feng, just don't sell yourself short. What do you want to say? Feng Zhenghao's voice paused, and only after a moment did he open his mouth. The new 10 brother that the company wants to put up should be you. No surprise. Zhang Lan, 6. Chapter 159, Su Ci's Call. Zhang Lan was never expecting that the company would actually do this. How much does this want to tie him to the company? Anyway, Zhang Lan was thinking that he shouldn't have such a big poker face. After another thought, Zhang Lan opened his mouth and asked, Is the information accurate? Feng Zhenghao's voice came out from the receiver. I can't be 100% sure, but it shouldn't be far off. It's estimated that it won't take long for someone from the company to contact you. Good, Zhang Lan said. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. Feng Zhenghao's voice was relaxed, obviously in a good mood. You've helped the world society so much. I'm worried that I don't have the right opportunity to repay you. It's fine if I can help. Zhang Lan then said, You're welcome for saying that. It's said to be a favor, but fundamentally, it's really just an exchange of benefits. But that's fine. After chatting with each other a couple more times, Feng Zhenghao said, I still have some things to take care of on my side, so wait for my good news. After it's done, I'll do everything I said before. Well, that's all for now then. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Lan stood up again. Since he was no longer planning to go to Bo village, he didn't have anything else to do right now. After thinking about it, Zhang Lan still decided to go back to the hotel first. At the very least, make sure that nothing happens in the period of time before the mission is completed. In fact, Chen Dao's own strength was not weak. Although the Medicine Immortal Society's remodeling techniques were cruel, Chen Duo's body was definitely considered powerful amongst otherworldly people of the same level. Moreover, Chen Dao's greatest strength was actually not his physical skills, but the compulsion that came from his body. Once the suit is unzipped, not an inch of grass will grow in a 100-mile radius. This kind of killing power. Looking at the entire inhuman realm, there were not many in total that could do it. So, Zhang Lan going back to protect Chen Dao was only part of the reason. It was mainly because Zhang Lan was afraid that Chen Dao's protective suit would rupture and stir up some big mess. Kill a leader and Zhang Lan still has room to negotiate with the company. But once Chen Dao's compulsion leaks and affects a large number of ordinary people, then the company will definitely not let Chen Dao off the hook. At that time, unless Zhang Lan really chose to go to war with the company. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to give up Chen Dao. But he didn't intend to antagonize the company if circumstances permitted. In any case, the company is also an official organization. A rival company would do nothing but trouble for Zhang Lan, and the rest would do no good at all. Moreover, his current strength was still far from enough to fight against the entire inhuman realm with his own strength. Thinking of this, Zhang Lan's eyes narrowed slightly as he called up the long-lost system panel. Name, Zhang Lan. Occupation, papermaker. Skills, troop control, eyeballing, puppetry, spirit manipulation. Types of soldiers, paper puppets, paper soldiers, paper horses, paper generals, paper married ghosts, ghost mothers. Type of spirit, Zhongkue, Chui Ju, day and night wanderer. White impermanence, black impermanence, evil nightmare, 600. The type of weaponry can be exchanged for nightmare points. You can earn nightmare points by completing quests or killing inhumans. It's okay. This panel, it's already luxurious. It should be a little more luxurious when his 2 current quests are complete. Zhang Lan had some expectations in his heart. All he had to do now was wait. Zhang Lan stood up and walked in the direction of returning to the hotel. But before he could get to the place, the phone, which he had placed in his pocket, rang once again with a ring. Zhang Lan thought it was Feng Zhenghao again, but when he picked it up, he realized it wasn't. The one who called was actually Su Ci. Zhang Lan moved, then picked up the phone. Something wrong, fourth brother? On the other end of the phone, Susi's tone was a bit anxious. You took Shander away? Jianlan pulled the corner of his mouth. The speed at which this news is spreading is really a bit outrageous. He had just finished talking to the group of temporary workers in the front foot, and now Susi knew about it. Before all admitted. This moment Jianlan is impossible not to admit. Heard Susi's question, directly said, I'm the one who took the people. What are you going to do, big brother? Susi's tone was still anxious. Although the company has temporarily changed its target this time, it's impossible to just let Chen Dao's matter go. When the matter of Bo village is resolved, sooner or later, it will be necessary to liquidate Chen Dao. Susi continued, and I just don't understand. You two are not relatives. If you don't go on this trip to Bo village, maybe you two will never cross paths in this life. What are you taking her for? Jianlan's heart was a little touched. It was obvious that Susi was indeed anxious about him, but he had already decided, and had put in so much effort. It was impossible to change Jianlan's original plan just for Susi's 3 or 2 words. He spoke, that little girl is too pitiful. I can't look at her. Anyway, let's do this first. Take a step and see what happens. We'll talk about it then. Susi, why didn't I see it before? You're the reincarnation of the Virgin Mary? Pity? In this world, there are so many poor people. Can you save them one by one? Chen Dao's information had been unblocked internally, and Susi had naturally seen it. He didn't deny that Chen Dao, that girl, was indeed pitiful, but in Susi's opinion, no matter how pathetic it is not a reason for Chen Dao to kill Liao Zhong. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it, and if you are beaten, you stand upright. Killing the head of the immediate region is almost a foregone conclusion. When you do something wrong, you have to suffer the consequences of doing something wrong. Susi was a bit at a loss for what to say for a moment. He paused for a long moment before continuing. Let's put it this way, when this matter in Bo village is over, I can help you bear some of the pressure from the company, but I'm afraid you'll have to pay a price if you insist on protecting Chen Dao. I know, Jianlan said. Thanks a lot. Susi sniffed and asked, by the way, did you see the baby in Zheng Chulan? See, they just left. Jianlan said, the other few extras didn't show any obvious interest in Bao Bao phone, so there shouldn't be any problems. Even if there really is a slip-up, Zheng Chulan's brain will be able to round it off. That's a relief. Susi let out a long breath of relief. Jianlan then asked, is there anything else? No. Susi gave a beat. Yes, there is another one. Without the need for Susi to say anything, Jianlan could probably guess what was going on, only to hear Susi continued. This is not Wang Ai died. Now his position no one, but the 10 brothers will not be able to stay empty. Originally the company wanted me to ask your opinion, but now, it is better to wait for the end of this matter in Bo village. Jianlan's eyes flashed. Sure enough, it's a 10 guys thing, but now there was this tangent with Chen Dao, causing things to not go smoothly. Doesn't matter though, Jianlan didn't really care much about a 10 brother position anyway. In his opinion, strength was the main thing, and everything else was vanity. Chapter 160 Mission accomplished. Unlocking Mangwoman. 3 days later, in the evening, Jianlan was lying down in his hotel room, while Chen Dao was in the next bed, playing a game on his cell phone in high spirits. It was not good for Chen Dao to leave directly in his current situation. Once you get on a plane or train, it's all noticeable to the company. Although Jianlan was ready to negotiate with the company, the first point was that he had to make sure that Chen Duo's body was fully restored to normal and free from the parasites first. Otherwise, no matter how much Jianlan paid, it was impossible for the company to let Chen Dao go. It was also unknown when Feng Zhanghao's side would completely resolve the Wang family. Shander glanced at Jianlan between games. You have something on your mind? Jianlan didn't follow to Bo village, and spent the past few days staying with Chen Dao. Shander was also much more familiar with him. At least now the two could have a normal conversation for a while. Jianlan shook his head when he heard Chen Dao's voice. It's fine. Shander put down his cell phone. Is it worrying about me? You've done enough for me. If it's too hard. What words? All said it's fine. Since I chose to help you, I will help to the end. Jianlan said, don't say such words again in the future. Are you kidding me? It's all come to this. If we don't get the job done, Jianlan won't be able to sleep for at least a month. Failure is not scary. The scary thing is to try and still fail. After paying, and immediately about to seize the fruits of victory, Jianlan will not easily let go. Of course, his current attitude towards Chen Dao was not entirely because of the mission. After a few days of getting along, he felt that Chen Dao was indeed not bad by nature, even in a sense. She's a good person. It was just that even now Jianlan didn't know why Chen Dao had killed her charge. Across from Jianlan, a touch of complexity grew in Chen Duo's eyes. She still didn't understand why Jianlan was so nice to her. This completely unjustified goodwill. It's too much of a luxury for her. Although the previous Liao Zhong was also very good to her, Liao Zhong's character was just a bit too stubborn. It was fine that Liao Zhong was there to protect her, but instead of being protected in a disobedient manner like before, it would be better to let her just die and get it over with. Just then, John Lan suddenly sat up his body and looked into the air in front of him. In front of him, a semi-transparent virtual light screen appeared. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission within half a year. Overthrow Wang AI and his family. Reward, Evil Nightmare * 10,000. John Lan's eyes widened slightly. It was a surprise that came a little too suddenly. 3 days ago Feng Zhenghao called him and also said that it would take about 5 days. I didn't realize that it was straight ahead by almost half. Closing the system light screen, John Lan glanced at Chen Duo Dao next to him. Wait for me to make a call. When the evil nightmare points arrived, he was not in a hurry to spend them, but planned to ask Feng Zhenghao first. But just as John Lan pulled out his cell phone, before he could make a call, the screen of the phone lit up first, and the caller display was none other than Feng Zhenghao. John Lan sucked in a breath and then picked up the phone. Hello? On the other end of the phone, Feng Zhenghao vaguely suppressed excited voice rang out. It's almost over, just a bit of tailing left to do. When would be a convenient time for you to come back? Worthy of being President Feng. This efficiency, John Lan said, just these few days, I'll try to do it in 3 days. John Lan still had some things to take care of, and he might even have to go to the company and deal with that group of board members. What's more, although there were enough evil nightmare points to purchase Meng's spirit body, it was unknown whether Meng could cure Chen Dao, and if so, how long it would take. Still won't know until I watch it in a while. Okay, I'll finish the tale in 3 days, and I'll see you in Z City then. No problem. Inside the phone call, the two didn't talk about too many details. Mostly, both were on the defensive. Plus, the annexation of the Wang family by the Feng family was nothing honorable. Although Feng Zhenghao and Wang AI had a grudge themselves, outsiders were unaware of it. If it really got out, other people would only think that Feng Zhenghao would do whatever it took for the sake of profit. After hanging up the phone, John Lan stood up. Get ready. I'll help you with the compulsion. Well, Chen Dao subconsciously agreed, then tilted her head full of consternation and looked at John Lan. What? I said, help you with the compulsion. After Chen Dao confirmed Jiang Lan's words, her eyes widened a few more points. Happiness came too suddenly. It was only at this time that Chen Dao followed afterward and stood up from the bed, asking, what do I need to do? Need you to sit down and wait. As he spoke, John Lan had already called up the system panel and entered the evil nightmare mall. Without looking at anything else, his sight locked directly onto Meng. Mona, required nightmare 5000, spirit. Confirmation of purchase, Ju Chui. Looking at the prompt that appeared in the system, John Lan didn't hesitate for a second and directly said silently in his heart, okay. Purchase successful. As the system prompted, a large number of memories steeply poured into John Lan's mind. The current John Lan had long since become incomparable, and the speed at which he received and combed through his memories was also much faster compared to before. In just a few seconds, he had already combed through all of his memories about Meng. John Lan slowly closed his eyes, and a sea of gloomy aura surged out from his body. A small portion of the obscurity gradually coalesced into a humanoid form and landed on the ground. As soon as he landed on the ground, the humanoidine haze skyrocketed by a fraction, transforming into a real person with flesh and blood. John Lan looked at Mengpa in front of him, a flash of surprise appearing in his eyes. This Mona's image was very different from what he had previously imagined. In John Lan's mind, Meng should be a gray-haired grandmother, preferably wearing a few layers of patched, ghostly, tattered clothes. Oh yes, and a spoon in your hand and a big pot in front of you. But in reality, the Mona standing in front of John Lan was a tall, cool-looking girl with curly hair. Meng was wearing a dark green cheongsam, and coupled with a face that appeared a somewhat strange pinkish-white color, John Lan even thought that this was a stand-up drawing of some secondary character that had crossed over. Seeing John Lan, Mona bent down slightly, her voice clear and cold. Mona, meet the Lord. After silently lamenting Meng's appearance in his heart, John Lan dryly coughed and said, help me see her. Can she be cured? Wait a moment. With her long legs, Mona took long, faithful steps to Chen Dao's side, slightly bending down to lift Chen Dao's arm up. Don't be afraid, girl. I'll help you take a look. Aha! Shander nodded with some excitement. Meng's slender fingers rested on Chen Dao's wrist, squinting her eyes and feeling for a moment before reopening her eyes in some surprise. This girl's situation. Chapter 161, Treating Chen Dao. What? Can't you cure it? Seeing Meng's expression, John Lan was a little worried. If it really can't be cured, it's going to be a problem. If the parasites on Chen Dao's body didn't go, then the negotiations on the company's side would definitely not be able to go ahead. In this way, John Lan could only overturn all the plans he had made before. No, just as John Lan had begun to think of a way back, Mengpa continued, it's just a bit special. and it's the first time I've seen a situation like this where the internal organs have completely disappeared and existed in a different way. But it shouldn't be difficult to treat it. Jianglan, good guys, with all the internal organs gone, it's not hard to treat. Worthy of being a top-notch priest who can bring people back from the dead. He speaks with conviction. Jianglan asked, do you need me to do anything? Or prepare somewhat in advance? He felt that even if it could be cured, it certainly wasn't just lip service. But unexpectedly, Mona shook her head. Nothing, give me half an hour. Jianglan took a deep breath. Scary as hell. But the more powerful Mona is, the better. After all, it's one of our own. Meng continued, but there's something that needs to be said in advance. What? Meng woman looked at Chen Duo, little girl. The internal organs inside your body have been completely caved in, although I am able to help you heal completely. If you want to completely eradicate the parasites, you will have to use something else to replace those internal organs of yours that are now under the direct control of the parasites. Instead, Chen Dao somewhat didn't understand. It's all about the internal organs. What else could be used instead? Mona said, yes, it is instead. With that, a large mass of black mist appeared in Meng's palm. This is Yin Hai, which can replace the compulsion and drive your internal organs to work. At the same time, Yin Hai will also catalyze your deactivated internal organs that have already dried up. Only this may take longer. About how long? Even for a bland nature like Chen Dao, not only did some fluctuations appear at this moment, it will take a year at the earliest. Meng said, moreover, there's another problem with replacing your internal organs with Yin Hai. That is, you're an ordinary person. There's no way to produce Yin obscurity on your own. But then again, Yin obscurity is consumed every moment. The total amount of Yin obscurity that you can hold in your body will only be able to support you for 2 or 3 months at most. This is still the case if you don't make a move with other people. Once there is a conflict, the faster the rate of Yin Hai depletion will follow. Of course, there is a solution. As long as the Lord or I help you reinfuse it before the Yin Hai disappears. Chen Dao was overjoyed. It's not much of a challenge at all. A moment ago, she thought that there was some kind of condition that was hard for her to accept. That now leaves one question. Would Jianglan infuse her pavilion with Yin and Yi? Actually, Chen Dao's worries were completely unnecessary. With the relationship between them, although they hadn't been together for a long time, but if something really happened, it was impossible for Jianglan to sit back and watch. Chen Dao looked at Jianglan with a searching gaze. Jianglan responded to Chen Dao. No problem. Before you completely recuperate, just follow me. As for after you get well, just talk about it. Unlike Chen Dao, Jianglan's dantian was a real one. In his dantian, there was a large amount of Yin obscurity born almost all the time. Even if he casually leaked out some, it would be enough to multiply Chen Dao's recovered body. Do you think it's okay? If it's okay, I'll let her do it. Chen Dao sniffed and nodded heavily. Begin. Jianglan didn't intend to procrastinate any longer, and he still had a bunch of things to do afterward. He opened his mouth and spoke to Meng. Begin. Well, Lord, I'd like to ask you to step back for a moment, if that's convenient. Jianglan was selfless. As long as he could cure the person, he didn't bother to watch the treatment process. Only he was still a little curious as to why Meng didn't want him to see it. He went straight to the question in his mind. What's the inconvenience? This is not, said Meng, only the process may be a little difficult to accept. In order to avoid your discomfort, it is better not to watch. If Meng was really an old woman, Jianglan would probably have listened to the advice. But Mona is a real beauty. It's a well-known fact that men's IQs plummet when faced with women, especially good-looking women. So after Meng's remark, instead, it even provoked Jianglan's competitive spirit. Come on, let's see what's going on. It's fine. Just start. Meng Ma glanced at Jianglan and saw that he really didn't listen to advice, so she didn't say anything and just nodded. Then prepare yourself. Lord, Shander, isn't that a cure for me? What do you want Jianglan to prepare? Just as Chen Dao was thinking, Meng Po's hand had already reached above her head. Sleep, little sister, and wake up. Meng's voice was as if it had magic power. Along with her speaking, Chen Dao only felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and before a few seconds had passed, he completely closed both eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Although he was standing, Chen Dao did not lose his balance, but instead just stood in place in a weird way. A faint black and gray mist lingered on Meng's slender fingers, drilling into Chen Dao's body. Next moment, vomit. Chen Dao, whose eyes were closed, had his mouth snapped open. A puddle of dark liquid was spat out of her. The dark liquid landed with a boil, dense bubbles one after the other. Then after that, the bubbles popped, and with each one, several bugs of various shapes and sizes appeared. Centipedes, spiders, poisonous snakes, you name it. At this time, Chen Dao's mouth remained open. Countless poisonous insects appeared from her mouth, and in an instant, they were on the verge of covering the floor of the room. Seeing this, Jianglan turned and ran. Just kidding. If he knew it was such a big scene, he wouldn't have pretended just now. Convinced. So convinced. Jianglan hadn't been afraid of anything since he was a kid, except for bugs, which he was really afraid of. Just by looking at it, Jianglan felt his scalp go numb. He had no doubt that if he continued to stay in the room and didn't leave, he wouldn't even have to wait for the healing process to be over. He'd have to be under the weather for even another 2 minutes. Without the slightest lingering, Jianglan went out and piggybacked on the door of his room to close it again. I have to say that Mona controlled it quite well, and although there were a large number of bugs inside, none of them came through the door. Of course, it could also be because all those parasites died directly after leaving Qindao's body. A full close to half an hour had passed, and only then, within the room, did Meng's clear and cold voice come. "Lord, it's over. You may come in." Jianglan had just given himself half an hour of psychological construction outside, and now even if there were still bugs in the house, he didn't. Chapter 162, Cow's Head and Horse's Face. Vomit. Asterisk. Looking at the floor that was a mess, full of all kinds of insect corpses, Jianglan only felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the sky. It's exciting too. He hastily re-exited the room and closed the door before he whispered, "No, these things, can we get rid of them?" With so many bug corpses, Jianglan really couldn't suffer. He could already imagine the popping sound of the bug corpses as his feet hit the floor. Crunch! Inside the room, there was a winning bad smile on Meng's face, followed by a serious voice in a cool voice. "Sorry, Lord, just a moment." As Meng's words fell, a ghastly wind rolled up in the room immediately afterward, and even as Jianglan stood outside the door, he could feel the piercing chill. Of course, the chill wouldn't affect him much as all. After another period of close to 2 minutes, Meng's clear and cold voice sounded once again. "Lord, it's done." Jianglan sniffed and pushed the door open again. Returning to the room, the insect corpses on the ground had already been cleared away, without the slightest remnant, as if they had been thoroughly swept away. Even among the air, there was no more of that unpleasant odor from before. Jianglan immediately let out a long breath. Immediately after that, he looked at Chen Dao. At this time, Chen Duo was already lying on the bed. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her face was quite a bit paler than before, without the slightest bit of blood color. "What is her situation?" Jianglan asked as he looked at Meng. "It's nothing. I just fainted after consuming too much," Meng said. Her jade hand lightly waved, and some obscurity wrapped above her palm. A moment later, a porcelain vase appeared in her hand. Porcelain vase, body dark green, not big, is unusual disposable water cup size, Mona said as she placed the bottle on the nightstand. "Lord, wait for her to come to her senses and then have the little girl take the soup. She should be back to full strength within half a day." Not bad. Jianglan was quite pleased. This tactic of Meng's can't be said to be unimpressive. Being able to get all the parasites out of Qindao's body and still guaranteeing that he wouldn't die. This kind of operation, apart from Meng, Jianglan believed that there was no one else in this world who could do it. "It's been hard work. You go back first," Jianglan said to Mona. Without saying another word, Meng Ma was slightly saluting Jianglan, and then transformed into a black and gray smoke, drilling into Jianglan's dantian. Jianglan sat on the bed next to him, still a little bit uncomfortable. The bugs are gone from the ground, but they couldn't help but be there just now. To say it's not diabolical would be a lie. Jianglan didn't bother Qindao, but opened the system again. Name, Jianglan. Occupation, papermaker. Skills, troop control, eyeballing, puppetry, spirit manipulation. Types of soldiers, paper puppets, paper soldiers, paper horses, paper generals, paper married ghosts, ghost mothers. Type of spirit, Zhongkue, Ju, day and night wanderer. White impermanence, black impermanence, Meng Pa, evil nightmare, 5,600. The type of weaponry can be exchanged for nightmare points. You can earn nightmare points by completing quests or killing inhumans. Now he had an additional 5,600 evil nightmare points to spend. Without much hesitation, Jianglan directly opened the evil nightmare mall. At the top, there were still the great gods that were beyond his reach. Jianglan scrolled straight down. Bull's head, required nightmare 2000, spirit. Horseface, required nightmare 2000, spirit. Note, the simultaneous appearance of bull head and horseface can enhance the battle power to a certain extent. He looked up slightly above the bull's head. Inside the mall, at some point, 2 more spirit bodies were refreshed. Golden shackles, 2000 nightmares required, spirit. Silver lock, required nightmare 2000, spirit. Note, the simultaneous appearance of the golden shackles and silver locks can enhance the battle power to a certain extent. Oh, yeah, Jianglan's eyes flashed. 2 more masters? Just now, he had planned to directly buy Bullhead and Horseface's spirit body. After all, these nightmare points Jianglan had left now weren't enough to buy anything else. But now, he has two more options. After thinking for a while, Jianlan still decided that he would first get the third and fourth masters, also known as Bullhead and Horseface. The two of them, the golden shackles and the silver locks, are also based on the means of detaining souls. But Bull's eye, that's fighting head-on, and a bull's head and a horse's face is probably quite a bit more oppressive than a golden yoke and a silver lock. It's decided. Anyway, he would be able to gain another 10,000 nightmares when things were completely over with Shander. It's not too late to unlock the others. Thinking of this, Jianlan directly used his consciousness to decide to purchase Bullhead Horseface. Whether or not to confirm the purchase, Bull's head, Horseface, Jianlan still nodded his head without hesitation, saying silently in his heart, yes, purchase successful. It's the same familiar recipe, the same familiar flavor. As the memories poured in, Jianlan had a lot more in his head. After Mangpa entered his body, Jianlan's body also received another transformation. His already solidified sinews and bones had also become more condensed under the successive transformations. The total amount of yin and obscurity in the body has also increased. In other words, Jianlan's strength was now pulled up a notch higher than before, and the remodeling wasn't over yet. It would be a day or two before he would be upgraded to his peak state. In less than 2 minutes, Jianlan finished combing through his memories. His eyes closed slightly, and his body once again gushed out an ocean of darkness. Nowadays, Jianlan had long since stopped needing to use paper to tie up a paperman, and instead, he could do so by relying solely on Inhei. In the twinkling of an eye, two figures of shadowy composition landed on the ground, followed by expansion and elevation, until they almost reached the ceiling, before stopping. As the gloom dispersed, the true face of Oxhead and Horseface appeared in front of Jianlan. On the left, a bull's head and body, clad in clothes made from the skin of some animal, with gnarled muscles and hooves as huge as an adult's head. Between breaths, in his two bull noses, he also kept exhaling gusts of white smoke. And Horseface, next to Oxhead, looks a bit thinner in stature, but only relatively speaking. If Oxhead's waistline required 3 people to hug him, then Horseface's waistline, at least 2.5 people would be able to barely hold it. The two brothers were close to 10 feet tall, and just by standing there, the sense of oppression came straight to their faces. As for the strength of the two brothers, naturally, there was no need to say more. Any single one of Oxhead and Horseface can completely abuse any of the other 10 brothers except Old Heavenly Master. Bullhead, meet the Lord. Horseface, meet the Lord. Both of their voices were a bit jarring, but Jianlan felt unusually cute. These are his soldiers, Jianlan said. Well, come back, don't collapse the floor again. Although in his heart, he also wanted to try the specific strength of Bullhead and Horseface, but for the sake of overall consideration, he should just forget about it. Hurry up and take it back, and Bullseye can help transform his body. Chapter 163, The Destruction of Bo Village. Oxhead Horseface drilled into Jianlan's dantian, and after another 2 hours or so, until it was already almost dark outside, Chen Dao woke up leisurely. Well, Chen Dao's lips were white, without a trace of blood, and she looked like a sickly beauty. In fact, she did get very sick. It's not a disease when your insides are hollowed out. Jianlan was originally lying down and preparing to sleep. When he heard Chen Dao's movement, he immediately rolled over and sat up, came to the bedside table, picked up the soup that Meng left behind on her way out, and said to Chen Dao, "Drink first." Chen Dao still looked weak, but still managed to hold on and take the porcelain bottle, open the cork and drink the liquid inside. The current Chen Dao was completely defenseless against Jianlan. After all, if Jianlan really had any bad intentions towards her, he would have done it long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Although Chen Dao had little experience in society, she was not stupid. She can feel who treats her well. As the mengbua soup entered the stomach, Chen Dao's face color was visible to the naked eye as it became red and moist, and his hair, which was originally a bit dry, also regained its vitality. Jianlan looked at the scene in front of him and was also quite amazed. The effect of this was immediate. Shander closed his eyes and seemed to be experiencing something. Seeing this, Jianlan didn't bother too much. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that he asked, "How do you feel now?" Chen Dao looked at Jianlan and nodded. "Much better, just feeling." Saying that, Chen Dao lowered his head, looked at his body, and continued, "It just feels a little empty in my stomach." Jianlan, speechless for a while, Jianlan said, "It's normal to feel empty. It's only bad if you don't. Shander's internal organs are gone, and it's all thanks to Inhai that he's alive now. She is in a situation that is unrepeatable. Anyone else, with a stomach full of parasites, would have been dead already." However, Chen Dao was a compass body sage child. In other words, Chen Dao herself was the biggest compass. That's why she wouldn't be affected. Coupled with the fact that because of the compulsion feeding from a young age, Chen Duo was able to have such a body that was invulnerable to all diseases now. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to carry even the most basic hay into the body, let alone letting the hay take the place of the body's organs. At this time, Jianlan seemed to remember something now. By the way, you have a limited amount of yin and yi in your body, so try not to consume too much, and don't fight. If you really consume too fast, it's okay if I'm by your side, but if I'm not there, you'll die when your yin chi is completely depleted. But wait until a year from now, when your insides grow on their own, and you'll have no such concerns. Aha! Shander nodded heavily. She then closed her eyes again. It wasn't until this time that Chen Dao realized that she was truly and completely well. A great sense of joy rushed into Shander's mind. The first thing she did when she came to her senses was not to cheer or be happy, but to rip the green protective suit off her body with a near-frantic hand. Jianlan was taken aback by the sudden surprise. He's a man of honor. He's never seen anything like this. Of course, all said and done, but Jianlan is at least a person of the new era, who hasn't eaten pork, but still hasn't seen a pig run? But it has to be said, Chen Duo, this can be really, ahem, quite, mountain-like quite. Shander now looked a little thin in appearance, especially the belly, which is completely sunken in. Seeing this, Jianlan felt a bit out of place and hastily averted his eyes. This big girl can't look at it all the time. Doesn't that make you a hooligan? As a matter of fact, Jianlan really didn't expect that Chen Dao would suddenly come up with such a thing, and at this moment, Chen Dao, still completely unaware of Jianlan's eyes, instead looked down at her own body. As Chen Dao gradually relaxed, but no more compulsion spilled out of her body, she finally wept with joy. This kind of scene, she had dreamed about it in her dreams I don't know how many times before. Unexpectedly, it was actually really realized by Jianlan. At this time, Chen Dao was in a complicated mood and was almost about to be unable to speak, forced to suppress the excitement in his heart. It simply can't be repressed. Chen Duo's emotions violently erupted, directly got up and flew at Jianlan, directly giving him a heavy slam on the bed. Jianlan really didn't react. He swore that not dodging just now was definitely not because he wanted to take advantage. No, you're excited. Let's get dressed first, okay? Jianlan is at least a young man. Where can he stand this kind of temptation? If it had been a little longer, Jianlan couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't have turned into a humanoid beast. Isn't that bullying an honest man? Hearing Jiang Lan's reminder, Chen Duo obviously also realized that something was wrong, and somewhat flusteredly drew back her hand, followed by lying back on the bed with a shy face, pulling over the quilt to wrap her body tightly. Jianlan took a long breath. It's kind of died down. If this had gone on a little longer, he really wouldn't have been able to hold it together. Jianlan walked towards the door of the room and said, I'm going to get some dinner. Is there anything you want? Chen Dao nodded his head repeatedly. Thanks, I'll eat anything. To be honest, Chen Dao wasn't actually hungry right now, but she wouldn't reject anything Jianlan said. Jianlan sniffed and directly pushed the door to leave. Phew, he let out a long breath. Things on Chen Dao's side were finally going to be taken care of. The next step was to go back to downtown Z first to meet Feng Zhenghao for a while. In fact, Feng Zhenghao can see or not see. The key is that the previous time, Feng Zhenghao promised to give him half of the assets of the Wang family. Even if Jianlan was already rich now, he hadn't reached the point where he felt the money was hot. All the assets of the Wang family added together, not to mention the trillion level, a few hundred billion certainly cannot run away. Even if it's 300 billion, that half is a full 150 billion. So much money, not to mention a lifetime. With Jianglan's current spending style, he wouldn't be able to spend it all in 100 lifetimes. Of course, that was all of the Wang family's assets added together, and half of what Feng Zhenghao said could be liquidity or something else. But even if it's something else, how can you say it's tens of billions? Even if it was only $100 million, it was still completely enough for Jianlan to live a life of clothing and food. So, money for sure. With this in mind, Jianlan went downstairs to a nearby restaurant and casually ordered a few dishes before returning back to the hotel. Just as he reached the entrance of the hotel, Jianlan saw Wang Yuya walking from the side. Wang also hadn't seen anyone all day today, and he hadn't been there when Meng had treated Chen Dao earlier. Where have you been? What took you so long? Wang also looked up to see Jianlan and said after a moment, It's not much. It's just that old Qing has fallen into the net. The extras put an end to Bo Village. Jianlan raised an eyebrow. That fast? How do you know? Hey, how else can I know? Wang also said, Old Green called me. I just went over. This moment is not just back. Chapter 164, Don't Give Up Your Face. That's quite a bit of information from Wang too. He's been to Bo Village here, but according to the company's way of doing things, Wang should also be considered a person involved in the incident, and should have been taken away by now. Jianlan thought about it and asked, No one bothered you when you went over there? No. Wang also waved his hand. I was told to go back to be investigated, but I said it had nothing to do with me, and they didn't really do anything. It looks like the company is paying quite a bit of attention. If I really go over there, I don't think I'll be able to get out without 2 days. That's true, that furnace, it's too much of a threat to the company, Jianglan said. Forget it, let's go back to the house and eat something first. King nodded in agreement as well, and the two of them pushed their way up the stairs in pairs. Back in the room, Jianglan put the dishes he was carrying on the table and greeted him. Dinner. Chen Dao, who was originally sitting on the edge of the bed and had already changed her clothes, got up obediently. At this moment, there was still some flushing on her face that hadn't dissipated due to her overexcitement. Wang also swept his eyes at Chen Dao. Then, somewhat surprised, he fixed his gaze on Chen Dao. Looking up and down, he realized that Shander seemed a bit different from before, but exactly where it was different, he still kind of couldn't tell. A moment later, Wang also reacted violently. Why isn't she wearing a protective suit? Chen Dao's situation was also known to Wang. He also knew that once the compulsion in Chen Dao's body went out of control, within a range of 100 meters in terms, there would not be an inch of grass. Jiang Lan returned. It's fine. You don't even need to wear it in the future. Are you crazy? Wang was also surprised. Dying brother. Can't die. Cured. Wang also stared wide-eyed. After this period of time, he also knew quite a lot about Chen Dao. Knowing that Chen Dao had stayed in the company's dark fortress for several years, and had not resolved the compulsion in her body, the company already had its back to the public, and the dark fortress was the company's best-kept secret. It could be said that everything state-of-the-art technology was inside the dark fortress. Even the medical staff is at the top of its game. Not only that, but there are quite a few medically proficient inhumans. This kind of luxury lineup has been treating Chen Dao for several years, but Jianglan has only taken over for a few days, and he's cured him? You're exaggerating. I thought the internal organs were eroded. How did you cure it? I don't know exactly. It's just better anyway. Jianglan wasn't too sure about Meng's methods, and he hadn't even looked at Meng's treatment just now, so that's why Jianglan didn't really know. All he knew was that the compulsion in Chen Dao's internal organs had been replaced by Yin He. Even though it was the same shade, if Jianglan were to cure it, it would definitely not be cured. Wang also. He was so convinced. Isn't it a little too outrageous to be cured and not know how it turned out? Soon enough, though, King calmed down as well. It was normal. Anyway, since he knew Jianglan, there was nothing he couldn't do. He had also long been surprised by this kind of over-the-top thing. King didn't continue to dwell on it either. Just gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Jianglan smiled. It's okay. The three of them gathered around the table to eat. 2 or 3 minutes later, Jianglan Dao, by the way, I'm ready to take Shander back, aren't you? If you two leave, I'll leave too. Why are you staying here by yourself? Wang also stretched his back. But I don't want to go back to the imperial capital. Can I go to your place to play for 2 days? Jianglan was a bit surprised. Young Master Wang, what's the point of going to my place if you don't inherit the billions of dollars from your family? Hey, don't mention it. Speaking of this, Wang also had a somewhat helpless expression on his face. That artistic character Sex Chen Jinkui, you still remember, right? Jianglan froze, a bit unable to remember who it was. After a couple seconds, he responded. Chen Jinkui was one of the 10 men who had gotten someone to watch Wang Yuya's family before. However, after being threatened by Zhang Chulan with some photos later, he didn't use that kind of underhanded tactics anymore. What? Is he pestering you again? Aha. Wang also nodded. Only this time, instead of asking people to pester my family, he personally came out to find me to worship. Jianglan, nice guys, that's a lot of face. At least he is also one of the 10 brothers. Oh no, now it should be called one of the 9 brothers. And Wang also a 20-something junior to pay homage to the teacher can be okay? But Wang also said that Chen Jinkui hadn't done anything excessive and was simply worshipping his master. So Jianglan couldn't say anything. Worship is worship. Why don't you just ignore him and be done with it? Where is that easy? Wang also face expression more helpless. You do not know. You left the day that Big Master came to pester me. Die not go. That look, I guess I want to take him. Let him for me as a dog. He have to agree. Good guys, so sincere? Jianglan had never really heard of anyone being a dog for the sake of learning something, but it's also possible that he has the system and is already perfectly strong enough without learning anything else per se. What Wang had also mastered was one of the 8 strange techniques. Jianglan didn't realize how attractive Wang Yuya's Wind Queen strange door was to Chen Jinkui, who was also a magician. In fact, not to mention being a dog. As long as Wang Yuya agreed to teach the Wind Queen's strange sect to Chen Jinkui, even if Chen Jinkui was allowed to die in a couple of days, he would probably be willing to do so. Jianglan sipped his teeth. If you really can't, why don't you teach him? Don't be so stingy. The king was also helpless. Don't you know what I am? How can I be stingy? If I don't teach him, he'll at most pester me, but if I teach him, he might even lose his life. Do you really think that the Wind Queen's strange sect is that easy to practice? Oh, exempt. Jianlan raised an eyebrow. There's such a thing? It's easy to lose your life, but it's okay. At this moment, Wang Yuya's eyes were born with some helplessness. He didn't say anything half-assed. Wind Queen's strange door. The only people in the world who have learned and are able to integrate it are probably the predecessors who created this strange skill, and Wang himself. Other people, even those masters on Wudong, learning the wind after the strange door, are also crazy, crippled. That state, even more so, made Wang Yuya feel that if he taught anyone to learn the Wind Queen, he would be completely harming them. Looking at Wang Yuya's expression, Jianlan pondered for a while, then said, "Is it really as scary as you say? More than that, it's a lot scarier than I said." Well, Jianlan paused. "Why don't I try?" Wang also froze instantly. "No, buddy, are you sick? Letting go of a good day. You have to find death? Besides, at your level, you can't use this Chi Men method at all. Plus you don't have any pre-cultivation either. You may not even be able to hold on to your meditation." Well, the corners of Jianlan's mouth turned away. It's a bit hurtful, but what Wang also said doesn't seem to be a problem, huh? Chapter 165, Is this the Wind Queen's strange door? And with a system of his own, there was no need for him to take that risk. Forget it. Just now itself was a whim anyway. Plus he really doesn't feel much for the Wind Queen Chimera either. It's not right. Thinking of this, a figure suddenly appeared in Jianlan's mind. Shu Tong. She's collecting bocce techniques. Although it was not known exactly how many sects she had already collected, it was certain that Wang Yuya's Wind Queen's Qi sect was definitely not among the Qi techniques that Shu Tong had already collected. If she already had the 8 Qi techniques, Shu Tong would have no need to find Wang Yuya at all. Although on the surface, Wang was also invited by Ma Xianhong, but in reality, Ma Xianhong had probably been completely controlled by Chu Tong's blue hand long ago, so the person behind it could only be Chu Tong. Since Chu Tong didn't get the Wind Queen's strange door, there was a bit of a story to this. She had said that as long as she could collect the 8 strange techniques, she would be able to obtain the law of eternal life. At first Jianlan felt that Chu Tong's words seemed to be hiding something. After thinking about it for the past few days, he also finally figured it out. Chu Tong's so-called method of longevity. Longevity is just an appearance. Her true purpose was to ascend to immortality. Yes, the ethereal immortal. As for what immortality is, it is the most insignificant thing compared to being immortalized. Not only was the Wind Queen Chiman, it was estimated that Chu Tong had not even collected the detaining spirit dispatch. Jianlan was silent for a while. After a moment, he looked up at Wang Yuya. "You don't want to divulge the Wind Queen's strange door simply for fear of leading others astray?" "Yeah," Wang also said. "Otherwise what do I have to hide with this thing? Whoever likes to practice it can do so." Jianlan sniffed and tugged at the corner of his mouth. I have to say that Wang is also quite kind. Previously, Wang Ai and Chen Jinkue had both threatened his family, and he was still thinking of keeping these two alive, because according to Wang Yuya, if they really practiced, then Wang Ai and Chen Jinkue would not be far from death. "You're quite good at thinking of others. If I were you, I would have directly given Wang Ai and Chen Jinkue a share of the stuff at that time. All riding on your neck, and still concerned about the two of them dying? Not just the two of them, Wang also said, if it really spread out, it must be more than just the two of them. The Wang family is at least one of the 4 great families, the first line of the branch of a large number of people. There is a good thing, not to be shared together. The Wang family is at least one of the 4 great families. There are a lot of direct lineage branches. There's also Chen Jinkue. He leads quite a few disciples of the artistic character sect, so if they really all learn it, it will be ruined. At that time, won't I become a sinner for the ages? When Jianlan thought about it, he felt that there was still some truth in what Wang Yuya had said. If 2 people die, then they die. But a family plus a force, at least 1,000 or 800 people, if they all practiced madness, practiced to death, then it is not a waste of 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 a waste? Of course, it's not as if practicing will necessarily kill you. Like Wang Yuya, didn't he become one too? But without having to think about it, Jianlan knew that the ones that would make it would definitely be the very few of the very few. To put it mildly, out of 1,000 people, the 3 or 2 who actually make it will burn a hole in their hearts. But in reality, the percentage of people who could really make it might be much less than Jianlan thought. Maybe 1,000 people will be buried in it and not even a splash will float. But Wang Yuya actually managed to learn it. If he had a different perspective, he would probably be a protagonist-level character. Coming back to it, once the impact is too great and affects too many people, then even if the company doesn't want to be in charge of this kind of thing, there is definitely recourse, and then the king will be out of luck. Jianlan was silent for a while longer. "I'm not going out, so why don't you give me a copy?" "Wang Yuya, damn you to hell. What do you mean? Good advice is hard to persuade a damn ghost? That's Wang also only felt his scalp go numb. If he teaches, what if John Lan becomes a madman? Won't he be ruined? But what if he doesn't teach it? The relationship between the two is here. Helplessly, Wang also said, "Big brother, don't make it difficult for me. I can't teach. You're afraid I'll go crazy? I'm damn afraid of you dying." After Wang also finished speaking, he hastily gave himself a mouthful and recited in a low voice, "Ancestor master is not to blame. Ancestor master is not to blame." John Lan, on the other hand, smiled. "It's okay, even if I die, I'll live. You're a necromancer. Ha, can you resurrect the dead or summon skeletons?" I didn't realize that Wang was also a big pineapple player. I have to say, Diablo 2 Forever God. It was one of those rare games that John Lan had been playing for more than a decade and still wasn't tired of it. Until now, he had it on his computer. It's just a shame that there's no reset version yet. It was only available shortly after the time he crossed over. Retracting his thoughts, John Lan pointed at Chen Dao. "Where do you think you're going? I'm not teasing you. Even if I die, I can live again." Look at Chen Dao. Do you feel that normally she could live? Wang also had a pair of eyes that were wide open. "Big brother, are you for real? Can you really come back to life?" He subconsciously thought that John Lan was joking with him, but after thinking about it, he realized that since they had known each other, John Lan really didn't seem to joke with him much. Even if it's a joke, it's the kind you can tell at a glance. Anyway, not like acting. Yes, authentic mangpa soup cures all diseases. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang also gave himself another mouthful. Ancestor is not to blame. Ancestor is not to blame. No wonder he was surprised. It was really because John Lan's words had brought him too much shock. What's the concept of coming back from the dead? Is this a joke? For a moment, Wang also thought fast about whether there were any relatives who had recently hung up, but after thinking about it for a while, he regretted that there was no. TSK. King also smacked his lips. Why not? If one died, he could still seek to verify whether what John Lan said was true or not. Thinking about what? At those words, Wang also raised his head and said, "If you're not teasing me, I can teach you the Wind Queen's strange door, but you have to promise that you won't lie to me. This thing is no joke. If you go crazy and die, you won't be able to change it back. At least I'm not capable of helping you give it back. Don't worry." In reality, John Lan didn't want to practice on his own, but rather use this thing to exchange some unseen benefits with Chu Tong. He also wasn't worried about Chu Tong sharing things out. She can't hide it enough. Wang also hesitated for a while before saying to Chen Dao, "You go out first." Shander didn't understand. Shander did as he was told. Waiting for Chen Dao to leave, John Lan asked, "What the hell? Making it so secretive. I'll know when I see you." Wang also sighed softly, "But there's no way for you to back out if you want to after seeing it. It's not too late to regret it." John Lan, "Big brother, are you the Tang monk?" Alas, Wang also pulled out a scroll from his hand and handed it to John Lan. "You can't reverse it if you open it." Without the slightest hesitation, John Lan opened it directly. An arcane Bagua diagram came into view. After half a dozen looks, John Lan looked at Wang Yuya again. "That's it?" Chapter 166. What kind of monster are you, Wang Yuya? Why is this it? Do you see it, brother? Wang also all suspected that John Lan was simply unable to read the Bagua diagram that recorded the Wind Queen's strange door, but that's not right either, unless one is really clueless. Looking at this Wind Queen diagram is like looking at a painting. However, anyone who had some understanding of cultivation, as long as they took one look at this Wind Queen diagram, then it would be very difficult to be able to pull it out, especially under the premise of already knowing the power of the Wind Queen's Chi-Men. As long as there was desire, the greater the desire, the harder it would be to extricate oneself. Could it be that John Lan really didn't have the slightest desire for the Wind Queen's strange door? Wang was also searching here, but John Lan's next sentence directly confused him on the spot. Got it. Not only do I read it, I seem to know it again. Will? Wang also stared wide-eyed. Brother, stop it. I've been practicing for quite some time before I dare to say that I've comprehended the skin of the Wind Queen's Chi-Men. And you know it after just a few glances? You are really not afraid of the wind, blowing powerful flash tongue. Wait a moment. John Lan closed his eyes slightly and took a step forward. Pop, it's a step that rocks. Wang also directly did not control, almost sat on the ground, followed by hurriedly ran to the window, looking towards the outside. In his eyes, a huge blue spell formation covered less than 400 to 500 meters in front of him, but that is just the radius. Because of the Chi-Men Bureau, it appeared with John Lan as the center point. How big is this? Wang Yuya's jaw dropped. The current him, even with his full strength, could at most make the Wind Queen's Chi-Men cover an area of about 200 meters in diameter. Beyond that, the king is out of his depth, and this range of being able to control was only slowly expanding as his understanding and use of the Wind Queen's strange door gradually deepened. At the very beginning when he learned it, His Chi-Men spell formation was only 70 to 80 meters in diameter, not even 100 meters. Wang also had his pupils shaken, looking at Jianlan with disbelief. Look at a minute to master the wind after the strange door. Good, after all, Jianlan is powerful. The king can also understand. What he couldn't understand was why Jianlan was able to expand the Chi-Men Bureau so much in the first place. Wind after Chi-Men. The size of the Chi-Men Bureau is not that important, but the bigger the bureau, the more you can control what is inside the bureau. In a sense, it's a total testament to hard power. How big? Jianlan paused and took another step forward. Buzz, a sound of movement that only the two of them, he and Wang Yuya, could detect rang out. Beneath Jianglan's feet, the area of the Blue Chi-Men Bureau skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, it turned out to be more than twice as big as the original directly. The radius just now was 400 or 500 meters, so now this radius, at least, must be a kilometer or so. That diameter, that's 2 kilometers. What the kind of monster are you? Wang Yuya's brain was a bit stimulated to the point of going down. Even Wudong's crazy masters couldn't expand the Feng Ho Chi-Men's Chi-Men Bureau to the size of Jianglan's now. Jianglan pulled the corner of his mouth. He really didn't feel anything. In fact, he didn't feel much after seeing the Wind Queen figure. Just something inexplicably extra in my head. And it wasn't even the feeling of newly learned knowledge. It was like a memory that had been left behind by him before and was just brought back to him. Even Jianlan already had a feeling that he had long since perfected his knowledge of this Wind Queen's strange door, and many of the corresponding jutsu had already appeared in his head. Jianlan didn't know what this was about, but it was never a bad thing. To be honest, he didn't expect that just looking at a picture could bring him some unexpected gains, but even if one knew the Wind Queen's strange door, it was just icing on the cake for Jianlan. After going through another body transformation, his strength should already be able to crush the old heavenly master. In other words, even without the existence of the Wind Queen's strange sect, there was no one in the present day in human realm who could threaten Jianlan. The most you can do with knowing the Wind Queen's Chi-Men is to be able to put on a show when there are going to be fights in the future. There's nothing to be surprised about. After Jianlan finished speaking, the Chi-Men Bureau's scope rapidly shrunk, and in the blink of an eye, it was retaken back into his body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is that human language you're talking about? Wang was also so overwhelmed that he broke his voice a bit. If he wasn't surprised when he met this kind of thing, there wasn't much else that could surprise the king as well. Jianglan shrugged. Maybe I'm just lucky. Wang Yuya, you're lucky. My masters are unlucky. The king was also helpless. He wondered how the gap between people could be so wide. Jianglan continued. Anyway, thanks a lot. Come on, don't thank me. I didn't do anything either. Wang also waved his hand. He really didn't do much. At most he took out the Wind Queen diagram and showed it to Jianlan twice. I'll buy a ticket. Let's go back together later, Jianlan said. Since Chen Jinkui was pestering Wang Yuya, let Wang Yuya follow him to Z City for 2 days. The house he had previously bought in Z City had also become vacant. It's just as well to have Wang also help with the feng shui. Chang. Wang also nodded. I'll send you my ID card later. With a small amount of money like airfare, there's nothing to fight over. It's the same for whoever buys it. It was at this time that Jianlan suddenly thought of something. He turned his gaze to Shander and asked, by the way, do you have an ID? Chen Dao nodded and took out a devouring sack from his pocket, followed by a small and exquisite wallet that fell from within the devouring sack. Chen Dao reached out to catch it, opened his wallet and took his ID card out of it, handing it to Jianlan. I didn't realize you were a man of honor. Normally speaking, Chen Dao was caught up in the Medicine Fairy Club for so many years, and when he came out his parents were all dead, so he shouldn't have an ID card. Chen Dao sniffed then said, it was run by my previous charge, to facilitate some tasks. Also, Jianlan reacted. Chen Dao's previous status was that of a temporary employee of the company. Temporary workers work alone most of the time, and it's inconvenient if they don't have an identity. This is already a modern society. Leaving the ID card is not to say that it is difficult to move around, but it is also often in trouble. The company is backed by the top. A lot of things cannot be done on the surface, but the company's internal operation, it can be done. Jianlan didn't hesitate and directly used Chen Dao's ID number to buy a plane ticket. As for whether the company would find out, Jianlan didn't think mattered. Anyway, after looking for Feng Zhenghao, he planned to go and communicate with the company about Chen Dao. It's not appropriate for a little girl to be hiding all the time. Find an excuse to convince the company to let Chen Dao stay by his side all the time even if it's too late. Of course, it's still unknown whether it will work or not. Chapter 167. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Evening. The 3 Jianlan people landed on the ground. Taking a cab in front of the airport, Jianlan reported the address. Waiting for the place, the 3 of them went in at a random restaurant near the neighborhood. By the time we came out from dinner, it was completely dark. Jianlan took out his cell phone and looked at the time, realizing that the current time was already more than 10 o'clock at night. The three of them walked towards the neighborhood and waited until the door. Jianlan threw a set of keys to Wang Yidao. You go upstairs. I also bought a house. I'll take Shander to live next to it. Wang also glanced at Jianlan, then skimmed his mouth. He reckoned that he was being a light bulb, but apparently, he wasn't quite right in his estimation. Jianlan really didn't have any special thoughts about Chen Dao. He just simply felt a bit sorry for the girl Chen Dao. On the other hand, it's still because of the mission. If he didn't have a mission, even if Chen Dao was pitiful, Jianlan most likely wouldn't bother to meddle. Maybe, he won't even go to Bo village. After seeing Wang Yuya leave, Jianlan walked to his new home with Chen Dao. The two homes are not far apart. Pushing the door into the house, Jianlan was quite satisfied with what he saw. It was packed like new, and things like sofa cushions, bed sheets and covers were all new. 140 square feet, large 3-bedroom, 1 bath. Jianlan raised an eyebrow. Even if they let Wang come along with them, it seems like there's enough room for a few of them, but he didn't have any intention of letting the king toss another trip as well. At this point, I'm guessing people are fast asleep. After Jianlan looked around the environment and felt good, he directly said to Chen Dao, I'm going to take a shower first. It's getting late. You should also wash up and go to bed earlier. Jianlan said, pointing to the second bedroom next to him. Is it okay for you to stay there? Chen Dao was silent, just nodding her head obediently. Jianlan smiled. After being in contact for such a long time, that was what he liked most about Chen Dao. Whatever he said, Shander agreed. Compared to most people, Shander can be much less worrying. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Jianlan directly drilled into the master bedroom. During the few days in the formation, since he had been sleeping in the same room as Chen Dao, he hadn't had the chance to take a proper shower either. The master bedroom is attached to the ensuite bathroom, which is large and even has a bathtub in it. Jianlan brightened up and went up to the bathtub to put hot water in it. What's wrong with relaxing after all that hard work? When the water was drained, Jianlan directly ripped off the clothes on his body and dove headfirst into the bathtub. Woo-hoo-hoo. Jianlan let out a long, cozy sigh. That's what it feels like. DV8. After taking careful bath, Jianlan stepped out of the bathtub and came to the mirror to wash up some more. When she finished washing up, Jianlan raised her eyes to look at herself inside the mirror. Still has the same face that could be a straight-up duck king, and if anything, is worse than the reader. And after tossing around for such a long time, although Jianlan had completely adapted to going out in the daytime, the color of his skin was not affected. It was still translucent white, and not generally white. As the total amount of obscurity in his body rose, no amount of sunlight could affect his complexion. After a moment of self-indulgence, Jianlan walked straight out of the bathroom naked and rolled over onto the bed. As for the reason, no pajamas in the new house. Plus all those pajamas he had brought earlier were already dirty and unworn. Doesn't matter. The big deal is just to tuck the covers in tighter for a while. After a long stretch, Jianlan's heart was happy. The matter of Bo village had come to an end, and when Feng Jianghao and the company side were done with it, he would be able to give himself a vacation. Even though nothing I do is too tiring, it's still hard to avoid getting tired after a long streak. Yawning, Jianlan prepared to sleep. Once it was quiet, he heard a clatter of water coming from the bathroom in the second bedroom. Shander is taking a bath here too. 10 more minutes passed like this. Just as Jianlan was getting sleepy and somewhat wanted to sleep, he suddenly heard a sound of footsteps. Jianlan was very sensitive to the sound of footsteps. Just by listening to it, he knew that the footsteps came from Chen Duo, this little girl, not sleeping at night. Knock knock. Jianlan had a jolt and hurriedly covered himself tightly with the quilt. He wasn't wearing any clothes right now. How embarrassing would it be if Chen Dao bumped into him? Is something wrong? Yes, can you let me in? Jianlan froze. It was the first time he had ever heard Shander make a request of him, but now this scene is really a bit less convenient. Just as Jianlan was about to refuse, the door opened. Jianlan? I didn't say I'd let you in, did I? Jianlan gazed at Chen Dao in the doorway, but it didn't matter if he gazed at it. This look almost didn't make his nose bleed. No, there's no clothes after the shower. The least you can do is put on a towel. Jianlan had been a man for 2 lifetimes, and had never seen a big scene? I'm sorry, it's early. He's never seen the big one. How's that for honesty? Without a word, Chen Dao took a step to Jianlan's bed. Jianlan unconsciously gulped, followed by shrinking back. What are you doing? It was not like taking advantage of the situation, but rather like a yellow girl who was about to be taken advantage of. Chen Duo sniffed, then gazed into Jianlan's eyes and said word for word, "You've done so much for me. There's nothing else I can do to repay you." No, You'll wait. You'll wait. Jianlan stared. So now you're this to fulfill your promise? No, it's simply payback. Asterisk 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 up. Jianlan really couldn't hold back and exploded. Asterisk 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 off and go back to bed. Although Jianlan thought of himself as not being a good person, he was definitely not underhanded. This kind of thing, if you and I are in love, naturally there is no problem. But now this scene, it's problematic. Seeing Jianlan get angry, Chen Duo had a face as crimson as blood in color and waved his hands repeatedly. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you didn't like. Chen Duo waved his hand, matching the two rabbits hopping and jumping, giving Jianlan all the time to dry stupid. In the end, he was a young man. Jianlan was directly a surge of qi and blood. With a little more excitement, maybe his little head will be able to completely control his big head and take over the intellectual high ground. But right now, Jianlan still had a shred of sanity left. In that case, you go back first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Jianlan could understand Shen Dao's desire to repay him, but still, he wouldn't do this kind of falling on his sword. Even if Shander felt it wasn't, it wouldn't work if he felt it was. Chen Dao sniffed and lightly bit her lower lip, but she still had no intention of leaving. She looked down into Jianlan's eyes. I'm serious. I've been thinking about it for a long time. I like you. Chapter 168. What do you want? You didn't think about it. I think so. You want a good hammer. Jianlan's body directly gave birth to a large amount of obscurity, directly wrapping Chen Duo and sending him to the second bedroom. Don't come out without my permission. Put your clothes on and get some sleep. Leaving Shander on the second bedroom bed, Shady retreated, taking the door to the room with him in the process. It was only when Inhai entered his body that Jianlan felt a bit of a headache. What's going on here? In fact, to a certain extent, Jianlan could understand how Chen Dao felt. Perhaps for Shander, he resembles a redemptive presence, suddenly appearing and curing a malady that had been lingering for years. No matter what, Chen Dao was also a little girl. It was normal that she would move some thoughts that shouldn't be moved, but it was only a passing fancy. It is said to have been considered for a long time, but in reality it is highly likely that it was a brainstorm. Not to mention the fact that Jianlan didn't even have the idea of a relationship right now, and even if he did, he wouldn't be so hasty in deciding who to be with. So, the first thing he had to do was to calm Chen Dao down. Although Jianlan was also a young man, but after coming all the way here and experiencing so many things, his mentality was by no means comparable to any other person. He could still resist this level of temptation. Glancing at the doorway, Jianlan touched the phallic sack from the side, put on a pajama top that wasn't too clean, but wasn't dirty either, and got up and down to push the door to the master bedroom closed. Lying down again, Jianlan's sleepiness had mostly disappeared. Taking out his cell phone and looking at it, the time was now exactly 11 o'clock at night. After thinking about it, Jianlan simply decided not to sleep. In his pajamas, he opened the window and leapt down. The floor he was on was the 11th floor, not too high and not too short, and an unusual person would certainly fall to his death anyway, but Jianlan certainly won't. Before he landed on the ground, the obscurity rose within Jianlan, lifting his entire body about 10 centimeters away from the ground, blowing on the evening breeze outside. That twisted feeling in Jianlan's heart disappeared quite a bit. He let out a long breath. I have to say though, it does feel good to be an inhuman. You don't have to take the stairs or the elevator to get downstairs. Get off if you want to. Jianlan looked around to make sure that no one had noticed him before walking towards the small home from before. He planned to meet Feng Jianghao, but it's certainly not appropriate to meet in your pajamas, and his clean clothes were at his previous home. Standing at the door, Jianlan knocked on the door of the room. There was a rustling in the house. Then the door to the room opened and Wang also poked his head out. It was you the moment I heard it. What are you doing here in the middle of the night when you're not sleeping? Fetch the clothes. Wang also gave Jianlan an odd look. Aren't you wearing this? Who are you fetching it for? Jianlan was speechless. You thick-browed little Taoist priest. How come your mind is so dirty too? You're full of yellow waste. Kid, I'm not afraid that the ancestor will strike you with a thunderbolt. Cut the crap and let me in. Gotta have it. Wang also opened the door. Come in. After entering the house, Jianlan went straight to the closet in the room and found a set of t-shirt shorts to put on. It was the end of July and still scorching hot, except for a slight coolness in the evening air. But it was nothing to Jianlan. Even in the winter when it's 20 degrees below zero, he doesn't feel the cold when he's standing outside bare-chested. The physicality is there. A young man sleeps in a cool bed, all because of the fire. Changing his clothes, Jianlan said to Wang Yuya, let's go I'm going out. What to do? Wang also looked confused. It's the middle of the night. Didn't you just go back to bed? Where are you going now? Take a trip to the World Council. Use me for company? You go to sleep. I'll be back later. Wang also nodded. Success. He also didn't ask John Lon what he was going to do. If it was trouble that John Lon couldn't solve, he couldn't solve it either. If John Lon could have solved it, what would he have to do? Moreover, John Lon said that he was going to the World Council, so it was even more alright. John Lon didn't stay long, put on another pair of traveling shoes and went straight to the underground garage, start the square Mercedes G500 and drive towards the World Congress. A few minutes later, John Lon parked his car in front of the World Club and entered the hall. Even though it was 11 o'clock at night, the hall was still lit up. The receptionist had long known Zhang Lon and immediately said, "Mr. John Lon, the president has instructed that if it's you coming, just go directly upstairs to the office and look for him. I'll show you the way." No need. John Lon walked directly to the special elevator and opened it himself to go upstairs. The door to Feng Zhanghao's office was open. Hearing the sound of the elevator door opening, Feng Zhanghao raised his head just in time to see John Lon. He stood up with a light in his eyes. "When did you get back? Why didn't you say anything?" "Just got back." John Lon sat on the couch next to him. Feng Zhanghao, on the other hand, picked up a pile of documents next to his desk, got up and walked to John Lon. "This is the breakdown of all the Wang family's industries. You sign directly, and in the future, 50% of the equity will go to you, and you will receive dividends every year." John Lon raised his eyes, only to see Feng Zhanghao holding a thick pile of documents in his hand, which looked like it had to be 20 pounds at least. "That's selling scrap paper for a lot of money, isn't it? Signed? If I sign this, I'll sign it tomorrow morning." John Lon waved his hand. "You can do it all, or if it can be discounted, it's fine to discount it directly." Strength John Lon has, but in this aspect of doing business, John Lon could be said to know nothing about it. The most important thing about being a human being is to have a little something in your heart. If he was really to be allowed to run the Wang family's industry, even if the business could continue to sustain itself for some time by inertia, when time ran out, a collapse would be almost inevitable. When the Wang family's industry collapsed, not only would he not be able to reap the benefits, he might even owe a huge debt. No matter how you think about it, it's not a good deal. John Lon understood the need to leave things to the right people. As far as this aspect of business operation was concerned, Feng Zhanghao was obviously much more experienced than him, so if there was a choice, John Lon would prefer to ask for money directly. Feng Zhanghao paused at his words. The size of all the Wang family's industries is around $350 billion, but there are still $300 billion of liabilities in it. John Lon nodded. This he did understand. Big businesses live on borrowed money. Feng Zhanghao continued, "If you want cash, I can give you $50 billion first, and after that, I'll give you 10% of the dividends from the Wang family's industry every year. Is that okay?" John Lon cannot understand the account right, but the more money less he has 50 billion, a lifetime of spending. It's just nothing to buy rockets to play as scampering monkeys, and it's probably enough for him to play until he dies. As for such statements as half of $350 billion is $175 billion, isn't that another $300 billion in debt? Chapter 169, the end of the division of the spoils. So John Lon felt that Feng Zhanghao giving this figure of $50 billion was already very reasonable. Not to mention, there's the annual dividend after that. What's the point of having a bicycle when you're like this? Fine, let's settle it. John Lon was also too lazy to worry about it. He didn't do anything at all anyway. It's just killing Wang AI. And the others have no proof yet that Wang AI died at his hands. Feng Zhanghao continued, 50 billion is too big a number. I'll need at least 2 years before I can hit your account one after another. Business assets, not liquidity. Even Feng Zhanghao couldn't come up with that much money in one go. There's some liquidity in the account now, and within a week, 5 billion will be available. Okay, John Lon also knew that $50 billion wasn't something he could just take, and 5 billion is more than enough, as well as letting him put the rocket as a scampering monkey for a while. That's all for now then. If there's anything I need help with afterward, just say so, John Lon said. Although he had gotten such a large sum of money for nothing, John Lon didn't have any real feelings in his heart. The main reason was that the numbers were so large that they had completely exceeded John Lan's cognitive scope. Until now, he had over $20 million lying in his account. Several tens of billions, in John Lan's opinion, was nothing more than adding an extra string of zeros to the back of his bank account. Happy cooperation. Feng Zhanghao extended his hand. John Lon shook hands with Feng Zhanghao, then stood up. You've probably got a whole lot of business to take care of as well, so I won't bother you here. Feng Zhanghao had just brought down the Wang family, and there must be a lot of things waiting for him. John Lon also had no intention of remaining in the World Council, and after finishing his speech, he got up and left from the office. Looking at Jiang Lan's distant back, Feng Zhenghao exhaled a long breath. It all happened really fast, though he had laid it out long before. But the original layout was for 3 years. As a result, this total of not even 3 weeks, he completely swallowed this piece of fat meat of the Wang family into his stomach. So much so that it made Feng Zhenghao, himself, feel somewhat unreal. After swallowing this piece of fat meat from the Wang family, the volume of his industries had, at the very least, doubled. Even for him, this is no less than pie in the sky. Driving back to the neighborhood, Jianlan parked his car in the underground garage before realizing that he had forgotten his keys. Not a big problem though. He had just come down with the window open, so naturally he could go up through it. Jianlan walked to the downstairs window position and lifted himself up with Inchi, flying to the window in the blink of an eye. Now it's almost 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, even if you're not asleep. Basically all the curtains are drawn, but no one saw Jianlan burrowing into his room. Jianlan took off his shoes and held them outside to the front door before he was ready to re-enter the house. Before returning to his room, Jianlan heard a faint sound of quilt corners rubbing together from within the second bedroom. I think it's Shander who's still awake. After taking a turn outside just now, Jianlan was now much calmer than he had been a moment ago. Shander is not a good match. At least that's how Jianlan felt. It's okay to be a friend, but if you take it any further, forget it. Shaking his head, Jianlan returned to his room. Lying on his bed, Jianlan pondered what he would do next. There's really nothing more to it than negotiating with the company to completely bail out Shander and get the reward and be done with it. It's just that he's not good at communicating directly with the company. He still has to have a middleman. As for the candidate for the middleman, besides Su Si, there was no one more suitable. Forget it. Let's wait until dawn to find Su Si and see what happens. Jianlan rolled over and fell into a deep sleep. The following morning, Jianlan sat on the sofa of the office of Wherever Pass. That's the situation. See what you can tell the company is appropriate. Su Si covered his head. Big brother, Shendo drugged you. Ha, she killed the person in charge. If the company doesn't pursue responsibility, then where does the company's face go? Even if it doesn't have a face. The problem is that Chen Dao is a biochemical bomb. In case it blows up one day, then it's really blowing up. You don't have to worry about this, Jianlan said. The parasites in Chen Dao's body, I've already cured them. She's no different from a normal person now. Are you kidding me? The company is not cured. You cured? Just after asking, Su Si was a bit deflated. Forget it, even if you cured her, the company's hurdle is not easy to pass. In fact, the headquarters side already knew that it was you who took the person away. But the matter of Ma Xianhong was too involved, and that's why they haven't been able to spare their energy. I thought we had all the people. What else is involved? Jianlan asked. Hey, Su Si sighed. The car transporting Ma Xianhong was hijacked, escorting nearly 100 colleagues. No one survived. All died at the scene. Jianlan, there's nothing you can do. How is it that every time the company makes an arrest, they get robbed? If he remembered correctly, it seemed like that time between Xia He and LV Liang too, right? Things happened too strange. The company, in order to avoid this situation, deliberately sent a lot of cars. Take a different route. Only the only real route is to transport Ma Xianhong. Even the delivery of people do not know. In the end, who car pulling people? I did not expect that something still happened. Now the company is a large-scale investigation. At those words, Jianlan's eyes flashed. This time Jianlan really knew who had saved Ma Xianhong. 9 times out of 10, it's Chu Tong. No one else but her is that capable. And according to Su Si, it was basically certain that there was a mole in the company that had revealed the real line. Chu Tong, on the other hand, also happens to fit the bill. She's in the company. She has a director as an insider. But Jianlan had no intention of talking to Su Si about it. Chu Tong was scheming a lot, and Jianlan was looking forward to whether or not Chu Tong would be able to make what she had said before. Plus he had resolved to have as little to do with the company as possible, so he just casually said, then catch it again. Su Si was helpless. It's easy to say. People aren't stupid. They've been hiding for a long time. Where to catch them? Since Ma Xianhong was taken away, the company hasn't found a single clue. Even the surveillance along the way is broken. So at this moment, Ma Xianhong had long since run off somewhere. He continued, anyway, the company can't find the time to deal with Chen Dao for the time being, so you can wait as well. I'll contact you again when the headquarters side comes looking for me in a few days. Now, in addition to looking for Ma Xianhong, the company has to interrogate those foreigners and uprooted weapons in Bo village one by one. A whole lot of things. Jianlan sniffed and nodded slightly. That's fine. It wasn't quite what he'd thought at first, but it wasn't bad. At least for a while you don't have to worry about the company making a sudden move. Another extra period of vacation. Just in time to take Wang Yuya around the neighborhood for a good time. Maybe even go out for a trip. Chapter 170, Su Si's Visit. 3 days later, the company's site came with a message saying that they sent someone to pick up you and Chen Duo for a trip to the imperial capital. Or if you don't feel comfortable, the company can send someone over. John Lan held the phone, and Su Si's voice came from within the receiver. Narrowing his eyes slightly, John Lan glanced down at Chen Duo beside him, then said, "No need, I'll go there myself." As for Chen Duo, Su Si could hear that John Lan didn't want Chen Dao to go to the company. However, he was able to understand John Lan's thoughts. After all, if Chen Dao followed along, John Lan might not be able to guarantee Chen Dao's safety, and in case the company forcefully grabbed someone, a lot of trouble might arise. But in reality, Su Si thought wrong, and so wrong. John Lan looked at Chen Duo, who was so engrossed that her eyes were about to fall into the computer, and asked, "I'll let you go to the company. Will you go?" "No go, no go." Chen Duo's eyes never left the computer screen for a bit from start to finish, her gaze dead set on the game character in the screen. "It's almost 1. John Lan." He kind of regretted teaching Chen Dao to play the game. John Lan's intention was to let her find something to do on her own for fear of her usual boredom. "I didn't realize that this was going to play on and off. I have to control you now. For this kind of internet-addicted kid, just send her to Prof. Yang for 2 days of electroshock therapy." Of course, Shander might not be afraid. At the time in the Medicine Immortal Club, that kind of inhuman torture, Chen Duo had survived. If she really gave her some kind of electric shock therapy, it is estimated that she may not even have a little reaction. Helpless, John Lan said to Su Si on the other end of the phone, "You heard what Shander said. No go." "Su Si, it's not impossible not to go, but at least make sure she's really safe and sound now." Not only Su Si, but the company was skeptical about John Lan's claim. After all, the problem that so many professionals inside the Dark Fortress hadn't solved for so long had been solved by John Lan, an amateur, in a few days, something that was a bit unbelievable no matter how one thought about it. So, the company definitely needs to make sure. "Ah, that's fine. Why don't you make a trip to my house to take a look?" Chen Duo's internal organs, although they still needed Yin He to maintain them, the parasites in his body had long since been completely healed, and since the company wanted to take a look, it would be a good idea to do so. "TCH, okay, just as well I don't have anything to do. Just give me a minute, I'll be 15. No problem." With a promise, John Lan hung up. With that he stood up and greeted them towards the other room. "Old King, coming." Wang also had a lazy demeanor, with a face mask on his face, shuffling his slippers out of the second bedroom on the north side. "Big brother, what's the order?" John Lan looked Wang Yuya up and down. It was obvious that Wang Yuya had stayed in Z City quite well these days. The whole person relaxed like a puddle of mud, and even gained a few pounds. But yes, the current Wang Yuya belonged to that state of having nothing to do. On Wudong's side, he's been expelled from the division. The family doesn't need him to worry about it now. Plus he was here in John Lan, and no one came over to bother him, so it wasn't like he could play as much as he wanted. To be honest, John Lan was a little envious of Wang Yuya's mental state, but it can't be helped. Who made him too motivated? Logically speaking, the current John Lan was completely ready to lie down. If you want money, if you want strength, if you can't lie down like this, then what must you do? However, John Lan still felt that something like strength, the higher the better. Having progressed so much, he had yet to fight the old celestial master. However, John Lan was able to determine that his current level was definitely not inferior to the old heavenly master. But that alone is not enough. Other than that, one must at least make it to the point of having no more rivals in this inhuman realm. He had quite a few secrets on him, and sooner or later he would attract the attention of others. Only when you are strong enough can you ignore all the pitfalls. Putting down the thoughts in his mind, John Lan looked at Wang Yuedao again. "It's not much. Just watch Shander for me for 2 more days. Just don't let anyone else take her away." "No problem. Don't worry if you leave it to me." Wang also pulled off the mask on his face, then touched his own face. "TCH, you don't say. It's quite good. After putting it on, I feel my face is quite smooth. I didn't see it. You still buy this stuff?" "Ha, I didn't buy it." John Lan seemed to remember something. "Oh yes, the previous owner of this house is to open the Black-Hearted Cosmetics Workshop, specializing in the production of 3-No cosmetics, was reported before selling the house at a low price." Wang also. A few moments later, ding dong, the doorbell was rung. John Lan patted Chen Duo next to him and said, "Stop playing for now." Chen Dao sniffed and reluctantly put down the mouse. She was captured by the Medicine Fairy Club as a compulsion body saint child since she was a child, and after coming out from the Medicine Fairy Club, she has been inside the company's Dark Fortress. Not to mention the game, the computer she has never seen. After coming out from the dark fortress, Chen Duo became a temporary worker. Moreover, there is not much freedom to speak of. There is a cell phone, but also limited to usually contacting Liao Zhong, at most playing a defense of the carrot. So the computer's attraction to Chen Dao was quite fatal. Opening the door, Zhang Lan saw Su Si, who looked a bit winded. Behind Su Si, there was also a young woman in a white robe. Zhang Lan glanced at the woman and asked, "This is?" "Oh," Su Si introduced. The company's medical staff, called Xiaomei, came to help check on Chen Dao's condition. Su Si didn't know how to practice medicine and couldn't get a feel for Chen Dao's condition. If he had come over on his own, he wouldn't have been able to find out even if Zhang Lan had lied to him. In order to avoid this situation, Su Sitsai got a medical staff from the department to come over. "Come in." Zhang Lan nodded. Anyway, Shander was really well already, and he had nothing to refuse. By this time, Chen Dao was already sitting on the living room sofa. The white-robed girl called Xiaomei said to Chen Dao, "Hello, is it convenient for me to check your health?" Chen Dao didn't answer immediately, but instead looked at Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan said, "It's okay, show her." It was only after hearing Zhang Lan's words that Chen Duo said, "Yes." Xiaomei and Su Si exchanged a glance, then walked towards Chen Dao. "Please don't resist my air. It'll be quick." Shander nodded slightly and closed his eyes. Mei stepped forward and put her hand on Chen Dao's wrist. A light green air mass drilled into Chen Dao's body along Xiaomei's hand. Her eyes were closed, as if she was probing carefully. But in the next instant, she was struck by lightning. Her hand retracted as if electrocuted, and she retreated several steps. She was frighteningly pale. "How?" Su Si asked with a frown. "What's wrong? There's still compulsion?" "No," Mei said with a little tremor in her voice. "It's not compulsion." But, Chapter 171. "What? I don't know, but it's definitely not a compulsion," Xiaomei said. "I've been in contact with a compulsion before, and the aura in her body feels completely different from a compulsion." Listening to Xiaomei's words, Zhang Lan's heart became clear about what was going on. It should be that she had probed the inobscurity within Chen Dao's body. The inobscure breath was extremely overbearing and strong. Even Chu Tong's blue hand could easily block it, let alone her probing. Zhang Lan thought for a moment, flexed his fingers and flicked out a faint inobscure, sending it to Xiaomei. "It's this." Mei stared at the gloom and shivered when she noticed the aura contained within. "Yes, that's the scent. It's fine. It's good that it's not a compulsion." Su Si didn't dwell on it. His friendship with Zhang Lan was already there, and this time he didn't come over specifically to make things difficult for Zhang Lan, but simply to probe Chen Dao's situation. Since it wasn't compulsion, there was no need for him to continue to delve deeper into whatever else it was. Su Si paused and continued, "Then let Shander stay here for now." "Success. Then the next step is to go to the headquarters?" Zhang Lan said. "Get over there early, fix the company's troubles, and his nightmare points will be there." It wasn't like he had wasted so much effort. "Proly, hurry up and end it and forget about it." "Well, I'll see you off," Su Si said. Zhang Lan was self-evident. Before going downstairs, Zhang Lan turned around and instructed Wang Yuya, "Don't forget to keep an eye on her. Don't worry, you just." Wang also waved his hand, signaling Zhang Lan to be at ease. Zhang Lan didn't say any more and went out to follow Su Si and Xiaomei downstairs. Waiting at the entrance of the cell, Su Si said to Xiaomei, "Go back on your own first, and get the finance to report the fare." Still a little stunned, Mei agreed and walked absent-mindedly to the curb to prepare for a taxi. Su Si's car is parked next to it. He pressed the car key and Zhang Lan got in and sat in the passenger seat. Su Si followed closely to the car. The vehicle started before Su Si spat. "I really can't understand you. Where can't you read?" Zhang Lan asked, looking sideways out the window. "It was fine. I don't know what kind of trouble you're in. You have to protect Chen Dao for what?" Zhang Lan shrugged. "I don't know what's wrong with me. The real reason for helping Chen Dao, he definitely wouldn't say." Since Su Si was misunderstanding, he had no choice but to let him continue to misunderstand. Alas, Su Si sighed. "Wang Ai died, and the company was ready to give you the position of the 10th brother, but you suddenly made such a thing out of. In that case, I can't figure out the company's attitude towards you right now. Anyway, just be careful when you get to headquarters. Try to say something soft, and the company can't do anything to you." 10th man. To be honest, Zhang Lan wasn't really interested in this position. The point is that for him, even if he did become a tenor, it wouldn't help him substantially. The other 10 brothers, all of them were followed by forces behind them, no more than the patriarchs of the big families. When they became the 10 brothers and had a voice in the inhuman world, they would naturally be able to drive the prosperity of the forces or clans behind them. This was also the reason why Feng Zhanghao had, before, dug his heels in and wanted to become a 10-year-old. It was an identity that was more akin to a sort of pass to the top of the inhuman world. For those who need it, the 10 guy's position is important, but for a loner like Zhang Lan, after he really became a 10 brother, other than acting with a few more restrictions, other than that, it would hardly help him in any way. John Lon leaned back in his chair. Forget about it for now, it's no use thinking about it. By the time he got to headquarters, the company wasn't sure how it would treat him. I'll try. Hearing John Lon reply, Susie was also quite helpless. Obviously it all started out fine. How did it come to this? 3 hours later, Susie's black commercial car was parked in front of the entrance of Nagiton's Imperial headquarters. Arrived, John Lon looked around. It was his first time at headquarters. It doesn't look much different from the Z City's Nadu Pass. At most, the floors are a bit higher, and the appearance is the same as the courier company. Unbuckling his seatbelt, John Lon pushed the door and got out of the car, following Susie into the building. Susie made light of the situation and led John Lon to the elevator, directly pressing the top floor. Moments later, the elevator doors opened. The top floor is not structurally complex, with only a few offices. Walking to the innermost room, Susie lightly knocked on the door a few times. Come in. Inside the office, a neutral voice came out. Susie glanced at John Lon behind him before he pushed the door open. Dong Zhao, John Lon has arrived. Inside the office sat a slightly chubby old man with gray hair and glasses. John Lon watched the old man from the doorway, and his identity surfaced in his heart. Mr. Zhao Fengshu, the current chairman of the board of directors of Nadatone. Although he hadn't been in contact before, John Lon had seen Zhao Fengshu's picture on the company's information. Let's just say it's exactly the same. Taking a few steps forward, John Lon walked inside the office and looked at Zhao Fengshu. Zhao Dong, coming. Zhao Fengshu had some curiosity on his face as he surveyed John Lon. Sit down first and talk. John Lon sniffed and was not polite, directly sitting on a chair to the side. It was at this time that Zhao Fengshu continued. It's true that since ancient times, heroes come out of youths. I didn't expect that the most famous one in the circle recently is actually a young man like you. John Lon, brother, can you say that any more against your will? John Lon knew very well in his heart. Zhao Fengshu was afraid that he had already investigated all the 18 generations of his ancestors behind his back. But the first time you meet, you still look surprised. Don't be too obvious about this performance. However, in fact, Zhao Fengshu's attitude was quite unexpected by John Lon. Kindness is a bit much. There was absolutely no intention of raising an offense. Instead, it was like an old friend meeting. Other than that, at the very least, it could be initially judged that Zhao Fengshu didn't have any malicious intent towards him, or there was malice, but at least they didn't show it, did they? Solely, John Lon then proceeded to speak down the line. Dong Zhao is too kind. It's not an overstatement. Who doesn't know about you in the circle nowadays? Zhao Fengshu said, the matter of you fighting the Wang family alone has spread in the circle. And when it did, not 2 days later, Wang Ai, the patriarch of the Wang family, was killed in the Yellow Springs. John Lon could hear that Zhao Fengshu's tone seemed to conceal a deep meaning. Narrowing his eyes, John Lon muttered a bit in his heart. Zhao Fengshu knows he killed Wang Ai? However, the instant this thought rose, it was vetoed by John Lon. No way. Wang Ai's death was absolutely flawless. Cui Ju's spell for the afterlife was not visible on the outside at all. Moreover, Feng Zhanghao had said before that Wang Ai had died suddenly and unexpectedly. So Zhao Fengshu was scamming him with this meaningful? Chapter 172, Confession and Leniency. After determining that Zhao Fengshu was swindling him and having a number in his heart, John Lon just smiled and said, I'm also very sorry about Wang Ai's death. A good person, who was alive and well when he was looking for trouble from me before. Who knows why he suddenly died? John Lan's tone revealed something intriguing. Zhao Fengshu narrowed his eyes. Although it was just one sentence, he was able to analyze quite a few things from John Lan's words. Anyhow, also in charge of the company for so many years, and although Zhao Fengshu himself is an inhuman, but it is a ridiculously weak kind. At most a little air sense. As for fighting, to put it mildly, pulling over a random young commoner, Zhao Fengshu might not be able to beat them. For such a person to be in charge, his brain must be good in the first place. When John Lon said that, it was possible that Wang Ai's death really had nothing to do with him at all, but the likelihood of that is slim to none. In other words, although Wang Ai died suddenly, in all likelihood he was related to John Lon. Since there was a relationship, John Lan's words just now had a claim. Threats? A smile appeared on Zhao Fengshu's face. It had been quite a while since he had met such an interesting young man. Even if he was sure that John Lon was threatening him, he had no proof. The death of the 10 guys is no longer a trivial matter, even for the company. The company has long sent people to investigate in detail. Wang Ai really is in the home sudden death. To say is John Lon hand. Then who can prove it? Let bygones be bygones. Let's forget about Elder Wan's death for now. And what would you like to mention? Although John Lan's expression was calm, there were a lot of sharp edges hidden within. To be honest, he didn't have any animosity towards Zhao Fengsu, but Jian Lan also knew that he was now negotiating with the company. If he didn't have the appropriate strength, I'm afraid the company wouldn't even give him a chance to negotiate. Since he had that strength, if he acted weak at a time like this, it would only make the company feel like he could just take it. So proper sharpness, for sure. Well, Zhao Fengshu's knuckles tapped the desktop twice. Let's talk about Chen Dao. Do you know that he is the company's key target? I know. Jiang Lan did not deny it. It's useless to deny such things, because in the beginning when he went to Bo village, it was Su Si who asked him to go there. Even Chen Dao's matter was something Jiang Lan had heard from Su Si. As a matter of fact, although you are not an official employee of our company now, you are still considered an outsourcer. And according to the company's investigation, you didn't know Chen Dao at all before you traveled to Bo village. Zhao Fengshu's knuckles were still tapping on the desktop, seemingly organizing his thoughts. He asked immediately afterward, so what is it, exactly, that drives you to do such laborious things? For this behavior of Jiang Lan, not only Wang Yuya and Su Si didn't understand, Zhao Fengshu, and even some people inside the company who were proficient in psychology and specialized in analyzing Jiang Lan, didn't understand either. The only possibility that the people in the company came up with was that Jiang Lan knew about Chen Dao's life and did this kind of thing out of sympathy. But that reasoning is also far-fetched, because based on Jiang Lan's past character and performance, it was basically unlikely that he would do such a thing. Jiang Lan raised an eyebrow. He did have a reason to do so, but the problem was that he couldn't talk to Zhao Fengshu about his reason. It couldn't be said that he was trying to help Shander in order to fulfill his mission. Jiang Lan wasn't stupid enough to actively expose the existence of the system, but to be honest, he didn't have much of a rational reason, so Jiang Lan could only make up a reason that was, relatively speaking, a bit more reasonable. It's not much, it's simply to see that Shander is pitiful. Are you sure? Well, I'm sure. Having said that, Jiang Lan could not possibly punch himself in the face. Zhao Fengshu didn't say anything else, but on his desk, he picked up a silver-white remote control, T-dash. As he pressed the button, the wall on the side of the office suddenly resounded with the sound of a mechanical transmission, followed by the entire wall, which was actually divided into upper and lower pieces. As if the door opened, where the wall used to be, it became a piece of transparent glass, and within it, there was a chair that was silver-white in color. The chair was densely packed with electronic components, and just by looking at it, I knew that the technology content of this thing should not be low. Jiang Lan looked toward the chair and frowned slightly. What the hell is this? What's the matter? Is Zhao Fengsu going to disguise himself as Professor Yang and give him electrotherapy? Only before he could ask, Zhao Fengshu said, that one is called the slave stool, and you can interpret it as an advanced lie detector. As long as one lies, regardless of whether or not they are deliberately hidden, they are able to be detected by the freedom stool. Jiang Lan realized in his heart. So Zhao Fengshu was feeling that the reason he made up was not reliable and wanted to give him a lie detector test? But Jiang Lan also knew that even if Zhao Fengsu really intended to give him a lie detector test, he must have another real purpose. Because of the matter of just one Chen Dao, there was absolutely no need for Zhao Fengsu to go through all the trouble of making such a mess. As expected, Zhao Fengshu's next sentence revealed his true purpose. If you promise to answer a few questions from the lenient bench, the company will forget about Chen Dao's matter. Not only that, I can also find a scapegoat for you and make a new identity for Chen Dao. As long as she shows up less in the circle in the future, I'll keep her safe and sound. Jiang Lan sniffed and didn't choose to immediately agree. He knew that no matter what, the give and take was directly proportional. Zhao Fengshu was not a 2x4. If it's really just a few insignificant issues, he will completely stop pursuing Chen Duo, and he also said that he will give her a new identity. It's a bit too unreliable, but anyone with normal intelligence knew that things would never be as simple as Zhao Fengshu said. And, Jiang Lan looked again at the from-wide bench behind the glass. This thing, it seems like it's awesome. At least looking at Zhao Fengsu's appearance, it seemed that he wasn't worried at all that this leniency stool would fail. Jiang Lan also couldn't decide if the stool's lie detector test was really useful to him. Maybe there was no way for other Inhumans to circumvent it, but it seemed he might not be unable to. After all, the shadowy aura within himself was able to resist even Chu Tong's blue hand. As for things like changing the heartbeat and breathing rhythm, it couldn't be simpler for Jiang Lan, but he's just seeing it now, not actually experiencing it, so he can't figure out how it works from a wide bench. Jiang Lan pondered for a while and finally made a decision. He nodded. Could be. If you can circumvent it, just go up and try it. If it really didn't work, the big deal was that when Zhao Fengshu asked about any sensitive topics, it would be fine if he took the initiative to end it on his side. There's no way around it. Strength is the bottom line. Chapter 173, Are you nuking me? Even if they really fought in the company, Jianlan was not afraid. The worst that can happen is a full company warrant. But for the present-day Jianlan, it really didn't matter if he was wanted or not. No present-day inhuman could beat him. Even the old celestial masters couldn't. And even if the old heavenly master line, then he has to sell the company's face-off. The head of the righteous path, the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, could not be driven by the company like a minion. And apart from the old celestial master, no matter whether it was the other 10 brothers or not, or those temporary workers in the company, or even the company's employees, they were all completely unthreatening to Jianlan. The company can't possibly drop a nuclear bomb just to get at him, can they? Even if you lose it, Jianlan will stay in the downtown area. Who dares to do this? Z City was a proper municipality, and it was right next to the imperial capital. Unless Xiao Fengshu didn't want his head, and along with it, the whole of Naduton was tired of living, it would be impossible for a large-scale siege of him to occur. Of course, this is the worst possible outcome. More likely, Jianlan does not give face. The company cannot move him, both sides of the old death. When time passes, it won't matter to anyone. Zhao Fengsu also didn't expect that Jianlan actually didn't hesitate much and agreed to him so painfully, at least from the previous conversation. He definitely had a good head on his shoulders. In other words, Jianlan might not know the exact question he wanted to ask, but it was impossible not to realize that there was a pitfall. Still have the bottom line. Zhao Fengshu raised his hand and lightly pushed down the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "Let's get started then." After he finished speaking, he once again pressed the remote control on his hand, and the glass curtain wall opened, an opening just enough for Jianlan to enter. Jianlan didn't hesitate and walked directly to that from the front of the wide stool and sat down. As he sat down, the glass walls slowly closed in, and this place, with one-way glass, that is, you can see inside from the outside, but you can't see outside from the inside. Just then, Zhao Fengshu's voice came from the speaker above Jianlan's head. "Tie it yourself." Jianlan lowered his head and looked around at the mess of wires, as well as wrist guards, leg bindings and the like. It's quite a lot to look at, but in practice, it's not that complicated to operate. In no time at all, Jianlan had gotten all the things he needed to get, and finally put on his silver-white helmet. When everything was ready, the inobscurity within Jianlan's dantian slowly overflowed, spreading to all the limbs of his body. Then he controlled his breathing and heartbeat to quiet his mind. What's done is done. The next step is to see if you can get by. Can I ask my question now? Above Jianlan's head, on the speaker, Zhao Fengshu's voice came once again. "It's ready. Start." When Jianlan finished speaking, the room was quiet, and it took about 10 seconds before Zhao Fengshu's voice continued to ring out. "Is your real purpose in abducting Shandor consistent with the reasons you just recounted?" The reason Jianlan recounted just now was simply to see Chendao pitiful, which was why he helped her. Jianlan barely hesitated and sniffed directly. "Yes, unanimous. Of course he's lying." Now it was up to him to see if those preparations he had just made were useful or not. Anything if it works. If it doesn't work, then it simply doesn't need to be said. Chendao's matter was only Zhao Fengsu's first problem. Jianlan didn't need to think about it to know that Zhao Fengshu's questions afterward would definitely be more tricky than one another. So since he decided to lie, he won't say a word of truth. As Jianlan's voice fell, the chair was not abnormal at all. What it was just now is still what it is now. Seeing this, Jianlan's heart, which was somewhat hanging in the air, dropped a little. This thing is supposed to call the police if it recognizes that he's lying, right? Sure enough, things turned out just as Jianlan had predicted. Zhao Fengshu's end paused for another moment, then asked a second question. "Not bad. So next, please answer me. When you were in Bo Village, did you study in any form and observe the divine mechanism 100 refinements mastered by Ma Xianhong?" "No, this one is really not." Ma Xianhong did want to share the divine mechanism 100 refinements with him to come, but Jianlan was not interested in that thing at all. In his opinion, the divine mechanism 100 refinements could be said to be ribbed to the bone. To say that it boosts strength, it does. Only refining magic weapons required a lot of mental energy and time. With that amount of time, Jianlan could get out tens of thousands of paper people to help him fight with a wave of his hand. Guilty of laboring over a few broken magic weapons? There are also trimming ovens, not to mention doing it. Jianlan felt a headache just looking at the drawings drawn by Ma Xianhong. So the divine mechanism 100 refinements was truly and completely unattractive to Jianlan. When Jianlan finished answering the question, the from wide stool was still the same. No reaction at all. Very good. This time Zhao Fengshu's voice rang out quickly. "Next question. how do you feel about the company? Any plans to make an enemy of the company? This time Jianlan didn't answer immediately. Instead he began to think. Honestly, not to mention the company, but Su Si. For such a long time, Su Si had treated him pretty well. Not only did he give all the benefits he was supposed to, but he even went overboard and applied for a lot of benefits for him. To the current Jianlan, the money for those benefits was not even a drop in the bucket. But for Jianlan at the time, tens of millions were still worth a lot of money. Plus he wasn't averse to the company itself. The company exists on the back of officialdom, so there must be a value to its existence. It's not like he's a sociopathic personality who has to be against the company just because it's on the right side. Isn't that a brain fart? And about Shander, to be honest, although Chen Dao was pitiful, she killed Liao Zhong, something that was essentially a defection. Regardless of the reasons, the company is also paying for her manpower and resources. It's impossible to be able to write off whatever you've done simply because you're pathetic. Zhang Lan understood this in his heart, but Liao Zhong he didn't recognize, and Chen Dao was the target of his mission. What's more, people are helping relatives not to help reason, so a kind of creature and Chen Duo get along for such a long time. Zhang Lan has long ceased to be entangled in her kill Liao Zhong. This matter in the end, what is the reason? And Liao Zhong is already a dead man. Zhang Lan wasn't interested in calling for a dead man either. Back to the question. Zhang Lan believes that since the company exists, there is a reason for its existence. As for being an enemy of the company, honestly, as long as the company didn't rush to get him in trouble, he wasn't interested in engaging in any hostility with the company. The point is that if you really do that, it won't benefit Zhang Lan at all. There has to be a reason to actively mess with a behemoth like the company, right? Not bad. As far as hostility goes, not at the moment. Chapter 174, Mission Accomplished. Zhao Fengshu's invitation. And without waiting for Zhao Fengshu outside to speak, Zhang Lan continued on his own. To be honest, the company has been treating me pretty well. I also don't have a sociopathic personality and have no interest in causing any ruckus. I know what you guys are worried about. Nothing more than me losing control. But don't worry, it won't. Provided, of course, that no one disgusts me. I'm kinda emotionally unstable. In fact, Zhang Lan's emotions did seem to be slightly less under control during this recent period. As for the reason, the probability was that it was due to the excessive growth rate of his strength. The 10,000 evil nightmares he gained from completing the quest when the Wang family was destroyed earlier had all been used by Zhang Lan to buy a spiritual body. With the new spirit entering his body, both the total number of obscurations in his body and his physical quality were insanely improving. At such a fast pace, a mindset imbalance is inevitable. This situation, however, was not a big problem. As long as they waited for a few days, Zhang Lan would be able to return to normal after he had adapted. Hearing Zhang Lan's words, which were half assurance and half threat, Zhao Fengshu's voice fell silent for a while longer. It was only after close to 10 seconds that Zhao Fengshu's voice rang out again from the speaker above Zhang Lan's head. Okay, you can come out now. Zhang Lan looked up at the opaque glass in front of him. Is that the end of the questioning? Zhao Fengshu had only asked him a total of 3 questions. Zhang Lan originally thought that, no matter how to say also cannot avoid a detailed interrogation. I did not expect Zhao Fengshu was quite fast. Since people said it was over, Zhang Lan was not polite, and directly took down all the instruments that were messing up his body, and put them aside to stand up. Boom boom. With a mechanical sound, the glass doors opened. Zhao Fengshu stood not far from the doorway, his face filled with a kind smile. Seeing Zhao Fengshu's expression, Zhang Lan was a bit unable to understand. What is this? Why are you smiling so happily? Is there a happy event at home? He walked to the door and Zhao Fengshu pressed the remote control. The glass curtain wall closed and the walls gradually closed in. Greeting Zhang Lan and sitting down, Zhao Fengshu said, after I've finished asking my questions, I'll keep my promise and help Chen Dao get a new identity. As long as she tries to show her face in the circle as little as possible in the future. Even if she has to appear in the circle, try to hide her identity as well as possible. Zhang Lan sniffed and nodded slightly. This request from Zhao Fengshu was still quite reasonable. Whether or not it's against the rules for a company to do such a thing is another matter. The point was that Chen Dao had really killed the previous person in charge, and there were already quite a few people who knew about it. If Chen Dao still appeared in the inhuman realm as if he was a nobody, strutting around like he was a nobody, it would be like slapping the company in the face. No matter what, it is also a business with the backing of the public sector, and the face is definitely necessary. And Zhao Fengshu's request was not excessive. We all know it by heart, as long as we can get by on face value. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Then, as Jiang Lan's words fell, in front of him, the translucent virtual light screen appeared. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Go to Bo Village and save Chen now. Reward, Evil Nightmare * 10,000. Jiang Lan's breath hitched. All that hard work for so long was not in vain. 10,000 points of nightmare arrived. So when I go back I can spend hard again. At this time, Zhao Fengshu's voice sounded once again. What do you think about the 10 guys position? What do you think? Jiang Lan sniffed back. How else can you look at it? With your eyes? Of course. That was just what he mentally spat out, saying that it certainly wasn't something that couldn't be said. Jiang Lan paused and said, not much of an opinion. Zhao Fengshu brought up the 10 brothers, and that meaning was already self-evident. It's nothing more than wanting to give him the 10-man seat. This was something that Su Si had already talked to him about before. As for Zhao Fengshu's purpose, it wasn't hard to guess. It's nothing more than a way for him to have a great identity. It's not good for people to tear themselves away from something once they're in a position to do it. Even if they were to do something against the organization, they would only do it in secret and would never put the issue on the table. This is basic human nature. Unless, of course, there's a complete falling out and a tearing up may occur. The likelihood of that, though, is few and far between. But seriously, Jiang Lan really had no interest in this position. The 10 guys are just called by their name to make them seem taller. But in reality, it's really just that. No real power, not to mention the fact that there might be the occasional mess to meet or deal with. With that kind of free time, wouldn't he be better off playing games at home? Zhao Fengshu was also a human being, and seeing Jiang Lan's expression, he knew that he should really not be interested. He also knew that continued persuasion was definitely useless, since he couldn't make Jiang Lan become a 10-year-old. He could only think of another way. Although Jiang Lan had been truthful when he said he had no animosity towards the company just now, but it's always right to save for a rainy day. In case Jiang Lan changed his mind one day, it could be a not-so-small disaster for the entire inhuman world. As the chairman of the board of directors of Negatong, Zhao Fengshu would never allow this to happen. In this case, since you are not interested in the 10 brothers, then test not consider to come to the company to be an official employee. No, the head of the region? Jiang Lan. Let him take over from that Liao Zhong, right? By then Shander was still working as a temp. Only Liao Zhong's injured world reached. Jiang Lan mentally spat for a while. He didn't want to do the job of being in charge. Normally, he knew how busy Su Si was. Every day, we either deal with this or that, and there's hardly any time to spare throughout the day. For that matter, it was still the two of them, Su San and Su Si, who managed the region together and shared the workload. If Jiang Lan had been left to do it all by himself, it would have been a dry spell. It's not enough to be a cow, but the point is that you can't get anything out of it. This kind of thing would not be agreed to unless Jiang Lan had a sudden brain hemorrhage right now. Seeing that Jiang Lan didn't say anything for half a day, Zhao Fengshu continued, "Don't worry, the company won't be stingy with talents like you. As long as you say you can do it, then the conditions are whatever you want." Really random conditions? Jiang Lan raised an eyebrow. Zhao Fengshu, on the other hand, said with a serious face, "Don't worry, as long as you say it, what the company can do, it will absolutely spare no effort to help you accomplish it." Oh, Jiang Lan nodded slightly, then said, "My condition is that I won't do it." After saying that, Jiang Lan directly stood up, turned his head and prepared to leave. There was no point in saying more, and he'd already made up his mind anyway. With his current strength, there was absolutely no need to attach to or curry favor with any other person or force. Jiang Lan, on his own, was able to live just as well. Join the company and forget about it. Chapter 175, Don't Break It For Me. Watching Jiang Lan leave, Zhao Fengshu's tiny eyes revealed great doubts. No, man, are you playing me for a Japanese? If you leave, then you leave. If you don't agree, then you don't agree. Why do you end up flirting with an old man? Zhao Fengshu was helpless and resumed his seat behind his desk. Su Si, who hadn't said anything just now, inquired at this time. First question, didn't Jiang Lan lie? Does it matter? Zhao Fengshu also regained his aura of being a superior. Whatever his purpose for wanting Chen Dao, it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that for the latter two questions, he didn't lie. After saying his words, there seemed to be more celebration in the bottom of Zhao Fengshu's eyes. It was also fortunate that Jiang Lan did not have any animosity towards the company. If he did, then things would be really difficult. Though Jiang Lan had barely made any personal moves during this period of time, but how vast is the company's intelligence network? Regarding Jiang Lan's previous battle with the Wang AI family, the entire process had been studied by the company. Ultimately, the company concluded, the turmoil that Jiang Lan alone, if he exerted his full power, would be able to trigger would definitely be no less than 2 large clans, or sects of the inhuman realm having a riot together. So, no matter what, Jiang Lan is a person that the company can't offend for sure. But now, Jiang Lan showed no interest in the company at all. then there was only one way to spend the rest of the day with him, the Huayro policy. In short, under the premise that Jianlan didn't mess around, he definitely didn't go to actively provoke him. Su Si's eyes flashed. What Zhao Dong said, Zhao Fengshu, on the other hand, waved his hand. Alright, you go too. Weren't you the one who sent him here? Send the person back again. Remember, to the doorstep. Got it. Su Si agreed painfully. Don't worry, Zhao Dong, then I'll leave first. When Su Si also left, Zhao Fengshu stared at the doorway for a while before picking up the landline in his hand and dialing a number. A few moments later, the call was answered. Zhao Fengshu said in a deep voice, notify all members of the board of directors of the meeting. 3 hours later, Su Si's business car was parked in front of the Jianglan neighborhood. After tossing and turning, it was nighttime by now. Su Si looked sideways at Jianglan in the passenger seat and inquired, going for a late-night snack? Jianglan was self-evident. He hadn't eaten since the previous toss at the office. With the round trip, the trip would take at least 7 or 8 hours. He was also a little hungry at the moment. The two of them hit it off and sat down at the barbecue stand directly across from the cell door. As soon as he was seated, Su Si said with a wave of his hand, as usual, 20 as much as the guns and cannons, 10 large cashews, 10 blue fairies, 2 dozen oysters, and 2 plates of leeks. Jianglan, it's not like you're the same person you were before. Not half this time? Su Si looked at Jianglan. Look, aren't there still you here? What, without me last time? Su Si sniffed, smiled and snorted, then continued to say to the boss next to him, 2 dozen more bottles of wine, and another plate of flower hair in one. When the order was finished, Su Si said, I can't help it. My brother has consumed a bit too much in the past few days and has to make up for it back. Jianglan squinted at Su Si. He just doesn't understand. Su Si is so old and doesn't have a wife. Where does he consume it all? It won't be. Jianglan's face changed slightly, as if he suddenly remembered something. I blanch. You can't, can you? He asked in a tentative tone. Su Si, ask you something? Say it. Where's that paper I got you earlier? Jianglan hadn't forgotten that Su Si's paper would be customized by the man himself with a special photo. It's got a rabbit tail on the back of its ass. If Su Si is so weak, he won't scourge his paper general. Will he? Are you really a silicone doll? When Su Si sniffed, his old face flushed, and his tone was a bit stilted as he said, At home. Why? Jianglan helplessly held his forehead. Sure enough, his worst fears had come true after all. One can't, or at least shouldn't. After a long silence, Jianglan said, if you can't, let's find a date. Your condition is not bad. I've told you before, paper people aren't waterproof, so you'll ruin it. It's fine. I bought a silicone one and put it in. Saying this, Su Si suddenly stopped. No, what's the point of talking about it? His old face reddened and he quickly waved his hand to find a remedy. No, don't get me wrong. I mean, speaking of which, Su Si got stuck again. Make up some kind of excuse. Jianglan didn't say anything else and just patted Su Si's shoulder. It's okay, you try to save it. If you can't, I'll kindly sponsor you another one. That's a dare. No need. Ha ha, what do I need that for? Su Si patted his head, somewhat helpless. How is this more than enough before you even start drinking it? Looking the status back up, Su Sideo, since you're not going to be a regular worker, this is fine for now. Hearing Su Si mention this, Jianglan remembered. He was planning to quit the company altogether. The point is that staying with the company now no longer brings him any positive returns. And if he's still working as an outsourced employee of the company, and there's something Su Si really looks for him, he can't refuse. Why don't we just say it once and for all? Thinking of this, Jianglan said, I'm going to officially quit. Su Si, a pair of eyes slightly widened. Don't intervene, you just hang in the company hanging. Anyway, there is money to earn. The future task I do not look for you. There is money not to take, white not to take, brother. Jianglan didn't explain, just silently pulled out his cell phone and opened the text message. Placing the cell phone in front of Su Si, Jianglan lifted his chin. Su Si looked at what was displayed on the screen with some confusion. It doesn't matter if you don't read it. Read it. Asterisk. How many ing bits is that? 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. Brother, father, grandfather. When he finally checked Jianglan's account balance, Su Si only felt a wave of dizziness. No bro, you robbed the bank vault? Jianglan pulled the corner of his mouth. You're looking down on the bank too much, or me too much. Honestly, all this money is my hard-earned money. Su Si was dumbfounded. Why doesn't he know what to do to make so much? Su Si himself is not poor, or else he could not get a commercial vehicle to run back and forth. But his money, when compared to the balance on Jianglan's account, it was not an order of magnitude at all. It's a double-digit digit difference. At this time, Jianlan said, "So, you know why I quit, right?" Su Si nodded repeatedly. Bull asterisk 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 it isn't. If he had so much money in Jianlan's card, he wouldn't want to be the head of this region. I have to say, it's nice to have money. Forget it, I can't talk you out of it. Just leave it.